Chapter 1 I Want to Be the Man of the Sea. Zhengzhou University. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory. It's really like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Is this kid Chen Zhe crazy? That's right, he actually dared to confess his love to our class beauty. I don't know how much courage Liang Jingru gave him. An ordinary boy wearing black framed glasses, holding a bouquet of flowers, looked at the girl opposite him helplessly. There were many men and women in bright and beautiful clothes standing around him, pointing at him and talking. Opposite him stood a very beautiful girl. She was about 18 or 19 years old, with bright and attractive facial features and skin as white as snow. She wore a short floral skirt, revealing a small part of her white and smooth legs. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, long and straight. It was Song Yuqi, the beauty of Class 2 of the nursing department. Dear readers, please see the picture. At this moment, Song Yuqi raised her chin slightly and looked at Chen Zhe, her expression appearing cold and arrogant. I'm sorry Chen Zhe, I don't want to fall in love right now, please go. Chen Zhe said in panic, but, you said that after going to college. Song Yuqi interrupted coldly, I didn't expect university courses to be so busy. Students should still focus on their studies, right? Chen Zhe, What are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. A beautiful girl next to Song Yuqi waved at Chen Zhe with a look of disdain. We still have things to do, don't waste our time, okay? This person is Sun Qian, and she is Song Yuqi's best friend. When Chen Zhe bought breakfast and snacks for Song Yuqi before, she ate a lot, but I didn't expect her to have such an attitude now. Chen Zhe had no time to deal with Sun Qian. He looked at Song Yuqi and said humbly, Yuqi, didn't you say that you would consider our affairs carefully after you got into college? Have you forgotten? Song Yuqi glanced at Chen Zhe with some annoyance. I just said that we don't have a relationship in high school. We can talk about it in college. Did I say the word considerate? Chen Zhe said anxiously, but. Will you just shut up? Sun Qian stepped forward and rebuked mercilessly, I will say what Yuqi is not comfortable saying, and I will do what Yuqi is not comfortable doing. She never liked you at all, she just treated you as an ordinary friend. But you are so wishful thinking that you want to cross the line of friendship? What are your family conditions and her conditions? Don't you take a good look in the mirror to see if you are qualified? Sun Qian's words were like slaps in the face, making Chen Zhe feel a burning pain on his face. He looked at Song Yuqi, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, and asked in a trembling voice, Is this what you mean? That's right. The girl's two cold words mercilessly shattered Chen Zhe's last bit of hope and his pitiful self-esteem. Chen Zhe's face turned pale and his body shook. Cici, we're leaving. After saying this, Song Yuqi and Sun Qian left immediately. Yuqi. Chen Zhe looked at Song Yuqi's receding back and felt a pain in his heart like a needle prick. He looks like a dog. Yes. He is a shameless lickspittle. Amid the discussions of the audience, Chen Zhe left the girls' dormitory in a daze. Back in the boys' dormitory 511, Chen Zhe collapsed on the bed like a dying fish. Chen Zhe fell in love with Song Yuqi when he was in the first year of high school. He pursued her for 3 years and was almost rejected by her to the point of doubting his life. Just because Song Yuqi likes to eat the steamed buns and rice noodles at Nanmenku, Chen Zhe gets up before dawn every day, takes the subway and then the bus, traveling more than 10 kilometers back and forth to buy breakfast for her. For 3 years, rain or shine. Usually, he often ran errands for her, carried her school bags, worked as a porter, and did everything for her. 3 years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? In fact, Chen Zhe is not a die-hard bootlicker. But Song Yuqi's level is really too high. She always calls on Chen Zhe for help as a good friend, giving him a little hope from time to time. When Chen Zhe wants to get closer, she will get angry and ignore him. When she sees that he is behaving well, she will give him 2 candies. Mom said that you are not allowed to have a romantic relationship in high school. Let us wait until college. I don't allow you to get too close to other girls, because you are my good friend. You are such a nice person. I really hope we can be friends for life and never be separated. It was not until 1 month into college that Chen Zhe felt the time had come and mustered up the courage to confess his love to her. The result was Song Yuqi's rejection and vicious ridicule from her best friend Sun Qian. At this moment, Chen Zhe finally understood that in Song Yuqi's eyes, he was not even a spare tire. At best, he was just a free tool who did chores for her and was at her beck and call. Thinking back to all the hard work he put in during those 3 years, Chen Zhe's heart bleeds. His deep affection means nothing in the eyes of others. Others look at him as if they were looking at a humble licking dog. I'm not a bootlicker. I am not. From today on, I want to be a scumbag. No, I want to be the king of the sea. Ding, the host's strong intention is detected, the Sea King system is activated. System? System. Chenzhe suddenly got up from the bed. Chenzhe, who had read countless online novels, certainly knew what the system meant, but he never thought that such a thing would happen to him. This system will do its best to help the host become the world's strongest Sea King. A powerful Sea King must have a strong body and great wealth. As long as the host consumes the opposite sex with a comprehensive appearance score of more than 80 points, he can get a rebate of 1 to 100 times according to the other party's favorability. When the host is attracted to the opposite sex with a comprehensive appearance score of 80 or above, they will gain points of attraction, which can be exchanged for attribute points, skills, or items. FBI warning. FBI warning. FBI warning. You must spend money on the opposite sex with a comprehensive appearance score of 80 points or above to get cash back. The host's personal food, clothing, food, housing, transportation, and bulk commodity consumption are all borne by the host himself. After reading the introduction of the system, Chenzhe felt a little uncomfortable. He thought he could reach the pinnacle of his life with the help of the system, but he didn't expect that he would have to spend money on women, and the more the better. Isn't this a huge injustice? But when he thought that no matter how much money he spent, he would get a guaranteed double rebate, Chenzhe's mood suddenly became wonderful. Even though he only has 200 yuan left for living expenses, he can get as much money back as he spends, and he can use it unlimitedly and never run out of money. This also means that he can experience the feeling of being a super rich man without spending a penny. This is really cool. Then, a virtual panel popped up in front of Chenzhe. Name Chenzhe. Appearance 55, not ugly. Overall physical strength 40, vulnerable. Note, comprehensive physical strength includes but is not limited to strength, speed, agility, endurance, flexibility, frequency, and other indicators. IQ 99, normal person. Combat strength 5. Durability 100. Attribute points 0. Get heart points 0. Achievement none. Item: Sea King Black Card, Bank Card, bound. This card has a high security level, the source of funds is clean and safe, the host can use it with confidence. Skills: none. Total wealth 208.5 yuan. After Chenzhe looked at his panel data, his mind was full of question marks. After all, he is a 1.8 meter tall, young and strong college student. How could he be so weak? Also, he can understand the data on appearance, physical strength, and IQ. What is the only perfect score? Durability. Chapter 2, Long-Legged School Beauty. Chenzhe didn't waste time thinking about the things he couldn't figure out. The most urgent thing was to try whether this system could really give cash back. There are not many girls in the computer department where Chenzhe works, and their quality is not high either. However, there are many girls in the nursing department, and there are a lot of beauties. It should not be difficult to catch a beauty with an overall appearance of more than 80 points. Just when Chenzhe was about to go out, the door was suddenly pushed open. A boy ran in hurriedly. He was about 1.80 meters tall, about the same height as Chenzhe, but weighed several dozen pounds more. He had a short haircut and looked very fierce. It was Chenzhe's best friend Wang Bo. The two started out as kids by wearing open-crotch pants, and went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and even college. Old Chen, are you okay? I just heard that you confessed your love to Song Yuqi and got rejected. It's her loss if she rejects you. You mustn't take it too hard. Wang Bo grabbed Chenzhe's shoulders, his face full of tension and worry. He was very clear about how much Song Yuqi meant to Chenzhe, and he also knew how much of a blow and hurt Song Yuqi's rejection would bring to Chenzhe. In high school, he once hinted to Chenzhe not to continue to be a bootlicker because it was not worth it. Unfortunately, Chenzhe couldn't listen at all at that time. It's okay. Why would I be upset? Chenzhe smiled. Nothing? Wang Bo didn't believe it at all. Song Yuqi is your life. For her, you can even turn your face against me, and now you tell me everything is fine? Chenzhe said seriously, son, dad did some things wrong, and I apologize to you here. Bullshit. I'm the father. You unfilial son. Wang Bo saw that Chenzhe was still in the mood to joke, so he thought it shouldn't be a big deal. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, have you really let it go? Chenzhe nodded. There are many beautiful flowers in the world, why should I love only one flower? If I give up one tree, I will own the whole forest. Wang Bo laughed loudly upon hearing this, and patted Chenzhe's shoulder vigorously. Okay, it's good that you've let it go. My son is so outstanding, it's her, Son Yuchi, who doesn't like you. It just so happens that I have added a lot of beautiful girls on WeChat, how about introducing a few to you? Chenzhe asked, are there any school beauties? You're dreaming. Wang Bo rolled his eyes. Is it so easy to add the school beauty on WeChat? Chenzhe asked curiously, how many campus beauties are there in our school? Wang Bo thought for a moment and said, forget about the pretty senior. Among our 2023 freshmen, there are a few highly sought-after candidates for campus beauties. For example, Mu Hongyu from our School of Computer Science. Su Qingcheng from the Medical School. Su Ruoli from the Art Academy. Lin Xianya from the School of Mathematics. There's also Zhao Hongzhuang. Hee, you'll never guess which compound she's from. Chenzhe asked, School of Nursing? Wang Bo shook his finger, no. Business Administration? No. Language? Hee, you can't guess it, it's the School of Mechanical Engineering. There are 28 boys in her class and only one girl. The gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. Chenzhe really didn't expect that a candidate for campus beauty would emerge from the mechanical engineering college. In his opinion, Zhao's appearance is just average, and probably because things are rare and valuable, she is treated like a treasure by the boys. Chenzhe waved his hand, stop talking nonsense. Do you know the whereabouts of these school beauties? The campus belle in our college is an internet addict, and she is probably in an internet cafe near the school. Su Ruoli should be practicing in the dance studio, and we need to find out more about the other campus beauties. Wang Bo spoke without hesitation, and it was obvious that he had been paying attention to these campus beauties for a long time. Chenzhe nodded in affirmation. Okay, I'll report back after further investigation. Wang Bo asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Chenzhe said with a determined look, I want to pick up the school beauty. Wang Bo's mouth twitched. Brother, have you gone crazy because of Son Yuchi's attack? You can't even handle Son Yuchi, and yet you want to hit on the school belle? Isn't this just wishful thinking? What if I succeed? Chenzhe asked back. Wang Bo shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chenzhe asked calmly, what if it succeeds? Wang Bo said firmly, then I will recognize you as my godfather. Wait for me. I'm going to go out for a while and then treat you to dinner tonight. Chenzhe said and prepared to leave. Wang Bo was horrified. Invite me to dinner? You're inviting me? Are you planning to poison the food so that I can go down with you? Brother, don't do anything stupid. Get out. Chenzhe kicked Wang Bo lightly on the butt and then walked out. Looking at his confident steps, Wang Bo suddenly felt that his brother seemed a little different. After leaving the school gate, Chenzhe went straight to the largest internet cafe near the school, Wanyu Internet Cafe. Compared to going to a dance studio, it is more comfortable to go to an internet cafe. After entering the internet cafe, Chenzhe did not rush to the front desk to turn on the computer, but walked around inside. After a while, Chenzhe easily found the bright and dazzling girl at the second row of computers by the window. Although there are many girls in the internet cafe, she is the most eye-catching one. She had her hair tied in a ponytail and wore a white baseball cap. Her facial features were bright and her eyes were charming. She wore a black camisole on her upper body, and her sexy and beautiful collarbone was clearly visible. 36D, A4 waist. She was wearing a blue denim miniskirt, and underneath the skirt was a pair of long, straight, white legs. They were so white that they glowed, and so white that even Chenzhe's heart trembled. She wore white sneakers and white stockings, which perfectly highlighted the curves of her calves. Those long legs are simply killing me. It's not an exaggeration to say that my legs are as long as my legs. Dear readers, here is the picture. Chenzhe couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this was used to test cadres, which cadre could withstand such a test? Ding! A capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check? Chenzhe muttered to himself and checked. Name Mu Hongyu. Age, 19. Height 172 cm. Weight 58 kg. Overall appearance 89. Favorability, 0. Heartbeat 0. As expected of a candidate for school beauty, her appearance score is far over 80. I have come to the right place. Chen Zhe went to the front desk to turn on the machine for himself, bought a box lunch, a bottle of water and a bottle of Coke, then walked to the machine next to Mu Hongyu and sat down. Mu Hongyu was concentrating on playing games and didn't notice that there was another person on the computer next to her. She was wearing headphones and her thin, rosy lips were chattering non-stop. "Stone Man, don't steal my artillery vehicle. Do you want to die? Stone Man, if you don't want to jump, get out of here. Hasaki. Look at me, hey 8. IE. Look, I will show you how I can kill you." Chen Zhe glanced at her computer screen curiously. Mu Hongyu was playing League of Legends, playing Yasuo in the middle lane against Teemo. I saw her performing like a tiger, but the result was 0-5. Chen Zhe couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. I didn't expect that the school belle in my college would be such a girl, who was good at talking, but also naive and playful. Chapter 3, The School Beauty Makes My Heart Beat. Chen Zhe was not in a hurry to greet the girl, but waited patiently for an opportunity. After a minute, Mu Hongyu took off her headphones, pushed the keyboard forward, and leaned back in her chair angrily. "I'm so mad, I don't want to play anymore." Chen Zhe immediately opened the lid of the lunchbox, and the aroma of the food soon drifted into Mu Hongyu's nose. It is now past noon, and Mu Hongyu, who has not had lunch yet, suddenly feels hungry. She subconsciously glanced to the side, and then she realized that there was a boy on the machine next to her. The boy was wearing old-fashioned black framed glasses and had long bangs that covered his eyebrows and eyes, so it was hard to see what he looked like. He was holding a lunchbox in his hand, which contained delicious chicken legs, sweet and sour pork ribs and bok choy. "I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." Mu Hongyu became hungrier and hungrier the more she watched, and couldn't help swallowing. She was just about to ask the network administrator to buy a lunchbox when the boy next to her suddenly said, "Your record is a bit miserable." Mu Hongyu got angry when he heard this. He didn't even bother to feed his hungry stomach and started to eat immediately. "It's all the fault of those stupid teammates. The Stone Man either didn't use his ultimate or used his ultimate in vain, and he also tried to steal my artillery vehicle. A blind man can only kick people far away. The barbarian on the top lane can't beat Garen. Ashe's ult never hits anyone in the bottom lane. What can I do? I'm desperate too." She looked angry, like Jerry getting mad at Tom. Chen Zhe wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it back. He showed a sympathetic expression, nodded and said, "It's indeed all my teammates' fault. But you played so well, wouldn't it be a pity if you lost this game?" "Yeah, who says it isn't? It's all the fault of those stupid teammates. They were scolded for being bad but they refused to admit it." Chen Zhe's words touched Mu Hongyu's heart, making her feel like she had found a soulmate in the vast sea of people. Mu Hongyu favorability +10. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Zhe couldn't help but smile. Anyone who plays MOBA games can blame their teammates for losing: the bad network, the slow mouse, the malfunctioning keyboard, the freezing hands, the hot weather, or sweating. But I won't blame myself for my poor performance. Even a school beauty like Mu Hongyu is no exception. This way, it will be easier to handle. There's nothing I can do about it. Whatever, I lose. It's no big deal. Mu Hongyu comforted herself. "How about I give it a try?" Chen Zhe suggested. "Can you do it?" Mu Hongyu looked doubtful. These three short words mean a lot to boys: provocation, contempt, impoliteness. You have to know that Chen Zhe once reached the master rank in Ionia solo queue. Wouldn't he be killing everyone in this kind of novice match? Of course, Chen Zhe did not bother with the naive Mu Hongyu. Facts speak louder than words, and he would blind her beautiful eyes with his own actions later. "Get up now. There's nothing to lose by letting me try." "Okay." Mu Hongyu stood up and gave her seat to Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe sat on her chair, and the seat and mouse still carried the girl's residual warmth. Just as he was about to put on his headphones, he heard Mu Hongyu's voice. "Oh, you haven't eaten yet? How about eating first?" "It's okay, I'm not hungry yet. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Why don't you eat it first and I'll buy another one later?" After saying that, Chen Zhe put on his headphones, stopped talking, and played the game seriously. Mu Hongyu didn't hesitate to pick up the lunchbox and started eating. While eating, she watched what Chen Zhe was doing. After watching for a while, Mu Hongyu showed a puzzled expression. "What are you doing? Why don't you go fight?" In her eyes, the torso controlled by Chen Zhe never did any real work. He didn't defend the middle lane either. He first ran to the bottom lane to steal the line, then returned to the middle lane with his sprint shoes, went to the jungle to steal a few wild monsters, and then ran to the top lane again. Now is not the time. While Chen Zhe was stealing the red daddy on the opposite side, he explained to Mu Hongyu, "Why fight if you don't have money?" Oh. Mu Hongyu seemed to understand but felt that what Chen Zhe said made sense. After focusing on development for a few minutes, Chen Zhe went to the top lane to get an assist, and went to the bottom lane to grab a kill, and his equipment was finally ready. So the snowball started rolling. After a while, when Chen Zhe got 2 more heads. Killing Spring. Wow, that's impressive. Mu Hongyu's beautiful eyes lit up. She didn't even bother to eat, her beautiful eyes fixed on the computer screen, like a curious baby asking questions non-stop. How did you blow this? What kind of operation is this? Is this even possible? The same hero seems like a retard in her hands. But in Chen Zhe's hands, it is particularly elegant, smart, and chic. He is so awesome. While Chen Zhe was fighting, he could also patiently explain to her, this is just the simplest EQ flash. Just have hands. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. Is that so? A gleam of admiration flashed in Mu Hongyu's beautiful eyes. Mu Hongyu favorability +5. A small team fight suddenly broke out in the middle lane. Seeing the policewoman and the auxiliary Lux on the opposite side, Barbarian used E to go over and started to chop them, but 3 more people appeared on the opposite side. Barbarian desperately chopped Lux down to a low health, and the stone man was overjoyed to see the prey, and used his ultimate to get Lux's head. When Guangyue saw the stone man coming, he was frightened and subconsciously dodged to the side. Chen Zhe, who came to support from behind, killed the Lux with 1 EA. As a result, the stone man was too excited and his ultimate skill was too short, and he was about to hit the air again. As luck would have it, the blind man just gave a big kick and actually kicked Timo and the other 2 right under the stone man's feet. Bang! The stone men grew 3. Chen Zhe followed up with a big move. Double kill. Triple kill. 3 kills. Mu Hongyu was excited and nervous, and her little hands unconsciously grasped the armrests of the chair. After Chen Zhe landed, he used a Q to blow up Timo and took him away with a critical hit. Quadra kill. 4 kills. Mu Hongyu widened her beautiful eyes, held her breath, and kept repeating in her heart, 5 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills. In the end, Chen Zhe used a basic attack and EQ to take down the policewoman. Penta kill. Ace. Mu Hongyu screamed with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my god, pentakill, pentakill. I've never gotten a pentakill in my life. That's amazing. You are so handsome. Mu Hongyu favorability +5. Mu Hongyu favorability +5. Mu Hongyu favorability +10. Mu Hongyu's heartbeat point +1. Mu Hongyu's heartbeat point +1. System prompt, Mu Hongyu's heart points increased by 2, which can be exchanged for 10 attribute points. Chen Zhe felt secretly delighted. After just playing 1 game, Mu Honyu's favorability reached 35, and she also gained 2 heart points. As for favorability, 0-10 passers-by. 1130 ordinary friends. 3160 ambiguous friends. 6180 couple. 8195 a couple in love. 9599 true love. As for 100, it is a level of total devotion. That is the kind of person who will never leave you, no matter you are rich or poor, sick or healthy, even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, and you cannot drive him away. In other words, his relationship with Mu Hongyu is now that of ambiguous friends. It was because of this that he triggered the long-legged school beauty's heart to beat twice. Amazing. You are really amazing. Because she was too excited, Mu Hongyu couldn't help but grab Chen Zhe's arm and shake it. The distance between them was only the width of a palm, and Chen Zhe could smell the faint pleasant fragrance on her body. Her hair accidentally touched Chen Zhe's face, making him feel a little itchy. Chen Zhe originally thought that his heart would be sealed after being hit by Song Yuchi, but less than a day later, it seemed that his heart was a little loose. Chapter 400 times rebate. Mu Hongyu also realized that she was too close to this boy and it seemed a little ambiguous. She pretended to let go of his hand casually. Although she looks careless, she always has a sense of propriety when dealing with boys. Growing up, except for kindergarten, she had never held the hand of a boy of the same age. However, for some reason, even though it was the first time she met this boy and she didn't know his name or even his appearance clearly, she didn't mind being a little closer to him. Maybe this is because the esports rookie met the master? That's right, Chen Zhe, who got a pentakill despite a disadvantageous start, is undoubtedly an esports god in Mu Hongyu's heart. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Can you add me as a friend and take me to play with you? Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe expectantly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Just like when Crayon Shinchan meets Nanako, bling, bling. Okay. Of course I have to agree to such a good thing. Chen Zhe quickly added Mu Hongyu as his gaming friend, and also added her on QQ and WeChat. After adding friends, Mu Hongyu didn't rush to play games, but ran to the network administrator to buy a lunchbox for Chen Zhe. Come, eat first. Thank you. Chen Zhe took the lunchbox and pointed at the water and Coke on the table and asked, which one do you want to drink? I drink water. Mu Hongyu didn't pretend to be polite. She opened the lid and drank a few sips of water. Then she sat in front of the computer and busied herself taking a screenshot of the pentakill and posting it on social media. Chen Zhe ate while silently calling up the system panel. Seeing his own terrible statistics, he couldn't help but feel worried. With only 10 attribute points, where should I put them? If it was 10 centimeters, it would be fine, without any hesitation. System, can't heart points be exchanged for skills and items? Chen Zhe asked in his mind, why don't I see these? It is really hard to add these 10 points. How about trying your luck by drawing a lottery? Or exchange a skill? Due to the host's insufficient experience level, the function of exchanging skills and items is not yet open. When the accumulated points reach 30, the lucky draw function will be opened. When the accumulated points reach 100, the redemption function will be enabled. The dream was shattered, and after much thought, Chen Zhe decided to add 5 points to his appearance. Name Chen Zhe. Appearance, 60 barely acceptable. What the hell is this barely readable? It seems like adding this crappy appearance attribute is equivalent to not adding it at all. Chen Zhe felt that this system was a big pit and immediately added 5 points to his IQ. So his IQ came to 104. However, his mind did not suddenly become clear, as if he had been enlightened. Basically, there was no change from before. This wall-breaking system. Chen Zhe muttered indignantly, what a pit, what a huge pit. Mu Hongyu immediately comforted him, are you still scolding your teammates from the last game? It's all in the past, don't be angry. She didn't know that she was actually the worst player in the last game, otherwise it would have been difficult for Chen Zhe to turn the tables. Well, don't be angry, don't be angry. Chen Zhe nodded with a smile. After dinner, Chen Zhe sent a message to Wang Bo, asking him to help with roll call in the afternoon, and then played 3 games with Mu Hongyu. Mu Hongyu's favorability towards him rose slightly, to 39 points, and then there was no movement. Although the higher the favorability, the higher the cashback multiple. But Chen Zhe was no longer greedy. After all, he and Mu Hongyu had only known each other for a few hours, and having such a good impression of each other was already quite good. So Chen Zhe hurried to the front desk of the internet cafe, pointed at Mu Hongyu's position and said to the network administrator, top up 170 yuan to that girl's membership card. After buying food, turning on the computer, buying water and Coke, I still have 170 yuan left. The network administrator was a young man in his 20s. He was not surprised to hear what Chen Zhe said. He smiled and shook his head and said, dude, this trick doesn't work. People often wanted to recharge her in the past, but they always refunded her money. It's okay, just charge it first. Chen Zhe's eyes were more determined than when he joined the party. The network administrator did not persuade him again, but was a little puzzled, why not charge 200? Chen Zhe said, I weigh only 170 kilograms. The network administrator was choked by Chen Zhe's righteous tone. He looked at Chen Zhe for a few seconds with a look of a bootlicker, and then started to operate the recharge. Bite. As the recharge from the network administrator arrived, Chen Zhe heard a wonderful reminder sound. Black Card Bank on October 16, 2023 at 12:13, your account ending in 666 received 17,000 yuan, and the balance is 17,003.88 yuan. Oh shit. Awesome. 666. There is 100 times cash back. 17,000. Except for the few days when he paid tuition, Chen Zhe had never seen so much money. With such a system in hand, won't you be able to take off in the future? Brother system, no, uncle system. No, grandpa system. Xiao Chen's future happy life depends on you. Who just called me a broken system? Chen Zhe looked confused, who? I don't know. Looking at the boy sitting opposite him who was laughing foolishly, the network administrator thought to himself that this bootlicker is really hopeless. He had to remind her, "It has been charged, you can continue to board the plane." Who said it's done? Chen Zhe looked at the network administrator angrily. "Keep charging, give her 17,000. The network administrator was confused. "No, where did you get 17,000? Didn't you just say there were only 170? Why do you care so much? 17 is your lucky number? Why do you care so much?" "No, man, spend wisely, spend wisely. This isn't a massage parlor, and there's no recharge activity yet, so why did you recharge 17,000 yuan? Why do you care so much? Hey, that's interesting. Isn't that so?" Just as the two were arguing, a fragrant breeze blew over. She is coming, she is coming, she is coming with her long legs. "Did you pay for my internet bill?" Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe and asked directly. Before Chen Zhe could even open his mouth, the network administrator immediately said, "Yes, he recharged 170, and he wants to recharge another 10,000. I have never seen such a fool. Another 10,000? Mu Hongyu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. If it was just a recharge of over 100 yuan, considering her current favorable impression of Chen Zhe, it would not be unacceptable. After all, she could always repay the favor. But 10,000 yuan is really not appropriate. Just as the network administrator said. 10,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is not a little either. It depends on the occasion and time when it is spent. She had just met Chen Zhe for a short time, and he was going to give her such a large recharge. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. What does he want to do? Dear readers, please answer. Mu Hongyu favorability 5. Oh my god. Seeing this prompt, Chen Zhe felt terrible. I didn't expect that some people would be unhappy when I spent money on them. All of a sudden, he and Mu Hongyu became just ordinary friends. What a loss. That is fine, I won't charge it anymore. No, I was just joking with the network administrator. Chen Zhe explained hurriedly. That's good. Mu Hongyu nodded. The two continued playing games. 5:30 p.m. Chen Zhe yawned and walked out of the internet cafe with Mu Hongyu. It's really tiring to help a rookie gain points. He usually has to play 1 against 5, or even 1 against 9, and every game is very hard and painful. On the other hand, Mu Hongyu, who had won the Silver Unyielding Award, was very excited. Chen Zhe, when will you take me to the king level? When will you take me to the next level? How about we play all night tonight? Chen Zhe shook his head in response to Mu Hongyu's question. I also want to become the king, but unfortunately it is not that easy to become one. It's so difficult to help you get higher scores, and there may not be a next time. Playing all night? If you don't play League of Legends, you can play something else. Of course, I can't say any of this, I can only remain silent and shake my head. The two of them talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the school gate. At this moment, several boys and girls came from the other side, talking and laughing. Among them, there was a particularly familiar figure. It was Song Yuqi, who was wearing a short floral skirt. She was walking shoulder to shoulder with a boy, smiling like a flower and moving intimately. A gloomy look flashed across Chen Zhe's brows. Chapter 5 classmates should also pay attention to the degree. Although Chen Zhe said that he had let it go. However, is it so easy to give up the woman you have been pursuing for 3 years in a moment? In particular, Song Yuqi had just rejected me in the morning, but in the afternoon she was walking intimately with a boy. This is not a pleasant experience for anyone. However, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, Chen Zhe would never take the initiative to greet her. He's not that mean yet. Chen Zhe quickened his pace and walked towards the school gate, intending to avoid her. However, Song Yuqi saw him and immediately called out, Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe pretended not to hear and walked inside with his head down. Mu Hongyu caught up with him with her long legs, grabbed his arm, and kindly reminded him, Chen Zhe, someone is calling you. Oh, really? No? Did you hear it wrong? Chen Zhe looked confused. What about that? Did you see it? Mu Hongyu pointed in the direction of Song Yuqi and others. Thank you. You are such a nice person. Chen Zhe wanted to cry but had no tears. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and turn towards Song Yuqi and the others. Next to Song Yuqi and Sun Xian, there were 4 boys, probably they were buddies in the same dormitory. The boy standing next to Son Yuchi was tall, thin, fair-skinned, well-dressed, and quite handsome. He had a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist and 2 shopping bags in his hands. "Senior Huang, this is my high school classmate. It's a good opportunity for him to deliver the things in." Son Yuchi looked at the fair-skinned boy and said with a smile. The fair-skinned boy smiled and nodded. Son Yuchi looked at Chen Zai and said in an imperative tone, "Chen Zai, help me carry my things." Chen Zai did not respond. Because the system gave a prompt and detected an attackable object. He somehow checked Son Yuchi's information. Name Son Yuchi. Age, 19. Height 163 cm. Weight 49 kg. Overall appearance 85. Favorability 1. Heartbeat 0. After reading this information, Chen Zai felt even worse. Wang Defa? Even though his heartbeat was 0, he didn't feel too surprised. But Son Yuchi's favorability towards him is actually 1? Even if you meet a stranger, if you nod and smile at him when you meet him you will have a favorability level of 5 or 6 points. He has been licking Son Yuchi for almost 3 years, but her favorability towards him is only 1? Can you believe this? Chen Zai's heart twitched. Sure enough, Son Yuchi simply treated him as a tool. Why do you need to have good feelings towards a tool without any emotions? F. Manually muted. Although Chen Zai had decided to let go of Son Yuchi, he still couldn't help cursing in his heart. He felt it was not worth it. He felt that everything he had given in those 3 years of high school was ridiculous, pathetic, and lamentable. "Chen Zai, I want you to help me carry some things." Seeing Chen Zai standing there without any reaction, Son Yuchi couldn't help but frown her beautiful eyebrows. Hearing this, Chen Zai almost got furious. "Oh shit. Still want me to be your tool? I won't serve you anymore. A school beauty like Mu Hongyu is better than you in height, appearance, and figure, and she still has to beg me to help her get higher scores. How do you ask me to do something? What qualifications do you have?" Chen Zai took a deep breath, calmed down, looked at Son Yuchi and asked calmly, "What's in there?" "It looks heavy." Son Yuchi didn't notice Chen Zai's abnormality, she just urged him, "It's quite heavy, hurry up and take it." Senior Huang's hand is almost red from being strangled. "It's none of my business if he strangled himself." Chen Zai resisted the urge to sneer, and spoke slowly with a hint of a smile, "Since it's so heavy, then you guys do your best. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Not only Son Yuchi, but even Sun Qian next to her had a lot of questions in her mind. In the past, Chen Zai would take the initiative to carry things for Son Yuchi. I asked him to carry it today, but he actually refused to do it? Did he take the wrong medicine? Son Yuchi frowned and said unhappily, "Chen Zai, what do you mean? I asked you to carry something, but you're still hesitating?" Chen Zai was so angry that he laughed. In the past, he knelt in front of Son Yuchi for a long time, which made the other party accustomed to his humble attitude. Now he wanted to stand up, but Son Yuchi was not happy. "What I mean is, from now on, you can ask whoever wants to help you carry things. Anyway, I'm really busy, so I'm leaving now." Chen Zai waved his hand and left. Son Yuchi looked at Chen Zai's back and couldn't believe it. He just left like that? Sun Qian reacted and felt that she had guessed the truth. "Yuchi, is he angry because you rejected him? He dares?" Son Yuchi was a little annoyed. During the 3 years of high school, Chen Zai was more obedient than a dog in front of her. Now he actually dared to show a cold face in front of her? Is he going to turn against Tian Gang? "Hey, Chen Zai, stop right there." Son Yuchi trotted a few steps to catch up, gritted her teeth and said, "Although I rejected you, we are still good friends." "Is this how you treat your good friends?" There was a hint of anger and a strong sense of grievance in Son Yuchi's tone. It was as if Chen Zai had committed something that would wrath upon God and man by not carrying things for her. Oh, it's the familiar routine again. In the past, whenever Son Yuchi did this, no matter how aggrieved Chen Zai felt, he would feel that he was wrong, and then take the initiative to admit his mistake. He would spend several days coaxing her before she would show mercy and pay attention to him again. What good friend! Chen Zai chuckled, a good friend who does hard labor for you, carries things for you, and is ordered around by you like a dog? Whoever wants to be such a good friend can be one. Son Yuchi was stunned for a moment. Chen Zai, what do you mean? You don't want to be friends with me anymore? She reminded him in a stern tone, have you thought it through? If you don't make friends with me, you won't even have the chance to buy me breakfast in the future. In her opinion, Chen Zhe must have been so sad because of her rejection that he lost his mind. How dare he say he doesn't want to be friends with her anymore? Can Chen Zhe afford to lose the chance to get close to her? Hearing what Son Yuqi said, Chen Zhe couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He had nothing to say and just wanted to leave, but Son Yuqi stopped him. For a moment, Chen Zhe was a little troubled. When college boys face fairies, they often become a vulnerable and high-risk group. If the fairy starts a fight in public, the college boy will be in big trouble if he just uses a simple skill like "he molested me with his eyes." At this moment, a white and tender little hand reached out from behind Chen Zhe and took his hand. Chen Zhe turned around in surprise and saw Mu Honyu's beautiful and delicate face. Who is this? She looked a little solemn, and there was a hint of questioning in her tone. It was as if the wife saw her man having an affair outside. Chen Zhe reacted quickly and explained cooperatively, "Don't get me wrong, this is just my high school classmate." High school classmate? But you have to be careful about the situation. Mu Honyu glanced at Son Yuqi indifferently. Looking at the girl who suddenly stood next to Chen Zhe, even a beauty like Son Yuqi was distracted for a moment. The four boys were even more attracted by it, including the handsome and wealthy senior Huang Junwei. He looked at Mu Honyu from head to toe, with a hint of greed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the quality of this year's freshman would be so good. He thought Son Yuqi was already a rare high-quality girl, but he didn't expect that there would be another long-legged beauty. It looks like the fish in my pond will become more abundant. Chapter 6. Never forgive her easily. In terms of appearance, Mu Hongyu was only slightly better than Son Yuqi. If the pair of long, white, and perfectly curved legs only made Son Yuqi feel a little frustrated. So, here comes the point. Mu Honyu's 36D breasts made Son Yuqi lower her head in inferiority. There is no comparison, absolutely no comparison. Seeing that Son Yuqi's momentum suddenly weakened, Mu Hongyu was too lazy to say anything more to her. She took Chen Zhe's hand and prepared to leave. Huang Junwei walked over quickly and showed a handsome smile. "Hello, classmate, nice to meet you, my name is Huang Junwei. I have no interest in getting to know you." Mu Hongyu didn't even look at him. After saying this coldly, she left. Several brothers and many passers-by all looked at Senior Huang. This is a bit embarrassing. However, Huang Junwei still had a smile on his face, showing that he didn't care about the matter. Who is that man? He is Huang Junwei from the Department of Civil Engineering. He is very generous and I heard he is a second-generation rich man. Is that long-legged beauty Mu Hongyu, the school beauty from the computer science department? Yes, it's her. I didn't expect that school beauty Mu could reject that second-generation guy so straightforwardly. What a good girl. I like her. Hearing these discussions, Huang Junwei became even angrier. He couldn't help but glance at Mu Honyu's back, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Mu Honyu, right? If I can't handle you, I want to be named Huang. When Son Yuqi raised her head, Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu had already walked away. She looked at Chen Zhe's blurry back and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. From childhood to adulthood, when has she ever suffered such injustice? She comes from a well-off family and has been raised like a doll since she was young. No matter the elders at home, teachers at school, or classmates around her, they all pamper her, obey her, and like her. She lives like a princess. And Chen Zhe was lucky enough to become her knight. Because he has always been obedient and almost does whatever you say. He actually said such harsh words to her today? Just because I didn't agree to be his girlfriend? Why is he so lacking in self-awareness? What doesn't he understand? How lucky he is to be her good friend. How dare he have such unreasonable thoughts? He really went too far. The more Son Yuqi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the angrier she became. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Yuqi, don't be angry. It's not worth it for him. I bet that within 3 days, he will come to you and beg for forgiveness. Seeing Son Yuqi's tone, Sun Qian hurried forward to comfort her. Son Yuqi's expression eased a little. She felt that what Sun Qian said was absolutely right. Sun Qian reminded him, when the time comes, you can't forgive him so easily. You have to leave him alone for at least a week. Yeah, you're right. Son Yuqi nodded repeatedly. When she thought of Chen Zhe regretting in front of her and crying for forgiveness, her face finally turned from cloudy to bright. She looked at Huang Junwei and said with some apology and some heartache in her tone, "Senior Huang, you have worked hard on these things." "It's okay." Huang Junwei smiled pleasantly. Although he was more interested in Mu Hanyu, Song Yuqi was also a good appetizer. On the other side, Chen Zhe and Mu Hanyu had already reached the fork in the road between the male and female dormitory buildings. "Thank you so much for what you did just now." Chen Zhe expressed his gratitude to Mu Hanyu. If Mu Hanyu hadn't come to his aid just now, he really wouldn't have known how he would be able to leave smoothly. "You're welcome, we are good friends." Mu Hanyu waved her hand generously. After saying this, she noticed that something was wrong with Chen Zhe's expression, and quickly said, "Don't worry, my good friend is definitely different from her. My good friend, I only hope that he is happy, healthy, and successful in his studies. I won't ask him to do this or that, and I won't force him to do something he doesn't like." Hearing these words, Chen Zhe was moved. What a nice girl. Not only was she pretty, but she was also so considerate. He was not yet completely moved when he heard Mu Hanyu say, "As long as he can help me get higher points, that's fine." Caught off guard, Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment. "I really can't play games today." Mu Hanyu smiled slightly. "It's okay, call me whenever you want to play games." "Okay, bye then." "Then, would you like to let go of your hands first?" Chen Zhe then noticed that he was still holding Mu Hanyu's hand. His old face turned red and he quickly let go of her hand. Mu Hanyu waved her hand gracefully and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Chen Zhe turned and walked towards the boys' dormitory. When no one was paying attention, he put his hand in front of his nose and smelled it. Smells good. This was the first time in his life that he held a girl's hand, and the girl was so beautiful. "I really made a profit today." Chen Zhe happily came to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory and called Wang Bo, "Rebellious son, come downstairs, I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, he hung up the phone without listening to Wang Bo's words. Wang Bo came downstairs reluctantly, looking at Chen Zhe doubtfully. "Are you really going to treat me to a meal? What's the good day today? Stop talking nonsense, let's go." Chen Zhe put his arm around his shoulders. The two came to the snack street at the back door of the school. There are barbecues, desserts, fried skewers, milk tea, small restaurants, and various snacks here. College students come and go, and the atmosphere is full of liveliness. The two of them walked into a small restaurant at random. Chen Zhe ordered 3 dishes and a soup, plus a large bottle of iced Coke, which cost a total of 130 yuan. After seeing Chen Zhe pay the money, Wang Bo finally dared to believe the fact before his eyes. If you spend $100 or $200 to buy a gift for a girl, she will think it is not high-end enough. If you spend $100 or $200 to treat your brothers to a meal, they will wish your godfather a long life. Godfather. Did you win the lottery? Wang Bo felt that he had discovered the truth, and his face was full of excitement. "I have made a fortune, right? Why don't you take me to the 3rd floor to play? I have always wanted to go there." "You've made a fortune." Chen Zhe glanced at him and said, "I dare to take you there, but you've never even held a girl's hand before. Do you dare to go up?" Wang Bo was unconvinced. "Big brother, don't you say that second brother is different? You haven't held hands with him either?" "Hey, I just held her hand, and it was the hand of our department's campus beauty Mu." Chen Zhe stretched out his hand, his face full of pride. Wang Bo rolled his eyes. "Keep bragging. Anyone who believes you is an idiot." Chen Zhe chuckled, "Believe it or not." After dinner, the two strolled back to the dormitory. Chen Zhe felt very tired after taking his sister to study for the whole afternoon. He lay down on the bed as soon as he entered the dormitory and took out his mobile phone to play. He opened WeChat to see if there was any message, and saw that the top chat was with Song Yuqi. He immediately frowned and deleted her. Then Chen Zhe checked his moments and saw a user with the ID Xiao Yuer posted a screenshot of a pentakill. Caption: "I accidentally got a pentakill, hee hee." Behind him is a smug expression with sunglasses on. Chen Zhe gave her a big thumbs up. Seeing Chen Zhe's like, Mu Hongyu quickly sent him a message: "Have a good rest and recharge your batteries. My next pentakill circle of friends depends on you. Try your best. Try your best." Chen Zhe was typing when suddenly a big head popped out. Wang Bo asked flatteringly, "Godfather, it's okay if we don't go to the 3rd floor. How about going to the bar? I've never been to that place either." Startled, Chen Zhe said unhappily, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired today." "Okay. Let's go tomorrow. I'll remember that." Wang Bo responded and immediately retracted his head. Chapter 7, Start to capture the female anchor. When did I say I'm going tomorrow? Chen Zhe's mind was full of question marks. At this time, Xiao Yuer's message came, and he had no time to argue with Wang Bo. After chatting with Mu Hongyu for a while, Chen Zhe opened Douyu and wanted to watch the live broadcast of League of Legends. As a result, my finger accidentally touched an inconspicuous recommendation position on the platform. The live broadcast interface pops up. The anchor is a beautiful girl with fair skin, red lips, and white teeth. She was wearing a rose-red suspender dress that only reached mid-thigh, and her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings looked exceptionally smooth. It makes people want to try the feel of it. The host is dancing to the music, and it can be seen that she has excellent dancing skills. Her graceful figure coupled with her charming expression is simply breathtaking. Gentlemen, here are the pictures. Ding, a capturable target detected. The system only has this prompt, but no specific data. I guess this is the difference between online and offline. Even the system cannot give accurate data when faced with the live broadcast platform's powerful, almost magical functions of beauty, face slimming, leg stretching, etc. However, since the system has determined that it can be conquered, that means two things. First, even if we put aside the beauty and filter functions, this anchor named Liulibu Qi Tang is definitely a beauty. The second point is also the most important point. As long as Chen Zhe consumes in this live broadcast room, he can get rebates. Although it is impossible to know the other party's favorability level, it will definitely not be like Mu Hongyu's, where the favorability level drops. Because they dance so hard just to get tips. In that case, just brush it. Liulibu Qi Tang is a new anchor with very low popularity. Although she danced very hard, no one came to the live broadcast room. But she was not discouraged, as everything is difficult at the beginning. She believes that with her good looks and dancing skills, her popularity will gradually increase. After dancing, Liuli sat down to rest without eating any candy and started chatting with the fans. There were only a few dozen people in the live broadcast room, most of them kept silent, with only a few LSPs chattering there. Good dance. A little stiffness to show respect. Type with both hands to prove your innocence. I've taken off my pants and you're showing me this? Sister, dance one more time, I'll be ready soon. Liulibu Qi Tang felt helpless when she saw these comments. She didn't have a property manager, and she was afraid that if she kicked the person out herself she would lose even more popularity, so she could only pretend that she didn't see anything. At this time, a person with the ID Gongzi Shi Wushuan posted a barrage. Very good dancing. I decided to give you a present. Liuli, who doesn't eat candy, showed a formulaic smile. Thank you this. Young master is unparalleled in the world. Apart from this, she said nothing else. After all, this ID is just a second-level account, and it doesn't seem to have much spending power. I guess the only things it can send are some free gifts or small gifts worth a few cents. Such free gifts were naturally not worth her saying a word about. This second-level account is naturally Chen Zhe. He used to like watching League of Legends game hosts when he had nothing to do. Of course, the coins are not swiped, the main focus is companionship. He has to use his meager living expenses to buy breakfast and gifts for Son Yuchi, and he also has to budget his own meals carefully, so how can he have money to give a reward? But things are different now. He casually recharged 10,000 yuan and then gave the female anchor a gift. Then, Liuli suddenly saw a super rocket rising into the sky on the computer screen. The cool and dazzling special effects occupied her entire vision. Liuli was stunned for a moment. It's so popular. A super popular post can earn 2,000 yuan, and after deducting the platform's share, she can still earn 1,000. She has been live streaming on and off for more than half a month, and has earned more than 200 yuan in total. I didn't expect that this level 2 account would be so generous. Stupid girl, why are you still standing there when the big brother comes to the live broadcast room? It's not easy. I've been paying attention to Liuli for a week. The biggest gift she's ever received is an airplane. Today is her lucky day. Liuli, why don't you thank Big Brother quickly? Hurry up and thank Big Brother. In this live broadcast room, there are still some fans of Liuli's beauty. But perhaps because they are short of money, these people have remained silent. But when they saw how popular Chen Zhe was, they suddenly became excited and the live broadcast room seemed much more lively. Seeing the reminder in the barrage, Liuli finally reacted. She immediately stood up, smiled sweetly, and put her hands on her head to make a heart shape with her hands. Wow! Thank you, Brother Wushwang, for the superfire. This is the first time Lioli has received such a gift. Brother Wushwang is so handsome. I love you. Heart. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 10. Lioli looks very beautiful when she smiles. Her lips painted with lip gloss are crystal clear and her teeth are neat and white, making people want to take a bite. Lioli's smile is so sweet, I love it. I want to die in her smile. So sweet and sexy. You are indeed my favorite sister. The netizens were very excited and posted comments one after another, but the host Chen Zhe had no time to type. Because he was busy checking the system cashback information. When I looked at it, I found that only 2,000 was returned. Since the system did not clearly give the specific relationship between favorability and cashback multiples, Chen Zhe could only rely on his own guesses and research. It should be because the favorability is too low, so it can only be a minimum guarantee and cannot trigger a high cashback at all. Lioli asked with a smile, "What is Brother Wushwang busy with? What kind of dance do you like to see Lioli dance?" Lioli can dance several kinds of dances. If you don't know how to dance, you can learn it. Chen Zhe didn't reply and sent out 4 more superfires in one breath. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a super rocket too. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a super rocket 3. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give 4 super rockets to the anchor Lioli who doesn't eat sugar. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give 5 super rockets to the anchor Lioli who doesn't eat sugar. Seeing the special effects constantly emerging in the live broadcast room, Lioli covered her rosy little mouth with her hands, her face full of disbelief. 5,000 yuan, I made 5,000 yuan just after the show started. I met a real big brother today. Although she has only been on the platform for a short time, she knows how difficult it is to be a new anchor. If you don't join a union and just play on your own, it would be very good to earn 4 or 5,000 a month. But in just a few minutes today, she made 5,000. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 10. Brother Wushwang is so generous. 5 of them are super popular at once. Brother Wushwang is awesome. Lioli, are you in a daze again? Why don't you thank Big Brother quickly? The live broadcast room became lively again. Lioli turned on the music and smiled sweetly, thanks to Brother Wushwang for being so popular. This next big pendulum is dedicated to my best brother Wushwang. I hope you like it. The music started and Lioli began to dance the pendulum. The twisting waist and snow-white legs made the viewers scream with excitement. Lioli had just danced for a while when the screen in the live broadcast room started floating again. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Another 5 super hot shots. Thank you, Brother Wushwang, the best brother in the world. Brother Wushwang is so generous. Brother Wushwang is awesome. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 10. Just after saying a word of thanks, Lioli hasn't recovered from the excitement yet, and the live broadcast room began to light up with blinding special effects. Still 5 shots are super hot. Chapter 8 Lioli takes the initiative to send a private message. I wish my brother Wushwang good health and a long life. Brother Wushwang, I love you, I love you. Lioli was so excited that her face flushed, and her favorability towards young Master Sure Wushwang kept increasing. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 5. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 5. How long has it been? Brother Wushwang has already given her 15 superfires. Converted into cash, that is 30,000 yuan, and she can get more than 10,000 yuan. For a new anchor, this is simply a blessing from heaven. This is a great god of wealth. I must hold on to him tightly. This time, without the reminder from enthusiastic netizens, Lioli also realized that he had to hold on to this good big brother tightly. However, ever since he entered the live broadcast room and said he wanted to send some gifts, Dongzi Sure Wushwang hasn't said a word since. No matter how she thanked him, no matter how hard she danced, acted cute or sexy, there was no response at all. Could it be that this big brother is particularly aloof? The fans also noticed something was wrong. Lioli thanked him so many times, but why didn't this good brother do anything? No matter what, at least make a sound. Brother Wushwang, can you say something? Do you have both hands free? Yes, he should have both hands full. Brother Wushwang is too strong. I finished long ago, but he is still holding on. Brother Wushwang is awesome, 666. He is truly a role model for our generation. Gonzisher Wushwang, busy.
Seeing so many messages in the live broadcast room, Shenzhe finally replied with one word.
He was indeed busy with work, studying the ratio between favorability and cash back.
If Liuli's initial favorability value is 0 points, the first 15 shots are super hot, adding 40 points of favorability, but the cashback is all guaranteed. From this point of view, the level of favorability between passers-by and ordinary friends is difficult to trigger high multiple cashback, and it is even difficult to exceed the 1-to-1 guaranteed ratio.
While throwing super fire, Shenzhe silently watched the changes in cashback and favorability. Next, he threw a dozen more super fires, and finally reduced Liuli's favorability of not eating sugar to 45 points.
The few posts after that were super popular, but the favorability increased very little, only a little bit at a time, and it couldn't increase anymore after reaching 45.
Liuli's favorability progress bar seemed to be stuck.
Moreover, among the dozen or so super hot items that he swiped later, Shenzhe only triggered the tenfold cashback once, and the rest were guaranteed. In other words, there was only one time when the cashback increased from 2,000 to 20,000. Seeing the total wealth become 35,003.88 yuan, Shenzhe couldn't help but sigh. He had to keep recharging and giving rewards, calculate the favorability, and guess the cashback ratio. The key was that he had to withstand the test and force himself not to look at Liuli's slender waist and long white legs, so as not to be distracted and make mistakes in calculations.
His CPU was almost burned out.
In the end, after working hard for half a day, I only earned less than 20,000.
Too tired. Isn't the starting point for the super rich and other systems hundreds of trillions or even quadrillions?
Why is my system so crap? Forget it, I don't want to study it anymore, it's just a waste of brain cells, I'd better just focus on watching the dance.
Does Brother Wushwang like this dance? Liuli finished another dance, her breathing becoming a little rapid. Shenzhe kept giving gifts and didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to stop.
She danced several times in one breath, but she was very tired.
She has been trying to communicate with Shenzhe.
If others ignored her or did not respond, she would have been too lazy to say anything. But today, this good brother has given her more than 70,000 yuan.
Does she dare to ignore him?
Even if he wanted to make some slightly excessive requests, she could only agree with a smile. As for those that are particularly excessive, that depends on the situation.
You danced well. I see you are tired. Take a rest. Shenzhe finally had time to chat and watch dancing. Thank you, Brother Wushwang. Liuli was very excited. He finally replied. It's not easy. This aloof good brother finally spoke. He also cares about whether he is tired or not.
It feels so good to be cared for by others.
Liuli doesn't eat candy, heart rate +3. Is Brother Wushwang done? Brother Wushwang's hands are finally free.
No wonder, I was wondering why Brother Wushwang wasn't typing, it turns out he wasn't free before.
Friends followed suit.
As Shenzhe began typing and chatting, the live broadcast room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Because Shenzhe had posted more than 30 super hot posts, the popularity of Liuli's live broadcast room increased tremendously, and the popularity increased visibly, with more and more people coming. Everyone who came in was discussing Liuli's beauty and Wushwang's arrogance. This Liuli is so beautiful, I declare her my 23rd wife and Doyu.
Don't even think about it.
Brother Run Wushwang has gained so much popularity just to take down the anchor.
What does it have to do with you?
Gonzisher Wushwang said, I really don't have such an idea.
I don't believe it. Don't believe +1. Do you believe in Brother Wushwang or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huan?
I swear to God, Shenzhe's original intention was just to make money, and being able to gain heart points was an unexpected gain. Although he felt a little agitated when he saw Liuli's graceful dance while watching the live broadcast. But he is a young and strong college student, it would be abnormal if he was not agitated. Seeing that Brother Wushwang was being besieged, Liuli hurried out to rescue him. Okay, my dears, stop making fun of Brother Wushwang. It's the first time I've met such a good brother since Liuli started live streaming.
You must not scare him away. How about I dance for everyone and you guys stop talking about this, okay? Okay, dance, do a big pendulum. I want to see the train rocking. Subject 3. A comment from Gonzisher Wushwang floated up. You are tired, you are not allowed to jump.
Liuli was just about to stand up and dance, but when she saw this comment, she felt so sweet in her heart that she sat down obediently. Okay, Brother Wushwang.
Lioli doesn't eat candy, heart moving points +1. Brother Wushuang is so domineering. Brother Wushuang really has a keen eye. Lioli is so beautiful and has such a good figure.
She is also so obedient and well behaved. She is definitely worth dozens of superstars.
Wow, why can't I find a girlfriend like this? Tears of envy welled up in the corners of my mouth.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, come on, you will definitely have it in your next life.
Chenzai chatted idly and looked at the panel properties at the same time. System prompt, get 4 heart moving points, which can be exchanged for 20 attribute points.
Because when he first added attribute points, Chenzai felt that he was being cheated by the system. This time he was too lazy to worry about anything. He just put the attribute points here and add more when he had time. Next, Chenzai chatted in the live broadcast room for a while and found that continuing to make money here had no other meaning except satisfying his vanity.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, Lioli, I'm leaving first. I'll come to see you next time when I'm free. Ah? Brother Wushuang, you are leaving? Why are you so anxious? Lioli suddenly became a little anxious. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, busy. Wait a minute.
She quickly sent a private message to Chenzai, Brother Wushuang, remember to read the private message.
You are welcome to come and see Lioli next time. Lioli will always be waiting for you.
As she said this, she made a heart shape to Chenzai.
Chapter 9 Million Popular Anchor Nan Meyer. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, okay, see you next time.
After sending this message, Chenzai exited the live broadcast room.
The netizens felt a little jealous when they saw this scene. What can Lioli do by sending a private message to Brother Wushuang? Isn't it time to add contact information? Will this develop into a story that the top brother and the female anchor have to tell? It's basically almost right. You can add it if you want, but why don't you just avoid us? That's right, it's too presumptuous. Wow, I'm so sad. I've been following you since the first day of your show.
Lioli said quickly, I'm sorry, my dears, I didn't expect Brother Wushuang to leave so soon.
I can't help it. Okay, I understand you.
It's not easy to meet a good big brother, so of course you have to hold on to him tightly. Yes, Xiao Lioli's luck has turned around.
Congratulations. Don't forget me when you become rich.
These fans who are good looking have been watching Lioli since her debut until now, and they know how difficult it has been for her. Although I felt like my treasure had been discovered, I felt more relieved. This silly girl will soon be able to make it, maybe even become a big anchor.
Thinking of this, they actually felt a little excited.
Chenzai came out of Lioli's live broadcast room and went to the Star Show area for a stroll. He couldn't increase Lioli's favorability anymore, so he had to find someone else to increase it.
Chenzai randomly clicked on the live broadcast room of a popular anchor.
The anchor's name is Nan Meyer, and her live broadcast room currently has millions of fans. She looks very sexy and charming, with big eyes, long eyelashes, and beautiful eyes that seem to be emitting electricity all the time. Wearing an off-shoulder t-shirt, you can see the light-colored transparent belt, and the building on the chest, it is quite magnificent. Because she was sitting there chatting with her friends, you couldn't see what she was wearing on her lower body.
Pictured above.
Ding, a capturable target detected.
Chenzai nodded secretly.
He was indeed a popular anchor with millions of fans. Even with the beauty filter, his real appearance was over 80 points. The barrage here is much more lively than that in Lioli's live broadcast room. Fortunately, Chenzai had made a large investment before and upgraded his account level, which gave him many privileges and special effects. Otherwise, his barrage of comments would not be able to attract Nan Meyer's attention at all.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, would you like to dance, host? I'll give you a gift.
Nan Meyer simply skipped the message.
She is not a small anchor like Lioli.
It is impossible for her to dance just because anyone tells her to. A level 60 room manager replied, hey, big brother, if you want to see me or dance, you can send some gifts.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, oh. Chenzai used to just watch game anchors, and his main focus was companionship, and he never paid any coins. I had basically no time to watch live broadcasts during my 3 years of high school, and I had no idea that if you want someone to dance, you have to give gifts first. After being reminded by the housing manager, he finally understood why Nan Meyer ignored him. Chenzai was just about to give some gifts when the broken campus network suddenly got disconnected. The housing manager couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Chenzai didn't move at all and even left the room. TSK, another one who wants to get something for free.
Although Gongzi Shi Wuxuang's account level is indeed not low, the room manager probably raised it slowly by giving people trivial rewards over many years. In fact, he doesn't have much strength at all. Because these days, except during competitions when the guild bosses will give the anchor a lot of gifts, it is not easy to meet a real big brother in the wild. After all, the Union's money must be returned in full, but the wild big brother wants to spend it in real money.
There are really not many rich people like this. In fact, Chen Zhe was struggling to connect to the internet.
The school broadband is just like this. Not only is it not fast, it also often freezes and is unstable.
The worst thing is that the network may be disconnected. After trying for a long time, I finally reconnected.
After re-entering the live broadcast room, the picture still looked a little stuck. Chen Zhe wasn't sure whether this broken network was fixed or not, so he just randomly typed a few dots and tried to send a barrage. At this moment, Nan Meyer is still chatting with her friends. Suddenly, I saw a conspicuous comment. At first glance, it was that young master unparalleled in the world again. A trace of annoyance flashed through Nan Meyer's heart. What would you like to order? I asked you to send a gift, but you kept nodding after hesitating for a long time.
That's enough.
Of course, she couldn't say anything sarcastic, so she just frowned slightly and ignored the message. Chen Zhe saw that the barrage was sent out, but then the screen in the live broadcast room froze again, just when Nan Meyer frowned slightly.
Nan Meyer favorability 5. Wow, this net is broken.
Chen Zhe couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply disconnected from the campus network and used his own data to re-enter the live broadcast room. Seeing young Master Shi Wuxuang coming in again, the property manager couldn't bear it anymore.
A picture suddenly appeared in my mind. Hey, I came in, hey, I went out again, hey, I came in again, come and hit me. What the fuck are you doing going in and out? You can't afford the gifts, so you're just being mean, right?
The house manager couldn't help but saying yin and yang, big brother, I've already told you that if you want to see dancing, you have to give gifts.
How many times do you want me to tell you? As long as the gifts start moving, Mir will shake it for you.
After Chen Zhe came in, he wanted to directly brush 17 super fires.
Why 17 rounds? Is 17 really his lucky number? The curious network administrator of Netfish Internet Cafe asked this question before. The answer is of course no.
Because Chen Zhe only has 35,000, he can only send 17 super fire ones. But when he saw the sarcastic comments from the property manager, he restrained himself and just sent a small plane. The property manager sneered behind the computer.
Want to watch dancing on a broken plane?
Of course, he still typed, thank you, big brother, for the little plane. Nan Meyer also said perfunctorily, thank you, Master Shi Wuxuang, for sending me the plane.
Chen Zhe noticed Nan Meyer's perfunctory attitude.
Compared to Liuli, who sings, dances, acts cute and makes heart shapes with her hands, Nan Meyer is much more arrogant.
However, this should be the difference between big anchors and newcomers, right? Chen Zhe estimated that a small gift would not be enough to increase Nan Meyer's favorability.
So he sent out 17 super hot ones in one go. See the super hot special effects floating on the screen. The housing manager was stunned. I didn't expect this big brother to be so capable.
I really looked down on others before.
The room manager quickly typed, warm thanks to big brother Wuxuang for sending 10 super fires. I will not surrender to heaven or earth, but to big brother's strength. Nan Meyer was also a little stunned when she saw these dozen super hot people. But she quickly reacted and showed a warm and sweet smile, thanks to my brother Wuxuang for the super fire.
Brother Wuxuang, what kind of dance do you want to see me do? Dynamic light wave or train shake? Chen Zhe said nothing.
I am looking at the system prompts.
Nan Meyer favorability +3. Chen Zhe? 17 super hot shots only increased the favorability by 3 points? No way, no way.
Before with Liuli, one super fire shot would increase your favorability by 10 points.
I shot you, Nan Meyer, 17 times, and you only increased by 3 points? Adding the 5 points deducted previously, it seems that your impression of me is still negative, right? Isn't it too difficult to get the big prize here?
Forget it, let us slip away.
It doesn't matter who you brush it for, right?
Nan Meyer had already stood up at this moment. Although Gongzi Shi Wuxuang did not react, the 17 super fires were in place, so of course she had to take the initiative. When she stood up like this, her long white legs in denim hot pants were exposed. A black belt was tied around her left thigh, making her look sexy and seductive. Nan Meyer bent down, moved closer to the camera, covered her chest with one hand, and showed a charming smile.
Wow, 17 rockets.
Brother Wushwang is so powerful, these rockets are so powerful that I can't resist them.
Thank you for your super fire, Brother Wushwang, I love you.
The response from viewers in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic.
How fierce. I'm more powerful than him, do you believe it? I'm even more powerful, Mir, do you want to try it?
Compared to the excited netizens, Chen Zhe had a blank expression on his face and did not look happy at all. Seeing this woman's beautiful smile, if I didn't know that her favorability was negative, I would have been fooled.
Women are born actors.
Chen Zhe felt uncomfortable and left the live broadcast room without saying a word.
Let us go to the next one.
Chapter 10: The Godly Rich Man.
Nan Meyer was confused.
The housing manager was confused. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned.
Children, do you have a lot of question marks? Yes.
No one understood, because young Master Shi Wushwang clearly wanted to see Mir dance. Who knew that after he had posted more than a dozen super hot comments, Mir even took the initiative to express that she wanted to dance, but he just left.
What is going on?
Although she was very confused, Nan Mir did not stand there idly. She quickly sent a private message to the property manager, asking him to find Brother Wushwang and try hard to get his contact information.
The room manager immediately took the order and went away.
While looking for someone, he asked the room managers in other live broadcast rooms to pay attention to the whereabouts of young Master Shi Wushwang in the room manager chat group. Besides, after Chen Zhe left Nan Mir's live broadcast room, he didn't continue to watch the big anchor. He heard that these big anchors were basically wealthy people with monthly incomes of tens or even millions. There are a lot of rich people in their live broadcast room, so it is not surprising that they are usually very popular.
Didn't you see that he had to gain 17 super fires to only gain 3 points of favorability from Nan Mir?
Therefore, Chen Zhe estimated that even if he became extremely popular among other big anchors, it would be difficult to gain their favorability. In fact, Nan Meyer regrets it so much now. Although Chen Zhe left the live broadcast room for unknown reasons, her woman's sixth sense told her that Brother Wushwang might be angry. Now in her overall top 10, the top 5 are all union bosses. She couldn't get this money at all. But the wild Brother Wushwang earned more than 34,000 yuan, so she can earn almost 10,000 yuan.
10,000 a day is really not a small amount. But Chen Zhe didn't know the ins and outs here.
Although he used to watch live broadcasts when he had nothing to do, he had never spent any money and didn't know the tricks involved. The bloody facts in Nan Mir's live broadcast room told him.
Don't watch big anchors, it's hard to gain favorability with them.
If you have the energy, you might as well choose some pretty young anchors to watch. This also resulted in the other several top female anchors on the Douyu platform all missing the chance to see Gongzi Shi Wushwang. Chen Zhe wandered around the various sections for a while, and specifically took a look at the live broadcast rooms that were neither popular nor unpopular. He won't go because he's too popular. He won't go because his popularity is too low, probably because his appearance is not good enough.
It was pure luck that I met Liuli, a new and beautiful anchor with low popularity. Don't take luck as the norm.
He began to screen through live broadcast rooms with tens or even hundreds of thousands of viewers. After visiting more than a dozen live broadcast rooms, a system prompt was finally triggered. Ding, a capturable target detected. This is a singing host named Itua Lazy Sheep. She has short hair, red lips, and white teeth, and wears a white shirt. Although her pretty face is not particularly stunning, it becomes more and more attractive the more you look at it. The whole person looks clean and refreshed, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Her voice is also very clean, with a hint of magnetism, and she is beautiful with a sweet voice. Pictured above. As soon as Chen Zhe entered the live broadcast room, a room manager immediately welcomed him. Hey, Brother Wushwang is here.
Welcome Brother Wushwang. Little lamb, big brother is here. Brother Shenhao Wushwang is here. Welcome, Brother Wushwang. A warm welcome.
The netizens were also very excited.
Nowadays, Chen Zhe is quite famous on the Douyu platform.
After all, he gained 70 or 80 super hot followers in just a short time tonight. A wealthy man like him would naturally be remembered by all the major anchors.
Especially those female anchors.
Many netizens also remembered Gongzi Shi Wushwang, the wealthy man who suddenly appeared.
Lazy Sheep is singing, girl, why are you crying so loudly? I'm waiting for you by the river on the other side of the road. What secrets are hidden in your heart? I want to hug you tightly.
This song is not difficult, and she sang it casually and easily, with a hint of laziness.
So she could distract herself by watching the comments.
Hearing that the wealthy brother Gongzi Shi Wuxuan was coming, he lazily raised his hand and shook it, then smiled towards the camera as a greeting to Chen Zhe.
Gongzi Shi Wuxuan, you sang very well. I decided to give you a gift. This sentence made the people in the live broadcast room even more excited. Here it comes. Brother Wuxuan has made another decision. Once Brother Wuxuan makes a decision, it will start with dozens of superfires. I missed it before, I'm waiting for it to go viral this time. Chen Zhe did not disappoint them and sent out 17 superfires in one breath, and the screen was immediately filled with 666 barrages. A bunch of lazy sheep's favorability plus 10. A bunch of lazy sheep's favorability plus 10. Thank you, Brother Wuxuan, for the super rocket. You can order any song that Brother Wuxuan likes to listen to. Lazy Sheep smiled happily. It was the first time she received so many super rockets since her live broadcast. It is such a great fortune to meet a rich man like Brother Wuxuan. Gongzi Shi Wuxuan, Madam Shixiang. Lazy Sheep looked puzzled and said a little embarrassedly, "What song is this? I don't think I know how to sing it. Let me search it." Before she could search, countless viewers in the live broadcast room had already typed out the lyrics. Wuming Mountain is connected to a mountain beyond a mountain. The moonlight shines down on the beach. Lazy Sheep suddenly realized, so this is this song, then I can do it. She cleared her throat and began to sing, "On the river, cliffs face each other, and buckwheat flowers are blooming in the sea of grass and waning." The first line of lyrics had just been sung. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Zhe sent out another 17 superfires. The cool special effects occupy the screen, which is very beautiful. Brother Wuxuan is awesome. Thank you, Brother Wuxuan.
Family members, please give me a shout out on the public screen saying Brother Wuxuan is awesome. Lazy Sheep was so excited that his voice broke. After these two waves, Chen Zhe raised Lazy Sheep's favorability to 39, successfully triggered a little bit of temptation value, and received a cashback of 22,000. He glanced at the virtual panel and saw that his total wealth had reached 57,000. As for the fractions and numbers after the decimal point, Chen Zhe was too lazy to look at them.
Not worth a look.
Chen Zhe continued to read and gained a heartbeat value of +1, which can be exchanged for 3 attribute points. The heart rate value obtained has become 7. Why has the ratio of heartbeat value to attribute points changed? Chen Zhe was a little confused, but didn't delve into it further.
Lazy Sheep has finished singing Lady Shixiang.
Overall it is good, but the explosive power is a little lacking and it doesn't have the grandeur of Linghua. However, Chen Zhe still threw a super fire to express his appreciation.
Thank you, Brother Wuxuan, for the super hit. What else do you like to listen to? Just sing whatever you want. Well, then I'll sing a song I like. Lazy Sheep pondered for a moment and quickly chose a song.
It's a simple little love song that sings about the twists and turns of people's hearts. I think I am happy when there is your warmth, the air around my feet turns. I think I am suitable to be a singer, youth is floating in the wind. You know, even if the heavy rain turns the city upside down,
I will give you a hug. I can't stand seeing your back coming.
I write down the unbearably saw that feels like a year in every second.
This song suits her very well.
She sings it comfortably and Chen Zhe also finds it comfortable and relaxed. He listens quietly with his eyes closed.
The song is over.
Gongzi Shi Wuxuan, well lived, I shall be rewarded. Bang bang, 2 super hot ones were sent out.
Thank you, Brother Wuxuan. Keep singing gentle and healing songs.
Okay. Lazily began to play a quiet and gentle song again, and Chen Zhe fell asleep inadvertently while listening to it.
Chen Zhe had fallen asleep.
When his rebellious son Wang Bo found out, he considerately helped him log out of the live broadcast platform, took off his shoes and clothes, and covered him with a quilt.
But many people on the Douyu platform suffer from insomnia.
After Lazy Sheep finished singing the song, he suddenly found that there was no news from Brother Wuxuan, and there was no response after many attempts to communicate with him. This made her start to worry whether Brother Wuxuan liked the song she sang, and he was too lazy to talk. She was worried about gains and losses and was not in good shape.
Nan Mir, the level 60 property manager, was extremely anxious.
He sent several private messages to Chen Zhe, using very polite and even humble words, but did not receive a single word of reply. After going back and telling Nan Mir about the situation, both of them started to have wild thoughts.
Is it that brother Wushwang is too aloof, or did they accidentally offend him?
According to the room manager, Brother Wushwang went to 3 live broadcast rooms tonight. Although the popularity of each anchor is almost the same, the time spent in Nanmier's live broadcast room is the shortest.
This is a bit intriguing. Nan Meyer was also a little absent-minded.
She ended the live broadcast early and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Chapter 11: A potential male god who can debut on the spot.
King Haeju apartment near Jeonjo University. Lioli doesn't eat sugar ended today's live broadcast, looking a little tired. Many people came to the live broadcast room today.
The netizens were very enthusiastic and gave many small gifts, which made her dance 7 or 8 more dances than usual.
I'm so tired.
She took off her shoes, lifted one of her beautiful legs and placed it on another chair. She took out her cell phone and looked at it while absent-mindedly taking off her black stockings. There was no movement on WeChat, and Brother Wushwang still didn't add her.
Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Lioli sighed softly and put her phone on the table.
She turned around and looked at today's live broadcast revenue displayed on the computer, and still felt it was very unreal. Because of the popularity of Brother Wushwang wearing it, her live broadcast room received a large wave of traffic. After Brother Wushwang quit, a few good brothers came and were willing to give rewards.
Tonight, she earned more than 41,200 yuan without knowing it.
If Brother Wushwang had not come to her live broadcast room, then the best case scenario tonight would be to cross out 41,000.
How much is left then? Please answer wisely. It's been hours since I sent the private message and he still hasn't added me? Does he look down on me? Oh?
I used to not reply to other people's messages.
Is that too much?
With Lioli's beauty and figure, she naturally has no shortage of suitors. On her WeChat, there are often several people asking about her well-being, but she is sometimes too lazy to reply, and sometimes she just forgets. But she never thought that not replying to someone's message for a few hours would cause such great harm to the person's heart. I wish my best friend to have assets worth over 100 million yuan. She drives a Ferrari with one hand.
She is loyal and righteous.
At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from my best friend.
Lioli reached for her phone and weakly called out, "Hello? Ruoli, is the live show over? I'm downstairs at your apartment building.
Xiaomeng, I don't want to go out for supper today.
I'm so tired. Then I'll buy it and eat it in your room."
"Thank you, dear, I'll wait for you." After a while, Yu Xiaoming came in carrying a bag of barbecue.
Seeing Lioli sitting on the small sofa in the living room in a daze after opening the door, Yu Xiaoming couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong with you? You look like you're not in a good mood."
Lioli sighed a little aggrievedly. "Alas, this is hard to say."
"No rush, let's talk while we eat."
Yu Xiaoming turned on the grill, took a skewer of grilled squid and fed it into Lioli's little mouth. While eating, Lioli called up the live broadcast income interface. "Look, this is the money I made from the live broadcast today."
Yu Xiaoming took a look and her pupils widened. "Wow! You actually made so much today? More than 4,000 in one night?
Take a closer look.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000.
When she got to this point, Yu Xiaoming screamed as if she had eaten sugar-free whole wheat bread. "Oh my god!
More than 40,000? Are you crazy? Sister, you've made a fortune." In excitement, she grabbed Lioli's shoulders and shook her violently.
"Ouch, that hurts, you pressed on my hair." After several minutes, Yu Xiaoming finally calmed down a little and looked at Lioli in surprise. "Sister, you should be happy to have made so much money, why are you still sighing?" Lioli said sadly, "I sent a private message to that good brother on WeChat, but it has been several hours and he has not replied to the private message or added me on WeChat."
"What's going on?"
Yu Xiaoming's eyes were full of encouragement. "Sister, cheer up, that good brother must have been busy and didn't see the message.
Think about it, you are Su Ruoli, the school beauty of the dance department of Jeonjo University.
There are so many beauties in the dance department, and you stand out and are recognized as the most beautiful woman.
Which man wouldn't be confused when he sees you? No matter how rich that good brother is, he still can't resist your charm." "Really?"
Su Ruoli felt that it made a lot of sense, and his mood finally slowly improved. The next day, Chen Zhe slept until he woke up naturally.
He picked up his cell phone and checked the time.
It was already past 9 o'clock, and he was suddenly shocked. Freshmen still have the habits they had in high school. They are afraid of teachers and afraid of being late.
Once you become an experienced person, you will have nothing to fear.
There were quite a few messages on the phone, one of which was from Wang Bo. "Godfather, sleep well, I've ordered it for you." Chen Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a sensible son. He calmed down, got up slowly, washed, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, returned to the dormitory, opened the Douyu app and saw that there were dozens of private messages. Among them are greetings and contact information from Liuli, Nanmir, and Lanyanjiang. "Brother Wushuang, I'm really happy to meet you today. Remember to add me on WeChat, the same phone number, 137. My best brother, Brother Wushuang, I'm honored that you like my songs. Please come often. 151, this is Lan Yang's mobile number and WeChat ID. I hope you can add them so that we can contact you more easily. Brother Wushuang, I'm Nan Meyer. Why did you leave so quickly? I spent so much time looking for you. Can you add my contact information when you see this message?" There were also several private messages from Nanmir's property manager, all of which were empty praise. In addition, there are quite a few guys I don't know, many of whom are female anchors who ask to add WeChat, some who post advertisements, and some who ask to be supported. Also, don't make his gender too rigid. Chen Zai was speechless for a while, and added Liuli and Lanyanjiang on WeChat. As for Nan Meyer's WeChat, he was too lazy to add her. Even if it would be difficult for him to gain favorability and heart points in Liuli and Lanyanjiang's live broadcast rooms in the future, he could at least gain a lot of emotional value. Not only is it difficult to increase favorability in Nanmier's live broadcast room, it can also easily make people in a bad mood. What did you do there? What WeChat account did you add? Of course, if it were Chen Zai 2 days earlier, if a big anchor like Nan Mir took the initiative to send a private message to him on WeChat, he would definitely add this contact information with excitement and trembling hands. But he is different now. Now that you have the system, are you still worried that you won't be able to add the WeChat of the big anchor and the beautiful lady? Thinking of the system, Chen Zai suddenly remembered that he seemed to have dozens of attributes that had not been added. So he opened the system panel and took a look. Name Chen Zai. Appearance, 60 barely acceptable. Overall physical strength 40 vulnerable. IQ 104 normal. Combat strength, 5. Durability, 100. Attribute points, 28. Get heart points, 7. Achievement, none. Item, see King Black card. Skills, none. Wealth 57,009.59 yuan. After reading it, Chen Zai was too lazy to think about it. Add all the attribute points to appearance. The panel flashed with light, and the data changed in an instant. Name Chen Zai. Appearance, 88 quasi-male god, can debut on the spot. Holy shit, he has become a male god already? It's incredible. Chen Zai was surprised and happy. He quickly reached out to the pillow on Wang Bo's bed and picked up a small mirror. This rebellious son looks a bit fierce, but he loves to look at himself in the mirror and admire his beauty, not afraid of scaring himself. Chen Zai looked carefully and saw the boy in the mirror. His hair was too long and his glasses were in the way, so the upper half of his face was almost invisible. Damn it, I got tricked by the system again? Chen Zai muttered something, took off his glasses, lifted his hair, and looked in the mirror again. Unexpectedly, a ridiculously handsome face appeared. This level of handsomeness is comparable to that of Daniel Wu and Takeshi Kaneshiro. In particular, his skin became excellent. The dullness, acne marks, and a few freckles left over from puberty were all gone. The skin of the whole face is white, clean, and flawless. This face alone can make women intoxicated. Just a smile can make a woman fall in love with you. Just a simple wink can make a woman scream. System Dad, you are so awesome. Breaking voice. Chapter 12, The Hairdresser. When Chen Zai put on his glasses and let his hair down, he looked as if he had been hit by a beauty sealing spell. It seems that these broken glasses have to be thrown away. Originally, his myopia was not too severe. 50 degrees for the left eye and 75 degrees for the right eye. I wore glasses when I was in junior high school to prevent my myopia from getting worse. My eyesight has been almost stable over the years, so it doesn't matter whether I wear it or not. It's just a matter of habit. As for this long and thick mushroom-like hairstyle, just because Song Yuchi said in the first year of high school that this hairstyle looked so cute, he has kept it for so many years. It's time to change your hairstyle. Chen Zai was about to go out for a haircut when he suddenly thought of something. He is so ridiculously handsome now that even Wang Bo, the rebellious son, might not be able to recognize him by then.
How can we prove that he is Chen Zhe?
So he immediately sent a message to Wang Bo, go out for a haircut after class.
What? Aren't you going to the bar tonight? Shouldn't you dress up properly? That's right. Wait for me. There were no classes in the third and fourth periods this morning.
After class, Wang Bo and another roommate, Xiong Chumo, came back together.
Xiong Chumo is the fourth student in the dormitory. He is about 1.7 meters tall and the shortest one in the whole dormitory. He wears glasses and looks fair and gentle. He looks like a good boy. He loves studying and often reviews the lessons taught by his teachers at night. For example, Mr. Fukata and Mr. Mikami. There are also Mr. Matsushima and Ms. Satomi from ancient times. There are 4 people in the dormitory, and one of them is called Yang Qianshan, who is the boss of dormitory 511. He is from the Department of Economics and Management and is a local.
That guy arrived late for registration and there were no beds available in his department dormitory, so he was assigned to the room where Chen Zhe and the others were. Yang Qianshan's family owns a small company, with a monthly living expense of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, making him the family with the best financial conditions in the entire dormitory. Unlike Xiong Chumo, who only studies on the computer, Yang Qianshan pays more attention to practice. According to him, he started conducting experiments with girls to explore the crystallization of life when he was in the first year of high school. 8 experimental subjects have been changed now. The most glorious moment was when we conducted 7 experiments overnight. Chen Zhe and his companions were both envious and somewhat skeptical about this. Yang Qianshan didn't come back. He was not from the same department, and the others didn't know whether he had classes or not. He must have been out hanging out. Let's go? As soon as Wang Bo entered the door, he spoke to Chen Zhe impatiently. Walk. Chen Zhe stood up and looked at Xiong Chumo. Old 4, do you want to get a haircut? Xiong Chumo adjusted his glasses and said politely, no, I just went to a barber shop last week. The haircut is pretty good. 38 for a wash and cut, 388 for a wash and blow dry. Chen Zhe, Wang Bo? Old 4, is your barber shop a decent one? Xiong Chumo said calmly, what did Yang Lauer say? Practice makes perfect, go and try it yourself. Chen Zhe said, stop talking nonsense. Are you free tonight? Let's go to the bar together. Xiong Chumo refused without hesitation, I'm busy. I just found Mr. Mikami's last lesson. I have to study hard in the evening. Okay then, let's go. Chen Zhe and Wang Bo left the school and found a barber shop that had a bright and respectable facade. Wang Bo was sitting next to Chen Zhe. When he heard him tell Tony that he wanted a microcut, he was immediately surprised. Old Chen, you want to change your hairstyle? What's so strange? Chen Zhe looked at him and asked. It seems that you have really let it go. Wang Bo finally felt relieved. He knew that Chen Zhe had this hairstyle for Song Yuqi. Now that Chen Zhe wanted to change his hairstyle, it meant that he had really let it go. Start over again. Teacher Tony behind Wang Bo asked, hello, handsome boy, do you want a shorter cut or a trim? Give me a round inch. Wang Bo originally had a short flat head, but after getting a buzz cut, he looked even more fierce. If he wore a big gold chain, he would look like a gangster. Chen Zhe's hairstyle was not finished yet, but Wang Bo was sitting on the sofa in the lounge waiting, taking out his mobile phone to play King of Glory. After he finished a game, he looked up at the seat where Chen Zhe was sitting and found that there was a handsome guy he didn't know. Where is Lao Chen? Wang Bo stood up and looked around, but still didn't see Chen Zhe. Fuck, this rebellious son left alone? Leaving me to pay the bill? Wang Bo was immediately furious and called Chen Zhe to ask, where are you? Where did you go? Isn't it here? Where? Wang Bo looked around and suddenly saw the handsome guy he didn't know raised his hand. Chen Zhe's voice came from the phone, here, do you see it? Are you blind? Wang Bo? He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Chen Zhe. Staring intently at that handsome face that is comparable to Bai Gu, Takeshi Kaneshiro, Zhao Enjuan, and Daniel Wu. Chen Zhe also looked at him. The 2 of them stared at each other. After a long while, Wang Bo finally said, Chen Zhe? What? When did you have plastic surgery? I went to Korea last night and spent $1 million. After cutting his hair, Chen Zhe came to the cashier and asked the lady sitting there, hello, let's pay. How much for 2? The young lady looked up and saw Chen Zhe, and was stunned for a moment. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a handsome man in real life.
It's so handsome.
He was exactly like the male protagonist she had imagined when reading romance novels. Her heart suddenly started pounding. It's a pity that although the young lady is pretty, she did not trigger the system prompt, otherwise Chen Zhe would have been attracted by her.
Hello? Pay the bill. Chen Zhe repeated. Oh, okay.
The young lady came back to her senses, her face slightly reddened. It's 76 for 2 people, we can get a discount, so I'll count it as 70 for you. Chen Zhe scanned the code to pay and left the barber shop with his rebellious son. The young lady's eyes followed Chen Zhe's back until he could no longer see her, and then she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Then she quickly sent a message to her girlfriend's group. Girls, I just saw a super handsome guy.
How handsome is he? He's so handsome that I can't close my legs.
Chen Zhe and Wang Bo left the barber shop and took out their cell phones to scan a shared bicycle to go to the mall. It was only at this time that Chen Zhe discovered that Liu Li had sent him several messages. Brother Wuxuan, I just woke up and saw that you added me as your friend. You gave me so much super fire last night, I am really grateful.
Brother Wuxuan, are you still asleep?
Well, Brother Wuxuan, although Liu Li is just a small anchor, I have been working hard to make the live broadcast more exciting. I hope that Brother Wuxuan can come and see me often if he is free.
Well, I won't bother you anymore. If you have time, remember to reply to my message? After reading Liu Li's information, Chen Zhe suddenly felt a little dazed. How many times had he sent many messages to Son Yuqi, just like Liu Li? But there was basically no response. She would only reply if she was particularly free. He never thought that one day, beautiful women would send him so many messages. Although Chen Zhe knew very well that Liu Li sent so many messages just for his gift, he didn't care at all. Anyway, giving gifts is not spending his own money, so it doesn't matter who he gives them to. I just got up. I'm going to the bar tonight. If I get back early, I'll go to the live studio to see you. After Chen Zhe replied to the message, Wang Bo was already waiting for him in front on his bike. He put his cell phone in his pocket and rode his bike to catch up with Wang Bo. Chapter 13: Eating the melon and eating it on your own head. King Heiju apartment.
The art department had very few classes scheduled, and Su Ruoli had no classes for the entire morning, so he could get some sleep in peace. She had insomnia last night and woke up several times in a daze.
She finally fell asleep and had a dream.
She dreamed that she was walking on the street and suddenly money rained down. But the money would disappear if it fell to the ground, so she could only hold a small basin to catch it. Just as she was happily catching money in a small basin with a smile on her face, she suddenly heard her cell phone vibrate. Su Ruoli picked up her phone and saw that it was already past 10 in the morning, and there was a small red dot on her WeChat.
Is it him?
Su Ruoli quickly opened WeChat and found that it was indeed a friend request from Gongzishir Wuxuan.
He finally added me. Su Ruoli couldn't help but smile on her pretty face.
She quickly passed the friend verification and then sent a message to Gongzishir Wuxuan. But after sending the message, I didn't receive a reply for a long time. She waited for a while, inevitably getting anxious. I could only tell myself that maybe Brother Wuxuan hadn't gotten up yet, or maybe Brother Wuxuan was busy. Despite her self-comfort, she couldn't help but send a second message after a while.
He didn't reply for half a day.
Su Ruoli sent a third message with some grievance, and a fourth message. As time went by, she felt more and more aggrieved. She always left others out like this in the past. When had she ever been treated like this before? Suddenly, Gongzishir Wuxuan replied with a message saying that he had just woken up. It turns out he replied to my message right after he woke up.
Liu Li doesn't eat candy, favorability +5.
Su Ruoli smiled unconsciously and quickly replied to Wuxuan, "It's okay, Wuxuan likes to go to bars too?"
Which bar do you like to go to?
Chen Zhe, who was riding a bicycle, suddenly received a system prompt and was a little puzzled.
I gave out so many gifts last night that I couldn't even increase my favorability anymore. He didn't do anything today, so why did Liu Li's favorability suddenly increase? Ding! Neptune Premium Course.
Lesson 1: The nature of the relationship between men and women.
The relationship between men and women is essentially a game relationship.
Only a good game can create emotional tugs and ups and downs, and maintain the attraction to girls.
Key points, please remember.
If you blindly obey a girl and give her whatever she wants, including gifts, emotional feedback, etc., then you are destined to be boring in her eyes. In addition to emotional tug of war, you also need to take the lead in this relationship. Due to your unintentional behavior, I haven't replied to messages for a long time, which has invisibly satisfied these 2 points.
So Liuli's favorability towards you has increased by not eating candy.
After watching the system's courses, Shenzhe roughly understood why Liuli's favorability had increased. Although this lesson does not contain much content, it can be finished in 1 minute. But the amount of information contained therein is undoubtedly huge and needs to be savored slowly. Shenzhe was riding his bike while enjoying the course and had no time to look at his phone. So, Suruoli fell into the situation of waiting for a long time but not seeing a reply, and his mood became a little bad. About 10 minutes later, Shenzhe and Wang Bo arrived at a nearby shopping mall. This is a large comprehensive shopping mall with supermarkets, restaurants, clothing stores, mobile phone stores, cinemas, video game arcades, etc., and also car stores. The second floor of the mall mainly sells clothing and shoes, with many big brands as well as affordable fast-moving consumer goods brands. Although Shenzhe now has more than 50,000 yuan in capital, he did not spend it indiscriminately.
His capital is very precious now.
After all, the more capital you have, the more you will earn if you encounter high rebates in the future. Of course, he wouldn't be so stingy as to not spend a penny on himself.
Ride your bike to the bar, save where you can and spend where you can. For ordinary college students, wearing fast-moving consumer goods brands is quite suitable. They are elegant and decent and the quality is good.
When Shenzhe was shopping in several fast-moving clothing stores on the second floor, he unknowingly attracted the attention of many girls. Some girls were simply stunned, some girls gathered together and whispered excitedly, and several groups of bold girls took the initiative to come forward and ask to add him on WeChat. Shenzhe declined all of them on the grounds that I have a girlfriend. This made Wang Bo very envious.
He is always the one who asks girls for their WeChat ID. When has a girl ever asked him for his WeChat ID? Godfather, what is it like to be asked for your WeChat ID by many girls? You shouldn't ask me this question, you should ask Bihu.
Oh. After shopping around, Shenzhe chose a white shirt for more than 300 yuan, a pair of pants for more than 200 yuan, and bought a pair of discounted casual white shoes.
The total cost was 821. You can get a discount if you spend over 900.
Shenzhe looked at Wang Bo who was following him and said, "Why don't you pick one too and I'll pay for it, and we can get a discount when we round it up."
Okay. Thank you, Godfather.
Wang Boshi agreed excitedly. He also knew how to save money for Shenzhe, so he went straight to the area where the special price was 79. After a while, he chose a black tight t-shirt.
He put the t-shirt on directly, ran to Shenzhe and asked in a showy manner, "Does it look good?"
Shenzhe was speechless. "That's terrible."
"Why are you wearing tights as a man?"
Wang Bo asked, "Do you know why Superman, Spider-Man, and Jackie Chan all like to wear tights?"
Shenzhe thought for a moment, to better show off the muscles?
Wang Bo shook his head, No, because saving people is more important. Seeing his smug expression, Shenzhe took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kick this bastard. After paying the bill, they didn't eat much and it was almost time for dinner, so they had lunch at the mall before returning to the dormitory.
At this time, Xiong Chuma was eating and watching a movie.
In the middle of the day, of course we were watching a serious action movie. At this moment, the movie was at its most exciting part, where the hero and the villain, the beautiful female boss, were fighting on the bed.
Bang bang bang. Ah.
The beating was so intense that his clothes were torn.
Shenzhe and Wang Bo were also attracted.
Since they had nothing to do, they just stood behind the fourth brother and watched for a while. Suddenly, Xiong Chumo received a message.
He clicked it and was immediately happy. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What are you laughing at? Xiong Chumo pointed at a post on the school forum and said, "This is a big piece of gossip. Look.
Yesterday, someone confessed his love to a beauty in the nursing department downstairs of the girls' dormitory.
Guess what happened?" Shenzhe was startled and took a closer look.
There is a hot post on the school forum, which contains not only text but also pictures. With both pictures and texts, it vividly records the process of his failed confession of love to Son Yuchi.
The comments below all say that the man is a toad and does not know his own limitations. The corners of Shenzhe's mouth twitched involuntarily. Did you end up eating the melon on your head? Which bastard had nothing to do after dinner and secretly took a picture of him? Oh my god.
Fortunately, the photo only showed his back.
And there is only Son Yuchi's name in the whole article. Obviously, the name of the beauty is worth asking.
And in the post, Shenzhe was just that guy.
What's the matter? Wang Bo asked subconsciously, perhaps because his mind was a little confused after eating. Xiong Chomo had an expression of watching the fun and not minding the trouble, and laughed, what else can I do?
Of course I was rejected. That class beauty said, I don't want to fall in love.
But the guy acted like a dog. Oh my god. Wang Bo finally reacted.
He turned his head to see Chen Zai's gloomy face, and hurriedly covered the fourth brother's mouth with his hands.
Chapter 14, Self-Cultivation of a Dog. Whoa whoa. Xiong Chomo turned his head and asked Wang Bo with puzzled eyes what was wrong. It's nothing, just shut up.
Wang Bo warned seriously and then let go of his hand.
Third brother, what happened? Xiong Chomo looked confused. Wang Bo hesitated, not knowing what to say.
Chen Zai pointed at himself with a fake smile, old four, it was me who confessed yesterday. Xiong Chomo turned to look at Chen Zai, his face becoming even more confused. Dude, who are you?
Your voice sounds familiar.
Also, you speak a little strangely.
Chen Zai snorted coldly, I'm your father. Fuck. Are you Lao Chen? Xiong Chomo jumped up in fright and tripped over the chair.
Only then did he realize that the handsome man in front of him was actually Chen Zai.
And it's the man in the hot post.
Xiong Chomo was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. He tried hard to recall what bad things he had just said about Chen Zai. At this time, a boy wearing all branded clothes and looking a little handsome came in.
It was Yang Qianshan, the second in the dormitory. What's going on? Why is there so much noise? Yang Qianshan walked in and asked curiously, but none of his 3 roommates said anything. What are you looking at?
He curiously approached Xiong Chomo's computer and saw the hot post on the school forum. He suddenly became excited. Hey, I just finished reading this post and was just about to tell you this joke.
Second brother, stop it right now. Xiong Chomo shouted immediately. Why? Yang Qianshan was very puzzled. Xiong Chomo didn't know what to say, so he kept silent.
So Yang Qianshan looked at Wang Bo and found that Wang Bo's eyes were a little strange, and he couldn't help but become more confused. Old third, what's going on?
Wang Bo didn't say anything either.
Yang Qianshan continued to shift his gaze, and when he saw a stranger standing next to Wang Bo, he asked again, who is this guy?
Your friend? Wang Bo nodded, yeah. He's quite handsome, just a little bit less handsome than me. Yang Qianshan was very outgoing. He looked at Chen Zai and smiled, brother, my name is Yang Qianshan, my father is Yang what's yours? Chen Zai looked at him and asked, son, don't you recognize your father?
Yang Qianshan got angry when he heard this, fuck.
Is it appropriate to make such a joke when you just met?
If you want to get familiar with me, that's another matter.
No, why does this voice sound familiar? This is Old Chen? Are you kidding, this is Old Chen?
Yang Qianshan screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Who else could this handsome guy's voice be other than Chen Zai? As for what Chen Zai looked like before, Yang Qianshan couldn't really tell, because Chen Zai's hair was too long before, and the upper half of his face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only judge that this person was Chen Zai from the silly mushroom head hairstyle.
Didn't he expect that Chen Zai would be so handsome after cutting his hair? How can he be so handsome?
Xiong Chomo spread his hands and said, my reaction just now was the same as yours, but he is indeed Lao Chen, the man in the hot post. Yang Qianshan glanced at the figure on the computer screen, then looked at Chen Zai in front of him, and couldn't help shaking his head, making a clicking sound.
Old Chen, although you are handsome, you are really lacking in experience in dating. How about I, a love saint, teach you a few tricks?
For example, if I were you, I should have changed my damn hairstyle when I confessed my love to you yesterday. If you confess your love to Song Yuqi in this image today, and she refuses, I will twist my head off for you.
Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo nodded repeatedly, yeah, that makes sense. Chen Zixin said, how could I not fucking know? The problem is that I only became handsome today. Even if I changed my hairstyle yesterday, it would still be useless. Yang Qianshan put his hands together and asked everyone to sit down. Sit down, Lao Chen, I will teach you well today, Lao San and Lao Si, you should also listen carefully. Chasing girls is actually not as difficult as you think. It only requires 3 things, patience, perseverance, and persistence. For example, you can be nicer to her, ask her about her well-being every day, buy her breakfast, and give her some small gifts. Wait a minute. Xiong Chomo took out a small notebook and wrote it down.
Hearing Yang Qianshan's words, Chen Zai felt as if he was looking in a mirror.
Wang Bo even suspected whether Yang Qianshan was his classmate in high school. Otherwise, why would he know so much about Chen Zhe's pursuit of Song Yuqi?
Yang Qianshan was very satisfied with Xiong Chomo's eagerness to learn, and continued to chatter. Of course, good things take time.
People like you will definitely encounter this kind of situation. For example, the girl may not pay attention to you at first. But you must persist. Perseverance is victory.
As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains and open up new horizons. If it were someone like me who was handsome and rich, it wouldn't be so difficult.
I'm not exaggerating. Chasing the class beauty only takes a week or two. The school beauty can be dealt with in a month at most. Looking at Yang Qianshan's confident look, Chen Zhe's mouth twitched involuntarily. The experience shared by Yang Qianshan is clearly the self-cultivation of a bootlicker.
He had already practiced this in high school, and this dog-licking path will work. As a result, the fourth child still looked very serious and took it as a guiding principle, but it seemed that he was about to go astray. And if Wang Bo, this stupid and rebellious son, had not seen Chen Zhe's bloody example, he would have been fooled.
At this time, Chen Zhe's WeChat rang, and there were several messages from Lan Yangyang, Xiao Yuer, and Liu Li. Chen Zhe clicked on the messages and replied one by one. Good friends, afternoon games? My good friend has to go to school this afternoon. I'm sorry.
I'll try next time.
Okay.
Then he switched to the lazy chat interface.
Hello, brother Wushuan. I didn't expect you to add me on WeChat. I'm so happy. Why didn't I think of that? I love listening to you sing.
As long as brother Wushuan likes it, #nervousface hashtag. Then he switched to Liu Li's chat interface.
Brother Wushuan, why aren't you replying to my messages again? Are you busy?
Sorry, I just saw the message. Seeing Chen Zhe absent-minded in class, Yang Qianshan not only frowned, but also was very dissatisfied. Old Chen, I never teach my experience in picking up girls easily. If it weren't for the fact that you guys are not outsiders, I wouldn't bother to say so much.
But why aren't you listening attentively?
Replying to a girl's message. Yang Qianshan said solemnly, replying to messages is a good thing, but it's not good if you reply too much, girls will get annoyed. I'm sending it to 3 girls.
Yang Qianshan felt a little bad. No way? Can you still chat with 3 people at once?
Yes,
2 anchors, and school beauty Mu. Yang Qianshan was shocked, and then looked at Chen Zhe with suspicion. School beauty Mu? Could it be Mu Hongyu from your school of computer science? Why don't I believe it? Let's not talk about chatting, you can also add her WeChat? Yes. Yang Qianshan stared at Chen Zhe. Let's not talk about the anchor yet, we can't verify the authenticity. But I have something to say about school beauty Mu. I know her WeChat.
I, Yang Qianshan, spent a lot of money to get the WeChat account of school beauty Mu, but my friend request was never approved.
Can you, Chen Zhe, add me? Wang Bo was skeptical. No way? Xiong Chomo also looked unconvinced. I also think that Lao Chen can't add school beauty Mu's WeChat. You can check for yourself. Chen Zhe opened Mu Hongyu's chat interface and showed the phone to Yang Qianshan. Don't you know Mu's WeChat? Check to see if it's her? Yang Qianshan took a closer look. Chapter 15 Jiangzhou's Deepest Love. That WeChat avatar and ID nickname is definitely Mu Hongyu.
Although he couldn't add Mu Hongyu's WeChat, he kept the WeChat business card sent to him by others.
Did Chen Zhe really add Mu Hongyu on WeChat? How am I inferior to him? Yang Qianshan took the phone unwillingly and opened Mu Hongyu's circle of friends.
Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo's heads immediately crowded next to his head.
The 3 of them flipped through Xiaodier's moments one by one, and soon they saw Mu Hongyu's selfie, as well as several photos of her and her roommates. Oh shit.
Although it was hard for these 3 guys to believe, the facts were right in front of them and they could only accept it reluctantly.
Chen Zhe really added School Beauty Mu on WeChat. School Beauty Mu also took the initiative to invite him to play games. The most hateful thing is that Dogecoin actually refused. He refused. Why don't you give me such a good opportunity?
Xiong Chomo shouted in his heart, I can play games with her for a whole day and night. Wang Bo roared in his heart, I can fight with her for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Qianshan's inner monologue, I can fight with her for 7 days and 7 nights. At this time, Wang Bo suddenly remembered that yesterday Chen Zhe said he wanted to pick up the school beauty. He sneered at that time, thinking that his brother was just daydreaming. As a result, Chen Zhe added Campus Beauty Mu on WeChat so quickly,
and it seemed like they were getting along pretty well. When did my godfather become so awesome? It seems I need to learn from him.
Xiong Chumo stared at Chen Zai, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yang Qianshan froze, feeling as if he had been hit hard. If he changed the system, Chen Zai would definitely be able to see lines of words constantly popping up above his head.
Yang Qianshan's resentment value +1. Yang Qianshan's resentment value +1. Yang Qianshan's resentment value +1.
There were classes in the afternoon, and after lunch break, Chen Zai went to the classroom with his two roommates. When Chen Zai walked into the classroom to find a seat, he quickly attracted a lot of attention. The dozen or so girls in the class were all whispering and talking to each other.
Who is this handsome guy? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Is he from our class? Oh my god, so handsome.
He's even more handsome than the last year's school hunk. I suddenly felt that he looked familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before.
How does it look familiar?
Back. The only thing that was secretly photographed in the hot post on the school forum was Chen Zai's back. All these energetic college students had eaten the melon, so when they saw Chen Zai's back, they all felt that he looked familiar.
Fuck, this handsome guy is not the toad who confessed his love to the beauty in the nursing department, right? Now that you put it that way, it does look a bit like him, but if it was really him, why did Song Yuchi refuse? Is she blind? It's a good thing she refused, otherwise how would we have had a chance? That makes sense.
Chen Zai's appearance caused quite a stir. Not only were the girls whispering about him, but even the boys couldn't help but talk about him.
Before, these onlookers had often laughed at the man in the post, Chen Zai.
They think he is wishful thinking, overestimating his own capabilities, and is just a bootlicker. But after seeing Chen Zai's face, their attitudes suddenly changed drastically. Song Yuchi is quite pretty, but in terms of appearance alone, she is far from being able to match Chen Zai.
She actually rejected Chen Zai's confession. Is there something wrong with her?
In this age where appearance is justice, the man who was once considered a bootlicker in everyone's eyes suddenly became a rare and affectionate man. After all, for a man who is so handsome, there will be many girls who want to pounce on him even if they don't want to. However, he took the initiative to pursue a girl and boldly confessed his love to her downstairs of the dormitory. If he didn't love Song Yuchi deeply enough, how could he do such a thing? But Song Yuchi, that ungrateful person, actually rejected him. Ah! I'm so angry, so angry. Although he still looks sunny on the surface, he must be very miserable inside. He really is. I cried my heart out. How could such a loving man be wronged like this? Sisters, follow me to attack that post. The girls in the class couldn't help it, and someone immediately took several photos of Chen Zai, including the front, side, and back. No matter which angle you take it from, the photos look great. It's almost 360 degrees without blind spots. Someone uploaded a photo of Chen Zai under the original hot post and wrote an excited caption. He is not a bootlicker, he is not a toad. He is the most affectionate person in Jiangzhou University. What the above person said is right. Can someone with such good looks be called a toad? Is the guy who posted this blind or crazy? The beauty in the nursing department is so short-sighted. No, I want to praise Song Yuchi for doing a great job. If she hadn't refused, how would we have had this opportunity? I apologized, I said something bad about him and it was completely misguided. Apology +1. Someone even posted a separate thread on the school forum titled The Deepest Affection in Jiangzhou University. The poster used his rich imagination and wonderful writing skills to successfully create a story about a passionate man. Just like the return of the god of war, those men who are as rich and powerful as a country want to marry an ordinary woman. No matter how the woman misunderstood or rejected him, or how her family and relatives mocked and bullied him, he would never leave him. Just because the girl gave him a steamed bun that year. In this post, Chen Zai was isolated and envied because he was too handsome when he was young. He had no friends and was always alone. Suddenly one day, Song Yuchi gave him a lollipop, and from then on, he silently took care of this girl for many years. Coupled with several handsome photos of Chen Zai, this well-written post quickly aroused huge discussion and earned the tears of countless girls. It immediately became the most popular topic on the school forum. I declare that the most handsome school idol in the history of Jiangzhou University has been born. Love it, Chen Zai is my idol. Chen Zai, I want to have a baby with you. Family, who understands? In this day and age, there are still such handsome and affectionate men.
It's incredible. Oh my god, someone is willing to reject a man like this. Where did this little fairy come from?
As the popularity of the post continued to rise, Chen Zhe's title became the most handsome campus idol in the history of Jiangzhou University.
He even broke through the university's restrictions and rose to the height of the most affectionate person in Jiangzhou.
In just one afternoon, almost all the girls in Jiangzhou University knew that there was a very handsome boy in computer class 1.
His name was Chen Zhe. Is this Chen Zhe? Is this Chen Zhe?
After Sun Qian saw the post, her eyes were full of disbelief.
She actually scolded such a handsome boy? How could she do such an outrageous thing? Yuqi, look quickly, tell me, is this really Chen Zhe? Son Yuqi was completely confused.
She began to recall Chen Zhe's appearance carefully, but she found that she didn't have much impression of Chen Zhe's facial features. Because of Chen Zhe's hairstyle and glasses, she could only see the lower half of his face. Like Yang Qianshan and others, she only recognized people by their mushroom head hairstyle. She had never thought that Chen Zhe was so handsome, not inferior to those popular young actors at all.
Son Yuqi turned her head and looked through the window in the direction of the computer science department.
Although she decided to leave Chen Zhe alone for at least a week, she now really wanted to find Chen Zhe and see if he was really as handsome as in the photo.
Chapter 16, Biking to the Bar. Yuqi, speak up. You are his high school classmate. Tell me, is he really Chen Zhe? Sun Qian asked anxiously.
Song Yuqi hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I'm not sure either.
You're not sure? This is really strange. How about we go and verify its authenticity? Sun Qian's eyes were full of curiosity. Song Yuqi was still hesitant, but didn't you say that we should leave him alone for at least a week? Sun Qian thought for a while and said, why don't we go secretly and observe quietly? That's right, we can only go secretly.
I noticed that many people in the thread were hostile to you, especially those women in the computer science department.
We have to disguise ourselves before we go. Song Yuqi was a little terrified. No way? Is there still danger? Sun Qian said generously, don't worry, I'm here. It doesn't matter if you're discovered. I've never found an opponent in a verbal battle. Song Yuqi nodded subconsciously. Yes, Sun Qian was quite good at scolding. She feels at ease with Sun Qian around. After class, all the girls in the class gathered around Chen Zhe.
Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo, who were originally sitting next to him, were squeezed out by the girls. Seeing this scene, Xiong Chomo was a little shocked. Lao Wang, I never thought that a girl could be so proactive.
Wang Bo was also a little scared. Yeah, it's terrible. Don't look at my size. If I had come out a little later, I might have been lifted up and thrown aside by these women.
Some girls were just making small talk, asking questions even though they already knew the answer, asking Chen Zhe whether he had confessed his love to the beauty in the nursing department class yesterday.
A girl asked Chen Zhe why he wanted to look for girls from other departments. Aren't the girls in his own class more attractive? For example, herself. There are also girls who are more direct and ask for Chen Zhe's WeChat.
Facing these enthusiastic girls, Chen Zhe just smiled and said, sorry, everyone.
I'm a WeChat businessman, and I've reached the upper limit of my friends.
Chen Zhe had no intention of adding these girls because the system did not give any prompts, which meant that these girls' looks were not good enough.
If your appearance isn't up to standard, you won't be able to earn money and attribute points, so what's the point of adding them? Although these girls were rejected, they couldn't get angry at all when they looked at Chen Zhe's handsome face. Instead, they liked him more. Distance creates beauty. What you can't get will always cause you trouble. This is true for both men and women. Excuse me, borrow it.
Chen Zhe looked at the girls in front of him and smiled. The girls all made way consciously.
Chen Zhe successfully met up with his roommate.
As soon as he walked out of the classroom, he saw a group of girls holding mobile phones in the corridor.
It's coming out. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in the photo. Oh my god. So handsome.
A group of girls took a lot of photos of Chen Zhe. With the help of his two roommates, Chen Zhe finally squeezed out of the crowd.
All three of them were sweating.
Xiong Chomo wiped the sweat off his face and said, Old Chen, I won't be with you anymore.
It's too scary. Wang Bo sighed, no wonder those big stars have bodyguards when they go out.
This was also the first time that Chen Zhe experienced such a situation. He felt a little bit of his vanity being satisfied, but more of it was confusion and shock. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry back to the dormitory, don't waste time."
Not far away, Song Yuqi and Sun Qian, who were wearing baseball caps and sunglasses, were all secretly amazed when they saw this scene.
Seeing Wang Bo next to her, Song Yuqi was sure that the handsome guy was really Chen Zhe. She really didn't expect that Chen Zhe would become so handsome and popular just by changing his hairstyle.
Song Yuqi's favorability plus 10. Song Yuqi's favorability plus 10.
Chen Zhe was stunned when he saw the system prompt. Then he looked around and soon saw Song Yuqi. Although Song Yuqi was in disguise, Chen Zhe still recognized her at first sight. Seeing Chen Zhe's gaze looking over here, Song Yuqi raised her head out of habit, like a proud princess, waiting for her knight to come over and kneel down to greet her. However, what Song Yuqi never expected was that Chen Zhe just glanced at her and then looked away, then trotted away with his two roommates.
There is no nostalgia at all.
Song Yuqi stood there, her eyes behind her sunglasses filled with endless astonishment.
7:30 in the evening. Wang Bo and Chen Zhe rode shared bicycles to the entrance of Night Bar.
Xiong Choma wanted to study his homework, and Yang Qianshan was hit by Chen Zhe and didn't want to play with Chen Zhe for the time being.
So only Chen Zhe and Wang Bo came here.
Looking at the bar's eye-catching sign and the row of luxury cars at the door, Wang Bo hesitated.
Chen Zhe put his hand on his shoulder. "Let's go, what are you standing there for?" "Godfather, I heard that the bar charges a lot of money. Do you have enough money?" Chen Zhe said seriously, "What does the money I brought have to do with you?" Wang Bo was stunned. "Aren't you treating me?" Chen Zhe shook his head. "You think too much. I won't spend money on you when we get into the bar." "Are you kidding?" In a place like a bar, he was reluctant to spend money on himself, so how could he have money to spend on Wang Bo? He can only spend money on pretty girls and use the booth and drink some wine, so that he won't lose money. Wang Bo was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he asked with a wronged look on his face, "Are you serious? How about we go back together?" Chen Zhe hooked his neck and walked inside. "Let's go, now that we are here, how can I treat you unfairly?"
When the two of them walked into the bar, they met several beautiful and sexy young ladies. Their exposed white shoulders and thighs, and the charming smell of perfume made Wang Bo very nervous. He wanted to look but didn't dare to, and he couldn't bear not to look. He was really conflicted. Chen Zhe found it funny. "You come to the bar dressed like this to let people see you, so feel free to look at them, don't be a thief." Oh. Wang Bo nodded repeatedly. "Godfather, you are so knowledgeable, do you come here often?" First. In the past, Chen Zhe was like Wang Bo, attacking hard on the internet but being timid in real life. He is a chatterbox in front of acquaintances and a mute in front of strangers. In front of people you don't know well, you should hide as much as possible. You can even turn around and take a detour to avoid saying hello. But Chen Zhe is different now. It's not because he's become handsome, but because he has endless money. Although this money can only be considered endless if it is spent on beautiful girls, it also gives him enough confidence. Money is the backbone of a man. The two of them entered the bar, and soon a male waiter in uniform came forward to greet them. "Two handsome guys, welcome. How many people are you?" "My friend arrived first. You just go about your business and don't worry about us," Chen Zhe said with a smile. "Okay, have fun." Chen Zhe took Wang Bo around the bar. The lights in the bar were dim, and the girls were all dressed up carefully. At first glance, there were a lot of pretty girls, but after a long while, no one could trigger the system prompt. However, there were a few girls dressed very sexily who saw that Chen Zhe was handsome and took the initiative to come over and ask him if he wanted to play with them. Because the system prompt was not triggered, Chen Zhe smiled and shook his head to refuse, saying that he had friends with him. "Why do you reject such a beautiful girl?" Wang Bo was almost dying of anxiety when he saw those sexy girls leaving. Chen Zhe asked patiently, "Do you know the 4 great evil arts in Asia?" Chapter 17 JK School Beauty Lin Qianya. What? Sex change, plastic surgery, makeup, and Photoshop. Chen Zhe patiently taught, "These girls just put on makeup to look good. In fact, they might be Qiao Biluo." "I see, Godfather, that's a good idea." Wang Bo suddenly realized and felt that he had learned a new trick. As they were talking, the two walked to a corner of the bar where there was a booth with 3 girls sitting inside. One of the girls sitting at the innermost corner immediately caught Chen Zhe's attention. Her face was like fine porcelain, with delicate features and flawless skin. With her long hair draped over her shoulders and wearing a pair of rimless glasses, she looks very intellectual, like a good girl. But the protruding parts are extremely eye-catching, and the figure is extremely well proportioned. She was wearing a JK uniform, a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body and a red tie. The lower body is a burgundy plaid skirt with white sneakers. She was not wearing any stockings, revealing a pair of straight, white and beautiful legs. It's really beautiful. Pictured above. Ding. A capturable target has been detected.
Do you want to check?
Check.
Name Lin Qianya. Age, 19. Height 166 cm. Weight 54 kg. Overall appearance 87. Favorability, 0. Heartbeat 0. This girl's overall appearance is quite good. After reading her information, Chenzhe suddenly felt that her name sounded familiar. Chenzhe leaned over to Wang Bo's ear and whispered, "Is there a school beauty named Lin in our school?" Wang Bo nodded, "Yes, Lin Qianya from the Department of Mathematics." Chenzhe continued to ask, "What is the specific information?"
Wang Bo had obviously put in a lot of hard work in the past 2 days, and he explained in great detail. According to the existing information, she has a very good personality.
I'm not the aloof type. I have a lot of friends, but I don't have any scandals.
I heard that she likes boys who are talented and have substance, rich, and handsome.
She doesn't have any advantages.
Basically, no boy in her grade could catch her eye. After listening to it, Chenzhe felt that it would be quite difficult to gain favor with Lin Qianya. After all he has to show for himself now are his money and his face, but it seems that Lin Qianya is not interested in these.
As for talent, he doesn't have any talent to show off.
Although I attended a lot of training classes when I was a child, such as piano, sketching, hosting, etc., I have returned them to the teachers long ago. While Chenzhe and Wang Bo were whispering, the 3 girls were also staring at Chenzhe. Wang Bo just took a quick look and was then passed over.
You are, classmate Chenzhe?
Before Chenzhe took the initiative to strike up a conversation, a girl with short hair asked the first question.
Yes, hello classmate, which department are you from? Chenzhe asked with a smile.
The short-haired girl's eyes lit up instantly. So you are the most affectionate one in Jiangzhou, you are really handsome.
Chenzhe was a little confused. What do you mean by the most affectionate one?
Another girl with a ponytail laughed and said, You don't know yet, you are very popular in our school now. The short-haired girl continued, I'm from the Department of Mathematics, my name is Joe Man.
These 2 are my roommates. The girl with a ponytail smiled and said, My name is Tang Sisi. Hello, Lin Qianya.
Lin Qianya showed a peaceful smile. Although she did not seem as enthusiastic as her 2 roommates, Chenzhe received a system prompt.
Lin Qianya favorability plus 10. Chenzhe was thoughtful.
It seemed that it was not that Lin Qianya was not interested in handsome guys, but that the boys around her were not handsome enough. He was thinking about something, but he was not idle. Chenzhe, from the computer science department, nice to meet you. Everyone introduced themselves, but Wang Bo just stood there stupidly without saying a word. He never thought that he would meet Lin Qianya, the campus beauty from the Department of Mathematics, when he came to the bar.
Isn't this too good of luck?
It wasn't until Chenzhe slapped him that Wang Bo reacted. Wang Bo. Chenzhe secretly complained in his heart, this rebellious son has grown up for nothing, and his courage is smaller than that of a mouse. He can't even speak clearly, and others almost think you are from the Paw Patrol.
Do you want to play together? Joe Man took the initiative to invite. Chenzhe smiled and said, Okay, I won't be polite then. After saying that, he sat down.
Wang Bo sat down and admired him deeply.
No wonder his godfather said he wouldn't give him any money today.
It turned out that he came to the bar today just to get something for free with his face.
But he couldn't learn this skill.
After all, he didn't have the ability to make a living like Chenzhe by relying on his looks. This small booth can seat 6 people. Since Wang Bo is quite big, it is just right for 5 people to sit down. They are neither too crowded nor too far apart. The 3 girls had just arrived and were discussing whether to drink beer or wine, but they hadn't reached a conclusion yet. Now there were 2 more boys, so I asked them what they wanted to drink.
Chenzhe said directly, beer. You can drink beer outside, right?
I always feel like I'm missing out just by coming to a bar and drinking beer. Joe Man felt a little painful when she looked at the price of beer on the list. A dozen of beer that costs 40 or 50 yuan outside costs 300 yuan here.
Chenzhe explained, foreign products are basically fake, so it's better to drink some beer to be safe. Okay, let's drink beer.
Lin Qianya spoke and made the final decision. Although she doesn't talk as much as Joe Man, she often has the final say. Tang Cici had been to a bar before, and this time she mainly brought Lin Qianya and Joe Man to experience it, as the three girls didn't want to spend too much money. The minimum consumption for the small card they used was 880. The girl from the mathematics department was good at math, so after a quick calculation, she ordered 2 dozen beers and a fruit plate, totaling 888. Not only did the minimum consumption requirement meet, but the number shared by the three of them was also an integer, with no divisibility issues. After the wine and fruit plates were served, everyone started chatting about this and that while drinking.
After drinking some wine, Joe Man became bolder.
Thinking of the gossip, she couldn't help but said, "Shenze, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not."
Shenze smiled and said, "If you know it's not appropriate to ask, then don't ask." Well. Shenze's unconventional behavior made Joe Man choke. Tang Cici couldn't help but chuckle, and Lin Qianya also smiled. "I heard that you have known Song Yuqi since childhood?"
Seeing that Shenze did not play by the rules, Joe Man also did not play by the rules and asked directly. Anyway, her experience from childhood to adulthood tells her that she is a girl and there is no need for her to care about other people's emotions. Shenze took a sip of beer and rinsed his mouth before replying, "No, we only knew each other in high school."
"So others say you have known each other since childhood? How did you get into college? What's the meaning?"
Wang Bo didn't dare to interrupt, but alcohol made him braver. After drinking a bottle of beer, he really wanted to join the group chat. Seeing that Joe Man didn't react, he felt that he had finally caught an opportunity. He said that as a college student, you can't just believe everything you hear.
You need to have your own ability to distinguish.
Joe Man said in a veiled tone, "Thank you.
But he speaks Chinese, I don't need a translator."
Wang Bo's old face turned red. Joe Man frowned somewhat dissatisfiedly, looked at Shenze and said, "Shenze, we heard that you were wronged by Song Yuqi, and we wanted to help you, so we asked you for confirmation."
"Don't think we are asking for gossip." Shenze said insincerely, "Thank you, you are quite nice." Joe Man continued to ask, "During your years in high school, you have always given a lot to Song Yuqi, right?"
Lin Qianya next to her suddenly pulled her arm. Man, if she doesn't want to talk about it, don't ask."
Chapter 18, Have a Drink and Make Friends. Shenze kept smiling and said, "It's nothing.
I did do a lot of stupid things in the past, but they are all in the past."
You see, it doesn't matter. He doesn't mind at all.
Joe Man said to Lin Qianya with a smile. Lin Qianya frowned slightly, "Then you shouldn't ask too much, this is someone else's privacy."
Seeing Lin Qianya's serious expression, Joe Man could only suppress her curiosity, nodded and said, "Okay, then I won't ask."
Seeing this scene, Shenze was a little surprised and couldn't help but have a good impression of Lin Qianya. After experiencing the hardships that Song Yuqi had, he thought that all the beautiful girls in the world were fairies like Song Yuqi. In his opinion, meeting a school beauty with a good personality like Mu Hongyu was only a special case, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Qianya again. Although they are of the same age and live in the same dormitory, Joe Man is outspoken and Tang Cici can only watch from the side. Only Lin Qianya was obviously much more considerate and thoughtful in dealing with others. No wonder Wang Bo's intelligence showed that Lin Qianya had many friends. A girl like her who was beautiful and considerate and caring must be very popular. Wang Bo finally got a word in but was then rebuked. He couldn't sit still any longer, so he said to Shenze, "Old Chen, shall we go to the dance floor and dance?" Shenze shook his head, not interested. "Go by yourself." Wang Bo was a little anxious. "You can come with me, I can't stand going to the dance floor alone." Shenze said with some regret, "You are a coward. You dare not do this or that. Do you need your godfather to accompany you when you go on dates with girls in the future?" Wang Bo thought for a moment and said, "Then I really need you to accompany me." Shenze asked unhappily, "What about when you went to get a room?" Wang Bo thought about it seriously and said, "Then you have to get a room next door and wait for me. I will feel at ease with you around." Shenze was speechless and had to stand up. "I really admire you, let's go." Tang Cici also stood up, "I'll go too." Joe Man looked at Lin Qianya and asked, "Qianya, are you going?" Lin Qianya shook her head. "Then I'll stay with you." Lin Qianya and Joe Man were both in the booth, and Tang Cici led Shenze and Wang Bo to the dance floor. Tang Cici, as someone who had been to the bar before, quickly integrated into the atmosphere of the dance floor. Wang Bo wanted to have fun at the bar, but when he entered the dance floor, his body became as stiff as a zombie. Even if Tang Cici wanted to take him with him, he couldn't do it. Shenze jumped around a few times on the dance floor, experiencing the feeling of dancing in a bar, and then he was surrounded by several girls. One of the girls was dancing in front of him in seductive poses with seductive eyes. She even rubbed her body against him while dancing, which surprised Chen Zhe. I didn't expect that being too handsome could be a problem. Chen Zhe muttered to himself, and decided to be extremely careful when improving his appearance in the future. Anyway, I must not improve my looks recently, otherwise I might be eaten alive by girls. Although Chen Zhe is at an age where he has a hot temper and gets easily irritated, he is by no means a casual person. Seeing this, Chen Zhe didn't dare to jump anymore and immediately got away to find Wang Bo. He told his rebellious son to relax and dance however he wanted, because no one would have the time to pay attention to a big and strong young man like him. But Wang Bo was a hopeless case, and his hesitation was very unreasonable. Chen Zhe lost his patience, rolled his eyes, and walked away. When Wang Bo saw Chen Zhe leaving the dance floor, he immediately ran after him.
Tang Sisi had just gotten into the mood and was having a blast. She ignored them and just kept dancing on the dance floor.
Chen Zhe and Wang Bo walked near the booth and found that just a moment after they left, 3 young people appeared next to the booth. These 3 young men are all quite handsome, and each of them is wearing trendy brand clothes. Obviously, the young man with a tuft of white hair on one side of his bangs was their leader. Because that tuft of hair was not only wearing clothes and shoes worth $100,000, he also had a Vacheron Constantin watch worth $400,000 on his wrist, and most importantly, he looked very flamboyant and confident. This man's father's surname was Xiao and his mother's surname was Zhang, so his rough father, who was a hairdresser and a contractor, simply named him Xiao Zhang. Originally, Xiao, Zhang and the other 2 had called a girl from the bar to accompany them drinking, but he looked down on ordinary, vulgar girls and was not very interested. Until he accidentally saw Lin Xianya in the booth not far away, and his attention was immediately attracted by her.
Lin Xianya is his very favorite type.
Not only is she beautiful, fair and tender, but she also has an intellectual beauty. You can tell at first glance that she is a college student. Seeing that there were only some beer and a pitiful fruit plate on Lin Xianya's table, Xiao Zhang waved his hand and called the waiter, who brought a bottle of red wine priced at 4,800 to Lin Xianya's table. When the wine was served, Lin Xianya and Zhou Man looked puzzled, and then, under the guidance of the waiter, looked towards Xiao Zhang.
Xiao Zhang brought a glass of wine and 2 followers to Lin Xianya's booth. "Hello, ladies. Nice to meet you. My name is Xiao Zhang. I'm a local and my family runs a small business,"
Xiao Zhang said with a smile. When Zhou Man saw this young man, who was good-looking, well-dressed, and generous, she immediately smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Man, and I'm a student at Jiang University."
"Jiang University? Then you are my junior. I graduated there 3 years ago."
Xiao Zhang smiled with surprise.
"Really? Then it's really fate," Zhou Man said happily. Xiao Zhang turned to look at Lin Xianya and asked with a smile, "You should be my schoolmate too?" A rich boy like him who is a bit handsome can easily win the favor of girls like Zhou Man. But Lin Xianya didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion in her heart. She just nodded and hummed out of politeness. Wang Bo's information was quite accurate.
Lin Xianya not only dislikes those rich guys who are somewhat handsome, on the contrary, she hates them a little and hates their self-righteousness. Only a face as handsome as Chen Zhe's can break her threshold and make her feel some favor towards him. But the Xiao Zhang in front of him was obviously not that.
Seeing Lin Xianya's cold attitude, Xiao Zhang was secretly happy.
To him, there is no interest in a woman who is too easy to win. The colder she is, the more challenging she is.
It will be really interesting when those cool girls call him daddy in bed. "Junior, since we are so destined to meet, why don't we play together?
I will pay for all your expenses tonight," Xiao Zhang said with a smile as he looked at Lin Xianya.
"No, thank you." Lin Xianya politely declined. Xiao Zhang was not discouraged at all.
He had already expected that it was normal for Lin Xianya to refuse. If she accepted too quickly, it would make him lose interest.
"Then let's have a drink together? I'll toast to you."
Xiao Zhang smiled with enough patience.
Lin Xianya still shook her head. "Sorry, I drank a lot today and don't want to drink anymore."
Seeing that Lin Xianya seemed a little difficult to deal with, the 2 wingmen beside Xiao Zhang immediately offered assistance.
"Beauty, what's the big deal about having a drink? After drinking this glass of wine, we are friends. If you have any problems in the future, you can always look for Brother Xiao.
In Zhangzhou, Brother Xiao can take care of everything."
"Yeah, can you just give me some face?" A hint of impatience flashed across Lin Xianya's eyes.
These are the kinds of people and things that annoy her the most, but she is just a student after all, and doesn't want to conflict with this group of young people in front of her. Just when she was in trouble, Chen Zhe and Wang Bo came back. Chapter 19, Don't play with high-end games if you're poor.
What's going on?
Chen Zhe only heard the other party say give me some face, and he didn't know what happened.
It's like this is a senior who graduated from Jiang University. He gave us a bottle of wine. Zhou Man told the whole story in detail.
After Zhou Man finished speaking, Xiao Zhang looked at Chen Zhe. He saw that although the other person was quite tall, he had a childish face and looked easy to control, so he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Little brother, as a senior, it's not too much to treat you to a drink, right?"
Chen Zhe said coldly, "It's not too much. But if she doesn't want to drink, then don't drink. If you don't want to drink at the bar, then why come? Why do you care so much?"
Seeing that Chen Zhe was not polite at all, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but frown. A wingman nearby said unhappily, "Little brother, my brother Xiao is your senior, please be careful with your words."
Another wingman snorted, "That's right. It's just a drink, you can't even give us that little bit of face, isn't that unreasonable? Give you face?" Chen Zhe raised his eyebrows, pointed at his face, and asked word by word, "Don't I want face?"
As he said this, a beam of light from the dance floor happened to hit Chen Zhe's face at an angle, and Lin Xianya happened to see the scene. In her eyes, this scene seemed like a close-up shot in a movie, which not only made Chen Zhe look handsome, but also filled the atmosphere.
Lin Xianya favorability +5. That's right, why should I give you face? Wang Bo took a step forward aggressively. Although he was a little timid, he saw that his adoptive father had already started to talk back to the other side, so he certainly couldn't fall behind, so he started to attack Xiao Zhang and the others. "Do we know you well? If we don't want to drink, then we don't have to. What else can you do? Also, these female classmates are playing with us, why are you here making trouble?" Wang Bo is tall and strong, and looks very intimidating.
Judging from his appearance, it seems that he would not suffer any loss even if he fought 3 people at once. Not only were Xiao Zhang and the other 3 frightened, but Chen Zhe was also afraid that he would fight an impulse, so he quickly hugged him from behind. Although Xiao, Zhang and the other 2 were a little scared, because they had a beauty like Lin Xianya by their side, none of them wanted to give in. Men often like to show off in front of women, and this desire to show off is often proportional to the woman's appearance.
With Lin Xianya's beauty, she can easily make many men eager to show off their masculine charm like a peacock spreading its tail. "How do you talk? We are here to make friends sincerely, what is your attitude?"
The 2 wingmen attacked Wang Bo at the same time. Wang Bo did not lose the upper hand at all and cursed, "How interesting.
Who the hell wants to be friends with you? Are you qualified? Have you never been beaten by society? Come on, who's afraid of who? Whoever doesn't dare is a grandson."
Wang Bo shouted loudly, and it seemed that he was going to rush over and fight him in the face. But he was held by Chen Zhe, so he struggled a few times, accidentally broke free from Chen Zhe's hand, and rushed forward a step. Then a magical scene happened.
Xiao Zhang and the other 2 subconsciously took a half step back.
After being stunned for a moment, Wang Bo immediately stepped back.
The originally quarrelsome scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence.
If the music in the bar hadn't stopped, the place would have been so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Wang Bo looked at Chen Zhe and complained, "Why didn't you stop me?" "Chen Zhe? I didn't stop him."
Wang Bo pulled Chen Zhe's hand up and put it around his waist, then he was ready to go, glaring at Xiao Zhang and the others fiercely, ready to attack.
"Okay, stop arguing with them,"
Xiao Zhang said to the 2 wingmen, pointing at the drinks on the table. "Why are you arguing with these people who can only drink a few bottles of beer?
It's beneath your dignity."
Yes. What Brother Xiao said makes sense. There was this step, and the 2 wingmen nodded repeatedly, as if they didn't want to see Wang Bo's opinion. Xiao Zhang looked at Chen Zhe and Wang Bo, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "You two's outfits combined cost less than 2,000, right?
This t-shirt alone costs me 28,000.
As for how much this watch costs, I won't tell you, so as not to scare you to death. You're broke and you're still trying to pick up girls?
That's hilarious. Is it rude to invite a school-level beauty to drink beer at a bar?
I'm telling you, poor bastards, don't play with high-end games.
You can't afford it." Wang Bo's face turned red, and he stiffened his neck and cursed, "What's so great about a few stinky money?"
Xiao Zhang sneered, "It's great to be rich. If you have money, you won't just drink beer when you come to the bar." Wang Bo wanted to curse back, but suddenly he realized that Chen Zhe had loosened his hand. He was like a barbarian without his ultimate move, feeling weak all of a sudden, and he immediately shut his mouth. Chen Zhe took a step forward and looked at Xiao Zhang with a strange expression on his face. He didn't look angry or upset at all, but rather seemed somewhat happy. This expression made everyone confused and puzzled.
The reason is not complicated.
Chen Zhe was worrying about how to find a suitable entry point and how to spend money reasonably on Lin Qianya, but Xiao Zhang came to him with a great assist.
You are quite rich, right? This bottle of red wine was given by you? How much is it?
Chen Zhe asked, pointing at the bottle of red wine sent by Xiao Zhang.
4,008? What? Can you afford it?
Xiao Zhang raised his chin with a look of contempt. Chen Zhe said nothing, waved his hand and called the waiter over, pointed at Lin Qianya and said, "Send this beautiful young lady a set of the most expensive wine in your store." The waiter saw that Chen Zhe was a college student and dressed very casually. He didn't look like a child from a wealthy family.
He must have never seen the world and didn't know how expensive the bar was.
So he reminded him, "Handsome guy, the most expensive one here is the Spade set, which includes a bottle of champagne, 6 bottles of drinks, and 2 fruit plates."
Chen Zhe interrupted, "How much?" 57,080.
After the waiter said this, he waited to see Chen Zhe's expression of surprise, embarrassment, and pretended calmness. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking college student in front of him would be so calm and decisive? "Okay, I'll give you a set of ace of spades."
"I'll give you a zero, 57,000.
The waiter was stunned for a moment, wondering if Chen Zhe was just trying to be rich, and reminded him again, "Handsome guy, it's 57,000 yuan per set."
Chen Zhe said, "I'm not deaf, hurry up, don't waste time."
Zhou Man quickly stood up and waved her hands. "Chen Zhe, forget it, it doesn't cost that much."
Lin Qianya also stood up and walked to Chen Zhe, shook her head, and persuaded, "Student Chen Zhe, it's not necessary." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "It's okay." Seeing Chen Zhe's courage, Wang Bo was extremely curious, "Did you really win the lottery?" Chen Zhe nodded casually and perfunctorily. Xiao Zhang sneered, "Stop pretending, okay? Even if you sell your kidneys, you can't get 57,000 yuan. You're not going to run away later, are you?"
Hearing this, the waiter immediately became cautious.
Chen Zhe asked, "What if I can afford it?"
Xiao Zhang said disdainfully, "If you can afford it, I'll tear my head off and let you kick it like a ball."
Chen Zhe looked disgusted. "Who wants to play with your stupid head? How unlucky.
If I can afford it, you can just apologize to me and disappear from my sight immediately.
Chapter 20. Come play again next time. Xiao Zhang was so angry that he laughed. "What if you can't afford it?" "Whatever you want."
Chen Zhe looked indifferent, then looked at the waiter, "Bring the wine." The waiter coughed and reminded, "Handsome guy, you have to pay first if you want to buy a set meal."
Chen Zhe directly took out a bank card, swiped the card.
The waiter quickly brought the POS machine over.
Chen Zhe inserted the card quickly and entered the password. Payment successful.
The waiter looked surprised, thinking he had really made a mistake today. "I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary college student could actually come up with 57,000 yuan.
Did he really spend 57,000?
Xiao Zhang opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The two wingmen beside him stared at each other.
Zhou Man was amazed. "Chen Zhe, you are so rich?"
Lin Qianya's beautiful eyes flickered, and she became a little more curious about Chen Zhe. Wang Bo was shocked and felt extremely aggrieved. The godfather said before that he would not give him a penny to spend, but he turned around and spent 57,000 yuan on a beautiful woman.
What a guy who is inhumane to the opposite sex. What are you standing there for? Chen Zhe looked at the reminder of the 57,000 yuan cashback and looked at Xiao Zhang unhappily. "Why don't you disappear from my sight?" When the waiter heard the first half of the sentence, he thought the person was talking to him, so he quickly said, "Wait a moment," and prepared to get the wine. "Oh, and we have to have a ceremony." Put a lighted spade on their table, type on the big screen, and select a row of beautiful and sexy girls to complete the set meal. In short, everyone in the audience should be able to see that the guests at this table spent a huge amount of money. He was just thinking about it when he heard a loud shout, "Wait a minute." The waiter turned around and saw Xiao Zhang sneering as he took out his bank card. "Give me a set too." "Boy, is buying a set of ace of spades so great? What are you so arrogant about? As if no one can afford it?"
Hearing this, the waiter's face lit up with joy and he ran back happily to let Xiao Zhang swipe the card. The spade ace set is not a cheap deal. He usually can't sell one set in a month. Unexpectedly, he sold 2 sets today.
The commission alone is 10,000. What a good day today is.
Seeing that Xiao Zhang wanted to fight with him, Chen Zai also smiled happily. For girls like Lin Qianya and Mu Hongyu who are not materialistic, if you suddenly spend a lot of money on them, it will arouse their suspicion and disgust. But now with the cooperation of Xiao Zhang, no matter how much money Chen Zai spends, it won't seem out of place.
Xiao Zhang got angry when he saw Chen Zai laughing so happily. What are you laughing at? Are you stupid and can't speak anymore? Chen Zai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He held the bank card between two fingers and handed it to the waiter. Give me 2 more sets of ace of spades. What, 2 more sets? The waiter was confused. That's right. Chen Zai nodded affirmatively. Yes, sir. The waiter smiled from ear to ear. It seemed that he was too happy too early just now, and there were more commissions waiting at him. Chen Zai made the payment in 2 installments, but no one cared about the details. Xiao Zhang was a little confused. Where did this kid get so much money? Even with such a good family background, he still couldn't bear to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in a bar in one night. It's not worth it. The 2 wingmen looked at each other again. Was it true that they bought 2 sets? Zhou Man's eyes lit up, he was so handsome. Wang Bo counted on his fingers for a long time. Damn, just for these few words, his godfather spent 171,000. Lin Qianya looked at Chen Zai quietly. Seeing that he looked calm and not at all arrogant, she couldn't help but feel more favorable towards him. She has always been more stable and mature than her peers. The behavior of Xiao Zhang and others made her feel frivolous, childish, and without substance, while Chen Zai's various behaviors made her feel very comfortable. He doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. He's not ostentatious, but he also has a sharp edge. What is even more rare is that he always has a smile on his face when facing conflicts. This is definitely a good friend worthy of her deep friendship. Lin Qianya favorability plus 10. I'll buy 2 sets too. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth and took out his bank card. 5 sets. As Chen Zai said these 2 words, everyone around him was shocked, even Lin Qianya was a little moved. 5 sets of ace of spades, nearly 300,000. Xiao Zhang's hand froze as he handed over the bank card, and his whole face froze as well. To be or not to be carrot? To follow or not to follow? If I follow, then it's not just the wine money for 5 sets, there are 2 sets that haven't been paid by credit card, so a total of 7 sets, nearly 400,000. 400,000 yuan can buy a small apartment in Jiangzhou, a 34C, and even attract many beautiful women from all over the country. Why not buy some wine? Just to show off in front of girls? The key is that this girl is not interested in you yet. But if I don't follow, I'll lose face. Is face more important or money? Xiao Zhang's brows unconsciously furrowed deeper and deeper, and even the white hair on his bangs wilted. Just when Xiao Zhang was in a dilemma, a wingman beside him couldn't help but said, I don't believe you can still make 300,000. Chen Zai didn't say anything, just 2 words, swipe the card. He swiped the card 5 times and finally saw a different prompt among the prompts for a cashback of 57,000 yuan. Black Card Bank on October 17, 2023 at 20:35, your account ending in 666 received 171,000 yuan, and the balance was 228,004.89 yuan. Damn, I'm rich. My dad's 10-year-old broken computer can be replaced with a new one. A 4090 is in order. Dual monitors are in order. A gaming chair is in order. My dad wanted to buy my mom a 23,000 yuan LV bag on our 20th wedding anniversary. The situation where he still didn't have enough money after saving some pocket money for several years no longer exists. The PS5 that the dad's good son wanted, the far-leading Mate 60, the AJ that only young ladies can step on, etc., all of these have been found. Yes, he is not a spendthrift. All the money to be spent has something to do with his father. It feels so good to be rich. This time, when the people around saw Chen Zai spend more than 200,000 yuan again, their expressions did not change much. It's numb and I can't feel anything. Are you coming again? Chen Zai looked at Xiao Zhang happily, his eyes full of excitement. There was no sign of dislike towards Xiao Zhang in his eyes. How can you hate a tool that helps you make money? It's too late to like it. I lost. Seeing Chen Zai's expression, Xiao Zhang felt a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter how he provoked or ridiculed her, the other party always looked very happy. What could he do? It's like punching cotton, empty and powerless. Xiao Zhang's face twitched for a while, and finally turned into a helpless sigh, I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Zhe waved at him reluctantly, goodbye. Come play again next time.
It's really murderous and heartbreaking. Xiao Zhang staggered and nearly fell, then quickened his pace and fled out of the bar.
Two wingmen followed closely behind, also running very fast.
Lin Xianya and others looked at the embarrassed appearance of Xiao Zhang and others, and then looked at Chen Zheyun's calm expression.
He was so handsome, wasn't he? What is demeanor? What is pattern? What is self-cultivation? That's it. Lin Xianya favorability +5. Lin Xianya's heartbeat point +1. Chapter 21, We Met. Brother, you bought 8 sets of wine in total. How about you buy 1 set first and I'll save the others for you? The waiter is now very polite to Chen Zhe.
The title has also changed from handsome guy to Mr., and now to big brother. After all, there are not many people who can spend 4 or 500,000 here in one night. Although Chen Zhe is young, he has the strength of a big brother. It's a pity that he is a man, otherwise he would have to find an opportunity to get close to this powerful person.
Okay. Chen Zhe nodded. Please wait a moment. The waiter immediately went to work. After a while, a lighted spade was placed on the table where Chen Zhe and his friends were, which was very eye-catching. Then the music suddenly stopped, and a group of pretty girls from the Atmosphere group came out one by one with trays. A line of huge colorful subtitles appeared on the big screen, warmly thanked the VIP from Channel 8 for purchasing 8 sets of Ace of Spades. What the hell? 8 suits of Ace of Spades? How much do these bottles of wine cost? Are they expensive? At least 400,000. Damn, he's so powerful, he's a real big brother.
Seeing this scene, all the guests in the bar started talking about it and turned their eyes towards the booth in the corner of the bar. Tang Sisi, who had been having fun on the dance floor, was stunned when she saw this.
Channel 8, it seems to be our own channel? Who spent more than 400,000 yuan in one go and didn't treat the money as money? Thinking of this, Tang Sisi immediately went straight to platform 8.
Seeing the eye-catching spade sign on the table, she widened her eyes in surprise. Who bought this? Zhou Man pointed at Chen Zhe and said, Chen Zhe bought 1 set, and he has 7 sets in storage.
Oh my god.
Tang Sisi covered her face with her hands and cried out excitedly, then looked at Chen Zhe and said delicately, Brother Chen Zhe, you are so rich?
Are you still in need of a girlfriend? Chen Zhe smiled and said, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Tang Sisi was secretly delighted, but she said, impossible? My brother is so handsome, has a good personality, and is so rich, how could he not have a girlfriend? Zhou Man reminded in a low voice, have you forgotten about Song Yuqi? Tang Sisi's eyes lit up, yes, no wonder. Brother, would you like to consider me? I am very sensible.
Although I don't know much, I can learn.
Chen Zhe smiled and shook his head. Tang Sisi wanted to say something, but Zhou Man pulled her to sit down and whispered to her, didn't you see that she rejected you? I think I can still try harder. You work so hard, do you think you deserve it? Someone like Xianya is a perfect match for him, okay? Wow, so sad. My love is over before it even began. What love? You are obviously greedy and lustful.
The shock caused by the 8 sets of aces of spades to the bar patrons had not yet dissipated when another piece of news spread like wildfire. I just passed by and took a look, and Channel 8 is full of young people. And there are handsome guys and beautiful girls. I heard that the handsome guy paid the bill. Hearing this news, countless guests became excited again. Originally they were worried that the people sitting at Channel 8 might be some domineering gangsters, and it would be best not to provoke them. When you hear that they are young handsome men and beautiful women, can't you not go over to take a look? So, wave after wave of people passed by the booth where Chen Zhe and his friends were. No matter how nonchalant they pretended to be, there were so many people passing by that Chen Zhe and the others finally realized something was wrong. They are all here to see Chen Zhe, right? Tang Sisi said to Zhou Man with a smile, look, I'm not the only one who is greedy and lustful. No chance. Zhou Man has been secretly observing the girls passing by, none of these people can compare to our Xianya. None of them can beat her in terms of looks. Tang Sisi said with a smile, those boys' looks are not as good as brother Chen Zhe's. Are you familiar with him? He calls me brother Chen Zhe all the time. It gives me goosebumps. I like it, you bite me? Zhou Man was too lazy to pay attention to this flirty roommate. She was quite self-aware and knew that she was not worthy of Chen Zhe. But her best friend Lin Xianya was different. It's a pity that her best friend is too passive.
She remains indifferent as she sees waves of girls coming to Chunze to add him on WeChat. Although Chunze rejected them all, how many people could he reject? What if he was entangled by a little slut?
No, instead of letting Chunze, this popular commodity, get taken away by someone else, it would be better to give it to my best friend.
Joe-man turned to look at Lin Qianya and asked, Qianya, what do you think of Chunze?
Lin Qianya simply said, very good.
What do you think of him as a friend?
Very good.
Why don't you add him on WeChat? He's too busy right now.
Well, although Joe-man was a little worried about Lin Qianya, she had to admit that Chunze was indeed a little busy now.
He was busy rejecting girls who wanted to add him on WeChat, invite him to go clubbing, or buy him a drink.
Among them, 2 or 3 girls were particularly beautiful, some were charming, some were elegant, and some were sexy. Even Joe-man felt moved when they saw them. I really don't know how Chunze could resist those temptations. Seeing that Chunze refused all the requests, gradually no one came, and Chunze finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he once shouted that he wanted to be Aquaman, he is still innocent in nature, otherwise he would not have pursued Song Yuchi for 3 years. It is impossible for his personality to change drastically in a short period of time. Another reason was that the beautiful Lin Qianya was sitting next to him, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression on her. Tonight, Lin Qianya's favorability towards him has reached 30, and with a little more, it could become an ambiguous friendship. But her favorability has been stuck. It seems that if I want to further improve her favorability, relying solely on a handsome face and spending money will not work. The few of them played peacefully for a while and left the bar around 10 o'clock. It was difficult to get a taxi at this point, so Chunze and Wang Bo decided to ride bicycles back.
Lin Qianya and the other 2 were waiting for a taxi on the roadside.
Seeing that Chunze was about to leave after saying goodbye, and Lin Qianya still didn't move, Joe-man suddenly became anxious. Qianya, did you forget something?
Lin Qianya knew what Joe-man was talking about.
Of course she didn't forget, she was just waiting to see if Chunze would take the initiative to ask for her WeChat. As a girl, it's better to be a little reserved. However, until now she had not waited for Chunze to take the initiative to speak, so Lin Qianya could only take the initiative to speak. Student Chunze, add WeChat.
Okay. After the 2 added each other on WeChat, Lin Qianya smiled peacefully and said, this is the first time I've taken the initiative to ask for a boy's WeChat.
Chunze also smiled slightly, it's my honor. Lin Qianya said, if you have time, keep in touch.
Chunze nodded, okay, then I'll leave first. Bye.
Lin Qianya waved at him, Chunze also waved, and then rode away on his bicycle. Wang Bo rode side by side with Chunze. There were many people around and they were talking a lot, but now that he finally had a chance to be alone, he immediately asked a bunch of questions.
Godfather, how much money did you win? Isn't it possible that he won 5 million? But you spend hundreds of thousands in a bar in one night, 5 million won't be enough for you to do that.
Chunze was thinking about how to make up an excuse to fool this rebellious son, so he remained silent.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wang Bo suddenly asked, do you know what the blind dates of poor people and rich people have in common? Chunze's curiosity was aroused, and he finally spoke up, what do they have in common? Wang Bo chuckled and said, we talked as soon as we met. Chunze? Chapter 22 Telling you a secret. Godfather, please stop hiding this from me, okay?
Okay, I'll tell you the truth.
Actually, my father is a young master from a big family.
He has been tested for 20 years. Now that the 20-year period has come, the family welcomes me, the young master.
My father has returned and inherited a large amount of property. 20 years of testing is really a long time. Who says it's not? Okay, do you think I don't read novels?
Others have a 3-year period. Even though you changed the protagonist to your father, it's still essentially the same. I still treat you as a brother, but it's meaningless for you to talk nonsense like this. Wang Bo's face looked a little ugly, and he seemed to be really angry.
Chunze smacked his lips.
This matter was really a bit difficult to handle. Wang Bo and he grew up together, so Wang Bo knows very well what his family situation is like. Chunze knew that it would not work if he himself was the protagonist and the story of the 3-year period has expired. Please return, young master was told, so he replaced it with his father as the protagonist. Unexpectedly, Wang Bo discovered the result. In this case, we have to try a different approach.
Okay, I'll tell you the truth, but you must never tell anyone else.
Chunze sighed, as if he had made a great decision.
Wang Bo swore, don't worry, I will never tell anyone else. I keep my mouth shut. Chenzei said nonsense casually. Actually, I won 220 million. What?
Wang Bo was so shocked that he almost fell off his bicycle.
Fuck. Are you the mysterious lottery buyer who emptied the jackpot and didn't have to pay taxes? Yeah. Chenzei nodded seriously. Wang Bo was suddenly excited. Wow, let me think about it. How should I spend more than 200 million? First, I will buy a big villa, then a luxury car, eat and drink as much as I want every day, and hang out on the third floor. I can never spend it all. I can never spend it all. Chenzei was a little confused. Did this rebellious son actually believe it? Godfather, from now on I will follow you and enjoy the best of life. Wang Bo looked at Chenzei eagerly. That's easy to say.
Chenzei said seriously, but remember not to tell anyone about this, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone asks me to treat them or borrow money from them.
I understand. Don't worry. Wang Bo patted his chest. After a while, the two returned to the dormitory. Xiong Chomo had finished reviewing his homework and was playing games. No one knows where Yang Qianshan has gone and he hasn't come back yet. This kid lives locally and doesn't sleep in the dormitory every day.
When Chenzei went to take a shower, Wang Bo walked up to Xiong Chomo and said mysteriously, "Old four, I'll tell you a secret."
You can't tell anyone else. Xiong Chomo was busy playing games and asked casually, what secret?
Wang Bo lowered his voice and said, "Old Chen won 220 million yuan in the lottery."
Xiong Chomo didn't even bother to look at Wang Bo, staring at the computer screen and saying, winning 20 yuan is more believable. Winning the lottery jackpot, even the author of a Rebirth novel wouldn't dare to write that. Why? The lottery is statistics, not probability. What do you mean?
Xiong Chomo explained, even if you were really reborn and bought the right lottery numbers that once won the jackpot, the winner of that period would only be someone else.
What? Wang Bo was a little confused. He couldn't figure out the lottery routine, but he could see that Lao Si didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, forget it.
Wang Bo felt that his sincerity had been betrayed. He shared this secret with Xiong Chomo because he treated him as a brother, but who knew that he actually didn't believe it?
Wang Bo ran to the balcony and called Yang Qianshan, second brother, what are you busy with? I'm sleeping, what's the matter? Wang Bo warned, I'll tell you a secret. I'm telling you this because I treat you as a brother.
You must not tell anyone.
Hurry up and tell me. Don't move now. Wang Bo was confused, I didn't move? I didn't mention you. What's going on? Mr. Chen won 220 million. How much fake alcohol did you drink at the bar? It's okay, I'm hanging up now. Don't, really. Beep beep beep.
When Wang Bo heard the busy tone of his cell phone, he was heartbroken. They said they were brothers, but no one believed him. Where was the trust between people? Just when he was feeling sad, Chenzei came out of the shower and saw Wang Bo was unhappy.
He asked, what's wrong? Nothing.
Wang Bo shook his head and quickly went to take a shower. Chenzei ignored him, dried his hair, went to bed, and prepared to check his phone before going to sleep. I took out my phone and saw several unread messages. There are messages from Lin Qianya and also from Liuli. He opened Lin Qianya's chat box. I've made it to the dormitory safely, how about you? Arrived safely. Well, it's getting late. Good night. Good night. After replying to Lin Qianya's message, Chenzei opened Liuli's chat box. Brother Wushuang, aren't you coming to see Liuli today? Brother Wushuang, I lost miserably in the PK today. Chenzei did not reply to the message, but directly opened Douyu and entered Liuli's live broadcast room. The ID Gengzi Shi Wushuang had a super cool special effect when he entered the scene, and was immediately seen by Liuli and the fans. Wow! Brother Wushuang is here, welcome my brother Wushuang. Liuli was very excited. She was wearing a white sleeveless t-shirt today and black shorts. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, making her look pure and sexy. The netizens were also posting comments enthusiastically. Brother Wushuang is finally here. Little Liuli was bullied badly today. She competed 5 times today and only won once. She was severely punished. Someone is still shouting, don't you have a super rich brother? Where is he? It won't work without brother Wushuang to keep the peace. Gengzi Shi Wushuang, what's going on? The netizens started talking at once. After listening, although Chenzei didn't understand why, he knew that Liuli was bullied. It turned out that the sudden appearance of Gongzi Shi Wurshuang yesterday made all the major anchors of Douyu keep their eyes on this wealthy man. Since the 3 people that Brother Wurshuang gave rewards to yesterday were all beautiful female anchors, many female anchors are waiting for Brother Wurshuang to come online today. There are also some male anchors waiting, of course they are just there to watch the fun.
But Brother Wurshuang has never been online. Some female anchors became impatient and started to think about it, so they took the initiative to challenge Liuli to a PK.
Nowadays, Liuli's live broadcast room is quite popular, and the popularity has increased from a few thousand to more than 300,000.
Piking with her is not considered bullying a newbie. Some anchors wanted to make friends with Liuli, and then got to know Wurshuang through Liuli. Some anchors want to win a few PKs and let Liuli go to Brother Wurshuang to save the situation. Some anchors just can't stand Liuli. I am obviously prettier and more talented than her, so why does she get so much attention? Good brother, who doesn't have one? No, I have to teach her a lesson. So, a female anchor named Cici Beautiful Girl brought her level 70 brother Long Ao Tianhuan to play PK.
Of course, he won without any suspense. Liuli was punished to do 20 squats, and she had to drink water while squatting. This made it easy to get wet, and Liuli accidentally got half of her clothes wet, looking very embarrassed. The netizens who came over from Cici Beautiful Girl's side started making dirty jokes.
Oh, it's wet. So easy to get wet? The anchor is really slutty.
It's funny to see her almost crying.
Where are we now? Yeah, a newcomer is a newcomer. If you can't even play this, why are you doing a live broadcast? Chapter 23 Liuli was bullied. Not only that Long Ao Tianhuang also launched a wave of ridicule in Liuli's live broadcast room. TSK, what a miserable loss. I can't even see the health bar. I heard that there's a super rich guy in your family. Where is he? Why don't you call him over? Why haven't you come yet? Are you scared of me?
Little Liuli, if you don't want to lose badly next time, call me dear brother 3 times.
I don't mind helping you in a few PKs, he. Liuli was so aggrieved that she almost cried. What do you mean dear brother, are you disgusting? Do you deserve it? But firstly, she doesn't know how to curse, and secondly, as a host, she can't argue with such a big brother. However, Liuli didn't dare to say anything, but the netizens had no such scruples. This group of keyboard warriors on the internet even dared to criticize the son of the richest man, so why would they care who the hell you are? What are you so crazy about? Is it a big deal to have a few super hot ones? That's right. Did you know that when Wurshuang reaches super fire, the number starts at more than 10? It's so funny. You're so arrogant after getting a few super hot ones. When Brother Wurshuang comes, I wonder if you'll still be so arrogant. Long Ao Tianhuang didn't care about the netizens' criticism at all, instead he became even more arrogant. Why don't you call him over? What are you doing here, a bunch of low-level dogs? If you have the guts, show me some super fire. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Most of the viewers are just talking nonsense. Even though Liuli's live broadcast room is quite popular now, most of them are new and have not yet formed strong feelings for the show, and are reluctant to give large gifts. As for those old fans, they are short of money and cannot afford to spend real money. Seeing that Long Ao Tianhuang was so arrogant, the old fans were anxious and angry.
They knew that Liuli had Brother Wurshuang's contact information, so they all told Liuli to contact Brother Wurshuang as soon as possible. However, Liuli sent several WeChat messages to Chunzhe but received no reply.
This made everyone very anxious. Liuli was also anxious, but she had no choice.
Brother Wurshuang was like that and never replied to messages for a long time.
Xiao Liuli, it seems that the rich man doesn't have much interest in you. He didn't come out to protect you when you needed help. How about this, let's add each other's contact information and keep in touch when we are free. If you need me during PK in the future, you can call me.
In order to prove his own strength, Emperor Long Ao also gave Liuli a super hot boost.
Thank you for the popularity of Emperor Long Ao, thank you.
Even though Liuli feels aggrieved and upset now, and hates this Long Ao Tianhuang, he has become extremely popular, so she still has to express her gratitude.
It's so frustrating.
When Cici saw that her elder brother had given Liuli a lot of popularity, she said with a smile, "Liuli, my elder brother has sent you medical expenses.
Be happy. We can play together again next time if we have a chance." Long Ao Tianhuang, look at how well behaved our Cici is. You have to learn from her.
Lioli bit her lip and said nothing, which made many netizens feel very distressed, but they did not have the ability to help her. He is a level 70 big brother, and it is estimated that he has earned nearly 1 million. How can these people who eat instant noodles and watch the live broadcast come up with real money to reward him, except for talking nonsense? Emperor Long Ao showed off in the Lioli live broadcast room for a long time before leaving. After that, Lioli took part in several more PKs, and lost without exception. Although the victorious female anchors did not mock her excessively, Lioli became increasingly depressed. Just when Lioli was about to end the live broadcast, she suddenly saw Gongzi Shi Wushuang entering the scene. After figuring out what happened, Shenzhe didn't say anything and typed directly, "Go find that person in PK, I guarantee you will win." The moment she saw this comment, Lioli almost cried out loud, just like a child who had been wronged outside and had been stubbornly suppressing his emotions until he sought his parents and relatives and then burst into tears.
Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability plus 10. Okay.
Lioli cheered herself up, calmed down, and then connected with the CC beautiful girl.
Seeing Lioli connected with her, CC was a little surprised. "Sister Lioli, why is it you?" "Lioli, let's have a PK." "Play PK?" CC responded, "Your big brother is here?" Lioli, "Yeah." CC, "Then wait a moment. My eldest brother is out. I'll ask him to come over and connect with you later." Lioli, "Okay." The beautiful girl CC said something to her friends in the live broadcast room, then temporarily left the live broadcast room and called Long Ao Tianhuang. "Brother Long, that little slut Lioli wants to have a PK with me. It looks like that brother Wushuang is here, and she wants revenge." "Hey, you still want revenge? Dream on. You have the nerve to call yourself a super rich man just for spending tens of thousands of dollars? Those are a bunch of ignorant people. I will teach them what a real super rich man is. Yeah, Brother Long, please log in quickly. I'll wait for you in the live broadcast room." "Okay, right away." After a while, the beautiful girl CC reconnected to Lioli. "Hello, Lioli, let's play another game. Do you want to set a punishment?" Lioli, 100 squats, and after each squat I say Brother Wushuang is awesome. In fact, Shenzhe only required doing 100 squats, and the 100 sentences of Brother Wushuang is awesome were the conditions added by Lioli herself. 100 squats, this is obviously a revenge. CC was laughing in her heart, but she still had a smile on her face. "Okay. If you lose, just call me Dear Langao Tianhuang 100 times. Lioli felt a little disgusted when she heard these conditions. What if she lost? Seeing Lioli's hesitant expression, Gongzi Shi Wushuang decisively posted a message, "Promise her." Seeing this comment, Lioli no longer hesitated and said to CC directly, "Okay, let's start. I'm going to turn off the microphone." Okay. When both parties turned off their microphones, it was time for their respective bosses to perform. Although Lioli's popularity is not low, except for Gongzi Shi Wushuang, there is basically no purchasing power. CC's live broadcast room has more than 500,000 followers. In addition to Long Ao Tianhuang, the guild boss, there are also many good brothers with strong abilities. It is no problem for these brothers to brush a few super fires each. In addition, there are many people who can give some small gifts. In other words, Shenzhe has to challenge everyone in the entire live broadcast room by himself. But he didn't have any pressure at all because he had so much money to spend on beautiful girls. Shenzhe recharged 200,000 yuan and then started to become super popular. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, giving the anchor Lioli a super rocket without sugar. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a super rocket too. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a super rocket 3. When the people in CC's live broadcast room saw that Shenzhe became very popular from the beginning, they quickly followed suit. Emperor Langao, give the anchor CC beautiful girl super rocket 2. Emperor Langao, give the anchor CC beautiful girl super rocket 3. Ding ding dang dang, send a super rocket to the anchor CC beautiful girl. Rim, a super rocket to the anchor CC beautiful girl. At the beginning, the health bars of both sides were at a stalemate. But after a while, when Shenzhe reached more than 30 super hot ones, CC obviously couldn't keep up. Lioli live broadcast room. The water friends were delighted. Brother Wushuang is awesome, 35 hits in a row. 70,000 is gone just like that. Brother Wushuang 666. Brother Wushuang is so awesome. It has to be Brother Wushuang.
All of Lioli's previous grievances disappeared, and she cheered without caring about her image. My brother Wushwang is so awesome, Lioli loves you, loves you.
Chapter 24 200 Super Rockets.
The live broadcast room of the beautiful girl Cici.
The netizens felt the pressure from Gongzi Shi Wushwang. Fuck, brother Long, the enemy's firepower is too strong.
Looking at this posture, the combo will not be interrupted.
Brothers are out of ammunition, we can only rely on you. Brother Long, hold on, come on, brother Long. Watch me.
Emperor Long Ao was still full of confidence.
What's the big deal of just spending tens of thousands of dollars? It's just a small scene.
A while later. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, giving the anchor Lioli a Super Rocket 71 that doesn't eat candy. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I send a Super Rocket 72 to the anchor Lioli who doesn't eat candy. Seeing that the firepower from the opposite side continued, Emperor Long Ao's brows slowly knitted together, and the speed of clicking on the gifts obviously slowed down. I didn't expect that the opponent, young Master Shi Wushwang, could output so continuously. Cici was originally full of confidence, thinking that winning this PK round would be a foregone conclusion. But at this moment she also felt some pressure. She no longer sat there and talked, but stood up and started dancing, bending over, lifting her skirt, and doing all kinds of things, hoping that more people would give her gifts.
Although she received some gifts for her actions, it was still not enough when facing Gongzi Shi Wushwang's powerful firepower.
A while passed. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a Super Rocket 98. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give the anchor Lioli a Super Rocket 99 that doesn't eat candy. Young Master is unparalleled in the world, I give 100 Super Rockets to the anchor Lioli who doesn't eat sugar.
Lioli's live broadcast room was filled with joy. Wow, 100 super hot. Oh my god, 200,000 is gone just like that. Another day of envying the rich.
Seeing the 100 super fires floating on the screen, Lioli almost suffocated. After a few seconds, she seemed to come alive and said excitedly, "Thank you again, my brother Wushwang, for sending me the 100 super fires." In Lioli's heart, you are the best brother Wushwang in the world.
Brother Wushwang, I don't know how to thank you, how about I do a big pendulum dance for you? After brushing the 100 super fires, Chenze also had time to type, "Sit down and rest, good boy, Omega." See Chenzifa's cute head patting expression. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability +5. Lioli doesn't eat candy, favorability +5. Lioli doesn't eat candy, heart rate +3. Now Lioli's favorability towards Chenze has reached 65, which is enough for them to be a couple. As long as Chenze expresses his feelings, the chances of successfully winning her over are as high as 90%. However, if Gongzi Shi Wushwang was an old man or a greasy middle-aged man, he might also fail. Due to the high favorability, Lioli contributed 3 heart beating points at once. In addition, there was a super popular cashback that triggered a 10x critical hit and successfully returned 20,000 yuan. On the other side, at this time, Emperor Long Ao was obviously feeling a bit tired. If there is a platform activity, he can easily spend hundreds of thousands. But there is no activity today, so is he just spending hundreds of thousands of dollars just because he has nothing better to do? It is true that he is a union boss, but he has people above him, and the money in the account does not belong to him alone. If he spends money recklessly just to show off, is the union system still necessary? Fortunately, at this time, the super hot combo in the opposite live broadcast room also stopped and froze at 100. I guess Wushwang can't do it anymore. Long Ao Tianhuang breathed a sigh of relief. If the PK stopped here, his defeat would not be too ugly. I didn't expect that this brother Wushwang actually has some strength. However, Emperor Long Ao did not pay too much attention to Gongzi Shi Wushwang. After all, he was a man who had spent a lot of money. When the platform held activities, in order to help the female anchors get rankings and gain more traffic and exposure, he had spent not only 200,000, but also 400,000 or 500,000. The beautiful girl Cici finally realized the strength of brother Wushwang. She looked a little solemn and quietly sent a private message to Emperor Long Ao, asking him to cheer up. Long Ao Tianhuang replied in a private message, "Are you crazy? This is not the platform promotion period, and I have already spent nearly 100,000. If you continue to spend, you will be criticized." Cici was a little unwilling. "If I lose, I have to do 100 squats. 100. We are not far behind, and there is still time to catch up. Emperor Long Ao, let's see what happens first." Brother Long, you have to help me this time. If I lose to a new anchor, how will I survive in the future? How about this, if you help me win today, I will treat you to a meal tomorrow, okay? Wait a minute, let me see if I can steal the tower.
Cici and Lan Gao Tianhuang both thought that Chen Zhe would not continue to win, and were thinking about overtaking him at the last moment. But they didn't know that Chen Zhe's combo was interrupted not because he stopped or had no money, but because he needed to recharge again.
After Chen Zhe received the cashback, he recharged his account with another 20W and continued to give out gifts. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots. So, Long Ao Tianhuang and Cici watched helplessly as another wave of super rocket rain floated down from the live broadcast room opposite. Young Master is unparalleled in the world. I give the anchor Liuli a super rocket 99 that doesn't eat candy. Young Master is unparalleled in the world. I'm sending a super rocket of 100 to the anchor Liuli who doesn't eat candy. The viewers in the live broadcast room were excited. WTF, another 100 super hot ones? Liuli was a little confused.
In just a short while, Brother Wushuang gave her 200 super fires, which was 400,000.
She can get almost 200,000. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. Brother Wushuang is so nice to me. Liuli doesn't eat candy, heart rate +3. Emperor Long Ao was furious. Fuck. What the hell is this stealing a tower? Looking at the situation, the beautiful girl Cici knew that she was doomed to lose. Brother Wushuang is awesome. He's super popular again today.
Many anchors on the Douyu platform, game anchors stopped playing games, dance anchors stopped dancing, and singing anchors stopped singing. They all ran to Liuli and Cici's live broadcast rooms to watch the show, and some even jumped between both sides. Ding Ding didn't shy away from the question, when will Brother Wushuang come to our live studio to play, Carrot?
Su was full of energy. Brother Wushuang, I know a lot of things, I will definitely not let you down. A male anchor who plays PUBG, my big brother is unmatched. He has a house and a car. Loving my big brother is a smooth journey.
A male landlord host, I suspect that the money in Brother Wushuang's account is more than my happy beans.
The big anchor Nan Meyer also came over. Brother Wushuang is so awesome, Meyer likes him so much. A lazy sheep, Brother Wushuang 666. The little sheep will always be with you.
Following these anchors to watch the show were their fans. For a time, the popularity of Liuli's live broadcast room reached 5 million. Many people also went to Cici Beautiful Girl's place, but the more people went, the more embarrassed she felt. Because the PK time had not yet ended, the health bars of both sides were still hanging above the public screen, and her health bar was so horrible that it was almost gone. Everyone can tell at a glance that this beautiful girl has been abused. This is the first time she has been abused so badly since she became famous. Little did I know that Chen Zhe wasn't done yet. Chapter 25 I will protect you from now on. After the cashback, Chen Zhe continued to recharge. Then another round of super fire started. The golden rocket shot up into the sky again.
1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. When Chen Zhe sent out 42 super fires, the PK time ended. The health bar of the beautiful girl Cici has completely disappeared. Miserable defeat.
Cici's expression had become very ugly, and Emperor Long Ao's expression also changed.
But Chen Zhe didn't care about that.
He didn't stop until he had used up all 100 super fires, and the golden rockets continued to float up. Until all 100 rounds of super fire are delivered.
Fuck.
A total of 300 super fire rounds. Brother Wushuang is really powerful.
Awesome, this is really awesome.
In just this short period of time, Brother Wushuang has spent 600,000. Oh my god, damn human traffickers, I can tell at a glance that Brother Wushuang is my biological brother who has been lost for more than 10 years.
Brother Wushuang is my half-brother. Brother Wushuang, are you still in need of a son?
Netizens and anchors who came to watch the show posted comments one after another.
At this time, Liuli was completely confused.
She had never expected that Gongzishir Wushuang would continue to give her gifts even after he had obviously won. A total of 300 super hot rounds, worth $600,000. She could earn nearly 300,000 in one night. Even when she dreamed of picking up money in a small basin, she never picked up so much.
Liuli doesn't eat candy, favorability +5. Thank you very much, Brother Wushuang, for sending me the 300 super rockets. Brother Wushuang, I've rested enough. Can I dance for you later? Gongzishir Wushuang, no hurry.
Then, he recharged 120,000 yuan and became an emperor in Liuli's live broadcast room. The account Gongzi Shi Wuxuang has obtained many rights and interests, such as customized superfire, anti-ban, exclusive super administrator assistant, noble barrage and so on. Thank you, brother Wuxuang, for opening the emperor.
Thank you, brother Wuxuang. Thank you. I really, thank you.
Seeing the super luxurious special effects of Kaitong Emperor, Liuli was so excited that she didn't know what to say and could only say thank you over and over again. Gongzi Shi Wuxuang, from now on, I will protect your live broadcast room.
Brother Wuxuang, you are so nice to me.
Liuli was so moved that tears came to her eyes.
Liuli doesn't eat candy, heart rate +5. Brother Wuxuang is so domineering.
I'll see who dares to bully Liuli from now on.
It's over. I think Liuli has fallen.
With such a good brother, who wouldn't fall for him? Compared with the lively atmosphere in Liuli's live broadcast room, the atmosphere in CC Beauty's live broadcast room is very low pressure. At this moment, CC's face was obviously embarrassed. Although she was still forcing a smile, everyone knew how embarrassed she was.
And what about Emperor Long Ao?
No matter how conceited he was, he had to admit at this moment that young Master Shi Wuxuang was really powerful.
Those fans of Liuli who were angry before all ran to the live broadcast room of the beautiful girl CC to post barrages. It's time for punishment, 100 squats. 100, can we finish them? How about just 99? Where's that Long Out Yen? Come out and say something? Call me again. In front of brother Wuxuang, you are nothing.
Seeing these comments, Cici's heart was filled with grievance, regret and some complaints. She had fully expected that young Master Shi Wuxuang was so powerful, and she never thought that she would lose so badly and embarrass herself so much in front of so many people. Emperor Long Ao was also extremely angry, but since he lost, and he had no way to refute it, so he simply logged off.
Liuli, CC, it's time to be punished. Okay, Liuli, your eldest brother is really too strong. I can't handle it at all.
CC forced a smile and began to punish. While doing squats, he shouted, "Brother Wuxuang is awesome." Seeing this scene, Liuli and her viewers in the live broadcast room felt relieved.
Chen Zhe just took a glance and had no time to watch CC's punishment project.
He was looking at the system panel and prompt information. After this wave of PK, Liuli's favorability with Bu Qi Tang reached 70. Chen Zhe has discovered that the higher the favorability, the harder it will be to gain it later on. Just like taking an exam, it is not difficult to pass if you work hard, but if you want to get 80, 90, or even full marks, it is not enough to just work hard, you also need some talent. Liuli contributed 11 heart points to him, including Lin Qianya's 1 heart point, a total of 12 heart points, which can be exchanged for 50 attribute points. The number of points obtained has become 19, and there are still 11 points left to meet the conditions for starting the lottery. In addition, he received a 50-fold critical strike rebate, totaling 100,000. The total wealth reached more than 340,000.
Chen Zhe called up the panel properties and took a look. Name Chen Zhe. Appearance, 88 quasi-male god, can debut on the spot. Overall physical strength 40 vulnerable. IQ 104 normal. Combat strength, 5. Durability, 100. Attribute points, 50. Get heart points, 19. Achievement, none. Item, see King Black card. Skills, none. Wealth 344,004.89 yuan.
Thinking that he only had more than 200 yuan yesterday, he didn't expect to have more than 300,000 yuan today.
Chen Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this rate of making money, wouldn't luxury cars, villas and beautiful women be just around the corner?
After imagining for a while how he would spend millions or even tens of millions, Chen Zhe began to look at other system prompts.
Favorability from Nanmir increased by +20.
Favorability of lazy sheep +10. In fact, today Chen Zhe has gained the favor of many people, whether they are female anchors, male anchors or water friends. However, the system will only give Chen Zhe a prompt if the favorability of the target changes. The favorability of this woman Nanmir is finally not negative. Chen Zhe couldn't help but mutter. He still didn't like Nanmir very much, and didn't plan to spend money on her. Instead of spending time with her, he might as well go to Lazy Yang's place. Just as he was thinking this, 5 superfires suddenly appeared in Liuli's live broadcast room.
Thank you brother Xiaoying Guhong for the 5 super rockets. Thank you. Lioli smiled and thanked calmly.
If it was before Chenze came to her live broadcast room, she would have at least danced to express her gratitude. Now, after being baptized by Chenze's 300 superfires, 5 superfires can no longer cause any psychological fluctuations to Lioli. After Xiaoyin Guhong finished brushing 5 superfires, he didn't say anything in Lioli's live broadcast room, but sent a private message to Chenze.
Boss Wushuang, hello.
I am the head of the Xiaoyin Guild.
I want to make friends with you. I hope Boss Wushuang will do me the honor of adding me on WeChat.
This Xiaoyin Guhong is a maximum level 150 character. The Xiaoyin Guild is also a very powerful guild, ranking among the top 5 on the Douyu platform and earning more than 50 million yuan a year.
The leader of the guild is definitely a man with plenty of money.
But he spoke very politely to Chenze.
Again, the purpose of giving gifts to guild accounts is to build momentum for the anchor and to make money.
There are really not many people like Gongzishir Wushuan who are willing to give out hundreds of thousands of rewards. Seeing that this man was very polite and sensible, he came to the live broadcast room and gave Lioli 5 superfires.
Chenze didn't hesitate and added his contact information. After a while, Xiaoyin Guhong sent a message to Chenze on WeChat. Boss Wushuan, hello, hello. Hello, Boss Guhong. The two chatted for a while, and then Xiaoyin Guhong got to the point. Boss Wushuan, I have something to ask you. Chenze, you said it. Xiaoyin Guhong, actually, Nanmir is the anchor of my guild.
I heard that she sent you a private message, but you didn't reply and you didn't even add her contact information.
I want to ask if there is any misunderstanding between you two?
If she has upset you, I will punish her severely.
Chapter 26 I learned to dance for you.
After reading this message, Chenze finally understood why Xiaoyin Guhong added him.
It's very simple.
Nanmir doesn't want to miss out on a rich man like Gongzishir Wushuan, and Xiaoyin Guild doesn't want to miss out either. Nanmir had tried hard before, but Chenze always ignored her. Nanmir had no choice but to tell the guild about it, and then the guild boss came forward in person.
Boss Guhong, that's not the case at all. Nanmir is a big anchor.
I feel I am out of my league, so I don't dare to talk to her casually.
Chenze pretended to be confused and laughed.
Xiaoyin Guhong did not reply immediately, but pondered the message sent by Chenze.
Too high to reach and too afraid to speak? Could a big brother who can casually give out 600,000 yuan in rewards have such a loser mentality? Of course not. It's obvious that Wushuang always speaks in a sarcastic way. The fact is that Nanmir neglected this elder brother, which made him unhappy. Since he is unhappy, he will naturally ignore Nanmir. There are so many beautiful female anchors, you are not a big deal.
After figuring this out, Xiaoyin Guhong sent a message back to Chenze. Wushuang is always too modest. A big brother as capable as you is out of her reach. Boss Wushuang is so powerful, please take care of me when you are free in the future.
Our guild has more than 1,000 contracted female anchors.
Nanmir may not be to your liking, but I think there must be someone you like among the others.
What type of female anchors does Wushuang like? How about I recommend a few to you? Chenze replied, Boss Guhong is so polite. I can't say it's caring. I'll go to Nanmi's place later. There's no need to introduce other female anchors.
I like to find them myself and enjoy the hunting process.
Xiaoyin Guhong, Wushuang and I are of the same mind.
I also like to go hunting by myself, it's boring when others give it to me. After chatting for a few more sentences, Lioli called Wushuang brother in the live broadcast room. Chenze ended his chat with Xiaoyin Guhong and returned to the live broadcast room.
Lioli, brother Wushuang, everyone is asking me to dance. What do you want me to dance? Gongzishir Wushuang, Lioli, let's skip to subject 3, okay?
Yes, I just learned it.
Well, I learned it especially for you.
In front of so many people in the live broadcast room, Lioli said the second half of the sentence, feeling a little embarrassed.
Sure enough, there were people in the live broadcast room making a fuss, but most people thought it was normal. If someone is willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on you, don't even think about learning to dance.
Even if they don't wear masks and run naked to cause trouble, there are still many people willing to do such things.
Then jump. Okay, brother Wushuang. Lioli was full of energy. She chose the music and started dancing.
Having received so many rewards from Chenze before, she was excited and happy, but also a little uneasy. Chenze gave her so much, and she did nothing but sit there.
That's it, are you embarrassed to take so much money from others? Lioli felt very uneasy in her heart.
Now that she was able to perform a dance for Chenze, she felt that she had finally done something for him and she felt a little more at ease. Liuli's dancing performance this time was beyond her level. Her movements were smooth, her smile was sweet, and any twist of her body was pleasing to the eye, pure and sexy.
Fuck, my wife is so beautiful. Ah, she's giving me a flash. This dance is so exciting, I can't stand it anymore.
Brothers, whatever your hands are doing, take them out.
Take them out.
The netizens were so fascinated that they were posting comments like crazy.
Chenze was also attracted by Liuli's long white legs and slim waist.
He would usually watch dance live broadcasts, but today the feeling was completely different.
Not only because Liuli people are beautiful with good figures and attractive dancing postures.
The most important thing is because Liuli said that this was a dance she learned specially for him. This brought Chenze a lot of satisfaction and sense of accomplishment, and the emotional value was fully maximized.
Chenze felt like a tyrant watching his concubines and palace maids dancing in the palace. He really wanted to pull the dancing beauties into his arms and touch them at any time.
After Liuli finished her dance, Chenze looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he casually swiped 2 super fires and said hello.
Liuli, I'm going to go somewhere else and you should get some rest early.
Liuli knew that Brother Wuxuan went to watch other female anchors, and she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. After all, he just said that he would protect his own, but then he turned around and looked at other little goblins. However, Liuli also understood that it was his brother's freedom to see whomever he wanted and to reward whomever he wanted, and it was impossible for her to tie him down.
Moreover, the brothers who watched the live broadcast were here to have fun. No matter what, I must not do anything to make Brother Wuxuan unhappy.
Even if I felt a little aggrieved, I couldn't show it, so as not to affect Brother Wuxuan's mood. So Liuli always had a sweet smile on her face and waved at the screen. Okay, Brother Wuxuan, remember to come back often if you have time.
Okay.
After Chenze came out of Liuli's live broadcast room, he went directly to Nan Meyer's live broadcast room. Nan Meyer has already received news from Xiaoying Guhong, saying that Brother Wuxuan might come to her live broadcast room in a while.
This made Nan Meyer very excited.
She thought that when Brother Wuxuan came, she must perform well and try to keep this rich brother. Nan Meyer was chatting with the viewers in the live broadcast room while keeping an eye on the entry prompts in the room. After a while, suddenly, a special effect of the Emperor entering the scene appeared on the public screen.
Fuck! Brother Wuxuan is here. Welcome Brother Wuxuan. Welcome Brother Wuxuan. Meyer, come and greet Brother Wuxuan.
The viewers in Nan Meyer's live broadcast room expressed their warm welcome. Nan Meyer was cheered up and immediately stood up, saying happily, "Welcome, Brother Wuxuan."
Brother Wuxuan, do you want to see Meyer dance?
When she stood up, her enchanting and hot figure was revealed.
The dark red suspender skirt is very slim-fitting and outlines the body curves very tightly.
Not only the chest is very curvy, but the butt is also very perky. Add to that a pair of charming eyes and slightly curved lips, and you will be infatuated with her at first sight. I have to say, Nan Meyer is very charming.
This is a woman that makes people want to have sex with her at first sight. Just jump. Chenze typed 3 words and then started sending gifts.
1, 2, 3, a total of 20 super fires were sent.
Thank you, Brother Wuxuan, for the 20 super hits. The following dynamic light wave is dedicated to my best brother Wuxuan. Nan Meyer favorability +5.
Nan Meyer covered her mouth with her hands, showing a look of great surprise, then made a heart shape with her hands and blinked her eyes. It was obvious that she was trying very hard to please Brother Wuxuan. Compared with Chenze's attitude when he first came to the live broadcast room, it is a world of difference. Seeing Nan Meyer's current attitude, Chenze's previous little grudge disappeared and he felt relieved, but he still didn't have much good impression of her. The first impression between people is too important and difficult to change in a short period of time. Unless there is a particularly big turning point or a brilliant flash of brilliance in the other person.
Chenze swiped 300 super fires, showing his ability to make money very well.
But Nan Meyer's current attitude and dance are not uncommon for female livestreamers, and did not cause much waves for Chenze. In fact, Chenze gave these super fires because Xiaoying Guhong had just given Liuli 5 super fires. But Nan Meyer was unaware of this and was dancing very hard, with the little white rabbit bouncing around, very eye-catching.
Chapter 27 That's a Good Brother. Dynamic light waves. Pop 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 pop. Accompanied by the rhythmic music, Nan Meyer's dance moves are even more seductive. When many netizens were enjoying the video, a striking comment appeared, violation warning. Touch. Get the super pipe out. Fork it out. Fork it out. I told you to fork it out. What a fucking bummer.
I'll be almost ready soon.
Why did you come now, not earlier or later? It's really infuriating.
The super moderator came out at the right time to spoil everyone's interest, and Nan Meyer had to stop dancing.
Good dance.
Chenzhe sent out 10 more super fires and slipped away while Nan Meyer was still saying thank you. Xiaoying Guhong had already repaid his favor in excess, and it was already very late, so he had to hurry and get ready for bed. After leaving Nan Meyer, Chenzhe went to the live broadcast room of Lan Yang. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Chenzhe saw Lazy Sheep hiking with someone. Seeing that Lazy Sheep was at a disadvantage, Chenzhe didn't think twice and swiped 10 super fires on him, which directly confused the opponent. The Lazy Sheep were also confused.
Chenzhe's hand speed was too fast. Before Lazy Sheep could even say anything, Chenzhe had already drained the opponent's health bar. Lazy Sheep was stunned for a moment before saying, "Ah.
Welcome my brother Wushwang."
Gonzisher Wushwang, Xiaoyang, is anyone bullying you? No, no.
Lan Yang said hurriedly, "Brother Wushwang, the person opposite is my friend, we were chatting, but you came up and got angry, too cruel."
Ah. Sorry, I thought someone was bullying you. You don't have to say you're sorry. You've been so good to me, I can't thank you enough. Brother Wushwan, wait a minute. I'll explain to my friends and then sing for you. You should think about what song you want to order first.
Chenzhe's hand speed was so fast that before Lazy Sheep could finish his words, he had already rushed to the live broadcast room on the opposite side. Then 5 super fires were sent. Opposite her was a female anchor named Gigi Baby who was dressed in ancient costume and looked very beautiful and stunning.
In Chenzhe's opinion, the other person's real appearance should be above 80 points. But strangely, the system did not give any prompts. Thank you for the medical expenses, Brother Wushwang.
If you have time, Brother Wushwang is welcome to come to the live broadcast room to play with me.
I am also a singing anchor. A magnetic bass voice reached Chenzhe's ears. Because he accidentally injured a friendly force, Chenzhe originally planned to pay the medical expenses and withdraw, but he was temporarily confused by this bass voice. The viewers in GG's live broadcast room were all happy. Welcome Brother Shenhao Wushwang.
Brother Wushwang must have a black question mark face right now, ha ha ha. That's right, everyone who comes to this live broadcast room for the first time has the same expression.
Gongzisher Wushwang, host, can I ask a slightly impolite question? Brother Wushwang, I know what you want to ask.
Gigi chuckled, her eyes moving around, full of charm, even more charming than Nan Mir. But the voice that came out of his mouth was still that of a man.
Gigi raised his head, revealing his snow-white neck, pointed to a bulge and said, Brother Wushwang, look here, this is the Adam's apple. Gongzisher Wushwang, ah. Such a beautiful person is actually a man.
Ha, Brother Wushwang, Gigi is using a voice changer.
She is actually a girl. Brother Wushwang must be thinking that the man girl is misleading me. See his face, my beloved. Hear his voice, poison him and make him mute. Poison him and make him mute. Some people were joking with Chenzhe, saying that he used a voice changer. But Chenzhe even saw the other person's Adam's apple, so how could he fall into the trap? No wonder the system didn't give any prompts.
Although Gigi's appearance is absolutely impeccable and can even get 90 points in Chenzhe's heart, he is not of the opposite sex, but of the same sex.
Shit, that was a mistake.
I actually used these 5 super popular items on my brother, and I didn't get a penny back, resulting in a huge loss of $10,000.
Chenzhe felt distressed and depressed for a while. But considering Gigi's handsome face, Chenzhe quickly forgave him. I can only blame myself for my fast hands, I can't blame anyone else.
He quickly slipped back to Lazy Sheep's live broadcast room. Lazy Sheep tried to hold back his laughter and said, Brother Wushwang, Gigi is really a good brother. Gonzisher Wushwang, I understand, Xiaoyang, sing a gentle and healing lullaby, I want to sleep. A Lazy Sheep, okay Brother Wushwang, it's my honor to have my singing accompany you to sleep.
Hashtag nervous face hashtag. A bunch of Lazy Sheep's favorability +5. Lazy Sheep chose a song and played the accompaniment. There are so many people in this world, and there is an open door among the crowd. Everlasting in my misty eyes, the blue morning when I first saw you. You come from the distant light, all clear and bright. There are so many people around me, but the world is silent, silent.
Accompanied by the gentle and pleasant singing voice, Zhenzhe gained 100 superfire in one breath. Lazy, whose favorability reached 53, triggered a 20-fold small critical hit on Zhenzhe, giving him a cashback of 40,000. Looking at the golden super rocket rain, Lazy Sheep smiled and made a heart shape to Zhenzhe. She was singing and had no time to express her gratitude, so the house manager immediately typed, "Thank you Brother Wushwang for sending the 100 super rockets. Brother Wushwang is the sky, Brother Wushwang is the earth, Brother Wushwang can stand tall and proud."
Netizens were also making memes or flattering. Zhenzhe fell asleep peacefully to the gentle singing of Lazy Sheep.
And that night, many people suffered from insomnia again. Nan Meyer watched helplessly as Zhenzhe posted a dozen super hot videos in her room, and then ran to Lazy's live broadcast room and posted more than 100. This couldn't help but make her feel a little unbalanced. Except for the male host Gigi Baby, among all the female anchors' live broadcast rooms that Zhenzhe had visited, Nan Meyer received the least gifts. Forget about yesterday, today Brother Wushwang received at least 100 super fires, and the dozen or so super fires that Nan Meyer received felt like sending away a beggar. Moreover, she hadn't even finished a dance when she was warned by the moderator and Wushwang ran away. It seemed like there was something dirty in her live broadcast room, which made Brother Wushwang look disgusted.
Why? Where did I offend him?
Nan Meyer thought about it over and over but couldn't figure it out. After the live broadcast ended, she sent a message to Xiaoying Guhong to explain the situation. After reading the message, Xiaoying Guhong pondered for a while. After Brother Wushwang finished chatting with him, he turned around and went to Nan Meyer's live broadcast room to get 15 super hot posts. This proves that Brother Wushwang is a good friend and gives Xiaoying Guhong enough face. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely be a happy thing for Nan Meyer to receive 15 superfires. But compared with Liuli's 300 superfires and Lanyang's 100 superfires, Nan Meyer's side really pales in comparison.
Nan Meyer's appearance and figure are both among the best, so why does Brother Wushwang dislike her so much?
Xiaoying Guhong, send me the video of the time when your Brother Wushwang came to your live studio yesterday.
Nan Meyer, okay, boss. Chapter 28 Why do you treat me like this?
Xiaoying Guhong spent more than 10 minutes studying the recording, and then keenly discovered the problem. He called Nan Meyer and said in a serious tone, "Meyer, you neglected Brother Wushwang yesterday and offended him.
To be clear, you didn't give him face yesterday. For a man, face is sometimes more important than life. You've made a terrible mistake." Nan Meyer thought back to what happened yesterday after young Master Shi Wushwang entered the scene, and quickly explained, "Is that so? But I didn't mean it. I didn't even know who he was yesterday. As soon as he came up." Xiaoying Guhong interrupted, "It's no use saying this now. You'd better apologize to Brother Wushwang and get his forgiveness. How to please a man, I believe you are better than me.
If Brother Wushwang insists that he is not interested in you, then you can only accept your fate."
"I understand, boss," Nan Meyer said weakly. Does she want to accept her fate? Of course not. Nan Meyer definitely doesn't want to miss out on a wealthy man like Gongzi Shi Wushwang.
In one night, Gongzi Shi Wushwang bought more than 400 superfires and spent more than 800,000. With such spending power, he is definitely worthy of the title of super rich. Now that I have finally met him, I must hold on to him tightly. If Nan Meyer has figured out how to apologize to Gongzi Shi Wushwang, she can also act coquettishly and cutely and post some cool private photos. But when she opened WeChat, she found that Gongzi Shi Wushwang still hadn't added her WeChat. This made Nan Meyer feel like crying but without tears.
Is it so late now? Do I have to ask the boss for Brother Wushwang's contact information? Putting aside the question of whether to disturb or not, if I can't even handle this little thing, wouldn't it seem like I'm incompetent?
You have to know that there are more than one talented and famous anchors under the Xiaoying Guild. If she leaves a bad impression on the boss, she will slowly be replaced by other little fairies in the future. Forget it, I'll find it myself tomorrow. After Liuli went off the air, it was already past midnight. But she still couldn't sleep. Looking at today's live broadcast revenue, she finally couldn't help but call her best friend Yu Xiaomeng.
"Xiaomeng, are you asleep? Ruoli, what's wrong? I was just about to go to bed. I can't sleep, and I have something to tell you.
But you'd better not get too excited, so as not to disturb your roommate's rest."
"Don't worry, just tell me."
"I was live streaming today, and Brother Wushwang came again. He gave me 600,000 worth of gifts, so I was able to get about 300,000.
Yu Xiaomeng took a deep breath. 300,000? Suruoli asked in a low voice. Yes, how do you think I should thank him? This is too much money, I feel a little hot. Yu Xiaoming blurted out, how else can I thank you? I'll give you my body. Now is not the time to joke around. Give me some advice.
Yu Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, in my opinion, Brother Wushuang must want to seduce you, otherwise why would he be willing to spend so much money on you?
I think we can consider agreeing to his request. But we can't agree too easily. People are like this.
If something comes too easily, they won't know how to cherish it.
But you can't keep him hanging on purpose.
A rich man like him can always use his money to smuggle other beauties.
You have to find the right balance between the two. Suruoli nodded subconsciously, that makes sense. Yu Xiaoming added, but if it's an old man? That's what I'm worried about.
In fact, Suruoli thought about this question yesterday. If Brother Wushuang was a young man, it would not be impossible for him to accept her if he wanted her to be his girlfriend.
But if it's an old man or a greasy one, it will make her feel disgusted.
She shuddered at the thought of herself being hugged by an old man or a greasy guy.
Yu Xiaoming said, there's no rush.
You can chat with him and ask him how old he is and what he does. But he seems to be very busy and never replies to messages for a long time. Speaking of this, Suruoli felt a little aggrieved.
It's okay.
When you send a message tomorrow, I'll be your advisor.
Yu Xiaoming said with a smile. Girls' Dormitory 302. Yuchi, why haven't you slept yet? Sun Qian woke up from a nap and wanted to pee.
When she got out of bed, she found Song Yuchi still lying on the bed looking at her phone.
Cici, I can't sleep. Can you chat with me?
Song Yuchi looked at Sun Qian with sad eyes.
Okay, let me go to the bathroom and then we can go out for a walk. Sun Qian agreed. After a while, the two quietly left the dormitory and walked around downstairs. What's on your mind? Sun Qian asked.
Do you know, I was just about to send a message to Chenze, but he blocked me. Song Yuchi's voice was filled with suppressed grievance and annoyance.
What?
Sun Qian was surprised. She had originally suggested that Song Yuchi leave Chenze alone for a week, but she never expected that the lickspill actually blocked his goddess.
This is really unexpected.
Song Yuchi suddenly said, I found that he seemed to have become a different person.
Ever since I rejected him.
Sun Qian nodded repeatedly. I also think that he has not only become more handsome, but also has a worse temper.
Song Yuchi frowned, he has changed a lot.
For example, Chenze used to ask about her well-being on WeChat every day, saying good morning and good night to her, asking her what she wanted to eat and what she was doing. But in the past 2 days, he didn't send her a single message and even blocked her. It was as if the two of them had become strangers since then. What's even more outrageous is that yesterday, when she asked him to help carry some things, he actually said that they didn't want to be friends anymore and whoever wanted to be her friend could do so. The worst thing is that he even pulled a pretty girl over to deliberately make her angry.
Why? Why should I accept your confession just because you like me?
Why did you act so cruelly when I just rejected you once after you pursued me for 3 years?
Can't you stand a little test? Is your love for me too superficial?
When Song Yuchi thought about how she took the initiative to meet Chenze in the afternoon, but Chenze ignored her and left directly, her heart was filled with infinite grievances.
I have humbled myself and come to you, and you dare to pretend not to see me? Do you still have any grace? Have you forgotten every detail of your 3 years of high school? The more Song Yuchi thought about it, the angrier she became. She was so frustrated that she wanted to yell loudly, but in the dead of night in the dormitory building, she had to hold it back. She really felt so depressed, uncomfortable, and aggrieved that tears suddenly flowed out uncontrollably. Sun Qian panicked, Yuchi, don't cry. It's all that damn Chenze's fault. Does he think it's a big deal that he's a little handsome? Tomorrow.
As soon as tomorrow morning comes, I will take you to ask that unfaithful man why he treated you like this. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chenze sat in the classroom in a daze, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something he had not done yet. Oh, by the way, there are still 50 attribute points that have not been added. He opened the system panel and looked at his data. I won't add anything about his appearance for now, as his current face is already so handsome that it's causing him some trouble. Anyway, I've already been admitted to university and my IQ is barely enough. It seems that the combat power cannot be increased. The durability is full and there is no way to increase it. Until now, Chenze still doesn't understand what this durability is for. Then just focus on your overall physical fitness. Chen Zhe's mind moved, and the data was immediately refreshed.
Name Chen Zhe. Appearance 88. General physical strength 90, strong and strong. Combat strength 10. Chapter 29. Oh, man.
Chen Zhe was finally satisfied when he saw the evaluation behind the comprehensive physical fitness change to strong and healthy.
How can a 1.80 meter tall person be considered weak?
Being strong and healthy is what he thinks of himself. But didn't he expect that after the overall physical fitness improved, the combat effectiveness would automatically change?
Chen Zhe went from being a weakling to being a top-notch fighter. But it's normal if you think about it.
All aspects of physical quality, including strength, agility, flexibility, etc., have been improved, and it is inevitable that combat effectiveness will be improved accordingly.
I just don't know how many I can do by myself now. Afterwards, Chen Zheneng could clearly feel that his body was changing.
There seems to be a warm current flowing inside the body, passing through every part of the body. Wherever the heat current passes, there is a feeling of comfort, as if doing a full body SPA.
Oh, hiss.
Chen Zhe felt so comfortable that he accidentally made a sound. When the students around heard the strange sound, they all looked over curiously. There were a few girls in particular. I don't know what they were thinking about. Some of them blushed, and some of them covered their faces and looked at Chen Zhe in surprise. Seeing their strange looks, Chen Zhe blushed, raised his hand and said to the teacher, "Teacher, my stomach hurts, I want to go to the toilet." Now that we are college students, we generally do not need to report to the teacher when going to the toilet. We can go quietly as long as we do not disturb the teacher in class. But the reason why Chen Zhe wrote the report was mainly to tell his classmates to prevent them from thinking wrongly.
Go ahead. The teacher nodded. Chen Zhe immediately slipped out of the back door of the classroom.
He stayed in the bathroom for a while, and after 5 minutes the hot feeling disappeared. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with endless strength and energy.
The muscles are tighter than before.
The shoulders became broader and the waist narrower, forming a perfect inverted triangle, and the body was taller than before. Chen Zhe casually touched her lower abdomen and was immediately surprised. He quickly lifted up his shirt to take a look.
Damn, I actually have abdominal muscles, 8-pack at that. Then dig deeper. Holy shit. No changes. Chen Zhe was a little disappointed.
Why did his whole body change, but that part didn't improve at all?
Although he is quite satisfied with his size, which man doesn't want to be a gifted student? Just at this moment, a message alert sound came from the mobile phone. Chen Zhe washed his hands and opened WeChat. Xiao Yuer, my good friend, help me. It's urgent. Chen Zhe, what's wrong, my friend? Just tell me what's wrong. Although I may not be able to help, I'm happy to listen. Xiao Yuer, shouldn't you say you're willing to stick your neck out for me? Chen Zhe, hey, what's the matter? Xiao Yuer, I've dropped to bronze, you need to help me get higher now. Chen Zhe, now? No, I'm a good student and I don't skip classes. Xiao Yuer, I've seen you, and you still say you won't skip class? Ha, man.
Chen Zhe raised his head and looked around, and soon he could not see a pretty girl standing next to a sycamore tree not far to the left front. She was dressed casually today, wearing a loose short t-shirt that revealed her smooth waist, and ultra-short denim hot pants. Her pair of long, white legs was particularly eye-catching. Maybe it was because his energy was too strong, but Chen Zhe just glanced at her from a distance and his blood boiled.
Go down, go down, go down.
Chen Zhe turned sideways somewhat awkwardly, stood in place, and kept repeating in his heart.
Here, Chen Zhe.
Mu Hongyu waved at him happily.
Where?
Chen Zhe was still trying hard to suppress the gun, so he could only look elsewhere deliberately.
Don't try to pretend you didn't see me.
Mu Hongyu walked quickly to Chen Zhe with her long legs. Chen Zhe finally put down the gun, pretended nothing had happened, turned around and was about to talk to her. Mu Hongyu suddenly showed a suspicious look. There's something wrong with you.
What's wrong? Chen Zhe panicked and quickly lowered his head to confirm. I have clearly successfully suppressed the gun, what went wrong? Still want to hide? Mu Hongyu hooked Chen Zhe's chin, staring straight at his face, looking left and right.
Seeing her pretty face so close to him, and her rosy little mouth, and smelling the faint and alluring fragrance emanating from him, Chen Zhe swallowed nervously. What do you want to do?
Mu Hongyu clicked her tongue. TSK, 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 let me take a closer look.
It turns out that just like what that post said, you are really quite handsome.
Mu Hongyu favorability plus 10. Chen Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took her hand away with confidence. Good friend, be careful and don't be tempted by her beauty, otherwise who will clean up our damaged friendship? Mu Hongyu curled her lips. Don't be so conceited, I think you are not as handsome as Yasuo. Chen Zhe couldn't help but complain, a woman who says one thing and means another.
When you saw my face, your favorability immediately increased by 10 points.
How dare you say that I'm not as handsome as Tolstoy? Stop wasting time.
Mu Hongyu pulled his arm and walked out. Hurry up and help me get points.
I'll buy you milk tea.
Chen Zhe hurriedly shook his head. That won't work, unless we add another meal.
Mu Hongyu smiled and nodded decisively. Okay, I'll treat you tonight. After a while, the two walked into the internet cafe and went to the front desk to turn on the computer. The network administrator recognized Mu Hongyu at first sight and took the initiative to greet her. Beautiful lady, you are here again? It's machine number 16, right?
Before Mu Hongyu could say anything, Chen Zhe interrupted. Let's talk about the machine instead of the machine.
Be civilized. The internet cafe staff was confused. Who is this handsome guy? I have definitely never seen this person, but why does this voice and tone of voice sound so familiar? What are you standing there for? Turn on the phone, number 17. Fuck. The network administrator's eyes suddenly widened. Are you the one who wore black framed glasses and couldn't see his face, lucky number 17, and always liked to argue? Wow, good fellow, you have quite a lot of lung capacity, network administrator. Oh, my goodness, you are so handsome? Again, 17 is not my lucky number. Then you'll be driving unit 17? Isn't it right next to number 16? Besides, I'm not a big shot. Oh, you're right. The network administrator had to admit that what Chen Zhe said made sense.
This guy just recharged 200 yuan and was able to make an appointment with such a beautiful girl to go online together. This guy is not a big loser at all, he is simply an investment expert. After turning on the machine, Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu sat in front of the computer. While waiting for the game to start, Chen Zhe suddenly asked, "My good friend, you come online every day.
Is your living expenses enough?"
Mu Hongyu lowered her head with some sadness. It's just barely enough.
My mother always says that I spend money recklessly.
I only give her 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses.
By the way, I can't treat you to a nice meal tonight. I don't have enough money.
I can only spend 1,000 yuan at most. Chen Zhe was stunned for a moment.
Only 20,000 yuan per month for living expenses?
Moreover, her expression when she spoke was very real, not at all like that pretentious Yang Lauer.
Yang Lauer would often suddenly cry out in the dormitory, "Oh, how can 20,000 yuan be enough? If I can't make it to the end of the month, I will have to eat dirt again."
At first glance, he's just a show-off crying poor.
But Xiao Yuer was completely different, and spoke very sincerely. Chen Zhe asked tentatively, "Your family is quite rich, right?" Mu Hongyu answered honestly, "It's okay, an ordinary family. My mother always asks me to save money." Chen Zhe's mouth twitched. An ordinary family? Which ordinary family would give their child 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses? Chapter 30. Why should I explain to you what I have done in my life? Chen Zhe looked at Mu. Internet addict girl? Long-legged school beauty? Ordinary family?
Red Fish took a deep breath and calmed himself down.
However, I tried to speak in a sincere tone. Since your living expenses are not enough, then, how about I pay for your internet fees in the future? Mu Hongyu was delighted when she heard this, but then hesitated. Isn't this a bit bad? Chen Zhe said sternly, aren't we good friends? If a good friend encounters difficulties, shouldn't I help him? Mu Hongyu nodded subconsciously. That's right.
The reason why Chen Zhe wanted to recharge Mu Hongyu's internet fee was, of course, to make money. However, Mu Hongyu's favorability towards him is only 40 now, so it is probably difficult to trigger a high cashback. Although Mu Hongyu triggered a 100-fold critical strike for him the first time, it should have been just the novice protection period given by the system.
It's not easy to make money. It's better to increase your favorability first. How can I improve Mu Hongyu's favorability?
The answer is clear, help her get higher scores.
Entering the character selection interface, Mu Hongyu said to Chen Zhe with great interest, "You play Yasuo."
"I'll play Ashe, remember to help me in the bottom lane more often."
Chen Zixin said, "What kind of combination is Yasuo and Ashe?" "It should be you, Ashe, my nurse." But he still nodded, okay. It can be seen that Mu Hongyu likes the hero Yasuo very much.
Although she herself is not very good at playing, she likes to watch Chen Zhe show off, especially when he fights one-on-one or when he fights two people in an extreme counterattack.
Chen Zhe did not disappoint Mu Hongyu.
He showed off his skills in the bronze game and killed a lot of enemies in a short time.
Not only that, he also went to the bottom lane and gave 2 kills to Mu Hongyu. That's amazing.
It's such a show that my scalp is tingling.
Chen Zhe, save me. Haha, I can also kill with just a little blood. As the game progressed, Chen Zhe continued to receive system prompts. Mu Hongyu favorability +5. Mu Hongyu favorability +5.
After winning all 3 games, Mu Hongyu was extremely happy and her favorability towards Chen Zhe reached 65. Seeing that his favorability was almost at an all-time high, Chen Zhe told Mu Hongyu to go buy some drinks and water, then stood up and went to the front desk. The network administrator seemed to be very smart. When he saw Chen Zhe coming, he asked him, "You want to top up 200 yuan for that girl again, right?"
Chen Zhe looked at him with disdain. "Who are you looking down on? Charge 200,000.
The network administrator looked at Chen Zhe in surprise, his expression very unnatural. It was obvious that he tried his best to stay calm, but he couldn't help himself in the end. "Dude, aren't you happy to have a beautiful woman playing games with you?
Why are you making fun of me?" Chen Zhe said seriously, "Who is making fun of you? I really want to charge 20. Damn. Do you have so much money to burn? Why do you care so much?" The network administrator shook his head repeatedly. "No, this is not a bathing center. I have never seen anyone charge 200,000 yuan. Chen Zhe knocked on the table. "Call your boss." The network administrator smiled and said, "Hey, sorry, I'm the boss." Chen Zhe didn't want to spoil him. "Okay, then I'll go to another internet cafe to recharge."
"Hey, excuse me, the owners of the internet cafes in the nearby streets are all my brothers."
Chen Zhe was shocked. Brother is awesome.
He had spent so much time talking to Mu Hongyu to agree to recharge her internet fees, and he had spent so much energy to win 3 games with great difficulty to improve her favorability.
How could he lose to a network administrator? "Oh," he asked the boss.
"But what about the boss? Whoever dares to cut off my financial resources, I will kill God if he stands in my way, and I will kill Buddha if he stands in my way." The Chinese people like to compromise. For example, if you say that the room is too dark and you need to open a window, they will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will compromise and be willing to open the window. So Chen Zhe and the boss continued to argue for a while, and the boss refused to agree to a deposit of 200,000. However, when Chen Zhe lowered his requirements, the deal was finally made at 50,000. As the recharge from the network administrator arrived, Chen Zhe also received a cashback notification from the system.
Byte. Black Card Bank on October 18, 2023 at 9:21, your account ending in 666 received an income of 150,000 yuan, and the balance was 472,005.93 yuan. Chen Zhe took out his cell phone and took a look at it happily, only to find that he was so busy playing games that he missed several messages. Sent from Lioli. Brother Wushuang, are you up yet? Lioli is a college student and has to go to class now. I don't know what Brother Wushuang is busy with.
After Yu Xiaoming's advice, Su Ruoli only sent one message to Chen Zhe today.
She absolutely could not send a second message before Chen Zhe responded. Otherwise, what's the difference between her behavior and those lickers who lick her? Chen Zhe replied, "What a coincidence, I'm also a college student, but I skipped classes."
Su Ruoli, who had been sitting in the classroom playing with her mobile phone, was overjoyed when she saw Gongzisher Wushuang's reply. Brother Wushuang is actually a college student. That is great, as long as he is not an old man or a greasy middle-aged man. It doesn't matter if he is a little ugly.
She quietly pulled Yu Xiaoming's arm and showed her the message. Yu Xiaoming was also very happy and whispered, "Are you relieved now?" "Yeah." Su Ruoli nodded repeatedly and asked happily, "Military advisor, what should we do next?" Yu Xiaoming touched his chin and said, "Well, let me think about it."
While he was still figuring out how to send the message, Chen Zhe had already clicked on several other unread messages. It was sent by Sun Xian. Upon seeing it, Chen Zhe was so angry that he laughed.
"Chen Zhe, where are you? What are you doing? Reply to my message." "Chen Zhe, are you avoiding us on purpose? Are you doing this to Yuqi? She's in a bad mood right now, you know? Don't you think you've gone too far?"
There were also several messages accusing him. Even through the screen, Chen Zhe could imagine Sun Xian's aggressive look, ready to call for an explanation.
Zhe sent a message, why should I explain to you what I have done in my life?
Sun Xian was stunned when she saw this message. This kid is so arrogant.
Does he think he is forcing King Chen Beixian? Song Yuqi next to him whispered, did he reply? Where is he? Not long ago, the two of them went to look for Zhe after class, but they didn't see him. When they asked Wang Bo, he said he had skipped class early in the morning and didn't know where he was. Sun Xian didn't even reply to his messages. After waiting for a long time, Zhe finally replied with this message. Seeing this message, Song Yuqi pouted her lips and got angry. She took Sun Xian's phone and started typing, Zhe, what's your attitude? Where are you now? Let's talk things out face to face. Zhe frowned, I have nothing to say to you, including Song Yuqi.
Sun Xian, remember this, wasting other people's time is equivalent to stealing money and killing. Don't send me messages again in the future, or I will block you. Sun Xian and Song Yuqi were both furious.
Song Yuqi typed 2 words, you dare?
Zhe didn't reply, but blocked and deleted the message directly.
The world is quiet. Hey, beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat?
At this time, a scoundrel walked up to Mu Hongyu, put one hand on her desk, and asked frivolously. His gaze was very unbridled, and he looked at Mu Hongyu's 36D breasts and long white legs for several times.
Mu Hongyu frowned slightly, no, please stay away from me. What's the big deal about adding WeChat? Can you give me some face?
I said no, leave now.
Chow, you're shameless even though I gave you a chance?
The little rascal slammed the table.
Chapter 31, Bumble Dies. Hearing the noise here, many people looked over.
Among them was a fair-skinned handsome guy, who was Huang Junwei, who had previously made an appointment with Song Yuqi to go shopping. I'm saying this for the last time, go away. Mu Hongyu glared at the little rascal with contempt, then stood up and stretched her ankle.
The little scoundrel didn't take Mu Hongyu's threats seriously at all. Hey, what can you do if I don't leave?
Most of the people around were watching the show, while the network administrator and Huang Junwei walked over here, wanting to help Mu Hongyu out. Mu Hongyu was also ready to move her legs.
It's just that they didn't move fast enough. If you don't leave, I'll send you away.
A figure suddenly rushed over like a gust of wind and kicked the little rascal to the ground.
Everyone was shocked.
Everyone was a little bit unbelievable when they saw the little gangster being kicked several meters away by Zhe.
Wow, good friends can fight so well. Love it.
Mu Hongyu's heartbeat point +1. The network administrator looked at Zhe in surprise, thinking that this argumentative guy is quite tough.
Huang Junwei frowned tightly and cursed in his heart. Damn it, the scene where I arranged for a hero to save the beauty was messed up by Zhe?
Huang Junwei had been thinking about Mu Hongyu since he saw her at the school gate the day before yesterday. After asking someone, he found out that the school beauty Mu was actually an internet addict. So Huang Junwei came to the internet cafe yesterday, hoping to create a chance encounter and strike up a conversation, but Mu Hongyu was so busy playing games that she completely ignored him. Seeing that ordinary tricks didn't work, Huang Junwei decided to find a little gangster to act with him. The scene was going well, but it was suddenly ruined by that jerk Zhe. Zhe was also a little frightened. I didn't even use much strength, but I was able to kick the person so far away.
Is this the power of 90 points of comprehensive physical fitness? Oh my god, you dare to hit me.
The little rascal held his waist and stood up cursing. At this time, the network administrator and Huang Junwei had already walked up to Mu Hongyu.
The network administrator glared at the little ruffian and said in a deep voice, brother, don't cause trouble in my internet cafe.
Huang Junwei also jumped out to steal the show, and angrily scolded, in broad daylight, in the open, how dare you do such an arrogant and dirty thing?
Why don't you get out of here now? The little gangster was stunned.
This script was wrong.
How come it was almost reaching the end? Huang Junwei winked at him, why are you still standing there? Get lost. Okay, you have more people, so you are awesome. The little gangster added a line improvised, and then left the internet cafe. Beauty, I'm sorry, are you okay?
The network administrator said to Mu Hongyu.
Fine. Huang Junwei showed a concerned look, student Mu, are you okay? Are you not scared? Mu Hongyu glanced at Huang Junwei and said, it's okay. Who are you? My classmate? Huang Junwei smiled slightly, I am Huang Junwei from the Department of Civil Engineering, sophomore, we used to. Before he could finish his words, Zhe pulled Mu Hongyu away, come on, let's go play games.
When Huang Junwei saw Chen Zhe pulling Mu Hongyu away, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes.
I haven't finished talking yet. Who told you to jump out? You have no manners at all.
After Chen Zhe sat down, he leaned closer to Mu Hongyu and whispered, "Good friend, talk less to that man in the future."
Why? Mu Hongyu was a little confused.
Chen Zhe said seriously, "The way he looks at you is full of desire.
He is not a good person."
Mu Hongyu seemed to be thinking about something and turned to look at Huang Junwei, who was standing not far away. When Huang Junwei saw Mu Hongyu looking at him, he immediately smiled. Mu Hongyu shifted her gaze to Chen Zhe's face again, still full of confusion.
Don't you understand yet? Chen Zhe was a little anxious. Where did you come from, stupid beauty? You can't see such an obvious thing? Who says I'm stupid? Most of the time I'm pretty smart.
Mu Hongyu wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, stared into Chen Zhe's eyes and said, "I notice that sometimes the way you look at me is no different from his. It turns out that you also have desires for me. You are such a bad guy."
Chen Zhe is Sigma A.
Shit, I hid so well but you still found me?
He coughed twice. I am different from him.
I admire you as a good friend, but he is purely possessive. Well, in short, he is not a good person.
Mu Hongyu curled her lips. Oh, man. Chen Zhe looked away awkwardly and saw Huang Junwei standing not far away. He immediately said, "What do you want to say?" I'm whispering to her. Can you please move away? You fucking bastard. Huang Junwei cursed in his heart.
If Mu Hongyu hadn't been next to him, he really wanted to go up and slap Chen Zhe. It's my freedom to stand wherever I want, and I don't have the hobby of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Huang Junwei said calmly, trying his best to maintain his demeanor.
Chen Zhe asked, "Are you really not leaving?" Huang Junwei chuckled, "Isn't this nonsense? Okay, if you don't leave, I will."
After saying that, Chen Zhe stood up and walked towards the front desk.
Mu Hongyu followed and asked reluctantly, "Are you really leaving? Is it still early? Let's get a private room so the flies won't bother us." Okay.
Chen Zhe said to the network administrator, "Open a private room for me." The network administrator winked at him and said, "Only 2 people have taken care of it."
Bro, that's all I can help you with. Chen Zhe was a little hesitant.
A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and Mu Hongyu was so beautiful.
Was this a test of my willpower? Sure. Mu Hongyu didn't have any strange ideas at all.
No matter where she played the game, as long as Chen Zhe could help her continue to gain points, it would be fine.
The private room is 50 per hour, with 2 machines, drinks, and snacks. Sure, no problem. The network administrator took the 2 to a private room upstairs.
Although it is for 2 people, the room is not small, about 10 square meters, and is decorated similarly to an esports hotel.
There is just no bed, but there is a small sofa and a cabinet for drinks and snacks. The wall with computers is full of technology. The arc-shaped spotlights shine down, and the transparent computer case emits a bright light. These fancy things immediately attracted Mu Hongyu.
She looked around with shining eyes. This private room is so beautiful.
I really want to play here every day. Well, it's just a little expensive.
The network administrator smiled and said, "No big deal, this handsome guy recharged 50,000 for you."
50,000? Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe in surprise.
She had been concentrating on playing games and didn't notice the membership card recharge reminder at all.
You are the only one who talks too much. Go out and close the door. Chen Zhe pointed at the door and said to the network administrator. Not only did the network administrator not leave, but he came up to Chen Zhe and hooked his arm around his shoulders, and asked mysteriously, "Bang Poshi, do you need it?" What? Chen Zhe was confused. It's just that the baby is worried. What the hell are you talking about? Hey, it's the human cub burp sack. Chen Zhe thought for a long time and finally reacted. He stared at the network administrator, who pushed him out with wide eyes. Damn, is this a legitimate internet cafe? Get out, get out.
The network administrator left in a huff, muttering, "It's really a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin."
Chapter 32. What bad intentions could I have?
When Chen Zhe closed the door and turned around, Mu Hongyu was already sitting in front of the computer and starting the game.
My good friend, I'm closed. Just shut it down. Aren't you worried that I might do something bad?
Upon hearing this, Mu Hongyu smiled, a bright smile.
She turned to look at Chen Zhe and asked a question. Do you know why I dare to stay out all night alone?
Chen Zhe shook his head honestly, I don't know. Because I have been practicing free fighting with my dad since I was a child, and I have been practicing for more than 10 years. Just like that skinny and short little thug just now, I can knock him down with one kick. At this point, she looked up and down at Chen Zhe's physique, and thought for a while, as for you, maybe I need to add a punch.
Chen Zhe shook his head, indicating that he didn't believe it.
Mu Hongyu stood up and without any warning, he gave a high whip kick.
Just snap, it happens very quickly.
The sole of the shoe brushed past Chen Zhe's nose, and the gust of wind it brought made the hair on his forehead flutter.
Chen Zhe was shocked.
He didn't see Mu Hongyu's movements clearly at all, and almost suspected that he saw the 5 consecutive lightning whips.
When Mu Hongyu landed on the ground with her right foot, she accidentally hit the table leg.
She frowned slightly, but quickly let go, maintaining the demeanor of a master. Chen Zhe quickly clasped his fists towards her and said, Lady, don't worry, I definitely don't have any bad intentions towards you.
What bad intentions could I have? At most, I'll just look at your breasts and legs a few more times. Mu Hongyu sat down again and looked at the computer screen.
While entering her game account, she casually said, I wanted to keep it to myself, but it's pointless if you're so hypocritical. You looked at my legs 7 or 8 times today, and my breasts at least 3 times.
The corner of Chen Zhe's mouth twitched, and he thought, you found out this again? No wonder you didn't admit it when I called you a stupid beauty.
Indeed, you are quite sharp when it comes to detecting bad looks.
Although he was thinking, Chen Zhe said without hesitation, I am just simply appreciating beautiful things.
Mu Hongyu chuckled, if someone else dared to do this, I would have kicked him to death. Chen Zhe blushed and said, thank you, lady, for showing mercy.
Okay, sit down and play games.
The two entered the game together and played this round smoothly, but as they played, Mu Hongyu suddenly frowned slightly. Only after she won the game did she take off the shoe and socks on her right foot and put her white and tender little feet on the chair.
What's wrong? Chen Zhe asked with concern.
Mu Hongyu looked at her swollen ankle and sighed, oh, I haven't practiced for 3 years.
I accidentally hit my ankle when I landed just now.
It seems that the heroine's kung fu is not good enough. Chen Zhe looked at her red and swollen ankle, then moved his eyes from the ankle to the instep, and then to the toes.
Girls' feet are private parts and are usually difficult to see. Of course, Chen Zhe didn't want to miss this opportunity.
Mu Hongyu's feet are very beautiful, looking white and tender, and her toes are as cute as young girls.
They are really a pair of jade feet. Anything will only harm you.
A voice suddenly sounded in Chen Zhe's mind, and he didn't know which handsome and suave reader's voice he heard.
You're such a straight man, no wonder you can't pursue Son Yuchi. Shouldn't you ask me if it hurts? Mu Hongyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Does it hurt? Chen Zhe asked quickly. Mu Hongyu nodded, of course it hurts.
Chen Zhe stood up and said, I'll go buy a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and rub it on you again.
Mu Hongyu was a little surprised, you know how to massage?
Of course.
Chen Zhe nodded firmly. He is not stupid. In this situation, even if he can't do it, he will definitely tell me that I can. After a while, Chen Zhe came back from a nearby pharmacy with some Yunnan Baiyao.
When he entered the room, Mu Hongyu just limped out of the private bathroom with some water stains on her right foot.
You went to wash your feet? I don't dislike you.
Chen Zhe was a little surprised.
Mu Hongyu scolded, do you understand? Bruise injuries should be treated with cold compresses first.
Rinsing with cold water will make them feel much better.
That makes sense.
Chen Zhe moved the gaming chair and sat down opposite her. He suppressed his excitement, patted his thigh, and said calmly, put your feet up. Mu Hongyu hesitated for a while and said, don't have any bad thoughts. Although I'm a little injured now, my dad can fly over to take care of you immediately if I call him.
Your dad must be pretty awesome, right? Do you know Ma Dongxi? Seeing Chen Zhe nod, Mu Hongyu continued, my dad has that physique.
Thinking about the scene where Ma Dongxi slapped a kid, Chen Zhe estimated that he couldn't bear that slap either, so he nodded immediately, with a serious face, don't worry, I am absolutely a gentleman takes action instead of words. Mu Hongyu chuckled, and finally gently stretched out her little feet and placed them on Chen Zhe's legs. Chen Zhe wiped the water stains with a tissue, then sprayed her with Yunnan Baiyao spray, and then gently rubbed the red and swollen areas with his fingers. Mu Hongyu felt pain and the arch of her foot involuntarily tensed up. Through her fair skin, she could see faint blue blood vessels.
Does it hurt? Did I hurt you? Chen Zhe quickly stopped and asked with concern. Well, it's okay, be a little gentler and slower.
Mu Hongyu said in a low voice.
Okay. Chen Zhe's movements slowed down and became much gentler.
As he massaged her, Mu Hongyu frowned and bit her lips from time to time. She was obviously feeling some pain, but it was still within the tolerable range and she managed to hold back from making any sound.
Chen Zhe lowered his head and concentrated on massaging her, not noticing Mu Hongyu's current expression. If he had seen it, he would definitely rise up again.
Perhaps it is because she has been practicing free fighting since she was a child. Her calf lines are very symmetrical, her muscles are tight, and her calves do not feel loose.
With a little force, she can feel a distinct elasticity.
Why did I massage my calves when I was supposed to be massaging my ankles? Chen Zhe didn't know the answer to this question either, so he had to ask his hand. The girl actually knew that Chen Zhe's hands were a little dishonest, but she did not say anything to stop him.
Instead, she watched silently.
Because now she is afraid that he will do something wrong, but she is also afraid that he will not do something wrong.
Fortunately, Chen Zhe is now handling the matter in a measured way, neither too excessive nor too honest.
If he goes too far, Mu Hongyu will have to stop him in time. If he was too honest, he would appear boring and would make her doubt her own charm. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and the network administrator's anxious voice rang out, "Someone is here to cause trouble for you, hurry up." Before he could finish his words, the network administrator saw Chen Zhe sitting opposite Mu Hongyu, holding the girl's white and tender ankle in his palm.
"Sorry to bother you." The network administrator quickly left and slammed the door. "Come back to me," Chen Zhe shouted.
The door was opened again, but the network administrator stood at the door and did not come in.
Chen Zhe put down Mu Honyu's legs, stood up, walked to the door and asked, "Tell me clearly, what's the matter?" Chapter 33. I have not been a big brother for many years.
When Chen Zhe stood up and walked to the door, Mu Hongyu had quickly hidden her feet in her shoes. It's not that she's shy. Her feet can be rubbed and touched by her good friends, but she cannot let others see them. When I went out to buy cigarettes, I saw the little thug you kicked called several people to the internet cafe.
They are definitely looking for trouble with you, so find a place to hide, the network administrator said quickly. Chen Zhe was just trying to see how many people he could defeat with a combat power of 10. Hearing this, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he was eager to try and quickly asked, "How many people?"
The network administrator thought for a moment and said, "There should be 4 or 5.
Chen Zhe said calmly, "What's there to worry about? You divide 2 and I divide 2, and we'll be done."
Mu Hongyu raised her hand, and me. Chen Zhe turned his head and looked at her, and said in an unquestionable tone, "The injured should not join in the fun. Just play the game obediently, and leave the rest to him and me."
Oh. The network administrator was confused. "No, wait. Why do you have to divide me into 2?
Chen Zhe patiently explained the facts to him. "You are the boss, and I am the customer.
If something happens to a customer here, do you want to be responsible?" That makes sense. The network administrator nodded subconsciously, and suddenly felt something was wrong. "Wait a minute, can't you hide?"
"There is no such thing as hiding in my life."
Chen Zhe pointed at Mu Hongyu and said, "Look, the little girl is not afraid, so what are you, a grown man, afraid of?" "I'm not afraid." The network administrator was provoked by Chen Zhe and immediately said, "Okay, 2 is 2. Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe and asked with concern, "Good friend, can you handle it?"
Chen Zhe turned his head and smiled at her, "Don't worry."
"So I played games? Just have fun." "Okay." Afterwards, Chen Zhe and the network administrator left the private room and went downstairs.
The network administrator finally came to his senses, stroking his chin as he walked and muttered, "Brother, it's a pity that you don't engage in pyramid selling with your mouth."
Chen Zhe looked at him. "What do you mean?" The network administrator looked unhappy and said, "Brother, how many years have I not fought? I actually have to accompany you to deal with a few ruffians. How embarrassing." Judging from the tone of his voice, this boss was very powerful in the past? Chen Zhe smiled and said, "I still don't know your last name, boss." "My name is Xiaowensi, what's yours?" "Chen Zhe."
As they talked, the two came to the lobby of the internet cafe.
5 young hooligans just walked to the door of the internet cafe.
The hairstyles of these people are basically very cool. Some have dyed blonde hair, some have gray hair, some have shaved the sides of their hair with only a circle of hair left on their foreheads, some have tied their hair into small braids, and some have an ordinary buzz cut. The guy with the buzz cut was the actor Huang Junwei had invited to get kicked. He was shouting at the door, "Where's that brat? Get out here."
This loud shout made the customers in the hall look towards the door. Huang Junwei also turned on a machine.
He was originally sitting with his back to the door, but now he simply turned his chair over, crossed his legs and started watching the show.
Why did the guy with the crew cut call someone over again? Of course it was Huang Junwei's idea. Huang Junwei's heroic plan to save the beauty was ruined by Chen Zhe today, and he was also very angry with Chen Zhe. How could he bear it?
He called the short-haired man again and asked him to bring a few people to beat Chen Zhe up.
Where are you? Get out here. What are you looking at? Play your game. A few little hooligans were yelling menacingly at the internet cafe.
Everyone in the internet cafe was yelled at, but no one said a word.
Why are you yelling? Don't cause trouble in my internet cafe.
Xia Wenxi frowned and walked towards the group of thugs, taking out a cigarette from the cigarette box as he walked.
The man with the crew cut shouted, "Network administrator, this is none of your business. Get out." Xia Wenxi took out a lighter and said, "Don't shout in my internet cafe. Once you leave this door, you can do whatever you want." The little hooligans didn't move.
The guy with the crew cut got excited when he saw Chen Zhe behind the network administrator. That's the guy.
Guys. I said, get out of here. Xia Wenxi's face suddenly turned ferocious.
He took off his t-shirt, revealing the tattoos on his chest and back, exuding an imposing aura.
The atmosphere suddenly became very depressing.
The faces of the 5 little thugs froze, and they retreated involuntarily, retreating until they were out of the internet cafe's door.
Xia Wenxi also came out and stood under the warning sign "No smoking in this internet cafe." He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff before his expression relaxed. You can't smoke in the internet cafe. I'm craving for cigarettes.
If you had been slower just now, I would have smoked.
Do you believe it?
Xia Wenxi pointed at a few punks with the hand holding the cigarette. After hearing these impolite words, the little ruffians did not refute, but instead gathered together and whispered.
This tattoo is awesome. The tattoo looks like a wolf. How many wolves are there? 7 wolves, right? Shit, I remember when I was a kid, there was a 7 wolves guy named Xia who was quite famous on this street. Shit, he can't be Wolfhead Xia, right? Xia Wenxi had good ears and heard a sentence or two. He immediately smiled and said, "Now that you know who I am, why don't you get out of here?"
Brother Xia, we'll give you face and not go in to cause trouble.
But if that kid comes out, you won't be able to do anything about it.
The yellow-haired man said with a frown.
Boy, do you dare to come out? Grandma Hui shouted at Chen Zhe inside the internet cafe through the glass door. If you've got the guts, come out here. Xiaobian also shouted. Who dares not come out?
Chen Zhe walked out of the internet cafe door slowly, walked to Xia Wenxi and stood beside him, frowning at him. I thought you could handle these little bastards, but who knew you were useless?
Xia Wenxi was unhappy when he heard this. Damn it. I haven't been a big brother for many years. If it were 10 years ago, would you let them call someone on this street and try? Chen Zhe shook his head. A good man never brags about his past achievements, Vinci.
Xia Wenxi frowned slightly. I still hope you can call me by my full name, Xia Wenxi.
Chen Zhe nodded. Okay, Vinci.
You're such a nagging bastard, Jill.
The guy with the crew cut had just been beaten and was very angry. He slapped Chen Zhe hard. He thought that he had 4 brothers to support him and they were outnumbered, so the other party would definitely not dare to fight back. Little did he know that before his slap could reach his target, Chen Zhe caught him in mid-air. Moreover, this kid was very strong and pinched his wrist so hard that it hurt. You still dare to yell here? You only care about food and not punishment.
Chen Zhe didn't hesitate and kicked the guy with a buzz cut directly out. The guy with the crew cut rolled 3 or 4 meters away and fell directly from the entrance of the internet cafe into the green belt beside the road. His head fell in, leaving only his 2 legs struggling outside. Chen Zhe's overall physical fitness is now as high as 90 points, so it is not difficult for him to kick away a skinny and underdeveloped little punk.
What the hell?
The 4 people including the yellow-haired guy were all stunned.
This kid actually dared to fight back? They don't think Chen Zhe is that powerful. After all, the guy with a buzz cut is too thin and can't withstand a beating at all. The reason he can survive outside is just because he shouts loudly. Chapter 34 Who is whose fish? Get him. Brothers, come together. Today I must let him know why the flowers are so red.
Grandma Hui and Xiaobian yelled, then rushed towards Chen Zhe in anger.
Fighting 1 against 2, Chen Zhe was not afraid at all.
Although he has no fighting skills. But his strength, speed, agility, flexibility, endurance, and other data are all among the best in the crowd.
Grandma Gray kicked him.
Chen Zhe dodged the kick nimbly and kicked the opponent in the butt, knocking Nai Hui to the ground.
Xiao Baianer took the opportunity to rush over and punched Chen Zhe on the back. Chen Zhe didn't feel any pain. He turned around and looked at Xiao Biener, grinning, "Didn't you eat? Fuck you."
Xiao Biener was furious and punched Chen Zhe in the face with all his strength. Chen Zhe didn't want his handsome face, which scored 88 points, to be harmed in the slightest, so he turned his head to avoid the attack and punched Xiao Biener in the abdomen.
Ugh. Xiao Biener bent over in pain, holding his stomach.
He felt a cramp in his intestines, and then vomited with a wow. It turned out that he was vomited because of the beating. The guy with a tuft of hair on his forehead rushed over screaming, waving his hands left and right. He looked very fierce, but had no rules. Chen Zhe stepped back easily, then seized the opportunity to kick the guy, knocking him to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The remaining yellow-haired man was horrified, knowing that Chen Zhe was fierce and he had to find something handy to deal with him.
Huang Mao looked around and soon saw a billboard advertising preferential recharges at the entrance of the internet cafe.
He immediately rushed over and wanted to use it to hit Chen Zhe. But just as he rushed to the door, a hand grabbed his arm.
"How dare you take things from my internet cafe?"
Xia Wenxi, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked at him with a forced smile.
The yellow-haired man said angrily, "Let go. Mr. Xia, this is not the same as before."
Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Wenxi grabbed his arm and pulled it behind him, while rubbing his feet at the same time. The yellow-haired man suddenly lost his balance, his feet flew into the air and he fell forward, then he knelt on the ground with a bang. The piercing pain in his knee made Huang Mao's eyes roll back and he almost fainted from the pain. Xia Wenxi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at him with a smile. "This is not the feudal society of the past. If you make a mistake, just apologize, but don't kneel down to others all the time."
Huang Mao's face was covered in cold sweat. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at all. There was only fear in his heart. In less than a minute, the 5 little hooligans who came to cause trouble were all knocked down. The people watching the show in the internet cafe were all stunned for a moment, and then they were all excited. "Fuck, that's so cool. Who is that handsome guy? He defeated 3 people by himself, so fucking awesome. The owner of the internet cafe is pretty awesome. Look at the tattoos and the way he beats people. You can tell at a glance that he is an expert." They were too fast. By the time I remembered to take out my phone to take a video, everything was over. What a shame. Hearing the praises in the internet cafe, Xia Wenxi looked calm and wanted to say something like basic operation, "Don't be cool." However, he is no longer the wolf head Xia who was famous in the university town. Now he is just an ordinary internet cafe owner and is too lazy to pretend to be so powerful. Chen Zhe was somewhat excited. "I didn't expect that I could win against 3 people at the same time." He silently praised himself in his heart. "How come you are so awesome?" Huang Junwei's face was very gloomy. He never thought that he had called people here originally to beat up Chen Zhe, but in the end these guys were just getting beaten from beginning to end. A bunch of useless things. You still have the nerve to ask me for $2,000. Huang Junwei's face became even uglier when he saw that Chen Zhe was not only unharmed but also being praised by so many people in the internet cafe. Today I really ended up losing more than I gained. He clenched his fists and secretly swore in his heart, "Chen, just wait for me. I will never let you have an easy time. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Xia Wenxi waved at the yellow-haired men and told them to get out of here. The 5 little hooligans took a while to calm down before standing up groaning. They didn't dare to say a single harsh word and walked away in disgrace. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter." Xia Wenxi looked at Chen Zhe and smiled. "Not bad. Have you practiced it before?" Chen Zhe asked with a smile. Xia Wenxi waved his hands modestly. "I haven't practiced it before, it's just that I fought a lot when I was a kid, so practice makes perfect." The two chatted and returned to the internet cafe. Xia Wenxi went back to the front desk to work, while Chen Zhe returned to the private room on the 2nd floor. Mu Hongyu had just started a game and it wasn't finished yet. Chen Zhe was too lazy to start the game, so he took out his phone to check it out. In the past, his phone would go silent all day long, and he basically had no messages to reply to. But now it's different.
After a while, there will be several unread messages.
Lioli sent 2 messages. Which city does brother Wushwan go to college in?
I want to know if you and I are far apart. #nervousface hashtag.
Chen Zhe replied, Zhangzhou, what about you?
Then he slid his finger down and clicked on Xiaoying Guhong's message.
Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Brother Wushwan, how are these 2 girls? One is the well-behaved type, and the other is the queen type.
Both girls were very beautiful and full of details. Chen Zhe clicked on the picture and enlarged it for a while before replying, both are very good.
Xiaoying Guhong, if you are interested, I can send you their WeChat. Chen Zhe, let's talk later.
There are too many beautiful girls adding me now, and I can't reply to all the messages.
Xiaoying Guhong, I understand.
After replying to the message, Chen Zhe found a small red dot on WeChat, which was a friend request from Nan Meyer. Seeing that Xiaoying Guhong was enthusiastic in introducing beautiful women to him, Chen Zhe approved her application. Nan Meyer, who had been following the message, immediately sent a message.
Brother Wushwan, you finally got my love. I just saw the message. Brother Wushwan, did Mir accidentally make you angry? I swear it was unintentional. I apologize to you here. Please forgive me, okay? No, you're overthinking it.
Brother Wushwan is so cold to me. As long as you can forgive me, I can do anything you ask me to do. Although Chen Zhe didn't have much affection for Nan Meyer, seeing this message made him think a lot.
You can do anything? Chen Zhe sent a malicious emoticon.
When Nan Meyer saw this message, she couldn't help but smile with pride. As expected, everything happened just as she expected. She acted coquettishly and cutely and posted some cool photos.
I don't believe any man can resist it.
I just gave a little hint and brother Wushwan got excited. If I post some sexy photos, he will definitely be in my grasp.
From today on, there will be a big fish in her fish pond. Nandier sent another message, what do you want others to do? Or, what do you want to do to others?
Chen Zhe had never been teased by a girl like this before, and he almost got carried away.
But on second thought, how could a big anchor like Nan Mir be controlled so easily?
Chen Zhe calmed down and suddenly felt that this routine was very familiar. Nan Mir was just like Song Yuqi in the past, she would give you some sweets to keep you hanging.
The difference is that Song Yuqi is not as bold and explicit as Nan Meyer. But it's essentially the same, raising fish.
A sneer appeared on Chen Zhe's lips.
It's still unclear who is the fish.
Before Chen Zhe could figure out how to reply, Nan Meyer sent him 4 messages in a row.
Picture.jpg. 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 Brother Wushwan, this is Nir's private photo. I have never shown it to anyone else. Can you forgive me for my sincerity? Chapter 35. She's not as pretty as me. Chen Zhe looked at the 3 photos and couldn't take his eyes away.
All 3 photos are of her wearing OL outfit, white shirt, black suit jacket, black hip skirt, black stockings, black high heels, and a pair of black framed glasses. The first photo shows her standing with her legs crossed and holding the frame of her glasses with one hand, highlighting her hot body. The second photo is a side profile photo, with the camera closer, focusing on the surging curve of the chest. The third photo shows her kneeling with her knees together. Her face is not shown, which draws all attention to the area between her tight skirt and black stockings. Not only are each one more tempting than the last, but with each photo there is something missing. The second photo doesn't have the jacket, the third photo doesn't have the high heels.
This seems to be a series.
The subsequent photos will definitely be more exciting and refreshing, and have a lot of the shadow of Teacher Azu.
Chen Zhe's eyes widened. How could a hot-tempered college student like him withstand such a test? What are you looking at? So absorbed in it?
Mu Hongyu finished this round of the game and asked Chen Zhe to play games with her, but he didn't respond. Seeing him staring at his phone in a daze, she couldn't help but come over and take a look.
Oh my god.
Mu Hongyu was shocked when she saw it. You are actually looking at such a horrible picture in broad daylight, you are really something, my friend. Chen Zhe was startled, and when he met Mu Hongyu's gaze, he felt a little flustered for no reason.
He wanted to explain but didn't know how to say it. Mu Hongyu noticed his embarrassment and waved her hand sympathetically, it's okay. When I was in junior high school, I saw some classmates secretly watching Japanese action movies during an all-nighter. You are already a college student. Looking at a few pictures of Cece is really nothing. Chen Zhe's smile was a little forced. If I say I'm not looking at Satu, would you believe it? Chen Zhe. Hearing Mu Hongyu suddenly call his full name, Chen Zhe suddenly became even more nervous.
Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe, who was almost sweating, and smiled playfully. She blinked and said, "Look at me, she's not as pretty as me."
Well, what's the point of looking at pictures? Aren't real people prettier than pictures? Chen Zhe had to admit that what Mu Hongyu said made sense.
Although in terms of appearance and figure, Mu Hongyu and Nan Mir are equally matched, each has their own merits.
But Nan Mir looks like a scheming woman and quite hypocritical.
Mu Hongyu was very simple, with a hint of clear stupidity.
Obviously, Chen Zhe still prefers Mu Hongyu's type. But how could he have the nerve to stare at others? Lady, can we not talk about this topic? Chen Zhe smiled bitterly. Mu Hongyu looked into his eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you want to pursue me?" Chen Zhe was surprised and said, "Oh? Aren't we good friends? How could you have such an idea?" Mu Hongyu looked suspicious. "Then you can top up 50,000 yuan for my internet fee?"
50,000 is not a small amount of money, and Mu Hongyu couldn't help but doubt Chen Zhe's motives. To be honest, it's really rare to find a boy like Chen Zhe who is so handsome, willing to spend money on her, and most importantly, good at playing games and willing to skip classes to help her improve her scores. If Chen Zhe really wanted to pursue her, she could seriously consider it. Looking at Mu Hongyu's pretty face, Chen Zhe thought seriously for a while.
Who doesn't like a girl like Mu Hongyu?
However, he still has to earn money, gain heart points, and improve his attributes from other beautiful girls. Once he established a romantic relationship with Mu Hongyu, it would become very inappropriate and inconvenient for him to flirt with other girls.
And it will probably make her jealous, which will lead to a quarrel, and I'm afraid we won't even be able to be friends by then. If I say I really love you, who will clean up the friendships that have been ruined? So Chen Zhe said seriously, "Mr. Mu, I said at the beginning that if a good friend encounters difficulties, I should help him, so I will pay for your internet fee in the future."
Mu Hongyu shook her head. "Don't take me for a fool. This has exceeded the boundaries of good friends."
Seeing that this trick didn't work, Chen Zhe immediately came up with a plan. "Have you seen the movie The Richest Man in Shihong City?" Mu Hongyu nodded. "I have seen it."
Chen Zhe said seriously, "Yes, I encountered the same situation as Wang Duoyu. I now have a large inheritance to inherit, but there is a prerequisite: I must spend 100 million in 1 month. Mu Hongyu was amazed, her beautiful eyes widened. Sigma A. They say art comes from life, it turns out to be true.
Spending 100 million in a month? How can you spend it all? Let me think about it. Looking at Mu Hongyu, who was thinking seriously, Chen Zhe.
It turns out that Mu Hongyu is just like his rebellious son Wang Bo. It doesn't work if you cheat once, you have to cheat twice. After finally fooling Mu Hongyu, Chen Zhe was secretly rejoicing when the message alert sounded.
Nanmir, brother Wuxuan, does it look good? Do you like it? If you like it, there are also private photos. Liuli, wow, what a coincidence. I'm from Jiangzhou University. Brother Wuxuan, how about you?
Chen Zhe was afraid that Nan Meyer would post another sexy photo, so he hurriedly replied with a message, saying firmly, "I'm not interested in you." After sending it, he locked his phone and put it in his pocket. Su Ruoli didn't expect that brother Wuxuan was actually studying in the same city as her, and she waited for the reply with great joy. This time, brother Wuxuan replied very quickly, almost within seconds. She clicked on the message excitedly.
"I'm not interested in you."
These 6 words were like an invisible sharp blade, cutting deeply into her heart. Su Ruoli's smile disappeared all of a sudden, and he sat there blankly, as if he had lost all his life. A huge sense of loss swept over her, affecting Yu Xiaomeng beside her, and then affecting those boys who had a crush on her. Nan Meyer didn't receive a reply from Chen Zhe for a long time, so she sent 2 more messages asking him what he was doing.
Still no response.
Nan Meyer thought that maybe her firepower was too strong and Chen Zhe could not bear it.
"Don't worry, take your time.
I don't think he can escape from my grasp."
3:30 p.m. How about we retreat? Chen Zhe yawned and suggested to Mu Hongyu.
Although he is much more energetic now, he cannot withstand such continuous high-intensity combat. Especially in the afternoon, he had bad luck and encountered a guy who was playing with a small account to fish. One of the games lasted for a full 50 minutes and Chen Zhe was almost exhausted to death.
Mu Hongyu was in good spirits.
After all, playing games didn't require any brain power. She just had to listen to Chen Zhe's instructions. But seeing Chen Zhe's exhausted face, she also felt sorry for him, so she nodded. Okay, let's go. Go back and catch up on some sleep. I'll call you for dinner later.
Okay. The two went to the first floor to check out.
Seeing Chen Zhe's listless appearance, Xia Wenci couldn't help but remind him, although you are still young, you should also take care of your health, brother.
Chen Zhe said unhappily, are you thinking about pornography all day long? With Mu Hongyu next to him, Xia Wenci didn't want to be too blunt. He just smiled at Chen Zhe and didn't say anything more.
But he was thinking in his heart that if he met a girl as beautiful as Mu Hongyu when he was Chen Zhe's age, he would probably be given the title of a man who has sex 7 times a night.
Chapter 36 I See Through You. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhe slept until after 4 o'clock.
After getting up, I found that my hair was messy from sleeping, so I simply took a shower, changed into new clothes and new shoes, and tidied myself up a little. After all, this would be the first time he would go out to eat with a girl. Although the two are just good friends, they still have to be careful. When Chen Zhe came out of the shower, several roommates had returned.
Seeing Chen Zhe dressing himself up like this, Wang Bo couldn't help but be curious. Old Chen, what are you going to do? Chen Zhe said casually while blowing his hair in front of the mirror, let's go out for dinner. Wang Bo immediately asked, can you take me with you? Okay.
Come together, guys. I'll treat you.
Chen Zhe looked at the other two roommates.
Although Mu Hongyu said she would treat everyone tonight, there was no way Chen Zhe would let her pay. Since he's the one treating, it doesn't matter if he invites one more person. Since the second and fourth sons are here, it would be inappropriate not to invite them, so we might as well go together. Xiong Chumo quickly agreed, but Yang Qianshan just sat there playing with his phone without saying a word.
Second brother, shall we go? Humph, I won't go to an ordinary restaurant. Yang Qianshan looked at Chen Zhe arrogantly. You pick the place and eat the most expensive food. Okay, I'll make you poor.
Yang Qianshan immediately became energetic, jumped up from his chair and walked out. Go.
Go. Go.
Chen Zhe looked at his back, feeling somewhat puzzled.
He didn't know what he had done to Yang Lauer. Why did he look so resentful?
In fact, Yang Qianshan did have a lot of resentment towards Chen Zhe these 2 days. Originally in dormitory 511, Yang Qianshan was undoubtedly the most dazzling person. He is the richest man in the family, the most handsome, and has the most impressive record in dating girlfriends. Therefore, Yang Qianshan was originally full of a sense of superiority. But in the past 2 days, everything suddenly changed.
Overnight, Chen Zhe became stunningly handsome and gained considerable fame throughout Jiangzhou University.
Even though Yang Qianshan was wearing branded clothes and Chen Zhe was just wearing ordinary civilian clothes, Chen Zhe still exuded a dazzling light, making Yang Qianshan look like a supporting role. The most infuriating thing is that Yang Qianshan couldn't add Mu Hongyu on WeChat, but Chen Zhe did, and they chatted often. This couldn't help but make Yang Qianshan, the king of force, feel extremely frustrated. Whenever he thought of this, Yang Qianshan felt resentful towards Chen Zhe. If Yang Qianshan didn't kill Chen Zhe severely and make him bleed a little, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this anger. The 4 people left the dormitory. Yang Lauer led the way and took Chen Zhe and the other 2 out of the main gate of the school and headed straight for the street next door. Lao Yang, where are we going to eat? Chen Zhe asked. Lu Mansion. Yang Qianshan reminded solemnly, Old Chen, you said you wanted to pick up the expensive ones.
I won't be polite to you. Don't blame me if I make you broke. Lu Mansion restaurant is quite famous throughout Jiangzhou. It has high-end and unique decoration, exquisite ingredients, and very good taste. Of course, the price is also quite expensive. Even if 4 people eat a few dishes casually, it will cost thousands of yuan. It is difficult for ordinary college students to afford to treat others to a meal here. It doesn't matter. Chen Zhe smiled. Wang Bo didn't say anything.
Anyway, his godfather had won more than 200 million yuan, so he would never go poor no matter how much he ate.
Only Xiong Chomo showed hesitation, and whispered to Chen Zhe, Old Chen, what good day is today? Just an ordinary day. Then there's no need to go to the Lu residence, right?
We can just go to the back door and find a small restaurant to eat.
It's okay. Eat as much as you want. Chen Zhe smiled at Xiong Chomo, then took out his phone and sent a message to Mu Hongyu, Xiao Yur, let's go to Lu Mansion restaurant for dinner later? I heard the food there is good. After a while, Mu Hongyu replied, okay, I'll go out now. Wait for me for a while.
She also knew that Lu Mansion restaurant was a little expensive, but she didn't mind. After all, she and Chen Zhe would not spend more than 1,000 yuan even if they ate until they were full.
I've already left, bringing 3 roommates with me, do you mind?
It's okay, just a few more pairs of chopsticks. Soon after sending the message, the 3 of them entered the Lu Mansion restaurant and sat down at a small round table by the window.
After the waiter brought the menu, Yang Qianshan immediately took it over. Let me order the dishes, what do you want to eat? Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo both said it doesn't matter. Yang Qianshan nodded, since it's casual, then I'll order. Let's have the bacon and wild turtle first. Chen Zhe interrupted him and said, wait a minute, everyone isn't here yet. Order when everyone is here. Yang Qianshan was a little surprised, is there anyone else coming? Chen Zhe said, well, there is a beautiful lady. Who is it? Hearing that there was a beautiful woman, Yang Qianshan and the other 2 focused their attention on Chen Zhe. Mu Hongyu.
Chen Zhe said it lightly, but it was like a thunderclap to the ears of the 3 people.
School beauty Mu will be here later? That's awesome. Wang Bo's face was full of admiration and amazement. It's only been a few days and you've managed to make a date with the school beauty Mu for dinner? Yang Qianshan felt unwell.
He kept telling himself in his heart that it was impossible, absolutely impossible.
How could a school beauty be asked out so easily? Old Chen must be bragging. Xiong Chumo patted Yang Qianshan's arm and said, look how scared you are. Can't you just let him brag a little? Yang Qianshan nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Xiong Chumo's words, Old Chen, is it fun to brag in front of the brothers? Wang Bo couldn't help but interject, then why do you always like to brag in the dormitory? Yang Qianshan glanced at him and said, I'm telling the truth, why do you think I'm bragging? Can you give me an example of something I said that made you think I was bragging? Wang Bo was speechless for a moment. Although he felt that Yang Laowa was bragging about many things, he could not produce any actual evidence. For example, Yang Laowa said that he and his girl conducted an experiment on life crystallization when he was in high school. But Wang Bo couldn't find Yang Laowa's female high school classmate, and even if he found her, he couldn't ask her. Seeing that Wang Bo was silent, Yang Qianshan looked at Chen Zhe again. Old Chen, have you been a little too proud recently? Yes, you are a bit handsome now, but you can't even handle a class beauty in the nursing department, how can you handle a school beauty of Mu Hongyu's level? Chen Zhe shook his head, I didn't say I wanted to get school beauty Mu. She and I are just good friends. Isn't it normal to go out for dinner? Yang Qianshan curled his lips, TSK, you are such a rookie in love. Let me tell you, playing games together and eating together are completely different. You have to know that if you can ask a girl out for dinner, it means you are on a date. That's right. If you really had a date with school beauty Mu, why did you bring 3 of us as third wheel? Xiong Chumo felt that what Yang Qianshan said made sense. Chen Zhe was a little helpless, she and I are really just good friends. Even if you 3 light bulbs have 1,000 watts, you can't affect me. Yang Qianshan responded, I don't believe you. Believe it or not. Chen Zhe was too lazy to explain. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Qianshan suddenly stared at Chen Zhe, Old Chen, I see through you. Chen Zhe? Yang Qianshan sneered, there is only one truth. You deliberately said you had an appointment with Mu Hongyu in order to distract us. In fact, you just wanted to stop me from ordering, and then take the opportunity to grab the menu and order the cheapest dish. Chen Zhe. Seeing that Yang Qianshan looked like he thought he had grasped the truth, Chen Zhe really wanted to open his brain and see what weird train of thought was going on inside. Chapter 37 I'll show you how to wash your hair upside down. The more Yang Qianshan thought about it, the smarter he felt. I'm sure Lao Chen's little thoughts came out right. Even a handsome rich second generation like me can't add the school beauty Mu on WeChat. The fact that Chen Zhenning could add others on WeChat to play games together was already a blessing from his ancestors, and he even wanted to invite them out for dinner. How was that possible? If you can really ask Mu Hongyu out for dinner, I, Yang Qianshan, will perform a handstand hair washing for you in the dormitory. Yang Qianshan looked at Chen Zhe and sneered. We are all brothers, that would be bad. It's okay, I, Yang Qianshan, will never lose. I mean, washing your hair in the dorm isn't fun, why not start a live stream of you washing your hair upside down? Yang Qianshan was stunned for a second. He thought Chen Zhe had a change of heart and didn't want to play these games with his brothers anymore. Little did he know that he wanted to play something bigger. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust, okay, no problem. But if school beauty Mu doesn't come, don't blame me for being ruthless and ordering a table of dishes worth thousands of dollars. Chen Zhe immediately said, it's okay to spend a few thousand, but you can't order food. Yang Qianshan was very confused. Why?
Chen Zhe was too lazy to explain, no reason. Yang Qianshan handed the menu to Xiong Chomo beside him. Old 4, order something.
Xiong Chomo was shocked after just a casual glance.
Things like wild turtle stewed with bacon for 688, pig intestines in a clay pot for 286, and a preserved egg with pounded chili peppers for 88.
What kind of precious ingredient is this? So expensive? I can't afford to order it. Xiong Chomo immediately threw the menu to Wang Bo.
After Wang Bo looked at the menu, he felt a pain in the ass at first, but then he thought, his godfather had 200 million yuan in his pocket, so what was the point of eating these dishes even if it was on the rooftop? He immediately waved his hand and was about to call the waiter to order, but Chen Zhe took the menu and said, "You can't order either."
Why? No reason. What else?
Yang Qianshan looked like he had a clear mind, and spoke to Wang Bo calmly. Old Chen's current actions have proven that what I said is correct. He won't let us order the dishes, he just wants to order them himself. But Old Chen, let me tell you, the cheapest dish here costs 88.
If you want to save money, you can't.
Yang Qianshan was sitting with his back to the door. He spoke very excitedly at the beginning, and Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo also listened attentively. But he soon discovered that the two guys opposite him had wandered off, their eyes shifted away from him, looking behind him, and then they froze.
What's going on?
Yang Qianshan turned his head in confusion, and then his whole body froze. A beautiful lady wearing a white baseball cap walked in from the door. The delicate face is as big as a palm, the eyebrows and eyes are bright and charming, and the cherry lips painted with lip gloss look pink and translucent.
You can tell at a glance that it must be very pleasant to kiss her.
She was wearing a pair of light blue denim shorts, revealing her long legs that were glowing white, slender, straight, and had smooth lines. Just looking at that pair of beautiful legs made Yang Qianshan and the others hold their breath.
She wore a loose white t-shirt with a Pikachu pattern on it.
Pikachu's originally chubby face was made even rounder by her 36D breasts. The long legs and the chubby and round Pikachu made Wang Bo and the others shed tears of emotion.
Mu Hongyu, the school beauty of the computer department. She really came.
As Mu Hongyu got closer, Yang Qianshan and his companions, who were originally quite talkative, suddenly became quiet. They all fidgeted and didn't dare to look in Mu Hongyu's direction. They either pretended to chat or lowered their heads to look at the menu.
A bunch of cowards.
Chen Zhe looked down on him in his heart.
I'm here. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe and smiled.
Chen Zhe stood up, moved the chair next to him back, and said with a smile, I just got here too, please sit down.
Mu Hongyu sat next to Chen Zhe openly and glanced at Yang Qianshan and the others. Are these all your roommates?
No, they are all my sons. If it were any other time, Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chumo would definitely jump out and retort, you are my son. But now that Mu Hongyu was present, the two of them were so timid that they didn't dare to say a word.
Mu Hongyu blinked her beautiful eyes, a little puzzled. What? Chen Zhe smiled and said, don't worry about it.
Mu Hongyu couldn't understand the childish behavior of boys who wanted to recognize each other as their fathers. But she has one advantage, she doesn't think about things she can't understand.
If people like to dwell on trivial matters, they will easily get old. She doesn't want to get old. Let me introduce you.
This is Yang Qianshan, this is Wang Bo, and this is Xiong Chumo. Chen Zhe picked up the kettle and poured some water for Mu Hongyu to rinse the dishes and chopsticks while casually introducing them. Then he looked at the three nervous wimps and said with a teasing tone, as for this beautiful lady, I think there is no need to introduce her.
Of course not. Who doesn't know the school beauty Mu?
Wang Bo said with a smile and was the first to get rid of his nervous state. After all, he had once been with his adoptive father and spent a whole night in a bar with the school beauty Lin Qianya. At least he is a knowledgeable person.
So when faced with a beauty like school beauty Mu, I have some resistance. Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chumo were still in a daze.
The two of them mustered up their courage, looked at Mu Hongyu, then looked at Chen Zhe, and both suspected that they were dreaming. Mu Hongyu looked at Wang Bo and the others and said with a smile, what school beauty?
I'm Mu Hongyu, nice to meet you. I'm happy too.
Wang Bo said with a smile.
I feel very honored. Xiong Chumo looked like a dog licking his lips.
He could hardly speak clearly and was extremely nervous.
Yang Qianshan was a little troubled. Should I be happy or not?
Being able to meet the school beauty Mu and having dinner at the same table with her are of course two things worth being happy about.
But here comes the problem.
The school beauty Ren Mu came here for Chenze, and it was Chenze who asked her out.
This is really a maddening thing.
For a moment, all kinds of emotions surged in Yang Qianshan's heart, including sadness, helplessness, jealousy, and dissatisfaction.
In short, he just couldn't be happy.
He didn't want to talk, but Chenze kicked him under the table. "A girl is talking to you, why are you so rude?"
Oh, hello, classmate Mu.
Yang Qianshan suffered a loss and wanted to kick back, but Chenze had already retracted his legs and he couldn't reach him. The further he couldn't reach it, the more anxious he became. As a result, he suddenly came up with an idea and looked at Mu Hongyu and said, "I was just thinking about a very profound question and my mind was distracted."
Sorry. Yang Qianshan wanted to show off his inner qualities in front of Mu Hongyu.
He believed that with his good looks and financial resources, as well as his studious and thoughtful personality, he should be able to win some favor from Mu Hongyu. It would be best to make that damn Chenze jealous and ruin his mood. Little did he know that Mu Hongyu, the internet-addicted girl, had no interest in studying at all and didn't even look at him. Even before Yang Qianshan finished speaking, she looked at Chenze.
Yang Qianshan's evil plan aborted before it even began, which made him sigh. Chapter 38, Heartless Bastard.
I didn't expect that you, old Chen, could actually invite the school beauty Mu out for dinner.
You're really amazing. Xiong Chomo looked at Chenze, and after holding it in for a long time he finally couldn't hold it in anymore.
The highest compliment between boys is "you are awesome." The fourth brother was also deeply impressed by Chenze's strength.
Mu Hongyu shook her head. "That's not right, I actually asked him to have dinner with me."
Xiong Chomo, what?
Being able to have the school beauty treat him to a meal is something he could never dream of.
Yang Qianshan felt like he had been hit hard. How could he have such a virtue? How could Chenze have such a virtue?
Wang Bo also widened his eyes.
He knew that his adoptive father was awesome, but he didn't expect him to be this awesome.
He can make school beauty Lin add him on WeChat, and can also make school beauty Mu ask him out for dinner. What an amazing feat this is.
For a moment, Wang Bo's admiration for Chenze was like the endless torrent of the river, like the flooding of the Yellow River, which was out of control.
Several people were thinking about their own things.
Before they could come to their senses, they heard Mu Hongyu say generously, "It's my treat today, everyone, eat as much as you want."
Your treat?
Hearing this, Yang Qianshan and the other two almost dropped their jaws to the ground.
This time it's a girl, and a school beauty at that? She's the one treating us to dinner? Why does this sound more sci-fi than the two-dimensional foil? Yes, it's my treat. Mu Hongyu nodded. The word admiration was clearly written on Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo's faces. Yang Qianshan was almost unconscious from the shock, and murmured, "Who will wake me up?"
Not long ago, Yang Qianshan thought that Chenze would never ask Mu Hongyu out, and that he was just bragging. Now he knew that it was actually the school beauty Mu who took the initiative to ask Chenze out for dinner.
That is not all, the key point is that she paid for the meal. Lao Chen's rank is so high? Is that damn guy usually doing some hidden mission of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger?
Otherwise, why has he been silent and mediocre for more than a month since they met, and only knows how to be Son Yuchi's bootlicker?
And now, suddenly, I have a chance to make a big splash? Wang Bo patted Yang Qianshan's arm and said, "Old Yang, do you know which animal is the quietest when angry?" What the hell? Yang Qianshan looked confused. Gorilla. Why? Because the gorilla is angry. Yang Qianshan's computer crashed and the CPU was overheated before he realized something was wrong. Wang Bo could tell that he was quietly angry? And he's implying that he's a gorilla? Rebellious son. Are you looking for death? Yang Qianshan was furious.
He stood up and grabbed Wang Bo's chest with his fist.
Watch this.
Wang Bo grabbed his wrist in counterattack with the Black Tiger heart-ripping move. The two of them were playing and fighting, and nothing happened. However, Xiong Chomo, who was sandwiched in the middle, was squeezed all over the place and his glasses were squeezed off. What a bunch of childish kids.
Chenze shook his head and decided not to bring them out to play anymore. It was too embarrassing for their father. Have you ordered? Mu Hongyu asked from the side. Not yet, just waiting for you to order. Chenze handed the menu to Mu Hongyu with a smile.
Mu Hongyu looked at the menu and suddenly felt a little worried.
Originally, for her and Chenze, 3 dishes would be enough.
But now there are 5 of us, so we have to order at least 5 or 6 dishes, which will exceed our budget.
Mu Hongyu pulled Chen Zhe's arm, moved closer to him and whispered, "I don't have enough money."
Chen Zhe also moved closer, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered to her, "Don't worry, I brought the person here, so of course it's my treat."
That's not good. It was clearly my treat. Do we still have to worry about these things based on our friendship? Seeing Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu whispering intimately together, Yang Qianshan and the others were very envious.
Oh, if I had known I shouldn't have come to eat.
Yang Qianshan couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I'm full of dog food. Xiong Chomo said while wiping his glasses. Do you think school beauty Mu is interested in old Chen? Wang Bo asked quietly. Yang Qianshan looked at him like an idiot. You can't see this? Wang Bo was unconvinced. I'm just not sure. Yang Qianshan said, let me teach you.
First of all, you see, when school beauty Mu looks at old Chen, her eyes are full of smiles.
When she looks at us, it's like she's looking at an NPC.
Xiong Chomo was very surprised. Oh, Lao Yang, you actually said such discouraging words, this is not like you. While the 3 guys were whispering, Mu Hongyu had already been persuaded by Chen Zhe to start ordering food. In the end, they ordered 6 dishes in total, and 2 large bottles of drinks.
After a while, the waiter started serving the food.
Mu Hongyu opened a bottle of Coke and filled Chen Zhe's cup.
Then, she said to the others, bring your cups here.
I'll pour you some drinks.
Thank you.
Yang Qianshan and his companions were all flattered. They didn't expect that they could have the honor of being served by the school belle.
School belle Mu is such a considerate and kind person.
Wang Bo was about to hand over the cup when he suddenly saw a man and 2 women walking in from the door, and his face suddenly froze.
The man walking on the far left is wearing designer clothes and looks very elegant. The girl on the far right is also very pretty and dresses fashionably.
Although she cannot compare with Mu Hongyu, she is still worthy of the title of beauty among ordinary people.
The girl walking in the middle was wearing a long floral dress.
She had bright features, skin whiter than snow, and a pure temperament. The flowing black hair dances gently with the cool air blown out by the air conditioner at the door, creating a full atmosphere that easily reminds people of first love. Wang Bo coughed dryly, and seeing that Chen Zhe didn't react, he walked to Chen Zhe, put his arm around his shoulder, and pointed secretly towards the door.
Chen Zhe looked in the direction Wang Bo pointed and was a little dazed. He didn't expect to meet 3 acquaintances here. It was Song Yuqi, Sun Qian, and Huang Junwei. Wang Bo communicated with Chen Zhe with his eyes. What should we do? Should we hide quickly?
He didn't know that Mu Hongyu had already met Song Yuqi, and was worried that Song Yuqi's appearance would affect the relationship between Mu Hongyu and her adoptive father.
It's okay. Chen Zhe's face was very calm.
When he first saw Huang Junwei and Song Yuqi walking together, he felt a little unhappy.
But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Sun Qian was as sharp-eyed as Wang Bo.
After seeing Chen Zhe, she gritted her teeth and said, Yuqi, that guy is here too.
Let's see where he runs this time. Today, Sun Qian and Song Yuqi went to look for Chen Zhe together, but they didn't find him.
Not only did they make a wasted trip, but Chen Zhe also arrogantly blocked her.
When had Sun Qian ever been so humiliated? She vowed to find Chen Zhe and settle the score. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is really a case of searching for something everywhere but finally finding it without any effort.
Song Yuqi saw Chen Zhe, and also saw the beautiful girl who made her feel a little inferior. If she were to talk about the meeting at the school gate, she could still tell herself that the pretty girl was just a friend that Chen Zhe had deliberately called to help anger her. But now, he brought a group of brothers from the dormitory to eat with her in such an expensive restaurant.
What does this mean? Do you want your brothers to meet your sister-in-law?
Thinking of this, the grievances in Song Yuqi's heart surged out like a flood.
You used to want to be around me all day, but just because I rejected you once, you turned against me and moved on to another girl? Chen Zhe, Chen Zhe, you are really a heartless bastard. Chapter 39, A Match for the Match.
The moment Huang Junwei saw Chen Zhe, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. His plans failed one after another today, and he hated Chen Zhe to the core. After returning home, he became angrier and angrier, and felt very upset. He racked his brains to think of a way to teach Chen Zhe a lesson, and finally he came up with a plan. Huang Junwei decided to spend a lot of money to get Song Yuqi as soon as possible, and then hug Song Yuqi to show his affection in front of Chen Zhe.
He wanted to let Chen Zhe see that the woman you couldn't handle was now handled by me. What's the matter? Are you convinced?
When he thought of that time, he felt high-spirited and looked down at Chen Zhe with the attitude of a winner.
Chen Zhe was embarrassed and speechless. Huang Junwei felt secretly happy.
He did what he said. He immediately called Song Yuqi to ask her out for dinner and deliberately chose the most famous restaurant in the area. According to Huang Junwei's rich experience in picking up girls, if you want to speed up the process of winning a girl over, there are only 3 words to describe it: spend money. Although this method is simple and crude, it has been proven to be effective. But he didn't expect that he had just asked Song Yuqi out and hadn't made any progress before he ran into Chen Zhe again.
Let's sit here. Huang Junwei acted calmly on the surface, pointed to a table next to him and smiled at Song Yuqi. Song Yuqi subconsciously said oh and sat down.
At this moment, she was in a state of confusion and wanted to rush over to question Chen Zhe, but she didn't want to make herself too embarrassed in public. What if I couldn't control my temper and started arguing with Chen Zhe, with so many people watching?
Wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Sun Xian had no such concerns.
She walked directly in front of Chen Zhe and sneered sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this Chen Zhe? What a coincidence, you are eating here too." Chen Zhe's face was calm.
He just nodded without saying a word. He then looked at Mu Hongyu and said, "The food here tastes pretty good.
What do you think?" "It's okay, but a little expensive. Let me tell you, there's a small restaurant in the alley behind the school. The food is delicious and not expensive. Then you can take me to try it next time?"
Seeing that Chen Zhe had no intention of paying attention to her and kept chatting with Mu Hongyu, Sun Chen became more and more angry.
"What's the meaning? Just nod and you're sending me away? Can't you see that I'm still standing here? Chen Zhe, I'm talking to you, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb."
Chen Zhe was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Xian, but her constant yelling was really annoying, so he looked at Wang Bo and winked.
Wang Bo received the order and immediately stood up. "Sun Qian, is there anything wrong? My old Chen doesn't have time to talk to you. If you have something to say, please tell me."
"If you don't have anything to say, please leave quickly and don't disturb us for dinner."
Sun Qian glared, "Why should I tell you? Does this have anything to do with you?"
This time, it was Wang Bo's adoptive father who asked him to take charge, so Wang Bo was full of motivation and courage.
"It has nothing to do with me? What a joke."
He yelled at Sun Qian. "Song Yuqi and Lao Chen are both my high school classmates.
Do you think they have anything to do with me? If you insist on saying it has nothing to do with me, then what does their business have to do with you? Analyze it carefully for me. I'm all ears. What does their business have to do with you?"
Sun Xian was almost confused by Wang Bo. "Shut up, I don't want to talk to you."
Wang Bo chuckled, "Hey, what a coincidence. I don't want to talk to you either.
Not only me, but also Lao Chen and my 2 brothers.
Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chomo were eating melons with gusto, but were suddenly pulled into the water by Wang Bo.
Although Sun Xian was beautiful, and the 4 people in their dormitory often had some minor conflicts and quarrels, they quickly united when faced with external enemies. Xiong Chomo stroked his glasses and said politely, "I really don't want to talk to you, and you're too noisy for my ears.
I usually only talk to beauties like school beauty Mu. You are not qualified."
Yang Qianshan glanced at Sun Qian indifferently. His words were not simple.
Not only did they praise Mu Hongyu and humiliate Sun Qian, they also made him look pretentious.
As the saying goes, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Originally, even if it was 1 against 3, Sun Qian's mouth can still hold her own, but Yang Qianshan's power was too strong, and Sun Qian was caught off guard and severely injured, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing that Sun Qian was at a disadvantage, Huang Junwei knew it was his turn to take the stage. If you want to win over a girl, it's best to win over her best friend first. Huang Junwei is well aware of this truth, so when Sun Qian encounters problems, he will naturally step forward to help.
"You guys, how dare you bully a girl together?" Huang Junwei took the moral high ground as soon as he opened his mouth. "No matter whether you are bullying others or not, he will put the hat on you first." Although Wang Bo has strong firepower, his brain is not very flexible. Although he felt that what Huang Junwei said was wrong, he didn't know how to refute it. Xiong Chomo was the type of person who could neither argue nor debate, so he didn't say a word. Faced with the situation of his 2 sons being silent, Yang Qianshan stood up without hesitation. He looked at Huang Junwei and asked politely, "Oh, may I ask who you are, classmate?"
Huang Junwei frowned. He never expected to meet such a powerful master of trash talk here. The other person may be sarcastic and weird, but his expression and tone are very polite.
"You cannot get angry. Once you get angry, it will seem that you are low class and have no quality.
Seeing that the other person was wearing all branded clothes, not much different from himself, Huang Junwei's sense of superiority that he usually had when facing ordinary college students disappeared. Today we have met our worthy opponents and talented generals.
I'm a sophomore, Huang Junwei. What about you, little brother? Do you dare to tell me your name?
I will not change my name or surname.
I am from the computer science department. My last name is Wang Bo. Wang Bo, Omega? Huang Junwei and Yang Qianshan started to argue with each other, while Wang Bo, Xiong Chomo, and Sun Qian were watching from the side. Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu seemed to be from a different world from them. The two of them sat together, eating peacefully and chatting occasionally. Song Yuqi stood farther away, watching the two of them eating and chatting silently, feeling like she was watching a romance drama.
The boy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they get along harmoniously and naturally, and when they look at each other, their eyes seem to be drawing. The most terrible thing was that Chen Zhe suddenly picked up some food for Mu Hongyu.
Mu Hongyu did not refuse.
After Chen Zhe put the food into the bowl, she picked it up and ate it directly.
Seeing this scene, Song Yuqi couldn't hold it anymore. Why not use serving chopsticks? Chen Zhe, aren't you afraid of having saliva on the food? You, Mu Hongyu, are such a beautiful girl, how come you didn't pay attention and just ate it? I really can't stand it. Chen Zhe, why are you hiding from me? Song Yuqi walked quickly to Chen Zhe and looked at him with resentment on her face.
As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone around her fell silent. Whether it was Sun Qian or Huang Junwei who came to quarrel, it was all because of Song Yuqi. She was the protagonist in this incident. As soon as the protagonist spoke, Sun Qian and Huang Junwei both stopped and looked at her. Wang Bo can't take the blame for his adoptive father this time. He knew how important Song Yuqi was in Chen Zhe's heart, so he didn't know what to say. Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chomo were surprised by Song Yuqi's pure face and sad temperament. She looked better in person than in the photos on the school forum, and made people feel pity for her when they saw her. Such a pure, fragile, and pitiful girl. I can't even take care of her enough, so how can I bear to say anything about her? Only Chen Zhe had a heart of stone. He frowned and did not hide the annoyance in his eyes. What do you mean I should avoid you? There shouldn't be any need for this, right? Song Yuqi gritted her teeth and said angrily, you are obviously hiding from me. You dare not admit it. Chapter 40 You hurt me. Looking at this unreasonable little fairy, Chen Zhe was really helpless. You are not my creditor, why should I hide from you? You should know it clearly. Chen Zhe said impatiently, I know it very well. Song Yuqi, I think I have made it very clear to you, please don't bother me in the future. Hearing Chen Zhe speaking to her in such a heavy tone, Song Yuqi's beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. In the past, Chen Zhe never spoke loudly to her, always carefully took care of her emotions, and always cared about her well-being. Sometimes when she was in a bad mood, she would be very impatient with Chen Zhe. But Chen Zhe never complained and remained as nice to her as ever. But today, he actually thought she was annoying? You yelled at me? You actually yelled at me? Song Yuqi bit her lower lip lightly. The aggrieved and pitiful look on her face made people around her, both men and women, feel sympathy for her. Sun Qian said angrily, Chen Zhe, you are such a heartless person. Who said that you would love her forever? You wanted to take care of her forever? In the end, she just rejected you once, and you turned your face against her. Is your so-called lifetime just a joke? Then just treat me as a ruthless person. Is there anything else? If not, please leave immediately. I can't eat if you are here. You. Sun Qian's chest heaved with anger. When Song Yuqi heard this, she felt so aggrieved that a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Seeing Song Yuqi crying, Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chomo immediately rebelled, thinking that Lao Chen was really going too far. How could he bear to make her cry? He was such a piece of shit. Yuqi, don't cry. Huang Junwei pulled a few tissues from the dining table and said gently. Thank you, but no thanks. Well, one tear really doesn't require so many tissues. However, Huang Junwei still asked considerately, how about I help you wipe your tears? At this moment, a cell phone of an unknown guest started ringing. I am afraid that you will be heartbroken and no one will help you wipe your tears. Don't worry about the right and wrong. Huang Junwei felt that this ringtone was very appropriate for the situation. Song Yuqi was feeling vulnerable and helpless at that moment, so she should be moved by him, right?
Unexpectedly, Song Yuchi just shook her head and didn't even say a word. Huang Junwei was very depressed because he couldn't give away the tissues.
Still remember that the first time he asked Song Yuchi out shopping, everything went very smoothly.
Why did the difficulty suddenly increase now? It's fine that a school beauty like Mu Hanyu is hard to deal with, but is it so difficult to deal with a mere class beauty? What's going on? Is it because Chen Zhe is here that she ignores me? Chen Zhe, even if we can't be lovers, we can still be good friends. Why do you treat me like this? I said, I don't want to be your good friend. I don't have that blessing.
Hearing this, Song Yuchi shed another tear. Before, when I was a little unhappy, you would get so nervous.
Now I'm crying, but you're still indifferent. Why have you become like this? Chen Zhe felt like he was going crazy. If you want to cry, just cry. What does it have to do with me?
He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Student Song Yuchi, I solemnly tell you that I don't like you anymore.
From now on, you go your way and I go mine, and we won't bother each other, okay? No. Why should you say it?
Why do you think I like you if you say you like me, but I don't like you if you say you don't like me?
Have you asked me?
Oh, God, please forgive me.
What kind of perverse logic is this? If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just hide away from me? Slipped away. Slipped away.
Chen Zhe put down his chopsticks and said to Mu Hongyu and the others, take your time to eat.
I'm leaving first.
Mu Hongyu picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. I'm full too, let's go together. Hearing what they said, Wang Bo also stood up, but Chen Zhe pushed him down, stay and continue eating.
Eat more and don't waste food.
Chen Zhe knew that this rebellious son was loyal, but Wang Bo and the other two were busy quarreling and watching the show, and they hadn't even started eating yet. He and Mu Hongyu had been concentrating on eating and had almost finished. Seeing Chen Zhe was about to leave, Huang Junwei immediately stopped him, stared at him and asked, Chen Zhe, right?
Are you a man? You want to just walk away after making someone cry?
Chen Zhe was already upset by Song Yuchi, and when he saw Huang Junwei jumping out, he immediately said unhappily, what does this have to do with you?
Huang Junwei snorted coldly, Yuchi is my good friend, I can't bear to see her being bullied. You must give an explanation today. Are you out of your mind? Huang Junwei got angry all of a sudden, who the hell are you scolding? I'll scold anyone who talks to me. You dare to curse again? Seeing his adoptive father quarreling with someone, Wang Bating stood up and rushed to Huang Junwei, what's wrong with scolding you? I'm scolding you. You idiot, what do you have to do with this?
Wang Bo is tall and strong, half a head taller than Huang Junwei, completely outshining him in weight, and has an extremely fierce look, like a gangster.
Huang Junwei was intimidated by his appearance, and his momentum suddenly weakened. How can you curse at me?
Chen Zhe frowned slightly, don't say dirty words when there are girls around. Wang Bo was about to continue exporting the quintessence of Chinese culture, but when he heard his adoptive father's words, he immediately changed his tone. Boy, you are really putting chicken feathers on a bat's body.
Everyone? Yang Qianshan couldn't help but be curious. Old Wang, what do you mean? What a bird. Yang Qianshan laughed. Hey, interesting, anything else? Wang Bo was full of energy. You dare to provoke us? You are really like chasing a tiger with your pants off, shameless and lifeless. Looking at your temper, it's like putting a stone into a nest of eggs, you bastard. Good. Yang Qianshan couldn't help but applaud. Huang Junwei's face flushed red. How can you talk like that? You have no manners.
Wang Bo sneered, my quality depends on the situation.
I treat people differently than dogs. You. I what me?
Song Yuchi suddenly said, okay, Wang Bo, Senior Huang, stop arguing.
This has nothing to do with you. Wang Bo was silent. Huang Junwei looked extremely embarrassed. He couldn't win an argument with Wang Bo, let alone a fight.
Wang Bo's physique was enough to easily control two of him.
How fucking aggrieved he was. Okay, let's go eat. Chen Zhe patted Wang Bo on the shoulder and prepared to leave. But this time, Song Yuchi stopped him and grabbed his arm. Chen Zhe, tell me, do you really not like me anymore? Are you in love with someone else? That's right.
Chen Zhe tried to pull his hand back, but Song Yuchi held it tightly, and he didn't want to use too much force, lest people would accuse him of hitting a girl. Please let go.
I won't let you go. I won't let you go.
Just when Song Yuchi kept pestering him and Chen Zhe was getting extremely upset, Mu Hongyu suddenly reached out, grabbed Song Yuchi's wrist and pulled it apart. Song Yuchi felt pain and looked at Mu Hongyu with wide eyes in surprise and grievance.
She obviously didn't expect her to hit her. What are you doing? You hurt me. Mu Hongyu pointed at her nose and said, "Get out of the way quickly, and don't force me to hit you." Song Yuchi suddenly felt a sense of fear. You dare to hit someone? What's wrong with beating you?
Mu Hongyu raised her eyebrows and pushed Song Yuchi. I warn you, don't bother my friends in the future, or I will beat you every time I see you. The delicate and weak Song Yuchi staggered back several steps, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and this time she really cried.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Sun Qian rushed over angrily, wanting to stand up for Song Yuchi.
Bang!
Mu Hongyu suddenly raised her legs, and her glowing white long legs drew an arc in the air. With a clean, neat and beautiful downward chop, she directly chopped a chair into pieces.
The chair is falling apart?
Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was shocked and everyone took a breath of cold air.
What a fierce girl!
Sun Qian slammed on the brakes and froze in place, totally unable to believe her eyes.
Chapter 41 Going to the Grove. As Mu Hongyu made her move, Song Yuchi, Huang Junwei, and Wang Bo were all sweating profusely.
The whole scene was completely shocked, and everyone fell silent.
Let's go. Mu Hongyu looked at Chen Zhe with a calm expression.
At this moment, she looked like a lady, as if the person who had just made such a big noise was not her at all.
Oh. Chen Zhe followed Mu Hongyu out obediently.
Song Yuchi's eyes were still filled with shock and fear.
She no longer dared to act like a demon and could only watch them leave. Please wait a moment. Just as they were about to walk out the door, a male waiter mustered up the courage to run over and said with a smile on his face, "Excuse me, both of you. Can you give me some compensation for this chair?"
Mu Hongyu glanced at him, and the young man immediately took a step back in fear.
Am I that scary?
Mu Hongyu was a little surprised. The waiter smiled and said, No, the floor was a little slippery and I couldn't stand firmly."
Even Mu Hongyu couldn't be fooled by such a false reason.
She was just too lazy to expose it.
How much does it cost to compensate for the chair? Asked Chen Zhe on the side. How about 300?
The waiter politely explained, if it was only a few dozen dollars, we would have accepted the loss, but this chair is quite high-end.
Chen Zhe nodded, then looked at Mu Hongyu. Do you think you should pay compensation? If you damage someone's things, you must pay for it. Mu Hongyu was a little puzzled and didn't understand why Chen Zhe asked her this question specifically. This is of course for insurance purposes.
Chen Zhe wanted to charge Mu Hongyu with the compensation money for the chair, so that he would not lose 300 when the cash was returned. Although Chen Zhe has a lot of money now, a mosquito leg is still meat, and it is shameful to waste it.
Okay, 300 is 300, and let's pay the bill together. Chen Zhe said to the waiter.
The waiter immediately took Chen Zhe to the cashier and calculated the bill. The consumption of your table is 1658, plus 300, a total of 1958.
Erase the zero. Okay sir, then 1900. Chen Zhe picked up his phone and scanned the code to pay. An announcement soon came from inside the cash register.
Ding, payment of 2,000 yuan.
Sir, you made a mistake. You called 100 too much. That's right, I just want to round off the zero. Oh no, make it an integer.
Chen Zhe left after he finished speaking, leaving the waiters confused and disheveled. This group of mortals naturally wouldn't know that the reason Chen Zhe paid 2,000 was just to make the math easier. No matter how many times 2,000 it is much easier to calculate than the multiples of 1900. The cashback amount this time was still 2,000, but Chen Zhe had already gotten used to the minimum guarantee, not to mention that he had just earned more than 100,000 in the morning, so it was nothing to worry about.
When the two of them walked a distance away, Mu Hongyu suddenly asked, "The people in the restaurant can't see me, right?" Chen Zhe didn't understand, so he looked back and said, "It should be gone. No one is paying attention to us." Hearing this, Mu Hongyu's originally upright posture suddenly collapsed. She frowned her pretty eyebrows, stretched out an arm towards Chen Zhe, and said repeatedly, Quick, come and help me, my feet hurt so much." You've been holding on until now?
Chen Zhe held her arm, feeling a little amused.
Yeah, I'm a beauty, I can't embarrass myself in front of them.
Mu Hongyu almost had half of her body hanging on Chen Zhe's hand. It seems that the cheating just now was handsome, beautiful, but really painful.
Chen Zhe couldn't help but smile.
The huge impact she had just caused when she smashed the chairs in the restaurant, as well as her image as a master, disappeared in an instant in Chen Zhe's mind. Chen Zhe found her so cute now and he just wanted to protect her.
You can still laugh? You really have no conscience. It's too inconvenient to walk like this, how about I carry you?
No, help me to the chair over there.
I think I'll be fine after sitting down and taking a rest.
Mu Hongyu sat down and took a few minutes to relax, then tried to move and found that it hurt even more.
Still can't leave. I'll carry you back. Don't want. Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you, or are you afraid that I will tire you out?
Both. Then wait for me for a moment. Chen Zhe went to a nearby place and scanned a shared electric motorcycle. It was not far from here to the school, so it was completely unnecessary to take a taxi, and it would be easy to get stuck in traffic.
Let's take this back. Good. Chen Zhe helped Mu Hongyu sit sideways on the motorcycle.
This shared motorcycle could hardly accommodate 2 adults, so Chen Zhe could only sit as far forward as possible. In the end, his butt only had a small space, almost half squatting. Fortunately, his overall physical strength is very strong now, so he has no problem making it to school, so he just treats it as squat training.
Sit tight and hold on tight. Chen Zhe reminded. Mu Hongyu was a little embarrassed. Who should I help? My waist. You don't know that? I'm just embarrassed. Do you think I'm really stupid?
Mu Hongyu snorted, then put her arm around Chen Zhe's waist. The first time a girl hugged him around the waist, Chen Zhe shivered all over like a loser, then turned on the ignition and slowly drove towards the school. At this point, there is a lot of traffic on the road near the school and the traffic is very congested. A white BMW 320 moved slowly beside them across the green belt and suddenly honked. Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu turned their heads and saw the car window roll down.
Huang Junwei poked his head out and asked with a smile, "Do you want to take a ride?" Of course, Huang Junwei wasn't so kind as to give them a ride, he just wanted to show off his BMW.
Little did he know that Chen Zhe, who had nearly $500,000 in his pocket, had no change in expression.
And Mu? An ordinary family? Hong Yu even looks down on them. Neither of them paid any attention to Huang Junwei.
They just glanced at him and continued moving forward.
Mu Hongyu, it's so close from school to Lu Mansion, but he still drives? What is he thinking? Chen Zhe, the key is that there are always traffic jams. Mu Hongyu, yeah, it's better to walk. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Chen Zhe, you just realized it? Oh, Xiaodier, let me ask you, would you rather cry in a BMW or laugh on a bicycle? Mu Hongyu, I have a Bentley at home, why are you crying when I'm sitting in a small BMW? Chen Zhe, oh, sorry, I am short-sighted. The words of the two people drifted into Huang Junwei's ears with the wind, and he was so angry that he almost fumed, but he was stuck on the road and could only watch the shared electric motorcycle slowly go farther and farther away. Not long after, Chen Zhe rode a shared bicycle and took Mu Hongyu into the school, attracting many people's attention along the way. After all, Chen Zhe was also known as the most affectionate man in Jiangzhou, and Mu Hongyu could receive countless attentions just by her good looks. Chen Zhe stopped the car in front of the girls' dormitory. However, given Mu Hongyu's current condition, it was difficult for her to walk back to the dormitory alone. Chen Zhe couldn't enter the door of the girls' dormitory either, so he couldn't help even if he wanted to. How about asking your roommate to carry you up? I don't want to save face, do I? How about this, you spray some medicine on me and rub it on me, and see if it will feel better. Chen Zhe naturally accepted such a proposal with pleasure. It just so happened that the Yunnan Baiyao he bought during the day came in handy, so Chen Zhe quickly returned to the dormitory and got the medicine. However, the two of them immediately encountered another problem. There was nothing wrong with massaging feet in the internet cafe, but how embarrassing would it be to be seen in the school with so many people coming and going? We have to find a secret place. Chen Zhe thought for a while and said frankly, there is no other place but to go to the grove. Looking at the darkening sky, Mu Hongyu's face slightly blushed, and after a slight hesitation, she nodded, okay. Chapter 42. Listen to your words. There is a small forest in almost every university. Some larger schools may have several. And every grove will become a rendezvous place. Especially at night, if you just walk in, you can catch a lot of wild mandarin ducks. Therefore, when a man and a woman enter a grove, it is often assumed that they have done something shameful. However, Mu Hongyu believed that a person of integrity had nothing to fear, so today she and Chen Zhe entered the grove just to ask him to help massage her injured foot. Chen Zhe made a lot of progress tonight. After all, they had only done it once during the day, so he was much calmer when doing the same thing at night. His hands were not so uncontrollable, and he obediently sprayed medicine on her and rubbed her bruised feet. Oh.
Chen Zhe concentrated on massaging Mu Hongyu for a while, when he suddenly heard a strange sound in his ears. He couldn't help but frown and looked up at Mu Hongyu's pretty face. Can you please stop making such strange noises? This is a great challenge to my willpower.
Mu Hongyu's eyes widened. It wasn't me, I didn't make a sound. If it's not you, then it's me? It was someone else, idiot.
Chen Zhe listened carefully for a while and finally discovered that the strange noise came from his left front. However, the view was blocked by trees and no one could be seen. Although you can't see anything, but hearing those sounds and imagining them will make you blush and your heart beat faster.
Fuck, it seems to be getting more and more intense. I can't stay here anymore.
Chen Zhe's heart was a little unstable.
No matter how carefree Mu Hongyu was, she couldn't help but feel shy. Her pretty face flushed. My feet are much better, how about we go?
Okay. Chen Zhe put down Mu Hongyu's little feet, waited for her to put on her shoes, and then helped her up and walked a few steps like a gentleman. Seeing that she was walking well, he asked her to walk slowly, and he quickly returned to where he had been.
Mu Hongyu didn't know what he was going to do.
She saw Chen Zhe turn on the flashlight on his phone and shine it forward, then suddenly yelled, "What are you doing?"
The noises disappeared instantly.
Fuck!
The teacher is here. Run! Chen Zhe shouted again. As the roar spread, Chen Zhe immediately heard someone whispering, "Run!"
Then there was a thud, as if someone had not pulled up his pants properly and had tripped and fallen to the ground. In addition to here, pairs of wild mandarin ducks suddenly jumped out from several other hidden places and fled to different places.
Oh shit, so many?
This scene reminded Chen Zhe of a poem. Scrambling to cross the river, they startled a flock of gulls and herons.
Mu Hongyu was shocked. Where are so many people hiding?
Chen Zhe came back and supported her arm.
I don't know either. I've really learned something new. Let's go back.
Not far away, a few guys who were full were trying to digest their food and wandered over here aimlessly. Wang Bo, who had sharp eyes, suddenly saw two familiar figures emerging from the woods, and immediately said, "Fuck."
Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chumo were both startled. What are you doing?
Why are you so startled?
Look who that is?
Wang Bo stretched out his hand and pointed forward.
Yang Qianshan and the other man took a closer look and then revealed an expression of disbelief. Is that old Chen and school beauty Mu? They went into the woods? Oh my god, are they progressing so fast? How many days have they known each other? 2 or 3 days? I can't figure it out. What ability does Lao Chen have to win over the school beauty Mu so quickly?
Yang Qianshan looked at Wang Bo and asked seriously, "Old Third, you and old Chen have known each other the longest.
Tell us, does he have any hidden abilities that we don't know about?" Wang Bo was also quite surprised. I don't understand it either. Isn't my godfather just a little handsome, with some money in his pocket, and good at playing games? What else does he have?
Xiong Chumo agreed with him and counted on his fingers. Yes, in addition to what Wang Bo said, Lao Chen doesn't like to study, he's not particularly smart, and his moral character is average. In short, he has nothing in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor. How can he compare to a good student like me who is gentle, knowledgeable, and loves to study? Yang Qianshan rolled his eyes. Do you think that school beauty Mu is too superficial? She only likes rich handsome guys? Then why doesn't she treat me superficially? Xiong Chumo thought about it seriously and said, I don't know. We need to hold a meeting to study it carefully. Several people all frowned and studied as they walked until they reached the dormitory. At this time, Chen Zhe had not returned yet, so he sent Mu Hongyu to the girls' dormitory first. The few rebellious children remained silent after entering the dormitory. Because they really couldn't imagine how a school beauty like Mu Hongyu, who was beautiful, had a good figure and a nice personality, could be won over by Chen Zhe so quickly. Even if young Qianshan boasted a lot, he only dared to say that he could win the school beauty in 1 month. 3 days to complete? Even the king of force would be embarrassed to say this. But old Chen took them into the woods. What tricks does Lao Chen have? If I could get his true teachings, wouldn't my future life be wonderful? Old Yang. Xiong Chumo suddenly spoke up to break the silence. Before this, you were the only one in our dormitory who had conducted the life crystal experiment. Why don't you share your previous experience with us? I'll make a record and study how to establish the incident where Lao Chen took the school beauty to the grove for 3 days. Yang Qianshan was silent, with a somewhat depressed expression. The moment he saw Chen Zhe supporting Mu Hongyu as they walked out of the grove, all his pride and self-confidence were shattered by Chen Zhe. He slumped in the chair as if he was dying. Old Yang,
we are humbly asking for your advice, why don't you say something? Seeing that Yang Qianshan didn't say anything, Wang Bo couldn't help but ask. Yang Qianshan still didn't say a word. What experience does he have to share? What I said before about conducting 7 experiments in one night was all nonsense. Apart from the 5th girl, he has never had a girlfriend. And no matter how Chen Zhe did it. The facts are in front of us. Lao Chen is very strong, much stronger than Yang Qianshan, who can only brag. Old Yang? Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo were still looking at him eagerly. Yang Qianshan said weakly, what's there to say? The same ingredients, but different chefs will make them taste different. Not to mention that my routine is completely different from Lao Chen's. Even if they are the same, there is no reference. Xiong Chumo was silent for a moment, then adjusted his glasses. I guess this probably involves metaphysics. Yang Qianshan was confused. What the hell? Wang Bo looked at Lao Si in confusion. You are a college student of the new era. Why are you so superstitious? Metaphysics is not superstition. Xiong Chumo's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The fate between people is very wonderful. Some people can become good friends after meeting each other once, while some classmates can't even remember each other's name after 3 years. This involves fate, as well as each other's temperament, magnetic field, personality, and even the ties of the previous life, etc. Yang Qianshan and Wang Bo felt that it made some sense, but they still didn't quite understand. Then what? No more. No more? I haven't figured it out yet. It's really like listening to your words, just like listening to a conversation. Chapter 43, Father's Alliance. Xiong Chumo suggested, let's not study it anymore, let's wait for Lao Chen to come back and ask him directly. Wang Bo agreed, good idea. TSK, I'm not interested. Yang Qianshan insisted. Although he admitted in his heart that Lao Chen's ability to pick up girls was at the king level and he himself was only a bronze level, he would never admit defeat. Xiong Chumo touched his chin with some worry. What if he refuses to tell me? Yang Qianshan added fuel to the fire, beat him. Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo nodded repeatedly. Good idea, it's settled, come on. As he said this, Wang Bo, the rebellious son, took the lead in extending his right hand. Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chumo also hurried to follow. The 3 rebellious sons put their right hands together and successfully formed the Father's Sorrow Alliance. The next second after the alliance was formed, the door was pushed open and Chen Zhe came back. Yang Qianshan forced himself to be strong, jumped up, and looked at Chen Zhe fiercely. Tell the truth. As he stood up, Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo also jumped up from their chairs quickly. Wang Bo moved a chair and stuffed it behind Chen Zhe. Father, you have worked hard. Sit down and have a rest. Xiong Chumo took a glass of water and held it with both hands. Old Chen, come here, drink some water. What are you doing? Chen Zhe sat down with a confused look on his face and took the water. I'm just treating you to a meal, there's no need to do this, right? Godfather, let's start the class right away. Yes, you must tell me how you were able to sneak into the woods with the school beauty in just 3 days. Looking at Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo's fawning looks, Yang Qianshan began to doubt his life. He felt that he had been severely betrayed. He looked at his 2 roommates and shouted in agony, you 2 traitors. Have you forgotten what we just discussed? Wang Bo turned his head and looked at Yang Qianshan. You can imagine this with your toes, right? How could I be violent to my adoptive father? Okay, I know you have a good relationship with Chen Zhe, so you have a point. Yang Qianshan looked at Xiong Chumo again and asked, what about you? Xiong Chumo was confident and righteous. I am doing this for the research project and for the future happiness of all my brothers. I have no selfish motives, I am doing this entirely for the brothers. Yang Qianshan. Are you following me? Chen Zhe's face changed slightly and he stared at Wang Bo and the others. Wang Bo waved his hands quickly. No, I just happened to see you coming out of the woods. Godfather, tell me. Tell me who you are. Stop it, let me rest for a while. My waist and legs are sore. Chen Zhe hammered his lower back and thighs. He was riding the shared electric motorcycle in a half-squatting position just now and now feels a little uncomfortable. But as soon as he said this, the looks of Yang Qianshan and the other 2 immediately changed. It becomes very subtle and ambiguous. Xiong Chumo stroked his chin and thought, my waist is sore, and my legs still hurt. Is it too intense? Wang Bo bravely asked, Godfather, how did it feel the first time? Yang Qianshan also suppressed his madness and jealousy and said, Old Chen, you've got it. You got on base so soon? What first time? What base are you on? Roll, roll, roll.
Chen Zhe stood up, waved his hand unhappily, and told them to get out. How come these guys are just like Xia Wenxi, with their minds full of indecent things? Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo were determined to learn the truth from Chen Zhe, so they were sincere and obedient. When Chen Zhe told them to get out, they stopped and sat back down.
Yang Qianshan is different. He intends to get to the bottom of it.
But before he opened his mouth to say anything, Chen Zhe saw that this kid was up to no good, so he took the initiative and said, "Old Yang, does our bet still count?"
Yang Qianshan's momentum suddenly disappeared, and he gritted his teeth. "I'm willing to accept the loss."
There's no need to live stream yourself washing your hair upside down.
Just call me Godfather. How is that possible? Yang Qianshan stiffened his neck. "Even if I jump from here, I will never call you that."
As he spoke, he ran to get a basin of water, placed it under his desk, adjusted the angle of his phone, and then turned on the TikTok live broadcast.
Are you serious? Xiongchumochi Street. Forget it, Lao Yang. Just call him Godfather.
It may be embarrassing at first, but you'll get used to it after calling him that many times.
Wang Bo advised as a person with experience.
However, Yang Qianshan had a stubborn look on his face and refused to listen. He bent down, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and exerted force with his legs, but failed to go up. I tried harder, but still couldn't get up.
Help me.
The useless college student let out a frustrated roar. Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo held Yang Qianshan's legs on the left and right, and finally helped him stand upside down successfully. Chen Zhe opened TikTok, clicked on Yang Qianshan's live broadcast room from the people he followed, and started recording the screen.
Such a rare event is certainly worth recording.
Then he picked up Wang Bo's mobile phone, entered the password directly, opened Douyin, and shared Yang Qianshan's live broadcast room to the class group. Sharing joy with others is worse than enjoying it alone, so such interesting things should of course be shared with everyone.
Chen Zhe, everyone, come and take a look.
Yang Qianshan from the 3rd class of the Department of Economics and Management in our dormitory is going to live stream himself washing his hair while standing upside down.
Zhang San, is there such a thing? Li Si, this is really rare. Wang Air, go and have a look.
Many people who had nothing to do entered Yang Qianshan's live broadcast room. As soon as they came in, they saw Yang Qianshan standing upside down with the help of his 2 roommates, struggling to put his head into a basin of water. All the students who watched the show started to post comments.
Fuck, it's actually true. Yang Qianshan 666. Ha, the Department of Economics and Management produces talented people. My facial mask is cracked from laughing.
If I hadn't just bought a box of Lay-Bai and a box of Laogan Dai, I would have given him a reward and a Douyin account.
Share it quickly. Who has a group for Economics and Management Class 3? Leave it to me. I have a brother in that class. I'll do it right away. The live broadcast room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Yang Qianshan was completely unaware of all this.
Although someone helped him, his hands were still shaking, his face turned red, and he was struggling to hold on with just one breath. After he hurriedly washed and wiped his hair and went to get his phone, he found that dozens of people had come to the live broadcast room.
Not only that, people in the class group were frantically at ing him.
Yang Qianshan flipped through these comments and messages, and his expression gradually became unsatisfactory.
I am a rich 2nd generation, but I have become the laughingstock of the whole class?
Oh, not only that, some people also recorded a short video and launched it in the school forum video section.
Fuck, I've got a great reputation. Chen Zhe, how can I survive in the 3rd class of Economics and Management in the future? How can I survive in Jiangzhou University? Yang Qianshan looked up at Chen Zhe and couldn't help cursing. I will never reconcile with you. Chapter 44 Brother Wushuang is in trouble. We are mortal enemies, so let's go with Abito. Chen Zhe smiled nonchalantly. You haven't turned off the live broadcast yet. Oh my god.
Yang Qianshan hurriedly closed the live broadcast room and then stared at Chen Zhe.
Chen Zhe smiled and said, Why are you looking at me?
I gave you a chance, but you insisted on doing the live broadcast.
Do you blame me? Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo agreed. Yes, we have advised you. Who told you to be so stubborn? Well. Yang Qianshan was nearly choked to death by these 3 people.
Finally, he climbed onto the bed in a sullen manner, turned sideways to face the wall, and ignored everyone.
Everyone knew what kind of bad temper Yang Lauer had. He would be fine after a good night's sleep and at most could last until the next night. No one cared about him and everyone went about their own business. Chen Zhe took a shower and climbed into bed. He opened the Douyu platform and found that Liuli was not broadcasting. Lan Yanjiang had also taken a leave to rest, but Nanmir was there.
When Chen Zhe thought about the fact that this woman wanted to treat him like a fish, he also wanted to play with her to see who could win. Young Master Shi Wuxuang entered the live broadcast room. As the special effects appeared on the public screen,
Brother Wuxuang is here. Welcome, Brother Wuxuang. Welcome, Brother Wuxuang. A barrage of comments floated up in an orderly manner, all welcoming young Master Shi Wuxuang, with a very grand ceremony. Oh, Brother Wuxuang is here. Welcome, welcome. Nan Mir showed a charming smile. Donzi Shi Wuxuang, Mir is so beautiful today, how about a dance? Wow, you actually know how to praise people.
It seems my tricks are very effective.
Nan Meyer was very proud, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Okay, what dance do you want to see, Brother Wuxuang? Donzi Shi Wuxuang, whatever.
Nan Meyer thought about it, selected the music, and performed her best pendulum dance.
The little white rabbit jumped up and down, and the big white legs twisted left and right.
She was full of sincerity and in full swing. The viewers were very excited about the show and gave some small gifts.
However, by the time Nan Mir finished dancing, Gongzi Shi Wuxuang hadn't given her even a single gift.
This is very strange. You know, according to Wuxuang Brothers' habit, he would show super fire as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, which is equivalent to saying hello to people. Even if it's a little slower, it would only take a dozen seconds to type a line of words.
When has there ever been a situation where a host didn't give any comments after performing a talent show? That's weird. Why isn't Brother Wuxuang super popular today? Are you dissatisfied with Nanmir's dance? That shouldn't be the case.
The host danced really well today.
I was so tired.
Nanmir was also very confused. During the day, she sent several sexy photos to Brother Wuxuang, which should have made him completely infatuated and horny. If he doesn't get 100 super hits when he comes to the live broadcast room, he should get at least 10, right?
Why don't you brush any of them? Nan Meyer sat down and asked, Brother Wuxuang, are you dissatisfied with Meyer's dance?
Gongzi Shi Wuxuang, no, I am quite satisfied.
Nan Meyer smiled and said, since Brother Wuxuang is satisfied, then give Meyer a small gift.
Gongzi Shi Wuxuang, hey, Mir, I have something to do and I'll leave first.
Nan Meyer was stunned for a moment.
Brother Wuxuang, take care.
What's wrong with him? Just leave like that?
As Gongzi Shi Wuxuang left the live broadcast room, everyone here fell into great confusion.
What happened to Brother Wuxuang? Did he encounter any difficulties? Can't brush anymore? It's very likely that something happened.
Mr. Lu Sun once said, Chinese people never hesitate to speculate about others with the greatest malice.
Lu Sun, that's not what I originally said. The netizens seem to be possessed by elementary school student Conan, fully demonstrating their reasoning abilities. Do you know the accountant? Who doesn't know? It happened on this platform. Didn't he just give a few million to that singing female anchor?
It turned out that he embezzled public funds to pretend to be rich, and he was finally arrested.
Will Brother Wuxuang become the next accountant? It's possible. Of course, it's not certain that he will go bankrupt.
After all, the economy is in recession these days.
Not to mention small businesses, even large companies are going bankrupt one after another.
Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Nan Meyer felt that they all made sense. Whether Brother Wuxuang is pretending to be rich or going bankrupt, it is not good news for her. After all, she had spent so much effort to add Brother Wuxuang on WeChat and even sent him some cool photos. When she saw the fish was hooked, she had no time to reel in the rod, and the fish was about to die.
Nan Meyer quickly sent a WeChat message to ask, Brother Wuxuang, what happened to you?
Chen Zhe, who received the message and saw the chat history, felt something strange.
During the day he sent me a message saying I'm not interested in you. Why did that message disappear?
Maybe he accidentally withdrew it. Chen Zhe didn't think much about it, and immediately replied, nothing, just some difficulties at home.
What difficulties are you facing? Tell me about it.
Our guild boss is very powerful.
Maybe we can help you?
Hey, my dad said it's nothing serious, just get through it, but he has to save money this month, so I can't give you a reward.
Oh, so that's how it is. It's okay.
Once Brother Wuxuang gets over this hurdle and has the ability, it won't be too late to brush it again.
#nervousface #.
Nan Meyer had a smile on her face, but she was thinking MMP in her heart. As expected, the netizens guessed correctly, something really happened in brother Wushuang's family. It is probably because of a broken capital chain, and his family is trying to find ways to raise funds or borrow money.
If they can survive, they can still hang on. If they can't, they will have to go bankrupt and liquidate. This was not unusual at all. She often listened to the gossips of the bosses in the guild and knew that there were a lot of small bosses who went bankrupt. Yesterday, someone jumped off the building, today someone took sleeping pills, and someone else was being forcibly executed for being a deadbeat. All in all, even if he can survive, brother Wushuang can still live a decent life, better than ordinary people, but he definitely can't afford much money to buy gifts. That means that brother Wushuang can no longer be a wealthy man. Thinking of this, brother Wushuang's status in Nan Mir's heart immediately dropped very low. Nan Mir favorability 10. I'll continue my live broadcast. After saying this, Nan Mir was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Zhe. Although she had suffered a lot in order to get brother Wushuang's WeChat in the past 2 days, Nan Mir would not be stupid enough to offend anyone until he went completely bankrupt. Seeing the system's favorability prompt, Chen Zhe knew that the stupid woman Nan Mir believed what he said. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just believe her. Now he can slowly play with her mentality. After coming out of Nan Mir's live broadcast room, Chen Zhe began his hunting journey again. However, he walked around for more than 10 minutes without triggering any system prompts. Chen Zhe was too lazy to continue looking and simply changed the platform. He clicked on the Douyin live broadcast and kept sliding his thumb up. I was lucky enough. After swiping 4 or 5 times, a beautiful dancing girl popped up on the screen. She was wearing a red halter dress, revealing her snow-white and round shoulders. The curve of the chest is neither too big nor too small, and the skirt is designed to be tightened at the waist, making the waist look more slender. The lower part of the skirt has a side slit design, with the left side of the skirt higher than the right side. As it sways slightly, the snow-white thigh on the left is faintly visible. She is wearing light pink high-heeled sandals on her feet, revealing her snow-white instep and toes. What is particularly amazing is her waist and hip curve, which perfectly illustrates what an S shape is. There is no need to deliberately twist your hips when dancing. Just a few slight movements can release your sexiness and charm. Lazy yet intellectual, generous yet decent. Dear readers, here is the picture. Chen Zhe really loves this one. If he can pass the system review and certification, he will definitely meet her offline to have a meal and talk about his ideals in life. Chapter 45. Can you save me? The background music in the live broadcast room is very nice. It is the popular song Despacito that is popular all over the world. Although Chen Zhe didn't understand Spanish, he knew a rule. Most of the lyrics of good foreign songs are very obscene. Ding! A capturable target has been detected. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Zhe was immediately delighted. This means that the host in front of us named Jiang Meiyan is absolutely good looking. Putting aside her appearance, Chen Zhe prefers her temperament. Although it is very sexy and tempting, making people want to eat it, it looks generous and decent, even a little cold. There is not the slightest sense of vulgarity. So what are you hesitating about? Chen Zhe immediately recharged his account. After a while, Jiang Meiyan was dancing casually and lazily, when she suddenly saw cool special effects light up on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 2. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 3. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 10. Chen Zhe sent 10 carnivals in one go to explore the way first. There are 5,000 to 6,000 people in this live broadcast room, and there are quite a few small gifts, but no one has ever seen anyone who has seen 10 carnivals in one go. Jiang Meiyan was slightly startled, then walked to the front of the camera and said with a smile, "Thank you brother Wushuang for sending the 10 carnivals. This is the biggest gift Meiyan has received today. Thank you again brother Wushuang." Her voice is also very nice, with a hint of sweetness, but not like some female anchors who are overly sweet and sound artificial. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, you're welcome. Host, your dress is very beautiful and matches your temperament very well. Jiang Meiyan, thank you. Jiang Niyun's favorability plus 10. Seeing that his favorability level was increasing, Chen Zhe continued to give gifts. 20 carnivals were sent out again in one breath. One carnival is worth 3,000 renminbi, and 30 carnivals are worth 90,000 renminbi. After tax deduction, Jiang Meiyan can get about 40,000 renminbi. In just a short while, they earned nearly 40,000 yuan. Jiang Meiyan was obviously very happy. She smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Thank you for the gift, Brother Wushuang. Brother Wushuang is so generous. Everyone in the live broadcast room knew that a real big brother had arrived. Fuck, this young man is so awesome. What young master? Isn't this my brother Wushuang? Damn, brother Wushuang is here to play on TikTok? Who is brother Wushuang? Is he famous? He's the super rich guy at Douyu. He can easily get dozens of super hot steps with just a few gifts. He just gave 30 carnivals here. Judging from his style, he must be the same person. Many of the viewers who watch the live broadcast overlap with each other, and they have more than one live broadcast app on their phones. Anyway, there are many live streaming software now. If your favorite anchor is not broadcasting, or you don't see anything interesting after a long time, the worst that can happen is that you can just change to another one. In this live broadcast room, there are some netizens who just closed Douyu and came to play on Douyin. The ID Gungzi Shi Wushuang is also well known on the Douyu platform, and many people know him. Although he is not famous on Douyin for the time being, it does not prevent the fans who come to play Douyu from recognizing him. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Jiang Meiyan was immediately interested. It seems that this brother Wushuang is not only a good brother, but also a super rich man. What should you do when you meet a super rich person? Of course, it is to win his favor and try to make him become my guardian angel. Jiang Meiyan sat down and chatted with Chen Zhe for a few words. Her words were sweet and not overly flattering, which made people feel comfortable listening to them. Of course, she didn't always chat with Chen Zhe alone. There were also many old fans on the list in the live broadcast room. When they spoke, Jiang Meiyan would respond in time. Relationships must be maintained and others must not be disappointed. My dears, if you haven't added the fan sign yet, please do so. Remember to follow. Jiang Meiyan was speaking when suddenly someone connected online to PK. In the live broadcast room opposite was an ordinary-looking man named Brother Deng, with an untidy beard and a somewhat wretched look. Even though he only has over 300,000 fans, there are actually more than 9,000 people in the live broadcast room. The TikTok platform is a bit strange. It's not the case that people with a lot of fans always have a lot of people when they start live streaming. Some anchors with millions of fans often only have 200 or 300 people watching online when they start a live broadcast. Some people with very few fans start broadcasting, and they don't know what mechanism is triggered, which will cause a lot of traffic. Hey, sister, what kind of anchor are you? Brother Deng asked. Jiang Meiyan, I'm a dancing anchor. What about you? I call the MC, can you play a game? Can. What punishment? You say. The two exchanged a few brief words, then stopped their microphones and waited for their family members in their respective live broadcast rooms to vote. Deng Ji's family members seemed to be very powerful. 3 of them gave away the carnival at the beginning of the game. Jiang Meiyan's fans only sent some small hearts, and the biggest gift was a Porsche. The health bar ratio of the two sides in the PK was 1329 to 30129. Although the health bar here is slowly rising, there is still a big gap compared to Brother Deng's. On the other side, there is a big brother who has joined the carnival and his strength is extremely powerful. The small gifts sent by Jiang Meiyan seemed to be a drop in the bucket. At this time, Chen Zhe was not in a hurry to give gifts. Through the experience of the past few days, he has learned that there are skills to increase favorability, and the more money you spend, the better the effect is not necessarily the case. Sometimes, if the host is swiped too hard at once, it is easy to confuse him. When he is unable to react, his favorability will increase more slowly. How can I increase my favorability faster? It's very simple. Giving timely assistance is far more precious than adding icing on the cake, and is more likely to move people. The ideal situation is that when Jiang Meiyan is about to lose the PK and is feeling lost and anxious, Chen Zhe makes a comeback. So Chen Zhe stayed put and observed the movement of gifts being given in the live broadcast room and the increase in the health bar. As most of the PK time had passed, her health bar was still pitifully short, and Jiang Meiyan could no longer remain calm. Family, we are going to lose, please vote for me on. After hearing Jiang Meiyan's pitiful cry for help, 2 more netizens each bought a Porsche, but they were still far behind what the opponents had. The fans also know that it will be difficult to turn things around this time. Oh, it looks like I'm going to be abused. It's a pity that Brother Guji isn't here today. It would be great if he were here. Brother Guji is Jiang Meiyan's guardian brother, and he has given her more than 400,000 yuan. Your elder brother Guji is not here, but your brother Wushuang is here. I have to admit that Brother Wushuang is indeed capable, but the landlord's family doesn't have any surplus food.
That's right. He cleared 30 carnivals before, but it's probably difficult now. Alas, he should have cleared them during PK. Seeing these comments, Jiang Mian raised her two little pink fists and placed them on both sides of her cheeks to act cute. Brother Wushuang, can you save me?
Chapter 46 1000 Carnivals. That's what I've been waiting for. Chen Zhe started giving gifts without saying anything. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 2. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 3. Young Master Shi Wushuang gives away Carnival 20.
As Chen Zhe took action, Jiang Mian's votes immediately surpassed the other side.
Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 10. Brother Wushuang is awesome. Brother Wushuang takes action, and the world is mine. It looks like Miyun won't lose this time. Amid the enthusiastic comments from netizens and Jiang Miyun's voices of gratitude, Chen Zhe continued to send gifts.
The cool special effects in the live broadcast room never stopped lighting up.
Young Master Shi Wushuang gives away Carnival 50. Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 5. Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 5.
The live broadcast room on the opposite side was also following, but when their vote count reached 101254, it could not increase any further.
And the number of votes for Jiang Mian is still skyrocketing. Young Master Shi Wushuang sends Carnival 99. Young Master Shi Wushuang gives away Carnival 100. We are sure to win.
Thank you, Brother Wushuang. Brother Wushuang is really awesome. Jiang Mian has a relatively calm temperament, but at this moment she couldn't help but shout out excitedly. This was the first time she had seen a combo of 100 carnivals, and the huge impact of 300,000 renminbi made it impossible for her to remain calm.
Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 5. Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 5. Jiang Miyun's heartbeat points plus 3.
After 100 carnivals, Jiang Mian's favorability successfully reached 55, and she also contributed 3 heartbeating points to Chen Zhe. But maybe it was because my previous good luck was used to see Jiang Mian's live broadcast room, so my luck was not so good afterwards. I have participated in 130 carnivals in total, but not once have I received a high cashback. Brother Deng on the opposite side was already stunned and started to accept the punishment obediently. The viewers in the two live broadcast rooms all felt the unparalleled arrogance of young Master Shi.
Brother Wushuang is so awesome. Meiyan, it's okay.
Brother Wushuang gave 100 carnivals when he first came to your live broadcast room. If I remember correctly, this is the most gifts he gave when he first came to the live broadcast room. This person has obviously been hanging out on Douyu and TikTok for many years and is quite familiar with Gongzi Shi Wushuang's affairs.
Of course, our Miyun is extremely charming. Meiyan, hurry up and dance to thank Brother Shenhao. Jiang Meiyan immediately smiled and asked, Brother Wushuang, what kind of dance do you want to see Meiyan dance? Gongzi Shi Wushuang, marionette.
Wow, Brother Wushuang has great taste. This dance is so beautiful, we must prepare tissues.
Don't get too excited, fellow Taoists. It's still unclear whether you can jump or not. This Jiang Mian hesitated. It's easy to get banned if you dance this way. Because the scale of the marionette dance is quite large, especially the floor movements.
Once performed, there is a great risk that the live broadcast room will be blocked.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, is that so? Then forget it.
Jiang Mian gritted her teeth.
She didn't want to disappoint Brother Wushuang. For such enormous wealth, what does it matter if your title is blocked? Give it a go. If you want to see it, I'll accept it even if my account is blocked.
But please wait a moment, I have to go change my clothes. If you do this dance, you really can't wear a skirt, as exposure is inevitable. After saying that, she stood up and prepared to leave the room.
Chen Zhe was moved by this full sincerity. Don't go. You don't have to act like a puppet. Just dance casually. Don't change your clothes. I like the way you look now. Brother Wushuang is so nice, thank you for your understanding. Jiang Meiyan said gratefully. Jiang Miyun's favorability plus 3.
When Jiang Meiyan started dancing again, Chen Zhe also started giving gifts.
Another 100 rounds of carnival. However, the high cashback has not been triggered yet. After another 100 shots, the favorability level slowly increased, but the high cashback has not yet appeared. Another 100 shots, still no effect. Chen Zhe is trying to get the high cashback. If it doesn't appear, he will keep swiping.
Finally, when he reached the 8th wave, he finally raised Jiang Mayan's favorability to 64, and successfully received 2 high multiple cash backs.
A one-time cash rebate of 150,000.
Another time, I received a cash back of 90,000 yuan. Chen Zai's total wealth exceeded 700,000.
Chen Zai felt very happy when he saw the bank card payment notification.
After this experience of making money, Chen Zai finally figured out the pattern of the system's high cash back. If the favorability is between 0 and 10, it is basically impossible to trigger a high cashback. There may be a chance, but the probability may be 0.000001%. When the favorability is 1130, the probability of triggering high cashback is much greater.
But if you want to be more stable, it is best to be above 30.
However, it can only be triggered once for the same target within 24 hours. When the favorability reaches above 60, there is a small probability of triggering 2 high multiple cashbacks within 24 hours. Seeing the non-stop special effects on the screen, the viewers in the live broadcast room have already become numb. Jiang Mayan topped the hourly list, and the traffic in her live broadcast room soared, with the number of people online reaching more than 50,000 and her fans increasing by 5,000 to 6,000. When Chen Zai finally stopped, the netizens seemed to come alive and started posting comments one after another.
Awesome crass. Brother Wushuang is so awesome.
If I'm not mistaken, he must have played 1,000 carnivals. I'd like to ask, how much are 1,000 carnivals worth?
3 million. Fuck, 3 million?
That's so scary.
It made me gasp.
Dongzi Shi Wushuang, it's not even 1,000, only over 900.
Fuck, too damn modest. It's simply inhumane. Brother Wushuang, are you in need of lackeys? Woof woof woof, do you think I'm qualified?
Chen Zai didn't have time to look back at the barrage, because there were suddenly many red prompts on his phone. He clicked on them and saw that the number of private messages had reached 99 plus.
Moreover, his account has more than 10,000 followers.
Chen Zai was so scared that he quickly clicked on me. Fortunately, he had never posted any works on this Douyin account, so there was nothing embarrassing at all.
Jiang Meiyan's heart was already blossoming with joy.
She counted on her fingers several times and finally confirmed that she could earn more than 100,000 from this live broadcast.
This is faster than robbing money.
It was obvious that Brother Wushuang was so generous, he must be interested in her. Of course she couldn't miss this opportunity and had to please this rich man. Jiang Meiyan quickly sent her WeChat private message to Chen Zai, and then thanked him with a smile in the live broadcast room.
Thank you, my dear Brother Wushuang. Thank you so much. It seems that Brother Wushuang likes Meiyan's dance very much.
Meiyan will definitely continue to maintain her level and learn more and better dances.
I hope Brother Wushuang can continue to support me. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, no problem. Then shall I dance for you? Good. Jiang Mayan danced 2 more dances.
Although her body movements were not big, she was able to exude a lazy and sexy charm by just twisting her body a few times.
She was really charming. I have to say that some things are innate.
No matter how coquettishly other female anchors pose or how much they expose themselves, they can never achieve the same effect as Jiang Mayan. The viewers were very excited, and Chen Zai was also staring at her intently, sometimes even feeling that his soul had been hooked by her. After admiring it for a while, Chen Zai felt a little overwhelmed. Seeing that something was going to happen, he said hello to Jiang Mayan and left the live broadcast room. He also wanted to find a few money-making tools, but after half an hour of doing so, nothing triggered the system prompt, so he simply closed TikTok and prepared to take a break. Just at this moment, the WeChat notification sounded.
Chapter 47, The Potential of the Sea King. Chen Zai opened WeChat and saw a text and a voice message sent by Lan Yanjiang.
Lazy, Brother Wushuang, I can't play the show today because of something else, so I specially prepared a good night song for you.
Please check it out. I hope you can have a good dream.
Chen Zai clicked on the voice message and heard a lazy, gentle, and healing voice. Walking in the wind, the sunshine is suddenly so gentle today.
The tenderness of the sky and the earth is like you holding me.
Then I found out that you have changed and I am lonely.
If it's cold, how should I get through it?
This girl is really thoughtful. Chen Zai replied with a thank you, then opened the system panel to look at the data.
Name Chen Zai. Appearance 88. Comprehensive physical strength 90. IQ 104. Combat strength 10. Durability 100. Attribute points 20. Get heart points, 23. Achievement, none. Item, see King Black card. Skills, none. Wealth 707 158.98 yuan. After a brief thought, Zhenzhe added 10 points to his physical strength and the remaining 10 points to his IQ. The panel flashed with light, and the data was instantly refreshed. General physical strength 100 moving mountains and lifting tripods. IQ 114 smart. Zhenzhe was very satisfied with the evaluation of overall physical strength. As for the evaluation of IQ, forget it. Then Zhenzhe played games for a while, then took a shower and went to bed. He didn't know that his watching 1000 Carnivals in one night had caused a huge sensation in the live broadcast circle and even made it to the social news. Not only Douyu and Douyin, but also YY, Langya and other platforms know the ID Gengzi Shiwashuang. Brother Wushuang's reputation as a super rich man has spread throughout live streaming platforms of all sizes. Don't think that the gifts Zhenzhe gave out seemed to be ranked high in the live streaming circle. After all, there was a big anchor on Douyu who had received 10,000 super hits and received more than 20 million in one night. But there is only one such anchor. Again, leaving aside the guilds and some money launderers, as well as some really powerful bosses, there are really very few people like Zhenzhe who can make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands every night. In just one night, the number of fans of Zhenzhe's Douyin account increased sharply again. Countless netizens, guild bosses, and anchors from other platforms sent private messages. My phone is about to be flooded with private messages. The next day, after Nan Meyer woke up, she was stunned when she saw the message in the chat group. The anchor group, guild group and other chat groups she was in were all discussing the fact that Gengzi Wushuang had watched 1,000 Carnivals on Douyin. Brother Wushuang stopped giving coins to her in her live broadcast room, saying that he had encountered difficulties and had no money to give rewards. Then he went to TikTok and gave someone 3 million? What is this operation? Many question marks appeared in Nan Meyer's head. She quickly recalled the conversation she had with Brother Wushuang last night, and after reflecting for a long time, she found that she had not offended Brother Wushuang in any way. But why did he do this to me? Are you kidding me? Or maybe, those private photos of mine were not powerful enough and did not earn Brother Wushuang's forgiveness? Just because I was negligent when we first met, he still holds a grudge against me? Isn't this man too petty? Nan Meyer is very regretful now. When she thinks of the 1,000 Carnivals that Brother Wushuang gave to others, her heart aches. If she had tried her best to please this rich man when they first met, then she would have been the lucky person who earned more than 100 W last night. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Nan Meyer opened Douyin and searched for Jiang Meiyan, looked at the work she posted, and secretly compared them. That little bitch is indeed pretty, but in terms of looks, she is at most on par with me. But I'm in better shape. At least the scale of the building in front of his chest is much more magnificent. You are the one who can get the favor of Brother Wushuang, why can't I? No, I absolutely cannot miss out on a truly wealthy man, no matter what means I have to use. Nan Meyer thought for a while, made up her mind, and then sent a few messages to Zhenzhe on WeChat. Brother Wushuang, good morning. Mir is here to bring you some benefits. Picture.jpg. 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 Brother, do you like it? Smile. However, after the message was sent, it fell into oblivion and no reply was received for a long time. This made Nan Meyer feel a little anxious, but she didn't dare to continue messaging for fear of disturbing the other party. After getting up, Zhenzhe saw Nan Meyer's message. Today's 3 photos were even more explosive than yesterday's, and they were indeed from a series. However, Zhenzhe decided to leave her alone and did not reply a single word. He knew very well how much this would affect the other party's psychology, causing anxiety, fear of loss, and wild thoughts. These are all his experiences. After all, in the 3 years before this, Song Yuqi often did not reply to his messages. Now he used the same tricks that Song Yuqi used on him on Nan Meyer. Is it useful? Zhenzhe believes it will be useful. As long as Nan Meyer cares about him, whether it is about him as a person or his money, it will definitely be effective and can slowly break her mentality. Unknowingly, Zhenzhe has already begun to possess the potential to be a sea king. Then he opened TikTok and looked at the private messages. He couldn't help but take a breath. There were so many private messages that he couldn't reply to them all, so he simply didn't reply to any of them and didn't even bother to add their contact information. In the next 2 days, when Zhenzhe attended classes during the day and went to the cafeteria to eat, he would also look around to see if there was anyone who could help him make money.
However, I didn't encounter any target that could be conquered.
In the evening, I went to the live streaming platform and gave Lazy Yang Yang and Zhang Mayan hundreds of thousands of gifts.
The favorability of these two girls is slowly increasing. Lazy's favorability has reached 67, and Jiang Mayan's favorability has reached 71. I swiped my money over the past 2 days and gave him a cashback of tens of thousands, bringing his total wealth to more than 760,000.
But there is no exciting point.
I guess the method of spending money is too simple and it is difficult to make girls fall in love with him. As for Nan Meier's live broadcast room, he had never been there at all, and he didn't reply to the private messages and WeChat messages she sent. What is funny is that even though Chen Zhe was ignoring her like this, Nan Meier's favorability actually increased by 10 points. What is even funnier is Song Yuqi's favorability level, which sometimes increases by a few points, and sometimes drops by a few points.
I don't know what she is thinking about all day long.
Chen Zhe was too lazy to pay attention to these two women, but there was one strange thing, that was that Liu Li had not been broadcasting for several days.
On Friday night, Chen Zhe opened Douyu and found that Liu Li still hadn't started broadcasting. He couldn't help but send Liu Li a message on WeChat. Why haven't you started broadcasting yet?
Girls' dormitory. Su Ruoli sat listlessly on a chair, browsing his phone. Ever since she received the message "I'm not interested in you" from Wuxuan that day, she has become an emo. She has been in a bad mood these 2 days. She has no interest in doing anything and doesn't want to attend classes or do live broadcasts. Seeing her best friend like this, Yu Xiaomeng was very worried, so she took her back to the dormitory, hoping that with more people's guidance, she could help Su Ruoli get over it.
But the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it.
No one else can untie Su Ruoli's knot except Chen Zhe.
Chapter 48, Offline Meeting with the Top Brother.
Although Su Ruoli and Chen Zhe can only be considered as online friends, they have only known each other for 2 days. But Gongzi Shiwushuang's magnanimous and domineering style brought great shock and impact to her, a new anchor. She had never been hit with money like this before in her life.
Not only that, young Master Shi Wushuan's actions also gave Su Ruoli some illusions.
In her opinion, Brother Wushuan must like her, otherwise he wouldn't have given her so many gifts. Fortunately, Brother Wushuan is a young college student.
If he wants her to be his girlfriend, not only does she not mind, she even looks forward to it. If the atmosphere is right, some intimate contact is not impossible. Who would have thought that when Su Ruoli had prepared herself mentally for the possibility of getting wet soon, Gongzi Shi Wushuang suddenly said that he had no interest in her? Why is that? Could it be that my desire to climb up the social ladder has been seen through by others? He must be from a wealthy family, so he looks down on kids from ordinary families like me? Whenever he thought of this, Su Ruoli's heart would be hurt. Just then, a notification sound came from her WeChat mobile phone. Is it Brother Wushuan? He actually took the initiative to send me a message? Su Ruoli was a little bit unbelievable. Wasn't he not interested in her?
Why did he still want to watch her live broadcast?
Xiaomeng.
Su Ruoli couldn't figure out what was going on, so she quickly called her best friend over for advice. Yu Xiaomeng walked over and took a look, her brows furrowed. She was not sure what this man was thinking.
Do you think I should reply to the message? Su Ruoli looked at Yu Xiaomeng with a conflicted look on his face.
She wanted to reply to the message and ask Brother Wushuan what he meant.
But when the other person says things like that and often ignores you, isn't it too disrespectful for you to reply so quickly to a random message? If he didn't reply to the message, Su Ruoli would be unwilling. She didn't want to be in this state of confusion, guessing blindly all day long. She was really fed up with the bad mood she had been in over the past 2 days.
Go back.
Yu Xiaomeng gave an encouraging look.
She knew exactly why her best friend had been acting like a lost soul for the past 2 days. In her opinion, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one, so it is better to just ask clearly. Even if I hear some bad news from that rich brother, it is better than having wild thoughts all day long.
Su Ruoli nodded and was considering how to ask when young Master Shi Wushuang suddenly sent several messages in succession. Oh shit. Why did I send it to you?
Liu Li, I'm so sorry, I sent the wrong message.
The message I sent 2 days ago was to someone else. I'm so sorry.
After reading these messages, Su Ruoli was stunned for a while. It turned out that he sent the wrong message.
Then he couldn't help but smile. Luckily it was just a misunderstanding.
But I also felt a lot of grievance in my heart, because you sent the wrong message.
Do you know how I have been spending the past 2 days? Women's emotions are so complicated to describe, but they only happen within a second. Suruoli didn't know how to respond, so he used a universal reply? These question marks confused Shenzei.
After thinking for a while, he replied with an expression of covering his face with tears.
Lioli, it turned out to be just a misunderstanding.
I really thought Brother Wuxuan had no interest in me.
I was sad for a long time. Dongzi Shi Wuxuan, how could I possibly say that to you? You should know that you are the first anchor to give me so many gifts.
After seeing this message, Su Ruoli's mood suddenly improved. Yes, no matter how many female anchors Brother Wuxuan gave gifts to later, Su Ruoli, was Brother Wuxuan's first one.
Su Ruoli's favorability +5. Su Ruoli's favorability +5.
Women often attach great importance to numbers, such as the first time, etc.
Lioli, do you know that I was really devastated when I saw your message? I don't want to go to class, I don't want to do live broadcasts, even my favorite tea doesn't smell good anymore. Shenzei never expected that when he wanted to leave Nan Mir alone, before he could break Nan Mir's mentality, he inadvertently broke Su Ruoli's mentality.
It seems that Lioli has suffered a lot of grievances in the past 2 days.
He quickly explained, it's really just a misunderstanding. You are so beautiful and have a good personality. How could I not be interested in you?
Su Ruoli's mood completely improved, and his reply messages became more playful.
Really? I don't believe it. Oh. Then how can you believe it? Unless you treat me to something delicious. #nervousface #. Okay, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? Let's meet offline and I'll treat you to dinner.
Su Ruoli's heart was pounding.
Was she going to meet the top brother on the list tomorrow? Isn't this too fast? I don't know what he looks like. She was feeling a little excited but also a little nervous. She couldn't make up her mind, so she quickly asked Yu Xiaoming, what should I do? Brother Wuxuan wants to meet me.
Yu Xiaoming said, ask him if he can bring his friends.
Aha! Su Ruoli nodded and replied, can I bring a friend?
Of course.
Where shall we meet? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the gate of Jiangzhou University, okay? Okay. Shenzei did not say that he was also a student of Jiangzhou University. He was planning to give the little girl a surprise.
At 8 o'clock the next day, Shenzei got up, washed his hair, changed into fresh clothes, and prepared to go out for breakfast. The moment he opened the door, Wang Bo, who had been sleeping like a dead pig, said in a daze, Godfather, bring me breakfast.
Xiong Chomo, who was also sleeping, yawned and said, Old Chen, bring me one too. Yang Xianshan went home to sleep, otherwise someone would have to ask Shenzei to bring breakfast. Shenzei wondered if these rebellious sons had some special abilities.
The noise he made when washing their hair did not disturb their sleep at all. As soon as he opened the door and prepared to have breakfast, they seemed to have triggered some mechanism and asked him to bring them breakfast.
I can't bring it today. I have to go out on a date.
After saying this, the two rebellious sons didn't move at all, and Shenzei went out on his own.
After a while, Wang Bo, like an old computer that had been turned on for a long time, finally received some useful information and sat up abruptly from the bed. No way? Lao Chen went on a date? Xiong Chomo also woke up. You're not going to date the school beauty Mu, are you? Who knows? Wang Bo felt sour.
But he knew that Shenzei had added School Beauty Lin on WeChat, so it was possible that he was dating School Beauty Lin. Well, after all, he grew up naked with Shenzei, and their height, appearance and family background are not much different.
But he is still a single man now, and Lao Chen is even having 2 relationships at the same time. Why is there such a big gap between people? After breakfast, Shenzei arrived near the school gate at 8:59. From a distance, he saw a girl standing on the steps on one side of the gate, looking at her cell phone, apparently waiting for someone.
Ding!
A capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check? Check. Name Su Ruoli Lioli doesn't eat candy. Age, 19. Height 167 cm. Weight 53 kg. Overall appearance 88. Favorability, 80. Heartbeat 15.
Shenzei was stunned for a moment.
Lioli who doesn't eat candy is actually Su Ruoli, the school beauty in the art department? Chapter 49 Give them a warm home. Shenzei was somewhat surprised.
He didn't expect that he had raised the favorability of the campus beauty of the art department to 80 without realizing it.
If the favorability level rises a little more, they can become a passionate couple. Isn't it natural for couples in love to do some naughty things?
Think about it, he pursued Song Yuchi for 3 years in high school, but they never even held hands. Now, in less than a week, his relationship with Sue Rowley has become so close.
This is so fast. System Dad is so awesome.
Chenzé walked closer and found that Sue Rowley looked 3 times better in person than in the live broadcast room. She has flowing black hair, a small oval face with light makeup, and is wearing a white halter dress that reveals her snow-white shoulders and beautiful collarbones.
The overall feeling is ethereal yet sexy.
Her super high appearance and tall figure have attracted countless people's attention. Chenzé was just about to walk up to Sue Rowley and say hello when he suddenly noticed a boy hurriedly walking towards him from the opposite side. He is a bit handsome, his hair is well groomed, and he is wearing all branded clothes.
It was Yang Lauer.
Chenzé thought Yang Lauer was looking for him, so he stopped and looked at him. Who knew that guy didn't even see him, and rushed directly in front of Sue Rowley, showing a smile that he thought was handsome. "Hello classmate, I saw you across the street, and I think you were very elegant." Sue Rowley glanced at Yang Qianshan and just said oh indifferently.
Yang Qianshan smiled and said, "I wonder if we can get to know each other. Can you add me on WeChat?" Sue Rowley shook his head and said politely, "Sorry, no." If it were in the past, Sue Rowley wouldn't mind adding Yang Qianshan's WeChat.
The boy was good looking and wore all branded clothes. He was a small, high-quality fish and met the requirements to enter her fish pond. Anyway, there are already several people like Yang Qianshan on her WeChat, so one more 1T make any difference. However, today she was looking forward to meeting brother Wushuan, so naturally she didn't have the time to deal with a small fish like Yang Qianshan. Seeing that the battle was not going well, Yang Qianshan did not give up easily. During this period, he was hit hard by Chenzé, and he wanted to pick up a good-looking girl to compete with Chen Go. There are many beautiful girls in Jiangzhou University, but very few can compare to Mu Hongyu. Yang Qianshan had been wandering around the school for 2 days but couldn't find her. This time, he was extremely lucky and accidentally ran into a girl who was as beautiful as Mu Hongyu at the university gate.
How could he miss her?
Don't worry, I'm not a bad person.
I'm also a freshman at Jiangzhou University.
Yang Qianshan thought that the girl was worried about his unknown origins, so he introduced himself, hoping to dispel her vigilance and get closer to her. Sue Rowley was already a little impatient, but he still remained polite on the surface. "Sorry, I have something else to do."
What I mean is, I have something else to do, so please leave quickly and don't keep me up, okay?
Yang Qianshan was not stupid. Of course he knew that the girl wanted him to leave, but he was unwilling to do so. "I finally met such a beautiful girl, but if I can't even add her on WeChat, will I still be able to hold my head up in front of Chen Go in the future?"
Yang Qianshan continued to ask, "At this time, have you had breakfast? I know there is a very good breakfast shop nearby. We've already eaten, could you please leave?"
Yu Xiaoming beside him suddenly stepped forward. Yang Qianshan was startled, and only then did he notice that there was someone next to Sue Rowley. Seeing Yu Xiaoming frowning, Yang Qianshan realized that if he continued to pester her, it would cause the girl's dissatisfaction, so he had to retreat temporarily today. Yang Qianshan gave a wry smile, turned around and saw Chenzé, and immediately said MMP in his heart.
"Oh my god, when did this guy come? If he saw my failed attempt at picking up girls, how would I be able to brag about it in the dorm? Hey, Lao Chen?" Yang Qianshan looked surprised. "You are here too? When did you get here?" Chenzé said matter-of-factly, "Before you asked for WeChat."
Yang Qianshan's mouth twitched, he coughed, and changed the subject. "Where are you going?" Chenzé pointed at Sue Rowley and said, "I want WeChat."
Yang Qianshan?
The slap in the face 2 days ago was still fresh in Yang Qianshan's mind. He learned a lesson and decided not to talk too much nonsense.
Who knows, maybe Lao Chen could really get the other person's WeChat. But he was still a little angry and couldn't help but say, "You want to add all the pretty girls on WeChat? You can't be too greedy, right? I just want to give every beautiful girl a warm home, what's wrong with me?"
After Chenzé finished speaking, he walked over to Sue Rowley.
Yang Qianshan didn't leave either.
He stood there and watched with wide eyes. He wanted to see what tricks Chenzé had.
Chenzé walked up to Sue Rowley and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, can you add me on WeChat?"
Sue Rowley glanced at him.
What a handsome boy.
And it looks so familiar.
Yu Xiaoming beside him asked excitedly, "Are you Chenzé?"
Chenzé was also shocked.
Where did this girl appear? Yu Xiaoming, are you guys polite? You can't see me, right?
Although I'm not as pretty as Rowley, I'm still a human being after all.
Are you the most affectionate person in Zhengzhou? Su Ruoli asked with a smile. No. Chen Zhe shook his head.
When Su Ruoli became curious, he looked into her eyes and smiled slightly. Liuli, I am Gongzi Shi Wushuang. Su Ruoli was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up with an incomparable joy. Oh my god, brother Wushuang is actually in the same school as me. Moreover, he is the man known as the most handsome campus idol in the history of Jiangzhou University, and the male god in the hearts of many girls. Su Ruoli's favorability +5. Hello, brother Wushuang. Su Ruoli smiled sweetly and took the initiative to extend her hand. I didn't expect that you and I are from the same school.
It's really fate. Nice to meet you.
Chen Zhe reached out and held her white and tender little hand, and said with a smile, I am very happy too.
He was indeed very happy.
Now Su Ruoli's favorability had reached 85, and they had reached the stage of a passionate couple.
If I still can't get it, wouldn't I be letting down the system dad's cultivation?
Su Ruoli turned around and said to Xiaomeng, if you have anything else to do, go back.
Brother Wushuang and I are going shopping. You Xiaomeng? What a guy, he values women over friends.
Originally, Su Ruoli asked her to come because she was worried that the number one on the list was ugly, arrogant, and had the bad temper of a nouveau riche, and it might be very awkward when they met. Who knew that her top student was so young, so handsome, and from the same school? It was obvious that Ruoli had taken a liking to her and thought she was getting in the way.
Come on, let us go. Okay, call me if you have anything. Yu Xiaoming didn't waste any time, just waved and left. Then let's go too. Su Ruoli looked at Chen Zhe and smiled sweetly. Chen Zhe asked, where do you want to go? Anywhere. Let's go to the street ahead. Good. Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli also walked away side by side. After watching the whole thing, young Qianshan looked like he was screwed. What's going on?
He originally had a learning attitude, wondering if he could learn a few tricks from Chen Zhe.
What's the result? Lao Chen went up and asked for WeChat directly, and the girl laughed.
Then the two of them exchanged some secret code or something, but I didn't hear it clearly. In short, young Qianshan saw it clearly with both eyes. As soon as Lao Chen took action, he hooked up with the good-looking girl and even asked her out shopping.
How fast and smooth it was. Is it true that high-end operations often look simple and unpretentious? Hey, isn't that Su Ruoli, the school beauty from the art department? She went out on a date with Chen Zhe?
A few passers-by walked near the school gate and talked in the direction of Su Ruoli. Hearing these words, young Qianshan covered his chest, feeling as if he had been hit hard.
Lao Chen is dating another school beauty? Is there any justice in the world anymore? Chapter 50. Can you drink? Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli were walking on the road, each holding a cup of orchid latte.
Sha Yan was invited by Su Ruoli. Chen Zhe declined at first, but suddenly he thought of something and let her do it.
What Chen Zhe thought was that the number of high multiple cashbacks within a day was limited. What if he insists on treating me to a cup of milk tea that costs 18 yuan? What if I give him 100 times or even 1,000 times the cash back? Besides, Su Ruoli has earned hundreds of thousands of dollars from live streaming in the past few days, so asking her to treat them is no big deal. The two of them sipped milk tea and walked quietly most of the time, occasionally speaking a few words. Most people have completely different personalities online and in real life. Although Su Ruoli can act coquettishly and cutely in front of Chen Zhe on the internet, she was not so relaxed when they met for the first time offline. She was a little afraid to look at Chen Zhe, but she would glance at him from the corner of her eyes from time to time. The more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Even if Chen Zhe is not the super rich Wushuang brother, his face alone can charm many girls. Coupled with the halo of young and rich, the whole person looks even more handsome. Chen Zhe quickly noticed Su Ruoli's little move and reminded her anxiously, there is a telephone pole ahead, watch the road. Ah. Su Ruoli was startled and looked forward quickly, only to find that there was no electric pole at all. Then he realized that he had been tricked by Chen Zhe. She pursed her lips and snorted, you lied to me, you were such a bad guy. Chen Zhe looked into her eyes and smiled teasingly, really? What's wrong? Su Ruoli looked at him and couldn't help feeling a little shy, with a faint blush on her pretty face, all bad. Women don't love bad men. After this joke, the awkwardness between the two people when they first met disappeared, and they got along harmoniously and naturally. Brother Wushuang, how about we go somewhere else? Okay. Actually, you can call me Chen Zhe. I'm used to calling you that. As long as you like it. The two took a taxi to the pedestrian street. It was very busy with people coming and going on weekends.
Shortly after getting off the car, Suruoli naturally and boldly put her arm around Chunze's arm. Just now when they were near the school, she wanted to hold his arm, but was afraid of being seen by classmates or acquaintances. After all, they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, but a host and a top guy on the list, so naturally, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Chunze's heart was moved, but on the surface he pretended nothing had happened and continued shopping.
Passing by the entrance of an LV store, Chunze glanced at Suruoli and suggested, "You don't have a backpack? I'll buy you one." Suruoli shook his head repeatedly, "No, the bags here are too expensive." Chunze interrupted, "As long as you like it. The price is not something you need to consider." This slightly overbearing tone reminded Suruoli of how he helped her out in the live broadcast room, and she felt warm in her heart. Suruoli's favorability +2. Suruoli nodded obediently, then followed Chunze into the LV store. The salesperson in black work clothes came up to us and asked with a smile, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, what can I do for you?" Although Chunze was dressed casually, the more upscale the store, the more emphasis it placed on training. Therefore, there is no situation like in most novels where the salesperson looks down on others, and then the protagonist goes to the store next door and spends hundreds of millions in anger, shocking the entire mall for thousands of words. "Look at the bag," Chunze said casually. In the past, he never dared to enter such a store for fear of appearing timid, but now that he has money in his pocket, he is naturally full of confidence and courage. "This way, please." The salesperson led Chunze and the other person to the bag display area. "See which one you like," Chunze said. Suruoli nodded, his eyes sliding over the bags one by one. No girl can resist the charm of bags. Just like no boy can resist a long, straight wooden stick, which is swung with great force, and the rape flowers in the surrounding area will suffer. Although Suruoli felt that the bags here were too expensive and didn't want Chunze to spend money, it didn't cost anything to just look at them. "And if you really like it, you can buy one yourself." After a while, Suruoli's gaze fixed on one of the bags, and then he looked at the other bag, his eyes wandering. Seeing this, Chunze immediately understood that she liked both bags, but she just didn't know which one to choose for a moment. So he said to the salesperson, "This one, and this one, yes, that's it. I want both of them. Pay for them." After hearing this, Suruoli and the salesperson were a little surprised. "You made the decision so quickly, don't you need to take a closer look?" The salesperson has seen many wealthy customers, but it is rare to find a customer like Chunze who buys a bag at LV as casually as buying side dishes at the market. Suruoli quickly shook his head, "Just buy one, no need to buy so many." Chunze smiled and said, "Since you like them all, then buy them all." "But," Chunze smiled and ruffled her hair, "be good and listen to me." Suruoli's pretty face turned red and she nodded obediently. The two bags cost one 21399 and the other 35298, a total of more than 50,000 yuan. Byte. Black Card Bank on October 21, 2023 at 10:45, your account ending in 666 received 226,788 yuan, and the balance is 936,875.93 yuan. Chunze was in a good mood when he saw the system prompt. Suruoli's favorability is as high as 87, so if you spend money on her today, you should have a chance to get a high cashback. It seems that my total wealth will exceed 1 million today. Next, Chunze took Suruoli to buy some cosmetics and clothes, spending 20 or 30,000 yuan, but none of them triggered the high cashback. Suruoli felt a little guilty and insisted on buying Chunze a complete set of clothes, pants, and shoes. Chunze couldn't resist the girl's enthusiasm, so he let her choose. After a while, Suruoli selected a white t-shirt with a simple pattern, a pair of loose casual pants, and a pair of black and red AJs for Chunze. The total cost was over 9,000. Suruoli has a good sense of fashion, and Chunze looks even more handsome in this outfit. When Suruoli stood in front of Chunze and helped him straighten the wrinkles of his clothes on his shoulders, Chunze couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Last week, he would never have dreamed that one day he would be treated so gently by a school beauty. Suruoli took a few steps back and looked up and down at Chunze's clothes. He was very satisfied, he looks even more handsome than before. "Thank you." Chunze looked at the time and it was already time for dinner. "Where do you want to eat later?" "I can do anything." "Then I'll arrange it." "Okay." Chunze used his mobile phone to search for nearby seafood restaurants, and then took a taxi to his destination. This restaurant has a high-end decoration and serves fresh seafood, so it must be expensive.
Chen Zhe has never been here, so he doesn't know what it tastes like, but he adheres to one principle: only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. The waiter brought the menu, and Chen Zhe politely asked Su Ruoli to order the dishes, and the two of them were polite to each other. Seeing that Chen Zhe still wanted her to order, Su Ruoli had no choice but to lean closer to his ear and said in a low voice, "Brother Wuxuan, you should order.
I've been to places like this before, and I don't know what's delicious." Okay then.
Chen Zhe thought for a moment, looked at the menu and said to the waiter, "Give this young lady 2 servings of oysters, a king crab, a large lobster, a grouper, and 1 serving each of tuna belly and tuna belly."
Enough, enough.
Su Ruoli was stunned when he heard this.
Could the two of them eat so much? Chen Zhe felt a little unsatisfied.
It was only more than 20,000 yuan, which was too little. He took a look at the drinks on the menu and his eyes suddenly lit up.
A bottle of Lafite alone cost 12,000 yuan. He looked at Su Ruoli and asked, "Can you drink?"
Su Ruoli was stunned when he heard this, and then his face turned red.
Why drink in the middle of the day? He wants to get me drunk and then.
Thinking of this, Su Ruoli covered her face with shyness and was too embarrassed to see anyone.
Chapter 51. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to show my cards.
Su Ruoli was shy while secretly looking at Chen Zhe's handsome face through her fingers.
If he really has some bad intentions, it doesn't seem unacceptable. What's wrong with you?
Seeing Su Ruoli suddenly covering his face, Chen Zhe felt a little puzzled.
I just asked you if I could drink, why are you so shy? Su Ruoli put down her hand and said shyly, "I don't usually drink alcohol. I can only drink a little." As long as she can drink it. Chen Zhe didn't try to guess why Su Ruoli was shy.
He looked at the waiter and said, "Give this young lady 2 more bottles of Lafite." After these words were spoken, Su Ruoli and the waiter's faces looked a little strange.
What's the meaning? Serve her 2 bottles of wine alone?
Su Ruoli felt that he had guessed the truth. Even though he said he could only drink a little bit of alcohol, Chen Zhe ordered 2 bottles. It was obvious that he wanted to get himself drunk. The waiter thought that this man must want to get this beautiful girl drunk and then take her to a hotel to get a room. Don't be fooled by the fact that he looks like a sunny and cheerful boy, he is actually a beast.
But what a coincidence, me too. I just don't have the financial resources and opportunity.
But in fact, Chen Zhe has no such bad intentions at all at the moment. His purpose was very simple. He just wanted to spend more money on Su Ruoli, and then make more money when the system returned the money. In order to stop herself from thinking too much, Su Ruoli wanted to find a topic to distract herself. So she started thinking and thinking with her little head, and soon she remembered a doubt that had been bothering her for days.
Brother Wuxuan, are you a rich second generation? Su Ruoli asked the first question tentatively.
This question was not asked casually, but it had to get a positive answer before the following questions could be answered.
No.
Chen Zhe shook his head and smiled slightly. Actually, I am a first-generation rich. Su Ruoli thought Chen Zhe was just joking and gave him a coquettish look, but she also knew that Chen Zhe's family must be quite wealthy, so she moved on to the next question.
I've always had a question.
I saw a post saying that you pursued a girl for 3 years.
With your conditions, how could you pursue her for 3 years? 3 days can't be more than that, right?
Su Ruoli had also seen photos of Song Yuqi. That girl was indeed very beautiful, but she was still a little inferior to herself. Someone like Chen Zhe, with a handsome face and a lot of RMB, is too much for me to handle.
How did Song Yuqi hold on for 3 years without giving in? Chen Zhe no longer cares much about the name Song Yuqi and can answer Su Ruoli's question calmly.
I wanted to get along with her as an ordinary person, but who knew I would be rejected?
So I stopped pretending and came clean. So that's how it is. Su Ruoli showed a look of sudden enlightenment when he heard it. Isn't this a common cliché plot in romance novels?
In order to seek true love, the nobleman or the domineering president pretends to be poor on purpose, not wanting the girls to approach him because of his money. In novels, these noblemen often meet good girls who are kind-hearted, come from poor families, are optimistic and strong, and do not discriminate against the poor or the rich.
But Chen Zhe's luck was not so good, as he met a girl who didn't know what was good.
I think he was greatly stimulated by Song Yuqi, which is why he spends money everywhere to pick up girls.
This experience is exactly the same as Principal Wang's.
There was a hint of heartache in Su Ruoli's eyes when he looked at Chen Zhe.
Song Yuqi is blind, but there is absolutely no way I will miss you. After chatting for a while, the waiter started serving the food.
Mantis shrimp as long as a forearm, lobsters over 30 centimeters long, oysters bigger than Chenzei's palm, king crabs as big as basketballs.
Seeing these dishes, Suruoli's eyes widened and were filled with surprise.
It was also the first time for Chenzei to eat these things, but he pretended to be calm on the surface, not wanting others to see that he was inexperienced. Otherwise, it would be inconsistent with his image as a wealthy man who could casually give out hundreds of thousands of rewards.
Eat it. You're welcome.
Chenzei said something to Suruoli, and then started eating. Suruoli naturally wouldn't be polite, as such a sumptuous meal was not something you could get casually. While they were eating, the waiter opened a bottle of Lafite in front of them and poured it into a decanter. After eating for a while, Chenzei poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Suruoli.
Cheers to our first meeting.
Chenzei raised his glass with a smile, and Suruoli also raised his glass and clinked it with him. After clinking glasses, Chenzei just took a sip, but found that Suruoli drank it all in one gulp.
Can't you only drink a little? Drink less.
Chenzei was a little surprised. Suruoli turned the cup upside down. If the feelings are deep, take a sip. If the feelings are shallow, take a lick.
Chenzei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He drank it in one gulp and then asked, "Where did you hear that?"
Suruoli smiled and said, "My dad always likes to say this when he drinks with his friends." After eating for a while, Suruoli took the initiative to raise the cup. "Brother Wushuang, I respect you and thank you very much for your support in the live broadcast room."
"You're welcome." After clinking glasses, Suruoli drank it all in one gulp. Although the red wine glass is not full of wine, there is at least about 1 or 2 ounces of wine in the glass. Chenzei reminded, "Take it easy, don't get drunk."
A faint blush had already appeared on Suruoli's pretty face, and her eyes became a little blurry, exuding a silent temptation. She looked at Chenzei and chuckled, "If a woman isn't drunk, a man won't stand a chance." Well, it seems that Suruoli really can't drink alcohol.
He started talking nonsense after drinking less than 2 taels of wine.
An hour later, the food on the table was almost finished, but 2 bottles of Lafite were still half finished. Although she didn't drink much, Suruoli's face was flushed and her eyes looked a little hard to open. Obviously she was drunk. Chenzei felt fine except for feeling a little dizzy, so he stood up to pay the bill. Today's meal cost more than 51,000 yuan.
Bite. The system will give you a cashback of 153,000.
Chenzei's total wealth exceeded 1 million today, reaching more than 1.08 million.
Brother Wushuang, I really made you spend a lot of money today.
Suruoli staggered to the cashier counter, feeling a little dizzy, so she took Chenzei's arm and leaned on his shoulder.
Chenzei spent more than 100,000 yuan on shopping and eating today.
Although Suruoli knew that Chenzei was rich, she still felt a little embarrassed. She leaned very close, and when she spoke, her breath was as sweet as orchid. Seeing the slightly opened red lips and slightly exposed white teeth, Chenzei couldn't help but feel his blood boiling, and he really wanted to taste what her little mouth tasted like.
"You're drunk. Do you want me to take you home?"
That's the question, but Chenzei definitely didn't want her to go back like this. Suruoli chuckled and whispered to Chenzei, almost biting his ear, "You should have asked me this when we met."
"Will you go back after dinner?" Chenzei was a little puzzled. "Why do you ask at the beginning?"
Suruoli said with a smile, "You need to learn more from the Grandmaster."
"What are you learning?" Suruoli was confused and couldn't speak clearly. He seemed to be thinking, but he didn't say anything for a long time.
Chenzei had no choice but to search it on his mobile phone and soon got the answer.
"Are you the kind of person who wants to eat, drink, play, and go home? If so, then go home now. Otherwise, what's the point of going through so much trouble?" Chapter 52. I seem to be lost.
Chenzei probably guessed what Suruoli meant, that she didn't plan to go back.
Then maybe. Can I become a real man today? Chenzei was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he looked at her and said with a bitter face, "Where should we go now?" "I have no idea at all."
Suruoli's pair of beautiful, misty eyes looked at Chenzei with a half smile, quietly appreciating his clumsy performance.
"I've pretended to be so drunk and given you chances, but you're useless. Now you're still pretending to be a pure and innocent boy. Oh, no, you don't want to take the initiative. Do you want to be a new age scumbag who doesn't take the initiative, doesn't refuse, and doesn't take responsibility?" There was no other way. Suruoli could only ask, "Do you want to go back?"
When she spoke, she drew out the last syllable of her words, and her coquettish tone made Chenzei's bones go soft.
Chenzei said seriously, "I don't want to go back." "What a coincidence. I don't want to go back either." Zhe immediately suggested, how about we go to the Hanting Tower? Oh no, Hanting Hotel to rest for a while?
Su Ruoli gave him a strange look, then nodded, okay, but you can't do anything to me.
Zhe immediately swore to the sky, don't worry, if I do anything to you, curse my son to have no asshole.
What he said was missing the word life. Anyway, he now has 3 rebellious sons.
If any of them is cursed in the future, it will be unlucky for them.
After a while, Zhe took a Didi and arrived at Hanting Hotel with Su Ruoli. Su Ruoli leaned on Zhe's shoulder and walked to the front desk, while Zhe naturally put his hand around her waist.
The two of them looked very intimate in their pose. The experienced male receptionist didn't show any strange expression, but asked with a professional smile, hello, do you need a room? Since it was the first time for Zhe to take a girl to check into a hotel, he felt a little nervous and nodded and said, no. Male receptionist, not open? Are you here to tease me without getting a room? Zhe was a little embarrassed, and he said the wrong thing again, I won't open it.
The receptionist was slightly stunned.
Not open yet? He confirmed Zhe's look and said tentatively, Mom won't come back. Zhe naturally continued, I won't open it no matter who comes. Su Ruoli was speechless looking at the two of them. The male receptionist didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhe anymore. He pressed the keyboard a few times and then reached out his hand decisively, a room with a large bed. Show me your ID card. Don't waste time.
Zhe touched his pocket and said weakly, I didn't bring it. Su Ruoli standing by silently took out his ID card. The male receptionist gave her an approving look and said, those who carry their ID cards with them are good kids. After saying that, he looked at Zhe with contempt.
Why are you going to book a room when you don't even have your ID card with you?
After getting the room card from the front desk, Zhe and Su Ruoli walked into the elevator. There was no one else in the elevator, and Zhe couldn't help but look down at Su Ruoli. Su Ruoli usually looks cute, and now after drinking, her cheeks are flushed and she looks a little charming. It's really tempting. At this time, Zhe could clearly feel that Su Ruoli's arm around him seemed to be trembling slightly.
She must be nervous, right?
Zhe was actually a little nervous, but more of it was anticipation. After a while, the two of them came out of the elevator and opened the door with the room card. The room was nice and clean, with sunlight shining through the half-closed curtains, giving people a warm feeling. After the two of them went in, Zhe closed the door with his heel, then helped Su Ruoli sit on the small sofa near the balcony. The inexperienced Zhe didn't know what to do next, so he could only pretend to look around the room.
Su Ruoli didn't know what to do next.
Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still a little nervous when the time came. Well, I'll go take a shower first.
After a while, Su Ruoli finally made up his mind. Since he was already here, why was he hesitating? She said something to Zhe's back, and without waiting for Zhe's response, she quickly went into the bathroom.
Zhe casually turned on the TV and listened to the sound, and the sound of running water in the bathroom reached his ears clearly, making him even angrier.
After a while, Su Ruoli came out of the shower.
Her hair was not yet dry, and there were still a few drops of crystal water hanging on her cheeks. Her pretty face was blushing, and she looked incredibly charming. Zhe couldn't take his eyes off her and couldn't help but praise her from the bottom of his heart, it's so beautiful.
Su Ruoli's pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head and dared not look at Zhe. She said softly, why don't you, go take a shower quickly. Seeing her ready to be picked, how could Zhe hold back? He immediately strode forward, hugged Su Ruoli's slender waist, and kissed her. Su Ruoli was startled, covered the bath towel with both hands, and leaned back subconsciously, but she couldn't avoid it. Zhe finally got to taste the taste of her lips as he wished. There is a hint of sweetness, some water droplets on the lips, and a slight coolness. Is this what a first kiss feels like?
Su Ruoli's beautiful eyes widened unconsciously, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her whole body became a little stiff.
Zhe felt the same way. He felt like a zombie and his whole body was stiff.
Hey, stop it, go take a shower first, my hair is still wet.
After a while, Su Ruoli gently pushed Zhe and said coquettishly. Zhe nodded and went to the bathroom.
Su Ruoli sat in front of the dressing table, picked up the hairdryer and blew her hair. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but stretch out her finger and touch her lips. I was so nervous just now that even though it was our first kiss, I didn't experience any special feeling.
It's a bit of a pity. After a while, Zhe came out of the bathroom. He walked behind Su Ruoli, took the hairdryer and helped her blow dry her hair. Do you often blow dry girls' hair?
No, this is the first time.
Oh, you play it very well. It's okay. Maybe it would be better if you were the one to do it. Suruoli didn't know what she was thinking of. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. She couldn't help but punch Chenze. You are so bad. Chenze chuckled, and the two chatted casually. After a while, Suruoli touched the ends of her hair and said, "It's almost dry. You can blow it too." Afterwards, Suruoli stood up and hid under the quilt, leaving only his head exposed. Chenze quickly blew his hair dry, then walked to the bed, lifted the quilt and got in. The quilt completely covered the two of them. They could not see anything but the rise and fall of the quilt. They had no idea what was going on inside. After a while, a low voice was heard. "You're pressing on my hair. Feel sorry. Wait, I heard it's going to be painful the first time. I'll be gentle. Then I'm coming? Well, why haven't you come yet? I seem to be lost. Oh, what a fool. 30,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 53 Unlock Achievement Rewards. In one's life, it is inevitable to encounter some forks in the road. If you rush forward blindly, you may encounter many troubles and worries. If you can meet a guide, the rest of the journey will be much smoother. But remember not to walk too fast. Is it over? Suruoli opened his eyes and stared at Chenze, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. Chenze hummed awkwardly. Suruoli's favorability too. Although she didn't say anything else, from the system prompts, Chenze easily understood her thoughts. Can you do it, little dog? How can this be tolerated? Don't feel pressured, it's okay. I heard it will be quick the first time. Suruoli comforted Chenze. Chenze remained silent, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. After resting for a while, Chenze held her snow-white and smooth legs and approached her again. Scored twice. Suruoli's favorability +1. Then a hat trick. Suruoli's favorability +2. Surua's centrifugal point +1. Surua's centrifugal point +1. Surua's centrifugal point +1. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the sunlight was not as strong as it was during the day. It shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor, creating mottled shadows with the bath towels and clothes on the floor. Suruoli slowly opened his eyes. It hurts. She just moved slightly and felt the pain and soreness in her body surge like a tide. This stinky guy, tell him to be gentler, he has no mercy on women at all. Turning her head to look, Chenze was still sleeping soundly. Suruoli reached out her hand and wanted to pinch him to show him how ungrateful he was. But when she saw his handsome face, she changed her mind and just touched his face gently. Picking up the phone, Suruoli was surprised to find that he had slept for more than 2 hours. During the lunch break on weekdays, she would only take a nap for half an hour at most. She slept for such a long time this afternoon. She must have been too tired. She endured the discomfort, quietly put on her clothes and prepared to get out of bed. Ha! You're awake. What time is it now? Chenze sat up drowsily and rubbed his eyes. Suruoli said softly, 5 o'clock. Chenze yawned, I didn't expect to sleep for so long. It's time to get up. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? It's not comfortable to lie down. I'll be more comfortable sitting down. Okay, I'll lie down for a while. Chenze closed his eyes for a while and opened the system panel. There were several prompts in the system before, but he was busy at the time and didn't have time to read them. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, First Experience of Love. Chenze? It took him a long time to figure out what this achievement meant. This is definitely not a serious system. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, Top Voice Actor Mastery. Note, the host can change his voice at will, with bubbling voice, young man's voice, clear uncle's voice, mature uncle's voice, gentle lady's voice. Possess strong text analysis, expression, comprehension, coherence, and performance abilities. Can imitate other people's voices and is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Wow, this skill is quite interesting. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, a bottle of Neptune Emperor Pills. Note, Haiwang Emperor Pills, 1 bottle, 10 pills. Function, you know. Seeing this, Chenze couldn't help but get furious. Do I, a strong man who can lift mountains and tripods, need this thing? Who are you looking down on?
He stood up angrily, and just as his body was 1 centimeter away from the bed, he lay down again. His waist hurts so much and is sore, it feels like it's going to break. Chenzé glanced at Suruoli and saw that she was looking out the window. Then he had an idea and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. He secretly ate one pill. It tasted good, a bit like mint, and melted in his mouth. Afterwards, Chenzé felt refreshed, all the aches and pains in his body disappeared, and he was instantly back to full power, feeling that he could still fight for another 300 rounds.
Well, the System S product is indeed extraordinary. In addition, there are a few lines of tips. Durability 1. Durability 1. Durability 1.
Chenzé was stunned for a moment, not understanding why the data suddenly disappeared, and quickly opened the property panel to take a look.
Name Chenzé. Appearance 88.
General physical strength 100, moving mountains and lifting tripods.
IQ 114, smart. Combat strength 10. Durability 97. Attribute points 15. Get heart points 26. Achievement, the first experience of love. Items, Poseidon Black Card, Poseidon Emperor Pill. Skills, top voice actor mastery. Wealth 1085 for 58.98 yuan. Chenzé pondered for a while and felt a little shocked. Just because I performed a hat trick, my durability was reduced by 3 points? Subtract 1 point each time? If the durability is gone, does it mean it can't be used? This is so ridiculous. I just praised it and this happened to me? Let us try to see if we can add this attribute. Ding, increasing durability by 1 point requires 1000 attribute points. Do you want to increase it? Sorry, the host does not have enough attribute points and cannot be upgraded. How many? Chenzé was shocked. 1000 attribute points are needed to increase durability a little bit? This crappy system is clearly trying to ruin my happy life. Looking at the pitiful 15 attribute points, Chenzé said helplessly that he couldn't afford it. Then he got angry and added all 15 points to his IQ, preparing to fight this crappy system with his wits and courage. There was a flash of brilliance in the panel data. IQ 129, very smart. Chenzé? Brother Wushuang, what's wrong with you? Suruoli happened to glance at Chenzé, but found his expression very strange, sometimes angry, sometimes helpless, sometimes satisfied, and sometimes gritting his teeth. She couldn't help but feel very strange. It's okay. Chenzé smiled and said, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Okay. Suruoli nodded with a smile. The two packed up and went out. Suruoli was not very mobile, so he planned to have a quick meal at the restaurant in the hotel. Although it's not very delicious, it's not bad either. The restaurant is in another building. Chenzé took Suruoli's hand and walked out from the side door of the lobby on the first floor. I saw a sweeping lady standing blankly in the spacious parking lot, looking up at the sky. What's on it? Chenzé and Suruoli also raised their heads curiously and looked in the direction the cleaning lady was looking. Suruoli asked, Is there anything on it? Chenzé looked hard, it seems not. Suruoli asked suspiciously, Auntie, you want to sneeze but can't, right? It's possible. At this point, Chenzé suddenly saw a figure, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, there is someone on the rooftop. Suruoli was shocked. What? What is he going to do? Is he going to jump off the building? Before Chenzé could reply, the cleaning lady suddenly dropped her broom, covered her face and screamed, Oh my god, someone is about to jump off the building, help, come quick. Soon, a large group of people gathered in the parking lot inside the hotel. The hotel manager, waiters, security guards, and many customers were standing downstairs. Looking at the small figure standing on the edge of the rooftop on the 19th floor, some people were anxious, some were worried, some were shocked, and some looked indifferent. Some people even held their bowls and looked up while eating. Wang Defa, the hotel manager, had cold sweat on his forehead. He frowned as he looked at the noise on the top floor and asked, Is this our guest? Xiao Zhou, have you called the police? The male receptionist Zhou Tsong quickly said, It seems to be a guest of our hotel, probably a young girl. When I heard about the accident, I called the police, and the firefighters and police are coming soon. Just waiting like this is not a solution. Wang Defa wiped the sweat from his forehead. We have to find a way to calm her down. You are usually good at talking, and you can turn a dead person into a living one. How about we go up and persuade her together? I'm going too. Before Zhou Tsong could reply, a handsome boy jumped out. Chapter 54. Can you just die far away? Wang Defa looked at the handsome boy in surprise. Who is this? Manager Wang, this is one of our guests. Zhou Tsong was deeply impressed by this guy who checked into the hotel without his ID card. That's right, this handsome boy is Chen Zhe. Zhou Tsong first politely replied to his leader, then frowned and glared at Chen Zhe. Handsome guy, what are you doing? We are already in trouble, can you please not make things worse? How can this be called causing trouble? Look at my face. Chen Zhe pointed at his handsome face, then pointed at Wang Defa and Zhou Tsong. Look at you again. Ask yourself, among the three of us, who do you think is more likely to win the girl's favor and gain her trust? Wang Defa and Zhou Tsong looked at each other, both silent after hearing Chen Zhe's words. They were not good looking to begin with, and compared with Chen Zhe, the result was even more tragic. Brother Wuxuan, come on, you must save her. Su Ruoli clenched his fists, his face full of worry. Don't worry, you wait for my good news down there. Chen Zhe smiled at her, then looked at Wang Defa and urged them, what are you doing? Go, don't waste time, hurry up and save them. Hey, hi, let's go. Wang Defa gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and rushed towards the elevator with Chen Zhe and Zhou Tsong. After a while, the elevator reached the 19th floor. The three of them ran out of the elevator hall and quickly walked up the stairs to the rooftop. At the end of the stairs, a heavy fire door blocked their way. Why can't I push it open? It's not locked either? Hoo. Wang Defa pushed the door hard but couldn't move it. He climbed more than 10 steps with more than 200 pounds of fat, pushed the door, and began to pant. It's probably blocked by something. Manager Wang, please move aside and let me try. Relying on his youth and strength, Zhou Tsong slammed the door with his shoulder. As a result, the door was not knocked open, but he was rebounded and staggered, and almost fell down. What should I do? Wang Defa and Zhou Tsong were extremely anxious and didn't know how to break the door. It seems we can only wait for the fire department to arrive. Is there another entrance? No. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise like a landslide resounded throughout the building. While Wang Defa and the other man were still discussing countermeasures, Chen Zhe kicked the door down without saying a word. Omega? Looking at the collapsed fire door, Wang Defa and Zhou Tsong were shocked. This is a stainless steel fire door weighing more than 100 kilograms. It is not a low-quality plate. How could it be kicked down by someone? How strong is this boy? Fuck! Before they could recover from their shock, they saw a thick iron rod sticking out from under the door. It is used to hold up the door. This is a solid iron rod, but it is bent almost 90 degrees. Wang Defa bent down and pulled out the iron rod from under the door. He waited and looked at Chen Zhe in disbelief. Young man, what do you do? Zhou Tsong was also shocked. Isn't that too much strength? I am just an ordinary college student. Chen Zhe looked calm. A bunch of ignorant mortals. Do you know what pulling mountains and lifting tripods means? That is the physical fitness of the overlord of Chu, whose bravery is unparalleled throughout the ages. Are you so surprised by just kicking the door? Not really? What if I could lift a tripod weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand? Wouldn't your eyeballs pop out? Chen Zhe was too lazy to pay attention to them and went straight to the rooftop. After all, saving people was the most important thing. Wang Defa and Zhou Tsong hurried to follow. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop was a young girl, probably around 20 years old. She was wearing a white dress and sitting in the dangerous area with her hands on her knees. If she leaned forward, she would die. Wang Defa was terrified and Zhou Tsong was also very nervous. I was afraid that the girl would fall down suddenly, and that would be the end of her. Although people die every day in this world, and there are many who commit suicide by jumping off buildings, it is not surprising at all. But she can't die in this hotel, no matter where she goes. If she really jumps off the building here, the hotel will be 100% responsible. If the girl's family comes to make trouble, I don't know how much compensation I will have to pay. The hotel had been having a tough time in the past few years, with poor business. The owner had wanted to sell it a long time ago, but hadn't found a buyer. If something unfortunate like this happens, the hotel will most likely be closed directly, and Wang Defa, Zhou Tsong, and others will be unemployed. You would have died without causing us so much trouble. Can you just die farther away? Wang Defa looked at Zhou Tsong and said, Go and persuade her. Zhou Tsong gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll try. He took a step forward,
and the girl immediately said, "Don't come over here, or I'll jump down." Jotsong hurriedly stopped and said, "I'm standing right here, girl.
If you encounter anything, you can tell us."
The girl remained silent, just looking at Jotsong and the others quietly, with no life in her eyes.
Wang Defa said, "I'm the manager of the hotel. If you have any problem, please tell me. I will try my best to help you solve it. Don't let it get to you."
The girl remained silent.
Wang Defa and Jotsong stared at each other. He just ignores me. How can I persuade him? What should I do? What should I do?
The two were as anxious as ants on a hot pot.
At this time, Zhenzhe took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Miss, are you in any trouble? If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?"
What he said had similar meanings to what Wang Defa said, but the effects were different. Zhenzhe used his top voice actor skills, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately caught the girl's attention. What a beautiful voice, full of magnetism, extremely gentle, and possessing the power to heal people's hearts. When she saw Zhenze's handsome face again, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she saw the image of the white moonlight she had once fantasized about. The girl finally spoke, "I'm 21 years old, a sophomore, and I'm in a long-distance relationship with my boyfriend. He's graduating from college this year. We originally agreed to get married after he graduated, but his family arranged a blind date for him."
Zhenzhe asked, "Did your boyfriend go on a blind date?"
The girl continued, "No. If he had gone, our relationship would have been over. I tried everything I could to beg him not to go, and he agreed, but I know he must have been unwilling in his heart."
Zhenzhe asked again, "Why?"
The girl said calmly, "Because that girl is very well off, she is the daughter of their deputy county chief, and I am from an ordinary working-class family. The key is that my boyfriend has always wanted to pursue a career in politics. He actively participated in the student union and joined the party in college. Although he repeatedly assured me that he would marry me after I graduate, even though my family is against it, I no longer believe him."
At this point, she laughed at herself. "Yesterday was our 3rd anniversary.
He said he would come to my city to find me, but I waited for a day and a night, and he still didn't come.
He didn't answer the phone or reply to the message." Jotsong, who had been listening attentively, frowned immediately. "Girl, this is a chin shimmy. If your boyfriend really loves you, he should marry you right away. Even if there are no conditions for a wedding, can't you steal the household registration booklet and get the marriage certificate first? He even said he would wait until you graduate? What's there to miss about a man who doesn't keep his promise? It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged men. Think about it, don't be stupid, it's not worth it for that kind of person, understand?"
The girl glanced at Jotsong and said, "Thank you, I already know.
It's not easy, he finally agreed to talk to me."
Jotsong was feeling happy when he suddenly saw the girl smile sadly, facing the edge of the rooftop, opening her arms, and muttering to herself, "He doesn't want me anymore, there's nothing in this world worth staying for.
I'm leaving."
Jotsong shivered with fear.
Wang Defa suddenly became angry.
"You're such a talkative kid, he seemed to be quite calm before, but now he's about to jump."
Chapter 55. The situation is bad.
The people downstairs were immediately shocked when they saw the girl's actions on the rooftop.
Look, she's in that posture, is she ready to jump? Oh, why is this child so stupid? Why can't she think about it? Doesn't she want to think about her parents and relatives? What is that person upstairs doing? Hurry up and persuade her, bring her back home." Although they were on the 19th floor, the voices of the people downstairs still reached Zhenzhe and his friends' ears. The girl heard it too. "Parents?" The girl suddenly became excited. "They never care about me. They only say that I am not good here and that I am not good. They give all the good things to my brother. In their eyes, I am just a waste.
Other people's children get admitted to universities, hold graduation banquets, go on graduation trips, buy computers and mobile phones, and satisfy all their wishes. I was admitted to university, but they were very depressed because the tuition and living expenses for the year cost them a lot of money, which affected my brother's interest classes and training classes. It was him. He used the money from his part-time job during the winter and summer vacations to help me raise tuition. I thought he was the only one in the world who loved me. But I didn't expect that he didn't love me anymore. What's the point of living?" The girl's tears flowed down like rain. But this rain seemed so insignificant, just like her in the eyes of her parents.
The people downstairs couldn't hear what the girl said.
But when Zhenzhe and the others heard it, they all felt very uncomfortable. Wang Defa, this fat man who looked burly, was the one who couldn't stand it the most, and his eyes turned red.
Girl, I am a few years older than you, so I will call you sister. Just listen to what I have to say.
When I was little, I was not good at studying, was naughty and greedy, and was not liked by my family. I started working when I was a teenager, and later I worked hard on my own. Now I have a car and a house in this city, and my life is not bad. Just believe what I say, there is no hurdle in this world that cannot be overcome, and everything will be fine. The girl looked sad and sobbed, "Thank you, big brother."
You don't need to say more. Everyone has different tolerance. You are stronger than me, but I am just a coward. Really, I can't live in a world without him.
Wang Defa got angry and yelled, "Why are you so stupid?"
Zhou Tsang panicked and quickly pulled him back. "Manager, don't yell at her.
How dare you provoke her at this time?" Just then, a series of sirens sounded from far away, and police cars and several fire trucks came down from the building. The girl also saw the car coming down the stairs, looked at Wang Defa and said, "Big brother, thank you so much, thank you for your comfort. I ask you for a favor, I left a letter in the room with the address. If he hasn't come tomorrow, please help me send it to him."
"Thank you."
After saying that, she bowed to Wang Defa. Wang Defa's heart rose to his throat. "Don't do anything stupid." He was extremely anxious, and he looked at Jotsang and shouted in a low voice, find a way to hold her back. When the firefighters come, we can save her."
Jotsang said with a guilty conscience, "What can I do?"
She jumped as soon as I said a word. Chen Zhe observed for a while and figured out one thing from the conversation between the girl and Wang Defa. Only her boyfriend can save her.
"Okay, stop talking." Chen Zhe said to Wang Defa and the others seriously, "Let me do it. Don't make trouble. Do you understand?" Wang Defa was a little worried. "You come? Are you okay?" Chen Zhe said directly, "If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, don't talk." Wang Defa remained silent. Chen Zhe looked at the girl and said gently, "Miss, have you ever thought about the possibility that maybe his phone is broken?"
Hearing this, the girl's gloomy eyes brightened up again for a moment, but then she shook her head.
"This matter cannot be thought about too much. Even if the phone is broken, is it difficult to find someone to borrow a phone to make a call?
Unless he doesn't have her in his heart at all." But Chen Zhe didn't give the girl a chance to think, and then said, "Tell me his phone number, I'll give him a try."
151.
The girl subconsciously called out this familiar number.
Chen Zhe dialed the number, but no one answered.
While he opened WeChat and searched for the phone number to add as a friend, he said to the girl, "No one answered.
I think either his phone is broken or he's not around. Why don't you wait a few minutes and try again?"
The girl was about to say something, but Chen Zhe interrupted her and said, "You've been waiting for so long, a few minutes won't make a difference." The girl originally wanted to say, "I called him countless times throughout the day and night and he didn't answer, so why should I call him again?" But Chen Zhe didn't give her a chance to speak, nor did he give her much room to think.
Does what Chen Zhe said make sense? That makes sense. She really doesn't mind those few minutes.
Before she knew it, the girl had been completely led by Chen Zhe. The girl nodded, "Okay, I'll wait 5 minutes at most." Chen Zhe nodded, told Wang Defa and the other man to keep an eye on the girl, and then walked aside. At this moment, he had already searched for the girl's boyfriend's WeChat, whose nickname was Dongfen Vision. Although I haven't added them as a friend, I can still see 10 moments of friends. This guy doesn't post on his moments very often, luckily he doesn't have a 3-day or 1-month visible setting.
Chen Zhe flipped through the pages quickly and was lucky enough to find 3 pictures and texts related to the girl and a video. "I came to see my Linbao again today. I am so happy. The picture is a photo of the two of us. 1-day tour of Jiangzhou Normal University. Photo. Although tired, it was a happy day. Video.
In the video, there is the sound of a boy talking.
Chen Zhe listened carefully.
Suddenly, 7 or 8 agile figures rushed up in a hurry. There were 5 firefighters, 1 uniformed police officer, and 2 plainclothes officers.
What's going on?
The leader had dark skin and a strong build. He was the fire brigade captain Zhao Jianjun. Seeing someone at the stairs, Zhao Jianjun immediately asked.
Chen Zhe said quickly, "The girl's mood is not stable."
The 3 of us tried to persuade her, but to no avail. She was not happy in her family of origin and thought that her boyfriend was the only one in the world who cared about her. Yesterday was their anniversary, and for some reason her boyfriend broke the appointment.
The girl felt abandoned and wanted to commit suicide.
"I'll go in and take a look," said the policeman.
Wait. Chen Zhe stopped him immediately. Zhao Jianjun and others looked at Chen Zhe, asking with their eyes why.
Chen Zhe said in an orderly manner, "When the girl heard the sirens, she immediately told us the most important thing to her, and even moved to the edge of the rooftop. I have every reason to suspect that she is determined to die and doesn't want you to rescue her. So I dare to assert that as soon as you show up, she will jump down immediately." Hearing this, Zhao Jianjun and others became very solemn. Because what Chen Zhe said was clear and logical, they had to treat it with caution.
The situation is very bad. Captain Zhao, what should we do?
A team member asked.
Zhao Jianjun frowned and said, "Don't act rashly. Let's think of a solution together."
"I have a solution,"
Chen Zhe said. "What can you do?" Chen Zhe raised his phone and said, "I can call her pretending to be her boyfriend." "Are you their friend?" "No. How can this be possible?" Zhao Jianjun and others expressed deep doubts.
Nowadays, there are indeed many people who have strong imitation skills, but most of them imitate the singing and speaking of well-known big stars.
It's very difficult to imitate an unfamiliar stranger. Everyone's speaking voice and habits are different. How can someone who is not familiar with them imitate them?
Chen Zhe stared into Zhao Jianjun's eyes. "I'll try first. If it doesn't work, I'll still have you guys."
Zhao Jianjun hesitated for a moment, then nodded decisively. "Okay. Go and try.
Inform the brothers downstairs to speed up the laying of the life-saving air cushions.
Urge 120 and ask them to get there quickly." "Yes." Chapter 56 finally jumped.
The onlookers downstairs watched the firefighters and police go up, but there was no movement, and they couldn't help but become impatient.
"Why haven't you seen anyone yet? The elevator is broken?"
"Then climb the stairs."
This is a life. Wang Defa and Zhou San on the rooftop became even more anxious.
"This girl is only 21 years old. You are at the best age of your life,
but you want to end your life for a heartless man? It's not worth it."
The two of them wanted to continue persuading him, but they didn't know what to say. It was obvious that the girl was too infatuated and refused to listen to anyone's words except her boyfriend.
"How can I persuade him?" "There is no way to persuade him at all."
But the key point is, her damn boyfriend may have become a traitor and doesn't want her anymore. Although Wang Defa has met many different kinds of people over the years, including some very strange customers, he can handle them no matter what. But today, he felt powerless.
We can only place our hopes on others.
But the car had clearly stopped, so why hadn't the police and firefighters come over yet? Not only that, the handsome guy who had vowed to give it to him was also missing.
What are they doing? The girl's expression also became a little anxious.
Although she said she would wait for 5 minutes, as Chen Zhe analyzed, she really didn't want anyone to rescue her. Once the police or firefighters showed up, she would jump without hesitation. According to the people downstairs, the firefighters and police have already come up and will arrive at the rooftop soon.
She doesn't have much time. At this time, the lover is on the way.
I know he is traveling through wind and rain, not appreciating the sunset, crossing the sea of people just to embrace you. At this moment, the girl's cell phone suddenly rang.
It's an unfamiliar phone number.
She would not have answered these strange calls at first, but at the end of her life, she didn't mind talking to strangers, as her last words to the world.
The call is connected.
A very familiar voice that left a deep impression on her suddenly entered her ears.
"Linbao, I just got off the train. I'm sorry I kept you waiting for so long."
Hearing the voice coming from the phone, the girl was shocked and stunned for a while, then asked in disbelief, "Husband?"
"Linbao, are you in the hotel or at school?" "I'm going to take a taxi." The girl cried and said, "I'm in the hotel, I've been waiting for you."
Okay, don't cry, little idiot. I had a fight with my parents and smashed my phone. They still didn't give me money, so I had to borrow some from my friends. The money was not enough to buy a high-speed rail ticket.
You may not know how slow the trains are now. The girl burst into tears. "I thought you weren't coming. Whoa, I thought you didn't want me anymore. How is that possible? You are so stupid. I will take a taxi to the hotel right away. Please wait for me."
The girl wiped her tears and smiled with tears in her eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Seeing the girl smile, the tense atmosphere on the rooftop suddenly softened.
Wang Defa and Zhou Sang breathed a sigh of relief.
From the few words the girl said, they could infer that her boyfriend called.
Damn it, he finally remembered to call me? What the hell was he doing earlier?
The solemn expressions of Zhao Jianjun and others also became a little relaxed. It seems that the handsome guy's method is really effective. However, they did not let down their guard. After all, the girl was still in a very dangerous position. Only when they have her firmly in their grasp can they feel truly at ease.
Honey, where have you been? The girl asked into the phone very gently. I've already got a taxi. I'll be able to see you in about 10 minutes at most.
Please wait for me in the room.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
The girl smiled foolishly and took the phone away from her ear.
She stood there quietly, without making any move to go back to her room, without hanging up the phone or speaking, and no one knew what she was thinking.
Chen Zhe, who was hiding at the stairs and looking around, became a little anxious.
Why don't you go back to the room and wait for your boyfriend? Why are you still standing there? Are you looking at the scenery? Zhao Jianjun, Wang Defa and others were also feeling a little anxious. You should come back. Even if you want to see the scenery, can't you just step back a little? Why do you have to stand in such a dangerous place?
But no one dared to say anything, for fear of accidentally irritating the girl and causing her to do something irrational.
1 minute later.
1 minute is sometimes very short, so short that it will make your girlfriend angry and label you as a second man. But sometimes a minute is very long, long enough for a person to live out some of the most beautiful scenes of his life in his mind.
No matter who you are, I beg you to come out and let me see you, okay?
The girl suddenly put the phone to her ear again, crying and begging.
Chen Zhe's face changed suddenly.
Top-notch voice actor skills, enough to be indistinguishable from the real thing. He thought he had imitated the character very well and without making any mistakes.
How did it get exposed?
The hearts of Zhao Jianjun and others sank suddenly.
The girl actually saw through the handsome guy's tricks? Will she be emotionally upset after knowing that she has been deceived? But now is not the time to think about these questions.
Zhao Jianjun hesitated for a moment, then winked at Chen Zhe, telling him to get out. Then he lowered his voice and told the other brothers, be prepared for rescue. Chen Zhe took a deep breath and walked out slowly.
It's you. The girl looked at Chen Zhe blankly. Why does your voice sound so similar to his? Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment, but still asked, how do you know I'm not him?
The girl smiled sadly, tears streaming down her face. My husband, he was in a car accident on his way to see me yesterday, and he has left me.
I simply cannot accept this reality. I would rather he was still alive. I would rather he just changed his mind. I would rather he just didn't want me anymore.
I just kept deceiving myself, kept telling myself that he was still alive, he was still alive.
The sobs struck everyone's heart.
It turned out that her boyfriend loved her, but he was no longer around. But the girl couldn't accept the reality that he had left.
Wang Defa and Zhou Cong couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh.
Even the cold and stern black-faced man Zhao Jianjun felt sad at this moment and secretly sighed that the girl was really pitiful. The other team members were all deeply shocked and their faces were gloomy. The girl's expression suddenly became excited and crazy. It's all my fault.
If I hadn't insisted on him coming, he wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die.
When I heard that phone call just now, I really thought he was still alive, but I know that the dead cannot be resurrected.
I can't continue to deceive myself. I hate you so much. It's you who makes it impossible for me to continue to deceive myself. Why? Why can't I think he's alive until I die? My dear husband, I am here to accompany you.
After saying that, the girl threw away her phone, faced the rooftop, and was about to jump down.
Finished. Wang Defa, Zhao Jianjun and others turned pale. Only Chen Zhe's expression was surprisingly calm. Because he knows that there is no point in being anxious now, and he can't panic. Lin Bao, I am your beloved husband. Chen Zhe's voice became gentler, and he slowly walked towards the girl. Can't you recognize my voice? No, don't lie to me anymore. The girl shook her head. My soul is attached to him.
I know your ideal type, it's a tall and handsome boy like this.
Chen Zhe smiled. Look, do I love you very much? The girl was stunned and stared at Chen Zhe blankly.
He approached the girl step by step, and Zhao Jianjun and others felt suffocated watching him.
I can't let you go, so I came to see you and talk to you. What do you want to say?
Chen Zhe had already come in front of the girl, with only a guardrail between them. Chen Zhe stretched out his hand and smiled. Come, it's windy there, come in and give me your hand. The girl hesitated for a moment, and a struggle flashed across her face.
When people die, they have souls, right?
I heard that some people, after leaving, can't bear to leave their loved ones, so they turn into butterflies or swallows and dance in front of them.
Maybe it was really him who came?
The girl slowly stretched out her hand.
It's been so long. Are you going to jump or not?
Yeah, jump if you have the guts.
Don't waste your fucking time.
Suddenly, there were some extremely harsh shouts and curses coming from downstairs.
In an instant, the girl's face turned extremely pale.
Yes, there may be many beautiful things in this world, and maybe some people will turn into butterflies after death.
But how could good things happen to such a humble and pitiful person like her?
She turned around suddenly and jumped from the 19th floor.
Finally jumped.
There were excited shouts coming from downstairs.
Chapter 57. You can call me Lei Feng. Just at the moment the girl jumped down. A critical moment. A matter of life and death. Chen Zhe pounced forward fiercely.
With a comprehensive physical strength of up to 100 points, he possesses physical fitness comparable to that of the king of Western Chu, which makes his speed, agility and strength reach a level that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. At the most critical moment, Chen Zhe grabbed the girl's wrist tightly.
The girl's body was swaying gently in the air.
Her face was pale and her whole body was trembling with fear.
Please let me go. I don't want to implicate you. You are a good person. Now that I've caught you, I must rescue you.
Chen Zhe returned to his original voice, but his tone was still gentle and firm. It turns out that there are people in this world who care so much about her life. Even though there are malicious strangers who want her dead, there are still people who are doing their best to keep her alive. Through the girl's tearful eyes, the dark red and warm light of the setting sun sprinkled on Chen Zhe's face, making him look glowing. In her world full of despair and darkness, Chen Zhe is the light in her life. Because she saw the light, so she wanted to live. However, she had no strength left and could not hold Chen Zhe's hand at all.
Thank you, thank you.
The girl smiled while crying, but I have no strength left, please let go.
Snap.
The section of guardrail that Chen Zhe was holding with his left hand suddenly broke and fell down to the floor below. Chen Zhe was caught off guard and his whole body fell forward. Fortunately, his amazing flexibility slowed down the speed of falling, allowing his left hand to support the raised part of the edge of the roof in time.
It was a close call that he didn't fall.
The iron pipe left by the guardrail on the rooftop poked Chen Zhe in the chest, causing him to feel a pain in his chest. Even at this critical moment, Chen Zhe's right hand still firmly grasped the girl's wrist.
The girl turned pale with fear. Seeing this thrilling scene, the people downstairs couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Defa and Zhou Song were shocked. Go and help.
Zhao Jianjun was the first to rush over, and the others strode forward.
But before they could run to Chen Zhe, they saw Chen Zhe growling, bending his left elbow, and then suddenly straightening it.
At the same time, he suddenly raised his right hand and actually lifted the girl's body up.
The rescued girl was in complete disbelief.
She was so frightened that she subconsciously looked back downstairs. Then her body went limp and she fainted in Chen Zhe's arms.
Oh shit. This guy is so fierce. Zhao Jianjun and others were shocked, but Wang Defa and Zhou Song were no longer surprised. After all, this was a powerful man who could knock over a fire door weighing more than 100 kilograms with one kick. Although they were surprised, Zhao Jianjun and others did not stand there in a daze. They quickly ran to Chen Zhe, and hurriedly lifted the girl down and sent her to the ambulance. The crisis was completely resolved. Wang Defa collapsed to the ground, feeling like he was about to collapse. Although he didn't contribute much, the psychological pressure was so great that it almost crushed him. Zhou Song's legs also went weak, and he squatted next to the manager, muttering, "Fortunately, nothing's wrong, fortunately, nothing's wrong." Chen Zhe wiped the sweat off his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was also very scared in his heart. Especially when the guardrail broke, he was almost scared to death. Fortunately, he finally rescued the person, otherwise this incident would have become a psychological trauma for him throughout his life. Seeing the girl being carried into the elevator by 4 team members, Zhao Jianjun and the policeman led the remaining people back to the rooftop. He was the first to rush up, and as soon as he came up, he patted Chen Zhe's shoulder heavily and shouted, "Young man, good job. Well done." The policeman gave Chen Zhe a thumbs up and said, "Thank you so much, young man. You are a hero." Others were also grateful and admired Chen Zhe from the bottom of their hearts, and words of praise poured out like free well water. That was so thrilling just now. It's all thanks to you today, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Yeah, you're awesome, boy.
Chen Zhe waved his hands repeatedly, with a humble face. Everyone is too polite. You are the heroes who protect the lives and property of the people. I was just lucky enough to do something within my ability. I am unworthy of the title of hero.
This is not something that ordinary people can do.
The policeman wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said with a wry smile, if it were me just now, I would probably have fallen down with the girl heroically.
Who says it's not? This guy is amazing. Handsome guy, which school are you from and what's your name? I must write you a thank you letter.
Chen Zhe still shook his head modestly. No, really no.
As for my name, you can just call me Lei Feng.
When writing a thank you letter, just write Lei Feng, and never write Chen Zhe, the 2023 class of the Computer Science Department of Jiangzhou University, student number 201305.
Everyone
was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but burst into good-natured laughter.
This guy is really interesting. Wang Defa recovered, stood up, walked over to thank Chen Zhe, and then thanked the brave firefighters and police officers.
Thank you so much today, everyone. You not only saved the girl, but also saved our hotel.
It's getting late, how about we go downstairs and have a quick meal?
No, we're packing up.
Zhao Jianjun led his men downstairs and walked beside Chen Zhe, asking, Student Chen Zhe, are you interested in firefighting? As long as you are willing to come, I can help you solve the staffing problem.
He liked Chen Zhe very much. This boy was very smart and his brain worked better than any of them. He was tall and strong, and he was handsome and good at talking. He was really likable.
Chen Zhe smiled and said, Thank you, Captain. I don't have any plans to do that for now. Zhao Jianjun smiled and said, Okay, you can come and visit us if you have time. Okay. I'll go and have a meal then. Ha, you're welcome anytime. When the policeman heard what Zhao Jianjun said, he also became interested. He immediately walked to Chen Zhe and asked with a smile, Chen Zhe, are you interested in being a policeman?
You have a rigorous logic, quick thinking, meticulousness, great wisdom and courage, bravery, good image, and good eloquence.
You will definitely become an excellent people's policeman in the future. What are you doing? Zhao Jianjun was unhappy. You talk nicely, but what benefits do you give to people? None at all. Why would someone so talented want to be a policeman? What are you in such a hurry for? The policeman smiled and said, I have a cousin who is a flight attendant.
She is 24 years old, single, pretty and has a good figure.
Do you have one? Zhao Jianjun was speechless and sulked as he walked. When I got into the elevator, I finally realized, I am dedicated to the public, but you are considering finding a partner for your sister?
You are such a piece of shit, ugh. A quarrel was about to break out here, and downstairs, the firefighters had already put the girl into the ambulance.
Someone asked with concern, is he okay? It's okay, just fainted. Everyone is fine.
Hearing this, the crowd downstairs was like a pot of boiling water going wild, and they all started applauding.
Great, everything is fine. Fuck that's awesome. The man who just saved us is so amazing.
I saw similar scenes in movies and always thought they were fake. I never thought that in real life there would actually be someone who could catch someone when they were about to jump off a building.
Hey, this is much more exciting than watching a movie. I'm sweating from fear. What a coincidence. Me too, my crotch is fucking wet. Most people feel fortunate that the tragedy did not happen.
But there were still a few discordant voices in the crowd.
There's no show to watch. Let's go. It's so fucking boring.
I waited for so long but didn't die.
Chapter 58 How fresh.
The people who said this were some college students. Hanting Hotel is near Jiangzhou University, and many college students come here to book rooms.
A middle-aged man couldn't help but scolded, What are you talking about? You look like students, right? How can you be so conscienceless? It's none of your business. Why are you so nosy?
I remind you, uncle, people who meddle in other people's business are likely to get beaten. These college students had no intention of reflecting on themselves and instead made rude remarks.
The middle-aged man was furious. I think you guys want to get beaten. Come on, give me a try and beat me up. I'll kill you if I don't. Come on, hit me.
If you touch me, I will lie on the ground and won't be able to get up. Several college students became more and more arrogant.
Their appearance immediately aroused public anger. He really deserves a beating.
A bald man in his 30s was enraged and rushed forward to attack. He had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by several people. Someone was persuading, "Brother, don't be impulsive, calm down. Fighting is not popular nowadays. The loser ends up in the hospital, and the winner goes to jail." Some people even glared at the college students and said, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Hurry up and leave. TSK. Several college students looked at the crowd with disdain, then swaggered away. 7:30 in the evening. Wang Defo warmly treated Chunze to a meal, and to express his gratitude, he promised that Chunze would have free accommodation when he came here in the future. Chunze was a little full after the meal, so he prepared to take a walk to help digest the food. Su Ruoli was unable to move, so he went to his room to rest. Chunze came downstairs, jogged around the hotel twice, and then found a lounge chair to sit down. He plans to transfer some money to his father. Now he has more than 1 million in his bank account, so he is considered a wealthy man. Of course, he has to honor his parents. However, don't transfer too much money, so as not to scare them and make it difficult to explain. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhe transferred 50,000 yuan to his father Chen Pingjing's account. Then he called his father. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Zhe asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" "Nothing." "What's up?" Chen Zhe had already thought of a reason, "It's just a small thing. After I went to college, I took a job and helped someone make a small program. I made 50,000 yuan and transferred it to you." 40,000. "It's not 40,000, it's 50,000. Chen Zhe was a little puzzled. Comrade Chen was not very old. He was only in his 40s, so how could his ears not work well? "Oh, 80,000. Never mind." "Son, what did you say?" Chen Zhe raised his voice. "I said I transferred 50,000 to you." 50,000? Comrade Lao Chen suddenly became excited. 50,000 hit. Who bet 50,000? Why is it not on the table? Hey, this unlucky kid, why is he causing trouble? Chen Zhe was speechless. "Dad, can you please listen to me carefully? I transferred 50,000 renminbi to you, not mahjong." "What?" Comrade Lao Chen was stunned. "Where did you get the 50,000 yuan?" Chen Zhe had no choice but to repeat, "Didn't I study computer science? I learned it well, and I made a small program for others and earned money." "Ha ha ha, great. My son has a bright future." Comrade Old Chen laughed happily. "Don't just laugh." Chen Zhe reminded him, "Use the 50,000 yuan to buy a bag for mom. I saw a bag from LV for 23,000 yuan. It's pretty good. Mom should like it. With the remaining 27,000 yuan, you can buy a computer for around 20,000 yuan. Keep the rest for yourself." Comrade Lao Chen lowered his voice and said, "The rest is all my private money." "Son, please don't tell your mother about this." I know. Chen Zhe hung up the phone helplessly. Then he transferred another 150,000 yuan to his biological mother Yuan Shuxian's account. "Mom, I transferred 150,000 yuan to you. Did you see it?" Chen Zhe called his mother and asked with a smile. "You transferred money to me?" "No, son, where did you get so much money?" Ms. Yuan Shuxian was not happy at all. Instead, she asked worriedly, "Have you learned bad things? I am a good young man of the new era. How could I learn to be bad? I earned that money. I learned computer well and was able to take on jobs. I took an order and earned 150,000. Chen Zhe's lies became more and more fluent. "Is this industry so profitable?" Ms. Yuan exclaimed. "Hey, what's this? Are you still playing that sheep? Play, let me tell you, I finally passed the test the day before yesterday. During the peak period of the mini-game, the conservative estimate is that you can earn 10 million a day. With your son's outstanding ability, it would be easy for him to earn hundreds of thousands, if not 10 million a day." Ms. Yuan finally felt relieved. "It's a good thing to be able to make money, but don't put too much pressure on yourself if you can't. Your parents are still young, and you don't have to worry about supporting the family. By the way, are you in a relationship?" "No." Yuan Shuxian warned earnestly, "Son, it's not easy to chase girls nowadays. You can't lack a house, a car, and money. Girls in school may be a little naive. You must be careful and hurry up to bring a girlfriend home." Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment. "What if I bring several girlfriends home? Look at what you can do."
Ms. Yuan said disdainfully, "Can you please stop imitating your father? He's just bragging."
Speaking of his father, Shenzhe suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Mom, please don't tell Dad about the money I transferred to you. Don't worry, your father is a man who cannot afford to have money on him.
He spends it recklessly. I won't tell him and I will keep it a secret." "Son, you did the right thing. You are such a good son to me."
Ms. Yuan smiled happily and said, "Just think of this money as your deposit with me.
When you get married, I will add some money to make up the bride price for you." Shenzhe was a little anxious. "Mom, keep this money for yourself. Didn't I tell you that I can make a lot of money in the future?" All right, I get it. I'm not stupid, I won't mistreat myself."
Although his mother agreed verbally, Shenzhe knew that she would never use the money. Fortunately, he had foresight and transferred money to his father in advance. When the time comes, his father will give his mother a bag. I think his mother will be unhappy and say that he is spending money indiscriminately, but she will be happy in her heart for a long time, right? After chatting with his mother for more than 20 minutes, Shenzhe hung up the phone and was about to go back to the hotel. Before he got up, his cell phone rang.
It's an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Shenzhe answered the phone.
A woman's voice came from the other end. "Hello sir, you finally answered the phone.
You have an insurance policy with us. You're a fucking scammer." Shenzhe cursed and hung up the phone.
Little did I know that the cell phone would ring again soon, and it was another unfamiliar number.
Shenzhe answered the phone and said hello. A man's voice came from the other side. "Hello, is this Shenzhe? I'm a reporter from Shangnan Daily."
"Wow, this scam text sounds fresh."
Shenzhe said directly, "Do you know where I am from? I am from the People's Public Security University." "How dare you call me like that? You are a reporter." "How fresh. Do you want me to participate in some celebrity host event of your newspaper? Isn't this a trick to deceive elementary school students? I am a college student. Do you look down on the IQ of college students?" The man opposite must have been confused by what Shenzhe said. After a while, he said uncertainly, "Student Shenzhe, aren't you from Jiangzhou University?" Shenzhe sneered, "Oh, you investigated it so clearly? I said the People's Public Security University didn't scare you?" The man opposite said, "You misunderstood. I'm a reporter from the Shangnan Daily. Wasn't there a college student who wanted to jump off a building today?
I just finished interviewing Captain Zhao Jianjun, and he said that you are the biggest contributor.
So I want to see when you are free. Let's make an appointment and do a simple interview. Is that okay with you?" Shenzhe was a little embarrassed. "Huh? You really are a reporter? Sorry, I thought you were a scammer." Chapter 59, Snap, a left kick. Snap, a right whip kick. Misunderstanding resolved. Shenzhe began a pleasant and friendly exchange with the reporter from Shangnan Daily. After a while, the two finalized the time for the interview. Considering that he still had to spend time with Su Ruoli tomorrow, Shenzhe set the time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Shenzhe couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's actually going to be in the newspaper? I am an ordinary college student. How could I have thought that such a day would come?
Although traditional paper media are having a tough time now, the Shonan Daily is at least a legitimate official media, not some fake self-media. Being published in such a newspaper carries a different weight.
Shenzhe happily got up and went back to the hotel.
When we got near the hotel gate, we saw a few people who looked like college students standing there, chatting while waiting for the bus. Luckily, Huang asked us to go to the bar, otherwise this day would have been boring.
Yeah, I finally saw someone jumping off a building, but he didn't jump for a long time.
I didn't jump until my voice was almost hoarse.
The key is that they were rescued. It's really disappointing. If you ask me, those who want to die should just die. Why save them? That's right, put aside your desire to help others and respect their fate. Don't meddle in other people's business, or you'll get beaten up easily. Shenzhe doesn't have the bad habit of eavesdropping on people's conversations.
But when he walked up to them, he happened to hear the words "jump off the building" and he pricked up his ears to listen.
After just listening to 2 sentences, Shenzhe's anger grew rapidly. Hold. It turns out that when the girl jumped off the building in the evening, it was these 4 bastards who instigated the incident?
Shenzhe, who was on the rooftop at the time, wanted to kill someone when he heard someone making a fuss. Later, when he went downstairs, he asked again and heard that the guys who had caused the commotion had already left, which made him feel regretful for a long time.
If you don't encounter it, then forget it.
Now that we have encountered this, we must teach these bastards a profound lesson. Chen Zai turned around and walked up to the 4 bastards, staring at them. The 4 people felt confused and uncomfortable.
What are you looking at?
A man with a flat head asked.
Chen Zai said in a cold tone, I have something to ask you. When someone jumped off the building in this hotel today, were you the one shouting to jump faster?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Another person sneered. There was also someone smoking, blowing a puff of smoke at Chen Zai, sneering, Boy, you want to cause trouble?
I think you are here to get yourself killed, right? A tall man waved his hand impatiently. Get out of here if you don't want to be beaten.
No one took Chen Zai seriously.
After all, there are 4 of them, and the majority bullies the minority, so it seems like Chen Zai will be defeated no matter how you look at it.
Chen Zai did not take their threats seriously. Are you from Jiangzhou University?
Yeah, what can you do?
Are you checking my household registration? Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you up.
Chen Zai twisted his neck and clenched his fists, his expression still calm. I wanted to reason with you, but I didn't expect Jiangzhou University to produce scum like you.
Since you 4 dog coins don't have any manners, then I won't reason with you. After all, Chen Zai is still too young and doesn't know that although universities can filter out poor students, they cannot filter out scumbags. Several scumbags were furious. Who the hell are you calling Dogecoin? Are you looking for a beating?
The flat-headed man was furious and stretched out his hand to push Chen Zai.
State.
As soon as the flat-headed man stretched out his hand, Chen Zai's fist came and punched him in the face.
Ah!
The flat-headed guy screamed and fell to the ground. He really didn't want to cause trouble this time, but he was completely unable to withstand Chen Zai's terrifying power.
Fuck, sneak attack? Fuck him. Brothers, go ahead.
The other 3 scums rushed forward.
Bang. Chen Zai did a left kick, bang. A right whip kick, and a left jab. Easily knocked down these 3 scumbags.
All 4 guys were lying on the ground, groaning non-stop. They were all injured, some had black eyes, some had swollen mouth corners, and some had a big bump on their heads when they fell.
Someone's been beaten. Someone's been beaten.
Ping Tu howled a few times on the ground, but the brave person he was expecting did not appear at all. Only a few passers-by watched the excitement from afar, fearing that they would be splashed with blood. Don't be so shameless and despicable in the future, or I will send you to reincarnation next time. Chen Zai vented his anger and was too lazy to continue arguing with these scum. He just threw down a few words and wanted to leave. Suddenly, the flat-headed man grabbed his feet and shouted, Stop!
You want to leave after beating someone up? Brothers, call the police. Another guy rushed over and hugged Chen Zai's other calf. Are you scared? Want to run? It's too late. Just wait for the law to punish you. Hey, is this the police? A scumbag started to call the police.
There was also a scumbag who was on the phone. Brother Huang, we were beaten at the gate of the artillery tower. You quickly bring the instructors over to support us. Seeing them calling for help, Chen Zai also took out his cell phone and called Wang Defa.
After the call was connected, Chen Zai smiled and said, Brother Wang. Hey, Brother Chen. What's the matter? Did you not drink enough?
I wanted to arrange the next one for you, but I didn't plan it considering that you brought your girlfriend. Wang Defa and Chen Zai had a meal and a drink, and he had started calling Chen brother.
Chen Zai smiled and asked, Is the surveillance camera on the left side of your hotel entrance broken? Wang Defa was a little puzzled. It's not broken. Chen Zai said, Is it broken? Wang Defa hesitated, bad, or not? Don't ask, don't ask. If you ask me again, I won't know the word bad anymore.
Chen Zai whispered, I beat someone up at the entrance of your hotel, and they called the police.
I think the surveillance camera must be broken. Oh. Right, it's broken.
Wang Defa slapped his forehead. By the way, who beat you at the door?
How many people were there? Did you get hurt? I'll come to help right away.
I can bring the cleaners and security guards to testify for you later. Chen Zai couldn't help but give Wang Defa a big thumbs up. My brother Wang is so righteous. After a while, Wang Defa arrived at the scene with 2 security guards and a cleaning lady, holding a t-shirt in his hand. There were several shoe prints on the t-shirt, and the collar and cuffs were torn. Wang Defa came to Chen Zai and without saying a word, he took off Chen Zhe's shirt and put the dirty clothes on him. A few scumbags were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Seeing this scene was just baffling. After a while, a white BMW 320 drove over. Two people got out of the car. One of them was a young man in his 20s, who was Huang Junwei from the civil engineering department. The other man was in his 30s, with a small mustache on his chin. He was thin, but had a fierce look in his eyes. He was their counselor Tang Meng. After Tang Meng came over, he glanced at the situation at the scene and frowned. What happened? Who hit you? The flat-headed man pointed at Chen Zhe and said, That's him. Brother Meng, you have to make the decision for us. We were waiting here for Brother Huang to go out and play. We didn't provoke anyone, but he suddenly jumped out and beat us up. We were completely innocent and were beaten for no reason. Several people started to talk at once and exaggerated the complaints against Chen Zhe. Huang Junwei didn't say anything, but he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. He took out his cell phone and took pictures of Chen Zhe and the flat-headed guys to keep evidence, ready to teach Chen Zhe a lesson. After listening to what Ping Tu and the others said, Tang Meng glared at Chen Zhe and asked sternly, You look like a student, which department are you from? Wang Defa, who was standing next to Chen Zhe, took a step back in fright. Damn, even after so many years of graduation, I'm still scared when I see this look in my teacher's eyes. Chen Zhe remained calm and said, Yang Qianshan from the Department of Economics and Management. Yang Qianshan, who was pretending to be depressed in the dormitory, suddenly sneezed and wondered in his heart, who was thinking about me. Chapter 60, Didn't you have enough to eat? Yang Qianshan, tell me, why did you hit my student? Tang Meng stared at Chen Zhe, his brows furrowed even tighter, almost forming a mountain shape. Although it sounds like just an ordinary question, it exudes a sense of majesty that if you don't answer it well, you will die. Chen Zhe was fine with being stared at like this, he just felt a little nervous. His homeroom teacher in high school was a nun Miju, and he had developed a certain immunity to this type of teacher. Wang Defa, who was merely caught in the sidelight, was so frightened that he wanted to run away on the spot. He had poor grades when he was in school and was often scolded by his teachers. When he saw this terrifying look, his heart trembled. Manager Wang, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? The cleaning lady beside him asked with concern. Oh, it's okay. After hearing the three words Manager Wang Defa seemed to sober up all of a sudden. Yes, I have graduated for so many years, and now I am a manager, so why should I be afraid of you? Teacher, what you said is wrong. Wang Defa bravely stepped forward, pointed at the tattered clothes on Chen Zhe and argued, It was obviously your 4 students who beat up my friend alone. Look, the clothes are torn to pieces, and there are footprints all over them. You students are really ruthless. It was not until this moment that a few scumbags suddenly realized why the fat man wanted to change Chen Zhe's dirty clothes. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. It's unfair, teacher. He is slandering me. It was obviously Yang Qianshan who started it first. Huang Junwei was busy taking photos as evidence and missed the initial conversation between Tang Meng and Chen Zhe. When he heard his classmates shouting, he immediately said, What Yang Qianshan? He is Chen Zhe. The flat-headed man was stunned for a moment. Fuck, teacher, he dared to lie to you. He even dared to lie to you, so is there any truth in his mouth? Tang Meng's face darkened and looked extremely ugly. What did I say? Chen Zhe said innocently, it was clearly a passerby who was upset and stated the facts. I didn't say anything. Stop arguing, speak one by one. Tang Meng took a deep look at Chen Zhe, remembered this person, and then looked at Wang Defa with a serious face. Who are you? Do you have any evidence to prove that it was my student who beat people? I have 3 witnesses. Wang Defa pointed at the 2 security guards and a cleaner beside him, and then pointed at the clothes on Chen Zhe's body. There is also physical evidence. Is that enough? Besides, how could you 4 students be beaten like this by him alone? Who would believe this if you told others about it? Tang Meng was speechless for a moment when he heard this. Yes, 4 people fighting against 1 and still losing, this is totally unacceptable. Is there any surveillance? Tang Meng looked around and found a camera. Broken. What a coincidence. Hey, what a coincidence. Tang Meng snorted coldly, Alright, I'm too lazy to argue with you. No matter what, I believe in my students. When the police come, you can talk to them. Okay. Wang Defa walked up to Chen Zhe with his head held high as if he had won a battle. When he was in school, he had fantasized countless times about defeating his teacher once, and today he finally got his wish.
How great! This teacher obviously favors his relatives and not others. Why don't you ask your own counselor to come over? Wang Defa and Chen Zhe whispered. Forget it, our counselor is here just to get killed. Chen Zhe waved his hand. His counselor had just graduated and looked even more student-like than him. He wore glasses and was very gentle. He probably wouldn't dare to speak to Tang Mang when he saw him. That's fine. When the police come, I'll testify for you. Even if you have to go to the police station for mediation, I'll go with you. Justice. While people were muttering here, Huang Junwei and 4 other hooligans were also muttering to each other. Remember, when the police come, tell them you're dizzy and have tinnitus. You must go to the hospital for a CT scan, MRI, or something. Ask him for medical expenses first. Huang Junwei ordered in an orderly manner. After the examination, no matter what the police say, no matter how much money the guy is willing to pay, you must not accept mediation. At least detain him for a few days. Understood, Brother Huang. Brother Huang is just tall. Huang Junwei sneered, that's just the beginning. I'll ask someone to write a short essay, send the photos of your injuries over, hire some internet trolls, make a big fuss about this, and then ask the parents to come over and put pressure on the school to get that kid expelled. The flat-headed man was so moved that his eyes turned red. Brother Huang, you really took great care of us to vent our anger. Another person was also moved and said, Brother Huang, you are my good brother for life. Huang Junwei smiled reservedly, we are all brothers, don't say such inappropriate words. In fact, he didn't do this to vent his anger on these guys. It was purely because he had suffered too many losses at the hands of Chen Zhe. Now that he happened to run into him today, he had to beat Chen Zhe to death, right? After a while, a police car drove up and pulled over. 3 policemen got out of the car. The leader was a familiar face. He was the policeman who was going to introduce my cousin to Chen Zhe today, Lubo. Lubo led his men over here, glanced at the situation at the scene, and quickly figured out the situation. Chen Zhe and Huang Junwei's gangs were standing clearly separated. Lubo soon saw Chen Zhe and Wang Defa, but he just glanced at them, without looking at them anymore, and without saying hello. So as to avoid giving people a chance to talk. Chen Zhe and Wang Defa also understood this and pretended not to know him. Who called the police? Lubo asked. Uncle Policeman, it's me. A scumbag raised his hand. Tell me what happened. While Lubo was asking questions, the 2 policemen beside him took out paper and pen and quickly wrote the police record. This is what happened. Huang Junwei and his gang repeated what they had said to the counselor before, adding more details to it. Lubo listened patiently for a while and asked, Are you done? Police officer, you must arrest him. I felt like he was going to beat me to death. I was at least seriously injured. How many years should you be imprisoned for beating someone so seriously? Lubo couldn't help but laugh, looking at this brainless thing, although this matter needs to be examined before a conclusion can be made, but a bump on the head is not considered a serious injury. I have internal injuries. Internal injuries. Lubo didn't bother to pay attention to him, and turned to look at Chen Zhe and Wang Defa. Tell me what's going on. Wang Defa answered quickly, Police comrade, the 4 of them bullied my friend. After listening, Lubo showed everyone a friendly smile. In fact, these are just trivial matters. If you need to pay compensation, pay it back. If you need to apologize, apologize. If you have any other demands, you can also raise them. The flathead shouted, We don't accept mediation. We want him to go to jail. Lubo frowned, Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Shouted the men with flat heads. Lubo said expressionlessly, Then both parties involved should come back with me, make a statement, and cooperate with the investigation. The Ping 2 guys were a little scared. They had never been to police station since they were little. They heard that being in police station was not a good thing. It's okay, remember what I said. Huang Junwei winked at them and whispered something. The flat-headed men were relieved and took the initiative to walk towards the police car. Suddenly, they found a problem. There are too many of us. What should we do if there is no room for us to sit? Take a taxi. I'll take him away first. Lubo, 2 colleagues and Chen Zhe got in the car and left first. After the police car drove a distance, Lubo looked at Chen Zhe and asked with a smile, My cousin is really pretty. Do you want her WeChat? It's really not necessary, Brother Lu. 1 against 4, you're really amazing. But fighting is not a good thing after all, try to avoid it in the future.
Lu Bo had seen Chen Zhe's abilities and knew that it would not be difficult for him to deal with those guys by himself. Chen Zhe explained, "Today, the girl jumped off the building, and it was these four who instigated the incident."
What? Lu Bo couldn't help but complain, "You hit me too lightly. Didn't you have enough to eat last night?" Chapter 61, It's still more cost-effective to book a whole night.
Chen Zhe said innocently, "I didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of beating someone to death."
Lu Bo groaned, "That's right.
You haven't fought much, so you really don't have a good grasp of the situation.
It's okay.
After all, you are not a professional.
I will teach them a lesson later." "Okay, get out of the car." Chen Zhe looked out the window. "Isn't this the back door of the hotel?"
He just jogged around this place twice and it was very familiar.
"I don't have to go to the police station?"
Chen Zhe was a little surprised.
Lu Bo smiled and said, "You seem quite smart, why are you asking such nonsense? Go back quickly." "Okay, Brother Lu, I'm leaving now."
After getting out of the car, Chen Zhe waved at the window. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw the window was rolled down.
Lu Bo held out a mobile phone with a QR code on it. "You really don't want my cousin's WeChat? Don't regret it later."
"Hey, look, what is this?" Chen Zhe had not originally planned to add Lu Bo's cousin on WeChat, but Brother Lu was so enthusiastic that it would be rude of him not to add her.
Bite. Chen Zhe scanned the WeChat QR code and thought that Brother Lu's cousin was a beautiful flight attendant. Many people must add her on WeChat. She might not add ordinary people.
To be on the safe side, Chen Zhe wrote a message when sending the friend request, introduced by Brother Lu. After sending the friend request, Chen Zhe raised his phone towards Lu Bo and said, "Added."
"Brother Lu, go with peace of mind. You little brat."
Lu Bo couldn't help but curse with a smile. "Luckily you didn't tell me to go on the road with peace of mind."
"Go back, I'm leaving."
The police car drove away quickly, and Chen Zhe slowly returned to the hotel. While waiting for the elevator, a notification sounded from his cell phone. He opened his phone and saw that it was Brother Lu's beautiful cousin who accepted his friend request and sent him a message. "Queen, 95% off if you were introduced by an acquaintance, 950 for a single trip, 4,500 for a whole night."
Oh shit, is this a koan? I guess Lu Bo doesn't know what his cousin's job is.
Since she can be parachuted across the country, he really thinks she is a flight attendant. Chen Zhe couldn't help but send a message back, "I'm a friend of your cousin Lu Bo, he wants to introduce us to each other."
The other party withdrew a message. Then a few messages came. "Oh, you were introduced to me by my cousin? We are all adults, so let's not waste time and just state the conditions directly.
A property in the center of Jiangzhou, no less than 120 square meters. A car, any BBA will do, but it can't be less than 600,000 yuan.
500,000 betrothal gifts. If these three conditions are met, we can choose a date to get married right away. You really are asking for too much."
Although Jiangzhou is just a small city, the average price in the city center is around 20,000. A 120 square meter house costs 2.4 million yuan, plus a 600,000 yuan car and a 500,000 yuan dowry, a total of 3.5 million yuan. Although this amount of money is not worth mentioning at all on Douyin, Bihu, and novels, it is a huge sum of money in reality.
Chen Zhe, it's still more cost-effective to book a whole night. Queen, room number.
Chen Zhe was looking at his phone and accidentally bumped into someone when he entered the elevator.
The man was a big and strong man. He glared at me and started to curse, "Fuck, don't you have eyes when you walk?" Chen Zhe apologized, "I'm sorry. Be careful next time." "Okay." After a while, the man got off the elevator on the 8th floor.
Chen Zhe followed him out to take a look, wrote down the man's room number and sent it to his cousin.
"Room 803, Hanting Hotel, Jianghan Road, come quickly."
"Okay, transfer 100 yuan for the fare first, and we'll be there in half an hour."
Chen Zhe transferred the number 100 and did not reply.
He put away the phone with satisfaction. Although the man was very uncultured, Chen Zhe had no intention of arguing with him. Although his cousin gave him a scare, Chen Zhe was not angry at all. Instead, he wanted to help the two of them complete a deal. Of course, if the deal cannot be completed, or even if a misunderstanding arises between the two and they start quarreling, that would not be Chen Zhe's intention.
Although Chen Zhe suffered a little injustice, so what? He is an excellent team member. Look, what a noble sentiment.
After a while, Chen Zhe returned to his room upstairs. Su Ruoli had already finished taking a shower and was half lying on the bed in her silk pajamas, reading Feng Hua.
My husband is so handsome. I love him so much.
As soon as Chen Zhe entered the room, he heard Su Ruoli's heartfelt praise.
He waved his hands pretending to be embarrassed and said, it's okay, I'm just averagely handsome. You don't have to praise me like this as soon as we meet. Su Ruoli gave him a strange look and said, I'm talking about old Hu. Chen Zhe groaned and leaned over to look at the TV screen.
He had to admit that old Hu, dressed in a suit and tie, did indeed exude charming charm. However, the damn desire to win of a man also surged in his heart.
Chen Zhe pretended to be angry and asked, he is your husband, what about me?
Su Ruoli first paused, then looked at Chen Zhe, raised his head, and said pitifully, don't be angry, you are my best and most beloved brother Wushuang.
Snort. Then I can call you husband too?
Su Ruoli hurried to rescue her.
No, it's meaningless. Chen Zhe shook his head. Please don't be angry, okay? What can you do to not be angry? Su Ruoli hugged Chen Zhe's arm and shook it coquettishly. Unless, you call me dad.
Su Ruoli opened her rosy little mouth in surprise. How can I be so embarrassed?
What's there to be embarrassed about? How about changing the name? For example, dear husband, dear brother Chen Zhe? Chen Zhe just shook his head. This time he didn't even bother to say anything.
He just looked at her quietly.
How can I do this? This is too embarrassing.
Su Ruoli covered her blushing face shyly and muttered to herself in a low voice. After a long while, she put her hands on her knees, sat up straight, lowered her head awkwardly, took a few deep breaths, and finally uttered 2 words in a mosquito-like voice, Dad.
Eh? I didn't hear it clearly.
Chen Zhe was very happy in his heart, but he seemed to be able to hold it together on the surface. Su Ruoli was already too shy to see anyone, so how could she scream anymore? She turned around and clicked on the video to continue playing it, but after watching for less than 2 minutes it skipped to the next episode, which required a membership.
Dad, do you have a 10-cent membership?
This time, Su Ruoli shouted very loudly.
No.
Chen Zhe, who was browsing on his phone, shook his head without even looking up.
Ah, how come you don't have any? You don't have any either? Then I'll find someone to borrow it from.
Although Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli are no longer short of money, the consumption concepts they have formed over a long period of time cannot be changed all at once.
Concert tickets for 3,000? Buy. It costs 3 yuan to listen to music online? Get lost, impossible. Clothes 2,000? Buy. Shoes 3,000? Buy. Postage is 10 yuan? Get out of my cart. When watching a movie, the premiere is 300? It's a good deal. But, video membership? I can only turn to the almighty circle of friends for help. Chapter 62. The lottery function is open. You don't have to borrow it. I'll give you a membership.
As Chen Zhe spoke, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Ruoli via his mobile phone. Of course he knew that it didn't cost so much to become a member, but the money he spent on the girl was equivalent to freeloading, and his main point was that he was willful. No, you haven't even charged it yourself.
How can I ask you to charge it for me? I'd better charge it myself.
Su Ruoli shook her head repeatedly. It was not that she could not afford the video membership, she just felt it was not cost-effective.
Chen Zhe teased, hurry up and collect the money. Why, you won't listen now? No way. Am I not obedient enough?
Su Ruoli pouted her lips and then clicked to pay.
That's more like it. Chen Zhe smirked, since you're so obedient, call me daddy and let me hear it. Dad.
Su Ruoli hesitated for a moment, but still called him dad. She doesn't care more or less now. Wang Bo has the most say in this matter. He was a little reluctant to say it out loud the first time, but after doing it many times, he got used to it.
Come here and give me a kiss. Chen Zhe said, pointing to his own cheek. Mooah.
Su Ruoli crawled over on the bed, kissed Chen Zhe on the face, and said in a tender voice, I'm still in pain, so I can't accompany you.
I'll continue watching the drama. Go.
Chen Zhe patted her little head gently. Although Su Ruoli looked very pretty and made Chen Zhe a little eager, he considered that she had just lost her virginity, so he decided to let her go and not be too beastly. Seeing Chen Zhe picked up his phone and lay on the other side, not intending to do anything to her, Su Ruoli felt a little touched. This bad guy was quite considerate.
Su Ruoli's favorability +2. Su Rua's centrifugal point +1.
Su Ruoli continued to watch the drama with peace of mind, while Chen Zhe opened Douyin, ready to find a good-looking female anchor to make some money. Those who clicked on the follow button and saw that Jiang Mayan was broadcasting live entered her live broadcast room without hesitation.
Young Master Shi Wuxuang entered with cool special effects and immediately caught Jiang Mayan's attention. Wow, Brother Wuxuang is here, welcome Brother Wuxuang home.
Jiang Mayan, who was chatting with netizens, immediately showed a happy smile.
Gongzi Shi Wuxuang, let's dance to liven up the atmosphere. Okay, Brother Wuxuang. Jiang Mayan stood up immediately.
In the past few days, Jiang Mayan has gained hundreds of thousands of followers, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is often maintained at thousands. Her income is very good, and she can be regarded as a big anchor. Once people reach a certain point, they will slowly start to slack off. In the past few days, Jiang Mayan danced less and less during her live show, and often sat and chatted. When some fans asked her to dance, she pretended not to see it. However, today it was Brother Wuxuang who wanted to see her dance, so isn't that just a matter of words? She immediately picked a song with a lively rhythm and started dancing to it. You know what, Jiang Mayan's dancing is really beautiful. Although she and Su Ruoli are both dance hosts, their styles are completely different. Su Ruoli is undoubtedly professional, her body movements are very graceful, and she often dances sexy dances, but her overall temperament looks more pure and lovely. Jiang Mayan is simply blessed by God. Her movements are not very large when dancing, and she can't do any difficult technical moves, but she is more seductive than Su Ruoli just by twisting her body casually. Chen Zhe thought this should be attributed to natural charm. After appreciating it in immersion for a while, Chen Zhe directly threw 10 carnivals on it.
Thank you Brother Wuxuang for the 10 carnivals. Brother Wuxuang is so mighty and domineering.
A sensible netizen sent a reminder in the comments, don't thank me too early, Brother Wuxuang has helped me with more than 10 carnivals.
Diao Zhetian from the Zhetian gang, that's right, wait until he does a few more rounds, I'll see if you still have anything to say.
Username 9527, I bet that when Brother Wuxuang wins the carnival this time, he will definitely start with 100. Chen Zhe found it very strange when he saw the ID of the Zhetian gang.
Why did he seem to see people from this gang everywhere? What kind of mysterious and powerful gang is this?
Although he was thinking, his hands did not stop. The action of swiping gifts has now become his muscle memory.
Carnival special effects kept lighting up. Chen Zhe sent out 99 carnivals in one breath before stopping.
Jiang Mayan and her fans waited quietly for a while, but after a minute, they still didn't see Chen Zhe continue to brush.
Why 99? Brother Wuxuang, what's wrong with you today? My CPU burned out and I still don't know what to do. Why?
You said to brush 100, but I won't do that.
My main focus is rebellion. Thank you, Brother Wuxuang, for the 99 carnivals. I love you, love you. Jiang Niyun's favorability +5. Jiang Niyun's heartbeat +1. Jiang Mayan really had no words to say. Chen Zhe came to her live broadcast room every day to give hundreds of thousands of gifts. She needed to express her gratitude in different ways and was already at a loss for words. But if words are insufficient, actions can be used to express it. For example, Jiang Mayan made a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest. Su Ruoli, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look over out of curiosity when she heard the lively noise coming from Chen Zhe's phone. At a glance, she found that Chen Zhe was giving gifts to a beautiful female anchor, and he had given 99 carnivals, which was almost 300,000. This couldn't help but make Su Ruoli feel a little uncomfortable. Although she knew very early that the top guy on the list came to the live broadcast room to make money, his main purpose was to have fun, and she couldn't stop him from going wherever he wanted to go. But now that she has become Chen Zhe's woman, her mentality has changed a little, and she still can't help feeling a little jealous. Su Ruoli hesitated for a moment and asked, "Husband, how many gifts did you give to others just now?" Chen Zhe turned to look at her, "Are you jealous?" Su Ruoli looked at him pitifully, "I dare not say it, for fear that you will be angry." Chen Zhe said seriously, "You can be jealous, but you have to be prepared. I can't have only one girl." Oh. Su Ruoli felt a little aggrieved and bit her lip unconsciously. Of course, she knew the situation, and she knew she had to be more open-minded. However, in this world, there are many people who know a lot of great truths, but they just can't live a good life. Talking is the easiest thing, but it is difficult to do it. No matter how he tried to comfort himself, Su Ruoli was still feeling a little depressed.
Shenzhe noticed her strangeness and smiled to comfort her. However, you are my first woman, and I gave my first time to you.
You have a very special meaning in my heart.
When he spoke, he used the skills of a top voice actor. His voice was deep, magnetic, and full of power to charm people.
Su Ruoli was immediately persuaded, a sweet smile bloomed on her face again, and she nodded heavily, yes. As long as my husband has me in his heart, I will be satisfied. Su Rua's centrifugal point +2. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for accumulating 30 heart points. The system will open the lucky draw function.
So good. Go watch TV series.
Shenzhe smiled and ruffled Su Ruoli's hair. Then open the system virtual panel and prepare to study the lottery function.
Chapter 63, The Slap of Something.
The system virtual panel is as simple and stylish as ever.
The background is black, and the upper left corner shows attribute points, 0, heart points, 4.
In the lower left corner there is white art text, lottery.
In the lower right corner there is gray artistic font, mul. The mul function has not been enabled yet, so it is gray. Note, the lottery will consume 100 attribute points.
The lottery method is roulette. A treasure chest will be randomly opened in the roulette area where the pointer stops.
Is there a lucky draw?
Sorry, the host does not have enough attribute points, and cannot draw the lottery.
Well.
Host, please work harder and get more heart-moving points. Now give the host a chance to experience the lottery. Do you want to experience it? Apart from the time in class, this was the first time that Shenzhe saw so many words pop up in the system. Especially the alas with ellipsis makes it seem particularly meaningful. Shenzhe had every reason to suspect that the system was scolding him.
What do you mean by please work harder and give me a chance? Does this crappy system think I'm useless? I can't even get 100 attribute points? Is he pitying me? Do you want to experience the lucky draw?
No, I don't need your pity.
Really not smoking? If you say you don't want to smoke, then don't smoke. Do you want to be beaten or not? You want to be beaten, right?
Even through the screen, Shenzhe could clearly feel the anger and rage coming towards him.
Brother system, forget it, give me some face and don't lose your temper. Don't be ungrateful. Shenzhe was furious, you bastard. Beep, automatically muted.
Other systems give out hundreds of trillions of yuan right at the start, and give away supercars and villas.
You don't even have a novice gift package. It's the same system, why is your difference so big? Why are you so stingy? You bastard. You're still trying to experience the lottery. Why don't you learn from someone else? Why don't you learn from Pink Sixie? You're still trying to experience the withdrawal process? Why not just give out a lottery once? You bastard. It took quite a while. That's enough, stop it. Give you a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Okay, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly draw this once.
The system panel flashed, and a virtual turntable suddenly appeared on the screen. There is a red pointer on the roulette wheel, and 3 areas of different colors, divided into skill category, item category, and special category.
The lines and areas are different for each category.
The item category is represented by 2 red lines, and the area framed by them occupies almost half of the area of the roulette wheel. The skills are 2 purple lines, occupying more than half of the remaining small half.
The smallest is the special type, with 2 gold wires and an area only about the thickness of a thumb.
These 3 major categories each have 4 different areas, distinguished by different color blocks. For example, in the item category, there are 4 color blocks: white, blue, purple, and gold. There is a capital N in white areas, R in blue areas, SR in purple areas, and SSR in gold areas.
The rarity must be SSR/SRRN.
The floor space is naturally the other way around. The skill and special categories also have the same letters and color blocks.
However, the golden area of the SSR in the skill category is so thin that it can just accommodate a pointer. Shenzhe's mind moved, draw a lottery.
The red pointer suddenly bounced, and then started spinning like a Hot Wheels. After more than 10 seconds, the pointer began to slow down, slower and slower, and was about to stop in the item category area.
Shenzhe was anxious. Even a fool knows that the easier it is to win a prize in an area, the fewer good things there are in it. Move a little more, a little closer. Hoo-hoo. Shenzhe couldn't help but blow hard at the virtual pointer.
Although I knew in my heart that this was a white hanging tower, my body honestly reacted instinctively. Perhaps Chen Zhe's piety moved the heavens, the pointer swayed and actually passed the item category area, and finally stopped in the blue block of the skill category area. A blue treasure chest popped out. R-rated. Hey, it's not bad, at least it's better than a whiteboard. Chen Zhe immediately got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands before opening the treasure chest. A blue light flashed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, slap of something. Note, this slap attack has a critical hit chance of 66.23% and a critical hit damage of 150% to 200%. Chen Zhe stroked his chin and pondered for a while. This skill looked powerful, but it was a fighting skill, and he couldn't always fight. Top voice actors are pretty good and are very helpful in picking up girls. I don't know if there are any more powerful skills in the prize pool. For example, the eye of true sight that can see through all fog or obstructions. In layman's terms, it is perspective. Or a tireless pile driver. At worst, you can at least turn stone into gold or something. Brother Wuxuan, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Su Ruoli in the room yawned and greeted Chen Zhe. Okay, good night. Chen Zhe responded and came out of the bathroom. He saw Su Ruoli had already laid down with her eyes closed. He did not disturb her but just checked her data. Su Ruoli's favorability is 90 and his heartbeat point is 18. This is the girl who currently has the highest favorability towards him, and also the one who contributes the most heart-thumping points. Apart from Su Ruoli, the one with the highest favorability should be Jiang Mayan. I think it's something like that? Chen Zhe flipped back for a long time before confirming that Jiang Mayan's favorability seemed to have reached 76. This one T work. There is not much data to view online. We must meet offline. So Chen Zhe picked up his phone and prepared to send a message to Jiang Mayan, but before he could type, a message popped up. Nan Meyer, Brother Wuxuan, why do you keep ignoring me? I know I'm wrong. Oh. You are still in the mood to send emojis, which shows that your mentality is quite healthy. Come to think of it, Su Ruoli is a new anchor. Even though he has some tricks up his sleeve, he is still too green and his mentality can easily break down. For a fox spirit like Nan Meyer who is highly skilled in Taoism, more efforts are needed. Chen Zhe replied with a. He had ignored Nan Meyer for a few days and she hadn't replied. This time he just sent a question mark, leaving the woman to guess, and then ignored her. Then he sent a message to Jiang Mayan, are you free to meet for dinner offline? After sending the message, he opened Douyin and continued to watch the live broadcast. When Jiang Mayan saw this message from Chen Zhe, she suddenly felt a little conflicted. The top guy on the list wants to meet me offline? After we met, it must be more than just a simple matter of having a meal. He wants to eat me more, right? What if he is old, ugly, and fat and I can't eat him? Brother Wuxuan, can you give me some time to think about it? Chen Zhe was watching a live broadcast. He saw the message but did not reply. He simply did not want to reply. She would send the message when she had thought it over. He continued to swipe on the small screen of his mobile phone, hoping to find a beautiful woman and give her money to spend. Chapter 64, Apprentice Su Qingcheng, Strange Thoughts. In life, ideals are always full of hope, but reality is often as poor as a little yellow duck. Chen Zhe had been browsing for an hour or so, his hands were sore, but he still hadn't found a host worth pursuing. He decided not to browse anymore. He threw his phone away and went to take a shower. He was humming a song while being showered with water, when he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and it seemed as if some skin had fallen off. He lowered his head and took a closer look, and was shocked to find that his two nipples were red and swollen, and the skin was broken. How did you get injured? Oh, it was when I was rescuing the girl who jumped off the building that I was stabbed by the broken iron pipe of the guardrail. I felt a little pain in my breast at that time, but I didn't pay much attention to it later. I didn't expect that the iron pipe was so improper. It would poke this place instead of any other place. If the skin was broken or swollen somewhere else, it would be fine, but this place was injured and it hurts when I put on clothes and it's very uncomfortable. Still have to see a doctor. He figured that the injury wasn't too serious and there was no need to take a taxi to a big hospital where he would have to wait in line. He might as well just go back to school and see the school doctor. After a while, Chen Zhe arrived near the school's infirmary. It was already dark, and there was no one in the corridor, it was very quiet. But when Chen Zhe walked to the door, he heard a faint voice, as if someone was learning Japanese. The door was ajar. Zhe knocked on the door, but no one answered, so he pushed the door open and walked in. The infirmary was generally clean and tidy, but the desk with the computer was very messy.
There was milk tea, bags of unfinished snacks, takeout boxes, and several thick medical books.
Behind the table sat a young girl. Her burgundy hair is very eye-catching, her face is small and delicate, and her facial features are beautiful. She looks a lot like Jinx, but without such exaggerated makeup, and her temperament is a little cooler. There are several earrings on her small ears, and a Bluetooth headset is also inserted. He was dressed very casually, with his white coat open and a black waist-bearing t-shirt underneath. The whole person looked slim, with the chest structure being neither too big nor too small, fitting the figure perfectly. There was a work badge on the left side of his chest, which read, Intern, Su Qingcheng.
Zhe had an impression of this name. Isn't this Su Qingcheng, the campus beauty from the medical department? Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? Of course I checked. Name Su Qingcheng. Age, 21. Height 166 cm. Weight 49 kg. Overall appearance, 90. Favorability, 0. Heartbeat 0.
Su Qingcheng was looking at his phone intently, and it looked like he was working hard on his questions, but the sound coming from the phone made Zhe feel more and more strange. Although she was wearing Bluetooth headphones, they didn't seem to be connected. Finally, Zhe heard a few familiar Japanese words and some babbling sounds.
Shit, she was actually. Well, she was indeed attending class seriously, but I don't know which teacher she was attending.
With a curious heart, Zhe walked behind her and looked at her. Su Qingcheng was watching intently and didn't notice there was someone behind him.
Oh, it's Brother Phone. What do you mean Brother Phone? That's too ugly. Let's just call him Phone Kalyan, okay? I've never taken this class before. Didn't Brother Phone retire from the army? Is there a new class? I've changed my name, but you, who are you? Are you polite? Are you trying to scare people to death by standing behind them in the middle of the night? After chatting for a few sentences, Su Qingcheng finally realized something was wrong.
She turned around and saw that there was a person behind her. She was so scared that she dropped her phone on the table.
Zhe's face looked a little dark. You scared me to death.
I suddenly screamed a few times as if someone had done something to me. Su Qingcheng saw his face clearly and was stunned.
Then a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Hey, are you the so-called number one affectionate Zetian? Zhe's mouth twitched. I am Zhe, without Tian, and my last name is not Zhang. I'm sorry, classmate Zhe.
Su Qingcheng stood up, crossed her hands in front of her, acted like a good lady, and asked softly, Are you feeling unwell when you come here?
Zhe felt something was wrong and looked alert. What are you trying to do by suddenly pretending to be a lady?
Even if you want to install it, at least close the study courses first.
Su Qingcheng. Hello Su Qingcheng.
Seeing the system prompt, Zhe's mind was full of question marks.
What's wrong with the system? Why hasn't the favorability been improved for such a long time? Is there a bug? Classmate, what's wrong with you?
Seeing that Zhe didn't say anything, Su Qingcheng asked gently, Your eyes suddenly become so strange.
Sister, your Bluetooth headset is not connected. Can you turn off Brother Feng's course first? Su Qingcheng felt very strange. Sister? How do you know that I took the college entrance examination 3 times, repeated for 2 years, and was admitted here, so I am older than you? The point is not my sister, okay? The point is that I told you to turn off that video. Your focus is really weird. I just found out. Zhe asked politely, Sister, where is the teacher? The teacher is out. If you are sick, you can come to me for treatment.
There was a hint of seduction in Su Qingcheng's tone, like a weird uncle asking a little girl if she wanted to go see the goldfish.
No, are you reliable?
Su Qingcheng said slowly, Think about it, the teacher can let me, a freshman, stay here alone to see patients without any worries, but he fully believes in my ability.
Zhe was a little skeptical. It seems to make sense. But can you turn off the video first? You reacted? Su Qingcheng's eyes became more excited, and her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced under Zhe. No, why is she looking at me like that? What does she want to do? Hit my kidney? Bite. Su Qingcheng's strange thoughts +1. Su Qingcheng's strange thoughts +1. Su Qingcheng's strange thoughts +1.
System tips. 1 point of strange thoughts can be exchanged for 10 attribute points.
Weird thoughts? What kind of weird new thing is this?
Chen Zhe had countless question marks in his mind, and when he saw Su Qingqing's straight eyes, he felt that this quiet infirmary became a little weird for a moment.
Su Qingqing asked again, "Are you injured?"
Chen Zhe pointed to his chest and said carefully, "I hit it here, it hurts."
"Come, let sister see."
Su Qingqing smiled and lifted up Chen Zhe's t-shirt and pulled it directly below his neck. The hand speed was so fast that Chen Zhe didn't have time to react, and then the strong and well-proportioned upper body was exposed.
Hey, what are you doing? Oh my, why are you so shy? What kind of specimens haven't you seen?
While speaking, Su Qingqing's free left hand had already touched Chen Zhe's abdominal muscles. Wow, 8-pack abs, wow, such muscle lines.
Stinky brother, it's a shame you don't go to film. What the hell am I doing? Chen Zhe's mouth twitched. Can I take a photo with you?
Su Qingqing shook his head seriously. No, I prefer to be a director.
Fuck your director, I'm here to see a doctor. Can you be more serious? Chapter 65, let you ask more questions.
Seeing that Chen Zhe was about to go berserk, Su Qingqing promptly withdrew his hand from his abdominal muscles.
Then he stared at the injured part of Chen Zhe. Why is this place injured? Was it bitten by his girlfriend?
Hey, young man, you should be careful and don't be too aggressive. Chen Zhe's head was covered with black lines. I was stabbed by an iron pipe, I got hurt.
No need to explain. Explanation is just covering up.
Su Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled.
This boy is so dishonest.
He was clearly bitten, but he said he was stabbed by an iron pipe.
What a clumsy lie. Hey, wait, poking with an iron pipe, what kind of special hobby is this? Are young people having fun this crazy nowadays? Su Qingqing's strange thoughts +1.
When Chen Zhe saw this tip, for some reason, he felt a chill in his heart.
His emotions became a little unstable, and his voice unconsciously rose. Can you please stop laughing? Can you see the doctor? If you can't, I'm leaving. Why are you in such a hurry? I've already read it.
Su Qingqing put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and said in a relaxed tone, just go back and get a band-aid and put it on. Be careful not to get it wet for the next 2 or 3 days.
Don't you need to apply some medicine for disinfection?
Chen Zhe felt that this trainee sister was really unreliable.
I came all the way here, and you just send me away with 2 band-aids? Could you please take a good look at it for me? Disinfect?
Hearing this, Su Qingqing tilted his head and thought, you have a wound here, even if you use iodine to disinfect it, it will hurt.
How about using saliva? Chen Zhe subconsciously widened his eyes. Saliva disinfectant? No, sister, are you reliable? If not, let's ask the teacher to come. Believe me, saliva has a certain bactericidal effect.
Su Qingqing said confidently.
Really?
Chen Zhe frowned and pondered for a moment, still expressing doubt.
Come on, let me lick it for you.
Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, and her wet lips looked very moist. But her eyes looked a little evil.
Chen Zhe felt uneasy and subconsciously took a step back. Su Qingqing immediately said, don't be afraid, you can rest assured that I will never bite you.
Chen Zhe took another step back and waved his hands repeatedly. No need to disinfect, you are such a nice person, thank you so much.
Oh, okay then. Su Qingqing seemed a little disappointed. In that case, then you can go back and don't delay my studies. Chen Zhe nodded and prepared to pull the clothes down.
He looked down and found a problem. No, the band-aid doesn't seem to work.
It won't hold up. Let me see.
Su Qingqing stared at Chen Zhe's chest and observed it for a while, then scratched the hair beside his ear apologetically. That's right, it's all my fault, yours is too big.
Wait a minute.
Su Qingqing turned around as she spoke, and a few strands of her burgundy hair flew up and brushed past Chen Zhe's nose. According to the nature of domestic TV dramas, this moment should be a slow-motion shot, followed by a close-up shot, focusing on the male protagonist's eyes, suggesting that his heart is in turmoil. Add to that the 50-cent special effects, and the girl is surrounded by bling-bling glows. At the end, it is accompanied by a strange BGM.
All done.
But this was not a TV shoot after all. Chen Zhe just felt his nose was a little itchy, so he rubbed it. After a while, Su Qingqing came out from the inner room and handed Chen Zhe 2 pieces of something. Here, use this.
What is this?
Chen Zhe looked at the 2 pieces of things in his hand that looked like band-aids but were larger than band-aids and had a different shape, and felt a little confused. He had never seen this thing before.
Could it be a new model of Band-Aid? Nipple covers.
Su Qingqing said generously, I'll give them to you.
What? Chunzhe groaned, is this appropriate for a grown man like me?
Su Qingqing felt very strange and tilted her head slightly. Your nipple is injured, right?
This is very suitable. Yeah, that makes sense. Chunzhe was convinced.
When he was about to put it on, he found another problem. Sister, how do I put this on?
I don't know how to do it. I'll help you with that.
Su Qingqing skillfully helped Chunzhe stick to it, and pressed hard on his chest muscles with her snow-white hands. Don't move, I'll help you stick closer.
Chunzhe was somewhat speechless. You said you could just press it twice, why did you catch it? Oh, sorry, I couldn't control my hands.
Su Qingqing said sorry, but there was no apologetic expression on his face. He even grabbed a handful of hands while speaking, and then took them back.
Chunzhe didn't intend to argue with her because he understood Su Qingqing's actions very well. After all, when he was massaging Xiaoyer's ankle, he couldn't control his hands. But what he didn't understand was that Su Qingqing was so presumptuous, but no one complained about her. Could it be that she could do whatever she wanted just because she was beautiful? Aren't those male classmates too spineless? Chunzhe asked, I'm just confused. Why do you take advantage of handsome guys when you meet them? Why doesn't anyone report you?
Su Qingqing's eyes were somewhat resentful. I am just like this to you. In front of other people, my sister is a well-educated and well-mannered lady. Boys often have several major misconceptions.
There was no one in the grass. I can fight back. Airshot, very cool. She looked at me more, she liked me.
What's more, Su Qingqing also said I'm only like this to you, which makes it easier for people to misunderstand.
However, Chunzhe was no longer one of those ignorant and stupid boys, and asked vigilantly, why?
Su Qingqing said seriously, ever since I saw a post about you on the school forum, I felt it would be a shame if you didn't use your face to make movies. So I tried using AI to replace the faces of those male actors with yours, and I found that it really looked better.
But I didn't expect that you have such a good figure. I really can't suppress my excitement. Can you understand my feelings? Su Qingqing's strange thoughts +1. Chunzhe? I shouldn't have asked. Let's go, sister. Chunzhe waved goodbye to Su Qingqing. Wait a minute, how about I help you with crowdfunding? This was so strange that Chunzhe subconsciously asked, what kind of crowdfunding?
Think about it, although I can be a director, photographer and screenwriter, but...
Su Qingqing counted on his fingers and raised them up. The venue costs money, right? The actresses cost money, right? The costumes and makeup cost money, right? You also have to pay a little for nutrition, right? Look, don't these all cost money? Su Qingqing's strange thoughts +1.
The corners of Chunzhe's mouth twitched so much that his cheeks began to hurt. He really wanted to slap himself in the face for asking too many questions.
We really can't stay in this place anymore, let's leave quickly. He didn't even bother to say hello and just slipped out. Hey, wait a minute. Su Qingqing chased to the door and asked loudly, do you want to think about it seriously?
Chunzhe fled in panic, running faster than Bolt, and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 66 Land Key Immortal.
Chunzhe returned to his hotel room, still in shock. He quickly opened the lazy live broadcast room and ordered a song. Everyone in the live broadcast room was welcoming Brother Worshuang. There were many talented people among the netizens and they spoke nicely.
Chunzhe found that he liked this place more and more.
Of course, there are also some freeloaders here who are full of hostility, like to find fault, and have a bad tone.
What is the host singing? It's terrible. I don't like it. Please change it. Or stand up and dance.
Chunzhe frowned and was about to transform into a land key fairy. His fellow water friends are much faster than him.
Can't you just watch quietly without spending any money? Do you have to jump out to find a sense of existence? If you don't like it, get out.
You're looking for death, you deserve a beating.
In a short while, dozens of barrages of comments killed the low-class freeloader. Chunzhe was not given any chance at all.
After the little episode, Chunzhe chatted with his friends and listened to the lazy and gentle singing, and his mood finally calmed down. As usual, Chunzhe gave lazy Yang Yang 100 superfires before leaving the live broadcast room. While lying on the bed, Chunzhe took stock of what he had gained today. He cashed back 50,000 yuan in Zhang Meiyan and Lan Yanjiang's live broadcast room, which was not worth mentioning. He just transferred 200,000 yuan to his family, and now he is still far from 100 yuan. I have to make a big purchase on Su Ruoli tomorrow. She can choose between the car and the house, but it would be better if she has both. Anyway, after 2400 hours, the number of high cash back will be refreshed. Then I got 6 points of strange thoughts from Su Qingcheng, which can be exchanged for 60 attribute points. This strange feeling was neither a favorable impression nor a feeling of being moved. At the beginning of the difficulty, even the system brother was almost stuck by a bug. Moreover, this strange thought can only be exchanged for attribute points. Unlike the heart-thrilling points, you can just leave them there and exchange them for skills or items when the mall opens. You can also keep the 60 attribute points and collect 100 to participate in the lottery. But drawing a lottery depends on luck. If you draw a fighting skill or a Poseidon Emperor pill by chance, it will be of no use. He looked at his attributes. His physical strength was full, his IQ was just enough, but his combat power and durability could not be improved yet. So he decided to improve his appearance first. As Chen Zhe's mind moved, the data was refreshed. Appearance 100. The ultimate male god, so handsome that everyone loves him, flowers bloom when he sees them, and cars get flat tires when they see him. Even if you don't have any talent, you can become a top star just by having a face. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Zhe was not as excited as the first time. Instead, he frowned slightly. Why are high appearance reviews always associated with the entertainment industry? Could it be that this broken system is also suggesting that I go make a movie? System, tell me, do you have any strange thoughts? Say? Forget it. Chen Zhe tried to communicate with the system, but got no response. He felt sleepy and too lazy to think too much, so he hugged Su Ruoli and fell asleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Su Ruoli was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt his nose itchy and opened his eyes drowsily. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Zhe holding a tissue and gently fanning her nose to tickle her. Oh, brother, you were so annoying. Su Ruoli pushed away Chen Zhe's mischievous hand with a coquettish look. Get up, little lazy bum. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Su Ruoli picked up her phone and checked the time, pouting, it's only 8 o'clock, why are you getting up so early? Since you've been so well behaved, I've prepared a gift for you. Brother, you are so nice. You gave me a surprise so early in the morning. Su Ruoli looked at Chen Zhe expectantly, what's the gift? Chen Zhe clicked on the Smart Emperor app and had already selected cars worth more than 1 million yuan. Take a look, which one do you like? Su Ruoli's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at those BBA, Ferrari, Maserati, etc. She sat up all of a sudden, brother wants to buy me a car? But I can't drive. Chen Zhe smiled and said, I can teach you. Su Ruoli thought about it seriously and shook his head, forget it. There are often traffic jams near the school, and driving is not convenient. It's better to ride a small electric donkey. Chen Zhe didn't force it. He opened the home shell and searched for nearby properties. Let's see which property has the apartment type that you like. Su Ruoli didn't look at his phone, but looked at Chen Zhe. Brother, are you really going to buy me a house? You, why have you become more handsome? Of course a man who is willing to buy you a house is handsome. No, you really are more handsome now. You are much more handsome than those idols I like. Oh my god. Su Ruoli unconsciously clamped her legs together and hurried to the bathroom. Chen Zhe was a little puzzled and didn't know why she was in such a hurry to go to the bathroom. After waiting for a while, Su Ruoli came out wrapped in a bath towel, smelling fragrant. Husband, she sat next to Chen Zhe and called out in a tender voice. What's wrong? Chen Zhe looked at her and asked. Su Ruoli didn't say anything, but just moved his lips closer. After a while, she made a low sound. Hubby, I want. It doesn't hurt anymore? It doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm a little tired. I want it. Then when I buy you a house later, you can't refuse. I'll listen to whatever you say, can you hurry up? Chen Zhe rolled over and pressed on him, having a sweet and delicious breakfast. 10,000 words omitted here. An hour later, Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli got up again, had breakfast, discussed for a while, and then went to Qingheju, a property near the school. Su Ruoli rented an apartment here. He was very familiar with the property and thought the overall environment was very good, with convenient transportation and close to the school. The two arrived at the sales center and were greeted by a female salesperson in a black uniform. Although Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli looked very young, the female salesperson had a good eye and knew that the LV bag the girl was carrying cost at least 20,000 yuan.
Excuse me, are you two here to view the house? The saleswoman asked with a smile. Yes. Chenzei nodded. Any good recommendations? We have almost sold out the high rises here, and only the first and top floors are left. Although the floors are not very good, we are clearing them out and the prices are very discounted. Chenzei was very dissatisfied. Anything else? There are still a few houses for sale, but the price may be a bit expensive. Chenzei said without hesitation, bring the floor plan over first and have a look. You can introduce it to me later. Okay, please wait a moment. The female salesperson was delighted and listened to the tone. She knew that she had met an important customer, so she trotted to get the floor plan. Chenzei and Su Ruoli looked at the introduction of the property. At this time, a handsome boy walked in and was quite surprised to see Chenzei. Why was this guy released? His little followers are still in the police station and haven't come back yet. What's going on? Chapter 67, Can I make up a whole amount to buy a house? Huang Junwei walked towards Chenzei, wanting to ask him what was going on. After walking a few steps, he was surprised to find that the girl next to Chenzei was actually very beautiful. The two of them behaved very intimately, and it was obvious that they had a special relationship. What's more, this beautiful girl is not Mu Hongyu. She looks familiar. She seems to be a freshman and a candidate for school beauty in the art department. Huang Junwei quickly took out his cell phone and clicked on the information sent to him by those lackeys. It turned out to be Su Ruoli from the art department. Chenzei was born like this. Think about yourself, a handsome and wealthy second-generation guy, who just wanted to care about the pretty schoolgirls, but ended up getting nothing. Even Song Yuchi, the girl who seemed easy to date, couldn't be dated these days because Chenzei disturbed their last dinner. I also said to him, Senior Huang, I am just a freshman, so I still have to focus on my studies. I won't go out recently. Only an idiot would believe this. Although Song Yuchi is very skilled, how could she deceive an experienced playboy like Huang Junwei? Huang Junwei knew very well that she was in a bad mood because of Chenzei, so she had no interest in coming out. How am I inferior to Chenzei? What is even more infuriating is that this guy changes girls every day, and they are all fresh and tender candidates for school beauties, high quality and beautiful girls. You have such a big appetite. Can you eat so many beauties? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Damn it, Chenzei, you really deserve to die. The more Huang Junwei thought about it, the angrier he became. If he didn't know he couldn't beat him, he would have really wanted to rush over and beat Chenzei up. Hey, isn't this Chenzei? What a coincidence, you're here to rent a house too. Huang Junwei had rented houses in other places before, but as he went there more often and brought more girls with him, it seemed like he was in trouble. In order to avoid this situation, we have to open up a second battlefield. Chenzei glanced at Huang Junwei, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he didn't want to pay attention to him. This guy is like an annoying fly, really disgusting and impossible to drive away. But it's not worth going to great lengths to kill him. How dare you ignore me? Huang Junwei raised his voice and waved his hand in front of Chenzei. Hey, I'm talking to you? Can't you hear me? Chenzei was a little impatient. First, I don't say hello. Second, I'm here to buy a house. Third, do you and I know each other well? Do I have to pay attention to you just because you talk to me? If you know what's good for you, you should just walk away. Huang Junwei was stunned for a moment. He hadn't noticed it when they met a few times before, but now he realized that this guy seemed to be more talkative than Yang Qianshan. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. There is not a single good person in the dormitory 511. You also want to argue with me, then I'll let you have a taste of how powerful I am. Huang Junwei sneered, come on, let me talk to you about it. First, you are a child from an ordinary working-class family. With your family conditions, how can you buy a house? Even if you have a waist, it is not enough for the down payment. Huang Junwei had already inquired about Chenzei's family situation from Song Yuchi. Knowing that Chenzei was an outsider, had an ordinary family background, and had no backing or connections in Jiangzhou, they dared to deal with him without any worries. Chenzei said, it's none of your business. Huang Junwei's face froze. How damn rude. I don't know why these pretty schoolgirls like this uncultured guy. Isn't he just a little more handsome? Huang Junwei frowned and said, second, I saw you entangled with schoolmate Himu a few days ago, and you changed to another girl today? You are really a scumbag. This sentence is to remind Su Ruoli that Chenzei is not a good person and to stay away from him. What disappointed Huang Junwei was that Su Ruoli's expression did not change at all.
Chen Zai had already told her clearly that she couldn't be the only girl. And she also thought clearly that as long as Chen Zai had her in his heart, she would be content.
Chen Zai stared at Huang Junwei. It's none of your business. Huang Junwei said unhappily, don't interrupt me, I haven't finished talking at 3 o'clock. Who told you to talk so much nonsense? If you have to fart, fart now. Huang Junwei was annoyed. Third, why did you get out of the police station? Where are my classmates? Chen Zai, it's none of my business. Huang Junwei. Chen Zai waved his hand. Are you okay? If you are, get out of here. Ha, you are scared. I think you are afraid that I will expose you. I want to stay here and see if you can afford to buy a house. Huang Junwei sneered. I think you really are eating salt and doing somersaults. You are just too idle. You feel guilty, don't dare to answer directly? Ha, I know you are afraid. Su Ruoli couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Chen Zai's arm. Brother, don't argue with him, he's like a mad dog. Let's stay away from him and don't let him infect us. This sentence immediately broke down Huang Junwei's defense. He had always been successful with women because of his handsome appearance and generous means, but today he was rejected by such a beautiful girl. This was the biggest shame in his life. Junior, he is a scumbag and a liar. I am helping you see his true face. Why don't you appreciate it? Huang Junwei looked at Su Ruoli with great distress. Su Ruoli snorted coldly and was about to speak when Chen Zai stopped her. Don't talk to him, be careful of infection. Su Ruoli nodded, then don't tell him. Huang Junwei was almost furious, and gnashed his teeth and said, Chen Zai, are you only good at talking nonsense? Is it interesting? If you are really capable, buy me a sweet and show me. Sir, this is the floor plan. Please come and sit here and take a good look at it. At this time, the female salesperson came back with some information. Chen Zai was busy with his work and didn't bother to pay attention to Huang Junwei. He followed the saleswoman to another meeting area and sat at a small round table. The female salesperson brought tea and snacks, and Chen Zai and Su Ruoli each took a document and started reading. We have 2 types of houses for sale. The one you are looking at is a 2-story house with a garden, lawn, and garage. It is relatively large and comfortable to live in. This young lady is looking at a 5-story house. There is 1 apartment per floor, the layout is regular, and it is open from north to south. There are more than 40 square meters of free space. However, only the first and top floors have gardens, and the residents on the second, third, and fourth floors do not have them. Chen Zai asked directly, what is the total price? The saleswoman introduced, the first type is more than 15,300 per square meter, with 2 floors covering more than 180 square meters, and the total price is about more than 2.7 million. The second type is more than 13,000 per square meter, with an area of more than 140 square meters, and a total price of about 1.8 million. In addition, the open space can be used as a floor slab, and the actual usable area can reach 180 square meters. After listening to it, Chen Zai asked Su Ruoli for his opinion. Which one do you like? Su Ruoli couldn't make up his mind for a moment. One is a 2-story building with its own entrance and courtyard, which has high privacy but divided living space. The other type is equivalent to a large flat, with a large area, complete functions, and no need to climb stairs. However, the floor is not high, so the lighting is a bit affected. In fact, Chen Zai was just asking casually, he already had the answer in his mind, only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. As a result, Su Ruoli was still troubled. Chen Zai pulled the saleswoman aside and asked, how much is the full payment for the first apartment type? Can I? Full payment? The female salesperson was very surprised to hear this. She didn't expect that this handsome young man was so financially strong. She said happily, there is a discount for paying in full, let me calculate. Chen Zai waved his hand, I want to discuss something with you. Can you round it up? 3 million. What is this? The female salesperson looked a little disheveled, and she even suspected that Chen Zai was just looking for fun because he had nothing to do. Chapter 68 I can do the splits. Are you serious? The saleswoman looked at Chen Zai's face and confirmed it. Chen Zai took out his bank card and said with a smile, it's just a joke, how come you don't have any sense of humor? I mean, add up the deed tax, stamp duty, parking space, property fees and so on, and make up about 3 million. I'm too lazy to pay again and again. I see. The saleswoman finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, this handsome boy just wanted to save trouble and didn't want anything else. I said it, even if I am a beautiful 28-year-old wife, this handsome boy is too young and it is impossible for him to learn from Chao Mengda.
Chen Zhe instructed, calculate the costs for me carefully. Write them down in the contract.
Okay.
The saleswoman smiled sweetly, please wait a moment.
I'll go prepare the contract.
Chen Zhe urged, go quickly and come back soon.
Okay. After a while, the saleswoman came over with a contract and a POS machine.
Su Ruoli was still struggling over which one to buy, and asked in surprise, have you decided which one to buy?
Yes, buy the 2-story house with a private door and yard. Chen Zhe nodded, flipped through the contract casually, and handed it to Su Ruoli, please sign it.
I'll sign?
Of course, I bought this house for you, so of course you're here to sign.
Please fill in all this information. Su Ruoli's favorability +1. Su Ruoli's favorability +1. Su Ruoli's favorability +1. Su Rua's centrifugal point +3. Thank you, brother. You are so kind.
Su Ruoli came over and kissed Chen Zhe on the face, then sat down and signed the contract under the guidance of the female salesperson. To be honest, even after writing his name on the contract, Su Ruoli still felt a little confused. Once upon a time, her biggest dream was to work hard to make money after graduation and try to save up a down payment for a small apartment within 3 years. As a result, just a few days after meeting brother Wushuang, her dream of a down payment was fulfilled. And today, she suddenly owns a small villa of her own.
This was something she had never dared to think about before. It really felt like a dream. All this is because of Chen Zhe. How can I repay him?
After thinking for a while, Su Ruoli suddenly stood up and whispered in Chen Zhe's ear, brother, I can do the splits.
Oh. Chen Zhe didn't react for a moment. As a dancer, is there anything worth mentioning about how you can do the splits?
Seeing Chen Zhe's flat reaction, Su Ruoli had to explain further, and said shyly, well, you can try this position tonight.
Oh.
Chen Zhe suddenly became alert and became excited when he thought about that scene. However, if you do it too frequently, the durability may not last long.
What if the iron rod is ground into a needle? Is it possible that at the age of 19 I have to live a life of looking into the sky and crying? That's too bad for Jill. Let's talk about it later. Have you signed the contract?
Once it's signed, I'll go swipe the card.
Almost. Immediately.
After Su Ruoli signed the contract, Chen Zhe immediately swiped his card to pay. However, he did not pay it all at once. Because there wasn't that much money in the card, the total was only over 830,000. So he transferred the money in several installments. The first transfer was 800,000. The high multiplier was not triggered, it was just a guaranteed cashback, and 800,000 was returned to my card. Chen Zhe started the second transfer, still 800,000.
This time he was lucky.
As the payment was successful, Chen Zhe heard a wonderful system prompt sound.
Black Card Bank on October 22, 2023 at 10:03, your account ending in 666 received 1,600,000 yuan, and the balance is 1,602,564.88 yuan. Chen Zhe couldn't help but smile. Continue transferring money.
This time, 1.4 million was transferred.
The saleswoman was confused by Chen Zhe's operation. Why didn't he just pay 3 million at once? Why did he make it 80 plus 80 plus 140?
But she refrained from asking any more questions.
Chen Zhe's luck was pretty good this time and he triggered a high cashback again. Black Card Bank on October 22, 2023 at 10:03, your account ending in 666 received 7 million yuan, and the balance is 7,02,564.88 yuan. Ha ha! Get rich! Chen Zhe was overjoyed. He hugged Su Ruoli and kissed her on the face.
Back then, his biggest wish was to win 5 million, and today he has exceeded his wish. With 7 million in hand, Chen Zhe felt a little inflated. Su Ruoli was a little confused.
You bought me a house, how come you are more excited than me? Huang Junwei, who was secretly watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded.
He never thought that Chen Zhe actually paid a full amount of 3 million to buy a small villa.
Is Song Yuqi lying to him? There's no need for that, right? Could it be that Chen Zhe is a low-key rich second generation who doesn't show off?
Although this is not the city center and the housing prices are not too high, people still paid 3 million after all. As for Huang Junwei himself, he is still just a student. No matter how rich his family is, he can't afford to spend so much.
Buying a house is his parents' business, it's not his turn to decide. The most Hwang Junwei could afford was only 2 or 300,000. 3 million, he couldn't even think about it. And this guy bought the house for that pretty schoolgirl. No wonder he can flirt with beauties like Moo Hong-yu and Su Ruoli, he is really willing to spend a lot of money. If this young master can come up with so much money, what kind of beauty can't I handle? Envy. Jealousy. Hate. After completing some necessary formalities, the female salesperson took the keys and took Shinzei and Su Ruoli to see the house. A few people walked out of the sales lobby talking and laughing, and no one looked at Hwang Junwei. This blatant disregard made Hwang Junwei feel a burning pain on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Chen Zhe's back with gritted teeth. Don't be so proud, kid. No matter how rich you are, I can still deal with you. Hwang Junwei took out his cell phone, secretly took a few photos of Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli, and then made a phone call. How's the thing I asked you to do going? No, it's not enough. Add some explosive material. Just say that he has a messy private life. I have photos here. No, it's too slow. Add another 50,000 and turn up the heat as soon as possible. I want to bring him to ruin. It would be best if Yu dies because she couldn't bear the online violence, that would be even better. Thinking of Chen Zhe's tragic end, Hwang Junwei couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Chen Zhe accompanied Su Ruoli to look at houses for more than an hour. Although the developer's fine decoration is hard to describe, Su Ruoli is still very happy and is already planning how to revise and redesign the decoration in the future. It was 12 o'clock before Su Ruoli reluctantly left his small house. The two went out for lunch, and Chen Zhe bought two Mate 60s, one for himself and one for Su Ruoli. Su Ruoli felt that she had asked Chen Zhe for too many things and had to pay him. Chen Zhe felt that he was able to earn millions because of her high favorability, and he should pay for it himself. The two argued for a while, and finally ended with Chen Zhe saying be good and listen to me. The two of them strolled around for a while, and before they knew it, it was already 3 o'clock. Thinking that they had an interview at 3:30, Chen Zhe and Su Ruoli went home. Su Ruoli returned to the dormitory, wanting to share her joy with her best friend. Chen Zhe was waiting for the reporter from Shangnan Daily in a cafe near the school. After a while, Chen Zhe's cell phone rang. He answered the phone, and a sweet voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Junior Chen Zhe? Who are you? I'm Tang Tian, an intern reporter for the Shangnan Daily. Teacher Tian was stuck in traffic on the road, so he asked me to come to the cafe and wait for you. I wonder how you are preparing. Chapter 69 The Undisputed School Beauty. After hearing this, Chen Zhe was thinking, what should I prepare? It's not like he hasn't seen the interview programs on the news. Many business tycoons have extraordinary backgrounds, but they can talk about starting from scratch without blushing. To give the most representative example, many years ago there was a publicity campaign about a man named Bill, who simply said that he dropped out of college and later became the richest man in the world. What a legendary experience it sounds like. But no one mentioned that his father was a famous local lawyer. His mother was a trustee of the University of Washington, a trustee of the banking system, and the president of United Way International. His grandfather was once the governor of the National Bank. Just brag, who can't do that? Chen Zhe said to the person on the other end of the phone, I'm ready. I'm already in the coffee shop. The person on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Ah, you came so early? I just arrived at the door. Did you sit by the window? Chen Zhe looked up and saw a beautiful girl in her 20s walking in. She was dressed simply, in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. But her bright facial features and charming temperament still make her glow with dazzling brilliance, attracting countless people's attention. Chen Zhe was slightly stunned. Isn't this the recognized campus beauty of Jiangzhou University? When he first entered the school, he saw several hot posts on the campus forum, listing the campus beauties of Jiangnan University. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes and likes different types of girls. Therefore, the lists of school beauties in those hot posts have changed. Someone may be on the list in one post, but not in another. But Tang Tian, from the class of 2020, Department of Media Studies, was the only one who never missed the class. It can be said that she is an undisputed school beauty. However, when Chen Zhe and his friends entered the school, Tang Tian had already started her internship, so he never had the chance to meet her in person. I didn't expect to see you today. When Tang Tian saw Chen Zhe looking at her, she waved at him and gave him a friendly and sweet smile.
Chen Zhe also stood up politely and waved at her.
A target that can be attacked has been detected. Do you want to check it? Hurry up. Name Tang Tian. Age, 22. Height 172 cm. Weight 58 kg. Overall appearance 92. Favorability, 10. Heartbeat 0.
Chen Zhe was a little surprised that Tang Tian initially had 10 points of favorability, but on second thought it was not surprising. Since she came to interview me, she must be aware of my deeds of saving people, so it is normal for her to have some good impression of me. Tang Tian walked up to Chen Zhe, took the initiative to extend her hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Junior Chen Zhe, I am." Chen Zhe smiled and stretched out his hand. "I know you, Sister Tang Tian from the class of 2010, the most undisputed campus beauty in Jiangnan University.
I have heard of your name for a long time." The two of them gently held hands together.
Although it was just an ordinary handshake and he had shaken hands with many people before, this time, both of them felt a little strange. Chen Zhe could feel that her hands were soft and slightly cool, as if he was holding a piece of jade.
Tang Tian could clearly feel that his hands were very warm and strong.
The school beauty's eyes moved quietly downwards and saw clean, slender fingers with neatly trimmed nails.
As a veteran hand control enthusiast, Chen Zhe's hands are a real plus. Tang Tian's favorability +5. I know you too, the most handsome campus hunk in Jiangzhou University.
Tang Tian smiled calmly. After seeing you today, it turns out that your reputation is well deserved.
As for the campus belle, it's all just empty reputation.
The two spoke in unison, then smiled at each other. After letting go of each other's hands, they sat down.
Chen Zhe called the waiter over to take the order. Tang Tian took out the interview outline and quietly observed Chen Zhe's appearance.
I discovered that the boy in front of me was much more handsome in person than in the handsome photos on the school forum.
Tang Tian's favorability +10.
No matter his facial features or face shape, he is handsome in every aspect. It's a pity that I came here today with an interview mission, so I still have to behave decently, otherwise I will have to flirt with this handsome junior.
Tang Tian's heartbeat point +2. Tang Tian's heartbeat point +2. System prompt, Tang Tian's heartthrob points increased by 4, which can be exchanged for attribute points 32.
Seeing this system prompt, Chen Zhe was a little puzzled. He still remembered that 1 heart point could be exchanged for 5 attribute points, and the ratio had always been 1 to 5.
Why did it suddenly change today? Oh, that's not right. The ratio of Lazy's heart points to attribute points was not 1 to 5, but 1 to 3. Why does this ratio change?
Thinking of Tang Tian's appearance score of 92, Chen Zhe had an idea. In his opinion, depending on the girl's appearance, there are several levels of heartthrob points. Candidates for school beauties like Mu Hongyu and Lin Xianya have appearance scores between 86 and 90, and 1 heartthrob point can be exchanged for 5 attribute points. For a school beauty like Tang Tian, whose appearance score is between 91 and 95, 1 heart point can be exchanged for 8 attribute points. Based on this inference, Lazy's appearance should be between 81 and 85, and 1 heart point can be exchanged for 3 attribute points. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhe exchanged the previous 4 heartbeating points for 20 attribute points, plus today's 4 heartbeating points for 32 attribute points, which just made up 100 attribute points. I'm going to wait until the interview is over, wash my hands thoroughly, and try to draw the prize again.
Seeing that Chen Zhe didn't know what he was thinking about, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, what are you thinking about?" Chen Zhe came back to his senses and asked with a smile, "Senior sister, what kind of coffee do you like?" "Iced Americano." "What a coincidence. You like it too?" "Grandmaster likes it."
Chen Zhe's answer made Tang Tian stunned for a moment, then she smiled slightly. Sure enough, he is the most affectionate person in Jiangzhou. The two chatted for a while, drank a few sips of coffee, and Tang Tian called reporter Tian. The other party was still stuck in traffic, so he asked her to interview first and then see if he had anything to add after he arrived. This was also a kind of exercise for Tang Tian.
After hanging up the phone, Tang Tian began the interview session. "Hello, Chen Zhe, thank you very much for accepting our interview." "You're welcome. Then I want to ask you some questions. First of all, I want to know why you wanted to go to the rooftop to save people?"
Chen Zhe said with a serious face, "The motivation for this matter is naturally because of my noble character. Speaking of which, all this is inseparable from the teachings of my teachers and parents."
Tang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can you not be so official? It's too fake." "Then let me be honest.
My mother taught me since I was young that children from poor families have to grow up early.
Sorry, I'm off topic. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle, then let me change the question. How did you come up with the idea of imitating the voice of that girl's boyfriend? Are you good at ventriloquism? Chen Zhe nodded. Well, this is a long story.
There was a ventriloquist in the capital who was hosting a banquet for guests.
In the northeast corner of the hall, Tang Tian covered her face and held her forehead, sighing softly. Junior brother, can you be more serious? Chen Zhe said innocently, you said it can't be too official, and now you want me to be more serious. This makes it difficult for me. Tang Tian grunted.
She had thought that interviewing her junior fellow student would be an easy job, but she did not expect to encounter such a big challenge.
Then you can do whatever you want.
After thinking for a while, Tang Tian quickly made a decision.
Feel free to express yourself. When I write the manuscript, just follow the template. Chapter 70 College life is good.
Some things were not written in the previous chapter, so I revised them, so there is a bit of repetition here.
You can go back and read the previous chapter. After adjusting my mindset, the following interview process was quite relaxing and enjoyable.
By the time reporter Tian arrived, Tang Tian had basically finished writing the manuscript, but none of Chen Zhe's answers were useful. Reporter Tian is in his 30s, wears glasses, and looks very smart and capable. He greeted Chen Zhe, chatted with him briefly, and then picked up the manuscript written by Tang Tian and took a look. After a quick glance, reporter Tian frowned slightly and whispered to Tang Tian, Xiao Tang, this interview is a bit too stereotyped.
Teacher Tian, how about you ask him a question? Reporter Tian cleared his throat, looked at Chen Zhe and asked with a smile, Student Chen Zhe, I have a question that I'm very curious about. Are you good at ventriloquism? Chen Zhe opened his mouth and said, there is a ventriloquist in the capital. From now on, the emperor will not hold court early in the morning. Reporter Tian's smile froze on his face.
Seeing that the usually stern reporter Tian was confused by Chen Zhe, Tang Tian quickly lowered her head and tried hard to hold back her laughter.
It took a lot of effort not to laugh out loud. This junior is so interesting. Tang Tian's favorability plus 10. After a long while, reporter Tian finally adjusted his mindset and said sternly, Student Chen Zhe, we may change the content of today's interview later. Chen Zhe waved his hand indifferently, it doesn't matter, as long as you think it's appropriate, you can change it however you want, as long as it can be reported and doesn't affect my enjoyment of being praised in front of others. Well, you are really.
Reporter Tian thought for a long time before coming up with a word, too real. Just then, Chen Zhe's cell phone started ringing. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a video call from Jiang Mayan. It was unwise to video chat with another beautiful girl in front of the school beauty.
After Chen Zhe hung up, he sent a message to ask, what's the matter? Brother Wushuang, I want to see you. Are you available for video chat now? Inconvenient.
Jiang Mayan was speechless for a while after seeing this message. Ever since Chen Zhe proposed to meet offline last night, she has been struggling with it and finally made a decision. Just as men always hope to meet beautiful, rich and white women, women also want to meet tall, rich and handsome men. But both types of resources are too scarce. After a long period of struggle, Jiang Mayan finally figured it out. One should not be too greedy. Among the three types of men, it is good enough if one is rich or handsome. No matter whether Brother Wushuang is an old man or a Mediterranean, at least he is a truly capable leader on the list.
And even if we meet, you don't necessarily have to sleep with him or anything like that.
Maybe Brother Wushuang likes to play with romance and likes to slowly cultivate feelings. Just go over and have meals with him, sing songs with him, provide him with the right emotional value, and make him happy. But Jiang Mayan didn't expect that after she finally made up her mind to meet Brother Wushuang, he didn't even answer her video call.
Are you still sincere? Don't I have to video chat with you to get to know you before we meet offline?
Thinking of this, Jiang Mayan felt a little angry. But she quickly figured out who was the big and small king. In front of a wealthy man like Brother Wushuang, she, a moderate anchor, really has no qualifications to act like a demon.
So Jiang Mayan sent a message to ask, Brother Wushuang, where are you from? Chen Zhe replied, I am in Jiangzhou, Shangnan province now.
I'm too tired from live streaming recently, so I want to go out and relax.
Is there anything delicious or fun in Jiangzhou? Wow, not bad. Chen Zhe understood that Jiang Mayan was preparing to parachute in. She is quite sensible, unlike Nan Mir who is not sensible and still doesn't know how to be sincere. There is one of the 5 mountains in Jiangzhou, and the food is pretty good, but can you handle spicy food?
Yes, I am from the mountain city, and I love spicy food.
That's good. Whenever you are free, I welcome you anytime. How about next Saturday?
Sure. Well, brother Wushwang, I want a video chat with you, so that I won't have any idea what you look like when we meet in person. #nervousface #.
Okay. Wait a minute, I'll send it to you.
Since you are ready to drop in, it is indeed necessary to take some time to video chat with you.
Sorry, I have to go out and answer a phone call.
Shenzhe stood up and said to reporter Tian and Tang Tian.
It's okay, you go ahead and do your work first.
Reporter Tian said with a smile.
Shenzhe walked outside the cafe and made a video call to Jiang Meiyan.
After the call was connected, a beautiful woman appeared on Shenzhe's mobile phone screen.
Shenzhe recognized her at a glance. She was Jiang Meiyan.
If you can't recognize her, it only means that Jiang Meiyan uses too much beauty filter when she is live streaming. But this situation is also impossible. After all, she was a target that had passed the system's inspection and could be conquered, and there was no way she could change from an electric mouse to Xiao Biluo.
Of course, there are some differences between the current Jiang Meiyan and her usual live broadcasts. For example, the skin tone is not as fair and the skin does not appear as smooth. But these are minor issues.
Her appearance, figure and temperament are exactly the same as what she showed in the live broadcast room. She is exactly the type that Shenzhe fell in love with at first sight.
Meiyan, hello. Shenzhe smiled at the phone and greeted her.
On the other side, when Jiang Meiyan saw Shenzhe, she immediately widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, covered her mouth, and her face was full of shock.
Oh my god, is this brother Wushwang?
His handsome face is even more handsome than those top idols.
How can he be so handsome? Jiang Meiyan's favorability +10. Jiang Meiyan's heartbeat +1. What's wrong? You look surprised? Shenzhe asked with a smile.
Jiang Meiyan said happily, wow, brother Wushwang, I really didn't expect you to be so handsome.
Excuse me, how tall are you?
1.8 meters tall, 8-pack abs.
Jiang Meiyan's heartbeat +1.
Jiang Meiyan was very excited. She never imagined that brother Wushwang was a truly tall, rich and handsome man.
And he's not just some handsome and rich guy, he's the top-notch one.
I really want to be held in his arms and touch his abdominal muscles. Thinking about how she had been so conflicted about whether or not to meet him, Jiang Meiyan felt that she was simply ridiculous. If I had known that brother Wushwang was so handsome, I would have paid money to see him.
Will you be free tomorrow? Wow, we were supposed to meet on Saturday, but you can't wait? I have classes tomorrow, so I may not be free. Brother Wushwang is still a college student? Jiang Meiyan became even more excited.
Everyone said that college life was good, so she must go there to experience it this time.
Chapter 71. Where's the brain? Eaten by zombies.
After confirming the meeting on Saturday, Shenzhe hung up the video and returned to the cafe.
After communicating with reporter Tang Tian, they agreed that today's interview could be concluded.
Finally, they chatted casually for a few minutes, asked 2 questions, and said goodbye to Shenzhe. Shenzhe walked out to see the two off to the car.
Tang Tian smiled and said to reporter Tian, Teacher Tian, I want to take a leave and go back to school. Go ahead. Reporter Tian nodded, got in the car and left.
Tang Tian played with the hair beside her ear, looked at Shenzhe and smiled, Junior, can you accompany me to school? I haven't been back for more than a month, and I really miss the days in school. Seeing Tang Tian fiddling with her hair, even though Shenzhe had seen many beauties during this period, he couldn't help but feel moved.
He immediately smiled and said, okay.
The two walked side by side towards the school.
Some students coming in and out of the school gate became excited when they saw Tang Tian. Wow, isn't that school beauty Tang? She actually came back to school today? I'm so lucky to meet the real person. Who is that? Who is that beautiful sister? She is so beautiful. A student who didn't know the truth was jumping up and down anxiously. That's Tang Tian, the most beautiful campus girl in Jian University. She's now a senior and has an internship outside. We hardly see her in school. It's such a good day to meet you today. Hearing these discussions, Tang Tian felt a little emotional. She looked at Shenzhe and said, Junior brother, do you know? School and society are 2 completely different environments. Shenzhe cooperated and asked, how do you say that? Tang Tian said with emotion. For example, when talking about my appearance, my juniors are direct and enthusiastic.
In society, most men will talk about me behind my back, and the content is vulgar and obscene. Women are weird and sarcastic, and there is a sour taste in their words. Shenzhe also felt a little touched. Being too beautiful is also a sin.
Sometimes, even if you do nothing, people will be jealous. Who said it wasn't?
Tang Tian was a little surprised. I didn't expect that my junior brother, at such a young age, has such profound insight.
Shenzhe shook his head. That's not the case. It's mainly because I'm too handsome.
I can always easily sense the jealousy and resentment of many male compatriots towards me.
Tang Tian smiled softly. This is really a case of people suffering from the same disease sharing each other's hearts.
They were both on the same channel, and after chatting for a while, Tang Tian's favorability towards Shenzhe continued to grow.
Tang Tian's favorability +5. Tang Tian's favorability +5.
Finally, Tang Tian's favorability reached 50, and the progress bar got stuck slightly. After walking around with the campus beauty for a few minutes, Shenzhe's cell phone rang.
It was Counselor Lu Shouyuan who called. When Shenzhe answered the phone, he heard Lu Shouyuan's anxious voice. Shenzhe, where are you? Shenzhe said, Director Lu, I'm at school. Lu Shouyuan urged, come to my office right away.
Teacher Lu is a gentle and patient person, and he always speaks slowly and unhurriedly. But today his tone is so hurried, probably because something big happened.
Shenzhe couldn't help but get a little nervous and asked hurriedly, Director Lu, what's wrong? There's something going on. Come over quickly and we'll talk when you get over. After saying this, Lu Shouyuan hung up the phone. What's wrong, Junior? Is there something wrong?
Seeing that Shenzhe looked unhappy, Tang Tian asked with concern.
Shenzhe said, our director Lu asked me to go to his office. Senior sister, I won't accompany you. I have nothing to do, so I'll go with you. Okay, then go a little faster. Shenzhe and Tang Tian quickened their pace and walked towards the office building. After a while, they arrived near one of the offices. The office building was very quiet on the weekends, with few people around.
A fair-skinned, gentle male teacher wearing glasses was standing in the corridor, looking towards the staircase.
Director Lu. Shenzhe called out when he saw him. Hey! Shenzhe, it's really you? Lu Shouyuan stared at Shenzhe for a long time.
In college, students do not see their counselors for a long time.
If there is anything, they are notified in the group. Class affairs are generally managed by class leaders. Lu Shouyuan had only met Shenzhe once or twice and had a slight impression of him. If it weren't for the public opinion that suddenly emerged today, he really wouldn't have believed that there was such a handsome boy in the class he was in charge of. Then, Lu Shouyuan saw a very beautiful girl standing next to Shenzhe. 4 words suddenly flashed through his mind, a match made in heaven. Handsome man and beautiful woman, this combination is really pleasing to the eyes. Who is this? Lu Shouyuan asked.
Tang Tian smiled generously. Hello, Teacher Lu, I am Tang Tian from the class of 2020, Department of Media, and I am currently interning at the Shangnan Daily. Oh, no wonder she looks so compatible with Shenzhe, it turns out she is the most beautiful campus beauty in Jiangnan University. But now is not the time to care about these things. Lu Shouyuan quickly waved at Shenzhe, come in. Shenzhe followed Lu Shouyuan into the office, and Tang Tian followed him in. Director Lu, what's the matter? Lu Shouyuan pointed at the computer and said, take a look at this post yourself. This is just one of the hot posts. It seems that at noon today, many posts suddenly appeared, all saying bad things about you. Now you have become a rat crossing the street, and everyone is calling for you to be beaten. Shenzhe was stunned when he heard this. Why is it a hot topic again? He was on Hot Topics once before because he was secretly photographed confessing his love to Song Yuqi. Why is he on Hot Topics again so soon? He looked closely. Shocked. A freshman beat up his classmate. Is this the ugliness of human nature or the decline of morality? There is also a logo of 3 flames at the end, proving that this post is quite popular. The post reads as follows. Today, I want to denounce an arrogant and domineering scum. His name is Shenzhe. Shenzhe, a student in Class 1, Computer Department, Jiangzhou University, Grade 23, beat up 4 sophomores outside the school on the evening of October 21st. Several sophomore seniors were honest and kind, but they were provoked just because they glanced at Shenzhe on the side of the road and were asked what they were looking at. Several seniors felt puzzled and didn't say anything.
As a result, Chen Zhe became even more arrogant and started beating them.
Below are pictures of the injured students.
Picture.jpg. A total of more than a dozen pictures.
Zoom in, close up, the word miserable is highlighted. The students who were beaten still remember that while Chen Zhe was beating them, he was also making wild remarks, saying that he had a background and so on. As a result, the person who was beaten is still in the police station and has not returned yet, while the person who beat him is already out shopping with girls.
Picture.jpg. Several more pictures, all about Chen Zhe and Suruoli. So carefree. What kind of background does he have? Does having a background mean he can beat people up at will? Where is justice? Where is fairness and justice?
After reading this post, Chen Zhe was speechless.
Who the hell did this? And who took so many photos? Who has so much free time? Is it that little beast Huang Junwei?
Chen Zhe still remembered that he saw that guy at the beating scene last night and when he bought the house today.
You like to hide behind others, right? This little silver coin.
There are many follow-up posts behind this post.
Chen Zhe is simply a scumbag. A scum. This kind of person is so disgusting. I strongly suggest that the school expel him or keep him for the new year. It's well said above, justice will eventually triumph over evil. No matter how powerful his background is, he must pay the price for his mistakes. Chen Zhe, you will die a miserable death. You gave birth to a son without an asshole. What a rubbish man, go to hell.
After just glancing at a few comments, Chen Zhe became furious. The person who posted this has ulterior motives, which is indeed hateful. But what is even more hateful are these spectators.
Do you understand the real situation? You are just yelling here without knowing anything. What do you believe in what others say? You are also cursing. Where is your brain? Have you eaten it all by zombies? Chapter 72, Raging Cyberbullying. Chen Zhe, tell me the truth, did you beat these people? Lu Shouyuan looked at Chen Zhe with a serious expression.
Chen Zhe readily admitted, yes, I beat him up, but it wasn't as bad as in the photo.
Lu Shouyuan frowned, why did you hit someone? Of course, no matter what your reason is, hitting someone is wrong.
Now this matter has become too big, and the leaders of the college and even the school know about it. They all called me and asked me to deal with this matter as soon as possible.
Do you know how much pressure I am under? Director Lu, are you done? Chen Zhe asked, suppressing his anger. Lu Shouyuan was a little annoyed, look at your temper, you are still angry. Do you know that the current consequences are all caused by your momentary impulse? Seeing that the situation was not right, Tang Tian quickly came out to smooth things over. Teacher Lu, don't be angry, or you can listen to what classmate Chen Zhe has to say. Lu Shouyuan took a deep breath and said, this brat.
Chen Zhe, if this matter is not a big deal, you can make up any excuse and I can help you.
But you have to know that the leaders of the college and the school are not so easy to talk to. Chen Zhe looked into Lu Shouyuan's eyes and said, Director Lu, a girl wanted to jump off the building yesterday.
When I was trying to persuade her, someone downstairs started to make a noise, telling her to stop wasting time and jump right away. The girl was persuaded, but after hearing these words, she jumped off the building.
What? Lu Shouyuan was surprised when he heard this and asked hurriedly, what happened next? Chen Zhe said, then I pulled her back. Although Chen Zhe said it calmly, Lu Shouyuan still felt a strong palpitation.
Just thinking about that scene, he knew how dangerous it was. If they were not careful, 2 people would die.
This kind of thing happened? Tang Tian was a little surprised, why didn't you mention this during the interview? Chen Zhe said, I don't want to mention those scumbags. Interview? Lu Shouyuan was a little puzzled. Tang Tian said to Lu Shouyuan, Teacher Lu, I am here today on behalf of Xiangnan Daily to interview Chen Zhe about saving people. At this point, Lu Shouyuan already understood why Chen Zhe wanted to beat someone up. Are those 4 scumbags the ones who started the trouble? Chen Zhe said, yes, I ran into them by chance at night. They were chatting and talking about jumping off the building.
They were still very dissatisfied with the girl being rescued because they didn't get to see the good show of the death.
What a bunch of beasts. Lu Shouyuan clenched his fists in anger.
Even a gentleman like him had a strong urge to hit someone.
How can there be such people?
They are worse than pigs and dogs.
Tang Tian was also very angry. Chen Zhe said, Director Lu, a gentleman like you also wants to beat people up, right? Even a delicate girl like senior sister would want to beat them up, right? Tang Tian said angrily, everyone with a conscience will despise them. These scumbags are simply a disgrace to our Jiang University. Lu Shouyuan was speechless. After a while, he said, I need to add to what I said before. You can't hit people for any reason, except for scum. Chunzhe, I will go to the leadership and explain it to you. You stay here and reply to the post, tell the truth, and try to control public opinion. Chunzhe said, thank you, Director Lu. But the internet is not a place for reasoning. Those who reply to posts and comment don't care about the truth. They are just venting their emotions. If you want to control public opinion, you can only ask the administrator to delete the post. The administrator is on the way. Lu Shiyuan patted Chenzhe on the shoulder and said, Chenzhe, I stand with you on this matter. If it were me, I would also beat people up. Of course, I may not be able to beat 4 people, but I must at least let them feel the pain. Okay, you stay here and give it a try, maybe someone is willing to believe you. I will go to the leader to report this situation. All right. Lu Shiyuan left in a hurry, leaving Chenzhe and Tang Tian in the office. Chenzhe sat in front of the computer, but had no intention of replying. He had experienced the Zong people's verbal attacks a few years ago and knew what kind of people online trolls were like. He knew very well that there was no logic in today's incident. Those who posted comments just wanted to curse people. No matter how much logic they had, it was meaningless. Internet trolls only cared about who could curse more, and who was less likely to be broken. Junior, let me help you clarify the truth. Seeing that Chenzhe didn't want to move, Tang Tian volunteered, I'm good at writing articles. Chenzhe shook his head, Senior sister, there is no need. Now is the time of carnival, no one cares about the truth. Tang Tian insisted, let me try? Okay. Chenzhe stood up and gave his seat to her. After Tang Tian sat down, she thought for a while and then began to type her reply. I saw her 10 slender, white fingers dancing on the keyboard so fast that they left after images. He typed more than 100 words in 1 minute, without a single typo. Shortly after posting, several more comments appeared under Tang Tian's reply. Is there anyone who is speaking up for Chenzhe? Where did this idiot come from? Chenzhe is your father? How can you be so unscrupulous? Look at this crappy online name, Wen Dao Lu, so fucking old-fashioned. Without exception, all the replies are insulting. Tang Tian was so angry that she even raised her hand to hit the keyboard, but she held back in the end. Chenzhe was about to persuade her, but Tang Tian started to operate the keyboard again. I'll try with my own account. She just replied using Lu Shouyuan's account, which led to people criticizing her for having an old-fashioned username. Tang Tian's username is quite famous in the school forum. Whenever she posts something in the past, there will be countless fans coming to support and like it. Tang Tian thought that if she posted using her own account, she should be able to save the situation a little. So she edited the content posted by Lu Shouyuan's account slightly and sent it out again. Ha! School Beauty Tang is actually helping Chenzhe? What's going on? It's a bit strange. What a joke. Chenzhe is a scumbag who specializes in cheating on pretty girls. Several freshman candidates for campus beauty, such as Mu Hongyu and Su Ruoli, all have unusual relationships with him. But I didn't expect that he would even dare to flirt with a senior. Fuck, a freshman dares to flirt with a senior? He deserves to die. What kind of people are these? Seeing these replies, Tang Tian was so angry that her breathing became rapid, and her full chest rose and fell violently. The school forum before was not like this. Chenzhe advised, forget it, senior sister, don't get angry and hurt yourself. No. Tang Tian suddenly realized something. She was a regular user of the school forum and was familiar with the atmosphere here. Unlike newcomers like Chenzhe, she didn't notice anything wrong at all. This is cyberbullying. Even if it's unreasonable, you can't do this? This is definitely premeditated cyberbullying. Chenzhe was surprised and asked, did someone buy some water army? Tang Tian nodded heavily, yes. That must be the case. Chapter 73 I don't want to see you lose. Chenzhe's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the rebellious son Wang Bo. As soon as the call was connected, Chenzhe heard a shouting noise. Fuck, Godfather, did you dig up someone's ancestral grave? Why are there so many posts cursing you? Old Chen, who the hell did you offend? I was scolded to death for saying something for you. When have I, Yang Qianshan, ever been treated like this? If I could scold them, I would definitely scold them to death. By the way, old Chen, you have to compensate me for my mental damage. You are so slow, let me tell you. Lao Chen, the enemy's firepower is too fierce, don't take it seriously. If your young heart is really hurt, I will give you my treasured courseware for free, and let teachers Mikami, Matsushima, Asaka, Fukada, etc. comfort your heart. Old 4, I want one too. No. Stingy. How about you give me the license plate? I'll find it myself. These rebellious sons chattered for a long time, but Chenzei didn't say a word. He was too lazy to listen to their noise and hung up the phone directly. At this moment, these posts on the school forum had become known to everyone. Chenzei has become very famous. Just when the situation was one-sided, a group of people suddenly appeared. They are all girls from the computer science department. Do you know the truth? Don't believe everything you hear. I support Chenzei. Chenzei is our treasure in the computer science department. I won't allow you to scold her. Who are you? What's wrong with you? Why do you like to curse so much? Is your mouth so smelly because you ate shit? There are about 100 people in the computer science department of Jiangnan University, and only 20 or 30 of them are girls. Although they were united, they were quickly defeated when faced with thousands of online trolls and tens of thousands of students who were unaware of the truth and were being led astray. Although the situation was unfavorable, there were still people who stood up to speak for Chenzei. Chenzei's heroine, no one is allowed to scold my good friend. My good friend is a good person, if you have the guts, come at me. Who are you? You're still my friend, that's funny. Chenzei's heroine, I am your aunt. Mu internet addict girl Han Yu's fighting ability is not to be underestimated. She is very good at talking when playing games. She is well aware of the principle of quarreling. If you can't scold too many people, then just scold one person as much as you can. Lioli, Suruoli from the art department, I support Chenzei with my real name. Chenzei beat people up for a reason. Someone wanted to jump off the building yesterday, and those sophomores were making trouble. Shouldn't such a scumbag be beaten up? Look, am I right? The relationship between that scumbag and Suruoli is indeed unusual. Suruoli, please stop kidding me. You sound like it's real. My roommate saved the earth. I can prove it. I have a roommate who has a terminal illness. He wants to see you do the splits before he dies. Carrot. Su Qingcheng, can you please stop scolding me? Psychological trauma is hard to heal. If you guys scold Chenzei so much that he becomes depressed, how can I convince him to make a movie? Who is this? A candidate for the most beautiful girl in the medical school. What the hell? Is this true? Another beautiful girl was harmed by that pig? When Lin Xianya saw these disgusting comments, she silently deleted the words she had typed. Instead, he sent a message to Chenzei, Chenzei, don't pay attention to the news on the internet. Something is wrong with today's incident. I suspect someone is maliciously hyping it up. Tang Tian stared at the computer screen, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Although some people were speaking up for Chenzei, unfortunately, he was no match for the surging navy. Not only that, Tang Tian also discovered that there were actually big Weibo celebrities who were directing traffic. Some people even opened up a second battlefield on Weibo. Of course, they were all scolding Chenzei. Looking at the number of replies and popularity, is this going to become a trending topic? Why hasn't the administrator come yet? Tang Tian became more and more anxious. She knew very well that in the current situation, even if the school forum administrator came, it would not be of much use. The popularity of Weibo has been gradually increasing. Can the people in their school still control the users of Weibo? This is to torture Chenzei to death and bring him to ruin. Moreover, facing such overwhelming public opinion, can the school withstand it? Tang Tian is pessimistic about this. She estimated that in order to calm public opinion, the school would have no choice but to deal with Chenzei seriously, and might even expel him. Tang Tian felt more and more uneasy. She looked at Chenzei's still calm face beside her and couldn't help feeling sad. This silly junior student may not realize the seriousness of the matter? Teacher Tian, can you please give us a preview of tomorrow's interview report about Chenzei on our official blog? Tang Tian called reporter Tian. Why? Reporter Tian was a little confused. Acts of bravery actually happen every day, so there is no need to warm up for an ordinary report. Moreover, he cannot make the decision on this matter.
He needs to find his leader and then coordinate with people from other departments.
It's just trouble, not worth it. Teacher Tian, this is what happened.
After calmly and quickly telling the whole story, Tang Tian could no longer hold back her emotions, and her voice even had a hint of tears in it. Teacher Tian, I really want to help him.
Reporter Tian was silent for a while. We can't let heroes bleed and cry.
Xiao Tang, rewrite the interview report about Chen Zhe, and write down the details of saving people, stirring up trouble, and beating people.
Finally, throw out a question and ask the public, how should we deal with people who stir up trouble and make false claims? Having said that, Tang Tian already understood. I understand, thank you Teacher Tian. Rewrite an interview report, trying to make it more in-depth and profound.
For an in-depth report that hits the pain points and can trigger widespread discussion, there is indeed reason to publish an official blog to warm up the momentum.
Tang Tian kept refreshing the official Weibo of Shangnan Daily. After 10 minutes, she finally saw a new Weibo post, and it was pinned to the top. Girl jumped off a building to commit suicide. What responsibility should the people who instigated the incident be held responsible? On the evening of the 21st, a girl jumped off a building at the Hanting Hotel on Jianghan Road in Jiangzhou, and some onlookers in the scene instigated the incident. For a detailed report, please see the front page headlines tomorrow. Tang Tian quickly took screenshots and responded quickly to several popular posts. What a shabby self-media. It's so funny, it sounds so real. Fuck, it really seems to be the official blog of Shonen Shimbun. What is it? Let me take a closer look. Fuck, if this is true, those 4 idiots really deserve a beating. It's so funny. What's wrong with the guy upstairs? Putting aside the facts, is it justified to beat him up? Can't the police handle it? What does it have to do with him? Tang Tian's screenshots did play some role.
Some of those who were led astray began to remain silent, some began to think seriously, and some turned to support Chen Zhe. However, facing the organized attack of the Navy, the power of these spectators still seems insignificant. The entire public opinion has been running wildly on the wrong path, and countless people have been calling for serious punishment of Chen Zhe and for him to be expelled.
Is there no other solution?
But I tried my best.
Tang Tian's eyes turned red unconsciously. She let go of her hands on the keyboard and mouse and leaned dejectedly against the back of the chair. Senior, what's wrong with you? Chen Zhe asked with concern.
Tang Tian turned her head, looked at Chen Zhe's face, bit her lip, and said in a crying voice, Chen Zhe, I don't want to see you lose.
Chapter 74 I would like to call you the strongest. At first, Chen Zhe didn't care at all about the posts scolding him. Just scold me, it won't hurt you. Even though it's a big fuss now, it will die down in a couple of days. Human memory is not much better than that of a 7-second goldfish.
These bored guys will be attracted by another hotspot in a day or two and forget what happened today. But gradually, when he saw several rebellious sons in the dormitory, as well as Mu Hongyu, Su Ruoli, Su Qingcheng and others standing up to help him, they were scolded with foul language in the end.
Chen Zhe felt a little unhappy. Come at me the fuck, what's the point of scolding my friend?
But Chen Zhe hadn't thought of any good solution at that time.
Curse at each other? You can't win.
Apart from waiting for time to let this matter settle down, the only way to calm public opinion is to defeat the leader of the internet troll army.
If we want to reverse public opinion, we have to pull out this little beast Huang Junwei and expose his conspiracy. Why should I do the fighting myself while you just stand there and watch? That little bastard must be dragged down into the water.
However, although Chen Zhe had a solution, he had no specific means to implement it.
How can he defeat the leader of the Navy? Kill from a distance? Curse? Pull out the network cable? Damn, that's bullshit. How can we find Huang Junwei? Looking forward to his wolf teammate killing himself? Or are you hoping that he'll find his conscience and explode? That's even more bullshit. Chen Zhe was worried.
Just when he was worried, Tang Tian's mentality collapsed. Seeing Tang Tian's expression that was about to cry and hearing her sobbing words, Chen Zhe couldn't hold back any longer.
You can scold me, but you can't let my friends suffer the same injustice. Don't worry, senior, I won't lose. Chen Zhe gave Tang Tian a firm look. Seeing that Chen Zhe's expression was still firm, without panic or anxiety, Tang Tian's mentality also calmed down a little. Although the junior is young, he can withstand all the storms. That's really amazing. Tang Tian's heartbeat point +1. However, although Chen Zhe appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very anxious in his heart. how to do it specifically.
He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any solution, and he was really anxious.
What kind of skills does this broken system give? What the hell is that slap? You can't slap someone through the computer screen. It doesn't help the situation at all. Top voice actor skills? It's somewhat useful, but not crucial. What should we do?
Chen Zhe's CPU was almost burnt out, but finally an idea came to his mind.
Doesn't he just happen to have 100 attribute points left, so he can draw a prize?
Chen Zhe felt that the only thing he could rely on to break the current situation was the lottery function of the system. For example, you could draw a bottle of medicine that could make everyone regret, so that those internet trolls would wake up and change their ways. For example, if you draw a very powerful hacker skill, you can paralyze the network of the internet water army and make those trolls shut up completely. For example, you can get a long-range curse skill to make those trolls die a miserable death. For example, if you get a big silence spell, you can directly. System prompt, don't make any more examples. Please understand that this is a city, not fantasy or cultivation. I know, don't bother me. Senior, I need to go to the bathroom. Chen Zhe said something to Tang Tian, then went to the bathroom outside and washed his hands carefully. Then, he called up the virtual panel for the lottery and bowed in the direction of the panel. Grandpa system, please give me something good. You must give me something good, please, please. After mumbling for a while, Chen Zhe finally shouted in his heart, draw a prize.
Brush.
The red pointer started to spin rapidly. Chen Zhe stared with wide eyes. After a while, the pointer slowed down and gradually stopped at the item category area.
Hey, don't stop. If I win another bottle of Poseidon Emperor pill, who can I cry to? Go ahead, go a little further.
Amid Chen Zhe's anxious cries, the red pointer finally stopped at the Yi skills area due to the final drive of inertia. Purple area, SR skills. A purple treasure chest popped out.
Well, the level is not bad, but I don't know what will come out.
Please don't give me another fighting skill, or I will drop out of school and immediately switch to Sanda, free fighting or MMA.
Chen Zhe took a deep breath, and then shouted in his heart, open the treasure chest.
A flash of purple light passed by.
God-level hacker. Note, you have computer technology that is 100 years ahead of the current era. Among all internet practitioners, you are a god-like existence. I would like to call you the strongest.
Chen Zhe suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if something was forced into his head. This state lasted for a full minute, and suddenly a lot of strange knowledge appeared in my mind. A sneer appeared on Chen Zhe's lips.
Are you kidding me? Are you cyberbullying me? I'll let you guys taste the feeling of being cyberbullied.
Chen Zhe strode back to the office and sat down in front of the computer.
Junior, do you have any ideas? Tang Tian couldn't help but feel expectant when she saw how confident he was.
Chen Zhe looked at her and smiled, my sword is thirsty for power.
Now, it's time for them to pay the price. Next, it's Chen Zhe's turn to perform. It's show time.
Chen Zhe thought to himself, I want to obtain administrator privileges for the school forum.
Then his hands automatically moved on the keyboard.
The speed was so fast that Tang Tian found it unbelievable and she covered her mouth in surprise.
With this hand speed, this frequency, and such beautiful and slender fingers, I can't even imagine.
After a quick typing, Chen Zhe had typed out 200 or 300 characters in less than a minute.
Get the authority. He set up blocked words, checked IP addresses, and banned comments. After this series of combined efforts, the chaos in the school forum disappeared in an instant. Where's the person who was cursing at me just now? Come out, I haven't cursed enough yet. Strange, where are those people who want to kill me offline? Are they really going to the next school to beat people up? Where are the people? Where are the people? How strange. Why are those users who cursed others silent? Have they found their conscience? Public opinion is under control. Tang Tian was very surprised when she saw this. Junior, you got the administrator privileges? How did you do it? Chen Zhe smiled faintly, I studied computer science, this is basic operation.
As he spoke, he had already hacked into the school's student database and retrieved the detailed information of Huang Junwei and those 4 scumbags, including height, weight, home address, phone number, etc. Through the phone number, Chen Zhe found out their detailed taxi records, hotel check-in records, phone recordings, and picture records, etc. Senior, please help me.
Tang Tian quickly said, "You say."
Chen Zhe packed up the information and sent it to Tang Tian. "Please help write 2 posts.
One post will blame those 4 scumbags. The other one will write about Huang Junwei in detail." "Who is Huang Junwei?" "It was the Navy he hired to harm me." "Okay, no problem." Tang Tian was so angry when she heard it. "Huang Junwei, right? You wait." Chapter 75. Huang Junwei is really a good person. Huang Junwei sat in front of the computer, checking the school forum and Weibo.
The more posts there are cursing Chen Zhe, the brighter the smile on his face will be. Chen Zhe, Chen Zhe, facing so much cyber violence, I'm going to see whether you live or die. I'm in such a damn good mood. I really want to find a girl to have sex with to help cheer me up. Huang Junwei took out his cell phone and prepared to call a little goldfish in the fish pond. Before he dialed the number, the cell phone rang.
"Brother Huang, it's bad, something big has happened." When he answered the phone, he heard the panicked voice of a lackey. Huang Junwei frowned. "Why are you panicking?" "I told you that I can stay calm when things get tough. I can handle any big thing. Why are you panicking?" Lackey number 1 said, "Brother Huang is right. Where are you? We will come to find you and talk to you in person." "Okay." Huang Junwei gave the address, and soon after, 4 lackeys knocked on his door.
Huang Junwei opened the door and saw that the 4 lackeys were all listless, with faces full of anxiety, as if they had really encountered something big.
"Just released?" Huang Junwei asked calmly. "Yes, Brother Huang. We didn't sleep all night, it was terrible." Huang Junwei waved his hand. "Don't worry, come in and tell me, what happened?"
The 4 of them entered the room and found chairs to sit down. The lackey number 1, flathead brother, said with a sad face, "Brother Huang, the police have found out about us jumping off the building to stir up trouble. The police said that according to the law, we can be detained." The lackey number 2 looked at Huang Junwei eagerly. "Does criminal detention mean going to jail?" The lackey number 3 almost cried. "This is really too scary. I was admitted to the university, and I am the pride of the whole village. If I am arrested and put in jail, how can I face my fellow villagers in the future? How can my parents hold their heads up in the village?" The lackey number 4 calmed down a little bit. "The police said that whether to hold us responsible or not depends on the situation. But he never said what the situation is, whether to arrest us or not, which makes us feel very nervous." "Brother Huang, tell me, will we be detained in the end?" Huang Junwei listened patiently to the end, but did not answer the lackey's question. Instead, he raised a question. "No, you went to the police station to accuse Chen Zhe of beating you. How did you get involved in jumping off the building to stir up trouble?" The lackeys spread their hands and said, "We don't know either. It just happened so suddenly and naturally. A bunch of rubbish." Huang Junwei cursed in his heart, with a calm smile on his face. "You are too timid. Since I can let you go, it proves that everything is fine." Several lackeys were still a little worried. "Are you really okay?" Huang Junwei was a little impatient. "Don't worry, my family has connections in the municipal bureau. Your trivial matters can be settled with just a phone call and a meal." After hearing this, the lackeys finally felt relieved. "Brother Huang is still awesome. I was scared to death, but luckily it was a false alarm. Ha, with Brother Huang here, we don't have to be afraid of anything." "Hey, Brother Huang, are you looking at the school forum? Is Chen Zhe's Dogecoin going to be cyberbullied to death?" Huang Junwei sneered and nodded. "You are right, the reputation of Dogecoin has become very famous in our school. Not only that, it has also been quite popular on Weibo. Ha ha ha. Great. The bigger the noise, the better. Brother Huang is so awesome. Come, let me see how they scold Chen Zhe, that dog coin." The lackey number 1 excitedly came to the computer and read out a prominent post. "These beasts, scum. They deserve a bad death. Yeah, good scolding. UXX, male, 21 years old, lives in Huangjiaping Village, Nansui Town, Zhangyuan City, Zhangbei Province." The lackey number 3 was confused. "No, why are you reading my ID card?" The lackey number 1 was also stunned, and continued to read. Wang X, male, 21 years old, living in. Stop chanting, stop chanting." The lackey number 4 came over to take a look and said, "Fuck, what the hell is going on? Who the hell hung the 4 of us up there? Brother Huang, come and have a look, something big has happened." The 4 lackeys panicked and all looked at Huang Junwei. Huang Junwei was slightly startled and immediately walked over and sat in front of the computer to check. He casually clicked on a few posts and replies, and soon discovered that all the posts and replies on the school forum today had an additional content at the top, which was the detailed information of his 4 lackeys and explained how they jumped off the building to cause trouble. These contents have an extra large and thick red border, which is extremely eye-catching.
What kind of bug is this in this forum? Huang Junwei had never seen anything like this before, and the 4 lackeys were completely puzzled. Why do all posts have a red hat on top?
But now is not the time to care about this issue, because more and more people in the forum are starting to scold the 4 of them.
What a bunch of scum! How disgusting! These scumbags are from the same school as us? They are a disgrace to Jianda. Go to hell, you beasts! The 4 lackeys were furious. This is cyberbullying. They are doxing us? This is so hateful. How can they do this? I want to call the police. Call the police. A sharp-eyed lackey asked curiously, Eh? Am I seeing things? How come there is suddenly a pinned post on the entire forum, with a green border? Yeah, it just popped up out of nowhere. This crappy forum must have a bug. What post? Shocking.
A series of evidences of the Civil Engineering Department's sophomore scumbag Huang Junwei checking into a hotel, hooking up, and framing his classmates' traffic warning.
The post contains selfie videos, pictures, recordings, transfer records, etc. The information is very detailed. When you click in, you can see not only Huang Junwei's detailed information but also his family background.
There are also audio recordings of his phone calls and chat records in which he contacted the internet troll army to slander Chenze.
That's all.
She even gave him his hotel check-in records and bed photos with different girls.
Short video. The 4 lackeys' eyes almost popped out of their heads. Holy shit, will this pass review? Isn't this too exciting? How is this scale different from Japanese action movies?
I would like to call brother Huang teacher Huang who loves photography. After reading the post, Huang Junwei was so angry that his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word.
It's over, it's all over.
All his privacy was exposed, just like he was stripped naked on the school stage in front of all the teachers and students.
This time, it's really social death.
Many people format their phones and computers before they die, to leave a clean record in this world.
But Huang Junwei is not dead yet, but his innocence is gone.
This post was pinned to the top of the entire forum, and immediately attracted waves of people to join in the fun.
The number of replies has increased dramatically. Oh my god, what did I see? I clicked on the video, and it started with a huge and violent attack. It's an eyesore. This is the second teacher Chen. He's such a good man, otherwise where would I go to see all these good things? That's right, Huang Junwei is such a good person. Agree. Agree +1. Agree plus 10,086. Chapter 76 Slander me, he slandered me.
When Huang Junwei saw these posts, he couldn't help but get angry.
No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. He quickly called his counselor Tang Meng and said, Brother Tang, there is a post on the school forum that is spreading rumors about me and defaming me. Please ask the administrator to delete the pinned post. Okay, I understand.
In a leader's office, Tang Meng said a few simple words and hung up the phone.
Lu Shouyuan stood next to him, and 3 people who looked like leaders sat opposite him. Tang Meng looked at the computer screen beside him. The school forum interface was still open, and he soon discovered something was wrong. So Tang Meng looked at the leaders opposite him and said, Leaders, there is a big problem with the school forum. I remember that the forum administrator was elected by the computer department.
Now that such a big thing has happened and it has not been properly handled, the computer department is inevitably suspected of poor management. There were 3 leaders opposite, 2 were the director and deputy director of the civil engineering department, and the other was the director of the computer science department. As soon as Tang Meng said this, the 2 civil engineering leaders looked at the third person.
The head of the computer department looked a little embarrassed. When he looked embarrassed, Lu Shouyuan felt more pressured. Lu Shouyuan quickly ran to the computer to check the status of the school forum, and then reported, Leaders, this is not a simple bug, it is very likely a virus. What era is this? There are still viruses?
The head of the civil engineering department shook his head in dissatisfaction.
Another deputy director also expressed doubts. Since the establishment of 360, we haven't heard of viruses for many years.
The head of the computer department said, There are still viruses, but most of them are quickly detected and killed, so they don't cause any trouble.
The head of the civil engineering department waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the virus first. Vice President Sure is still waiting for our report. The focus of our discussion now is how to deal with this student Chen Zhe." Lu Shouyuan suddenly became anxious. "Director Zhang, Chen Zhe did hit someone, but he had a reason for doing so." The deputy director of the civil engineering department frowned and said, "Do you, as a counselor, think the same way? No wonder the students in your class are so violent." Tang Meng chimed in, "That's right, that student dared to deceive the teacher. He is totally disrespectful to his elders." Lu Shouyuan said, No one listened to him. The head of the civil engineering department looked at the head of the computer department and said, "Oldie, we have to settle this matter quickly and not waste time. What do you think?" Director Yi frowned, looked at Lu Shouyuan and asked, "Xiao Lu, how does Chen Zhe usually behave?" "He usually performs well. Lu Shouyuan is a technical talent. Although he wants to speak up for Chen Zhe, he doesn't know what to say. These dry words are not convincing at all." Director Yi frowned even deeper. At this time, he received a call and immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Principal Sure, yes, I'm still dealing with it." "What? It's trending on Weibo?" Yes, I'll deal with it right away." After hanging up the phone, Director Yi glared at Lu Shouyuan and said, "Hurry up and check Weibo to see what's going on." Something happened again? Lu Shouyuan was startled and rushed to the computer. Huang Junwei called Tang Meng to complain and did not just sit there and wait. He typed a long string of words, trying to clear himself, but when he posted a reply, he found out that he had been banned. Damn it! Huang Junwei was furious. What do administrators do in this crappy forum? The lackey number 1 was browsing Weibo on his phone when he suddenly shouted, "Brother Huang, Chen Zhe used his Dogecoin to go to Weibo and scold you." What? Huang Junwei's face turned dark, and he quickly opened the Weibo interface and looked at the comments under the Weibo celebrity with the ID. When he opened the comment section, he found that the first comment was insulting, mainly the blogger, and also insulting Huang Junwei. The person who posted the comment is called I Am Mud. What is strange is that the second comment scolding Chen Zhe had more than 10,000 likes, while the first comment only had a dozen likes. I don't know how it climbed to the top of the comment section. Is there a bug in Weibo? Huang Junwei didn't think much about it and quickly grabbed Chen Zhe and scolded him, "Mr. Chen, are you deliberately slandering me? Do you know the crime of defamation?" Blogger Lasima Ni said, "Laugh, look, this scumbag actually dares to come to my place to cause trouble." Some netizens also criticized, "How dare you scold my Sima son? You little bastard. Are you tired of living? I am Nababa, blogger, how am I a scumbag? Can you tell me about it? Huang Junwei? You still use your real name online? You are really a weirdo. The digital user who was trolling, your account is gone. Lasima Ni, do I need to tell you how bad you are? Ha, this Weibo post says it clearly. Huang Junwei, that's right, stop playing dumb. Did you hire someone to slander me on the school forum? You still dare to slander me, right?" The netizens whose accounts were lost were screaming in anxiety, wishing they could just yell at the computer screen. "I am Nababa, you hired the internet trolls to mess with me, and now you are turning the tables?" As he said that, Chen Zhe copied the post on the school forum that criticized Huang Junwei. "I am Mud, everyone take a look at this, take a look at what kind of garbage this is, the content inside is very exciting." Many people clicked in out of curiosity and were immediately shocked, just like the users on the school forum. Fuck, where's the review? How did such a powerful thing come out? There are more than a dozen short videos, all of them are of pretty good quality. I won't be lonely tonight. Jiangnan University students are really amazing, each one is more creative than the other. I really hate it. I hate that I'm not from Jiangda. Huang Junwei, he slandered me. He slandered me. This is a rumor, no one should believe him. Mr. Chen, you can wait for my lawyer's letter. The leadership office of Jiangda University. Seeing the comments on Weibo, everyone looked unhappy. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Zhe and Huang Junwei are still cursing at each other on Weibo? Do they know how bad the impact will be? How will other people view Jiangda? Do you still want the reputation of Jiang University? Several leaders were very annoyed, and Tang Meng also looked unhappy. Lu Shouyuan, look at what your student has done. Tell him to delete his Weibo post and shut up immediately. Xiao Tang, call Huang Junwei and ask him to calm down and stop arguing on Weibo. The school will seek justice for him. Lu Shouyuan and Tang Meng took out their cell phones and called their students respectively. Tang Meng handled the situation quickly.
After telling Huang Junwei what his leader meant, he asked him to stay calm.
Lu Shouyuan's progress was a bit slow. He was actually reluctant to make this call.
Deep down in Lu Shouyuan's heart, he always felt that Chen Zhe had done nothing wrong. His student was clearly a hero who saved someone and should have been commended by the school. However, because Huang Junwei hired a large army of internet trolls to discredit him and caused such a big stir in public opinion, he was disliked by the school leaders. It seemed as if Chen Zhe was the culprit behind all this.
And Huang Junwei is innocent. It's so ridiculous, lamentable, and sad.
Leaders, Huang Junwei has agreed to delete the post. He told me that he would remain calm and believed that the school would give him justice. Tang Meng had finished reporting to his leader, but Lu Shouyuan had not yet made the call. Upon seeing this, the three leaders' faces all darkened.
Director Yi was furious. Xiao Lu, what are you still wasting time on? I'll call right now. Lu Shouyuan had no choice but to call Chen Zhe. Chapter 77. I'm going to expand.
After Chen Zhe received Lu Shouyuan's call, he immediately agreed and stopped arguing with Huang Junwei.
Anyway, Huang Junwei's reputation is already ruined.
No matter how that little beast argues, there are so many people scolding him that they don't care about one more Chen Zhe. Tang Tian vaguely heard something, and when Chen Zhe hung up the phone, she asked him, "Did your counselor tell you to forget it?"
Chen Zhe nodded. Yes, he is being scolded in the boss's office. I can't make it too difficult for him. Tang Tian was a little angry. It's obviously Huang Junwei's fault. Why are the leaders targeting you? This is your first time as a human being. Why should you suffer such injustice? It's okay, senior.
What Chen Zhe actually wanted to say was, "It's okay, senior sister, I'm not the kind of person who would let myself be wronged." But when Tang Tian heard these words, she felt distressed and deeply touched.
She couldn't help but reach out and touch Chen Zhe's hair. Junior brother, you must be feeling very sad, right? I don't know how to comfort you. Seeing Tang Tian's distressed eyes, Chen Zhe didn't know what to say for a moment.
I don't feel bitter, I am full of fighting spirit now.
If the leaders go too far, I will deal with them too. At worst, I can drop out of school.
With the system data in my hands, the world is so big, there is no place I can't go. Although he thought so, his eyes dimmed and he said weakly, "Then, hug me." With the support of top voice actor skills, this sentence is full of grievance, helplessness, frustration, as well as a hint of expectation for warmth.
Tang Tian's sympathy suddenly overflowed.
She took the initiative to stretch out her hands, hugged Chen Zhe, patted his back gently, and comforted him softly. Don't think too much, maybe things are not that bad.
There are so many people to help you. Chen Zhe said in a low voice, "Thank you, senior sister." Well, you better let go, or I will swell up. Tang Tian felt a little strange. I didn't praise you, why are you so proud?
Chen Zhe moved his butt back. My fighting spirit, yes, my fighting spirit is about to swell up.
I am going to continue fighting them now. Really? Tang Tian let go of her hand, took 2 steps back, looked at Chen Zhe and showed a hint of joyful smile. It's good that you have fighting spirit. I'm really worried that you will become depressed from now on.
At this point, she changed the subject and said with some concern, but the school leaders want to calm this matter down as soon as possible.
If you continue to fight, wouldn't you be going against them? This is also a bit unwise.
Chen Zhe pointed at the computer screen and said, "Except for you, no one knows that I am Nababa."
Nababa is me. What evidence do they have to prove that I am the one causing the trouble? Yeah. Tang Tian didn't know what she was thinking about.
She suddenly spat and hit Chen Zhe's arm. "Hate you took advantage of me."
How could that be? Chen Zhe looked confused.
When you hugged me, I swelled up, but I dodged it in time.
You can't have feelings. What kind of crappy idea is that? Tang Tian clicked on the words "I am Nababa" on the computer screen. Chen Zhe chuckled and sat back in front of the computer.
In fact, he knew in his heart that the school leader's original intention was to calm the situation as quickly as possible and let both him and Huang Junwei calm down.
But he had no intention of giving up.
In the eyes of the leaders, compared with the local rich second-generation Huang Junwei, Chen Zhe is an honest child who is very easy to control.
You always pick on the weak ones.
But this time, those leaders were wrong. Chen Zhe is not soft at all, but very hard. That damn Lasima Ni hasn't gotten his comeuppance yet, but at least his reputation needs to be ruined, and this matter will come to a temporary end. What's more, Lasimani's fans are still scolding him.
Silly dog, why aren't you barking? Keep barking. Are you a coward? I see someone is deleting comments. I asked you to scold my Sema son. Now you know how powerful it is, don't you?
Among the people who cursed Chenze, there were thousands of internet trolls. There are more people who are unaware of the truth and are completely led astray by the rhythm. There are also some people who don't care about the truth, they just like to stir up trouble and curse others. These internet trolls are not happy in real life, so they like to vent online. They will find something to troll even if there is nothing else to do. Anyway, they will just troll after they have finished trolling. Chenze did not tolerate these people's bad habits. Key here. Chenze's hands operated on the keyboard quickly. Not long after he joined Weibo, he obtained advanced backend permissions for Weibo. So even though his comment only had a few likes, it still ranked first in the comment section. Next, he easily found the account information and IP addresses of the 1000 Water Army. 10-year account ban package is here. Then, he dug up many shameful deeds of the internet troll leader La Sema Ni and directly posted a self-exposure confession post using the other party's account. This confession post is quite long. Including peeping at the neighbor aunt bathing when I was a child, masturbating to the photos of my friend's wife when I grew up, and having sex in private. Then Chenze used his background authority to directly send this confession post to the top of the hot search list. All of a sudden, countless people rushed in to join in the fun. A Weibo celebrity named Mama V said, "What's so great about such a small matter? Isn't fan stir-frying a benefit for fans? Netizen, this Sema thing is too ugly, do those fans really not pick on anything?" Chenze's female warrior 001 rushed over, intending to help, but found the public opinion a little strange. It has to be a handsome guy to be a fan for it to be considered a benefit, right? At least he has to be as handsome as my good friend. Mama V, how handsome is your best friend? Chenze's heroine 001, picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Oh my god. Come and see, is this the idol who hasn't debuted yet? He is so handsome that it's shocking. Mama V was shocked, and quickly called on his friends and it several celebrities in the entertainment industry and major talent show and media companies. La Sema Ni, F. I beep you beep, my beep account has been hacked. What the hell, why are you giving me so many shields? Why can that little bitch still post those horny little videos? I can't even use a few dirty words? It's so unfair. The crowd that had been led astray changed sides one after another. Stop pretending, you rubbish. But pull it off. It's so funny, what a crap big V, it turns out the data is all bought from the internet trolls. Seeing the countless abusive comments, La Sema Ni's fans were dumbfounded. The blogger was so angry that his blood pressure rose and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. The audience was enjoying the show, but as Mu Hongyu revealed some handsome photos of Chenze, the rhythm began to shift in a strange direction. Oh my god, so handsome. My god. When will my little brother debut? The onlookers started discussing Chenze's appearance. Afterwards, as a popular young star and the CEO of a talent show company came to watch, the popularity here skyrocketed and it became a hot topic directly based on real data. The number of fans of the account I Am Nababa also increased rapidly, from 1 to 30,000 in the blink of an eye. La Sema Ni was anxious and wanted to close the comments, but he found that he could not operate his account at all, as if he was controlled by a mysterious force. There must be a bug in this damn Weibo, or it must be infected with a virus. More and more people came to watch the fun. Cyber violence came like a tide. La Sema Ni is almost exhausted from being scolded. Huang Junwei was also being scolded, so he changed to a small account to argue with others, but he was so angry that he smashed his phone. The lackey number 1 hurried over to persuade him, "Brother Huang, don't be angry. You told us that when things get serious, we should stay calm. I'm Jing, you're the spicy one next door." Huang Junwei was furious and grabbed him and beat him up. Chapter 78, Viper Virus. Huang Junwei and La Sema Ni were both subjected to cyberbullying and doxed, and they no longer dare to speak online. With the release of the police notice about the jumping off a building to cause trouble from the Jiangzhou Bolan Street police station, everyone could finally confirm that the 4 scumbags deserved the beatings they received, while Chenze was slandered for his heroic act. The truth has been restored clearly. Without those internet trolls deliberately disrupting the public opinion and leading the tone, public opinion would have completely reversed. Chenze's heroic deeds and handsome photos have been widely circulated, and more people support and admire him, and his number of fans continues to increase. At this point, Chen Zhe can be said to have won a great victory.
It seems to be a happy ending, but things are not completely over yet. In the counselor's office, a slightly greasy and sloppy middle-aged fat man rushed in breathlessly. Xiaolu, Xiaolu? Where is your teacher Lu? The teacher went to see the leader. Chen Zhe replied. I heard there's a problem with the school forum? The middle-aged fat man walked quickly to the computer and asked, what's the problem? This person should be the school forum administrator.
The film only appears after the event has concluded, which has the style of an international blockbuster.
Nothing.
As Chen Zhe spoke, he quickly cleaned up the battlefield of the school forum and erased all traces of his intrusion. But during this process, Chen Zhe unexpectedly discovered that there was a virus hidden in the forum webpage. I'm really infected with the virus. Chen Zhe was a little surprised. That's good. The middle-aged fat man breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay after getting the virus? Chen Zhe and Tang Tian were both puzzled. The middle-aged fat man didn't say anything, but just pulled a few tissues from the table to wipe his sweat. Of course it would be good if you got the virus. That means that the chaos in the school forum today was not caused by his mismanagement, and no one can blame him. It's really fucking annoying. If the old man hadn't retired, not only would those leaders have criticized him, but who would dare to call him during his rest time? The middle-aged fat man sighed again, took out his phone and complained, I have to deal with this crappy job on my day off, and I have to call someone. It's really troublesome. Chen Zhe hurriedly said, Teacher, this is just a small virus, it's very simple, I can handle it, there's no need to call for help. The middle-aged fat man was delighted. Really, classmate? Yes, I studied computer science. Chen Zhe was halfway through his words when he suddenly thought, the school forum administrator should be more or less knowledgeable, right? I guess this sentence won't scare him, so I changed the subject and asked, the teacher should also be a computer major, right? The middle-aged fat man waved his hands repeatedly, don't call me teacher, I'm just a logistics clerk. I only know how to log into accounts, delete posts and ban comments. I don't know anything else. You can call me Brother Dong. Chen Zhe's mind was confused for a moment. You don't know anything, but I still call you Brother Dong? Brother Dong said, my last name is Dong. Dong is in chairman of the board. Oh. Chen Zhe understood that this was a person with connections, who was forced to come in to get by. Since he didn't know anything about the business, he could continue to deceive people. Brother Dong, let me help you kill this virus. Chen Zhe said enthusiastically. Wait a minute. Brother Dong waved his hands hurriedly, take down the virus and save it. I need to keep evidence. Otherwise, those guys who have nothing to do will take advantage of me. Okay. Chen Zhe isolated the virus, packed it, encrypted it, and compressed it into a computer. He then made a small antivirus program. After finishing, he sensibly gave up his position and said, Brother Dong, you kill this virus. Young man, you have a bright future. How do you do it? Brother Dong didn't hesitate and sat down on the computer chair. At this time, he noticed that there was a beautiful woman sitting next to the computer desk. Hey? Isn't this Tang Tian? When did you come back? Tang Tian glanced at Brother Dong and found that she didn't know him, so she asked politely, Hello, Teacher Dong, do you know me? I know you, but you don't know me. Brother Dong laughed and said, I'm a forum administrator. I've pinned all the posts about you many times. How could I not know you? Tang Tian smiled and said, Thank you so much, Teacher Dong. Hey, what's your name, teacher? It's Brother Dong. Brother Dong. When Brother Dong heard this name, his face lit up with joy. Chen Zhe patted Brother Dong on the shoulder. Brother Dong, it's time to get down to business. Oh, how do I do this? Brother Dong turned his head and looked at the computer. Chen Zhe pointed to a small icon on the desktop and said, Click it. Brother Dong grabbed the mouse and clicked it. A line of words popped up on the computer screen. Prompt, Viper virus found, do you want to check and kill it? Brother Dong asked, Is it okay if I just click it? Chen Zhe nodded, that's right. Brother Dong clicked yes and waited for about a second or two. Then another line of words popped up on the computer screen, virus has been detected and eliminated. Although it looks like a joke, Brother Dong really doesn't understand it. Is that all? It's done. It's really a small virus, but fortunately I have this little guy, otherwise I would have no excuse to fool those leaders. As Brother Dong spoke, he excitedly used his administrator account to upload the compressed virus file to the school forum. What is this for? Work leaves traces. After uploading, Brother Dong clapped his hands and said, "Done."
I am so tired. Classmate, what is your name? Thank you very much. Chen Zhe said, My name is Chen Zhe. Hey, I've been on a few hot posts, but you don't recognize me?
Brother Dong rolled his eyes at him and said, Why would I look at you, a man?
I just glanced at the post about you and can't remember it. Chen Zhe agreed deeply, that makes sense.
At this time, Brother Dong's phone rang.
He answered the phone, Director E. I'm here early. I've been killing that virus. Who the hell is wronging me? It took me half an hour to finish it. Well, the school forum is fine now. Chen Zhe? He's still here. Ask him to come to your office? Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Brother Dong handed a cigarette to Chen Zhe. Little brother, Director E asked you to go find him.
But you must remember that I killed this virus, you know? Otherwise, I won't be able to report to you. I understand. It's no big deal. Chen Zhe smiled, waved his hand and said he didn't smoke. Good brother.
Brother Dong gave Chen Zhe a thumbs up and said, Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Chen Zhe shook his head, No need, Brother Dong, I'll go to the director to take a look.
As they were talking, Chen Zhe's cell phone rang. It was Lu Shouyuan calling and asking him to go to Director Yi's office immediately.
Chen Zhe said hello to Brother Dong, then left the office with Tang Tian. Dongshi has completed his mission and is ready to take a rest and go back. He was free anyway, so he opened Weibo and took a look. As soon as I opened it, the small program popped up a prompt, Viper virus has been found, do you want to check and eliminate it? Dongshi didn't care and just nodded yes. After reading a few entertainment gossips, Dongshi suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Hey, I think I'm going to get rich.
Even though Dongshi was a complete layman, he knew how harmful viruses could be and how they could easily crash a website. He saw a news report some time ago that Didi crashed for 12 hours due to technical reasons, and the transaction volume alone lost 400 million yuan, and other losses have yet to be calculated. If a website as big as Weibo were to be brought down by a virus, how much would the loss be? If I help them deal with this virus, wouldn't that be helping them recover their huge losses? Is it not too much to reward me with hundreds of thousands? Chapter 79 You 10,000, I 10,000. So Dongshi excitedly ran to Weibo customer service and the secretary to talk to them. I found a virus on your website. I have a virus detection tool. Please contact me. Then Dongshi happily looked forward to someone contacting him. But he waited and waited, only to find that no one paid any attention to him. No way. Dongshi felt that it was not a good idea to just wait like this. It was certain that others did not know how powerful the virus was, so they ignored him. So he went to the 361 official website forum and prepared to post a message to let everyone see what this thing was, the Viper virus. He had just opened the 361 forum when another line of words popped up on the computer screen, Viper virus found, do you want to check and eliminate it? There are some here, too? Dongshi nodded and suddenly thought of something, becoming even more excited. He quickly opened Wangi, Shouhu, and Pangxin. Hey, guess what? These well-known large websites really have viruses. Ha ha, I'm going to make a fortune. If every big website gave me a reward of hundreds of thousands, then I would have millions, right? Dongshi was overjoyed. He immediately returned to the 361 forum and posted a message, uploading the compressed package of the Viper virus. He racked his brains to describe the horror of the virus, and then waited happily. Yes, the virus was discovered by Chen Zhe, and he also made the antivirus program. Even if I make money, I can't forget that guy. Don't be too greedy. You should still share the money that should be shared. Dongshi had already started imagining the scene of dividing the money. You have 10,000, and I have 10,000. 10,000 is mine, and it's still 10,000. You have 10,000, and I have 10,000. 10,000 for me, 10,000 for me again. I have 10,000, I have 10,000. Just when Dongshi was feeling extremely happy, the door was pushed open and Lu Shouyuan came back, interrupting his fantasy. Otherwise, this I have 10,000 could take up a whole chapter. Some people can't help but ask, isn't this too much? This is not too much. Go and read Wen Ruyan's Young Iron Hands. There are whole pages of mama mama mama. Brother Dong. Lu Shouyuan greeted him. Hey, Xiaolu, come here and take a look.
Dongsher waved to Lu Xiaoyuan enthusiastically. He usually didn't like to talk to Lu Xiaoyuan because they couldn't talk about anything. The guy was too boring and there was nothing good to talk about. However, Lu Xiaoyuan's computer skills are still very good, at least dozens of blocks ahead of Dongsher. Dongsher wanted Lu Xiaoyuan to evaluate how powerful this virus was and how much damage it could cause. The greater the damage, the greater the reward he could get. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Lu Xiaoyuan walked to the computer and understood what Dongsher said. According to Dongsher's description, viruses can be found when opening major websites, so it must be an embedded virus. This virus is embedded deep inside a web page. As soon as you click on the web page, the virus will automatically enter the background of your computer and run. This is a very old trick. More than 10 years ago, almost all the websites with colors were infected with this virus. But the network environment is different now. Since 361 free antivirus, these trojans and viruses have almost disappeared. Because as long as you open a web page, the virus will be automatically blocked and cannot enter the computer at all, resulting in almost no living space for the virus. What's more, 361 now has very strong network security protection capabilities and has entered the national team. The strength of the national team is naturally beyond doubt, in one word, strong. And now, Dongsher actually said that this virus was found in the official forum of 361. If this is true, it would be too horrifying and the entire internet community would be shocked. Just move your toes and you will know it is impossible. Then there is only one truth. The so-called virus is totally fake, it is just a small program code for fun. Brother Dong, I think Shenzhe is joking with you. Lu Xiaoyuan spoke. Just one sentence made Dongsher feel disappointed. Why? Dongsher was a little unwilling to give up. Lu Xiaoyuan explained, because there is no way there is such a powerful virus. Let alone Net1 and Shouhu, do you know how strong 361's antivirus capabilities are? If a virus can be embedded in their official website, it means that all major websites on the entire internet have been compromised. How many professional teams are there in these big websites? How many elites are there? How many great people are there? Even if there is a virus, can't they find it? Is it your turn to find it? If this is true, it proves that your ability has surpassed all programmers on the entire internet. Stop it, stop it. Dongsher's heart was already cold. He covered his face with one hand and shook the other hand repeatedly. This is really embarrassing, it's so embarrassing. He is a computer idiot. Even if he had 100 pounds of courage, he would not dare to say that he can surpass the great god of the entire internet. Lu Xiaoyuan said, Brother Dong, I'll say a few words to him later. That guy is a good person, quite upright, but a little naughty. No need, he's my little brother. Dongsher shook his head and found that he still had a question. What's the matter with the antivirus? Lu Xiaoyuan wrote a small piece of code to generate a text file on the desktop. When you click on the file, it will prompt you whether to check and eliminate the virus if any. I just made a simple one. You can type whatever you want in it, such as congratulations on being selected by the system. That's the principle. Under the guidance of Lu Xiaoyuan, Dongsher tried it himself and finally gave up completely. Lu Xiaoyuan, no wonder I can't play with you, there must be a reason. As soon as you came here, you destroyed my dream of getting rich. My money, my millions, just gone like that. Dongsher stood up, without even saying goodbye, and left with a sigh. At this moment, Dongsher, who was feeling sad, had no idea that a world-shaking event would officially begin because of the post he posted on the 361 forum. At this moment, Shenzhe and Tang Tian were standing at the entrance of the college supermarket, arguing with each other. This is what happened. Tang Tian suggested that Shenzhe should not go to see the department head empty-handed, but it would be better to bring something with him, but Shenzhe disagreed. Tang Tian advised, Brother, please listen to my advice. It won't hurt to buy some things. Shenzhe said firmly, No, I was taught since I was a child that power cannot corrupt, poverty cannot change, and wealth cannot bend. Why should I give him a gift? I will go empty-handed. Tang Tian sighed and said earnestly, When you enter society, you will understand that the education you received is completely incompatible with social reality. Junior, think about it, why do those teachers and leaders support Huang Junwei? Shenzhe said, he gave a gift? Tang Tian said, it doesn't have to be a deliberate gift. It can also be a dinner with his parents. You can get together and have fun whenever you want. If you visit each other more, won't the relationship improve? Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment.
He had to admit that what the school beauty senior said made sense. Even if one's relatives did not visit each other for a long time, the relationship would become very distant.
Am I right? Right. Then let's go in and buy something? If you say you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it.
Tang Tian smiled, knowing that these little boys could be very stubborn sometimes, just because they wanted to save face. Faced with this situation, she has plenty of solutions. Tang Tian raised her head slightly and looked at Chen Zhe, fiddling with the hair beside her ear, and said softly, "How about I help you buy things and deliver them to you?"
Okay? Chapter 80, Being Caught by the School Beauty Senior.
Faced with the gentle request from the school beauty, Chen Zhe was completely unable to refuse.
I feel like I'm being manipulated. But this is completely different from how Son Yuqi treated him before. Tang Tian's control made him feel very comfortable.
Son Yuqi only makes him anxious, stupid, worried about gains and losses, and lose himself. Well, you can try these tricks when you are with other beautiful girls in the future.
Unknowingly, Chen Zhe was getting closer to the great goal of becoming Aquaman. Okay, then go buy it, senior. Chen Zhe and Tang Tian entered the tobacco and alcohol section of the college supermarket.
While Tang Tian was still considering what to pick, Chen Zhe had already picked up a pack of Huazi and 2 bottles of Mauzi.
Chen Zhe stuffed these things towards Tang Tian and said, "Just buy these."
Tang Tian was somewhat helpless. These cigarettes and alcohol are good, but my ability does not allow it.
Chen Zhe said, "Hey, it's a small matter, I'll pay for you." "Thank you." After saying this, Tang Tian suddenly blinked in confusion. Why does this feel wrong? Oh, yes.
Originally, Chen Zhe was supposed to buy something as a gift, but he said he didn't want to, so I bought it for him. In the end, he still paid for it.
Was the reason for taking such a long detour just to save face? The little boy's thoughts are really weird. Chen Zhe spent more than 3,000 yuan.
Although senior sister Tang's favorability was not particularly high, the cashback was quite generous. She gave him an 80-fold critical hit for the first time, and he made a small profit of more than 240,000 yuan.
After a while, the two of them came to Director Yi's office door and knocked. "Come in."
A rather majestic voice came from inside. Chen Zhe was about to push the door open when Tang Tian grabbed his arm and warned him with some concern, "Brother, try to smile more when you go in, and don't put on a stern face because you've been wronged.
Don't slap a smiling person, understand?" Chen Zhe nodded seriously.
When they entered the office, they saw a leader with a frown and a serious face sitting behind the desk. Tang Tian smiled and was about to say hello to the department head when Chen Zhe beside her suddenly walked over with big strides.
"Is this Director Yi from our department?" Chen Zhe smiled widely. "Hello, Director Yi. I'm Chen Zhe.
Actually, I've wanted to come visit you for a long time, but I was afraid that you were busy with work, so I didn't dare to disturb you.
Today, it just so happened that you wanted to see me, so I dared to come visit you. It's just a small token of my respect."
As he spoke, he placed the Chinese medicine and grass in his hands next to Director Yi's feet.
Originally, Director Yi was frowning and looked unhappy.
But as soon as he saw Mauzi and Huazi, his expression suddenly turned from cloudy to bright.
However, Director Yi said, "Student Chen Zhe, what are you doing? Take it back, take it back." Chen Zhe said, "Director Yi, please accept it."
This is purely a student's concern for the teacher and the elders, without any other mixture.
Director Yi shook his head and said, "It's really impossible. I, Yi, have always been incorruptible." Chen Zhe didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. "If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. I don't smoke or drink." Director Yi said reluctantly, "That won't do. To avoid waste, just leave it with me first." Tang Tian.
After witnessing all this, Tang Tian felt that she had worried for nothing.
This junior fellow student was not as stubborn as she thought. Director Yi saw the girl standing at the door and asked in surprise, "Isn't this Tang Tian from the Department of Media Studies?" "Hello, Director Yi." Tang Tian greeted politely.
She had been the host of the school's large-scale evening parties for several consecutive years and often met with the school's leaders.
Director Yi asked kindly, "Aren't you doing an internship? Why are you at school today?"
Tang Tian said calmly, "I am here to interview Chen Zhe today as an intern reporter.
Chen Zhe's heroic deeds will be published in the newspaper tomorrow."
Director Yi smiled and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good.
This is something that brings honor to our school." Tang Tian was about to reply, but Chen Zhe couldn't help but interrupt. Why does it seem like everyone in school knows Senior Tang? Speaking of Tang Tian, the wrinkles on Director Yi's forehead seemed to soften. Don't you know how outstanding your senior is?
She's good at studying, outstanding in appearance, and generous and decent. She is one of the hosts of the school's welcome party, New Year's Day celebrations, and all these large-scale events.
Which teacher doesn't want to have such a student? It's a pity that they are from the Department of Media and Communication, and we are in the Department of Computer Science. Hey, let's not talk about it. At this point, Director Yi glanced at Chen Zhe and said, by the way, people know you wherever you go now. Tang Tian smiled and said, congratulations, Director Yi. There will be students who will make you proud in the future. Director Yi did not comment. We have to wait and see.
This kid has a good appearance and is a good talker, but we still have to see how he does academically.
After all, academics are the foundation.
After chatting for a while, Tang Tian said goodbye to Director Yi and took Chen Zhe out the door.
Leaving the office building, Chen Zhe couldn't help but ask, Senior, why are you leaving in such a hurry? I haven't had time to ask him how to deal with this matter.
Tang Tian smiled and said, no need to ask, he has already given the answer.
When did you say that?
Chen Zhe was very surprised.
How come I don't remember it at all? Tang Tian explained patiently and gently, I said you'd be in the newspaper tomorrow. Director Yi said it would bring honor to the school.
This means that, at least in Director Yi's eyes, the matter has been finalized.
Maybe you'll even get a reward. Chen Zhe pondered for a while and asked, what about Huang Junwei's little bastards? After all, those people are from the Department of Civil Engineering. Director Yi can't reach that far.
In the end, we still have to wait for the school leaders to make a decision.
Chen Zhe admired and said, Senior sister, you are simply my life mentor and guiding light. Tang Tian looked at the time and said with a smile, it's getting late.
I have to go back and work overtime on my manuscript.
Chen Zhe asked, have dinner before you leave? Next time, I'll make an appointment with you. Must? Must. Shall we add each other on WeChat?
Okay, I'll sweep you. After sending Senior Tang Tian out of the school gate, Chen Zhe found a restaurant nearby and called a few rebellious sons to come out for dinner. After all, when he was being cyberbullied today, these rebellious sons all showed up, and although it was useless, their intentions were still there.
Yang Qianshan went home, and only Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo came. After the two arrived, they asked about the progress of today's events. Although Chen Zhe won on the internet, they still didn't know what the school thought. Only after hearing Chen Zhe say that everything was fine did they feel relieved. Wang Bo couldn't control his mouth when he was happy. Godfather, Song Yuchi called me today.
You were being cyberbullied at the time.
She asked me how you were. It seems that she still cares about you. Chen Zhe picked up a chicken leg and put it in Wang Bo's bowl. There are so many dishes and you still can't stop eating? Xiong Chumo pulled him back.
Wang Bo also knew that Chen Zhe didn't want to hear the name Song Yuchi, but he hesitated for a while and said, I can tell that she regretted it.
Isn't this a good thing?
Chen Zhe looked at Wang Bo expressionlessly. Whether she regrets it or not has nothing to do with me.
Let's eat. Seeing Chen Zhe's expression, Wang Bo felt a little scared. He said oh and quietly buried his head in eating. Chapter 81 Blue Enchantress.
Lu Shayuan called Chen Zhe and was relieved to learn that Director Yi did not make things difficult for him and that the two of them were having a good chat. He returned to his computer and was about to shut down and go home, when he noticed a private message on the school forum page he had opened.
This account is Dong Shire's administrator account.
When Dong Go passed away, he was so sad that he didn't even think about logging out of the account or closing the webpage.
Lu Shayuan didn't pay attention and thought it was his own account, so he clicked on the private message. The private message was sent from a newly registered digital account. Hello, I heard that you have an antivirus tool for the Viper virus. Can you send me a copy? The price is negotiable. Lu Shayuan was a little puzzled. You got the situation wrong, didn't you? That virus and antivirus tool are just a joke. Really? I think that virus is interesting and I really want to study it.
If it's convenient for you, please send me a copy of the antivirus tool. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, Lu Shayuan packaged the antivirus applet and sent it privately with an indifferent attitude. At the end, he reminded me, this is just a prank.
Don't waste your time.
You can do it by writing a few lines of code.
Okay, thank you. The other party politely replied with a message and then went offline. Liu Xiaoyuan didn't think much about it, turned off the phone, locked the door and left. 361 Security Department, inside the director's office.
A middle-aged man with glasses, a plaid shirt and a Mediterranean hairstyle is carefully and cautiously studying the antivirus tool he just received.
This person's name is Wu Xin.
As the technical director of the 361 Security Department, his computer skills are naturally needless to say.
3 simple words can describe it: top-notch.
People like Wuxin, in addition to their public identity, also have another identity on the internet, that is, a hacker. To be more precise, he is a hacker and was once a member of the Veteran Hacker Alliance.
The Red-Black War between China and the United States once caused a sensation. Although it was a very old event, a simple search will still yield detailed introductions, so I will not go into details here. Afterwards, the Red Hacker Alliance was disbanded for various reasons, and then reorganized again, but the current alliance is not much like it used to be. Although Wu Xin and his group of veteran members have disbanded, they still keep in touch privately with a dozen or so technical experts with whom they have good relationships. They also made a special communication tool and formed a small group. Originally there were only a dozen people, all of whom were pure technical experts. But as time went by, more and more people joined the group, such as apprentices of some big names, people in charge of technical and business departments of large internet sites, and so on. Although the people are a bit mixed and their technical levels vary, they have one thing in common: everyone in the group makes a living in the internet circle. Wu Xin did some research on this antivirus tool, which can't even be called a tool. It's just a small program with a very simple interface. It looks very rough and even a bit trifling. However, don't be fooled by its appearance, it can really kill viruses. The most terrifying venomous snake virus that made Wu Xin tremble with fear and sweat all over his forehead, which was said to be the most terrifying venomous snake virus he had ever encountered in his life, was like a grandson in front of this special killing tool. No resistance at all. Wu Xin named this special killing product serum and sent it privately to a person named Blue Rose in the group. Blue Rose only joined the group in the past 2 years. Compared with Wu Xin and the other group of veterans who have been there for more than 20 years, she can only be considered a newcomer. But his computer skills are better than those of Wu Xin and other old people. He is a core member of the national team. I heard that she is very young, but she is recognized as the big sister by all the big guys in the group. Wu Xian, Sister Yao Ji, I've seen this serum for virus removal, but it looks too simple, and I can't tell anything. Would you like to take a look too? Blue Enchantress, Uncle, I've told you so many times to just call me Little Enchantress. You're old enough to be my dad, I can't handle you calling me Big Sister. Wu Xian, the sweeping monk is older than me and yet he calls you that. I can't take advantage of my age and break the rules. Blue Enchantress. Blue Enchantress, I'll go and study it. Wu Xian, you go ahead and get busy. Then Wu Xin entered the chat group. The conversation was quite heated. There were already 99 plus messages in the group, so he started to scroll through the chat history. The cause of the incident was that a young man named Tokyo Fever at Wu Xin in the group. I sent 2 screenshots and a compressed file package. Tokyo Hot manages the Weibo secretary's account, and he posted the 2 screenshots in the group as a joke. He also sent a virus compressed file, saying that he found it on a very shabby school forum. The joke was naturally about Brother Dong. No, Brother Dong would be angry if I said that. The 2 screenshots were naturally posts that Brother Dong made on Weibo and the 361 official forum in order to make money. Originally, Tokyo Hot didn't take Brother Dong's post seriously, but Brother Dong actually posted it to the 361 official website, which was really funny. Others may not know, but how could they not know 361's position in virus protection and detection? So Tokyo Hot added Wu Xian, the technical director of 361's security department. At first, everyone in the group treated it as a joke. Various experts jumped out to Wu Xin, saying in exaggerated tones, "It's bad, 361 is poisoned, Wu Xin should resign." Don't worry about not having a buyer, boss Wu Xin. Come to me, come to me. Don't laugh. If 361 is infected, doesn't that mean that all computers in the country, or even the world, are infected? Yeah, I guess all websites on the internet will be affected. We all have to resign one by one. Ah, what should I do? It's so scary. 555. Wu Xian also made fun of himself for these jokes, but his long-established professional ethics still drove him to download the virus compressed package. In a serious and responsible spirit, he downloaded the virus compressed file, put it in the quarantine area, and wanted to study it.
As soon as he unzipped it, the antivirus software and firewall on his computer started to alarm wildly.
The CPU usage rate reached a terrifying 90%. In layman's terms, the CPU is about to smoke. If it were an ordinary person's computer, it would have been broken for sure. Fortunately, Wu Xin's work computer had first-rate hardware and software, so it managed to hold up. What a powerful virus! The firewall can't stop it, the computer is directly infected with the virus. No matter what method I try, I can't kill it. Wu Xin had never seen such a powerful virus before and was struggling to find a way to crack it. Then Blue Rose popped up and sent a message in the group. No one should download anything randomly. My computer is almost broken, and I am doing my best to deal with the virus. After seeing this message, everyone in the chat group was dumbfounded. Chapter 82 That God is Ours. There is no one in the group who does not know the strength of Blue Enchantress. More than 20 years ago, the Red Hacker Alliance mobilized countless computers and manpower to launch a flood-like offensive, and finally planted a red flag on the website of a certain country's White House. Although the Red Hacker Alliance and countless enthusiastic netizens won a victory, many people in the West and even in China do not think this is anything impressive. It's just that there are too many people. Not only the United States is dissatisfied, but other countries such as Russia, Europe, Japan, and South Korea who are just watching the show are also sneering. The Chinese side just relies on the large number of people and computers. Even a computer idiot can use a flood attacker to be part of the flood and throw spam at the White House website. What is the technical content of this? However, 8 years ago, a talented girl emerged. The 14-year-old girl single-handedly conquered the White House website and successfully planted the flag. It was a resounding slap in the face to those guys who made sarcastic remarks and looked down on others many years ago. That day, hackers and top experts from all over the world, as well as people from cybersecurity information departments of various countries, all remembered her name. Blue Enchantress. And today, Blue Enchantress, whose technical ability has become more mature, actually said in the group that she needs to go all out to deal with the venomous snake virus that suddenly emerged. What does that mean? This means that the horror of this virus has exceeded almost everyone's imagination. It also means that what they joked about before is very likely to be true. Perhaps all major websites in the world are really infected with a virus. The group suddenly fell silent. Everyone is digesting this shocking event. At this time, a person who had not appeared for a long time came online. Sweeping Monk, Wu Xin, just kill one for me. The Sweeping Monk has retired. He only comes out once a year to grab red envelopes. Moreover, this period of time is when he takes his grandchildren for a walk, so he will not be online at all. Now even he has been alarmed, so you can imagine that this matter has become a big deal. Wu Xin quickly shared the serum antivirus applet in the group, and everyone started to conduct experiments carefully after getting it. No matter who it is, as long as they open the antivirus program, they will be prompted that the computer is infected. No matter which portal website you open, you will receive a prompt to check for viruses. The same is true when you go over the firewall to access the internet. Everyone was a little stunned. It was just an ordinary night, how could it suddenly encounter such a major event that affected the entire internet? The big guys have started working overtime, busy studying viruses and that antivirus app. Time passed, more than 2 hours later. Blue Enchantress bubbled up again. Everyone, the Viper virus is very strong. I fought for 2 hours and still couldn't do anything about it. It also damaged the hard drives of 3 computers. Tokyo Hot, comfort big sister. Don't cry big sister. Lu Ben said, fortunately, my elder sister reminded me in time, otherwise if I had been impatient, I would probably have broken my computer. Sweeping Monk, shut up and listen to what big sister has to say quietly. Tokyo Hot, okay big guy. Lu Ben said, yes, old man. Sweeping Monk, my son's and my grandson's computers have all been destroyed. My grandson is making trouble for me. Blue Enchantress, master, you should shut up too. Blue Enchantress, I have contacted the fallen angel, and he has assembled his team to deal with the virus. I will inform you of any progress. Fallen Angel, one of the world's top hackers. And his group of fallen angels are praised by people in the circle as godlike existence. Wu Xin, what kind of virus is this that can blind firewalls and antivirus software and has only been discovered now? Blue Enchantress, this is a brand new embedded web virus. Everyone was concentrating, watching the big sister teaching them. As she was talking, Blue Rose suddenly stopped for about a minute. Then he sent a message, the fallen angel gave me the letter, and the whole group has failed. Everyone was in an uproar.
More than a dozen technical experts all broke out in cold sweats.
It would be fine if Blue Enchantress couldn't win alone.
But the entire Fallen Angels team lost, which means that even the top hackers or groups or teams in the world have no good way to deal with the Viper virus. As for Tokyo Fever, the rookies in Roppongi knew that the virus was powerful, but they had not yet realized the horror of it. Blue Enchantress, Fallen Angel found out that this virus was released 2 days ago.
Preliminary estimates show that it has infected 78% of computers worldwide.
Blue Enchantress, he also said that if the entire Fallen Angel team works overtime, they should be able to eliminate the virus in 5 days. Blue Enchantress, maybe if I were given another week, I could kill the virus.
But that serum only takes 2 seconds to kill the venomous snake completely. Blue Enchantress, it's so terrifying. Tokyo Hot, the serum is indeed quite good, but it shouldn't be praised so highly by the elder sister, right?
Wuxian, think about it, it takes the Fallen Angels team 5 days to kill the virus, but this virus has only been released for 2 days, and someone or an organization has already made a special killing.
Sweeping Monk, think about it again, how powerful are the person or group that made this serum? Tokyo Hot thought about it and couldn't help but take a breath. Horrible. Such. Everyone in the group was aware of one fact.
The creator or team of the serum antivirus has surpassed the godlike Fallen Angel group.
If he did it all by himself in 2 days, then how terrifying and powerful must he be?
They are the great gods, geniuses, awesome organizations or teams in all circles around the world, and everyone needs to look up to them.
It can definitely be called God.
There are only a few top hackers and computer experts in the world, and the circle is not large. A few hours are enough for these people to hear about this and take action. No matter whether it is late at night in their time zone, or whether they are slacking off during the day, or having fun, they all stop everything and turn on their computers. No matter how humble the big shots in all fields appear, they are actually proud, conceited at heart. But no matter whether they act alone or in cooperation, no one succeeds in eliminating the venomous snakes without using the serum.
Russia's first hacker truck driver failed. Japan's Ichiro Inoue team failed. South American Ali's team failed.
It can be said that in the face of the Viper virus, the world's top hackers and groups were completely wiped out. In the end, everyone had to agree with the theory of Fallen Angels.
If they are given enough time and manpower, they should be able to crack the Viper virus in about a week.
There are boastful guys who say that it only takes 5 days to catch up with the Fallen Angels and prove how awesome they are. But no one or organization, no matter how much they like to brag or how conceited they are, dares to say that they can accomplish it in 2 days. An unknown hacker from South Korea suddenly jumped out and said, "The god who made the serum to kill people is from us, South Korea."
A hacker asked, "Why is the interface of the serum all in Chinese?" This is a basic trick. They deliberately don't use their native language just to hide their identity. Besides, a god like that definitely can't come from China.
After all, even Blue Enchantress can't deal with Viper in 2 days.
Seeing these arguments, Blue Rose, Wuxin and others frowned. But you know what, there is some truth in what the little Korean said.
Blue Enchantress had said long ago that it would take at least a week to crack the Viper.
2 days? It was absolutely impossible. The masters valued their status and were reluctant to confront little Karami. Tokyo Heat didn't care and jumped out to confront him directly. "How do you prove it's yours? Confucius and the Dragon Boat Festival are both ours, and that god is ours, so what's so strange about that?" Chapter 83. Have you read the newspaper? Rokubendo also joined the confrontation with Zaya Oksabachi. These newbies made a fierce fight, attracting countless spectators.
The big names and top hackers are naturally not that idle and are still busy working. Many people have found that the compressed package of the Viper virus first appeared on a university campus forum.
At one time, many bigwigs flocked into the forum, using various means and techniques to check the IP address, operation records, etc. of the administrator account, trying to find some clues. But as expected, no one noticed any signs of abnormality. This is naturally understandable.
Such a powerful hacker or group, even if they obtain the privileges of the administrator account and do something, can erase all traces afterwards.
As for the god who developed the serum specifically for killing, is it possible that he is the administrator of the school forum? This is obviously impossible.
The hackers have thoroughly checked Dong Shi's information and found out that he is just an uneducated middle-aged fat man.
His father is a former principal who found him a good job in the school.
Moreover, the technical level of Jiangzhou University's computer department is not even ranked among domestic universities, so it is simply impossible for it to come up with such a world-shocking move. The only explanation is that in order to hide his identity, the great man randomly chose a very broken school forum and uploaded the venomous snake virus and serum to kill it. Later, it was discovered by the forum administrator, who thought it was a way to make money, so he posted on Weibo in 361, which attracted everyone's attention. Although all the top hackers and experts wanted to find out the identity of that great god, they also knew that the hope was very slim.
Most people gave up.
Despite this, there is still a group of people who are holding their breath and trying desperately to dig Chen Zhe out. Although they knew that the god could not make any mistakes, they still tried hard to find him.
Because Chen Zhe cut off their source of income. This group of people is the organization that developed the Viper virus.
The members of this organization were once top-notch hackers from all over the world, but later they were secretly recruited by the United States. With the sponsorship of a research institute established in the United States, the organization spent a whole year to develop a nearly perfect eavesdropping virus. This virus can bypass all firewalls on the market without anyone noticing, steal important data, steal confidential information, and collect all information of key personnel's personal accounts. But what they never expected was that the virus was cracked just 2 days after they released it, and the other party developed an almost perfect antivirus tool. A whole year's hard work and huge amounts of money have all gone down the drain.
Who can bear this?
However, no matter how angry they were or how unwilling they were, they also sensed the pressure from God.
What kind of person or organization could crack their almost perfect virus so quickly? Such strength is too terrifying.
Although they are a group of people standing at the top of the pyramid, that God seems to be standing outside the atmosphere, and everyone he looks down at is like an ant.
Who has such strength? There is no fallen angel, no blue rose, and even less so the truck driver.
In short, there is not a single world-class hacker or organization that can do it.
Could it be another genius that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? If that's the case, it would be even harder to find.
But no matter what, the people in this organization still cannot give up, even if it is useless work, even if it is slow work, they have to do it, otherwise they will not be able to report to their master. At this moment, the man who is being remembered by the top hackers and big names in the internet circle is lying on an ordinary dormitory bed, watching live broadcasts of beautiful women.
After he gave a wave of gifts to Liu Buqitang, Jiang Meiyan, and Lan Yangyang, he finally went to sleep peacefully. The next day, Chen Zhe got up early and went to a street near the school to find a newsstand.
"Boss, give me a copy of the Shonan Daily." The boss was an elderly man wearing reading glasses. He took out a newspaper and handed it to Chen Zhe, $2.
"It's rare.
There are almost no young people like you who come to buy newspapers."
Chen Zhe scanned the code to pay, then spread out the newspaper, turned the front page to the boss, and said with a smile, "How do you know that the brave young man in the newspaper is me?" The old man adjusted his reading glasses, looked at the newspaper carefully, then looked at Chen Zhe, and was extremely surprised. "Oh, it's really you.
Young man, you are amazing.
It's just a small matter." Chen Zhe waved his hand modestly, then turned and left.
He strode into the campus with his head held high, and many people he didn't know stared at him.
"Look, that's Chen Zhe. Awesome."
Whether in real life or online, the fighting ability is very strong.
"He's so handsome, how many girls will be fascinated by him?"
After the war of words that took place on the school forum and Weibo yesterday, Chen Zhe's name is now almost known to everyone at Jiangzhou University.
No one can match his popularity. "Chen Zhe, have you eaten?" a junior asked enthusiastically. Chen Ziliang took out the newspaper. "How did you know I was in the newspaper?" "Junior senior."
Chen Zhe walked along with a newspaper in his hand, chatting with people along the way.
"Brother Chen, good morning."
Chen Zhe, good morning, have you read the newspaper?
"Junior, you are so brave. Since yesterday, I have been your fan. I will always support you."
Chen Zhe, thank you, senior sister. If you really want to support me, go buy a copy of today's Shonen Daily. There were even teachers who he didn't know calling him student Chen Zhe.
Chen Zhe ran over excitedly. "Teacher, you want to read the newspaper, right?"
As he walked, Chen Zhe went to the school cafeteria.
Normally he didn't eat breakfast here, but wasn't there a special situation today?
Soon after entering the cafeteria, the people in the queue suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of Chen Zhe, as if they were infected with a virus.
"Morning, Chen Zhe."
I don't know who started it, but more and more voices began to emerge.
"Brother Chen, that's awesome. Chen Zhe, you are our hero."
Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Chen Zhe still behaved very modestly. "It's not worth mentioning, thank you for the compliment." If you have nothing to do, you can go buy a copy of today's Shangnan Daily.
Okay, go buy it now. After Chen Zhe's unremitting promotion, the newspapers that were originally not bought by anyone were sold out near the school. Subsequently, more and more people saw the interview reports about Chen Zhe.
Senior sister Tang's manuscript was really well written. Under her wonderful writing, Chen Zhe was given a lot of glory. He showed excellent qualities such as bravery, fearlessness, justice, wisdom, passion, etc., which made people admire him after reading it. Soon after, many prompts popped up on the system.
Su Ruoli's favorability +3. Mu Hongyu favorability +10. Lin Qianya favorability +20. Su Qingqing's favorability +20. Song Yuqi's favorability +30.
These tips were a real surprise for Chen Zhe.
I didn't expect that becoming famous could also increase group favorability. How much easier is this? I'll have to find an opportunity to make a name for myself in the future. Take a closer look. Originally, Su Ruoli's favorability was as high as 93, and it was difficult to increase it. Even if it was to be increased, it would be increased slowly, little by little. As a result, it added 3 points and directly reached 96, which has reached the level of true love and is not far from 100 points of total devotion. Mu Hongyu's favorability is also quite good, reaching 75.
Lin Qianya's favorability has reached 50.
Su Qingqing's thoughts were finally no longer strange, and he gained 20 points of favorability. As for Song Yuqi's favorability,
this was something Chen Zhe had never expected.
Chapter 84 Temporary Rescue.
It was class time, and Chen Zhe was daydreaming in the classroom when he suddenly heard the teacher call his name, Chen Zhe.
Chen Zhe was startled and stood up quickly, thinking, "Are you going to ask me to answer a question?" But I didn't hear anything and didn't even know what the teacher was asking.
Fortunately, the teacher didn't say anything when he called him up, but just pointed at the classroom door.
Chen Zhe turned his head and saw Lu Shayuan waving at him.
It turned out that Director Lu wanted to talk to him about something, and it was a false alarm.
"Director Lu, what's wrong?" Chen Zhe walked out of the classroom, looked at Lu Shayuan and asked, "Have you ever hosted a large-scale event?" Lu Shayuan asked directly. Chen Zhe shook his head, "No." Lu Shayuan pondered for a moment, took out his phone and showed Chen Zhe a document. "Read a few lines from the script for me first."
Chen Zhe took it and looked at it. In the golden autumn of October, during this period, the new students of the 2023 class joined the big family of the computer department with vigorous vigor. "Oh, it turns out that you are the program planner for the computer science department's welcome party." The school held a welcome party after the military training. Later, some other departments held their own party, while some did not.
Chen Zhe couldn't help but complain, "It's already the end of October, why is our department still holding a welcome party? For example, can I still be considered a newcomer to the computer department? Who in the whole school doesn't know me?" Lu Shayuan groaned, "You are an exception. I don't even know the names of other students in my class, so our department has always wanted to hold a welcome party. It's just that there are too few people in our department, so it's not lively to hold a party, so the Youth League Committee and the Student Union contacted other large departments, and finally the nursing department agreed to hold it with us." Chen Zhe ruthlessly exposed the Student Union secretary's trick. "Why don't we co-host it with the School of Mechanical Engineering? Isn't it because there are more girls in the nursing department?" All right. Lu Shayuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid was now a school celebrity and the face of their computer department. He really couldn't do anything with him. "Read a few sentences first, read a few sentences." Chen Zhe cleared his throat and asked, "What accent do you want? A mature broadcasting accent? Or a young gentleman's accent?" Lu Shayuan was quite interested. "You also know broadcasting accent? Hurry up and read a few sentences for me." Golden October. Chen Zhe began to read from the script. Hearing this, Lu Shayuan got goosebumps. Although the person is still the same, his voice has changed all of a sudden. Now Chen Zhe's voice is deep, powerful, and full of texture, as if a subwoofer is installed. This is really a blockbuster. Is your voice card in your throat? Lu Shayuan said with a rare smile, "I never thought that your voice could rival the famous anchors of CCTV." Chen Zhe changed his voice again. "Teacher, do you think this voice is appropriate?" This time the voice has a very ancient accent, giving people a gentle, elegant, fresh, and refined feeling. That's a good idea too. Lu Shayuan's eyes lit up. "You are the best choice to host this evening party. Come on, let's go meet the Youth League Committee teachers and the student union. No, what's going on? Chen Zhe stood there without moving.
Lu Shouyuan directly pulled his arm and walked forward. The male host who was originally scheduled had appendicitis and had surgery last night. The party will be held tomorrow, and the Youth League Committee teacher in charge of organizing the party is so anxious.
Doesn't this mean that we have to mobilize our counselors to recruit strong men?
When Chen Zhe heard this, he stood on the ground and didn't move.
Lu Shouyuan couldn't pull him up at all. Chen Zhe said with a serious expression, Director Lu, I didn't agree to be a host.
I'm not a class committee member, let alone a student union officer, so I don't have this obligation.
Good things don't belong to me, so why should I do the work?
Lu Shouyuan said hurriedly, don't worry, the Youth League Committee of the department has recommendation quotas for the evaluation of outstanding and honorary positions.
If you help, you will definitely get some benefits. That's about right. Chen Zhe nodded.
He didn't necessarily want any benefits, he just didn't want to work like a slave for nothing.
Lu Shouyuan was relieved when he saw him nod, and said, I just feel strange, why didn't you show off when school started? If you were as active as you are now, who would have been able to compete with you if you wanted to be the class monitor?
Chen Zhe sighed, I was trapped by love at that time, but it's different now. There is no woman in my heart, so I can draw my sword naturally.
Lu Shouyuan. After a while, Chen Zhe followed Lu Shouyuan into an office. There was a female teacher and 3 students inside.
After Lu Shouyuan's introduction, Chen Zhe learned that the intellectual female teacher in her 30s was named Fong Fong, and she was the secretary of the Youth League Committee of the computer department. The 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, were all officers of the department's student union. There were 2 men, one was Huang Dachuan, a junior and vice president of the department student union. One of them is called Luo Ming, the director of the external relations department, and a sophomore. The beautiful girl is Hu Yufei, a junior, and also the vice president of the department student union. Her face is typical of a Jiangnan Water Village girl, delicate and charming. She has a well-proportioned figure, and she looks quite capable in black trousers, a white shirt, and a pair of high heels. Compared with those slightly immature schoolgirls in coats, she has a more attractive and mature style. A target that can be attacked has been detected. Do you want to check it? Check. Name Hu Yufei. Age, 21. Height 170 cm. Weight 56 kg. Overall appearance 87. Favorability, 25. Heartbeat 6. Seeing this information, Chen Zhe was quite surprised. He didn't expect that this senior sister not only had a good impression of him, but also had some feelings for him. This situation also reminded Chen Zhe that after becoming famous, he could increase the group's favorability. But apart from the possible targets prompted by the system, there will be no prompts for other good-looking girls even if they have a good impression of him and are attracted to him. It's time to expand your social circle. Whether you have time or not, you should go out for a stroll, maybe you can find something that catches your eye. Chen Zhe, it turns out that the host recommended by Director Lu is you. Huang Dachuan, a junior, smiled and took the initiative to say hello. Chen Zhe glanced at him and felt that he looked familiar. Then he remembered that he had met this senior in the morning. Someone greeted him at that time, and Chen Zhe replied, How do you know I was in the newspaper? Hello, Vice Chairman Huang. Chen Zhe said politely. Huang Dachuan smiled and said, I still like your rebellious look in the morning. Chen Zhe. Luo Ming glanced at Chen Zhe and said nothing. Hu Yufei came to Chen Zhe's rescue and said with a smile, Junior, Dashikan just likes to joke around, ignore him. Come over here and let Teacher Fong take a good look. Okay, senior sister. Chen Zhe walked to the desk and greeted the secretary of the Youth League Committee, Hello, Teacher Fong. Fong smiled slightly and said softly, Hello, Chen Zhe. Your director Lu should have explained the situation to you. Now we need a boy to help out. Of course there are other candidates besides you. So we need to understand your strength first before we can make the final decision. Chen Zhe changed his voice and said, I understand, Mr. Fong. Do you think my voice is okay? Everyone in the office was stunned when they heard the clear and melodious voice. After a few seconds, these people seemed to come alive. Awesome! Huang Dachuan exclaimed, It's you. Teacher Fong, I don't think anyone else needs to come. Teacher Fong nodded in approval. Hu Yufei's eyes sparkled, as if she had found some treasure. Student Chen Zhe, I think you should host the Spring Festival Gala.
It feels like a waste of talent to let you host a departmental welcome party. Hu Yufei's favorability plus 10. Hu Yufei's heartbeat point plus 3. Luo Ming still didn't say anything.
When he saw Wu Yufei looking at Chen Zhe with a bright light in her eyes, he couldn't help but frowned.
Chapter 85 Teach him how to speak human language. The host is Chen Zhe.
You can make an appointment with him for rehearsal later and help him familiarize himself with the program flow.
I'll leave these things to you.
Fong Fong said with a smile.
Teacher, I'll take him to rehearsal. Hu Yufei volunteered.
Okay, I'll rest assured leaving it to you.
Fong Fong said with a smile. Several people said goodbye to the teacher and walked out of the office. Hu Yufei took the initiative to walk with Chen Zhe and asked with a smile, Junior, do you have time this afternoon?
Chen Zhe smiled and said, since you asked me that, I have to squeeze out some time even if I don't have time.
So 2:30 in the afternoon?
Hu Yufei smiled brightly, and Chen Zhe's words made her feel very happy. This junior is handsome, talented, and can speak well.
He is really a rare boy. Okay, see you then. Add me on WeChat.
I'll send you the program and script for the evening show so you can familiarize yourself with them.
Yeah, your girlfriend doesn't mind if I add you on WeChat, right? Senior, I don't have a girlfriend. Hearing this answer, Hu Yufei's smile became even brighter. You don't have a girlfriend?
When Luo Ming saw Hu Yufei and Chen Zhe talking and laughing, his face completely fell and he couldn't hide his unhappiness at all.
After hearing Chen Zhe's words, he immediately questioned in a stiff tone, what is your relationship with Mu Hanyu, Su Ruoli, and the others?
That's a rumor, senior. Chen Zhe didn't care at all and thought that Luo Ming had a misunderstanding because of those posts.
By the way, Chen Zhe, you have such a good appearance and a nice voice, do you want to perform a show? Hu Yufei asked excitedly.
Chen Zhe hesitated for a moment and said, it's not impossible to perform a show, but I have a condition.
You say. I want to be an officer of the student union.
There is only one reason why Chen Zhe wants to be a student union officer, and that is to use his position to go around the school's various departments and look for good-looking girls.
Hu Yufei was delighted when she heard this, really.
This is such a coincidence, our student union is just about to recruit new members.
After the seniors' internship, we are still short of people in the external relations and publicity departments. Dachuan, what do you think of letting Chen Zhe be an officer? Huang Dachuan nodded and said, I think it's good.
He had a very good impression of Chen Zhe, and Chen Zhe was the most popular freshman in the computer science department. It would be convenient for him to carry out work after being recruited into the student union.
Chen Zhe, which department do you want to join? Or, what do you think you are better at doing? Both Vice Presidents Huang Dachuan and Hu Yufei are interested in having Chen Zhe join their department's student union.
Once they report this to the chairman, it will basically be a done deal and nothing will go wrong.
Who knew that before Chen Zhe could say anything, Luo Ming's face darkened and he said firmly, I don't agree with him joining the student union. How? Chen Zhe was a little surprised. Why did the senior's tone sound like he had taken gunpowder? He shouldn't have offended him, right?
Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan were also quite surprised. They obviously did not expect Luo Ming to go against them at this time.
Huang Dachuan asked directly, what is the reason for your disagreement? Luo Ming thought for a moment, looked at Huang Dachuan and Hu Yufei, and said solemnly, I have two reasons. First, there are too many male students in our student union. We should give more opportunities to female students. There are not many female students in our computer department. Shouldn't we take better care of them? Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly. Obviously, this reason is not sufficient. Chen Zhe felt that this was nonsense and asked directly, what about the second one? Don't interrupt.
Luo Ming glanced at him in dissatisfaction, then looked at Hu Yufei and the others. Secondly, whether it is the work of the External Relations Department or the Publicity Department, it requires planning and soliciting sponsorship. Obviously, whether it is copywriting, program flow or dealing with merchants, girls have more advantages. So I think that this time we should try to recruit mainly girls. At this point, Luo Ming did not wait for the two vice chairmen to express their opinions.
He turned his head and looked at Chen Zhe and said, Student Chen Zhe, you should go back first. Remember to come to rehearse in the afternoon. Chen Zhe stood there without moving.
If Luo Ming's attempt to sabotage him at the beginning could be said to be unintentional, but now it is obviously targeted.
Do you think I, Chen Zhe, am a soft persimmon? Then you are totally wrong.
Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan were both a little confused. Luo Ming seemed to be an okay guy most of the time, so why did he suddenly want to show off in front of his junior today?
Hey, Luo Ming. Huang Dachuan opened his mouth and was about to smooth things over. I told you to go, didn't you hear me?
At this time, Luo Ming saw Chen Zai standing there without moving, and he shouted at him impatiently and unhappily.
Do you F King think being a student union cadre is awesome? Chen Zai didn't tolerate Luo Ming's bad habits.
His face darkened and he pointed at his nose and cursed, "You're like an elephant with a green onion stuck in its nose.
Why are you pretending to be so smart in front of me?" Luo Ming was stunned.
He never expected that a freshman would dare to point at the nose of the director of the External Relations Department of the student union and curse him.
He is so brave.
You know, in the minds of freshmen, student union cadres are all very powerful, and their deterrent power can even rival that of teachers.
This kid is so bold as to have the guts to scold the student union cadres.
Luo Ming wanted to fight back, but when he saw Chen Zai's expression, he felt a chill in his heart. You know, Wang Bo, with his big physique like a gangster, would get scared when he saw Chen Zai's dark face, not to mention Luo Ming, the little guy who used chicken feathers as a token of authority.
However, Luo Ming didn't want to appear too cowardly in front of Hu Yufei, so he opened his mouth and said, Can you pay more attention to your manners?
Chen Zai sneered, "My quality is for people, not dogs."
You?
Luo Ming was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Although he was angry, he didn't know what to say or what to do for a moment. Luo Ming had been a class leader since elementary school. In all his years of study, he had never met a student like Chen Zai who dared to be so rude to him. He had no experience in dealing with such things.
Chen Zai, don't be impulsive. Huang Dachuan and Hu Yufei came over to persuade Chen Zai, let's talk it out. Chen Zai was angry, how could he be persuaded so easily? He even dared to confront the teacher, so how could he take the student union cadres seriously? Senior Huang, Senior Hu, this idiot doesn't speak human language.
Today, I will teach him how to speak human language.
Chen Zai stared at Luo Ming and sneered.
Luo Ming felt uneasy when Chen Zai stared at him, and he took a few steps back in fear. What are you going to do?
Don't do it. Chen Zai naturally had no intention of hitting anyone.
He had caused such a big commotion by beating someone outside the school, which he had finally settled.
How could he beat someone again at the door of the teacher's office so soon? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Don't be afraid, I won't hit you.
Chen Zai waved at Luo Ming, come here, let's have a good talk.
Chapter 86 He is bound to lose. Hey, what are you doing?
Luo Ming didn't dare to go over, and subconsciously stepped back again, but his back hit the wall and he had no way to retreat.
Seeing him so cowardly, Huang Dachuan couldn't help but shook his head. He took 2 steps forward and stood between Chen Zai and him.
Only then did Luo Ming's expression calm down a little.
Chen Zai looked at Luo Ming with disdain. You said there are too many boys in the department's student union, then why don't you quit? You're not a man? Luo Ming was very unhappy to hear this.
He had spent so much effort to become a student union cadre.
How could he quit? He bravely asked Chen Zai, I am doing well, why should I quit? Chen Zai sneered, I want you to recognize a fact. Once you lose your status as a student union cadre, you are not even worth a plucked chicken in the eyes of ordinary freshmen.
No one will pay attention to you, so you will naturally learn to speak properly.
You. Luo Ming was furious.
Although he was scolded until his face turned red, he didn't know how to refute. Huang Dachuan saw this and pulled Chen Zai's arm, whispering, that's enough, he can't even say anything after being scolded by you, that's enough.
Chen Zai shook his hand away, glared at Luo Ming and yelled, quit the student union immediately. Do you understand? Huang Dachuan was stunned for a moment.
He was tall and strong, and looked taller and stronger than Chen Zai. He had no idea that Chen Zai swung his hand casually and he almost lost his balance.
This guy is really strong, no wonder he can beat 4 people alone. Seeing that Huang Dachuan couldn't persuade Chen Zai at all, Luo Ming panicked and was speechless. Why should I quit? If I quit, what will happen to the work of the External Relations Department? Chen Zai interrupted, leave it to me.
I'm very interested in the position of Director of the External Relations Department, and I have the ability to do it well.
You want to take my place? Luo Ming was shocked and finally understood.
Before, Chen Zai kept saying that he wanted to teach him how to speak properly, and later he said so much, but in fact, it was just a prelude to the sentence. He wanted to grab the position of Minister of External Relations from the very beginning. This kid is so scheming and vicious that he actually covets my position.
Chen Zhe said confidently, "What do you mean by snatch? Are you the only one who can sit in the position of the minister? Why can't I sit there? The so-called competent person takes the position, do you understand? Will you sit down? Are you familiar with the surrounding businesses? Can you get sponsorship?"
In order to keep his position, Luo Ming took the risk and argued with Chen Zhe.
Get sponsorship? I'm definitely better than you.
Words are not enough. Seeing that Luo Ming and Chen Zhe were about to quarrel again, Huang Dachuan could neither persuade them nor stop them, so Hu Yufei had to step forward and say, "Chen Zhe, Luo Ming, calm down."
Luo Ming felt very aggrieved. How can I stay calm?
Chairman Hu, I have never seen anyone bullied like this.
Still a freshman.
It's rare to see freshmen so arrogant.
They are not like the old-timers in their juniors and seniors.
Chen Zhe's goal has been achieved, so there is no need to continue to act aggressively. He looked at Hu Yufei and smiled, "Senior sister, I think I am more suitable for the position of Director of the External Relations Department than Luo Ming.
I hope you can give me a chance. What do you think? I will listen to you."
Hu Yufei felt very happy with Chen Zhe's words. As they were both vice chairman, Huang Dachuan's advice was useless, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Chen Zhe said he would listen to her.
Give more face?
Hu Yufei's favorability +5. Also, is he more or less interested in me?
Otherwise, does it need such special treatment? If he wants to pursue me, how many days should I think about it before agreeing to him so as not to appear frivolous? What should I name my future child? How about Chun Ergu, a humble name that will be easy to raise?
As she thought about it, a blush appeared on Hu Yufei's pretty face.
Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Senior? Sister Hu, what's wrong with you?
Seeing that Hu Yufei didn't know what she was thinking, with a smile on her face and a blush on her face, Chen Zhe and Huang Dachuan were both a little puzzled.
Let me think about it.
Hu Yufei came back to her senses and began to think seriously.
I am afraid of comparison in everything.
Originally, Hu Yufei thought that Luo Ming was a good person with decent abilities.
But look at the situation now.
Luo Ming looked aggrieved and only knew how to complain, and was completely controlled by Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe had a smile on his face and spoke politely. He already had an idea in his mind and played Luo Ming in the palm of his hand.
The two people are not at the same level at all. Luo Ming's performance was really terrible.
After thinking for a while, Hu Yufei said, "Well, as the saying goes, good talents should be put to good use, and those who are capable should be given the job.
Since Chen Zhe is willing to do so, why not compete fairly with Minister Luo? Whoever can attract more sponsors for the next party will be the minister. Dachuan, what do you think?"
Huang Dachuan said, "I have no objection."
Chen Zhe shook his head, "I have an opinion." "I knew you wouldn't dare. You're just a bragging guy. You're a freshman and you don't even know how many businesses are around you. What kind of sponsorship can you get?"
Luo Ming was very excited and thought he had hit Chen Zhe's weakness accurately.
"Shut up." Chen Zhe glared at Luo Ming.
Huang Dachuan said, "Chen Zhe, it's not fair to ask a freshman like you to solicit sponsorship.
But it's not fair to try to take someone else's place, so?" Chen Zhe shook his head, "Senior, what I mean is, when will the next party be held? It's too long and I don't want to wait. So let's see who can get more sponsorship for tomorrow's welcome party, me or Minister Luo."
Hearing this, Huang Dachuan and Hu Yufei were confused. Originally they thought Chen Zhe was quite smart, but why would he dig such a big hole for himself now? He is a freshman and is not familiar with the surrounding businesses.
Moreover, the party starts tomorrow and there is only a little over a day left. What sponsorship can he get?
Luo Ming was already very familiar with the surrounding businesses and had already secured a lot of sponsorship in the past month. The mission had been successfully completed. Facing Chen Zhe's challenge, he was completely prepared to take advantage of the situation.
Isn't it certain that Chen Zhe will lose? Luo Ming looked at Chen Zhe as if he was a fool. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think sponsorship is so easy?
You need to be humble, have good words, and have strong interpersonal skills. Sometimes some merchants will go back on their word after agreeing to something, and more often than not, if it doesn't work once, you have to go a second time, a third time. In Luo Ming's opinion, Chen Zhe is a typical ignorant and fearless person.
Arrogant and conceited. Okay, this is what you said, you can't go back on your word. Luo Ming said quickly. Hu Yufei couldn't help but hint, Shinzei, don't you need to think about it again? She didn't want to show it too obviously. After all, Luo Ming had been working with them for more than a year, and even if he had no credit, he had worked hard. I just don't know why Luo Ming suddenly went crazy today and wanted to show off in front of his junior, but ended up being pushed against the wall by his junior. Shinzei was very calm. I have already thought about it. Let's see who can get more sponsorship for the welcome party tomorrow night. Okay. Did you two see this? I'm not trying to embarrass him. He proposed this himself. Luo Ming was very excited. Shinzei, if you lose, don't even dream of joining the student union. Shinzei coaxed, what if you lose? Luo Ming was full of confidence. In his opinion, Shinzei would definitely lose. He said without any hesitation, then I will give you the position of minister. Okay. Shinzei showed a happy smile. Once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Chapter 87, Buying You an Internet Cafe. It wasn't long before all the computer science students knew about this strange thing. Shinzei, a popular figure in the school, made a bet with Luo Ming, the director of the External Relations Department of the department. See who can get more sponsorship for tomorrow night's welcome party. Whoever wins gets promoted, whoever loses gets kicked out. No one had ever thought that a freshman would dare to confront the student union cadres. This was simply too exciting. If any other freshman dared to do such a thing, everyone would think that person was out of his or her mind. But it's not surprising that the person who did this was Shinzei. After all, Shinzei beat up 4 sophomores last week, and today he got into a fight with another sophomore. What's so strange about that? That Minister Luo is lucky not to have been beaten today. This matter was initially spread by Luo Ming on purpose. Of course, in his description, the party at fault was Shinzei. According to Luo Ming, the freshman Shinzei is arrogant and unreasonable, has no manners, does not know any rules, and relies on his fame to not respect others and does not take student union cadres seriously. Just because Luo Ming adhered to his principles and rejected Shinzei's verbal request to join the student union, Shinzei verbally abused him and even suddenly attacked and wanted to hit him. Fortunately, there were 2 other vice chairmen present at the time, who persuaded Shinzei. However, Shinzei still didn't know his place and wanted to make a bet with him. Luo Ming felt very aggrieved about this. Can you, Shinzei, just open your mouth and enter the student union? What do you think of the student union? I, Luo Ming, stick to my principles and have a clear conscience. In addition, Luo Ming also made it clear that he does not cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. After hearing what Luo Ming said, some people with a curious mind posted the news to the class group and the department group. Before long, the entire computer department, whether freshmen or old students, and even the teachers, had heard about it. Of course, teachers are not so idle and will not care about students gambling. But all the students were enthusiastic. Luo Ming originally thought that he had described the matter so perfectly without any flaws that he would surely gain the support of many people. Little did he know that his bureaucratic style had already caused disgust among many of his classmates. Few sophomores and juniors supported him, some didn't care at all and just watched the show. Some people also hoped that Luo Ming would get out of the student union and never have the chance to use chicken feathers as a token of authority again. As for the freshmen, they unconditionally and overwhelmingly supported Shinzei. First of all, Shinzei is the most popular among the freshmen, and can be said to be the hottest star in the freshman year. Secondly, after they entered the school, they also encountered some arrogant student union officials. As freshmen, even if they were deducted points or scolded by the student union, they dared not say anything and could only keep it in their hearts. Of course, not everyone in the student union is tainted by official abuses, there are some good people in it. But as the saying goes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel, and it is often just a few people who can ruin the image of the entire student union. Due to their bad impression of the student union, freshmen tend to classify student union cadres they are not familiar with as class enemies based on inertia. So they didn't believe a single punctuation mark in Luo Ming's words that slandered Shinzei. In their opinion, Minister Luo must have been using bureaucratic style to oppress Shinzei, which resulted in Shinzei's heroic struggle and resistance. Shinzei did things that many people wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Needless to say, he is truly a man. Old Shen, I heard you want to get sponsorship? It's easy. As long as you call me Godfather, I will go to my father's company to help you get money. Just call me Godfather and I will help you get 10,000 yuan. How about that?
After hearing about this, young Xianshan felt that his chance to become a father had come, and he immediately called Chen Zhe with great interest.
Get lost. Chen Zhe said only one word and hung up the phone. The phone rang again, and it was Wang Bo calling. Godfather, I found out that Luo Ming got 25,000 yuan in sponsorship for the party. Good, keep it up.
Chen Zhe was very satisfied and thought that Wang Bo was really a good intelligence expert. Wang Bo continued, I have the list of merchants he negotiated with. Don't go looking for the merchants on the list later, or you'll waste your time.
Chen Zhe said, I won't go to the merchant. Ah.
Wang Bo was stunned for a moment. You made the bet purely because you were angry, and just wanted to seduce Luo.
In fact, you didn't even think about winning, right? Have you forgotten that I won the lottery? It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Do I need to ask others for it? That's not right. You're competing on your ability to attract sponsors, not on who has more money. Which do you think is more powerful, the ability to make money or the ability to attract sponsors? Of course it's the money power. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhe sent a message to Mu Hongyu, my good friend, help me. Xiao Yue replied immediately, what's the matter? Say it to his face. Where are you? Come to Wanyu Internet Cafe.
As soon as Chen Zhe arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe, Mu Hongyu came over riding a pink electric scooter. She was wearing a waist-hugging long skirt today, with her long hair loose. She was still bright and charming, but Chen Zhe felt a little regretful that he couldn't see her long white legs. When she got closer, Mu Hongyu stopped the small electric stove, propped one leg on the ground, and inadvertently revealed a small section of her curvy calf, which was white and tender, making up for Chen Zhe's regret. Chen Zhe stared at her ivory-like calves for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to her pretty face. Is your foot healed?
Okay. Mu Hongyu smiled and said, does my small electric stove look good? It looks nice. When did you buy it? I bought it 2 days ago. My foot was injured at the time, and it was not convenient for me to walk. It is much more convenient to buy a small electric scooter. By the way, what's the urgent matter? Mu Hongyu got off the small electric scooter, walked to Chen Zhe and asked. Chen Zhe raised his head, looked at the sign of the internet cafe and asked, is this internet cafe pretty good? Mu Hongyu nodded, it's not bad, and it's close to the school. How about I buy it for you?
Mu Hongyu was a little surprised at first, but then she understood. My good friend, you are spending money too slowly.
I suggest you try a share trading. If you are lucky, you can lose 100 million in a month. Chen Zhe groaned. After telling a lie, he needed to tell more lies. That's a good idea. But before that, it's better to buy you an internet cafe. That way, you don't have to worry about internet fees anymore. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but feel moved when she heard this. This good friend is really nice. She will think of me when something good happens. Mu Hongyu favorability +5.
Mu Hongyu's heartbeat point +1. But it's hard to say whether they are willing to sell it. Mu Hongyu thought that she should not be too happy too soon. Chen Zhe smiled confidently, don't worry, it's just a matter of price.
Let's go and talk to Vince. Let's go, let's go. Mu Hongyu was very excited and walked into the internet cafe in a hurry.
The internet cafe's business was not very good today, with only a dozen people scattered around the hall.
Xia Wenxi placed a recliner at the front desk and was lying there sleeping. Chen Zhe walked over and slammed the table. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping?
Xia Wenxi was startled and sat up with a start. He opened his mouth and was about to curse, but when he saw that it was Chen Zhe, he swallowed the curse back. Brother, what are you doing?
Chapter 88 Brother Chen, you are being too polite.
Chen Zhe asked Mu Hongyu to go to the second floor box to play games, and he moved a chair and sat next to Xia Wenxi, smiling and said, Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Chen Zhe calling him brother, Xia Wenxi suddenly became alert.
When did this Nyameo ever call him brother? You're so polite today, you must be holding back. Brother, no matter what happens to you, you can tell me.
Xia Wenxi patted Chen Zhe's shoulder and said enthusiastically, although I can't help, I love to listen.
Chen Zhe's mouth twitched. Listen, is this human language?
I'm so ashamed to call you brother. Xia Wenxi thought that it was you who ruined the situation by calling me brother, but he still had a cheerful look on his face. If you have any problem, tell me, I will definitely help you if I can.
But, forget about lending money, I'm a poor guy too. Really? Chen Zhe looked around the internet cafe hall. It seems that your internet cafe business is not very good. Who said it wasn't true?
Xia Wenxi complained bitterly, I invested more than 100 times, but I didn't make any money.
Instead, I was locked up here. Why?
Xia Wenxi sighed, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I say this, but business here is not very good. I can only hire a network administrator to work the night shift. If I hire another one to work the day shift, I can't afford to pay the salary, water, electricity, and rent.
Chen Zhe expressed his sympathy, this is too tragic. I have an idea. Why don't you sell this broken internet cafe? Xia Wenxi shook his head repeatedly, I also want to sell it, but in this day and age, who would buy an internet cafe?
Chen Zhe pointed at himself, looked at Xia Wenxi, and smiled without saying a word.
Xia Wenxi was a little confused, feeling like he was dreaming, and asked uncertainly, Brother, do you want to buy this internet cafe? Chen Zhe's face was full of seriousness, Vinci, I remind you again that I am not a big enemy. Xia Wenxi immediately admitted his mistake, damn it, I said the wrong thing again. My wise and brave brother, do you want to buy this internet cafe? Chen Zhe nodded calmly, doesn't my friend like surfing the internet? So I want to buy an internet cafe for her. Xia Wenxi was so excited that he stood up all of a sudden, brother, no, god of wealth. Don't make fun of me. Chen Zhe said directly, name a price.
Xia Wenxi pondered for a moment, then carefully made an 8 gesture, and his tone of voice became unconfident. I spent more than $50 on decoration alone, and 100 computers.
Chen Zhe was too lazy to listen to him, and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Didn't you say you invested more than 1 million? How much did you invest in total? Tell me, I can't let you lose money. Xia Wenxi was deeply moved, brother, you are so kind to me. However, it's good enough that I can get some money back. I'll just take the loss if I lose a little. You treat me as a brother, how can I let you suffer? That's really not necessary. Then I won't buy it. Xia Wenxi quickly said, no, just give me 1 million. This is about the same amount of investment in the past few years. Chen Zhe nodded, okay, let's prepare the contract quickly.
Xia Wenxi stood up excitedly, Brother Chen, I will remember your kindness in my heart.
From now on, my life will be yours. Don't be so formal. Go get the contract. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll go right away, you play for a while first.
Xia Wenxi quickly went about getting the contract, but even while he was busy he still felt it was a little unreal as the surprise came too suddenly. He had run the internet cafe for 5 years but hadn't made back his investment, and he thought that this was the end of his life. Unexpectedly, he suddenly met a big injustice. The great god of wealth was willing to take over his internet cafe. This boy is really willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. Xia Wenxi looked at the contract options and couldn't help muttering to himself. But at the beginning, why did Chen Zhe only pay 170 for internet fees? Could it be that they had just met, so he wanted to test whether the female creature was materialistic? Later, after just a few days of contact, he recognized that girl, so now he starts spending money lavishly? Oh, this is 1 million, what can't you do with it? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a house or a car? Just because someone likes to surf the internet, you buy an internet cafe for him? The world of rich people is really fucking incomprehensible. After a while, Xia Wenxi finished the contract and handed it to Chen Zhe, Brother Chen, the contract is ready, take a look. Chen Zhe took the contract and flipped through it casually, then went to the box on the second floor to find Mu Hongyu. Good friend, please sign the contract. After signing, you will be the owner of this internet cafe. Mu Hongyu was busy playing games and kept saying okay, but she didn't even have time to look at Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe was not in a hurry either. She was so unskilled that the game character she controlled would die quickly. Sure enough, after a while, the child Jia played by Xiaoye died tragically in the middle lane, and the Xiaoye man on the opposite side stood on the corpse, showing a sign and dancing. His main move was to be mean. Come, sign here. Chen Zhe quickly spread out the contract and handed over the pen. Seeing the provocation from the other side, Xiaoye was so angry that he almost broke the pen. His full chest rose and fell sharply, and Chen Zhe accidentally saw a deep groove. I will kill him, I must kill him. Lady, don't get angry and hurt yourself. There will always be bitches. There's no need to get angry every time you meet one. Chen Zhe coaxed her with kind words while enjoying the scenery openly. Mu Hongyu was so focused on revenge that she didn't even read the contract. Under Chen Zhe's guidance, she quickly signed her name several times. After signing the last page, her game character resurrected and she immediately threw the pen away. Chen Zhe couldn't help but shook his head, thinking to himself, this silly little girl, if I sell you one day you will have to help me count the money.
I'm going downstairs. Chen Zhe greeted Mu Hongyu. Thank you, my good friend. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Mu Hongyu said while looking at the computer screen. Okay. Chen Zhe didn't disturb her playing games.
He took the contract and went downstairs.
Xia Wenxi was standing at the stairs, looking at him eagerly. The contract has been signed. Please complete the transfer procedures as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, you have to do me a small favor. Chen Zhe handed the contract to Xia Wenxi.
Xia Wenxi flipped through the contract, patted his chest and said with a smile, Brother Chen, your words are too polite.
What do you mean by help? What do you want me to do? It's just a matter of one word.
Chen Zhe said, okay, you can still sponsor 250,000 yuan to the Jiangzhou University Computer Department welcome party in the name of the internet cafe owner. Boss Mu agreed to this, but she doesn't want to bother with it.
I will transfer the sponsorship money directly to you. Okay, no problem. Xia Wenxi agreed immediately.
Although sponsoring a university welcome party for $200,000 is a bit too much, it's something the boss and the boss's wife both agree on, so why should he nag about it?
Chen Zhe didn't waste any time and immediately transferred 1.25 million to Xia Wenxi's bank account.
Then a beautiful prompt sound was heard.
Black Card Bank on October 23, 2023 at 9:42, your account ending in 666 received 25 million yuan, and the balance is 30,752,564.88 yuan. Damn, Xiaoye is so awesome.
She is really my lucky goddess, giving me so much in one go.
You can become a multi-millionaire accidentally.
Just think about it, last Monday, he only had a pitiful 200 yuan in his pocket, but a week later, he had more than 30 million yuan in his pocket.
Chen Zhe was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling.
When Xia Wenxi saw the account arrival information, he just kept grinning, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears.
Chapter 89 He is the campus male god. After the joy wore off, Chen Zhe explained some things to Xia Wenxi. He knew very well that it was impossible for a boss like Mu Hongyu to be in charge. It would be better to let Xia Wenxi manage this internet cafe in the future, except that he will change from boss to manager. After making his meaning clear, Chen Zhe asked, Brother, I'm going to make you a wage earner in the future. Are you willing? Sure, I'll never be a boss again. Xia Wenxi was very satisfied. Although he had about 1 million yuan in his pocket, he felt a little empty in his heart after the excitement wore off. 1 million may seem like a lot, but it is only enough to buy a house with a loan. If you want to buy a better car, it will be even more difficult. You can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, and you can't be complacent. You still have to work hard to make money. Chen Zhe asked him to continue to manage the internet cafe, and he could also hire 2 more people and let Boss Mu pay his salary.
He didn't need to stay here every day, and he could get his salary on time every month. He didn't have to worry about whether the business was good or not, or whether the rent would increase. If there was anything, he could call the workers below to handle it. If the workers below couldn't handle it, he could come over. This is much more comfortable than being a miserable boss. Only a fool would not want to do it. After reaching a consensus, Xia Wenxi posted a recruitment information on the door, asked the workers on the night shift to look at it, and then brought all the documents to go through the transfer procedures. Mu Hongyu sent a message to Chen Zhe asking him to play games with her. Chen Zhe said that he had to rehearse in the afternoon and couldn't play too long today, so he had to leave early. Xiaoye was very curious about what Chen Zhe was going to rehearse. When he heard that he was going to host the welcome party tomorrow night and perform a show, Mu Hongyu suddenly became interested. She originally didn't want to attend the welcome party. Sitting in a place with a bunch of strangers for several hours would be worse than playing games in an internet cafe. However, since Chen Zhe is hosting the party and there will be performances, Xiaoye decides to go and show his support. What show are you going to perform? Play a voiceover. What soundtrack? Chen Zhe showed a mysterious smile. Keep it secret, there will be a surprise when the time comes. Well, let's wait and see. Mu Hongyu was actually looking forward to it. At 2:25 p.m., Chen Zhe arrived at the rehearsal location 10 minutes early. Just as he came in and was looking around the stage environment, Hu Yufei also pushed the door open. Junior, you come so early. Hu Yufei smiled sweetly when she saw Chen Zhe. Hello, senior sister, I just arrived. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Hu Yufei's favorability +2.
Hu Yufei has a strong sense of time and is never late. She hates people who are not punctual.
Normally, she is the first to arrive.
Unexpectedly, Chenzhe arrives earlier than her. Invisibly, she has a better impression of Chenzhe. Is the process clear now? Hu Yufei walked up to Chenzhe and asked. Understood. Chenzhe nodded. How long will your show last and what type of show it will be? Please confirm it as soon as possible so that I can rearrange the program list.
It's a dubbing show, 2 to 3 minutes long.
Let's call it Voice Actor Awards.
I'll send you the edited video before 7 tonight.
Yeah, okay. Hu Yufei nodded while taking notes.
Suddenly, she felt that something seemed wrong.
After a moment's thought, she said, Voice Actor Award?
Junior, this name doesn't sound that serious.
Chenzhe stared at her pretty face with a serious expression. Senior sister, there are some things I suggest you watch less.
Hu Yufei was a little flustered, her pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly explained, Junior, stop talking nonsense, I haven't seen those things.
How can you associate it with something improper if you haven't seen it?
Senior, you really need to watch less of those funny jokes and memes.
Oh, this is what you are talking about.
Hu Yufei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. At this time, Huang Dachuan came in with a group of young girls.
Hu Yufei hurried up to greet them, which invisibly resolved her embarrassment.
There are only 3 or 4 student union members in the computer science department who are responsible for management, coordination, and rehearsal. There are more people in the nursing department, more than 10 in total, basically all girls, and the only boy is a bit sissy. Of course, there are only 4 or 5 student union cadres, and the rest are ordinary members of the student union.
There are a lot of pretty girls in the nursing department.
Although there are no particularly popular candidates for campus beauties in the School of Nursing, it does not mean that the girls are not good looking. This is mainly because the nursing department is too large, with 15 beauties in 15 classes.
Moreover, the girls are very scheming and not united at all. The fighting between them is too brutal.
It's good enough if they don't pull each other down or trip each other up. But forget it if you want them to publicly nominate a candidate for school beauty. For example, the dozen or so girls who came today were all very beautiful, and Huang Dachuan's eyes were a little wandering.
He secretly glanced at this one, then glanced at that one. He was really busy. Chenzhe also wanted to find a few girls to spend money and win points.
He took 2 steps forward and was about to scan them, but before he could see the people clearly, the system prompt came.
Ding!
A capturable target has been detected.
Do you want to check? Check. Name Son Yuchi. Age, 19. Height 163 cm. Weight 49 kg. Overall appearance 85. Favorability, 50. Heartbeat 0. Chenzhe was a little surprised. He glanced around and soon saw Son Yuchi among the beauties. She was wearing a creamy white floral dress and carrying a small white purse. Perhaps it was her first time attending such a large-scale student union event. Her eyes were a little timid, and she looked very weak and even more pure. Of course, there is also Sun Xian who is always by her side. Chenzhe frowned and suddenly lost his mood.
Even though the system still had prompts, he didn't want to continue looking in that direction. Instead, he turned around and went to chat with Huang Dachuan.
Son Yuchi's heartbeat point +1.
However, even though it was just a quick glimpse, Son Yuchi still noticed Chenzhe, and her eyes widened involuntarily. She never expected that after not seeing him for a few days, Chenzhe became even more handsome.
Yuchi, look, is that handsome guy Chenzhe?
The sharp-eyed Sun Xian quickly saw Chenzhe's back.
What? Chenzhe is here? Where is he?
A beautiful girl next to Sun Xian was very excited. Chenzhe is very famous among the freshmen and is very handsome, but unfortunately the school is too big and she has never met him in person. This beautiful girl is called Yang Feier. Her looks are slightly inferior to Son Yuchi, but she is very good at makeup and dressing up. Wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, a white tank top and black hot pants, and white stockings on her slender legs, she looks sexy yet cute, which is very eye-catching. For example, Huang Dachuan's gaze stayed on her the longest. In Huang Dachuan's opinion, purity is nothing compared to sexiness.
No, why are you so excited to see Chenzhe?
Sun Xian glanced at Yang Feier with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone.
He's the campus idol, aren't you excited? Yang Feier was a little confused.
She didn't know the love-hate relationship between Song Yuqi and Chen Zhe from the next class. While she was talking, she had already found Chen Zhe. Although it was only his back, he looked very handsome.
Yang Fei immediately walked towards Chen Zhe and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Chen Zhe." Chen Zhe responded politely, "Hello, classmate."
Yang Fei took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white little hand. "Let me introduce myself.
I'm Yang Fei, from class 6 of the nursing department. Nice to meet you."
Chen Zhe stretched out his hand and shook her hand lightly. When he was about to let go, he suddenly felt someone scratching his palm gently.
Chapter 90 Song Yuqi regrets.
Chen Zhe was a little surprised. He looked up at the pretty girl opposite him.
Seeing her smiling nonchalantly, his heart couldn't help but be moved.
He didn't expect that this beautiful girl was so bold.
Wasn't she trying to seduce him?
Although this was the first time that Chen Zhe encountered this kind of seductive trick, he was diligent, studious and talented, and he immediately learned and put it into practice.
When he retracted his hand, he touched Yang Fei's little hand without leaving a trace. "Hate it, it's a bit itchy." Yang Fei lowered her voice and gave Chen Zhe a charming look. "Where does it itch?" Chen Zhe asked in a low voice, revealing a wicked and crazy smile that only a domineering CEO could have. "Where else could it be?"
Yang Fei said a few words subconsciously, but when she saw Chen Zhe's meaningful smile, she suddenly realized something. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she was so shy that she couldn't speak.
This situation is very rare for her.
A sea queen like Yang Fei, although her level is not very high, is more than capable of controlling little boys. Often, she only needs some simple techniques to make some handsome boys blush and get excited. What Yang Fei didn't expect was that she was actually teased by someone today.
"Yuqi, look at what Yang Fei is doing. And what's that bastard Chen Zhe's look like?"
"They are such a pair of bastards." Sun Qian had been staring at this side, and was immediately filled with indignation when she saw this scene. Song Yuqi watched quietly for a while without saying anything, and then observed the reactions of the other girls around her. The reactions of these beautiful girls varied. Some people looked at Chen Zhe openly, eager to try. Some looked at him secretly with blushing faces. Some stared at Chen Zhe in a daze without blinking, and the beautiful senior sister from the computer science department frowned her curved eyebrows and pursed her beautiful red lips, obviously feeling jealous. But they have one thing in common, that is, no one can resist the impact of Chen Zhe's handsome face.
Maybe as long as Chen Zhe waves his hand, this group of beautiful girls will swarm over to him? Thinking of this, Song Yuqi felt extremely bad. Based on the inertial thinking of 3 years in high school, she has become accustomed to some things. That is, no matter how cold her attitude is, no matter how excessive she is, Chen Zhe will not, dare not, and cannot leave her. She is his sun, his goddess, his white moonlight, his one and only, the center of his entire world, and no one can replace her. So in just this 1 week, although Chen Zhe became more handsome, he also became a celebrity in school. But Song Yuqi still stubbornly told herself that Chen Zhe was still that humble bootlicker. Whether he was dating other girls or blocking her, it was just that his rebellious period came late, and he didn't start to act like a spoiled brat until he went to college. Within a week, Chen Zhe will definitely come to ask for her forgiveness. But now, a week has passed, and Chen Zhe has never taken the initiative to look for her. Moreover, Song Yuqi discovered a terrible reality: the dog that she abandoned like a shoe was actually the campus male god in the eyes of other beautiful girls. What's even more frightening is that Chen Zhe is so popular with girls nowadays and has so many beauties at his fingertips. Will he still regard himself as his goddess? No matter how arrogant Song Yuqi is, she can't say that she can defeat beauties like Mu Hongyu and Su Ruoli and capture Chen Zhe's heart. I should no longer be the center of his world. In fact, in his world, there is probably no place for me anymore. Realizing this, Song Yuqi felt a deep sense of regret. People are always like this: they don't know how to cherish something until they lose it. Song Yuqi's mind was like an electric shock, flashing through every detail of her 3 years of high school. Those small details that she had taken for granted or even ignored before suddenly became extremely clear. She remembered the boy who held a bun against his chest and waited for her to come downstairs on a winter morning. She remembered the time when it was raining heavily and the boy who held an umbrella for her but got half of himself wet. She thought of the greedy knight, the boy who climbed over the wall to buy him a midnight snack. Song Yuqi's favorability +5. Song Yuqi's favorability +5. Song Yuqi's heartbeat point +1. Song Yuqi's heartbeat point +1. She had been living a very awkward life these past few days. When she stayed in bed and wanted to eat breakfast, when she couldn't carry anything, or when she had a package to pick up, she would often subconsciously think of someone.
But when she picked up the phone, she realized that no matter what she needed, she would not get a response from him. Tears gradually welled up in Son Yuchi's eyes. The boy's name has not changed, it is still Chenze. But his face changed, his personality changed, and his heart changed.
Why is he suddenly being so mean to me? Fair, have you added Chenze on WeChat? Oh, I actually forgot. Shall I go and get it for you?
TSK, I think you want it yourself, and you say you are helping me, how hypocritical. A burst of lively laughter around her brought Son Yuchi back to her senses. When she came to her senses, she saw several beautiful girls around her vying to get to know Chenze, and a huge surge of anger surged in her heart. He originally belonged to me, but I accidentally lost him for a while.
Why do you want to snatch him from me?
Yang Fair and several other girls were still arguing about who should ask for Chenze's WeChat. When they were about to play rock paper scissors, they saw Son Yuchi suddenly walking towards Chenze.
Hey, Son Yuchi, what are you doing? Come back here. Who agreed to let you go? Don't cut in line. That's too much. You actually pretended not to hear me.
Son Yuchi walked up to Chenze, sorted out her chaotic thoughts, and said, Chenze.
Chenze immediately took a half step back, looking as if he couldn't avoid it. What's the matter?
When Son Yuchi saw him retreating, she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. What's even more annoying is that Lao Shui's song suddenly rang in my mind. Are you serious about taking a half step back?
Such a small action can cause so much harm. I can only act like a gentleman to talk to you. How could this kind of situation described in the dog-licking song happen to me one day?
Those girls who had not heard of the gossip about Chenze and Son Yuchi all showed a gloating look on their faces. Huang Dachuan, Hu Yufei, and other people who had eaten the melon were very surprised when they saw the scene.
It seems that Chenze has really let it go? But why does Son Yuchi look so unwilling? Does she regret it?
Son Yuchi bit her lip, looking pitiful. Chenze, why do you treat me like this?
Do I disgust you?
Chenze explained seriously, no. We are just strangers, there is no need to hate each other. These words were like a needle, piercing Son Yuchi's heart. 2 crystal tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, and Son Yuchi cried, why have you been so mean to me since that day?
Which day?
It was the day I asked you to carry my stuff after I came back from shopping.
Did you misunderstand me?
Senior Huang and I are just ordinary friends.
I happened to meet him when I was shopping that day.
My stuff was too heavy, so he helped me carry it back. That's all. No matter what your relationship with him is, even if it's just sex, it has nothing to do with me.
What's with your attitude?
I've explained it very clearly, why are you still saying such angry words?
Chapter 91 What are rules?
Chenze sighed helplessly, alright, no matter whether what you said is true or false, I really don't care.
I still have to rehearse, can you just go and do your thing?
Son Yuchi bit her lips tightly and looked at him with resentment. Are you still mad at me?
Do you feel happy to deliberately make me angry?
Chenze, please don't be so childish, okay?
Chenze was speechless.
Who the hell pissed you off on purpose?
Could you please stop being so unreasonable?
Son Yuchi has been playing this trick on him for 3 years, but sadly, Chenze still can't crack it.
There's nothing I can do.
She's a girl, and a beautiful woman who looks delicate and pure.
Can he hit her or scold her?
If he can't afford to offend her, he can only hide. But he has obviously hidden himself, but he was still caught by her.
Who the hell will save me?
Son Yuchi continued, Chenze, you are not a child anymore.
Stop being so petty, okay?
Tell me you're sorry quickly, and I'll forgive you right away.
Let's get back together.
Chenze felt like he was the monkey that was driven mad by Tang Seng's nagging. He screamed a few times in his heart, took a deep breath, and said through gritted teeth, Student Son Yuchi, I solemnly declare that I have nothing to do with you.
Please don't bother me in the future, okay? I beg you, okay?
Son Yuchi's face flashed with anger. She also took a deep breath and suppressed her temper.
Chenze, I really don't want to go on like this. It's boring.
I can forgive you this time, including the fact that you deliberately angered me before, but I hope there won't be a future.
Can we return our relationship to the way it was before? Like in high school?
Son Yuchi, don't you understand what I'm saying?
You still want me to be your bootlicker? Which normal human being can think of such a thing? Is your brain filled with water?
Chenze could no longer bear it. His angry roar resounded throughout the room, causing all the onlookers to open their eyes wide in shock.
Son Yuchi was stunned.
After knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time that Chen Zhe yelled at her like this. A strong feeling of grievance and sadness rose from the bottom of her heart, making her face turn a little paler. He has changed, he has really changed, he is no longer the obedient Chen Zhe.
Son Yuchi's tears fell. Sun Qian couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Zhe actually scolded Yuchi to tears. Is he still a human being? Hu Yufei couldn't stand it anymore. Son Yuchi was almost driving Chen Zhe crazy. Couldn't she just let him go? Chen Zhe, what are you doing? Who the hell are you? How dare you scold Yuchi like that? Apologize to me quickly, otherwise. Sun Qian walked towards Chen Zhe angrily, cursing as she walked. Hu Yufei took a few steps forward with a cold face, stopped Sun Qian, and asked, "What's your name?" Seeing this calm senior sister who had an aura that clearly overwhelmed everyone else, Sun Qian was stunned. What's wrong? Hu Yufei ignored her and turned to look at a nursing girl in the crowd, frowning slightly. Minister Wang, is this someone from your student union?
Wang Lin, the head of the nursing department's publicity department, quickly stepped out of the crowd and explained, "Senior, yes, she is a new member of our student union."
Hu Yufei didn't comment, but reached out and pointed at Song Yuchi. That one too? Wang Lin nodded, yes.
You should teach the newcomers what the rules are. You have a lot of people over there, so I asked you to bring a few more people over to help, not to disrupt our rehearsal order. There was an accident at the party, and the teachers are very anxious. At this time, there are still people making trouble at the rehearsal.
If the teachers know about this, what do you think they will think? Will they think the newcomers are ignorant, or will they think that you, as a director, can't even manage the people under you?
Director Wang, for your own good, I think it's better not to bring these two newcomers who don't know the rules out in the future. Hu Yufei's tone was not heavy and her voice was not high, but these few words made Wang Lin smile bitterly, stammer and be unable to utter a complete sentence.
Son Yuchi and Sun Qian were even more embarrassed.
They wanted to explain that they were not making trouble, but they didn't dare to speak out. They were really afraid that this senior student would get angry and complain to the teacher. Seeing that Son Yuchi and Sun Qian had calmed down, Chen Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to stay in the same space with Son Yuchi at all, so he quickly went to find Huang Dachuan. Brother Dachuan, I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, go ahead. Huang Dachuan was watching intently.
He first watched the love-hate drama between Chen Zhe and Son Yuchi, and then watched the wonderful performance of Sister Who standing up for Chen Zhe and educating the nursing girl. Suddenly, when Chen Zhe called out to him, he subconsciously responded a few times. Then he turned around and looked at Chen Zhe, but the boy slipped away too quickly, so Huang Dachuan could only wait for Chen Zhe to come back and ask him if he was interested in young Fei. If so, he could only decisively change his target. Didn't you see that Hu Yufei, a strong woman who only focuses on her studies and career, has fallen in love with Chen Zhe? This shows how charming this guy is. Huang Dachuan must be stupid to chase the same girl as Chen Zhe. At this time, Luo Ming arrived late. Seeing that the atmosphere here seemed a little strange, he came to Huang Dachuan and asked, "Chairman Huang, what happened here?"
Thinking about how Luo Ming targeted Chen Zhe and even bet on the position of the head of the External Relations Department, Huang Dachuan suddenly realized and glanced at Luo Ming. There is a trap.
Luo Ming felt confused and asked what it meant, but Huang Dachuan did not give any explanation, so he could only let it go. Chen Zhe ran outside to get some fresh air and sent a message to Hu Yufei, "Senior, thank you for helping me out.
Let me know when those two leave, and I'll come back then." Why are you being polite? I'll send them away right away. That's great.
After Chen Zhe replied to the message, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Zhe was a little surprised. It was a call from Lin Xianya. Apart from the 2 days they met at the bar and a few chats on WeChat, they had little contact afterwards.
Chen Zhe didn't know why she suddenly called him.
After answering the phone, Lin Xianya's soft and quiet voice came from the other end. "Hello, classmate Chen Zhe." This gentle voice made Chen Zhe feel much calmer.
He smiled slightly and said, "Hello, classmate Lin Xianya. Is there anything wrong? Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner."
"I'll treat you. I'll cook at the door at 6 o'clock, okay? I'm rehearsing right now, and I don't know if I can finish on time.
I'll call you when the time comes." "It's okay.
I'll wait for you." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Hu Yufei sent a message to Chen Zhe, telling him that he could come back. Hu Yufei has a strong ability to control the situation, and without the little fairy making trouble, the rehearsal process went smoothly.
Chen Zhe's performance was also very good.
Although it was his first time, he did not get stuck or feel nervous. Especially his broadcasting voice, which made the rehearsal scene look much more upscale. During the break, Huang Dachuan found Chen Zhe and quietly pointed in the direction of young Fair. "That girl is pretty."
Chen Zhe nodded and said, "She is pretty. Is Dachuan interested in her?" "I kind of like her. Aren't you interested in this kind of sexy and hot chick?"
"Not yet."
Huang Dachuan was a little confused. What did he mean by not yet? He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't ask any more questions.
After all, he and Chen Zhe had just met, and it was a taboo to talk about intimate things with someone you just met.
Chapter 92. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Today's rehearsal is gradually coming to an end and it was going smoothly overall.
It seemed that the meeting would end at 5 o'clock and Chen Zhe had plenty of time to keep the appointment, but suddenly something unexpected happened. Hu Yufei took on a task from the youth lead committee teacher to lead Chen Zhe in rehearsals, so she communicated with Chen Zhe more often. In the eyes of others, this was a very normal thing. Everyone else had rehearsed several times, but Chen Zhe was here for the first time and was not clear about many procedures. Hu Yufei leaned over to quietly remind him or point out mistakes, which was normal. But when Luo Ming saw all this, he felt it was extremely abnormal. Luo Ming always felt that there was something wrong with the way Hu Yufei looked at Chen Zhe, and the smile she showed to Chen Zhe was sweeter and more beautiful than usual.
You know what, this wasn't just Luo Ming's illusion.
Hu Yufei does have a very good impression of Chen Zhe, and is even willing to take the initiative to win over this handsome and talented junior. Luo Ming was very keenly aware of all this, and the jealousy in his heart grew stronger and stronger. One of the reasons why he went to great lengths to join the student union was to give himself some extra capital when looking for a job in the future.
The most important and direct reason is because of Hu Yufei.
He fell in love with Hu Yufei at first sight and joined the student union in order to get the upper hand.
Hu Yufei is a rare beauty in the computer department.
Not to mention Luo Ming has ideas. Huang Dachuan also had other ideas before. But after these few years, Huang Dachuan also knew that he had no chance. He and Hu Yufei had a good relationship and were almost like brothers. One called the other Dashikan and the other called the other sister Hu.
Not everyone would dare to call them that.
Only Luo Ming still holds on to unrealistic fantasies, believing that with his sincerity, he will eventually be able to win the heart of the beauty.
But when Chen Zhe appeared, Luo Ming's confidence began to waver.
He sensed a great sense of crisis. Every time Hu Yufei approached Chen Zhe, whether it was talking, smiling, or an unintentional physical contact, Luo Ming felt like he was being tortured. He knew that Chen Zhe was not easy to mess with, so he kept enduring it, but he endured it for 2 or 3 hours. When he saw Hu Yufei holding Chen Zhe's wrist with her snow-white little hand and helping him adjust the position of the microphone, he finally couldn't bear it anymore.
Luo Ming rushed to Hu Yufei and Chen Zhe with a belly full of jealousy and anger, and said sarcastically, "Chen Zhe, didn't you say you wanted to compete with me to see who can get more sponsorship? The party will start tomorrow, and I see that your sponsorship has not moved at all. I am worried about you." Chen Zhe said cheerfully, "It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." Chen Zhe's casual words made Luo Ming lose his guard. His face was extremely ugly. "How do you talk? Can you have some manners?" Hu Yufei looked at Luo Ming with some displeasure. "Minister Luo, we are rehearsing now. Can't you tell the difference between the important and the unimportant? Is there anything that can't be discussed after the rehearsal?"
Luo Ming felt very aggrieved and thought Hu Yufei was too biased. "You've only known Chen Zhe for less than a day and you're already speaking for him.
Where do you put me, Luo Ming?"
Hu Yufei's question was like a fuse, instantly igniting the grievance, jealousy and anger that had been pent up in Luo Ming's heart.
"Vice Chairman Hu, isn't soliciting sponsorship a serious matter? Chen Zhe covets my position as minister and uses the issue of soliciting sponsorship to provoke me. Shouldn't I care about this matter?" Luo Ming gritted his teeth, stared into Hu Yufei's eyes, and said loudly.
Everyone at the rehearsal looked over here in unison. Hu Yufei was a little stunned. In the more than 1 year that I have known Luo Ming, he has always been gentle and polite, proactive, and respectful to his seniors.
Have you ever behaved as irrationally, impolitely, and unruly as today?
Huang Dachuan saw that Luo Ming was in a bad mood, so he quickly came over and held him back. "Minister Luo, there are people from other departments here today. If you have any opinions or dissatisfaction, let's talk about it behind closed doors. It's not appropriate to talk about these things in this occasion.
Do you also think that what I did was wrong?"
No one stood up for him, which made Luo Ming even more angry. He turned his head and looked at Huang Dachuan. Vice Chairman Huang, a freshman wants to take my position as soon as he arrives.
Who can do such a thing? Why do you all think it's my fault? Isn't it his problem?
Yang Feier and her fellow nursing students were whispering to each other. Other students who were in charge of performing the shows and had not yet left after rehearsal were also talking to each other.
What's going on? That director Luo from the computer department seems to have a lot of complaints about Chen Zhe. How did our Chen Zhe offend him? Yang Feier seemed very dissatisfied.
I heard that Chen Zhe wanted to take his position as minister, and the two of them made a bet to see who can get more sponsorship for tomorrow's party. Wow, Chen Zhe is so courageous.
I like him even more.
Minister Luo still looks aggrieved.
He doesn't even think about how many days in advance he got the sponsorship?
It's not fair to only give Chen Zhe 1 or 2 days to visit the merchants, and he's still aggrieved.
Who can Chen Zhe complain to?
Huang Dachuan was very surprised to see that Luo Ming didn't even listen to him. When he saw the looks of the people around him who were watching the show, Huang Dachuan's face turned pale. Luo Ming, I reiterate once again, if you have any grievances or opinions, please talk to me later.
With so many people watching, what do you want to do? Luo Ming said angrily, it's my problem again? Why is it all my problem? Mr. Chan, don't hide behind me. Come out and talk to me if you dare. If you can't get sponsorship, get out of here.
Just as Chen Zhe was about to step forward, Hu Yufei pulled him back and whispered, don't argue with him, or else others will laugh at our computer department. Don't worry, I will never quarrel with him.
Chen Zhe glanced at Hu Yufei, then walked slowly to Luo Ming and said calmly, Minister Luo, the party will not officially start until tomorrow, there are still more than 20 hours left, why are you in such a hurry? Luo Ming laughed in anger, 20 hours? You don't eat or sleep?
In the remaining 10 hours, you have to find those merchants you don't know to negotiate.
You'll be lucky if you can negotiate with one of them.
And I'm not afraid to tell you, I got 25,000 in sponsorship, and I'll consider you lucky if you can get 250.
Chen Zhe smiled indifferently, it seems that Minister Luo thinks I am doomed to fail? Luo Ming nodded heavily, that's right. I want you to face the reality. You'd better admit defeat as soon as possible.
Chen Zhe chuckled, took out his phone and called Xia Wenxi, wanting to ask him if he was done with his work. As soon as the call was made, a cell phone ringing was faintly heard outside the room. Then, Xia Wenxi's voice came from the phone and outside at the same time.
Brother Chen, I'm here for your rehearsal. Which door should I come in from? Come out and pick me up. Coming soon.
Chen Zhe hung up the phone, went out to pick up Xia Wenxi, brought him in front of Hu Yufei and the others, and introduced them with a smile. Senior Hu, Senior Huang, this is Mr. Xia from Wanyu Internet Cafe, he is here to bring us sponsorship.
Hello, Boss Xie. Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan greeted warmly. Thank you, boss, for sponsoring our party. I wonder how much you can sponsor. Huang Dachuan asked with a smile.
Although Xia Wenxi was unaware of the conflict that had just occurred, he keenly noticed that almost everyone in the audience was looking at him, waiting for him to announce the amount of sponsorship. Xia Wenxi immediately held his head high and said with a loud laugh, I, Xia Wenxi, will sponsor 250,000 yuan for the computer department's welcome party.
Chapter 93, Refusing to Admit Defeat. How many? 250,000?
Upon hearing this number, everyone at the rehearsal except Chen Zhe was stunned. You have to know that for a university department's welcome party, it is very good to get a few thousand in sponsorship, and it is not common to get tens of thousands in sponsorship. To be honest, Luo Ming was able to attract 25,000 yuan in sponsorship, which really took a lot of effort and hard work. As for sponsorship fees of more than 100,000 yuan, not to mention other places, at least in the history of Jiangzhou University's welcome party, it has never happened before. And Xia Wenxi's 250,000 yuan undoubtedly broke the record of Jiangzhou University's evening party sponsorship.
Boss Xia, is it really 250,000? Hu Yufei was surprised and happy, and asked uncertainly. Of course. Brother Chen Zhe and I get along very well. He asked me for help, so I must give him this face. Xia Wenxi nodded affirmatively.
The look in the eyes of the beautiful female college student in front of him made his vanity explode, and he subconsciously lifted himself up.
Thank you so much. Hu Yufei smiled happily.
After getting the confirmation, the atmosphere at the rehearsal suddenly became heated.
Chen Zhe is so amazing. He actually got a sponsorship of 250,000. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. May you become rich. Awesome. Huang Dachuan shouted awesome and was the first to applaud, followed by warm applause from the entire venue. Everyone was happy except Luo Ming. Luo Ming was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that he would lose, and lose so badly. I worked very hard to get a sponsorship of 25,000 yuan. I originally thought that I could show off in the student union and in front of the teachers, but I didn't expect that Chen Zhe would get a sponsorship of 250,000 yuan. And it's exactly 10 times his. Is it such a coincidence? Could it be that Chen Zhe did it on purpose? Hey, Luo Ming guessed it right again, but unfortunately there is no prize for guessing it right. Luo Ming felt frustrated and unwilling, but he knew it would be too embarrassing to stay here. He just wanted to be a nobody and leave quietly, but unfortunately Chen Zhe had no intention of letting him go. Minister Luo, where do you want to go? Chen Zhe smiled and called out to Luo Ming. If I remember correctly, Minister Luo swore that if you lose, you should let me take the position of minister. Luo Ming was caught in the act, his face full of embarrassment. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Student Chen Zhe, stop joking. Do you think becoming a student union cadre is such a trivial matter? How can a bet between us count as a joke? Hearing this, many people booed. Luo Ming is a guy who doesn't even dare to admit his defeat. He's really despicable. Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes, looked at Luo Ming with a half smile and said, Why, you cheat when you lose, you can't afford to play? Luo Ming stiffened his neck and sneered, You may not know, but our school has issued a document on the appointment and removal of student union cadres. The document clearly stipulates that the appointment and removal of student union cadres must be filed and publicized by the supervisor. Do you think that we can do it just by talking? How naive. Shame on you. Luo Ming, are you a man? Family members, who can understand that the head of the computer department can be so low-key? It's disgusting. Yang Feier took the lead and shouted angrily, and the sisters around her followed suit. This wave of criticism against Luo Ming quickly spread, and almost all the freshmen were glaring at Luo Ming, while those seniors who had seen some injustice were relatively restrained. They have some emotion in their hearts. It is good to be reborn. They still maintain a simple mind and believe that they should resist and criticize when they encounter injustice in this world. However, when they see more, they will slowly realize that injustice is the main theme of this society. Facing the collective condemnation from everyone, how could Luo Ming, who was already in the wrong, bear it? He immediately lowered his head and walked out. Want to run? Stop right there. Xia Wenxi had already figured out why Chen Zhe wanted him to give him 250,000 yuan in sponsorship fees. It turned out that he wanted to compete with others for the position of student union cadre. But the boy refused to admit his defeat and wanted to run away, which made Xia Wenxi very angry. Forget it. Chen Zhe stopped Xia Wenxi, this is a school matter, don't get involved. You just let him get away like that? Xia Wenxi was very unhappy. He leaned close to Chen Zhe and whispered, Do you want me to give him a beating? It's not worth it. Chen Zhe didn't care. He will resign on his own initiative in 2 days. Xia Wenxi expressed his doubt, how can such a treacherous person who doesn't keep his word resign voluntarily? Just wait and see. Chen Zhe smiled and patted Xia Wenxi on the shoulder without further explanation. Not everyone can withstand cyber violence like him. If Luo Ming refuses to admit his defeat, his reputation will only become worse. Afterwards, many of the girls at the scene would go to the campus forum to post messages to denounce Luo Ming. Their fighting power is not to be underestimated. With Luo Ming's psychological quality and ability to endure, he can only hold out for 1 day. If he can hold out for 2 days, Chen Zhe would consider him amazing. You go and arrange the sponsorship and advertising matters. Chen Zhe gestured to Xia Wenxi to take care of Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan. Xia Wenxi nodded and went back to work. 10 minutes later, the rehearsal was over and Xia Wenxi was done. Chen Zhe and Xia Wenxi walked out together and took out his phone to send a message to Lin Xianya, the rehearsal is over. You can leave whenever it's convenient for you. Soon Lin Xianya replied, Wait for me at the first teaching building for a while, I'll come to find you. Good. The rehearsal place was near the first teaching building. Chen Zhe and Xia Wenxi chatted for a few words and then arrived at the first teaching building. Chen Zhe stopped and waited. He looked at Xia Wenxi and asked, Have you had dinner? Xia Wenxi shook his head, I haven't eaten yet. I just sent you the money after completing the formalities. Chen Zhe said, then go and eat quickly, I won't keep you here. Xia Wenxi was a little speechless, thinking, since you asked that, shouldn't you ask me to have dinner with you?
He was complaining when he suddenly saw a sexy and beautiful girl walking towards him. The one who came was young Feier. She had been following Chen Zhe, and when she saw him stop, she quickly walked up to him and asked with a smile, classmate Chen Zhe, are you free to have dinner together? When Xia Wenxi heard this, he felt that he knew the truth. It turned out that Chen Zhe wanted to go out to eat with a beautiful woman and thought he was in the way.
You think too much. I won't be a light bulb. Who knew? Chen Zhe shook his head, sorry, I'm not free today. How about some other time? When are you free? It depends.
Phrases like it depends on the situation, make an appointment for another day, definitely next time are just excuses.
If you really want to make up your mind, you should set a specific time.
Young Feier knew this situation, but she didn't want to give up. The more difficult it was to make an appointment with Chen Zhe, the more she wanted to ask him out. At this moment, a beautiful girl came from a distance. She was wearing a black tight waist skirt, her beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of black leather shoes on her feet. On her delicate face, she wore a pair of rimless glasses.
Looks very imperial. Xia Wenxi's eyes widened as soon as he saw it. Damn, this one is more beautiful. It just suits my aesthetic taste. Are all the girls in Zhengda so high quality? I must get this girl's contact information later. Chapter 94. Do you have a girlfriend? The person who came was Lin Xianya.
When she walked closer, she saw a sexy and beautiful girl standing in front of Chen Zhe.
She was stunned for a moment and then stopped. Are you here? Let's go and have dinner.
Chen Zhe looked at Lin Xianya and smiled, then pointed in the direction of the school gate.
Oh, okay.
Lin Xianya nodded and subconsciously glanced at young Feier. Seeing that she was standing there without moving and had no special expression, she followed Chen Zhe out.
Yang Feier watched Chen Zhe and Lin Xianya leave, secretly clenched her fists, and thought to herself, Lin Xianya, the candidate for the School of Mathematics?
She is really beautiful, and a very strong opponent.
But so what, Yang Feier, will not give up just like that. After encouraging herself, Yang Feier turned and left.
Seeing the scene, Xia Wenxi fell into silence for a long time. He finally figured out the situation. The sexy girl took the initiative to ask Chen Zhe out for dinner, but Chen Zhe refused because he had agreed to the girl with glasses.
The girl with glasses is indeed very beautiful and has a good temperament. She is on par with Mu Hongyu.
But you, Chen Zicai, gave Mu Hongyu an internet cafe, and then turned around and went on a date with another beautiful girl.
Isn't that a bit of a scumbag?
However, considering that Chen Zhe gave him 1 million, Xia Wenxi did not hesitate at all and decided to help Chen Zhe keep the secret until his death. Chen Zhe and Lin Xianya strolled in the campus, passed through the back door of the school, and came to the snack street.
This is the time when college students come out to look for food. The alley is bustling and full of the atmosphere of life. Lin Xianya is much more mature than her peers.
She is a girl who knows how to take care of other people's emotions.
Chen Zhe does not feel any pressure at all when getting along with her. They chat casually and say whatever they think. Chen Zhe likes this atmosphere very much. He is very relaxed and feels very comfortable. He feels like he is living a peaceful and tranquil life. At present, Chen Zhe did not realize that the reason why he felt so comfortable chatting with Lin Xianya was not because they got along well, but because Lin Xianya was trying to accommodate him. Lin Xianya's IQ, EQ, and knowledge reserves are far beyond his, so she can catch up with the topics and some jokes thrown out by Chen Zhe, not letting the words fall to the ground, and can speak to his heart. However, when it comes to relationships between men and women, it is not the one with higher IQ or EQ, or who has a richer knowledge base that will have the upper hand. There are many beautiful girls with good conditions who are attracted to the will-o'-the-wisp boy. Lin Xianya is a model of an excellent student. She is both good in character and academic performance, abides by the rules, concentrates on her studies, has never been in a relationship, and has never had a moment of being attracted to a boy. Of course, it's not that she is against a relationship. On the contrary, she believes that she should have a sweet love during her youth. But when she was in high school, most of the boys her age were very childish. She had no interest in them at all and only found them noisy and a bit annoying. She thought, let us wait until she goes to college. Who would have known that there are so many immature boys in university? Some boys just look mature and cool, but after getting to know them for a few days, you will find that they are either not good at speaking or have an empty head. After the college entrance examination,
they return all the knowledge to the teachers. Moreover, Lin Qianya's first love had quite demanding conditions. Her ideal type had to have both a good-looking appearance and an interesting soul.
Such a boy is so hard to find. Lin Qianya didn't know if she could meet one until she met Chen Zhe in the bar.
Chen Zhe was so handsome that even Lin Qianya, who wasn't really interested in handsome guys, was attracted to him. And Chen Zhe was also quite interesting, just the ideal type in her mind. Later, as Chen Zhe's bravery in teaching 4 scumbag seniors a lesson were posted on the school forum and Weibo, Lin Qianya, who learned about the incident, discovered more excellent qualities of Chen Zhe: justice, courage, fearlessness.
She really likes boys like this.
Unfortunately, if she didn't take the initiative to contact him, Chen Zhe would never take the initiative to look for him. So Lin Qianya had no choice but to take the initiative to ask him out for dinner. After a while, the two came to a small restaurant with only a storefront and only a few tables. Although the store was small, the food was delicious, the prices were affordable, and the business was quite good.
The restaurant was already full.
Fortunately, there were 3 small tables on the steps at the door, so Chen Zhe and Lin Qianya chose a table outside and sat down.
Chen Zhe, you know what? This is the first time in my life that I've taken the initiative to ask a boy out for dinner. Lin Qianya sat opposite Chen Zhe.
Because she was wearing a short skirt, her knees were together. She held her cheek with one hand and had a peaceful smile on her face.
It seems like last time was also the first time you took the initiative to ask for a boy's WeChat. I'm really honored. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Her hint was actually quite obvious.
Being favored by a good girl like Lin Qianya, Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel a little vain. In the past, he would be so excited that he would float to the clouds, but now he can face it calmly.
The waiter came over with the menu. Lin Qianya asked Chen Zhe if he had any dietary restrictions and what he liked to eat.
Then he ordered 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Qianya pondered for a while and asked softly, "Student Chen Zhe, I want to ask you a question."
Of course, if you find it inconvenient, you don't have to answer.
You say.
Do you have a girlfriend now?
No. But I heard that your relationship with Mu Hongyu and Su Ruoli seems to be quite unusual.
They are all my good friends.
Chen Zhe said frankly without any guilt, "Believe it or not, if someone I know sees you and I having dinner here, there might be some rumors."
Lin Qianya nodded slightly, thinking that Chen Zhe had a point.
But as smart as she was, she would not be fooled by Chen Zhe's words. She actually knew very well that Chen Zhe did not tell the whole truth, but so what? At least he clearly conveyed the message to himself that he didn't have a girlfriend. If you don't have a girlfriend, you have a great chance.
Chen Zhe's cell phone rang. It was Wang Bo calling.
Wang Bo on the other end of the phone was very happy. "Old Chen, Huang Junwei got his comeuppance for those Dogecoins.
The school's decision is out.
I'll send it to you."
Chen Zhe opened WeChat and read the school's notice.
Because his quarrel with Huang Junwei and the leader of the internet troll army became a hot topic on Weibo, it made it impossible to do something that could have been done. The 4 scumbags who instigated the commotion were taken back by Lubo for detention. After the school learned about this, the teachers in charge held a meeting and expelled the 4 scumbags.
Huang Junwei also received a serious punishment.
Wang Bo, the intelligence expert, also gave the latest news. It was heard that Huang Junwei had a mental breakdown due to the online violence and had applied for a leave of absence. At least for a long time, we will not see this annoying villain again. Chen Zhe was in a good mood after reading the message. At this time, he saw 2 familiar figures walking towards him from afar, and he immediately frowned. I hope she is not here to see me, otherwise it would be too annoying every day.
Chapter 95. He is a scumbag. Seeing that Chen Zhe looked strange, Lin Qianya couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Zhe's frown did not loosen. "I saw Song Yuqi, I hope she doesn't come this way."
Lin Qianya followed Chen Zhe's line of sight and saw Song Yuqi and another girl. She asked curiously, "Last time at the bar, you said you had let her go. Why are you still so upset when you see her? Now she is making trouble, asking me to apologize and then forgive me."
Chen Zhe did not hide it from Lin Qianya and told her what happened in the afternoon rehearsal.
Lin Qianya listened quietly, wondering why Chen Zhe fell in love with a girl like Song Yuqi's personality. Not to mention that boys couldn't stand it, even she, a girl, couldn't stand this kind of fairy. After Chen Zhe finished pouring out his grievances, he saw that Song Yuqi seemed to be really coming over here, and took out his phone with a gloomy face. "It seems that I can only ask my good friend to come to the rescue."
Lin Qianya asked curiously, "Who is your good friend?" Chen Zhe said, Mu Hanyu, she can control Song Yuqi. Speaking of Mu Hanyu's name, even Chen Zhe himself didn't realize that a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously.
Lin Xianya said, actually, you don't have to go far away, I can also help you.
Chen Zhe looked at her hesitantly, but you look like a good girl, you won't fight, right? Lin Xianya smiled sweetly, I can reason. Be reasonable? But Song Yuqi is not a reasonable person.
In Chen Zhe's opinion, if he wants to control Song Yuqi, one is to use force like Mu Hanyu did, and the other is to make good use of one's own identity like Hu Yufei, see Song Yuqi's mistakes and suppress her severely. And it has to be in a specific situation, it is probably useless outside the school. Although Chen Zhe felt that it was useless for Lin Xianya to come forward, Song Yuqi had already brought Sun Xian here, so he had no chance to persuade her and just let her do as she pleased.
Chen Zhe, what do you mean? Song Yuqi glanced at Lin Xianya and looked at Chen Zhe with hatred, who is this?
Sun Xian looked disdainful, Chen Zhe, you made an appointment with Mu Hanyu for dinner before, and now you've made an appointment with a beautiful girl.
And what happened between you and Yang Fei during the rehearsal just now? I just realized now that you are such a scumbag. Yuqi even took the initiative to find you. I really feel sorry for her. Chen Zhe's face was full of joy, great. You finally realized that I'm a scumbag? In that case, don't come to me in the future, okay? I ask you, who is she? Song Yuqi gritted her teeth and repeated it. Lin Xianya smiled gently and said softly, I am Lin Xianya from the Department of Mathematics. Lin Xianya? Are you that Lin Xianya? Sun Xian's gossiping ability is comparable to Wang Bo.
When she heard the name, she leaned over to Song Yuqi's ear and whispered a few words. Girls care more about the title of school beauty candidate than boys.
Sun Xian has also heard some rumors about Mu Hanyu, Lin Xianya, Su Ruoli, and others.
For example, I heard that Mu Hanyu's family is very rich and she is a rich lady. Lin Xianya scored full marks in mathematics in the college entrance examination, but only barely passed in Chinese, otherwise she would not have come to Jiangda.
Su Ruoli didn't live in the dormitory, it seemed like she was being kept by someone.
Su Qingcheng dropped out of school twice, and the reason is not clear yet. There is also a candidate for school beauty, Zhao Hongzhuang, but few stories about her are known.
After hearing Sun Xian's information, Song Yuqi felt much more at ease. What's so great about you being good at math? Aren't you in the same school as me?
Although you are very beautiful, there is not much difference between you and me. Compared to the pressure that Mu Hanyu and Hu Yufei brought to Song Yuqi, Lin Xianya looked non-aggressive both in appearance and personality, simply weak.
Student Lin Xianya, do you know the relationship between Chen Zhe and me?
I have something to say to him, could you please leave here?
Song Yuqi said bluntly.
Facing Song Yuqi's unreasonable request, Lin Xianya's emotions did not fluctuate at all, and her tone remained gentle. Student Song Yuqi, I know about your relationship with Chen Zhe, and I also know about your high school life.
Song Yuqi urged, since you know, then you should leave quickly.
Lin Xianya looked up at Song Yuqi's eyes, her gentle eyes seemed to contain the power to penetrate people's hearts. What I want to tell you is that the past is over.
Chen Zhe doesn't like you at all now. Please don't bother him anymore in the future, okay? Song Yuqi's face suddenly changed. Don't I know whether he likes me or not? Do I need you to tell me? What qualifications do you have to say these things? Sun Xian chimed in, that's right, you're really nosy. This is a matter between our Yuqi and Chen Zhe. Do you really need to speak on his behalf? Chen Zhe interrupted, Song Yuqi, I really don't like it. Song Yuqi interrupted him angrily before he could finish, don't talk now. Lin Xianya, I'm confused. What qualifications do you have to care about the affairs between me and Chen Zhe?
Lin Xianya said calmly, because I like him very much, and you wasted his love for you.
You no longer have a chance. Do you understand? You like him? Song Yuqi was angry, Lin Xianya, you better understand. Chen Zhe has liked me since high school, why do you want to compete with me?
Lin Xianya shook her head, I said, that's all in the past. He doesn't like you anymore, and you don't deserve the love he once had for you.
Song Yuqi, why do you want to reconcile with him? Because you feel uncomfortable losing someone you can play with at will, right? I didn't. You, don't talk nonsense. Song Yuqi was confused.
She originally thought that Lin Xianya was not aggressive, but unexpectedly, every word she said hurt her. You should know very well whether I said anything nonsense or not.
Lin Xianya looked into her eyes calmly. Stop slandering me.
Song Yuqi was touched in the sore spot and shouted excitedly. At this moment, there are many college students looking for food here, and they are all amazed at the situation here.
Fuck, who is that guy? It looks like those two beauties are about to fight over him. That's Chunze from the computer science department, a freshman. Are freshmen so awesome? Two beauties are fighting for him. I can't even imagine such a good thing. What a coward. I just dared to think about it.
Although she couldn't hear the buzzing discussions of the people around her, Song Yuchi felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that her best friend was at a disadvantage, Sun Xian was about to step forward to help, but Lin Xianya suddenly gave Song Yuchi a fatal blow.
Song Yuchi, I dare to say that I like Chunze, do you dare? This simple sentence broke through Song Yuchi's defense like a hot knife through butter. She never liked Chunze before, she just treated him as a free tool. In recent days, she did like him a little, but she was a delicate little princess, how could she say she liked him first? What's more, Chunze is still quarreling with her. She is very angry. How can she possibly say the word like?
Sun Xian frowned and said, Lin Xianya, how long have you known Chunze and you fell in love with him?
Do you know him?
I often see him dating different girls.
He is clearly a scumbag. With your conditions, can't you find someone better? Why are you competing with Yuchi for her?
Lin Xianya also gave Sun Xian a gentle blow. This unknown classmate, since you think he is a scumbag, for the sake of your best friend, shouldn't you advise your best friend to stay away from him?
Sun Xian felt that it really made sense and was completely speechless. Chapter 96. What feelings do you have?
Song Yuchi gritted her teeth and said, Lin Xianya, you can say it, but he is like me for 3 whole years.
The relationship between us cannot be destroyed by you.
At this moment, Song Yuchi had completely lost the arrogance she had at the beginning. Her expression and tone were much weaker, and it sounded more like she was struggling to death.
Lin Xianya showed no mercy and still looked at her calmly. It's ridiculous, what kind of feelings do you have between you two? Song Yuchi, during those 3 years, Chunze disliked you unilaterally, and you were just keeping him hooked.
You are enjoying the pleasure and vanity of being pursued, enjoying running errands whenever you are called, and enjoying free breakfast.
If you're in a good mood, give him a bone. If you're in a bad mood, tell him to get lost. Sorry, Chunze, did my words hurt you? Chunze, who was suddenly cued, oh. It's okay. You're right.
Lin Xianya smiled and nodded, then looked at Song Yuchi and continued, now Chunze doesn't like you anymore.
He has no feelings for you, and you originally had no feelings for him. Tell me, what feelings do you have between you? Song Yuchi felt extremely aggrieved. She opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute, but found that she had nothing to say. Besides, I didn't do it. What's the point of you talking all this nonsense? Sun Xian couldn't win against Lin Xianya. She felt that this girl was really terrifying. Her logic was rigorous and impeccable. But she is always so gentle and considerate, so even if you want to be angry, it is difficult to find fault with her, otherwise you will appear like an unreasonable shrew. However, just because she can't beat Lin Xianya doesn't mean she can't beat Chunze. Sun Xian immediately pointed the finger at Chunze. Chunze, every time Yuchi came to see you, you hid behind different girls and watched them argue. What kind of man are you? Yes, you are right. Chunze nodded repeatedly.
Sun Xian was a completely indifferent person to him. No matter what she said, Chunze just treated her as if she was talking nonsense.
You know, Yuchi told me that she was willing to give you a chance. She was just testing you during this period. You have persisted for 3 years, why don't you continue to persevere? Can't you stand the test? Yes. Sun Xian's words became more intense. What's your attitude? Can you please speak properly? The waiter brought the dishes. Chunze said to Lin Xianya, let's eat. He took a bite of the dish and tasted it. He said to Lin Xianya, this is a good dish. You should try it. Then he looked at Sun Xian and said, okay, let me talk to you. You always ruin my appetite every time we go out to eat. Can't you just go somewhere cooler? Every time you say that others are meddling in other people's business, what does the matter between me and Song Yuchi have to do with you? Are you a dog or a rat? Every time you go out, you follow Song Yuchi. What's the matter? Are you conjoined twins? You can't live without Song Yuchi? You have such a bad temper, and it's obvious that your endocrine system is out of balance. Why don't you hurry up and find a boyfriend? Sun Xian was speechless. I. Chunze laughed mercilessly. You are not a rooster, why are you crowing here?
Sun Qian was simply stunned. She never expected that Chen Zhe was so eloquent.
Why didn't she notice it before?
Lin Xianya took a bite of the dish and told Chen Zhe that it tasted really good.
Then she wiped the corner of her mouth, looked at Sun Qian and said, "Student Chen Zhe is right. I have to remind you that when you are with Song Yuqi, you are just a supporting role. I don't think you have much chance of meeting a boy you like. It might be better for you if you break up." Hearing this, Sun Qian looked as if she was thinking seriously. What Lin Xianya said really makes sense.
Although I am pretty, I am still not as pretty as Song Yuqi. Then if I meet a boy I like in the future, how can I snatch her away from her?
Seeing Sun Qian's thoughtful look, Song Yuqi panicked. "Cece, she is trying to sow discord. Don't listen to her nonsense. Forget it, let's go." Song Yuqi felt that Lin Xianya was the most terrifying girl she had ever met.
Just a random word from her almost destroyed her friendship with Sun Qian.
We can't stay here any longer. If Sun Qian is really bewitched by Lin Xianya, it will be a huge loss. Song Yuqi hurriedly pulled Sun Qian away. Chen Zhe and Lin Xianya could finally eat in peace. Happy times always pass quickly. The two had their meal and chatted for a while. It felt like only a short time had passed, but when they looked at the time, more than an hour had passed. "Shall we retreat?" "Good." Chen Zhe stood up to pay the bill.
Lin Xianya shook her head and said, "I'll pay." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "You helped me a lot today.
I should treat you."
Lin Xianya nodded, "Okay, I'll treat you next time."
The two walked back to school through the alley. It was already dusk.
The setting sun slowly set and hung in the sky, dyeing the clouds a dark red color.
What a beautiful sunset.
Lin Xianya stopped at the back door of the school. Chen Zhe also looked up at the horizon with her, and for a moment he was inspired to write, "The vast sea of clouds is stirring, and the scattered golden light is dazzling. It's a pity that the red clouds are only for a moment, and I want to chase the light and shadow to the horizon." With the blessing of top voice actor skills, Chen Zhe's casual recitation of a poem brought Lin Xianya a particularly beautiful artistic conception. She turned her head to look at Chen Zhe, only to see the warm light of the setting sun shining on him. His handsome profile under the halo was deeply engraved in her heart, and she would never forget it in her life.
Lin Xianya favorability +10. Lin Xianya's heartbeat point +3. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Zhe silently checked Lin Xianya's data. Name Lin Xianya. Age, 19. Height 166 cm. Weight 53 kg. Overall appearance 87. Favorability, 60. Heartbeat 4.
Considering the current favorability, as long as Chen Zhe spends more money on her, he will definitely be able to trigger a high cashback. But the atmosphere is so good now that Chen Zhe is too lazy to think of reasons to spend money on her. In addition, there was more than 30 million yuan in the card, so he was not particularly anxious about swiping the money.
There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. You seem to have lost some weight? Chen Zhe also noticed that Lin Xianya seemed to have lost a kilogram. Yes, I'm trying to lose weight recently.
Lin Xianya's mood suddenly became even happier, because she felt that Chen Zhe was still paying attention to her, otherwise how could he discover it so quickly when others hadn't noticed it?
You are in such good shape, why do you need to lose weight? You don't understand this, do you?
Losing weight is a girl's lifelong career.
The two chatted and soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. Lin Xianya waved goodbye to Chen Zhe.
Just as she was about to enter the door, she turned back and asked seriously, "Why didn't you contact me first?" Chen Zhe thought about it and realized that he was too busy recently. He had received hundreds of private messages from beautiful girls on Douyu and Douyin, but he had not replied to any of them.
How could he have the time to take the initiative to contact them? I'm afraid that my initiative will be met with disregard and annoyance.
Lin Xianya thought that he had a psychological trauma because Song Yuqi kept hanging on and didn't reply to his messages. He understood this very well and said, "If I take the initiative to send you a message, you can't not reply to me."
Chen Zhe immediately said, "Don't worry, I promise, I won't do that." After getting Chen Zhe's assurance, Lin Xianya smiled slightly and walked into the door of the girls' dormitory building.
Chen Zhe was also preparing to go back to his dormitory to edit a video and give it to Hu Yufei. After walking a few steps, his cell phone rang. He answered the call and heard a coquettish voice from the other end, "Hello, husband?"
"Xiao Liuli, what's wrong? What are you doing?" "I was thinking about you." Chapter 97, Beauty Anchor Competition. From the other side came Su Ruoli's heartbroken laughter. Really? I was thinking about you too. Chunzhe smiled and asked, have you eaten? I ate it. I want to tell you something. I hope you can help me. Just say it. There is an event at Douyu tonight, and I want to win a place. I hope my husband can support me. It's a piece of cake, no problem. What time does it start? It starts at 8 o'clock. I'll put on makeup and look pretty. Chunzhe said seriously, no, you are not allowed to dress too beautifully. Su Ruoli? After returning to the dormitory, Chunzhe chatted with Wang Bo and Xiong Chumo for a while and then started to work. He turned on his computer, cut out some famous scenes of classic anime and game characters, added subtitles and some appropriate BGM, and sent it to Hu Yufei before 7:30. Senior sister Hu didn't reply to the message immediately, probably because she was busy. Afterwards, Chunzhe climbed onto the bed and opened Douyu. Su Ruoli's broadcast has already started, and she is sitting in front of the camera chatting with her fans. She was dressed very conservatively today, in a white round neck t-shirt and black casual pants. She obviously understood Chunzhe's spirit. She could dress sexy and cool in front of him, but could not wear it outside and show it to others. The show hasn't aired for 2 days since Su Ruoli and Chunzhe met offline. Although she was quite popular in the past few days, she was just a new anchor after all. After 2 days of not broadcasting, the traffic dropped rapidly and the popularity was very low. There are not many people in the live broadcast room, most of them are old fans who have followed Lioli since its launch. What has sister been doing these days? Why isn't she on air? Why do I feel that little Lioli seems to be more beautiful? 5:55, I haven't seen my sister for 6 years. I miss her so much. Su Ruoli selectively read a comment, expressing his surprise. I only didn't broadcast for 2 days, how come it's been 6 years? 1 day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns, and 2 days without seeing you feels like 6 autumns. Ugh, what a crap plot. Su Ruoli complained in his heart, and then saw cool special effects light up on the public screen, indicating that the Emperor Young Master unparalleled in the world entered the scene. Brother Wushuang. Su Ruoli waved happily at the camera. Oh shit, Brother Wushuang showed up. Welcome Brother Wushuang. Welcome, Mr. Shuang. Welcome the Twin Emperors. Welcome to the double yolk egg. Welcome twins dog head saves life. The guy who typed welcome double yolk egg without adding a dog head was immediately kicked out by the room manager Meng Meng stand up. Yes, that's right, Xiao Lioli also has a housing manager. Of course, she didn't hire those messy people, but instead invited her best friend Yu Xiaomeng. Yu Xiaomeng had never done this kind of work before. As a new housing manager, she couldn't tolerate any sand in her eyes. So she kicked the person out just because he made a harmless joke. If it were any other live streaming room, someone would definitely question what this room manager does. How can he kick people out at random? However, everyone in Lioli's live broadcast room expressed their understanding. You have to consider the person you are joking with. Brother Wushuang is the guardian of this live broadcast room and a famous rich man on all platforms. Can a little unknown person like you make such a joke on him? There were a few familiar IDs in this live broadcast room. Chunzhe chatted with them casually, and then looked at the rules of tonight's event. This event is called the Newcomer Beauty Anchor Competition. It is divided into 4 competition areas, and the competition is randomly allocated according to the average number of applicants. There will be several rounds of knockout matches within the division, followed by group matches to determine the first place in the 4 divisions, and then the first place in the 4 divisions will compete for the final championship. In addition to a bonus, the champion of this competition will also receive certain traffic support, resource allocation, and some advertisements, commercial performances, etc. This is just a small event. The reward for winning the championship is very attractive to those small anchors, but it is completely meaningless to those big anchors and top anchors. Their usual traffic and advertising are much more than the rewards offered by the platform this time. Chunzhe estimated that the competitive pressure would not be too great and he was very relaxed. After hanging out in the live broadcast room for a while, the competition entered the countdown, and then the platform matched the contestants. Liolia's first opponent was a pretty female anchor, but she didn't trigger the system prompt, which must be because her beauty filter was turned on too high. The anchor wanted to say hello, but before she could say anything, Chunzhe sent 20 superfires, which stunned the young anchor. The young anchor was stunned for a long time before he said with a sad face, "Why are you so fierce?" He died right after he came on, 555. Lioli quickly said, "Sorry. We didn't mean it." This is just my eldest brother's usual style.
The young anchor glanced at the name of the top brother on the Lioli live broadcast room list, young master Wushuang in the world.
Oh, it's brother Wushuang. I'm unlucky.
Before the PK time was over, the first opponent chose to surrender and admitted defeat.
Ha ha ha, did you see that? The anchor was stunned just now. I'm also confused if it's me.
This guy has 20 super hot people right from the start.
How could these small anchors have ever seen such a scene?
She can only blame her bad luck for being assigned to Lioli's group.
Who says it's not?
Su Ruoli won too quickly and the others were still playing PK, so Chen Zhe ran out to check the situation in other regions. He didn't find any particularly powerful big brothers competing for the top spot, so he went to take a look at Lazy Sheep's live broadcast room. Although there is a word lazy in her ID, she is online on time at 8 o'clock every night.
Even if she cannot come due to something, she will ask for leave and post an announcement. Her professional attitude is much better than Lioli's.
Lazy Sheep had just started broadcasting and there were not many people in the live broadcast room.
Suddenly, he saw Wushuang brother's entrance special effect and couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, Wushuang brother, you came so early today?
You know, Chen Zhe usually comes here to listen to lullabies when he is about to go to bed. This is the first time he comes to her live broadcast room after 8 o'clock.
Gongzi Shi Wushuang, why didn't you go to participate in the competition? Lazy Sheep shook his head repeatedly. How dare I go to play in the game? There are so many talented anchors. If I go, I will just be killed. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, call me next time you play. Lazy Sheep made a joke. The next competition will be Douyu's annual top anchor. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, I'll give you the top 10. Seeing this comment, more than a dozen netizens shouted, brother Wushuang is awesome. I want one too, I want one too. It's probably not too late for me to be a broadcaster now.
Those who can wait until the show starts are all old fans, and they are all joking.
No one took Chen Zhe's words seriously, including Lazy Sheep.
After all, a few years ago, some people spent 15 million but still couldn't make it into the top 10.
Brother Wushuang is indeed capable, but does he want to send Lazy Sheep into the top 10? That's really difficult. What's more, the situation is different now.
There were many wealthy people in the past, but now the unions are in power. No matter how wealthy and powerful a person is, it is difficult for him to compete with the big brother of an entire union.
Chen Zhe didn't stay here for long.
He just brushed more than 30 superfires and ran back to Lioli's live broadcast room without waiting for Lazy Sheep to thank him. Lioli has already connected with the second opponent, who initially had dozens or hundreds of votes, but as soon as Chen Zhe arrived, he directly sent 10 superfires, and the opponent immediately burst into tears.
There is no fun at all.
The third opponent was also defeated right from the start and gave up resistance.
Soon, all the small anchors in the Lioli competition area knew the terrible news. Lioli doesn't eat candy because she has brother Wushuang in charge.
She will kill anyone she sees, and anyone who runs into her will die. Their game hasn't started yet and the group stage hasn't ended yet, but all the anchors in this region know that the champion of this region will definitely be Lioli Wui. But not long after, something unexpected happened.
Chapter 98 Fengyun Guild.
After Lioli eliminated more than a dozen opponents, she successfully entered the group stage.
The first opponent matched was a host named Miao Miao Jiang.
This is also a newcomer, but she is a newcomer signed by the Fengyun Guild. The Fengyun Guild plans to take advantage of this event to push her to the championship throne, gain traffic, and build her fame.
On live streaming platforms, fame and traffic mean money.
The strength of Fengyun Guild is quite good, and it can be ranked in the top 10 on Douyu. Moreover, before the competition, the leader of Fengyun Guild, Batian Huaqilan, had already informed big guilds such as Shaoyin and Aoshir, saying that they wanted to promote new players and asked other big guys to help them. Other guilds will naturally give this face to Fengyun Guild.
The big guilds didn't show up, and some small guilds didn't need to say hello.
Only when they saw people from Fengyun Guild competing for the list would they naturally retreat. Originally, it should be a sure thing for Miao Miao to win the championship, so Fengyun Guild only sent out 2 big brothers.
Who knew that not long after the game started, bad news suddenly came.
Brother Wushuang is currently voting and ranking high, and it looks like he wants to send Lioli to the top spot.
Lioli and Miami Ejiang are from the same division. Whoever wants to get out of the competition area must defeat the opponent. Met a tough guy.
Fengyun Huaqilan, who heard the news, immediately started a video conference in the guild management group.
Soon, 7 or 8 management levels came online. Everyone was asking what was going on.
Hua Qilin, to make a long story short, that Wushuang suddenly showed up to help others to win the rankings.
If Miao wants to win the championship, she must defeat him first. Tian Zue, this is indeed a bit difficult.
Wushuang is still quite powerful.
Peerless sword, why should we be afraid of him? No matter how powerful he is, we can still destroy him. Blood drinker Mad Blade, brother, you are right. Who has our Fengyun guild ever feared?
Dragon Turtle, brothers, what you said is true, but what used to be done with a little money may not be possible now.
Sanfen Gyuanqi, who among you knows Wushuang? Why don't you go and say hello to him? Everyone said they didn't know him.
Peerless sword, that bastard is very arrogant. I sent him several private messages, but he didn't reply to any of them.
Of course, Chen Zhe was not targeting him deliberately.
He did not reply to any of the hundreds of private messages from Douyu. The people who sent private messages included bigwigs from other guilds, various female anchors, entertainers, Douyu's exclusive butler, etc. However, Juesher Haojian was very unhappy and had already started to bear a grudge against him.
Blood drinker Mad Blade, greet him? You think too highly of him. How can a mere rich man defeat our guild? Tian Zue, I think it would be better if you could say hello.
Dragon Turtle, brothers, what you said is right.
Things that used to be done with a little money may not be possible now.
Peerless sword, my dear turtle, are you a parrot?
Hua Qilin, alright, everyone, be quiet. I asked everyone to go online to remind you that today's game is not as easy as you thought. Please take it seriously. Peerless sword, Bu Jingyun and Niafeng are in Miao's live broadcast room, right? How about Quang Dao and I go over and help? Blood drinker, sure. I don't have anything to do tonight anyway.
Hua Qilin thought for a moment and said, that's fine. I'll approve another million for both of you.
3 million should be enough for the championship. Remember to spend it sparingly.
There's no point in spending too much on such a small event.
Peerless sword, understood. Blood drinker, okay, boss.
After the meeting, Juesher Haojian and Shuayin Quangdao ran to Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room. Originally, Niafeng and Bu Jingyun each had 1 million in their accounts, and they prepared 2 million, which was definitely more than enough to win the championship.
But now there is a powerful competitor.
To be on the safe side, Fengyun Guild sent out Peerless Sword and Blood Drinking Mad Blade, each with $500,000, as reserve funds. At this moment, Miao is chatting with the viewers in the live broadcast room.
Brothers? Are you telling the truth? Brother Wushuang is helping my competitor to get on the charts? Oh my god, what should I do? Miao's pretty face showed a pitiful expression, making her look weak and helpless.
Her acting skills are quite good, which immediately aroused the desire to protect her among many netizens.
We will help you.
No matter how arrogant Brother Wushuang is, he is just one person.
I definitely support you mentally. Miao, come on, don't be afraid. Seeing these comments, Peerless Sword couldn't help but sneer, thinking, is it necessary to act like this?
Everyone is taking Wushuang too seriously.
Who the hell is he?
Several major guilds in Douyu were aware of Wushuang's affairs, and Juesher Haojian was naturally aware of it as well.
Gongzisher Wushuang would come to give gifts to the female anchor almost every day, and the amount would be at least tens of thousands.
The highest record was that he gave more than 600,000 gifts in one night.
Jushi Hajian also admitted that Wushuang was quite powerful and could spend tens of thousands every day.
But he has spent more than 1 million in the past few days. It's hard to say whether he can still come up with money and how much money he can get. However, Jushi Hajian dares to assert that Wushuang no longer has much strength, his money is almost gone, and he can't get any more.
To take a step back, even if Wushuang still has the strength, a person's power is ultimately limited. There are so many people in Fengyun Guild, but they can't defeat him? Just do it, why think about so many things? The Fengyun Guild here has already made preparations to snipe Brother Wushuang.
Chen Zhe also received a voice call from Xiaoying Guhong. Xiaoying Guhong said cheerfully, Boss Shuang, I heard that you are helping someone to get on the charts today.
What a refined hobby. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Boss Guhong, you also know about such a small matter? Xiaoying Guhong asked tentatively, does the two have to win this championship? Chen Zhe said, that's not the case, as long as I can get into the top 3. Alas, this, bad luck, it's really difficult to deal with. Xiaoying Guhong thought to himself, what is this?
Originally, Wushuang didn't think about winning the championship, and it didn't conflict with the plan of Fengyun Guild. But it just so happened that the person that Fengyun Guild wanted to promote met Liuli in the group stage, so they had to fight head-on to decide the winner.
I can only say that it is fate that plays tricks on me. What's wrong? Chen Zhe asked curiously.
Xiaoying Guhong told the story that Fengyun Guild was going to launch a new anchor. After listening to this, Chen Zhe pondered and said, then we can only rely on our own strength. Xiaoying Guhong reminded, Boss Xuan, Fengyun Guild is very strong, not much worse than my guild, you should take it easy.
Thanks for the reminder, sir. Soon, the group stage began. Liuli and Miao Miao are online. Hello Liuli. Hello, Miao Miao Chan.
Both beautiful female anchors greeted each other in a friendly manner. Ding, a capturable target detected.
Chen Zhe finally saw the system prompt and looked at the female anchor opposite him carefully.
Miao Miao's makeup is relatively light, and she wears a maid outfit in a Japanese style.
Her voice and expression both have a green tea vibe.
Shen Zixin said, considering that the opponent is a beauty and a newcomer that another guild is going to promote, he should not make things too awkward and give her some face. So he didn't do as he did before and immediately gave gifts without waiting for others to speak, but instead decided to wait and see how the situation developed. Who knew that when Chen Zhe was about to be polite, the other party was not polite at all?
A peerless sword, a gift to the anchor Miami Ajiang Super Rocket 2. A peerless sword, a gift to the anchor Miami Ajiang Super Rocket 3. A peerless sword, a gift to the anchor Miami Ajiang Super Rocket 50.
Chen Zhe was stunned, thinking that the people in this big guild were different. They killed 50 super hot guys right away, which showed that they were indeed powerful. Miao Miao was a little confused and thought that this was not right and there was no need to be so aggressive at the beginning. Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun and Shuai Quangdao were all stunned. Originally, Nie Feng and the other two were the main forces, and Juesher Haojian was only responsible for support.
Why did he start to steal the main force at the very beginning? Chapter 99. Do you want to follow?
Nie Feng and the other two quickly sent a private message to Peerless Sword, asking him what was going on, but received no response. Then he sent him WeChat messages again, but Jushi Hajian chose to ignore them all. Of course he knew what the process of playing a game was. It was only the group stage and it was not the last moment yet, so there was no need to give too many gifts. However, Juesher Haojian has been unhappy with brother Wushuang for a long time, and today he must teach him a lesson. After brushing 50 superfires, Juesher Haojian ran to Liuli's live broadcast room to challenge her.
What's going on? Why aren't you sending out gifts yet? Hurry up and start sending out gifts. I'll have some fun with you guys.
As the competition progressed, the popularity of Liuli's live broadcast room gradually increased, and the room was filled with constant barrages of comments. However, it is hard not to let others see the barrage sent by the maximum level account Jushi Hajian. After seeing this barrage, Chen Zhe, Liuli and the viewers in the live broadcast room all knew that the big brother from the opposite side, Miao Miao Jiang, had come here to cause trouble. The netizens who were afraid of chaos in the world immediately became excited.
It's fun.
Ever since the last time the beautiful girl Cici came to cause trouble and was humiliated, the Liuli live broadcast room guarded by brother Wushuang finally welcomed another troublemaker.
Digital user 2646741, TSK, you come here to show off after getting 50 super fires? Do you know who the guardian brother here is? Diao Zhetian from the Zhetian gang, Peerless Sword. Wow, this ID is really not wrong, it's really too mean. Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to imitate others and be mean? Long Out Yen vowed to protect Liuli to the death. You come here to show off after getting 50 super fires? Our brother Wushuang didn't show off when he got 300? What are you pretending to be? What can I do?
Brother, I advise you to stop. The water in this live broadcast room is too deep, you can't control it.
Several fans also went to Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room to flood the screen with messages. Miao Miao, do you know the beautiful girl Cici?
Persuade your big brother not to let you end up like her.
Miao Miao, Cici beautiful girl.
Advise your brother not to hurt you.
Miao, Cici. Understand? Yoshi.
Seeing these comments, Juesheng Haojian was almost angry to death.
He is a max level account.
No matter which live broadcast room he goes to, he will meet a bunch of people flattering him, which makes him very proud. Now I came to the live broadcast room of a small anchor, and was met with full-screen ridicule.
When has he ever suffered such humiliation in a live broadcast room? Where do these poor, low-level dogs get the courage to criticize him? Was it Gongzishir Wushuan's dog coins that gave them the courage? What a joke, the brother they thought was the rich and powerful was just a nobody in his heart. The peerless sword immediately started typing away. Why are you yelling? 50 super fires are just a drop in the bucket. I don't need to show off. As for you guys, you are all so arrogant, you should have money, right? Then you should hurry up and get your tickets. At Gongzishir Wushuan, weren't you very aggressive in getting votes before? Why are you so quiet now that you meet me? Are you scared? Lioli was very popular last week and attracted many powerful big brothers. As a result, she didn't go on air for 2 days and didn't keep in touch with the big brothers, which caused those big brothers' feelings towards her to be unstable. As a result, most of the big brothers fell in love with someone else all of a sudden. Nowadays, there are only a few big brothers in the live broadcast room, such as Long Outyen swears to protect Lioli until his death, and what can I do to you? In the past 2 or 3 days, one of them gave Lioli more than 10,000 yuan, and the other gave Lioli nearly 30,000 yuan. Of course, they can't compare with the wealthy men like Jue Shenghaojian and Gongzi Shiwashuang, who have fortunes starting at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he is indeed considered a big brother. In addition, there are a lot of freeloaders in the live broadcast room who mainly provide companionship. With such strength, facing a maximum level peerless sword, it is obviously not enough and there is no confidence in speaking. But they have brother Wushuang. Several big brothers and water friends in Lioli's live broadcast room were typing one after another. Long Outyen vowed to protect Lioli to the death. Brother Wushuang, hurry up and vote, kill him. Digital user 313-445-7656, Double Emperors. The Supreme Emperor of our live studio, please act quickly and destroy this invading enemy. Rubbing people, Boss Shuang, come on, come on. We are rooting for you. What can I do to him? Brother Wushuan, hit his face quickly until it swells up. If you go too easy, I'll look down on you. Chen Zhe didn't think about competing with Zhu Shi Haojian. There are endless trolls and bitches on the internet. If he fought every time he met one, he would be so tired every day. However, given the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, it's impossible for him not to show some respect. As a result, the super popular special effects in Lioli's live broadcast room began to float on the screen. Gongzishir Wushuan gave the anchor Luli Buqi Candy Super Rocket 2. Gongzishir Wushuan gave the anchor Luli Buqi Candy Super Rocket 100. Chen Zhe casually swiped 100 super fires on it. The viewers in Lioli's live broadcast room began to clamor. What can I do to you? Ah, what a great sword. Did you see that? Brother Wushuan easily defeated you with just one move. Don't be a coward, you must fight back. Road to Death 11, as you wish, our Lioli's guardian brother has taken action. Come, let's fight. Holy Sword Mage, if you don't keep on grinding, I'll look down on you. Long Outyen vowed to protect Lioli until his death. What a great sword. If you can beat Brother Wushuang today, I will call you daddy when I see you in the future. It all depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Peerless sword, are we fighting against each other? That's just what I want. After that, Jushi Hajian ran back to Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room and gained 100 superfires. The health bar of Miami Ajiang's PK suddenly surpassed that of Lioli. The peerless sword came over again. Young Master Shi Wushuang, come? Chen Zizi was too lazy to type, so he just sent out 200 superfires. After finishing the brush, he typed 2 words, continue. The peerless sword sneered, who is afraid of who? He ran back and started to continuously brush the superfire. He wanted to imitate Chen Zhe and brush 200. However, when he brushed 100, he could not brush anymore. Jushi Hajian took a look at his account and realized that the 500,000 had been spent. He had to stop. A lot of people came after Lioli. Long Outyen vowed to protect Lioli until his death. Why did you stop? Keep going, your votes haven't caught up yet. Come on, Haojin. I'm rooting for you. I believe you should be able to hold out against Brother Wushuang until the PK time is over. What can I do to you at? Keep swiping for me. I wonder if you dare to keep yelling in the future. The 2 live broadcast rooms of Lioli and Miami Ajiang were extremely popular and constantly refreshed the screen, attracting many visitors. The popularity of both rooms soared. The viewers in both live broadcast rooms were very excited. How many votes are there? If I'm not mistaken, both sides have spent about 500,000 or 600,000 votes? Fuck. Such a small competition costs so much money. Isn't this a huge loss? I can only say that I don't understand the world of rich people. It's fucking crazy. Is it so easy to make money as a live streamer? Will anyone watch me, a man, showing my leg hair? If someone does, I'll go live.
Although Miami Ajiang is a new anchor, she has received training from the guild, so she knows how to seize opportunities. Seeing so many people coming, she immediately played some cheerful music and began to twist her graceful waist.
Dear brothers, can you please save Meow Meow? Meow Meow danced with his hands next to his cheeks to look cute.
She was wearing a maid outfit, and with that weak, pleading look and the little movements of twisting her body, she instantly broke through many people's defenses and caused LSPs to vote for her one after another. When Liuli saw this situation, she also stood up and played a piece of train rock and began to dance to solicit votes.
You dance very well. Give me a reward.
While Liuli was dancing, Chenzei added another 200 super fires.
Seeing this, Liuli's fans went to Miami Ajiang's side to line up at.
What can I do with you at? Brother Wushuang has won 500 points and is super popular, but you have only won 250 points.
Do you want to follow?
Long Outyan vowed to protect Liuli until his death. I think he is an idiot.
At Peerless Sword, do you want to follow me? Will you follow me? Will you follow me? Will you follow me? Chapter 100 Brother Wushuang challenges Fengyun Guild alone.
The Peerless Sword was about to go mad.
Of course he wanted to follow. But there is no money in the account.
The key issue is that the two main players, Niafeng and Bu Jingyun, are still hesitating and unwilling to vote. Peerless Sword immediately started a multi-person video, connecting Niafeng, Bu Jingyun and Xuyin Quangdao. As soon as he came online, Peerless Sword started to criticize him violently.
What are you doing? What on earth are you doing? I'm working hard in the PK, and you're just watching? Why don't you hurry up and register? The PK will end in less than 2 minutes, what are you still dawdling about? Niafeng frowned and said nothing. How dare you ask me what I am doing?
Originally, Bu Jingyun and I had agreed to put up the vote depending on the situation. You messed up everything as soon as you arrived and completely messed up our plans.
You still have the nerve to ask us what we are doing? Bu Jingyun said unhappily, I was just about to ask you something. We sent you a message just now, why didn't you reply? Why didn't you discuss it with us before you started swiping tickets? Who told you to swipe 500,000 right away?
Peerless Sword said confidently, I am helping you test Wushuang's strength.
You all saw it, right? Even with 500,000, you still can't beat him. Can you please stop wasting time? Time is running out, hurry up and vote. Blood Drinker Mad Blade, yeah, brothers, hurry up and kill him. Niafeng, Bu Jingyun, if you two keep on wasting time, I'll go and vote first. Bu Jingyun said, wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry? There is still more than a minute left, can't we go and steal the tower?
Peerless Sword said angrily, can you ensure that stealing the tower will succeed?
Others will not defend the tower? Do you think others are idiots? Niafeng finally couldn't help but said, why are you so anxious? Let's see what the situation is. Don't act on your own anymore.
Now we are in a passive position.
Peerless Sword was very angry, I made you passive?
When I was ridiculed by so many people, none of you said a word, but now you have the nerve to criticize me, you are really interesting.
I think you are afraid of that Wushuang, right? Our Fengyun Guild should be afraid of him? You two are so cowardly, how ridiculous. Bu Jingyun got angry, who are you calling a coward? Do you think playing a game is just a mess? You can't do your job well, but you are just messing around.
Niafeng was also very rude, Peerless Sword, I have been putting up with you for a long time.
You better watch your attitude when you speak.
While they were still arguing, the quiet Blood Drinker Mad Blade suddenly shouted in panic, fuck.
I used up 500,000, but I still didn't win. That Wushuang used up 1,000 super fires, 2 million. What? Gongzi sure Wushuang spent 2 million? Niafeng and Bu Jingyun felt nervous when they heard this.
I didn't expect that young Master Sure Wushuang is still so tough.
He really has the strength. There are only 30 or 40 seconds left before the PK ends.
Time is running out, and they don't have time to question Blood Drinker Mad Blade for posting the votes without permission.
They must make a decision now. Should I go all in the remaining 2 million, or give up now? Bloody Mad Blade and Peerless Sword were so anxious that their heads were about to smoke. What are you still hesitating about?
If I had 2 million in my account, I would have invested it long ago.
Hurry up and get your tickets. Do you want to watch young Master Shi Wushwang shit on our heads all by himself? It's understandable that we lost to other big guilds, but if we can't even defeat one person, how are we going to survive in the future? Hurry up and get the tickets.
Seeing that Miao Miao was about to lose, and the two idiots, Guang Dao and Hao Jian, kept urging her to do it, Nie Er and Bu Jingyun could no longer remain calm and rational. Even though what those two idiots did was inhumane, one thing they said was right: their Fengyun guild cannot lose to young Master Shi Wushwang today. Because before the competition, the boss Fire Kirin had already greeted the leaders of other large guilds. In other words, all other big guilds know that Fengyun guild is going to promote a newcomer today, and the champion will definitely be Miao Miao. If the championship falls into someone else's hands, how embarrassing will it be for Fengyun guild? Where will the boss Wachilin put his face? Nia Feng, go ahead and vote. 1 million per person, all in. Walk. At this moment, the viewers in Liuli and Miami Ajiang's live broadcast rooms were all numb. It was just a small competition, but the combined revenue from both sides was over 3 million.
So what? It's really not that serious. It's not for the annual competition, why do they post so many? If these big brothers have too much money to spend, can you give me some? I'm a college student, I want it. My nephew is an elementary school student, I asked for it for him. What can I do to you? Brother Wushwang is really generous. He earned 2 million by himself. The two big brothers on the other side only earned 1 million in total. Brother Wushwang is awesome. Both presidents are mighty and domineering. Long Out Yen vowed to protect Liuli until his death. The word talent is really well used. Oh. What can I do?
I've been with Brother Wushwang for so long that I become so inflated. The netizens were discussing enthusiastically when two good brothers suddenly appeared in Miao Miao Zhang's live broadcast room, and super hot special effects kept floating on the screen.
Nia Feng gave the anchor Miami Ajiang a super rocket too. Bu Dingyun gave the anchor Miami Ajiang a super rocket too. Nia Feng gave the anchor Miami Ajiang super rocket 20.
There were too many super rockets sent out too quickly, and the live broadcast room was frozen. The viewers in both live broadcast rooms were excited.
What can I do? Fuck. They stole the tower. They stole the tower. Hurry up and defend the tower, brothers.
Long Out Yen vowed to protect Liuli to the death, double emperors.
The opponent wants to steal the tower. We must defend it. Fuck, Nye Feng Bu Jingyun? Isn't this from the Fengyun Guild? Is Fengyun Guild very powerful? They are one of the top 10 guilds in Douyu. Isn't that awesome? Fuck, Brother Wushwang wants to challenge the guild alone? Can he win? New here, right? Stay calm and believe in our Brother Wushwang's ability. After all, he once single-handedly defeated the entire live broadcast room of the opposing anchor. The netizens here were excitedly posting comments, and Chen Zhe was naturally not idle either, and immediately started to post super hot comments. Want to steal a tower?
No, there is enough money in his account.
Just swipe it, who is afraid of who?
In just 30 seconds, the two big brothers on the opposite side each sent out 500 super fires in one breath, adding up to 1,000, 2 million.
And Chen Zhe sent out 1,000 super fires again in one breath. PK time is over.
The 2,000 pieces of Liuli are super popular, plus some small gifts.
Miao Miao has 1,500 super hot ones, plus some nice gifts. But the difference in health bars is still obvious. Liuli wins.
Nia Feng frowned. Bu Jingyun was in a heavy mood. Jewisher Haojian's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and Xuan Guangdao was so angry that he screamed. Miao Miao was completely stunned. She never expected that the guild invested 3 million to support her, but in the end she couldn't even make it through the group stage. I have such a miserable life, why did I meet Brother Wushwang? Miao Miao's fans were also in a very bad mood, and the morale in the entire live broadcast room was very low. On the other hand, in Liuli's live broadcast room, the viewers were all excited and happy.
The smile on Liuli's face never stopped, especially in the last few dozen seconds. It was so exciting that she got so excited that her face flushed. Su Ruoli's favorability +1. Su Rua's centrifugal point +5.
Victory can boost morale and make people more united.
Although many fans are just freeloaders, they also feel proud of it. We won, we won. Brother Wushwang is so awesome. Brother Wuxuan, my long-lost brother, when will you come back and recognize me as your brother?
As soon as the PK ended, the news that Gongzi Shi Wuxuan had crushed the Fengyun Guild spread across the Douyu platform and then spread to other live streaming platforms.
Chapter 101 System Update.
The competition continues.
But the following games became boring.
All participating anchors knew that Brother Wuxuan had earned over 4 million in the group stage, and it was clear that he was determined to help Liuli win the championship at all costs.
The Fengyun Guild has lost, what can the others use to play against him?
Therefore, when all the participating anchors met Liuli, they all voluntarily admitted defeat and gave up resistance.
The game may not seem to be over, but it is actually over. Everyone knows that Liuli will definitely win the championship if she doesn't eat candy.
2000 super hot screen swiping brought huge traffic to Liuli's live broadcast room. During the game, her popularity exceeded 1 million. Being a popular anchor with millions of fans, this was something Liuli never dared to imagine when she first started live streaming. And today, she can earn more than 1 million just from this competition. As popularity soars, the revenue of the live broadcast room continues to increase.
OMG.
Looking at the constantly beating profit figures, Su Ruoli's little heart could hardly bear it. She covered her chest with her little hands, trying to calm herself down.
It's a pity that I can't do it.
Originally, Su Ruoli came to play this game just to let Shinzei brush it casually, and didn't expect him to brush it hard. As long as she wins the championship and has traffic support, Su Ruoli believes that she can gradually become famous with her own strength.
If you become popular, you can make a lot of money. Is she short of money?
She originally thought she had no shortage of it, but now she feels that she has a lot of shortage of it. It was like she bought a small villa and wanted to redecorate it, but she couldn't afford it, but she was too embarrassed to ask Shinzei for it. So she decided to do live streaming and work hard to make money, so that she wouldn't have to spend Shinzei's money all the time.
Instead, she could give him some high-end gifts.
Well, I have to say that little Su Ruoli is quite ambitious and motivated.
Ruoli, you are a little rich woman now. Little rich woman, do you need a little girl to warm your bed? Yu Xiaomeng on the side was extremely excited.
She has always hoped that there is a hidden rich second generation among her besties or friends who can take her to eat and drink the best food. Unexpectedly, although there was no hidden rich second generation, she witnessed the birth of a little rich woman with her own eyes. Just one night of live streaming, and he was about to earn 2 million.
Warm my bed? Okay.
Su Ruoli replied with a smile.
Before warming the bed, I want a bonus. Yu Xiaomeng said coquettishly. No problem. Su Ruoli hesitated for a moment and said, let me think about it. According to the agreement, I will give you 20,000 yuan. Ha, you're so nice. Yu Xiaomeng hugged Su Ruoli's pretty face and gave her a kiss happily. Sisters should settle accounts clearly.
As a property manager, she did not work for Su Ruoli for nothing, she also received a salary and bonus. So far tonight, she has earned nearly 30,000 yuan, which makes her happy just thinking about it.
Liuli and Yu Xiaomeng were very happy, and Shinzei was in a good mood too.
Today he gave Liuli more than 2,000 super fires, triggered 4 high multiple cashbacks, and earned a total of more than 500,000. Of course, this is not the main reason why he is in a good mood. When he first made $200,000, he was much happier than he is now. But he already has more than 30 million now, and another 500,000 will not make any waves in his mood. At this moment, Shinzei suddenly understood a person. It turns out that sometimes, money is really just a string of numbers. Shinzei's good mood lies in the fact that he has gained a lot of favorability and heart-touching points today. Su Ruoli's favorability has reached 97, only 3 points away from full marks. Shinzei is looking forward to whether Su Ruoli is willing to learn some new knowledge with him after the favorability level is full.
In addition, the system has many prompts. Lazy Sheep's favorability plus 15, heartbeat point plus 1. Nan Meyer's favorability plus 20, heartbeat points plus 3. Meow Meow's favorability plus 10. Shinzei already had experience in increasing favorability in groups. He knew that Lazy Sheep and Nan Meyer must have watched the PK between him and the Fengyun Guild, and was once again impressed by his own powerful ability to make money. It's not surprising that they have a growing affinity for each other. However, Shinzei was quite surprised by the increase in Meow Meow's favorability. This girl was almost crying because of me beating her, but I still like her more? Could it be that she is a masochist?
In fact, in addition to these anchors who the system has suggested are possible to be pursued, there are many other female anchors on the Douyu platform who have also gained Chenzé a lot of favor and heart points. This includes the top 10 leaders of the year. The top anchors do make a lot of money, but Brother Wushuang can make more than 4 million in one night, and after deducting miscellaneous expenses, he can still get more than 1 million.
Who wouldn't he be moved by this? The game is still going on, but there is no suspense anymore. Chenzé can secure victory by simply giving a few gifts. There was even a top anchor in the region who surrendered as soon as he connected with Liuli, without any resistance at all. Chenzé watched the progress of the game while opening the panel data.
As soon as the system panel opened, Chenzé saw a new prompt. You have obtained more than 60 heart points, and the system can be upgraded.
Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading, updating 10%, 60%, 100%. Update completed, current system version, Neptune System 1.1. Chenzé looked at the system panel, wanting to see what had been updated. At first glance, there seemed to be no changes. After a careful look, he discovered that there was an additional small category in the column of heart beating points. 66 heart points obtained. You can use 12 heart points.
Note, N-level heart point 1 can be exchanged for 3 attribute points, can be exchanged for 1 Neptune coin. R-level heart points 11 can be exchanged for 5 attribute points, can be exchanged for 2 Sea King coins.
SR level heart points 0 can be exchanged for attribute points 8, can be exchanged for Neptune coins 3. SSR level heart point 0 can be exchanged for attribute points 10, can be exchanged for Neptune coins 4. Tip: after the mall is opened, you can use Neptune coins to purchase skills, items, and special props. Only 34 more heart points are needed to open the mall. Chenzé decided that as soon as the game was over, he would go to the top anchors to see if there was anything he wanted to pick up. Things are different now.
Today, Gongzi Shi Wushuang will be warmly welcomed no matter which big anchor's live broadcast room he goes to, and will never be ignored again. After a while, the game was over, and Liuli won the championship of the Rookie Beauty Anchor Championship as she wished. As soon as the game ended, Chenzé received a voice call from Xiaoying Guhong.
After Chenzé answered the call, he asked, "Boss Guhong, what's wrong?" "Boss Shuang, I'm sorry to bother you again." "You are too polite, sir."
Congratulations to Mr. Shuang for helping Liuli win the championship of this competition.
Your strength is really admirable. I am ashamed of myself, haha.
Xiaoying Guhong flattered him a few times before getting down to business. First, he wanted to pull Chenzé into an emperor group, where all the people were powerful big brothers who had opened emperor accounts on the Douyu platform. Second, Douyu's top management was very anxious because a dedicated butler had sent a private message to Chenzé last week, but Chenzé had ignored it. A wealthy man like Gongzi Shi Wushuang is very important to any live streaming platform.
But he always ignored me, which made people anxious and angry.
Especially after seeing Brother Wushuang spend more than 4 million today, the management of Douyu could no longer sit still.
They asked everywhere in the groups of those big guilds and big anchors, who can talk to Gongzi Shi Wushuang.
Finally, Xiaoying Guhong popped up and said he could pass on a message.
I would like to ask from Douyu, can Brother Wushuang add the exclusive butler first? Third, pass the message. Huo Qilin, the boss of Fengyun Guild, wants to talk to Chenzé. Chapter 102. He doesn't really like me, does he?
Chenzé readily agreed to the first two things Xiaoying Guhong said.
However, regarding Huo Qilin's request to add his contact information, Chenzidwa asked, what does he want from me?
Xiaoying Guhong said, Huo Qilin is a good person.
He was very polite when he came to me. He probably wanted to get to know you. Chenzé thought about it and said, okay, you can give him my WeChat.
Xiaoying Guhong was overjoyed. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Shuang, you are really very generous. After ending the call, Xiaoying Guhong pulled Chenzé into an emperor group called 3 Palaces and 6 Courtyards. Then he replied to Douyu and said that Brother Wushuang would add a dedicated butler soon, but he was busy now and asked the butler to talk to him later. The Douyu executives who received the news were finally relieved. Then Xiaoying Guhong pushed Chenzé's WeChat to Huo Qilin. After receiving it, Huo Qilin thanked him twice. After finishing his work, Xiaoying Guhong suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to say one thing.
That is, Nan Mir wanted him to test Brother Wushuang's attitude and ask him what his attitude towards her is.
Talking about this, Xiaoying Guhong was quite helpless. He certainly wanted Nan Mir to cling to Brother Wushuang, but Brother Wushuang had never been interested in her. He could only reply to Nan Mir like this, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. The group of emperors with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. As soon as Chen Zhe entered the group, many people saw the prompts in the group. Fuck, brother Wu Shuang has joined the group? What? Xuanzong has also joined the group? This will shock me for the whole year. Boss Gu Hong is really awesome. He actually managed to bring in Boss Shuang. I feel like the level of this group has been raised. 555, another big guy has joined the group, my group status has been reduced by 1. Worship the boss. Kneel down to welcome the godly man. Boss Shuang, please accept my knee. Gongzi Shi Wu Shuang, the little newbie is trembling, big guys, please don't mess with me. Xuanzong is really humorous. Ha, Mr. Shuang is really approachable. Chen Zhe popped up in the group, chatted for a few words, then switched back to Liuli's live broadcast room, ready to say hello to her and leave. At this time, Liuli's live broadcast room suddenly became extremely popular and started to flood the screen. Fire Kirin gave the anchor Liuli a super rocket 2 that doesn't eat sugar. Fire Kirin gave the anchor Liuli a super rocket 3 that doesn't eat sugar. Fire Kirin gave the anchor Liuli a super rocket 20 that doesn't eat sugar. Huo Qilin, warm congratulations to Liuli Bu Qitang for winning the championship of the appearance competition, congratulations. Su Ruoli hurriedly expressed his gratitude, thank you brother Huo Qilin for sending me the 20 super fires. The house manager Meng Meng stood up, thank God, thank you big brother Huo Qilin for the RMB. Big brother, come visit often when you are free. Huo Qilin, Liuli, you are too polite. I just came to congratulate you. You can continue broadcasting. Don't worry about me. I will leave in a while. When Chen Zhe saw this scene, he knew that Huo Qilin was giving Liuli super fire to give him face. After a while, Huo Qilin sent a voice call. When Chen Zhe answered it, he heard a calm man's voice from the other end, hello, Mr. Shuang. I am Huo Qilin, the head of Fengyun Guild. Chen Zhe said politely, hello, Mr. Qilin, I have heard of your name for a long time. Huo Qilin was a straightforward person. He didn't say polite words like Xiaoying Guhong did. He asked directly, Boss Shuang, I want to ask you if Fengyun Guild has done anything to offend you? If so, we will definitely change it. No. But Mr. Shuang was a bit ruthless today. Your guild has a peerless sword. When we were playing PK, he immediately swiped 50 super fires and asked me if I wanted to join. So even if I don't want to follow, I have to follow, right? Upon hearing this, Fire Qilin immediately frowned. He got 50 super fires right at the start and took the initiative to provoke? What is the peerless sword doing? This is looking for trouble. Huo Qilin originally felt that it was shameful for Fengyun Guild to lose today, and he was very unhappy. But think about it from another perspective. Doesn't T. Wu Shuang have any dignity when he is provoked by the peerless sword? Huo Qilin said, Boss Shuang, I'm so sorry. I just found out about this. I'll investigate later. There are a lot of people in the guild, and there are all kinds of people. You should never take your anger out on the entire guild just because you hate one person. I, Huo Qilin, sincerely want to make friends with you. Ha, it's my honor to be friends with Boss Qilin. Boss Shuang's words are really too flattering for me. I can't accept it. After chatting for a while, Chen Zhe ended the call with Huo Qilin. He didn't like owing favors to others, so he said hello to Liuli, and then went to Miami Jiang's live broadcast room amid the barrage of comments from many netizens saying farewell to the emperor. Miao Miao was in a low mood at the moment, and obviously had not yet recovered from the shadow of failure in the game. Come to think of it, for a small competition, the two sides together spent more than 7 million. This scene was really scary for her as a newcomer. Fans were all comforting her, and Miao Miao also forced herself to respond with a few words. Just as she was about to feel better, suddenly a special effect of an emperor entering the scene lit up. Fuck, brother Wu Shuang is here. What is he doing here? Want to whip the corpse? No, he wants to take advantage of the heat. Boss Shuang, don't go too far. Miao Miao is already very pitiful. Please let her go, let me do it. Miami Ejiang was also frightened and shivered, welcome. Welcome brother Wu Shuang. Chen Zhe saw with his own eyes that Miami Ejiang's face turned a little paler. She was not pretending, she was really scared. Am I that scary? Chen Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ah. Seeing Wu Shuang's comment, Miaomia turned her head slowly like a sloth, with a clear stupidity in her beautiful eyes. No, I'm not afraid of you, huh? No, I.
Zhenzhe couldn't help laughing. Don't be afraid, I like you very much. Ah.
Meow Meow turned her head to the other side again, as if she really wanted to find someone to answer her doubts, but it was obvious that there was no one around her.
Isn't this really weird? You like me but you're so harsh with me? What is this special expression? What a strange habit. Could it be that Brother Wushwang is a sadist? Meow Meow favorability plus 10. Wow, this girl is really interesting. She can increase my favorability just by saying something casually?
Zhenzhe sent 40 super fires in one go, as a way of repaying the favor of Fire Karen. Seeing that this girl was interesting, I gave her another 20. However, these 60 super hot ones did not create any waves. Meow Meow's favorability did not increase at all, and the favorability was too low to trigger a high multiple cashback.
Zhenzhe was a little puzzled. What was going on? Doesn't the host Meow Meow love money? How could there be an anchor in this world who doesn't love money? Fuck, Brother Wushwang is really generous. He gave me hundreds of thousands of dollars just for medical expenses. 555, I'm sorry.
I thought Brother Wushwang was just trying to take advantage of the situation.
I was too skeptical. Damn it. Meow Meow, don't just stand there, thank Brother Wushwang quickly.
Miami Ajiang's room manager immediately posted a comment. Thank you, Brother Wushwang, for sending me 60 super fires. Thank you, Brother Wushwang, for supporting Miami Ajiang. Having Brother Wushwang behind us is enough for our lifetime. After posting the barrage, the room manager took a look, but Meow Meow still didn't say anything.
The housing manager is anxious. What are you doing, Meow Meow? Brother Wushwang sent dozens of super fires, and you didn't even say a word of thanks? This is too rude, this is too unprofessional, isn't it? What on earth is Meow Meow doing?
She was thinking hard about something.
Could it be that Brother Wushwang really likes me? Look, he sent me 60 super fire ones.
I didn't get a penny of the 3 million the guild had earned before. But out of Brother Wushwang's 120,000, I can get more than 40,000.
How many pretty dresses can I buy with 40,000 yuan? How many cosmetics can I buy? How many delicious foods can I eat? But why was he so ruthless during the PK fight before? Could it be that beating is a sign of love and scolding is a sign of care, and the harder he beats, the more he loves you? Never mind. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. Anyway, I made a lot of money tonight. It was all given to me by Brother Wushwang. He is so good to me, Meow Meow favorability plus 10. Meow Meow favorability plus 10. Meow Meow favorability plus 10. Meow Meow sauce heartpoint plus 3. Meow Meow sauce heartpoint plus 3. Chapter 103 Nan Meyer's mentality collapses.
Zhenzhe was a little stunned when he saw the system prompts popping up one after another.
Isn't this girl's reaction a bit too slow?
It took a long time for the fire to hit the target, but there is no reaction now.
But it's okay, better late than absent. Gongzi Shi Wushwang, the next talent. Brother Wushwang, wait a moment. I have a lot of talents. Please wait for me to think about it.
Meow Meow tilted her head and thought seriously. She was an anchor after a month of training. She can sing and dance a little, which is enough to fool the group of viewers in the live broadcast room. However, in front of a rich man like Brother Wushwang, it seems a bit embarrassing. In particular, she had seen Liuli's dance. Liuli's graceful figure and subtle expressions are so professional, there is no comparison, absolutely no comparison.
Meow Meow thought seriously, what else can I do besides singing and dancing?
He can act cute, meow like a cat, do cosplay, and even tie knots with his tongue.
I'm so confused. I have so many talents. Which talent should I perform for a rich man like Brother Wushwang? What are you still thinking about? Hurry up and show your talent. Let's dance. Or you can sing. Forget singing, let's dance.
Friends in the live broadcast room urged him on.
Meow Meow-chan still couldn't make up her mind, so she had to ask, Master, what talent do you want to see?
Please tell me. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? So you're calling the master? Another day of envying the rich.
When Zhenzhe heard this, he became a little uneasy. Looking at Meow Meow-chan in her maid outfit and her cute little expression, his heart became a little restless.
This girl has a very high trainable attribute. This is a treasure. Chen Zhe immediately took notice of Miao Miao Zhang and immediately made a very common request, then stand up and turn around twice. Yes, master.
Miao Miao stood up obediently, pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands, and turned around twice. After she finished, she walked back to the computer, leaned over with her hands on her chest, and asked weakly, "Anything else you want me to do, master? Why are you hiding your wealth? Since you are poor, be generous. Other female anchors are rich and generous, but you are so poor and yet you try to hide it. That's your fault. Boss Shuang, tell her to do a hip-twisting dance. This is good. Boss Shuang, let her read a script. Boss Shuang, don't move, Miao Miao is fully automatic. Boss Shuang, don't move, Miao Miao moves up and down. Boss Shuang, don't move, Miao Miao moves on its own. Boss Shuang, don't stop, Miao Miao can still do it. Fuck, this is better." Chen Zhe couldn't help but smile when he saw these comments. There are indeed many talented people among the netizens, and some of the suggestions are quite good. But he has his own rhythm, script, and so on, so he can play with it slowly in the future.
Gongzi Shi Wushwang, let's make a heart. Yes, master.
Miao Miao immediately did as she was told and made a heart shape with 2 fingers towards the camera.
I'm talking about milk heart. This. Miao Miao's pretty face turned red all of a sudden.
After struggling for a while, she covered her mouth and whispered to the camera, "Master, I will secretly do it for you alone in the future."
That's fine. Chen Zhe smiled. He had roughly figured out Miao Miao's bottom line. This girl still can't let go. But it's fun when you can't let go.
You can take it slowly later. Chen Zhe played in this live broadcast room for a while, added Miao Miao Zhang's WeChat, then left and visited the live broadcast rooms of several top female anchors.
Susu, rest and nourish. It's on air on Tuesday and Tuesday, and I'm playing in Hentang.
When Chen Zhe was outside the live broadcast room, he saw her wearing a white t-shirt, half lying on a chair, looking a little lazy, like a quiet and beautiful girl. Ding, a capturable target detected.
As soon as Chen Zhe entered, Zhou Error suddenly screamed, are you a bitch? Oh, who the hell are you? You're a dog,
Chen Zhe, who was wearing headphones, almost had his eardrums broken, so he quickly ran away. "No, it's too noisy here, let us go to another one." Chen Zhe went to Wang Mengmeng's live broadcast room. Wang Mengmeng still looks great today, wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her snow-white shoulders and arms, and her 2 little breasts. The loose hair looks a little messy, giving people a sense of broken beauty. Ding, a capturable target detected. She was sitting there chatting with someone online, and you couldn't see what she was wearing underneath. Seeing the Emperor's entrance notice, Wang Mengmeng glanced at the ID and was slightly startled, then smiled faintly. "Welcome, Brother Wushwang."
"Welcome, Mr. Shuang. Warmly welcome, Brother Wushwang."
Friends in the live broadcast room were also flooding the screen with comments. After all, everyone knew that Brother Wushwang had only spent more than 4 million.
He was a very powerful tycoon. Wang Mengmeng was quite surprised to see Master Shi Wushwang entering the venue. You should know that there is a strange thing about Brother Wushwang. He almost never visits the live broadcast rooms of big anchors on Douyu, but always visits the live broadcast rooms of small anchors. No one knows why this is happening. We can only guess. Does Brother Wushwang think that young anchors are easier to get started with? But no matter what, Brother Wushwang finally came to her live broadcast room today. Then she must keep this super rich brother. Before she could take any action, she suddenly saw a super hot message floating on the screen. Gongzi Shi Wushwang gave anchor Wang Mengmeng 2 super rockets. Gongzi Shi Wushwang gave anchor Wang Mengmeng 3 super rockets. Gongzi Shi Wushwang gave anchor Wang Mengmeng 20 super rockets. Chen Zhe took the lead and smashed 20 super fires to clear the way. Wang Mengmeng, who was originally a little sleepy, immediately perked up when she saw the special effects of the super fires lighting up continuously. Wang Mengmeng showed a charming smile. "Thank you, Brother Wushwang, for the 20 super fires. I really feel your kindness." Wang Mengmeng's favorability plus 10. Gongzi Shi Wushwang, you're welcome. Brother Wushwang, Brother Wushwang. At this time, Chen Zhe suddenly heard someone calling him, and the voice sounded very familiar. He shifted his gaze and saw the female anchor who was connecting with Wang Mengmeng. She has blonde hair, and I don't know if it's a wig or she really dyed it. The eyes are charming and seductive. Wearing a white shirt with 2 buttons undone.
The building on the chest is more magnificent than Wang Meng Meng, and the big white rabbit inside seems to be about to jump out at any time.
Nan Meyer?
Chen Zhe was a little surprised.
Brother Wuxuan, it's Mir, didn't you recognize me?
Nan Mir pouted her lips a little aggrieved. Chen Zhe took a few careful looks and finally recognized her, but her face seemed a little different from before.
Did this woman have plastic surgery again? Gongzisher Wuxuan, what's the point of just chatting? Let's have a PK. Wang Mengmeng smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Wuxuan. Nan Meyer was shocked. Brother Wuxuan, you want Mengmeng to compete with me? Who doesn't know how crazy you are?
You can win 4 million by playing a small game.
Who dares to compete with the anchor you support? Isn't this just pure bullying? Gongzisher Wuxuan, yes. Come on, let's PK. Nan Meyer quickly said, I don't want to fight, Brother Wuxuan, can you please let me go? Gongzisher Wuxuan, not good. Nan Meyer.
Her mentality collapsed.
Why? It would be fine if you didn't give me any gifts, but why did you bully me? What did I do wrong? Chapter 104, Captivating Wang Mengmeng.
Nan Mir has been feeling quite anxious these days.
Every night, Gongzisher Wuxuan would come to the Douyu platform to give gifts. And she would silently pay attention to his movements.
Whenever Nan Meyer saw Liuli and Lazy Sheep making so much money every night, her heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
What is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality.
In her opinion, she should have had a share of the money.
Why can Brother Wuxuan give gifts to other people but refuse to give gifts to her? It's not like he has no money.
Oh, he also lied to himself and said that his family was in trouble, and then turned around and gave super hot praise to others.
Isn't this obviously telling her that I am just lying to you and just don't want to give you gifts, Mom? Why? Why would he do this to himself? Even though she was a little indifferent and offended me when we first met. But she didn't mean it. She's a big streamer. Is she going to flatter a stranger when she meets him? How is that possible?
What's more, they have already expressed their apologies.
What else does he want?
What's even more outrageous is that he is actually going to help Wang Mengmeng PK with her today.
The intention to bully her is too obvious.
Nan Meyer's grievances surged up in her heart, and her voice was filled with tears. Brother Wuxuan, why do you bully me like this?
Gongzisher Wuxuan, how could I bully you? Isn't PK a very common thing?
Wang Mengmeng also found it very strange. Mir, let's just play casually.
Why do you look like you are about to cry?
She didn't know what kind of love-hate relationship there was between Nan Mir and Wuxuan. She just thought it was just a PK and there was no need to be that scared. Nan Meyer almost suffocated to death after hearing what Wang Mengmeng said. Mengmeng, you don't know how brutal Brother Wuxuan is when it comes to giving out gifts. I can be sure that Brother Wuxuan will give me gifts in a very brutal way later on, just to embarrass me. But she didn't dare to say these words.
Okay then, let's just play around. Brother Wuxuan, please be gentle. Nan Mir forced a smile. Gongzisher Wuxuan, don't worry. I'll connect with you.
Wang Mengmeng didn't think much and directly initiated a PK connection with Nan Meyer.
Please turn off the microphone first.
Nan Meyer said to Wang Mengmeng after connecting. Then he began to calm the big brother in the live broadcast room.
A big anchor like Nan Mir naturally has many good brothers.
The brothers saw that she was so scared that she was about to cry. Although they didn't understand what was going on, each of them had the urge to be a flower protector.
Don't be afraid, Mir. Even if Brother Wuxuan is on the opposite side, we won't necessarily lose. Don't feel so much pressure. Even if we lose, we won't be ashamed. Yeah, Fengyun Guild has lost, so if you lose, it's no big deal. The good brothers here just sent some barrages, and then they saw rocket rain coming from Wang Mengmeng's live broadcast room. Gongzisher Wuxuan gave anchor Wang Mengmeng 50 super rockets.
Nan Mir's good brothers originally wanted to get some votes and put in a good effort, but even if they were going to lose, they couldn't lose too badly. But when they saw Brother Wuxuan smash 50 super fires in one breath, they were completely defeated. 50 super hot ones, no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't catch up.
The embarrassment is inevitable. If it is super popular, don't send any. It's a sheer waste. So Nan Mir only got some small gifts, not to mention being super popular, there wasn't even a plane. So embarrassing. When has she ever been so embarrassed? Nan Mier's face turned pale with rage, and all her good brothers were pretending to be dead. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very low.
On the other hand, on Wang Mengmeng's side, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very lively. Seeing brother Wuxuan throw down 50 super fires again, Wang Mengmeng was very sensible. She stood up immediately and danced for brother Wuxuan without caring about the result of the PK. The dance she performed was her very famous chair dance. The beautiful legs in black stockings swayed in front of the camera, opening and closing. The graceful twisting waist was like a deadly scimitar.
And that graceful swaying but makes people excited.
Especially the dazed expression on her pretty face and her messy hair, as if she was at the peak of some kind of happiness, which made people feel even more excited and unable to control themselves.
Who can not be restless? Who can resist such temptation?
The viewers in the live broadcast room all started to wow, and the good brothers also gave some nice gifts.
Wow! Coach Wang hasn't done the chair dance in a long time.
It's all thanks to brother Wuxuan that we can see Coach Wang working so hard today.
It's breathtaking. Good sister, come on, try harder, I'll be fine soon. It's done, it feels good. Chen Zhe was also dumbfounded, and couldn't help but type a line of words. The soul-stirring Coach Wang is really worthy of his reputation.
Seeing so many comments, Wang Mengmeng covered her chest and moved closer.
It was not until she saw the comments from Master Shi Wuxuan that she smiled and said coquettishly, "What, Coach Wang? Just call me Mengmeng. Brother Wuxuan, are you satisfied with my dancing?"
The 50 super fires just now directly lowered Wang Mengmeng's favorability to 50 and also contributed 3 heart-beating points. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng no longer simply wanted to keep her elder brother, but wanted to fully display her charm and make brother Wuxuan happy.
Gongzi Shi Wuxuan, satisfied, keep going, don't stop. As long as brother Wuxuan is satisfied.
Wang Mengmeng felt satisfied when she saw this comment. She was full of energy and continued her seductive performance to the music. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were fascinated by it, and Chen Zhe also said it was very exciting. I have to say that Wang Mengmeng's dance is really beautiful, but some of her moves are indeed against the rules and she definitely deserves a warning. However, the super administrator was very conflicted at the moment.
Damn, brother Wuxuan is in a good mood now, can I issue a warning? If we disturb brother Wuxuan's fun, who will take the responsibility?
You have to know that brother Wuxuan is a very cold and wealthy man, and he would not care even if you added a dedicated butler. Douyu is trying his best to think of ways to please him.
How dare I, a mere super moderator, spoil his fun? Forget it, just pretend I didn't see it.
Without the super moderator to get in the way, Coach Wang can fully demonstrate his strength, and Chen Zhe and the viewers in the live broadcast room all enjoyed watching it.
And the other side.
Nan Meyer did a quick calculation and realized that brother Wuxuan had given 110 super fires to Wang Mengmeng, but she didn't have a single super fire. Such obvious different treatment made her unable to hold it in any longer. She said something to the people in the live broadcast room and hurriedly ended the broadcast. After closing the live broadcast room, Nan Meyer sat in the living room of more than 70 square meters and cried silently. Behind her is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, through which one can take in the entire river view. Further away are the brightly lit high-rise buildings, which are magnificent. Even though she lived in a luxurious flat with a river view, she couldn't be happy at all. After sobbing for more than 10 minutes, she finally took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to brother Wuxuan.
Brother Wuxuan, I wonder when you are free. I want to go see you. Chapter 105 Minister Chen.
After receiving the WeChat notification, Chen Zhe picked it up, took a look at it, and then put it aside. He was too lazy to reply to Nan Meyer's message now. Nan Meyer, who had not received a reply for a long time, became more and more mentally devastated and started crying again while sitting in the big house. After Chen Zhe had fun in the live broadcast room for a while, he picked up his phone again. Just then a new piece of information arrived. It was sent by senior sister Hu.
Junior, I'm sorry, I just finished my work. I'm going to put your show second, what do you think? Chen Zhe replied, I can do either. Hu Yufei, okay. There is one more thing. Luo Ming just submitted his resignation.
Dachuan and I both agreed after discussing it.
We are going to ask the teacher for approval tomorrow and then recommend you to fill the position of the director of the External Relations Department. I think that teacher Fong and your instructor have a good impression of you. Dachuan and I are also very supportive.
In addition, you have brought in 25 million sponsorship for the party, so the position of director should be a sure thing.
Here, I would like to congratulate Director Chen in advance. Chen Zhe smiled slightly. Everything was as expected.
Luo Ming couldn't make it to the next day after all. He replied politely, "Thank you, senior."
Is tomorrow afternoon convenient for you?
I would like to invite you and Dachuan to have lunch. Oh, and the chairman of our department. There's no problem with Dachuan and me, but I'm not sure about the chairman.
He's very busy now and I can't see him for a few days.
Dachuan and I are basically in charge of the department student union's affairs. I've already called him to talk about you and Luo Ming, and he has agreed.
Okay, tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you and Dachuan at Lu Mansion restaurant. Okay, can I bring more people? Yes, it will be more lively with more people. Okay. See you tomorrow at noon. See you tomorrow.
After chatting with Hu Yufei, Chen Zhe sent another WeChat message to Huang Dachuan, inviting him to have lunch at Lu Mansion restaurant tomorrow at noon.
Huang Dachuan replied immediately, "Ha, has Sister Hu told you about it?" Chen Zhe said, "Yes, Brother Dachuan, thank you and Senior Sister for your strong support." Huang Dachuan, Minister Chen, why are you being so polite? We are close comrades in the same organization, right? Chen Zhe, yes. Huang Dachuan, since you are one of us, I won't hide anything. Just tell me clearly, are you interested in Yang Feier?
Chen Zhe thought for a moment and said, after the rehearsal today, she took the initiative to invite me to dinner, but I didn't agree.
Fuck, she's interested in you. Damn, I'm heartbroken again. You have to have a few drinks with me tomorrow. There's a welcome party tomorrow night, so you'd better not drink at noon. Let's have some skewers and drinks after the party. Okay. After chatting with Huang Dachuan, Chen Zhe, who was in a good mood, sent a message to Nan Meyer, "What do you want to see me for?"
Nan Meyer received the message alert and picked up her phone. When she saw that it was a message from Brother Wushuang, she finally burst into laughter.
It wasn't easy, Brother Wushuang finally replied to her message.
God knows how long she had been waiting for his reply.
Not only today, he hasn't replied to the messages I sent a few days ago. It's not just on WeChat.
When you talk to him on Douyu or send him private messages, Brother Wushuang also ignores you. At this moment, seeing Brother Wushuang's reply, Nan Meyer felt as excited as a concubine in the cold palace who was finally called by the emperor. Nan Meyer thought carefully about the message from Chen Zifa and realized that he was asking the question even though he already knew the answer. As usual, she started typing, "Brother Wushuang, I just want to see you." After typing it, I thought about it and felt that it was inappropriate, so I deleted it. I simply replied with one word, "I want to."
Well, it's better to be direct. Chen Zhe was confused when he saw Nan Meyer's message. Think? What are you thinking about? Why is it so random?
Then he looked at the message he sent, put it in the context, and finally understood what Nan Meyer meant.
Did she finally figure it out?
This was a bit unexpected for Chen Zhe. He originally thought that with Nan Meyer's level of cultivation, she could hold on for a while, but he didn't expect that she couldn't hold on for just a few days.
Chen Zhe sent a message back, "Oh."
If most people just send out an "oh," the conversation will easily die out. Normally, Nan Meyer would not reply if she received such a reply, but today was different.
Nan Meyer took the initiative to ask, "Brother Wushuang, are you free tomorrow?" "I'm not free tomorrow." "What about the day after tomorrow?" "I have classes the day after tomorrow." "Brother Wushuang is a teacher?" Trembling. "Take it easy, college student."
After seeing this message, Nan Meyer's mood finally improved a little. It turned out that Brother Wushuang was a college student. It was not a loss at all to send him off from 1,000 miles away.
Nan Meyer, wow, how tall is Brother Wushuang? Chen Zhe, 188, 18. Nan Meyer understood the meaning of these numbers at a glance and quickly replied, "Brother Wushuang, I beg you, can you let me see you?"
"I promise that Meyer will be very obedient and I will do whatever you want me to do." At this point, Chen Zhe agreed, "The day after tomorrow.
Jiangzhou University. Call me when you get to Jiangzhou." "Okay, Brother Wushuang. I'm really looking forward to meeting you the day after tomorrow." Nan Meyer was extremely happy.
Although Chen Zhe did not reply, she was still excited for a long time. Chen Zhe had already finished his shower and was ready to go to bed. After going to bed, he still went for a walk over to Lazy Sheep.
"Brother Wushuang, what song do you want to listen to today?"
Lazy Sheep is already very clear about Chen Zhe's habits and knows that he wants to listen to a lullaby at this time.
Chen Zhe saw 20 super hot ones and suddenly had an idea.
He sent a private message to Lazy Sheep and asked her to take a look.
Lazy Sheep clicked it and took a look. When are you free to meet?
Lazy Sheep hesitated for a moment, and instead of sending a private message, he said in the live broadcast room, "The next song is dedicated to the best brother Warshuang in the world."
After hearing the prelude of the song, Chen Zhe understood what Lazy Sheep meant.
There's no way, he is too familiar with this song. The key lies in one line of the lyrics. If I say I really love you, who will clean up the broken friendships? This means that although Lazy Sheep has a good impression of him, he has no intention of meeting him for the time being. She thinks it's good to maintain this kind of online friendship.
Chen Zhe also thought it was good. Although Lazy Sheep is also very beautiful, her type doesn't seem to be his type. Unlike some little goblins, one can tell at first sight that their Taoism is unstable.
Every time Chen Zhe was in Lazy Sheep's live broadcast room, his heart was always stable. Chen Zhe feels very comfortable and relaxed when he comes here to listen to music before going to bed every day.
This is an atmosphere that no other live broadcast room can provide.
Chen Zhe also cherishes it and thinks it is better not to destroy it rashly. Listening to Lazy Sheep's gentle singing, Chen Zhe fell asleep peacefully.
At around 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen Zhe was called out by Lu Shouyuan while he was in class. "Director Lu, what's the matter?" Chen Zhe knew what it was, but he still asked. "You act so smart that sometimes people think you are not smart. So there is a saying that it is a rare opportunity to be ignorant." Lu Shouyuan looked him up and down, then patted Chen Zhe's shoulder heavily and said, "You are not bad.
There are almost no freshmen who can become student union cadres, but you have become one."
"Not bad, really good." It can be seen that Lu Shouyuan is quite happy. With his introverted personality, he seldom expresses his emotions in this way. Who can blame his students for being so promising?
As a counselor, he is very proud.
Chen Zhe smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Director Lu's good teaching."
Xiaopin, there will be other teachers at Teacher Fong Fong's place later.
The department still needs to assess you. You must perform well and don't let down at the critical moment. Clear. Chapter 106. Doesn't tea your conscience hurt? Chen Zhe came to the door of Teacher Fong Fong's office.
Director E happened to be here to do something, and when Chen Zhe saw him, he shouted, "Hello, Director E."
"Oh, it's Xiao Chen." Director E stopped when he saw Chen Zhe and asked kindly, "What are you doing here?"
Chen Zhe smiled and said, "I applied for the position of Director of the External Relations Department of the Student Union and came here to be examined by the teachers."
Director E naturally didn't know about such a small matter, and was a little surprised when he heard it. A freshman can be a cadre of the student union? Well, it seems that you are very good. Thank you, Director E, for the compliment. Okay, you go ahead. Okay, Director E, take care. Wait a minute.
Director E turned halfway around, then turned back and gave a serious warning. It's not easy to be a student union cadre in your freshman year.
Remember to work hard for me, kid. Do you hear me? Chen Zhe nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry." Chen Zhe walked into the office only after Director E left.
There were 4 teachers in the office, who were originally chatting. After hearing Director Yi's voice, it was as if they had pressed the pause button. Not only did the voices stop, but even the body movements stopped. Several people held their breath and listened attentively to the conversation outside the door. After listening, the expressions of several teachers changed subtly. "Hello, teacher." After Chen Zhe entered the room, he greeted several teachers politely.
"Oh, you must be classmate Chen Zhe, right?"
Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person.
He is indeed a handsome man. Xiao Chen is even more handsome than he looks in the photo.
It's amazing that our computer department has such a handsome guy.
Do you have a girlfriend? Student Chen Zhe, I have a cousin who is a freshman at the normal university. She is both good-looking and has good character. Are you interested in meeting her?
Chen Zhe was originally quite eloquent, but these 3 teachers made him speechless.
Apart from Teacher Fong Fong, this is the first time we meet here, right? Why are you all so enthusiastic?
And there is a keyword cousin here, which immediately triggered Chen Zhe's memory and made him a little scared.
He thought, I hope it can't be Lu Bo's cousin.
In fact, today's inspection was just a formality, and it should have been a fair and unremarkable process.
But who made everyone realize that the department head and Chen Zhe are so familiar with each other?
So several teachers became much more enthusiastic. And Chen Zhe is so handsome, even if he is just a vase, many girls are not worthy of him. In addition, he was able to become a student union cadre in his freshman year and was favored by the department head, which proved that he was very capable and excellent.
Such an outstanding boy, shouldn't he bring some benefits to his family?
Teacher Fong Fong coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, stop messing around. Today we are here to test his qualifications to be a student union cadre, not to test his son-in-law. Don't scare him, he's just a freshman." The three teachers laughed and then got down to business. After asking a few simple questions, filling out some information and making the appointment documents public, Chen Zhe took office. After the work was done, Chen Zhe was about to leave with the teachers, but Teacher Fong Fong stopped him.
"Teacher Fong, do you have any other instructions?" Teacher Fong Fong walked to the door and looked around.
Seeing that the three teachers had gone far away, she turned back to look at Chen Zhe and said with a gentle smile, "Student Chen Zhe, your teacher Fong has a younger sister. She is 23 years old, a little older than you, but her personality, character and appearance are all very good. She was admitted to the Education Bureau this year. She has a stable job and a very good salary.
What do you think?" "Teacher Fong, this." Chen Zhe was stunned.
He never expected that Mr. Fong, who looked mature and steady, would do such a thing.
"Why, you don't want to?" Although it was just an ordinary rhetorical question, the teacher's majesty was inadvertently exuded.
Chen Zhe felt a lot of pressure and said with a sad face, "Teacher Fong, I'm just a child, don't scare me."
Fong Fong chuckled, "Look at your behavior. Weren't you quite talkative in front of the department head just now?"
Chen Zixin said that Directory didn't think of introducing me.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Fong Fong also knew that he was in trouble. She smiled and waved her hand, "Okay, you can go back. However, I suggest that you think about it carefully." "Okay. Goodbye, teacher." Chen Zero was pardoned and ran away.
At noon, Chen Zhe and Hu Yufei met at the school gate.
"Hello, senior." "Good afternoon, junior."
Hu Yufei dressed up specially today, with delicate makeup, wearing a white shirt, a small tie, and a black pleated skirt. Compared to the first time we met, she looked less capable and more cute and energetic. When I got closer, I could smell a faint scent of perfume on her.
"Senior sister, you look so beautiful today." Chen Zhe praised. Hu Yufei's favorability +10.
Hu Yufei thought that her little mouth was really sweet. She smiled and said, "Let's go."
"And the others?" "Dachuan took them there first. It's just the two of us, let's go." "Okay."
The few people Hu Yufei mentioned were the directors of the Computer Science Department Student Union, such as the Class Liaison Department, the Propaganda Department, the Study Department, the Sports Department, the Literature and Art Department, the Discipline Department, and so on. Including Chen Zhe, there were a total of 16 people having lunch today. In fact, each department has 1 or 2 deputy ministers, and some departments also have secretaries. However, Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan were embarrassed to invite too many people as they did not want Chen Zhe to spend too much money. Chen Zhe booked a private room at Lu Mansion in advance. There was a large round table that could seat 20 people, 2 mahjong machines and several sofas in the room. Huang Dachuan had brought some people there an hour ago, and now they are playing cards there. Chen Zhe and Hu Yufei had just walked out of the school gate and had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard someone honking their horn behind them. Chen Zhe subconsciously turned his head and glanced, only to see an unregistered white BMW X5 parked on the side of the road. The window was open, revealing Xia Wenxi's smiling face wearing sunglasses.
"Hey, Vinci, did you pick up a new car?" "It's pretty good." Chen Zhe walked over and took a look at his new car. "Just mentioned, it's okay." "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride," Xia Wenxi said happily. "This guy is quite showy today. He just had a buzz cut, looking neat and tidy. He is wearing all black, sunglasses, and a gold chain around his neck." It can be seen that Xia Wenxi, who picked up the new car, was very happy. "Let's go to Lu Mansion restaurant." Chen Zhe didn't bother to be polite with him. He opened the car door, and very gentlemanly let senior sister Hu get in the car first, and then sat in the back seat with her. "Hello, Boss Xie." Hu Yufei greeted Xia Wenxi after getting in the car. "Hello, Mr. Hu."
Xia Wenxi had a smile on his face, but his mood was not so good. I thought to myself that this guy Chen Zhe was such a piece of shit that he would bring a different beauty to accompany him out for dinner every day. Yesterday it was a pretty girl wearing glasses, and today it was a pretty girl with a bit of royal bra. Xia Wenxi had a very good impression of Hu Yufei. When delivering the sponsorship yesterday, he had a brief contact with Hu Yufei. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very capable at work. Boss Xia was somewhat tempted, but before he could take any action, he saw her and Chen Zhe coming out together. Of course, Boss Xia would be attracted to pretty girls, even if Hu Yufei was already taken. But my brother Chen, the boss lady is so good to me, and you go out with a different girl every day. When I face the boss lady, my conscience hurts.
1T Your conscience hurt? P.S. This paragraph is very important. I will say it twice.
Dear wise, handsome, beautiful and charming readers, please use your lucky hands to give a 5-star praise. There are too many negative reviews now, and my little heart really can't take it.
There are too many negative reviews, and this book will be scrapped. Please give it 5 stars. If you don't know what to comment, just type a few emojis. Please.
From an author who advocates listening to advice.
Chapter 107: A New Way to Make Money.
Fortunately, there was no traffic jam at this time in the afternoon, and Xia Wenxi arrived in 2 or 3 minutes. After parking the car, Chen Zhe asked Hu Yufei to go in first while he chatted with Boss Xia for a while. It just so happened that Xia Wenxi also wanted to chat with Chen Zhe.
Hu Yufei nodded, said goodbye to Xia Wenxi politely, and entered the restaurant. Brother Chen, what's the matter? Xia Wenxi asked.
Chen Zhe said bluntly, Vinci, the price of an X5 is at least 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. Even if you have 1 million yuan, you can't afford such a product.
Xia Wenxi smiled and said, don't worry about this.
I bought it with a loan and only paid about 200,000 yuan. I still have more than 70 yuan in my pocket.
How much is the monthly payment? 36 installments, about 14,000 per month. Chen Zhe thought about it. Adults don't like others to talk nonsense. Even if he has a good relationship with Xia Wenxi, he can't be too direct. So he changed his way of asking in a tactful way, are you under pressure to pay off the loan?
Xia Wenxi also considered it for a while. Brother Chen, speaking of this matter, I will speak directly. Boss Mu gave me a salary of 20,000 yuan a month, so there is really no pressure to repay the loan.
She offered you a salary of 20,000?
Yeah, I think it's too much, but Boss Mu thinks it's too little. She said that she needs 20,000 a month for living expenses, and she's afraid that my 20,000 salary is not enough. Chen Zhe was somewhat speechless, thinking that this was truly something that Miss Mu, who had no idea of the sufferings of the world, and Hong Yu would do. On second thought, he felt something was wrong. She gives you 20,000 a month.
What about the other employees? Where does she get the money to pay you? Xia Wenxi said with a smile, isn't there Boss Chen?
These words reminded Chen Zhe, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind.
Yes, he can pay other people as salaries in Mu Honyu's name.
The more employees he has and the more salaries he pays, the higher the probability that he will make a lot of money through cash back. If he could open a big company, hire 10,000 employees, and pay each of them a salary of 80,000 yuan per month.
If you do the math, wouldn't the monthly spending be 10,000 times 10,000?
This arithmetic problem is too difficult, leave it to the gentleman. As long as you break the guaranteed minimum, it doesn't have to be too high, even if it's just a double cash back, you can earn 10,000 times 10,000 on payday. If I'm lucky enough to get a high multiplier guarantee, damn, I don't even dare to think about it.
You are too timid. You still have to dare to think. Becoming the richest man in the world is just around the corner. This is truly a new way to make money.
Of course, Chen Zhe also knows that it is very difficult to start a large company that can employ 10,000 employees, but there must always be a goal, and you can start small. I have to ask the pretty girls I know if they have any plans to start their own business. As long as they have this intention, it doesn't matter if they are a business novice. He only needs to be responsible for investment and doesn't have to worry about whether the company they start can make money or not.
Anyway, he won't lose money. Brother Chen, what are you thinking about?
Xia Wenxi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe came back to his senses and said, nonsense, I was thinking, the internet cafe still needs to recruit a few people to share more of your burden, otherwise you will have no time to get rid of your single status.
Although this sentence touched Xia Wenxi's sore spot, it also made him deeply moved. As a result, Xia Wenxi was almost confused to death. He originally thought that the boss lady was nice enough to him and he should stand on her side and strongly condemn the boss as a scumbag. But he didn't expect that his boss would be so nice to him. What should I do? Which side should I stand on?
Fortunately, Xia Wenxi is a decisive person. Without hesitating for too long, he quickly made a decision. Damn it, no matter how many beautiful girls are around Brother Chen from now on, I will pretend I didn't see them, I don't know, and I don't understand.
Things that he doesn't know will naturally not make him feel guilty. Zhenzhe asked, by the way, is there anything you want to tell me? Xia Wenxi laughed, it's okay. Oh, by the way, the Four Sons store has a discount for old customers bringing in new customers. Brother Chen, do you want to pick up a car? I don't think it's necessary. There's too much traffic around the school. It's better to walk than drive.
It's convenient for picking up girls.
That's right. When you are free, come with me to take a look. Okay.
After saying goodbye to Xia Wenxi, Zhenzhe entered the restaurant and pushed open the door of the private room.
It was bustling inside.
There were 2 tables of people playing cards, some people were standing by watching, and some were sitting on the sofa drinking tea and chatting. But no matter what these people were doing, when they saw Zhenzhe coming, they all greeted him enthusiastically.
Oh, Minister Chen is here. Hello, Minister Chen. Minister Chen, do you want to play cards?
Landlord, poker, if you want to play, I'll give you my seat.
The atmosphere was very lively.
First of all, everyone has known Zhenze's name for a long time and has heard a lot about Zhenze.
Secondly, the student union cadres are relatively active, and there is no lifeless one among them.
Those who can't even say a word for a long time cannot get into the cadre group, and at most they can be a hard laborer.
Zhenzhe quickly greeted everyone, hello, seniors.
I'm a newbie, so please take care of me in the future.
Minister Chen, you're too polite. We'll have to ask you to take care of us in the future.
If we want to organize an event, we have to count on you, the god of wealth, to get sponsorship.
Isn't it?
After Zhenzhe finished greeting everyone, Hu Yufei stepped out and said with a smile, Minister Chen is here, we can order food now.
Everyone, stop playing cards and come to the table.
She made arrangements like a housekeeper, and everyone followed her instructions.
What Hu Yufei said was very effective among this group of people.
First, she was beautiful, and second, she was also good at doing things, which made people believe her. At the dinner table, with the help of Hu Yufei and Huang Dachuan, Zhenzhe quickly got along well with the others.
He joined the department student union cadre group and added everyone on WeChat.
The meal was a joyful one, with both the host and the guests enjoying themselves. For today's meal, Zhenzhe did not put any effort into asking for a cash return like he did the last time he came to the Lu Mansion. Even though sitting next to him was the very beautiful Hu Yufei. Today, he has a net worth of more than 30 million yuan, so even if he spends 8,000 yuan on a meal, it is just a drop in the bucket, not to mention that he only spent more than 3,000 yuan today. However, when he was paying the bill, several student union cadres nearby were still surprised when they heard the amount.
See you later. Minister Chen, take care. After paying the bill and returning to the dormitory, it was almost 2 o'clock.
Zhenzhe went to bed to catch up on some sleep and get enough rest to prepare for tonight's hosting. As for whether the teacher would call his name, he was no longer afraid.
As a student union officer, there are many valid reasons not to be in class. At this time, Wang Bo sent a message in a panic, asking, "Where are you, Lao Chen? Do you want me to help you?" Zhenzhe directly threw over the screenshot of the appointment announcement document. What the hell?
Wang Bo in the classroom was shocked on the spot and immediately forwarded the news to the class group.
Then he called Zhenzhe and asked, "Godfather, are you still hiring in the external relations department? You want to join the student union too?"
Of course, I have a high level of ideological awareness. I have been a young pioneer since I was young, and later became a member of the league.
I have always wanted to serve my teachers and classmates. Speak human language. It's so cool to join the student union. It will also make my parents happy.
Okay, wait a few days and I'll have the department student union start recruiting new members.
You prepare the materials.
Suddenly, the fourth brother's voice came from the side, "Godfather, I want to go in too."
You already call me Godfather, how can I not agree to you? Thank you, Godfather. Zhenzhe hung up the phone. After a while, Yang Laoer called and asked very reservedly, "Old Chen, can you recruit me into the student union?" Zhenzhe said, "No. You don't want me to call you Godfather, do you? Let me tell you, I, Yang Xinshan, would never call you that even if I starve to death or get beaten to death. I'm the director of the External Relations Department of the Computer Science Department. Why are you from the Economics and Management Department joining in the fun?" Fuck, mine. P.S. Gentlemen, please give me a 5-star rating. You can give it a star rating if you post a review on the cover of this book. If you don't give it to me, there is nothing I can do. I'll ask Muhan Yu to kick you. Otherwise, I'll let Meow Meow cry for you to see. Chapter 108. Don't disappoint good girls, don't waste bad girls. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Zhe arrived at the party. There is still 1 hour left before the party starts. However, there were already quite a few student union members and teachers in the venue. The venue has been almost decorated and is filled with a festive atmosphere. Everyone is still busy making preparations for the upcoming party. Chen Zhe, come quickly. When Hu Yufei saw Chen Zhe, she immediately waved to him. Chen Zhe looked at her and smiled, then walked over quickly and followed Hu Yufei to the backstage. The two found a girl sitting in front of a dressing table. The girl was average looking, but she was very good at putting on makeup and dressing up. Hu Yufei said to her, Xiaomei, put some makeup on him. Xiaomei glanced at Chen Zhe, shook her head and said, Senior, he doesn't need to wear makeup, right? He has such a handsome face and such good skin, wouldn't it be superfluous to wear makeup? Hu Yufei looked at Chen Zhe and nodded, you're right. Then fix his hairstyle a little bit. Okay, Minister Chen, please sit here. Xiaomei pointed to the chair in front of the makeup mirror and asked Chen Zhe to sit down. I'll go get your suit. Hu Yufei said to Chen Zhe and left. As soon as Hu Yufei left, Xiaomei, who had been standing obediently behind Chen Zhe, suddenly felt a little unwell. She was so weak that she could not stand steadily, and her chest accidentally touched the back of Chen Zhe's head. Minister Chen, your hairstyle actually looks pretty good. Tell me, how should I do it? You can do whatever you want. Chen Zhe replied casually, and when he occasionally looked up at the mirror, he was surprised to find that there were 2 more hemispheres behind his head. Oh shit. Are girls nowadays so bold? How come I never noticed this before? There are people coming and going backstage. What should I do if someone sees us? But what if they are not careful? Xiaomei, please move aside. I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. Chen Zhe said as he prepared to stand up. Xiaomei put her hands on his shoulders and smiled softly, don't move, senior sister told me to do it to you. This sounded so frivolous, Chen Zhe was sure that the girl was not unintentional, and immediately said seriously, Xiaomei, please let me go. Otherwise, I will call senior sister Hu. It's just a joke. Why do you need to alarm senior sister Hu? Hu Yufei's name is still very lethal. Xiaomei immediately stood up straight and carefully did Chen Zhe's hairstyle. Soon, Hu Yufei came with a suit and a pair of leather shoes. After Chen Zhe finished doing his hairstyle, she asked him to go to the dressing room to change his clothes. After a while, Chen Zhe changed into a suit and appeared in front of the two. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. Chen Zhe's handsome face, strong and well-proportioned body, and the suit he was wearing made him look even more handsome. Hu Yufei's heartbeat point +3. There was a gleam in Xiaomei's eyes, and it was obvious that she was also moved. Unfortunately, her appearance was not good enough, so she was not a worthy target and could not make any contribution to Chen Zhe. There are a few wrinkles here. Hu Yufei noticed a detail, walked up to Chen Zhe, and naturally helped him tidy up his clothes. This was her first time to have such close contact with Chen Zhe face to face. Although Sister Hu appears to be calm on the surface, she is actually as nervous as a deer. In her more than 20 years of life, Chen Zhe is the most handsome boy she has ever seen. Especially under the exquisite white shirt, Chen Zhe's slightly bulging chest made her pretty face feel a little hot. He must have pectoral muscles. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. He is so handsome and has such a good figure, how can anyone resist him? Chen Zhe was also looking at the pretty face so close to him. Hu Yufei is a typical Jiangnan girl, with delicate features and charm. Especially today, she put on some makeup, which made her look even more charming and attractive. But her expression now seemed somewhat shy and innocent. These seemingly contradictory temperaments mixed together exuded an amazing charm, which created a strong impulse in Chen Zhe's heart. I really want to see her more shy. The eyes are blurred, reluctant to accept. Chen Zhe suddenly leaned forward slightly, leaned close to her ear and whispered, Senior sister, you are really beautiful today. Hu Yufei was caught off guard and met Chen Zhe's gaze. Looking into his deep eyes, she felt a little flustered and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She felt like she was going to fall into them. Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Xiaomei on the side widened her eyes and stared at this side without blinking.
She also covered her mouth, for fear of accidentally making any noise and ruining the wonderful scene in front of her.
They are so good. I, Xiaomei, am definitely a supporter of this couple.
After just staring at each other for a few seconds, Hu Yufei felt like she was about to suffocate. She quickly reached out her hand and gently pushed Chenzhe away, wanting to temporarily stay away from this boy who almost made her lose control of herself. But when her hands touched Chenzhe's chest, she grabbed it for some unknown reason, and then pulled her hands back as if she had been electrocuted, like a child who had done something wrong. Then Hu Yufei walked to the corner where mineral water was placed and took a bottle of water. One reason was that she wanted to find something to do to cover up her embarrassment when she was panicking, and the other was that she wanted to calm down. Seeing this, Xiaomei felt sorry. If I hadn't been there, they would have kissed each other. Seeing Hu Yufei's reaction just now, Chenzhe knew very well that as long as he was more proactive, he would be able to defeat Hu Yufei within a day.
But what happens after you get it? How to deal with the relationship between the two?
Although senior sister who seems to be easy to talk to, she is actually a strong woman at heart. She would not be like Su Ruoli, who would be willing to be an unknown canary. It is also different from those female fairies in the live broadcast room. They knew very well what would happen if they met offline, and they also knew that there was no future for them and it was just a one-night stand. Of course, if both parties feel that this night is enjoyable, they can have more nights together in the future.
Moreover, he and Hu Yufei are from the same school.
Once they confirm their relationship, he won't have any thoughts about other pretty girls in the school. Even if something unpleasant happens, he will no longer be able to serve as the director of the External Relations Department.
Just when Chenzhe was struggling. Ding, Neptune's premium course. A prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Chen Zixin said, "Wait a minute, let me open the memo and write it down."
But the system soon gave a second prompt.
Don't disappoint good girls, don't waste bad girls. Apart from this one, there is nothing else. Is the second class so short and concise? But don't be fooled by the small number of words, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Chenzhe was savoring it carefully when a girl in a red evening dress came over and greeted him, "Student Chenzhe." Chenzhe turned around and saw that it was his co-host tonight.
He immediately smiled and said, "Hello, hello.
This is a girl from the nursing department, a junior, tall and pretty." However, since the system prompt was not triggered, Chenzhe still doesn't even remember her name.
The female host sat down and let Xiaomei put on her makeup while chatting with Chenzhe. Many students have come to the venue, and they are much more active than 2 years ago. It seems that today's party will be very lively. This is your first time hosting a party like this. Are you nervous? Fine. The two chatted for a while, and Hu Yufei, who had regained her composure, came over and said to Chenzhe, "The department leaders and teachers have entered. Let's go out and say hello first." Chapter 109. There are so many people. Zhou Sun. Chenzhe and Hu Yufei came out from the backstage and walked towards the first row of the audience. Naturally, those sitting in the first row were department leaders and teachers. Today's party was co-organized by the Computer Science Department and the Nursing Department, and leaders and teachers from both departments were present. However, the Nursing Department is much larger than the Computer Science Department, so most of the teachers and students in the venue are from the Nursing Department, making it seem like their home court. Looking around, there are beautiful women everywhere. When you get closer, you can smell the fragrance. Girls tend to mature earlier than boys. Many freshman girls know how to put on makeup and dress up, and their outfits are pretty good. The boys are much inferior. Although they were full of fighting spirit and combed their hair like adults, and some of them even wore suits, they still looked very childish compared to the girls who were dressed up beautifully. There are really a lot of beautiful girls, and the system keeps giving prompts. Ding. A capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check? Ding. A capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check? Ding. A capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check? Check, check, check. Name, Wang Na. Age, 19. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Overall appearance, 81. Favorability, 38. Heart beating 0.1. Car condition, 80% new, some minor problems, can be repaired. Number of drivers, 3. What are these two extra things? Oh, after the last minor system update, Chenzhe Henti looked at the girl's data.
It turned out that after the update, the girls' data panel had some more small items and a lot of colons. Well, it is very rigorous. In the past, girls' data did not have colons.
Name Young Fayer. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall appearance, 86. Favorability, 46. Heartbeat 3. Vehicle condition, normal, no problems. Number of drivers, 1. Seeing this, Chenzhe finally understood the meaning of the vehicle condition and the driver.
In other words, Yang Feier's car was driven by someone who was in good health and had no disease.
Name, Chen Zhuolan. Age, 18. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 49. Overall appearance, 82. Favorability, 60. Heartbeat 5. Car condition, 60% new, many problems, warts. Number of drivers, 15. Damn, don't touch this. It's too dirty.
Although he is young, he has a lot of fun and has a lot of experience.
Ding ding ding. Take a look.
Ding 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 ding.
Ding what?
Stop it, stop it.
Why don't you ding 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 for me? Some readers may ask, what is dang 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 dang? Check them all.
There were so many pretty girls in the nursing department that Chenzhe couldn't even see them all, and he had no time to look at the information displayed by the system. Actually, I have to compile the profiles of more than 30 pretty girls at once, I can't fucking keep up.
But it doesn't matter. Chenzhe doesn't have the time to conquer so many girls. As long as they can provide some attractive points, it's enough. They are just tools. It doesn't matter whether they have a name or not.
Chenzhe, the teacher is shaking hands with you.
Suddenly, Chenzhe felt a sharp pain in his lower back.
It was Hu Yufei who took the initiative to extend his hand when he saw the teacher, but Chenzhe was in a daze and couldn't help but pinch him secretly. Chenzhe came to his senses and realized that he had unknowingly come to the front of the leaders and teachers. He had originally walked towards the area where the leaders of the computer department were sitting, but the system kept making ding 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 reminders, and he unconsciously went off the track and came to the area where the nursing department teachers were.
Fortunately, it's not far away, and directory of the computer department is next door.
The person standing in front of Chenzhe with her hand stretched out, but left hanging in the air, was a very beautiful female teacher. She was about 24 or 25 years old, with long straight black hair and a little makeup. She looked extremely youthful, but compared to the student girls behind her, she was obviously more mature. She was wearing a black knee-length dress, revealing a pair of graceful, smooth and well-proportioned calves. She had a platinum necklace hanging on her collar, but the color of the platinum was far inferior to the whiteness of her skin. Her skin was of a cold white type, and under the bright lights in the venue, it looked even whiter and more tender.
Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? The system is bugging me again. How could Chenzhe have the time or courage to look at the information now? It's such an honor for you that a beautiful teacher takes the initiative to shake hands with you, a classmate from another department, but you are still standing there like a fool. It's really rude. This is Teacher Gu from the Youth League Committee of the Nursing Department. Hu Yufei reminded again in a low voice. Hello, Teacher Gu.
Chenzhe stretched out his hand and held Gu Nanji's fair and delicate little hand. He was very gentlemanly and his movements were very gentle. He held it for 2 seconds before letting go.
Hello.
Gu Nanji smiled gently, with no sign of joy or anger.
Director Yi, who was sitting next to him, interrupted at the right moment. Xiao Chun, you don't look right. You look a little confused. Are you too tired?
Chenzhe shouted in his heart. This assist came at the perfect time.
Thank you, Director Yi. You are such a nice person. It seems that the cigarettes and alcohol I sent were not wasted. I will continue to send them in the future. Yes. For this party, I was so busy that I didn't sleep until after 2 a.m. yesterday. Today, I had classes and rehearsals all day, so.
Chenzhe quickly took over the conversation, then looked at Gu Nanji and apologized. Teacher Gu, I'm so rude.
I hope you don't mind. Gu Nanji's smile became more lively. It's okay, classmate Chenzhe has worked too hard.
Although he is young, he should take care of his body.
Thank you for your concern, teacher. I've been hearing your name from my classmates in the nursing department these days, and when I saw you, you didn't disappoint me. Director Yi joked, that's right. Xiao Chen is now the face of our computer department.
After chatting for a while, Chen Zhe and Hu Yufei hurried to greet the leaders and teachers of the department. Seeing Chen Zhe greeting the leaders and teachers, the kids in dormitory 511 and many freshmen were filled with envy.
Look at the gap. They are all freshmen. Some of them don't even dare to say hello to the teachers and would like to take a detour when they meet them on the road. However, Chen Zhe can chat and laugh with teachers and leaders. The gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs.
After saying hello here, Hu Yufei took him to the nursing department teacher to say hello, mainly to make himself familiar with the teacher. Hu Yufei was very thoughtful. Her main idea was to guide Chen Zhe so that the teachers would have some impression of him. I don't know how many advantages this has, but it has no disadvantages.
What if something good happens and the teachers can't remember other people's names and only remember Chen Zhe? Then wouldn't the good thing fall on him?
After saying hello, Chen Zhe was about to leave. As he turned around, he noticed a girl walking in at the entrance of the venue. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, was wearing a white sports suit, a white baseball cap, and walked in with her long legs, her hands in her pockets. The other students came in groups of 3 or 5, but she came alone. It is Moo Maverick Redfish.
Is that the candidate for campus beauty in our department? Yeah, you read that right. Is he from our class? Be more confident and take away the as if.
I've never seen her take classes.
This is not your illusion, I haven't seen it either.
Mu Hongyu was not familiar with her classmates, but when she saw a few acquaintances, she waved and greeted them carelessly. Wang Bo, Xiong Chomo.
Hey, school beauty Mu. Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo responded enthusiastically.
Soon they felt that they had become the focus of many boys' attention.
Damn, it was so prestigious.
Yang Xianshan also followed his roommates in, and was expecting Mu Hongyu to say hello to him so that he could also smile. As a result, at this time, Chen Yaojin suddenly appeared.
Chapter 110 People from Two Worlds. Chen Yaojin walked up to Mu Hongyu and asked with a smile, "Are you here?"
Mu Hongyu kept her hands in her pockets, her expression slightly serious. "I'm here." An image flashed through Chen Zhe's mind. "You shouldn't have come."
Mu Hongyu took the bag and said coolly, "But I still came."
Someone was adjusting the lights backstage, and as luck would have it, a spotlight happened to fall on Mu Hongyu and Chen Zhe.
Mu Hongyu in white. Chen Zhe in black. It seemed like Shiman Chushui and Yi Gucheng.
"When does your show start?"
Miss Mu asked with some anticipation. "The second program is mine." Chen Zhe smiled.
"Okay, you go ahead and do your work first."
Mu Hongyu nodded.
Knowing that Chen Zhe was very busy, she did not chat with him for too long. After Chen Zhe left, she prepared to find a place to sit down. However, she arrived later than the leader, and the venue was almost full of people. Of course there are empty seats, but it's inconvenient to squeeze through the crowd. Just when Mu Hongyu was feeling a bit troubled, a girl's voice came from nearby. "Mr. Mu, please sit over here.
There are still seats here."
Mu Hongyu looked in the direction of the voice and found it was a girl she didn't recognize. She was a girl wearing glasses, and looked ordinary, like a classmate of theirs.
Although Mu Hongyu doesn't like dealing with strangers, she will not refuse this kindness. "Excuse me, can you lend me that for a moment?" Mu Hongyu walked past 3 classmates and sat down in the empty seat next to the girl with glasses. "Thank you."
The girl smiled shyly. "You're welcome."
Mu Hongyu didn't know what to talk about, she just looked at the stage quietly.
When she was quiet, she seemed to be in a daze. She was used to staying at home, and sometimes she could just sit there for an entire afternoon. It was less than 10 minutes before the party started, so she could just sit there until then. It's just that the girls around her were full of curiosity about her. After hesitating for a while, they took the initiative to bring up the topic.
"Student Mu, you often don't come to class. Aren't you afraid of the teacher?" "No." Mu Hongyu responded simply out of politeness. Seeing that Mu Hongyu didn't want to say more, the classmates around her were also tactful and stopped asking more questions.
Of course, Mu Hongyu would not tell a strange classmate that during the summer vacation, her father drove her to school in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which was not comfortable at all, and entertained the school and department leaders. He gave some people cigarettes and alcohol worth 20,000 yuan, and those who did not smoke or drink were given shopping cards worth 20,000 yuan. During the meal, her father only made one request, hoping that the leaders would help his daughter get her diploma smoothly.
Because his daughter is an internet addict.
When she was young, the adults were busy working and neglected to take care of her, so she has been accompanied by computer games since she was a child.
It is impossible for me to concentrate in class. I often skip classes to surf the internet. This requirement may sound unreasonable at first glance. Students don't attend classes and surf the internet every day. Do you come to school just to get a diploma?
But after Mu Hongyu's father spent more than 1 million on gifts and said that he would donate another 10 million to the school when his daughter graduated successfully, this request becomes very reasonable. The leaders even hoped that Mu Hongyu's father could make more requests. Otherwise, I would feel a little uneasy when I received this 10 million donation.
Is that really Chen Zhe?
In the audience seats of the nursing department, Song Yuqi and Sun Qian were also in a daze. They also saw Chen Zhe chatting and laughing with the leaders. It is really hard to imagine that the boy who was so humble in front of Song Yuqi and the radiant, confident and handsome Chen Zhe now are the same person.
Yuqi, he seems to have become really powerful now. Don't mess with him.
Sun Qian lowered his voice. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Chen Zhe is so familiar with the leaders and teachers now.
If someone says something bad about her in front of others, wouldn't she be in big trouble? Song Yuqi was extremely confused.
She pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Until the party officially began, Chen Zhe, dressed in a suit, came on stage handsomely and stood in the center of the stage with another female host in an evening gown. The spotlight hit him. The whole place was silent.
The focus of everyone's attention.
At this moment, the proud little princess who pretended to be strong finally realized it. He was the one standing in the center of the stage, shining brightly. And myself sitting among the crowd, blending in with the others.
Even though it was only a few rows of seats away. But that distance is like a natural chasm. Not only am I no longer the center of his world. Even he and I are no longer from the same world.
At this moment, Song Yuqi felt cold all over. Dear leaders, dear teachers, dear students.
Chen Zhe on the stage has already started his opening remarks.
It was a simple cliché, but it was like a bomb, triggering warm applause from the audience.
OMG. Is this Chen Zhe's voice? It's so damn nice. Are you sure it's not a famous CCTV host who has come to our site?
This clear and melodious broadcasting voice makes my scalp tingle. Not only the students, but even the leaders and teachers of the two departments were all moved. Except for Lu Shouyuan and Fong Fong who had seen Chen Zhe's abilities, everyone else was amazed by Chen Zhe's skill.
When I heard Xiao Chen's voice, I felt like I was watching the Spring Festival Gala.
I feel like it's Chinese New Year, too.
Gu Nanji complained, Dean Yi, your computer department has such an outstanding student? Why didn't you recommend him during the school welcome party?
We had to find students who were already doing internships to host the party. The head of the nursing department also joined in the fun. I think Director Yi clearly did this on purpose. He wanted to save such a talented student for his department's welcome party.
Fong Fong quickly came to the rescue of the department leader. We only discovered Chen Zhe's talent 2 days ago. Director Yi laughed and waved his hands, making a rare joke. Don't you have to keep all the good things for yourself? If I hadn't hidden Chen Zhe, how could you have gotten the surprise today? It can be seen that Director Yi is in a good mood.
Finally, I have a student who can make me proud. But Director Yi was happy a little too early. Because there is more to be happy about.
After Chen Zhe and his partner finished their opening remarks, the first show began. As an opening show, it certainly won't disappoint. This program is a dance program put on by the nursing department.
13 beautiful girls in the department were carefully selected, all of whom are sophomores and juniors.
They are all about 1.7 meters tall and look very neat. They are all wearing black suits, black hot pants, sexy black stockings and black high heels. The dance music used is the once popular Panama. You may not be familiar with the song title, but as soon as the words CC are heard, you will definitely know which song it is. Following the rhythm of the song, the beautiful senior students began to perform dynamic dance.
When the song reached its climax, all the pretty sisters suddenly took off their black suits in unison and threw them aside, revealing the black sleeveless, belly exposing tight vests underneath. The sudden appearance of her round curves and swaying little buttocks stunned the boys from the computer department under the stage. Not only the freshmen, but even the seniors felt like they had been hit hard.
13 flowers.
They are all beautiful with good figures.
They twist their slim waists seductively, with large areas of white skin, which makes normal men's mouths dry.
Even some leaders of the computer science department lamented that the quality of the girls in the nursing department was so high that their department could not compare at all.
Why don't you mention the boys and seniors in the nursing department?
Because there are almost no boys in that department, and those who are there are sissy.
A fairy. Wang Bo wiped his saliva and sighed with infinite emotion. Yang Xianshan stared with wide eyes. Oh my god, is the sister from the nursing department so exciting? Xiong Chomo covered his nose, extremely anxious. Did you bring paper? Who has paper? Chapter 111 is full of famous scenes.
Chen Zhe, who was waiting on the side of the stage, was also watching intently. Although he can watch dance in the live broadcast room every day, the feeling of watching it live is still different. The system was still making ding 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 reminders, but Chen Zhe still had no time to take a closer look. Although the 13 flowers were all very beautiful, there was really no one that caught his attention in particular.
Compared with Su Ruoli and Zhang Meiyan, they are inferior in terms of professionalism of body movements and ability to seduce. For a few seconds, Chen Zhe thought, if Su Ruoli and Zhang Meiyan performed a duet dance, how many people's hormones would explode in the audience?
Obviously, the audience in the audience did not have this good fortune.
But Chen Zhe felt that he could definitely have it.
Chen Zhe was knowledgeable and experienced, but the group of poor fledglings in the audience were screaming with excitement. Even the teachers who were role models nodded frequently and said not bad repeatedly.
I have to say that the opening show was very successful.
Later, someone filmed the scene and uploaded it to TikTok, which soon received more than 50,000 likes.
But the second program that followed was even more explosive. The video was shot and uploaded by countless people.
Among them, there was a lucky person's account that received more than 30 million views and more than 2 million likes.
The name of that show, Voice Actor Awards. Performer, Chen Zhe. After the female anchor announced the show, the lights on the entire stage suddenly went out.
It was dark and quiet, with only a faint light coming from the big screen on the stage. The first show brought great excitement to the audience, and the quiet environment at this moment made everyone calm down a little. Everyone thought that the show would be very quiet next. After all, the whole party will last for 2 hours, and it is impossible to keep stimulating all the time, otherwise the little heart will not be able to bear it. The arrangement of the program should be like this: alternating movement and stillness, proper tension and relaxation, fast and slow, 9 shallow and 1 deep. A melodious and slightly sad melody sounded softly. The big screen slowly lit up and a picture appeared. A wanderer sitting on the ground with his head slightly lowered and a determined look on his face appeared in everyone's sight.
The road is long, and only the sword is my companion.
A deep voice, along with the appearance of the wanderer, spread to everyone's ears.
Fuck, jerk off. Thorso. Mu Hongyu was bored even after watching the opening dance.
She half leaned on her seat with her cheek in her hand. The moment she heard the lines, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly.
Does he know that I like Yasuo, so he put Yasuo first? What a thoughtful person. Mu Hongyu favorability +2.
Anyone who has played League of Legends knows whose line this is. But after a brief excitement, everyone felt a little strange.
Because the performer remained standing in the dark and did not appear. The audience can only watch the animation on the big screen and listen to the lines. Face the wind. Being righteous and moral is also a luxury.
These lines are indeed classic.
But Chen Zhe, what are you doing? What's the meaning of Yasuo's lines here? Why don't you come out and show us?
Others who had never played League of Legends didn't get this point about Yasuo at all, and their expressions became much calmer. But Chen Zhe will take care of everyone equally. Carry a bag of rice up several floors. The screen flashed and several anime characters appeared.
Shinnon Tianjian. Oh shit, fire. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. The Straw Hat Guy appeared. Oh shit, the sea.
More and more people get it, but the doubts in their hearts are getting deeper.
What kind of performance is this? Damn, it's so boring, I won't watch it anymore. 1 star is too much, bad review. Bad review.
At this moment, a spotlight appeared on the stage, and a tall and slender figure in black slowly walked out of the darkness and into the light. He held the microphone and opened his mouth. Master, come and play with Dodgy, Dodgy will play with you. A sweet and innocent girl's voice reached everyone's ears. On the big screen, the vixen was dancing in circles happily, wagging her tail.
Oh shit, farmer. Not right? Is this Chen Zhe dubbing? How could a man like him make such a sweet and innocent girlish voice? No way, he was just lip-syncing, right?
Everyone in the audience had the same doubt and stared at Chen Zhe without blinking, trying to find evidence of Chen Zhe lip-syncing. Soon, they discovered a huge flaw.
On the big screen, the background of the game King of Glory was playing, and the subtitles read, "The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be ready and attack with all your strength." But what Shinzei said was, "The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield, crush them." It's so funny, the background of King of Glory is playing, but the lyrics of League of Legends are being used. What did you perform? It's rubbish. Many smart people are disdainful. In order to show off their abilities, they always like to make comments first, thinking that they are the only smart ones. But truly smart people realize one thing. If you just play the edited video, such an error would not occur. The mistake occurred because the performer Shinzei mixed up his lines. Shinzei also realized that he had done the splits, and quickly said, "Sorry, I got it mixed up." Mine. The voice that came out of his mouth was still the powerful female voice of Crush Them in League of Legends. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then everyone was shocked. Oh shit, it's really Shinzei who is dubbing. A flash of cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots out like a dragon. Shinzei obviously didn't keep up with the rhythm for this line. All the animations of Xin Zhao were gone, and the Black Knight dragging his sword was even included in the picture, and he had just finished reading the line. "My sword is thirsty." However, Shinzei quickly regained his rhythm. "I'm not born a king, but I have the blood in my bones that won't let me bow my head. If the result is not what you want, fight hard before the dust settles. No matter how hard the road ahead is, as long as you are heading in the right direction, no matter how bumpy it is, you are closer to happiness than standing still. If you give up now, it means the game is over. People who watch a fire from the other side of the river will never understand what caused it. Only by being in the storm can you find the eye of the storm. I, Eugene, am willing to go through fire and water for the Chow family for generations. Those who cannot give up anything can change nothing. Don't call me Sister Bauer, call me Master Sichuan dialect. They always say I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid at all. Most of the time I'm very smart. Always 18 styles, all alive without discount." Famous scenes flashed one after another, including One Piece, Natsum's Book of Friends, Spirited Away, Slam Dunk, The Legend of Qin, Soul Land, Attack on Titan, under one person. Even though some people didn't see all of these famous scenes, there was always one line in them that could break through the audience's defenses. Why do I feel like I'm about to catch fire? Even those middle-aged and elderly leaders who don't watch anime or play games, when they hear those uplifting classic lines and feel the passion and positive energy in them, they can't help but nod their heads frequently. Shinzei's dubbing program was able to carry the entire audience and aroused everyone's emotions. Is it time for the climax? But the BGM became even sadder. "You are not worth being killed, my foolish brother. If you want to kill me, then you should hate me, and live in disgrace." The disheveled Itachi gently tapped his brother's forehead. Some viewers realized something was wrong. "Ace. Luffy. Ace. Don't come over here. Luffy. There's no reason for you to meddle in my business. A coward like you actually comes to save me? Get away. Do you think I will allow it? Go back quickly, Luffy. I am, your younger brother." Ace was naked, with a pierced chest and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He lay in his brother's arms and closed his eyes forever. "Damn Shinzei, he stabbed me. Oh my god, Itachi. You can kill me, but don't use the ace knife on me. Fuck, how did sand get into my eyes? Shinzei, give me back my tears." Many audience members were overwhelmed, even some men who usually prided themselves on being tough men shed tears. Chapter 112, Heart Beating Points Harvest. Shinzei's performance continues. He didn't torture the audience to death. The image that flashed next was not so heart-wrenchingly sad, but instead gave those who were in despair a glimmer of hope. "Old man, what was your most glorious moment? Was it playing for Japan? And me?" Sakuragi, who was injured in the back and wearing the red number 10 jersey, endured the severe pain, stood on the sidelines in cold sweat and asked to play, fighting until the last moment. "In the cold forest, I have been walking alone for too long. Like an empty can being thrown away, who cares about the rust in the heart? The time is now." Looking at Sakuragi's determined eyes, the audience who had been broken in their defense regained their fighting spirit. Even the girls felt their blood boiling. "The tower is still there. Let me show you the power of Demacia." Garen enters the picture holding a huge sword. "Captain Timo, on standby." Little Jian Jian came over shaking his short legs. Let us hunt those who have fallen into darkness.
Vane, wearing red glasses and holding a crossbow, is ready for battle.
Audience, fuck, Vane is too strong, let's nerf Aurelia. Sure enough, the armored swordswoman appeared. The BGM gradually became more exciting.
I have walked the silver plains and fished in rivers of green grass. Aurelia's voice was low at first, then gradually became higher. Under our feet are the remains of our martyrs.
Don't let them down.
With Chenzhe as the center, the firm and sonorous voice spread in all directions, sweeping across the entire venue like ripples, making everyone's eardrums buzz. At this moment, countless people felt their blood boiling in their hearts.
Some people even couldn't help but clench their fists and stood up excitedly. Long live Ionia.
Suddenly, Chenzhe clenched his fist and swung it out, roaring loudly, Ionia, the upsurge is indestructible. This roar was like a thunderclap that hit the audience.
The whole audience exploded. Countless people's scalps are tingling. Countless people got goosebumps. So exciting. More and more people stood up and clenched their fists along with Chenzhe. Chenzhe spoke faster, the vile man is in flames, the vile man deserves death.
I am your chance to be saved, with a sharp blade in my hand. At this point, his speech slowed down, but his tone became more powerful, sanctions on all sides. After a short pause of 2 seconds, Chenzhe looked around the audience, clenched his fists, and shouted, Ionia, the uplift will never die. Mu Hongyu was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She raised her fist like Chenzhe and shouted, Ionia, the glory will never fade. More and more people followed suit and shouted, Ionia, the glory will never die. These huge waves of sound resounded throughout the entire venue. Even people who don't understand League of Legends will have their blood ignited instantly when they hear these lines.
Even some teachers stood up.
Although they did not shout slogans, no one could remain unmoved by Chenzhe's highly infectious performance and the warm atmosphere.
The atmosphere in the entire venue was completely ignited.
Finally, I wish Jiangzhou University will get better and better and create more glories. After saying this, the remaining leaders and teachers all stood up and applauded.
Wow, the whole audience stood up and applauded Chenzhe.
This scene was the first time in the history of Jiang University.
Chenzhe's performance was over.
The animation on the screen slowly faded away, and the lights on the stage became bright again.
He bowed to the audience and thanked them.
There was thunderous applause.
The roof of the entire venue seemed to be blown off.
Some people don't even realize their palms have turned red from clapping.
Good. Marvelous. Oh my goodness. What do these ears of mine hear? Am I worthy of sitting and listening to this? What kind of monster is Chenzhe? This show is so explosive. Some people couldn't help but cheer loudly.
Director Gu Nanji, the head of the nursing department, and other leading teachers all had expressions of amazement on their faces.
The head of the nursing department said, "Isn't this amazing? Isn't this student amazing?"
Gu Nanji was moved and said, I don't play games, but these words are full of inspiring power. What's commendable is that Chenzhe has brought out the power of these words to the fullest.
The deputy director of the nursing department nodded heavily. What a hearty show.
The deputy director of the computer department said with emotion, look at the appeal of this student.
None of us can catch up.
The head of the nursing department said sourly, your computer department really found a treasure this year.
Director E didn't say anything.
After all, everyone was praising his students, so he couldn't act too cocky and had to be dignified. He thought so, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face.
Chenzhe's show was really great.
As someone who doesn't play games, he couldn't explain why, but he knew it must be great.
Just look at the audience's reaction.
The boys were all so excited that they wanted to go to the battlefield and kill all the enemies. The girls were also so excited that their faces flushed. There was something wrong with the way they looked at Chenzhe. Director E, who had been through it, knew very well that there was admiration and love in those eyes. Especially Chenzhe's last sentence. Some people may think it is superfluous, but Director E believes that it is this sentence that elevates the level of this program and even this evening party. This is a matter of honor for the school, and it is their computer science department that has brought honor to it. Director E was in an extremely happy mood. The enthusiastic applause lasted for more than a minute before slowly dying down. Seeing this, the female host began to walk towards the center of the stage, preparing to announce the next program, but who knew that she had only taken 2 steps?
Chenzhe! Chenzhe! Chenzhe!
No one knew who started it, but there were bursts of shouts in the venue. The female host could only stand next to Chunze with a smile on her face. She felt extremely embarrassed. She really shouldn't have come up so early, as if she was trying to take advantage of Chunze's limelight.
Chunze, I love you. Chunze, I want to have a baby with you. Chunze is so handsome.
Amid the countless shouts of Chunze, there were also some different voices. All of them are passionate confessions from girls.
Chunze couldn't suppress his smile.
Others thought that he was happy because the show was so successful. But this is not the most important reason. The most important reason is the system prompts.
Mu Hongyu favorability plus 5, heart points plus 5. Hu Yufei's favorability plus 10, heartbeat points plus 5. Yang Thayer's favorability plus 10, heartbeat points plus 3. Song Yuqi's favorability plus 20, heartbeat points plus 3. Kai Jiajia's favorability plus 22, heartbeat plus 2. Wang Na's favorability plus 18, heartbeat points plus 5. Chunze counted for a long time.
After just this one show, he gained a total of 88 heartbeating points.
What a great harvest!
The system prompts that the mall can be opened, but Chunze has no time to study it now. He raised his hand and gestured to the audience, signaling for everyone to calm down. After a while, the shouting and screaming finally subsided, and the female host finally found an opportunity to speak. She looked at Chunze and said with a smile, "Student Chunze, your show is very popular.
How did you come up with the idea of performing such a show?"
Chunze looked at the audience and smiled. "The inspiration for this show comes from a good friend of mine, and of course it is also inseparable from the strong support of our senior sister Hu Yufei."
Mu Hongyu in the audience suddenly became more energetic.
Hu Yufei in the backstage also had a gentle smile on her face.
"Is the Medal of Military Honor half yours and half mine? Well, this boy is really good at it." Chapter 113 Brother, give me a way to survive.
The party continues.
There are still many programs, but with such a blockbuster program like Chunze's in the past, the following programs seem a bit lackluster.
Hu Yufei felt that she shouldn't arrange the program like this. She originally wanted Chunze to finish his performance earlier so that she could focus on hosting with less pressure. Who knew his show was so exciting, it should have been the finale.
However, the audiences were quite satisfied.
It was good as long as they were in high spirits, but it couldn't last too long.
Who could maintain a high spirit for 2 hours? Isn't that embarrassing?
There were actually a few very good programs later on, such as a girl with a cool temperament playing the guzheng, a handsome boy playing and singing with his guitar, and 2 skits that were quite interesting. In addition to the performances, there were 3 or 4 small games in the middle of the party, which livened up the atmosphere very well.
Students who were brave enough to go on stage and participate in the game received a small gift, a thermos cup with the words Wanyu Internet Cafe printed on it.
As the party was coming to an end, every leader and teacher who attended the event received a nice gift. The gifts given to leaders and teachers only had an advertisement for Wanyu Internet Cafe printed on the outside of the bag, and there was no printing on the gifts themselves.
And what about the presents? Wanyu Internet Cafe, this is the biggest sponsor of this party, right?
Yes, it seems that Chenzella brought the sponsorship. The leaders and teachers were all very happy. Although the gifts were not worth much, they were a pleasant surprise.
It was Chenze's idea to send souvenirs.
Hu Yufei, who brought people from the student union to distribute the gifts, said this at the right time.
Yes, this kid is really good at handling things. It's a pity that it's someone else's child. Who says it's not?
After a while, the party came to a perfect end. Everyone came with joy and left with satisfaction. This was destined to be a party exuding strong hormones. Many boys set their sights on the girls they liked and chose to take the initiative. There are few girls in the computer department, but there are too many girls in the nursing department, so there is no situation of too many wolves and too little meat. The freshmen are still relatively thin-skinned, unlike the seniors who have already gone to the girls to ask for their contact information. But there will always be brave warriors who stand up, and the first freshman to step forward was Yang Qianshan. He aimed at one of the 13 flowers. The sophomore girl looked a little cold on the outside, but she danced very wildly and boldly, especially her electric motor hips, which made Yang Qianshan confused. Yang Qianshan was still wearing all the famous brands today, and he also brought a Rolex worth 260,000 yuan.
This Rolex looks a bit old-fashioned and does not match the temperament of a young college student. This watch does not belong to Yang Qianshan, but to his father Yang Er.
Yang Qianshan sneaked out to bring it, naturally, in order to have an extra piece of equipment, to increase his chances of picking up girls on this important day.
Senior, hello, my name is Yang Qianshan. You dance very well, is it convenient for you to add WeChat?
While Yang Qianshan was speaking, he deliberately touched the hair on his forehead and showed the Rolex on his wrist to the senior's sister. The senior noticed that Yang Qianshan was wearing all branded clothes and also noticed the watch on his wrist. But she didn't seem to look up to Yang Qianshan because of this, she just shook her head gently. Sorry, it's not convenient. Yang Qianshan felt very sad, but he still smiled on the surface, said it was okay, and turned and left. Seeing that a guy from another department was so enthusiastic, the freshman from the computer science department at home also began to take action. Wang Bo was attracted by an innocent girl with long hair. He mustered up the courage to ask for her WeChat ID, and the result was unexpectedly smooth.
This made Wang Bo very happy. Yang Qianshan also kept muttering in his heart, it's fine that I can't compare to Lao Chun, but now I have fallen to the point where I am even worse than Wang Bo? Where is justice? Xiong Chumo stood at a distance waiting for them.
This theorist with rich theoretical knowledge, no matter how many times he encouraged himself in his heart, he still couldn't take that step. The experiences of these three guys are a microcosm of almost all rebirths.
Although the characters, places, and times are different, they all cannot escape these endings.
One of the elderly teachers was walking and chatting with a colleague when he saw a boy on the left side of the road asking a girl for her contact information, and a boy on the right side caught up with a girl and started talking to her. He couldn't help but say, it's not even spring yet, but I can already smell the scent of estrus.
Another teacher smiled and said, this is youth.
After the audience left, the student union members stayed behind to clean up the venue. The energetic college students were still full of energy after finishing their work.
Huang Dachuan put his arm around Chen Zhe's shoulders and said, let's go and have some skewers.
Chen Zhe smiled and nodded, okay, I'll treat you all, let's get together.
Huang Dachuan shouted to the others, Minister Chen is inviting everyone to drink today. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Yeah. Minister Chen is so generous. Minister Chen, can you add us on WeChat? Send us the location so we can change our clothes and come back.
The girls from the nursing department called out in a sweet voice.
What a lame excuse. Huang Dachuan smiled, looked at one of the pretty girls and said directly, add me on WeChat, and I can tell you the location. Okay. The girl nodded with a smile.
Huang Dachuan added the pretty girl on WeChat, then caught up with Chen Zhe and walked with him for a while. Suddenly, he came over and whispered, don't compete with me for this girl.
Chen Zhe asked back, do I need to rob? Huang Dachuan.
After a long silence, Huang Dachuan spoke again, somewhat helplessly, brother, give me a way to live. Chen Zhe said, don't worry, I'm only interested in girls who are school beauties.
What if this also interests you? I would clearly refuse.
After hearing these words, Huang Dachuan felt a little relieved. After a while, a group of 20 or 30 people came to the alley behind the school and chose a late-night snack stall with delicious food. Chen Zhe let everyone eat as much as they wanted, order whatever they wanted, and then find a seat to sit down. Huang Dachuan sat on his left, and the seat on his right was temporarily empty.
Yang Feier, wearing high heels and carrying a small purse, walked over swayingly and asked with a smile, Minister Chen, is anyone sitting here?
Before Chen Zhe could answer, a slightly cold voice suddenly came from behind him, someone is here. The person who spoke was Hu Yufei. She was originally greeting everyone, but suddenly she saw a pretty girl trying to sit next to Chen Zhe, so she immediately rushed back.
Everyone was seated basically according to their departments.
All the people sitting at Chen Zhe's table were from the computer science department, and there was a table at the nursing department with 3 or 4 empty seats. Hu Yufei really didn't expect that a girl from another department would dare to snatch her place, and she immediately felt angry. Yang Feier keenly sensed the ill intention in Hu Yufei's tone, and pretended to be nonchalant and smiled, so this is senior sister Hu's seat.
Sorry, there is no name written, I don't know.
Hu Yufei narrowed her beautiful eyes and pointed to the table next to her, you can sit over there.
Yang Feier said with a smile, isn't there a handsome guy here? Hu Yufei emphasized a little, this is a handsome guy from our computer department.
The looks of the boys sitting at this table became very subtle.
What is this for? The girl from the nursing department is trying to compete with the vice president of their computer department for a man? She is really brave. Chapter 114 I won't do anything to you. Compared to Hu Yufei's powerful aura, Yang Feier's aura seemed much weaker.
In fact, Yang Feier knew very well that when Hu Yufei said someone is sitting here, she should have smiled and retreated as if nothing had happened.
But
When she wanted to ask Chen Zhe out for dinner yesterday but was interrupted by Lin Qianya, she made up her mind. Those vows are still fresh in my mind.
Tip: if you can't remember, you can turn to chapter 94. Considering that some people are too lazy to read, I copied it here thoughtfully. Lin Qianya, the candidate for the school beauty of the School of Mathematics?
She is really beautiful, and a very strong opponent.
But so what? I, Yang Feier, will not give up just like that. She, Yang Feier, must not retreat again and again.
If you choose to give in again and again when you encounter a little difficulty, how will you have the chance to get close to Chen Zhe in the future? For the man of her heart, Yang Feier gave it her all. Today, I will fight to the death with the beautiful and mature vice president of the Computer Science Student Union across the street.
It's just a pity.
No matter how determined she was, Yang Feier felt she was going to fail when Hu Yufei on the opposite side just stared at her coldly for 2 seconds. Sure enough, things in this world will never be accomplished just because of how determined you are or how strong your will is.
Man proposes, God disposes. Huang Dachuan couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
I thought to myself that this girl was really pitiful. Even a tall and strong man like me didn't dare to look at sister who was showing signs of losing her temper.
How could a weak woman like Yang Feier withstand such pressure? How about you sit next to me? I'll change the table.
Huang Dachuan stood up, pointed to his seat and said to Yang Feier with a smile.
Dashikan, sit down. Hu Yufei glared at him. Oh. Huang Dachuan immediately sat down obediently.
Seeing that Vice Chairman Huang had been eliminated, the other student union cadres who originally wanted to act like gentlemen naturally did not dare to speak. But the atmosphere now is indeed a bit awkward, and someone has to smooth things over.
Huang Dachuan secretly kicked Chen Zhe twice under the table. Stop pretending to be dead. You are the one who caused me to be scolded. Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Why do I always have to encounter problems every time I go out to eat? I went out to eat with Mu Hanyu and met Song Yuqi, and they had a quarrel. Went out to eat with Lin Qianya, met Song Yuqi, and had an argument. I went out to eat with Hu Yufei and met Song, Yang Feier. We fought over a seat and had an argument. But this practice is very different from the previous two. Before, Chen Zhe clearly stood on the side of Mu Hanyu and Lin Qianya when facing their common enemy, Song Yuqi. But now Yang Feier is not an enemy at all. She just wanted to get close to me. What's wrong with her? So is it Hu Yufei who is wrong? Of course not, she just wanted to sit next to me. What's wrong with her? Then who is wrong? Chen Zhe thought about it and finally realized that he was the one who was wrong.
It was his fault that he couldn't split himself into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces to use.
Hurry up. Huang Dachuan kicked Chen Zhe again. Chen Zhe stood up and moved the seat on his right back.
Hu Yufei and Yang Feier were all staring at him. Huang Dachuan and others were also staring at him, waiting for him to make a choice. Now there are 2 female guests who keep their lights on for the male guests.
Next it depends on the male guest's choice. Let's see who his favorite guest is. Come back after the commercial break and let's look forward to his final choice. Advertising space for rent. Chen Zhe's hand went around Hu Yufei's back and gently placed it on her shoulder.
He pressed down gently and said with a smile, "Senior sister, please sit down.
You've been tired all day. I'll go greet everyone and we'll be back soon."
Chen Zhe's arm was not touching her body, it was just a virtual hug, with only his palm resting on her shoulder.
But this action looked so ambiguous that Hu Yufei couldn't say a word. She was just too shy and sat down. Huang Dachuan and others all breathed a sigh of relief. The attractive guests chosen by Chen Zhe did not surprise them at all. This table is the home turf of the computer science department, and Hu Yufei is their big sister. Chen Zhe couldn't make any other choice.
Yang Feier's beautiful eyes were a little dim.
Sure enough, it failed again. Am I, Yang Feier, destined to be a loser?
But she remembered what Chen Zhe said during his performance: "I am not born a king, but I have the blood in my bones that one tea let me bow my head."
Chen.
Yang Feier opened her mouth and just said one word. Chen Zhe waved at her and said, "Yang Feier, come with me and order more food for your sisters in the nursing department." After saying that, Chen Zhe walked towards the refrigerator where the ingredients were placed.
Oh.
Yang Feier carried her small handbag in both hands and followed Chen Zhe obediently. You girls from the nursing department are all sitting there, and no one comes out to order food. Don't always wait for our seniors to take care of you,
Chen Zhe said as he walked. Yang Feier, oh. It depends on what you like to eat. Order more. Don't be polite to me.
Oh. No, you were so bold when we first met, why do you only know how to do it today?
Chenzhe looked back at young Fei in some surprise. This girl must be a tough guy.
She tickled his palm when they shook hands when they met for the first time.
You are so timid at the moment, are you scared by seeing your sister who? It was then that Chenzhe noticed that young Fei's makeup today was very delicate.
She wore eyeshadow, which made her look more charming. Her red lips with lip gloss looked delicate and tempting. Under her short skirt was a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings, and her high heels made her look even more graceful. Yang Fei smiled shyly. I don't know whether you prefer pure and shy ones, or active and bold ones.
Chenzhe smiled and said, only children make choices.
They had already arrived next to the refrigerator.
Chenzhe changed the topic and ordered barbecue with Yang Fei. Whatever Yang Fei ordered, Chenzhe would ask the boss to grill all the ingredients for him.
After ordering the food, Chenzhe asked the boss to deliver a case of Tsingtao beer to each table.
Just as they were about to retreat, Yang Fei pulled Chenzhe's sleeve and said, Minister Chen, can we talk? Chenzhe shook his head. It's not right to leave others hanging here since I'm treating you today. Don't worry, it's just a casual chat. It won't take too long. Okay then, what do you want to talk about?
Let's go to another place.
There are too many people here. Yang Fei looked around and said in a low voice. Right here? Chenzhe didn't want to run far. Yang Fei looked at Chenzhe sincerely. Don't worry, it's just a simple chat, I won't do anything to you. Chenzhe couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a lie used to deceive little girls? You should let me say it to you. Let's go. Yang Fei pulled Chenzhe's sleeve in a coquettish manner. All right.
Chenzhe followed her out of the barbecue stall, walked a few meters forward, and came to a relatively secluded corner.
Chapter 115. How about I pledge my love to you?
Well, it's not only quiet here, but there's no one there either.
You can say whatever you want to say.
Chenzhe stopped, but young Fei looked back, shook her head, pointed inside and said, No, go a little further inside.
Chenzhe looked inside and said, It's too dark inside. It looks like the back door of someone's restaurant.
There are also several large trash cans.
It's too dirty. It's better not to go in. Yang Fei pouted her red lips and said with a look of dissatisfaction, Are you afraid of the dark? I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?
Chenzhe saw at a glance that she was trying to provoke him, and he was not fooled at all. The point is not whether it is black or not, the point is that the environment is not good.
Yang Fei said, The environment here is not good either. It's too unsafe. Someone passing by can see us at a glance. Chenzhe showed a puzzled look. We are just chatting, why are you afraid of others seeing it?
Yang Fei lowered her voice and said, I'm afraid senior sister who will follow and eavesdrop. She wouldn't do such a thing.
Can't you see? She's so jealous.
When women are jealous, they tend to do irrational things. I don't want her to suddenly interrupt me when we're having a good conversation.
Okay, go a little further in.
The two walked a little further inside, and young Fei looked at the surrounding environment.
Walk forward and you will reach the end of the alley. On the left is the wall and on the right is the back door of the store.
There is only one aisle behind them, and it is narrow, with a transformer box hanging on it and a trash can blocking it. Even if someone comes, they can't see them at first, but they can spot the person coming at first.
Well, it's pretty good here. Yang Fei was finally satisfied.
If you have something to say, please tell me quickly.
I have to go back and greet them. Chenzhe said. Minister Chen, I want to ask, what type of girls do you like?
While speaking, young Fei seemed to be inadvertently moving closer to Chenzhe, with a confused look in her eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous.
Chenzhe didn't move, and didn't seem to notice young Fei's little action. Didn't I say it?
Only children make choices.
As long as the girl is pretty, I like them all.
Yang Fei said angrily, I didn't realize you were such a playboy.
No, I'm actually a scumbag.
Seeing Yang Fei getting closer and closer, Chenzhe suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed against Yang Fei's shoulder. Looking at her stunned face, he chuckled and said, So, don't get too close to me, lest you hurt yourself. These words seemed to be a reminder for Yang Fei to stay away from the scumbag, but in fact they resolved Yang Fei's deliberate seduction.
Do you want to post this actively? Have you asked for my permission? I'm not such a casual person. The ambiguous atmosphere was destroyed by Chenzhe in an instant. Yang Feier had to stand up straight and looked at him with some resentment. I like scumbags too. Do you believe in love at first sight? Chen Zhe said nothing, silently checking Yang Feier's data. He had only glanced at it at the party before, and didn't have time to look closely. Name Yang Feier. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall appearance, 86. Favorability, 56. Heartbeat 6. Vehicle condition, normal, no problems. Number of drivers, 1. Chen Zhe was quite satisfied with Yang Feier's data, which was relatively clean.
The favorability of 56 is neither high nor low, and is at an ambiguous level.
It's a pity that now is not the time to play ambiguity. As for love at first sight, that's complete nonsense.
During the ambiguous period between men and women, they just develop feelings of liking each other. Love at first sight means that a man and a woman fall in love as soon as they meet.
There is still a huge gap between liking and loving.
A person can like many people, but after a few days the feeling fades, or when he meets someone prettier or more handsome, he will fall in love with someone else.
However, Chen Zhe did not expose Yang Feier's lies.
He was not going to marry her, so why did he have such high demands?
He just felt that Yang Feier wasn't sincere enough.
If you want to have sex with me, just say it directly, don't use the guise of love as an excuse.
How much energy does it take to fall in love? It's too tiring.
It's better to be direct and save the process of testing, which will save trouble for both parties.
Seeing that Chen Zhe didn't say anything, Yang Feier couldn't help but called out softly, Minister Chen? Chen Zhe suddenly asked, do you know the 3 characteristics of a scumbag? Yang Feier looked at him curiously, what characteristics?
Chen Zhe curled his lips and smiled, and his bad look made Yang Feier's heart skip a beat. Before she could react, Chen Zhe suddenly reached out and lifted her chin, and gently rubbed her cheek with his thumb. This action is frivolous, overbearing, and blatantly teasing.
Yang Feier was a little surprised at first, but did not resist.
Then she closed her eyes with a blushing face, and raised her head slightly, looking ready to be taken advantage of. She could feel Chen Zhe coming closer. However, she did not wait for the expected kiss. But a deep voice came to my ear, like the whisper of the devil, 3 characteristics of a scumbag: not taking the initiative, not taking responsibility, and not saying no.
If you want to be a canary, I can give you a chance, but you have to perform well. If you want a name, then give up the idea completely. Think it over before you come to me. By the way, use less powder in the future.
After saying this, Chen Zhe turned and left. Yang Feier opened her eyes and saw Chen Zhe wiping the powder off his thumb with a tissue while walking. Then, without even looking, he threw the tissue into the trash can behind him, and the tissue hit the can accurately. Is this what it feels like to be played with? He is completely different from those stupid boys. This is a man of high rank. My little tricks have no effect on him at all. It seems like he has me completely under his control.
Being a canary.
Yang Feier subconsciously touched the cheek that Chen Zhe had caressed and muttered to herself. The incident with the canary was still a big shock to her, and she couldn't make up her mind for a while. She took out a small mirror from her bag and touched up her makeup before going out. When she returned to the night snack stall, she saw Chen Zhe, as if nothing had happened, and was inviting everyone to raise a toast. Everyone stood up, holding beer glasses in their hands, looking at Chen Zhe and listening to him speak. Dear classmates, eat and drink well, don't go home until you are drunk tonight.
Don't go home until you're drunk. Everyone responded loudly.
Yang Feier also quickly picked up a glass of beer, and at Chen Zhe's cheers, she followed everyone and drank the beer in one gulp. After a few drinks, everyone relaxed a little, became lively, laughed, cursed, and talked freely about their ideals in life. Huang Dashuan found an opportunity to chat with the beautiful girl. The cadres of the computer department student union did not show any emotion either, and went to the girl from the nursing department under the pretext of toasting her. This time they toasted very politely, not toasting everyone at the table one by one, but toasting everyone individually.
If you meet someone you like, chat with him or her for a few more minutes.
If the other person doesn't respond or has a cold attitude, move on to someone else.
Why don't you go over there and make a toast?
Before they knew it, only Chen Zhe and Hu Yufei were left at the table. Hu Yufei was a little happy to see Chen Zhe sitting still, but she asked this deliberately.
Chen Zhe answered the question irrelevantly, I don't quite understand their behavior. Hu Yufei was a little curious, how do you say that?
Chen Zhe showed a puzzled look, there are obviously better and more beautiful girls here, why do they want to go to other tables instead of nearby?
Hu Yufei unconsciously smiled charmingly, but said angrily, "Why call me sister?" "Call me sister." "Okay, sister." Chenzei picked up the wine glass, looked at her and said with a smile, "I toast you a glass. Since we met, you have always taken good care of me. I am very grateful. Don't say such inappropriate words." Hu Yufei picked up her glass and clinked it with Chenzei's. After a toast, she asked with a hint of complaint under the influence of alcohol, "You know I'm good to you, but you only say thank you. Isn't there any substantial benefit? That's a bit difficult. Giving money or gifts is the most direct way, but it's a bit cliché. How about I pledge my love to you?" Chapter 116, Lousy Shudao Mountain. Happy New Year. Hearing this, Hu Yufei was ashamed, twisted his arm, and said angrily, "I asked you to tease my sister, you were so brave." Chenzei chuckled and grabbed her snow-white little hand. Hu Yufei was startled and wanted to take her hand back, but Chenzei had no intention of letting go. Hu Yufei became even more shy and said in a low voice, "Let go quickly. Otherwise I will be angry." Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. A woman who says one thing and means another. Chenzei smiled and said, "No looseness. What if someone sees us?" Hu Yufei looked around like a thief, afraid that someone would see this scene. Chenzei chuckled 3 times, "Isn't this more exciting?" Hu Yufei was speechless for a moment, her pretty face flushed, she looked extremely nervous and fidgety. Too tempting, too skilled, just like a fallen angel tempting people to make mistakes. "Hu Yufei, I'm really going to get angry." Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Chenzei was not affected by her words at all, and caressed her snow-white and smooth hands more boldly, so smooth. Stop immediately." Hu Yufei tried her best to raise her eyebrows. I am Shu Daoshan." Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. "You Shu Daoshan are useless. I am He Chang, the tough king of the fishing world and the only real man in Shu." Someone came back from toasting. When Hu Yufei heard the footsteps, she was about to cry. She made a sobbing sound. "Well, good brother, sister begs you, please stop, okay?" Chenzei decided to quit while he was ahead. Just then a phone call came in, so he let go and took out his cell phone. Hu Yufei quickly withdrew her hand, sat upright, and tried her best to maintain the dignity of the vice president of the Computer Science Department Student Union. Huang Dachuan sat down next to her, and just as she was about to speak, he suddenly asked in surprise, "Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" No. Hu Yufei denied it flatly, "It's too hot today, too hot." Huang Dachuan wondered, "Is it so hot?" His ears are red. "No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Hu Yufei glared at Huang Dachuan. Huang Dachuan felt something was wrong. Hu Yufei often glared at him, but the glare today was very different from the previous ones. There was a kind of charm in it no matter how you looked at it. Why did Sister Hu change like this? Huang Dachuan really couldn't bear to see Sister Hu. What's wrong? After Chenzei answered the phone, he heard a cry. All I heard was the rebellious son Wangbo choking up and saying, "Old Chen, I'm heartbroken, where are you?" Chenzei gave the address and then asked, "When did you fall in love?" "How come I didn't know?" 10 minutes ago. Chenzei groaned, "When did you break up?" "Just. Grass." Chenzei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hurry up and come over for a drink, and talk when we meet." "Bye, I'm busy." Soon, the rebellious son Wangbo came over with a sad face. "Smile for me." Chenzei kicked him before he could speak. "This is our student union vice president Hu Yufei, vice president Huang Dachuan, publicity department director so-and-so, sports department director so-and-so, and the most important one, external relations director Chenzei. Say hello to them quickly." "Hello everyone, I'm Wangbo." Wangbo quickly followed his instructions, forced himself to pick up the glass, and said to everyone, "I toast to everyone." Hu Yufei picked up the wine glass, but the others were not too enthusiastic. "Wangbo, I am not a special person, but Chenzei and I grew up wearing open crotch pants." "Brother! Come on, let's go." "So he's Minister Chen's brother. He must be my good brother." "Brother, deep feelings, swallow it." Everyone stood up, raised their cups and greeted them warmly. "Wangbo, I want to join the Student Union External Relations Department. I fully support it. Isn't this just a matter of Minister Chen's words? What do you think, Sister Hu?" Our student union needs good guys like you." Everyone drank a glass of wine and exchanged a few words with Wangbo. Then Chen Zhe pulled Wang Bo aside and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Bo looked aggrieved. "After the party, didn't I add a girl?"
We were chatting happily, but she suddenly blocked me.
"Let me see your phone."
Chen Zhe stretched out his hand.
Wang Bo opened the chat history and handed over the phone. Chen Zhe took a closer look. Wang Bo, "Hello, sister, my name is Wang Bo." Young lady, "Hello, my name is Li Yijing, nice to meet you." Wang Bo, "Li Yijing? I've heard of you." Unity is Li Yijing, unity is Li Yijing. This Li Yijing is iron, this Li Yijing is steel. Harder than iron, stronger than steel. Miss Sister? When Chen Zhe saw this, he slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Bo. Wang Bo hurriedly defended himself. "Don't girls like humorous boys?" Chen Zhe gritted his teeth and said, "You call this humorous?"
Wang Bo said stubbornly, "I also know that this joke may not be very funny, so I immediately made up for it."
Chen Zhe, "Okay, I'll trust you this time." He continued to look down. Wang Bo, "Miss, I heard that you are very talented and knowledgeable. Being a knowledgeable person must be very tired, right?"
According to the time display, the young lady hesitated for dozens of seconds. "It's okay.
Wang Bo, you don't have to be so tired in the future, and you don't have to work so hard to become knowledgeable." Miss Sister, "Why?" Wang Bo, "Because your fellow student Bo is here." Wang Bo, "Miss, where are you? The message has not been sent.
The other party is not your friend yet.
Look at this. Look at this."
Wang Bo started to complain with a face full of grievance. "I tried so hard to please her and make her happy, but she actually blocked me."
"Isn't that too much?"
Chen Zhe resisted the urge to kick her. "If it were me, I would have blocked you when you sang Unity is Li Yijing. This young lady has done her best."
Wang Bo, "If I believe you again, I will be a dog." Wang Bo opened his eyes blankly. "My jokes are so unfunny? Let's drink."
Chen Zhe was too lazy to argue with him and went back to sit down. Wang Bo quickly moved a chair and sat down next to him, picking up a beer bottle and preparing to drink. "Lao Chen, drink with me." It turns out that breaking up is such a painful thing.
Now I just want to get drunk and forget all my worries.
The guy who said that a drink can relieve all worries was not drunk, but Chen Zhe was drunk. There was no way. Too many people toasted him. 20 or 30 people toasted him, and some people even came for 2 or 3 rounds. Chen Zhe was also honest and drank 10 bottles of beer by himself. Hu Yufei, Huang Dachuan, and Wang Bo all wanted to stop him from drinking, but after Chen Zhe got drunk, he insisted on drinking himself. Some people only tell dirty jokes when they are drunk.
Some people just act crazy when they drink too much.
Some people just brag when they are drunk. Some people, when they are drunk, just want to recite poems and compose couplets. Chen Zhe was inspired to write poetry, and shouted, "A horse with 5 colors, a fur coat worth thousands of gold, I'll call my son to go out and exchange it for good wine, so that we can share our eternal sorrow."
Bang! A beer bottle hit him at his feet.
Broken glass and beer splashed everywhere.
"What are you arguing about? Can you be quiet? Can you have some manners?" "That's right, you've been quarreling all night, and we've been putting up with you for a long time." There were 3 men and 2 women sitting next to them. All of them seemed to be young people from society. One of them was swearing at Chen Zhe. "What are you doing?" Huang Dachuan stood up suddenly. Wang Bo also stood up. "What if you hit someone? Even if you didn't hit anyone, it's not good to hit flowers and plants."
The 1.93 meter tall and strong Minister of Sports picked up a beer bottle and, without saying anything, just stared at the man who was cursing the most fiercely.
Many girls from the next table also stood up and glared at the young men. The atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. Chapter 117, The 3 Irons of Boys.
Although Chen Zhe's side seemed to have more people and more power, these young people did not take them seriously at all. "Ha, just a bunch of brittle college students."
Don't be fooled by his loud shouting, his fighting ability is worse than that of a weakling.
The 2 women on their side were able to beat the 2 men on the other side so hard that they couldn't fight back. The 3 men are even more powerful, and one can beat 2 or 3 without any problem. What's more, when the fight breaks out, there will definitely be no more than 5 of these fragile college students who dare to take action.
No matter how you look at it, they are in a sure win situation. Everyone, sit down.
Seeing that a gang fight was about to break out, the drunk Chen Zhe pressed the back of his chair and stood up slightly shakily. He is not afraid of fighting, but he is really afraid of group fights. If a fragile companion gets injured, he won't be able to explain to the teacher when the time comes since he was the one who initiated the party. Normally, when encountering such a situation, Hu Yufei would be the first to stand up and stop it. But today, the guys on the opposite side threw beer bottles at Chen Zai and almost hit him. It's good enough that senior sister who didn't curse at anyone.
And you still want her to be a peacemaker? That's impossible. I'll take care of it. Sit down, everyone. Chen Zai's eye swept over Huang Dachuan, Wang Bo, and the other boys and girls who stood up.
Wang Bo was the first to sit down, followed by others.
Chen Zai looked at everyone on his side and sat down before walking towards the table next to him.
Several young men all looked at Chen Zai, realizing that he should be the leader of the opposing team.
Before, Chen Zai was sitting with his back to them, and only now could they see Chen Zai's face clearly. Several men thought to themselves, damn, he's so handsome, if we're going to hit him later, we're going to have to hit him harder, otherwise we'll never get rid of the hatred in our hearts unless we beat his face into a pig's head. The two little girls with smoky makeup were originally unhappy, but they were stunned when they saw Chen Zai's face. They thought to themselves that they must not fight later.
If a fight broke out, they must stop Brother G and the other three.
Ladies and gentlemen, we spoke a little loudly and disturbed you. We are really sorry.
Chen Zai adopted an attitude of conciliating the situation and spoke to the other party in a friendly manner.
The two little girls nodded immediately. Well, considering your sincere attitude, let's forget it. Be more careful next time. Did I let you speak?
The leader, Brother G, glared at the two of them and started scolding them in a stern voice. The two little girls were so angry that they didn't dare to say anything, and they didn't know why Brother G was so angry today. After Brother G finished scolding people, he looked at the other two men beside him and said with disdain, "Ha, are college students nowadays so arrogant? Not only do they have no sense of social morality, but they also dare to get angry with us. They haven't been through the beatings of society.
You think you're great just because you went to a crappy university? Aren't you going to be a working dog after graduation?"
Chen Zai expressed his opinion again. I'm sorry, everyone. He originally thought that the people opposite him were just farting. Compared with the online trolls, these people's ability to insult others is much weaker, especially Chen Zai, who has experienced cyber violence, and he doesn't take it seriously. But these three people kept chattering to each other, like they were performing a group crosstalk, and they couldn't come up with a set of rules for a long time, which made Chen Zai a little impatient.
Brothers, can we please let this go and give me some straight talk?
Oh, you have such a bad temper.
Is this your attitude of apologizing?
Brother G finally looked at him and spoke.
Chen Zai asked, what attitude do you want?
Brother G picked up a bottle of beer and said aggressively, finish this bottle of beer first, and then I will consider how to deal with our affairs.
Chen Zai couldn't help laughing. His face suddenly darkened and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Damn it, I give you face and you don't want it? Fuck, you dare to curse. Bang!
The sound of a loud slap echoed throughout the night snack stall.
Chen Zai slapped Brother G directly on the face.
He had drunk too much and his attack was a little too heavy-handed. Brother G fell over, knocking over a chair and falling on the garbage they had created: spit, beetle nut residue, cigarette butts, barbecue skewers stained with red oil, and beer that someone had secretly poured on the ground. In short, it's just one word: dirty.
You don't even want to be treated like a fool. Are you a bitch?
Stop pretending in front of me, or I'll beat you up every time I see you.
Chen Zai said, staring at Brother G. The people around were all stunned.
The people on Brother G's side never expected that this fragile college student would dare to take action.
Yang Fei and other girls had admiration in their eyes. They didn't expect Minister Chen to be so powerful. Yang Fei's heartbeat +1. Don't do it, hitting people is wrong.
Hu Yufei said quickly, although they started at first, we college students can't afford to argue with them.
Hu Yufei's heartbeat +1. Who made the first move?
Huang Dachuan was stunned for a moment, and after he came to his senses, he led Wang Bo and a few others to rush towards Chen Zai. Chen Zai waved his hand, and Huang Dachuan and others stood behind him, and no one continued to rush forward. The dirty Jigu stood up in a panic. He was so angry that he lost such a big man in public.
He yelled, how dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I will call someone to kill you. Go call someone quickly, I'll be waiting for you here. What's your fucking name? Which department are you from? Asked another young man. Bang!
Chen Zai slapped him to the ground and said, you stupid idiot, try using a dirty word again when you speak to me.
The young man who was beaten covered his face and said in anger, "Don't you use dirty words too? Why can't I?
Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps."
You don't even know this?
Wang Bo shook his head in disdain. "You have been in society for so many years, and you don't even know such a simple truth."
What have you done to a dog?
Huang Dachuan said in a deep voice, "You'd better call more people."
We don't have many people in this department, but we can easily call 100 people.
The Minister of Sports still had no lines. He just smashed the beer bottle and stared calmly at the three men opposite him, as if he was ready to stab them at any time. Brother G noticed this scene and shuddered. This tallest student looks like a ruthless man of few words, and he will definitely hit you unexpectedly.
He didn't want to have more bloody holes on his body. The situation today is very unfavorable.
The group of students opposite him are completely different from the fragile college students he had in mind.
There is not a single coward, and there are even a few ruthless ones. Let's go.
Brother G didn't dare to say anything harsh, nor did he dare to look at Chen Zai and the others. He took the lead and prepared to leave.
Stop right there. Chen Zai's voice came from behind.
Brother G turned around with gnashing teeth and said, "Don't go too far."
I've already given up and left, what else do you want? Chen Zai asked, "Have you paid the bill?"
Oh. Brother G called the boss to settle the bill, and then left in shame with his accomplices.
The 3 major irons for boys. We were classmates and fought together.
After this conflict, Chen Zai's feelings for everyone became deeper, and the deeper the feelings, the more they drank.
There must be some smart people who have reacted. Aren't there 3 major irons? What about the other iron? There is another iron that will not pass the review.
Before Chen Zai blacked out from drinking, he was confused and didn't remember who he fell on.
He only remembered that person was soft and smelled good. Chapter 118, Guarding the Liberation East.
I don't know how long I slept. Although I didn't want to get up, Chen Zai felt very thirsty and struggled to get up. My body feels heavy, as if something is pressing down on me. He opened his eyes dazedly and found himself lying on a big bed in a high-end hotel, with the meticulously dressed Hu Yufei lying on his left. On the right side was also lying a meticulously beautiful woman. When she pushed aside her hair that was covering her face, she realized it was young Fei.
Chen Zai was surprised. What's going on? Given young Fei and Hu Yufei's bad relationship, how could they possibly be in the same bed?
It was at this time that Chen Zai realized that there was someone pressing on his feet.
He looked up and it seemed to be Tang Tian. What the hell? Senior sister Tang didn't come for supper yesterday, so why is she here?
Before Chen Zai could figure it out, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Crisis warning, durability is 0, do you want to repair it?
How is this possible? The durability was 96 last time, and it dropped to 0 in just one night? I worked 96 points of endurance in one night? I don't even dare to brag about this.
He struggled to get out of bed, only to find that the room was terribly large, with dozens of people lying on the floor, including innocent school beauties, popular actresses, and top female anchors. Su Qingcheng, carrying a camera, suddenly appeared in front of him, licked his lips, and showed a wicked smile. I arranged it well, right?
This movie is going to be great. The title is Bai Lu No.
As she spoke, her face infinitely enlarged in front of Chen Zai, and her strange laughter seemed to pierce Chen Zai's eardrums.
What the hell? Chen Zai yelled and suddenly opened his eyes.
It was already bright outside, the sun was shining brightly, and he was lying on his bed in the dormitory. The dormitory was empty. I grabbed my phone and saw that it was 10 o'clock, and my sons should all be in class. There were several missed calls and messages on the phone, and a pop-up window on the screen showed that Lu Shouyuan had made 2 calls. Chen Zai ignored the calls from other people for the time being and prepared to return the call from his counselor first. Before he could dial the number, there was a knock on the dormitory door.
Chen Zai. It was Lu Shouyuan's voice.
Chen Zai covered his head, which was aching and heavy due to the hangover, slowly got out of bed and opened the door of the dormitory.
What are you doing? Why don't you answer the phone? Lu Shouyuan asked with some complaint.
Sorry, I just woke up.
Chen Zai yawned. How much did you drink? You reek of alcohol. Lu Shouyuan couldn't help but frown when he smelled the alcohol coming from Chen Zai. Chen Zai asked, Director Lu, what's the matter? Lu Shouyuan said, it's nothing serious. Teacher Gu from the nursing department wants to see you.
She called you a few times but you didn't answer, so she asked me where you were.
As a result, you didn't answer my calls, so I had to come to your dormitory to find you.
Please call her back as soon as possible.
What does she want from me? I want you to shoot a promotional video for the school.
After Chen Zhe's performance was uploaded to the short video platform, the video posted by a certain account received over 3 million likes in one night, and the number of likes is still increasing. The comments were all like, "I listened to it on my knees, it shocked me for 100 years, it's amazing." One of the programs at a small departmental welcome party at an unknown university unexpectedly became a hit. Zhangzhou University's official Douyin account quickly uploaded a higher quality HD version, but this account only had over 1,000 fans and no traffic at all, so it had no choice but to go to the popular video to gain fans. The poster of the popular video is naturally a student of Jiangnan University. He was thoughtful enough to pin the comments of his own school to the top, which brought a wave of traffic. All of a sudden, the number of fans of Jiangdi's official account increased by 200,000. The comments under the high-definition version released by Jiangda are of a completely different style.
The comments with the highest number of likes are similar to the following ones. If I apply to Jiangda, can I ask Senior Chen Zhe to have dinner with me? Are there any other boys as handsome as this in your school?
I want to travel to Jiangzhou, please send Chen Zhe to pick me up at the high-speed rail station. The school noticed the popularity brought by Chen Zhe and naturally became interested in him. Gu Nanji is one of the teachers in charge of shooting the promotional video at the school. Not only do you have to be responsible for planning, but sometimes you also have to go abroad.
There is no way around it. Nowadays, the style of recruitment or promotional videos is all about handsome men and beautiful women.
Jiangda put a lot of thought into making the promotional video, which not only features beautiful students but also young and beautiful teachers like Gu Nanji.
It's a pity that it has never been popular before.
Previously, the video with the most likes was the one in which Gu Nanji appeared herself, which only had over 3,000 likes.
And Chen Zhe's video has about 40,000 to 50,000 likes under this account, so shouldn't they ask him to shoot a proper promotional video? After Chen Zhe figured out the whole story, he called Gu Nanji back. Chen Zhe said, "Hello, Teacher Gu, I'm Chen Zhe. I'm so sorry. I drank too much yesterday and just woke up. Young people should take care of their health and drink less alcohol in the future."
Gu Nanji advised softly.
"Yes, teacher. You know what's going on, right? Are you willing to help?"
If it were any other student, Gu Nanji wouldn't have to be so polite, but Chen Zhe was a completely different student. Not only is he talented and has great appeal among students, but he also gets along well with leaders. He should not be treated like those naive college students. Chen Zhe immediately stated, "Since the school needs me and Teacher Gu needs me, I will naturally do my best to help."
Very good. Once we have planned it, we will arrange a time with you to go for the shoot. That's it for now. After hanging up the phone, Gu Nanji in the office was about to look at some documents when he suddenly remembered what Chen Zhe seemed to have said just now, "Teacher Gu needs me?" Gu Nanji temporarily forgot about dealing with the documents and started to think about it. Does this sentence have any other meaning? I don't think so.
Maybe they are just used to shouting slogans.
But what if there is?
You have to know that college students are a group of creatures who dare to talk about young female teachers' figure, appearance, and dress behind their backs. It's hard to say that Chen Zhe's words have no other special meaning. If so, then Chen Zhe is really quite brave. Gu Nanji snorted and muttered to himself, "If he dares to do this again next time, it won't be unintentional. I must give him a serious criticism and education, it's outrageous." Gu Nanji's favorability plus 10. Chen Zhe was taking a shower when he received this system prompt and was stunned for a moment.
Is it necessary? I'm a student, and it's my duty to help the school a little. I don't think I should make Teacher Gu so grateful to me, right? Chen Zhe didn't think much about it.
His head was aching and he was very hungry.
He just wanted to take a quick shower and go out to find something to eat.
When he came out of the shower, the phone rang again.
It was Zhao Jianjun calling. "Chen Zhe, can you do Brother Zhao a favor?"
Brother Zhao is too polite.
Just speak your mind. Can you help us shoot a promotional video for Jiangzhou Fire Department? Okay, we'll discuss a date then.
After hanging up the call with Zhao Jianjun, Chen Zhe hadn't put on his clothes yet when Lu Bo called again.
"Brother Lu, you also want to film with me, right?"
"Wow, I've always said that my brother Chen is the smartest."
"I haven't even opened my mouth yet. How do you know I want you to shoot the opening credits of Guarding Jiefang East?" How about you help Brother Lou with this?
Of course I will help, but it depends on my schedule.
Okay, we'll discuss it then. Chenzhe hung up the phone, wondering in his heart, why do they all want to film with me today? The keyword filming triggered some not so pleasant memories for him. Damn it, that weird senior sister Sue must not come to my house. Chapter 119, Assisting Brothers. Murphy's Law. If there are two or more ways to do something, and one of the choices will lead to disaster, someone will definitely make that choice. This sentence shows that if there is a possibility that something will go wrong, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. To put it simply, whatever you fear, it will come to you. As soon as Chenzhe finished packing and went downstairs, he saw a girl with burgundy hair talking to the dormitory manager at the door of the dormitory building. When he saw the eye-catching hair color, Chenzhe knew that the girl was the strange senior student Su Qingcheng. What the hell is this? Could it be that she is coming for me? Chenzhe quickly hid back in the corridor and said to himself, "Dorm manager, please don't let that woman in." Unfortunately, his prayers were of no use, as Su Qingcheng soon came in from the door of the boys' dormitory. Seeing this scene, Chenzhe was very angry. This was unfair. Why couldn't boys enter the girls' dormitory, but girls could enter the boys' dormitory? He really wanted to find the dormitory manager to argue with her, but he knew that now was not the right time, so he held his breath and hid himself. After he heard the footsteps coming up the stairs, he quietly slipped out. "Hey, Chenzhe." Just when he was about to escape successfully, the dormitory manager stopped him. That loud voice almost scared Chenzhe to death. "Auntie, keep your voice down, what's the matter? Aren't you sick? Why did you come out?" The aunt asked with concern. Chenzhe was confused. "I'm not sick. I'm fine." Auntie was very confused. "The girl from the medical school said you were very sick and couldn't even get out of bed, so she came here to see you. Didn't you meet her? She actually cursed me like this? What a cruel woman. I must find an opportunity to spank her little butt someday. Auntie, let me tell you, she is mentally ill. Do I look like a sick person? You must never let her in again. You don't look sick, but the girl looks fine too. Who among you is lying?" There was a wise look in the aunt's eyes. "I'm starving. I'm leaving now." Chenzhe was too lazy to argue with his aunt and ran away. He ran outside the school and ate a bowl of noodles. After eating, he finally felt better and his head didn't hurt so much anymore. He then had the leisure to take out his cell phone and check the messages. Xia Wensi asked him if he was free to go and see the car. Chenzhe felt very strange and replied, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xia Wensi called and it was obvious that he was very anxious. "Brother Chen, I'll tell you the truth, that salesgirl is so pretty, I like her very much. She said that if I can introduce her to another client, as long as the client makes a successful decision, she will treat me to a meal." Chenzhe thought about it and decided that since there was nothing else to do today, he might as well go and give Xia Wensi an assist. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Come pick me up. I'm at the back door of the school." "Thank you, my brother. I'll be there soon, wait for me." After hanging up the phone, Chenzhe continued to flip through the messages. Nanmir sent several messages. "Brother Wushuang, I'm on the plane and look forward to meeting you. Brother Wushuang, I'm at the airport. Brother Wushuang, are you still not awake?" The first message was sent around 6 in the morning, and the last one was sent half an hour ago. After seeing these messages, Chenzhe remembered that Nan Meyer was going to meet him offline today. He had totally forgotten it. Drinking will cause trouble. Chenzhe quickly called Nan Meyer back. The call was quickly connected, and Nan Meyer's joyful voice came from the other end. "Hello, Brother Wushuang?" During these few hours, Chenzhe didn't reply to any of his messages or answer any of his calls, which made Nan Meyer think that he was deliberately standing her up. Nan Meyer felt that, given Brother Wushuang's attitude towards her, he would definitely be capable of deliberately luring her here and then disappearing to make her go for nothing. Fortunately, he finally called back, which was a real surprise for Nan Meyer. Chenzhe said, "I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and just got up." "Where are you now?" "We should be close to the city." "Don't come to school." "I'm going to buy a car." "Go directly to the 4S store. I'll send you the location via WeChat." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chenzhe sent the location to Nan Meyer's WeChat. After a while, Xia Wensi drove an X5 to pick him up. Chenzhe got in the car and drove straight to Auto World City.
There are many 4S stores on the streets over there, such as Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, BBA, Chery, Jaguar, Land Rover, Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc.
More than 20 minutes later, Xia Wenxi drove into the parking lot of a BMW 4S store. Xia Wenxi stopped the car and sent a message.
When he and Chen Zhe got out of the car, a beautiful girl in a gray OL suit came out of the gate to greet them. The girl looks to be around 26 or 27 years old, with long hair and a friendly smile. She is wearing black stockings and black high heels.
Her appearance and figure are quite nice. Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check?
Chen Zhe originally thought that this was the woman his brother liked, so why would he check it out? But on second thought, it is still necessary to check for my brothers.
Wouldn't it be bad if there are thousands of people riding on it?
So he chose to check it out.
Name, Li Yinglin. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance, 83. Favorability, 0. Heartbeat, 0. Car condition, healthy, slightly worn. Number of drivers, 2.
After reading it, Chen Zhe nodded silently.
This girl's data is not bad. She has only had 2 men at the age of 26.
She is also in good health, which is already very good.
Li Yinglin came over and greeted him with a smile. Boss Xia, are you here? Xia Wenxi said with a smile, can I still lie to you?
Then he pointed at Chen Zhe and introduced him, this is my boss Chen Zhe.
Don't be fooled by his young age, he is a rich young master.
You can introduce him to others later. As long as he likes them, it won't be a problem for him to buy 10 or 8 cars.
Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Li Yinglin. You can call me Xiaolin. I'm very happy to serve you today.
Li Yinglin looked at Chen Zhe, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Then she took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white little hand and said with a smile.
Li Yinglin's favorability plus 10. Seeing this prompt, Chen Zhe couldn't help but frown.
Damn it, you're welcome to be with your friend's wife, you can't bully her. Please don't let your favorability level increase any further.
If it does, I won't be able to face Vinci.
Chen Zhe immediately put on a serious face, put his hands in his pockets, and hung Li Yinglin's hands in the air. Go in, I'm in a hurry. Li Yinglin was slightly startled. She didn't expect this rich young master to be so arrogant. However, she still had a professional smile on her face and nodded, okay, please follow me. Li Yinglin led the 2 of them in and sat them down, then served tea and water.
While Li Yinglin was busy, Xia Wenxi poked Chen Zhe's arm. Brother Chen, are you in a bad mood today?
Chen Zhe knew what Xia Wenxi meant by asking this question and was pointing at him. But he couldn't say his pain, and thought to himself, brother, I'm doing this for your own good.
Chapter 120 Nanmir Airborne.
Li Yinglin came over with a small plate.
There were 2 cups of tea and a plate of snacks on it.
She held the teacup in both hands and handed it to Xia Wenxi and Chen Zhe respectively.
Xia Wenxi also took it with both hands and said thank you with a smile.
Chen Zhe did not extend his hand, but just said put it there. Li Yinglin placed the teacup next to Chen Zhe, still smiling, and asked, I wonder if Mr. Chen has a favorite car model? Or how much is your budget?
I'll introduce a few to you. Chen Zhe asked casually, which is the most expensive car in the store?
He wanted to be rude, arrogant, and a nouveau riche to the end so that the woman his brother liked would not like him. Who would have thought that Li Yinglin's favorability was still rising?
Li Yinglin's favorability plus 5. Li Yinglin's favorability plus 5. Chen Zhe felt a little numb. I'm in this state now. Although you can't say anything to my face due to professional ethics, you must be cursing in your heart, asking, what's the big deal about having a few stinky money? Chen Zhe really wanted to know what this girl was thinking. Xia Wenxi's expression next to him became even more confused.
I totally don't understand why brother Chen doesn't give Li Yinglin a good look.
He is not like this usually. Brother Chen? Xia Wenxi couldn't help but poke Chen Zhe's arm again.
Chen Zhe was almost worried to death, but luckily his cell phone rang at this time, so he naturally got up and went outside to answer the call.
Brother Wushuang, I'm here.
Chen Zhe looked around and soon saw a long-haired girl carrying a suitcase standing next to a taxi not far away. His face could not be seen clearly at this distance, but he could see that she was wearing cool clothes.
I'm at the door. Do you see me? It's on your left. Chen Zhe waved at the girl. Oh, I see you.
The long-haired beauty turned her head and waved at Chen Zhe, then hung up the phone and walked towards the side pushing the suitcase.
Ding.
A capturable target has been detected.
Do you want to check?
As the long-haired beauty approached, the system quickly gave a prompt. Because she was wearing black sunglasses, Chen Zhe still couldn't see what she looked like, but the system was much better than Chen Zhe's eyesight.
Name Lumiere Nanmire. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Overall appearance, 90. Favorability, 45. Heartbeat, 3. Vehicle condition, normal. Number of drivers, 3. 90 points for appearance?
Chen Zhe immediately became interested and wanted to see how beautiful her face was under the sunglasses.
As for the number of drivers, Chen Zhe didn't care too much about it.
For such a beautiful girl, being in such a circle, it would be good enough if the car was in normal condition, so he didn't need to have such high requirements.
After a while, Romy came to Chen Zhe.
She was wearing a black tube top, and the structure on her chest was particularly eye-catching.
Chen Zhe estimated it with his eyes. It was very big and white. It seemed to be even bigger than Mu Hongyu's.
It must be larger than 36D. She was wearing a miniskirt and her long and well-proportioned legs were wrapped in black stockings with letters on them. There is a distance of 3 fists between the upper part of the black stockings and the skirt, revealing the snow-white skin, which arouses endless reverie.
This figure is really amazing. Pictured above by myself.
While Chen Zhe was looking at Romier, she was also looking at Chen Zhe.
Oh my god, Brother Wushuang is such a young handsome guy?
He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, red lips, and white teeth, and his eyes are full of heroic spirit. He is exactly the type of handsome man that Wu Yanzu, Zhao Enjuan, and Louis Ku saw when they were young. Moreover, he has a good figure, with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and a very good head-to-body ratio, which is simply a model's figure. I made a lot of money today. With Brother Wushuang's looks and figure, even if she had to pay for him to sleep with her for one night, she would feel like she had made a good deal.
Nanmire favorability plus 10. Nanmire favorability plus 10. Nanmire action points plus 3.
Nanmire took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face with delicate makeup and a coquettish charm in her eyebrows and eyes. She took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white little hand and said with a smile, Brother Wushuang, hello, I am Nanmire, my real name is Luo Mir, you can call me Mir. Chen Zhe held her little hand and smiled, hello, I am Gongzishir Wushuang, my real name is Chen Zhe, you can call me Chen Zhe.
Chen Zhe said this deliberately, leaving a hint for the other party to pick up on. But Romier was now completely dazzled by Chen Zhe's stunning beauty and didn't pay any attention to these details at all. Let's go in. Chen Zhe led Romy inside. Have you chosen a car? Romier asked as she followed Chen Zhe, pushing the suitcase. No, I'm waiting for you to come and see. Chen Zhe said casually. Wait for me to see? Romiel was a little puzzled. You've come all the way here, so of course I have to give you a gift. Chen Zhe said lightly.
In fact, Chen Zhe didn't have much feeling for BMW models, they were not cool enough, he preferred Ferrari SF90, and he agreed to buy a car for Xia Wenxi just to give him a helping hand. But who knows that this assist may not be delivered today, Chen Zhe does not want to spend his own money, and Luo Meyer happened to come, so buying a car for her is equivalent to getting it for free. If the cashback ratio exceeds 1-to-1, there is still money to be made.
Why not? Really? Romiel was surprised and happy. How can I lie to you? Let's go and see if there is anything we like. Chen Zhe said, pointing at the cars displayed in the exhibition hall.
Luo Mir shook her head, no, it's too expensive for you, and I already have 2 cars.
Mir. I like obedient women. Romy didn't say anything, just nodded obediently. That's good.
Chen Zhe put his arm around her shoulders. Luo Mir did not refuse, but moved closer to him. Chen Zhe hugged Luo Mir and came to Xia Wenxi and Li Yinglin, and said with a smile, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Luo Mir.
This is my brother, Xia Wenxi. Xia Wenxi was stunned when he saw it. Oh shit, isn't this the Douyu anchor Nanmire?
Xia Wenxi doesn't watch live broadcasts very often, but when he is in the internet cafe, he can often see some young people watching her live broadcast and doing their craft.
Brother Chen is really 666. How many goddesses in the hearts of young people have been seduced by him? Li Yinglin was also secretly looking at Romier. Romy's looks and figure were enough to attract any woman she met.
Although Li Yinglin knows that she is a beauty, she can also correctly recognize the gap between herself and Luo Mil, especially in terms of figure, which is too different. It turns out that Boschan has such a beautiful girlfriend, so how could he possibly like me? For a moment, all the little thoughts Li Yinglin had about Chen Zhe were completely extinguished. After Romier showed up, Li Yinglin's favorability towards Chen Zhe never increased and remained at the level of a good friend.
Chen Zhe finally felt relieved. After a while, at Chen Zhe's suggestion, Romier stood in front of a BMW M8 and looked at it carefully. This is a 4-door coupe, as fast as thunder, with a suggested retail price of 2.218 million.
Chapter 121 System Mall. Li Yinglin was introducing the car to Luo Mir. Xia Wenxi was also quite interested in the car and stood aside admiring the car and its lights. Chen Zhe was sitting in the sofa with his legs crossed. The sun was shining in through the large glass window, making him feel warm and comfortable. He closed his eyes and dozed off, then opened the system panel to check some data.
Name Chen Zhe. Appearance 100. General physical strength 100. IQ 129. Combat strength 10. Durability 100. Attribute points 0. Get heart points 162. Available heart points 108. N-level heart rate points 53, R-level heart rate points 55, SR-level heart rate points 0, SSR-level heart rate points 0. Achievement: the first experience of love. Items: Poseidon Black Card, Poseidon Emperor Pill. Skills: top voice actor proficiency, slap of something, god level hacker. Wealth 31, 155, 387.98 yuan. After looking at the panel data, Chen Zhe was quite surprised. The durability was actually full? He thought about it and realized that the durability had dropped by 3 points since last Saturday and dropped by 1 point on Sunday morning. Today is Wednesday, which means that every 24 hours, the durability will be restored a little. Damn, this system doesn't even give me a hint.
I was almost scared to death.
If you want to increase durability by force, you must pay the price of 1,000 attribute points.
Why is this necessary? Can't we just wait for the durability to recover slowly? Chen Zhe first suspected that there was something wrong with this broken system. But suddenly I remembered the dream I had last night. If such a ridiculous thing really happened one day, and the durability dropped to 0, and little Chen Zhe was dying, wouldn't it cost 1,000 attribute points to save his life? It turns out that the system guy didn't want him to be so ridiculous, which was really well intentioned.
Brother system, I misunderstood you, I apologize.
Congratulations to the host for accumulating more than 100 heart points.
The system mall is now open. Do you want to check it out?
Chen Zhe muttered to himself and looked at the mall. The system panel is refreshed. The upper left corner shows attribute points, 0, available heart points, 108. In the lower left corner there is white art text, lottery. The 2 words mall that were originally gray in the lower right corner have turned white. When you open the mall, an interface similar to Taobao appears. There are pictures and product introductions. It's a mess, with everything. For example, toothpaste, toothbrushes, cars, aircraft carriers, airplanes, tanks, various skill books, sexy underwear, lucky charms, bad luck stickers, Poseidon magic oil, etc. The prices range from a few dollars to billions. Chen Zhe has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't stand such a messy arrangement. Fortunately, the mall can be divided into 3 sections according to items, skills, and special. It can also be divided into 4 sections according to N, R, SR, and SSR. Each section can be sorted by alphabetical order or by price. So Chen Zhe divided the mall into 3 sections according to items, skills, and specials, and arranged them in ascending order of price.
I just clicked on a section and took a look. Neptune toothbrush, priced at 5. Product description: an ordinary automatic toothbrush. The width, length, and hardness of the bristles of the brush head can be automatically adjusted according to the user's oral cavity. It didn't mean anything, so Chen Zhe slid down quickly. Neptune brand mobile phone, priced at 100. Product introduction: the appearance can be changed into any popular mobile phone on the market. It only takes 5 minutes to charge and can last for a year, or half a year under heavy use. 100T storage space, free unlimited cloud disk, free unlimited traffic, free unlimited talk time. Chen Zhe saw it and exclaimed, "Wow! What kind of magical phone is this?"
Suppressing his excitement, he continued to look.
Invisibility cloak, price, 200. Product introduction, you can become invisible after wearing it. Wow, good stuff.
Then, Shinzei looked at the products in the other two sections. Top car driving technology skill book, priced at 18. Product introduction, it can skillfully control various types of cars on the market, such as family cars, supercars, large trucks, F1 racing cars, etc. Top level dance mastery skill book, priced at 20.
Product description, just one dance can win the national gold medal.
Top level piano mastery skill book, priced at 25.
Product introduction, omitted. God level dance mastery skill book, price, 50. Photographic memory, price 50. Tireless pile driver, priced at 50. Product introduction, sustainable and efficient piling for 1 hour. Overlord color, price, 100.
Product description, turn on this skill to strongly shock or scare the enemy.
The secret of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, priced at 200.
Product description, after opening, it can multiply strength, defense, speed, endurance, etc. If it lasts for more than 5 minutes, it will cause great damage to the body, so please use it with caution.
Lucky charm, sold for 30. Product description, a one-time special item.
Wearing it can increase your luck by 100 points for 10 minutes.
Bad luck sticker, priced at 25.
Product introduction, a one-time special item that can bring bad luck to the enemy for 10 minutes after use.
There were so many products that Shinzei couldn't see them all.
He just browsed for a while and found a lot of things he liked. But after a quick calculation, he calmed down a lot. Currently he has 53 North level heart points, which can be exchanged for 159 attributes, or 53 Neptune coins. 55 level heart points can be exchanged for 275 attribute points, or 110 Neptune coins. If all of it is used to exchange for coins, there will only be 163 Neptune coins, which is not enough to buy too many things.
Shinzei was a little confused and didn't know what to buy, so he decided to put it aside and buy it later when he needed it. At this time, a pair of snow-white hands gently massaged his temples. Brother, are you tired?
Shinzei opened his eyes and saw a pair of mountain peaks. Because they were close to each other, the peaks seemed even more majestic. He wondered if he would be suffocated to death if the mountains fell.
I'm fine. How does the car look? Shinzei asked.
Luo Meyer smiled and said, the car is good, but I think we can still negotiate the price. I have something else to do later, so don't worry too much about the price.
Let's get it done as soon as possible.
Shinzei looked at the time, patted Luo Meyer's hand, and motioned her to move back so that she didn't hit her head. Then he stood up smoothly. I'll go talk to her.
Beauty, what's the lowest price for the car? Shinzei walked up to Li Yinglin and asked directly.
The car price is discounted by 18,000 yuan, and part of the license fee and service fee are also waived.
Boss Chen, I have already asked the manager. This is the lowest price I can give. Li Yinglin said sincerely. It's all routine. But Shinzei did not continue to bargain. It was free anyway.
He smiled and said, how about this, the car price is 2.2 million. You can give me a few more maintenance, have dinner with my brother, give me a gas card, and I think the car model there is pretty good, you can give me one too. Li Yinglin thought about it and nodded, okay, then I'll give you 3 years and 6 maintenances, a 5,000 gas card, and 2 M8 car models.
Shinzei reminded, did you miss something?
Li Yinglin smiled embarrassedly and whispered, I have already promised Boss Xie this, and I will not break my promise. I will chat with him privately later. Okay, just calculate the insurance and purchase tax and I'll pay it all at once.
Okay, wait a moment.
After a while, Li Yinglin came over with the contract and the PPSS machine. Romier, who was signing the contract, saw from the corner of her eye that Shinzei was taking out his card to pay the bill.
This is true.
As soon as we met, Brother Wushuan gave me a car worth more than 2 million yuan. Before this, because Brother Wushuan always gave gifts to others, he deliberately didn't give any to her. She had to feel countless grievances and complaints, but at this moment, all the grievances and complaints disappeared.
He looks so handsome when he pays the bill. Romi's favorability plus 10. Romi's favorability plus 10. Romi's heart point plus 3. Chapter 122 Old Driver. Seeing the system prompt, Shinzei nodded secretly.
Nan Meyer still had some conscience. At this critical moment when the cashback was about to come, she increased his favorability by 20 points.
According to the rules summarized by Shinzei before.
On the same day, with the same good-looking girl, when her favorability reaches above 60, there is a high probability that she can trigger too high multiple cashbacks.
Nan Meier's favorability has now reached 65.
Chen Zhe hopes to get a high cashback, otherwise this broken system will be criticized again and the author will be implicated. Although he was thinking about it, Chen Zhe was not slow at all and swiped his card to pay the bill quickly. The total cost of the car price, purchase tax, insurance and service fees is more than 2.645 million. He was lucky today and received a tenfold cash back. He originally had more than 31.15 million in his card, and he spent 2.645 million, getting 26.45 million back.
31,264.5 plus 2,645 is equal to 5,495.5. This is for people who can't do math problems. Normal readers can skip it.
There are also some people who can't do math problems, whose eyesight is not very good, and who just open their mouths to give 1 star to any book and use private accounts.
Can I ask you to shut up?
My blood pressure rises when I see those brainless comments. Awesome, I completed half of my small goal in one go.
Chen Zhe was in a good mood.
He waited for Romier to choose the license plate and complete the car handover ceremony, and then prepared to leave. As for Boss Xia, he still has to stay here to pick up girls. Chen Zhe ignored him, opened the passenger door and prepared to get in the car.
Brother, aren't you driving?
Luo Mier tilted her head and said in a soft voice to Chen Zhen. She was so happy to receive the gift that she unconsciously began to display her qualities as a master of tea art.
You open it.
Although Chen Zhe passed the driving test during the summer vacation, he has never driven a car since he left the driving school.
He really doesn't dare to drive on the road.
But Luo Mier's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she looked at him with an innocent look. I just want you to drive my new car.
You'd better drive. Chen Zhe could not resist the skill of this tea master. Many people hate green tea, but if green tea could make you feel comfortable, would you still hate it? But Chen Zhe didn't want to be controlled by her so quickly, still shook his head, and said lightly, usually the driver drives me. I haven't driven for a long time, so I'm not very familiar with it. Luo Mier came to Chen Zhe happily, took Chen Zhe's arm and shook it twice. It's okay, I'm an experienced driver, I can teach you how to drive. I am also an experienced driver and I often exceed the speed limit. It's just that the cars we drive may be different. Seeing that Chen Zhe still didn't agree, Luo Mier blinked and lowered her voice and said, how about this, if brother helps me drive, then I will treat brother to milk, tea. I heard that the tea here is pretty good. Okay.
Chen Zhe subconsciously glanced at her towering breasts, and on impulse, he agreed.
Ding.
You can buy the top-level car driving skills book for 18. After purchasing this skill book, the host will become the car god of Akina Mountain, and drifting, turning on the spot, and turning through the drainage ditch are no problem.
Do you want to buy it?
Chen Zhe felt something was wrong and thought to himself, brother system, you are usually so cool and aloof, why have you become such an anxious salesman today?
Are you afraid that the things in the mall 1T sell or something? How do you view the phenomenon that hosts have money but don't spend it? Promote consumption and boost the economy. Please open up the pattern. Do you think I have money but don't want to spend it? I only have a little over $100 now, shouldn't I use it sparingly? If you give me tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, do you think I 1T buy out this mall? The system brother didn't react at all.
However, a certain host named Bai, who has a conscience, suddenly sneezed several times.
Hey, did he get scolded again today?
Chen Zhe opened the mall, exchanged 18 North-level heart points for 18 Neptune coins, and then bought a top-level car driving technology skill book.
A flash of light passed by. Chen Zhe opened the door of the main driver's seat and sat in it.
Luo Mier sat in the co-pilot seat with a smile and leaned her long legs in black stockings towards the main driver's side. She came over and was about to speak when Chen Zhe reminded her, fasten your seatbelts and sit tight.
Yeah.
At this moment, Romier didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. She still smiled like a flower, trying to seduce Chen Zhe in different ways.
Once Chen Zhe can't resist the beauty trap and falls completely, she will be able to catch this big shark. Boom!
Chen Zhe suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW M8 rushed out like a fly, pausing only for a moment when the barrier was lifted at the parking lot exit. Then he stepped on the accelerator again, turned right and drifted onto the main road. Several cars coming from behind were startled by the sudden appearance of the BMW M8. Some people hurriedly stepped on the brakes, some rolled down the windows and cursed, but unfortunately the M8 was running too fast and had good driving skills, so it disappeared in an instant. This made the drivers who were cursing very angry, and they kept cursing all the way from the east end of the river to the west end. Romeo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale with fright. She had never ridden in such a fast car in her life. She was so scared that she grabbed the handle on the right window tightly with her little hands and her legs involuntarily clamped together. There was a lot of traffic on this road, and several times she thought Chen Zhe was going to hit someone else's car or scratch the vehicle next to it. Every thrilling moment would cause Romy to scream. It was not until she got off the loop and waited for a red light for more than 90 seconds that Romy's mood gradually calmed down.
Brother, you drive too fast. Luo Meyer looked at Chen Zhe pitifully. I'm almost scared to death by you.
Chen Zhe smiled calmly. I just heard you scream like you were quite happy.
Hateful.
Romeo pouted her red lips and punched Chen Zhe's shoulder in grievance.
DD.
At this moment, a big red Porsche 911 on the left honked its horn.
The car window over there rolled down, and a hot girl with big wavy hair showed up with a cell phone with a few big words written on it. Want to give it a try? Chen Zhe rolled down the car window and looked into the car on the left.
The driver of the Porsche 911 was also looking at him. He was a wealthy young man in his 20s, quite handsome and fair-skinned, with a slightly rebellious look between his eyebrows.
Seeing Chen Zhe looking over, the rich boy raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Brother, want to play a game? Chen Zhe smiled and said, Not interested.
The rich boy curled his lips and smiled, Then let's make a bet. From here to the next intersection, if you win, I will let this girl accompany you for 24 hours.
Chen Zhe hooked his finger at Luo Meyer. Meyer, show yourself.
Romeo shook her hair and moved towards Chen Zhe. Her towering breasts naturally touched Chen Zhe's arm, and she looked at the opposite side with a charming smile. The rich young man was struck by her beauty as soon as he saw Romeo. He knew that the hot girl next to him was not at the same level as the others. The rich boy forced a smile and said, Then let's change the bet.
You decide. Chen Zhe sincerely said, There's no need to compare. I'm afraid you can't see my taillights. Oh, so awesome? The rich boy was obviously not convinced. If you are really that awesome, I, Yi Liangchen, will call you big brother when I see you in the future. From now on chapter 123, I, Yi Liangchen, will protect you. What's the point?
Chen Zhe was not interested, and tapped the steering wheel with his fingers in boredom. It would be better to have some money.
Okay, the loser will give the other party 100,000. Do you dare? Yi Liangchen asked with raised eyebrows. Okay, since you want to give me money, don't refuse it. Chen Zhe showed a satisfied smile.
Although 100,000 was not much, it was like picking it up for free. Where else could one find such a good thing?
Seeing Chen Zhe laughing so happily, Yi Liangchen frowned slightly. You are quite confident. Do you think you can win? Liangchen likes to attack those who think they are outstanding. When you lose later, just remember that my name is Yi Liangchen.
The light will turn green in a few seconds, get ready. Chen Zhe reminded with a smile, then observed the road conditions ahead. This road has 3 lanes, and the left lane is for the left turn. He and Yi Liangchen are in the straight lane, and there is a car in front of each of their cars. The car in front of Yi Liangchen was a green plate new energy vehicle, which usually starts very quickly. But Chen Zhe's luck was not so good. In front of him was the Sylphie, one of the 3 biggest cars on the road. When he started at the traffic light, he was so fat that he looked like a mess. There are always people who like to argue that there is no neat car but only neat people. This kind of car won't go fast even if you stand up and step on the accelerator. Luo Meyer also noticed the Sylphie in front and said with some concern, Oh, brother, the car in front started very slowly, this is bad. It's okay. Chen Zhe responded casually, then silently folded up the rearview mirror. Luo Meyer was puzzled and thought that Chen Zhe was unfamiliar with the new car and pressed the wrong button. Why did you? The light turned green. Sit tight and hold on. Chen Zhe reminded. Romeo quickly grabbed the handle. Sure enough, the new energy vehicle in front of Yi Liangchen started very quickly and crossed the zebra crossing in no time. Yi Liangchen followed closely behind and drove forward. At this moment, the 2 front wheels of the Sylphie in front of Chen Zhe had just crossed the line. Yi Liangchen looked at Chen Zhe with a smug smile, then stepped on the accelerator. The big red Porsche quickly overtook the new energy vehicle in front and sped away. The rear wheel of the moving roadblock in front of Chen Zhe finally crossed the line. Romeo was so anxious. He started so slowly. Wasn't he bound to lose? Chen Zhe remained calm, as he had already observed the road conditions clearly before. Seeing that there was enough distance, he stepped on the accelerator and at the same time, lightly turned the steering wheel to the right. The BMW M8 nimbly overtook the Sylphy on the right side, using the narrow bicycle lane next to it to overtake in an instant, then turned the steering wheel left and returned to the main road.
Ah! Romeo screamed again in fright. This overtaking was extremely thrilling. The mobile roadblock on the left and the green belt next to the bicycle lane could barely accommodate one car. If the rearview mirror is not folded up, it will definitely fly away.
Chen Zhe stepped on the accelerator calmly, and even had the leisure to pinch Luo Mier's black silk legs. Don't scream, save your energy and scream later. Romeo was so frightened that she was unable to respond to Chen Zhe's teasing at all. With more than 600 horsepower, power is available on demand. The steering wheel is neither light nor heavy, and the steering is precise. The M8 speeds forward like lightning. Speed limit on city roads? Changing lanes on a solid line to overtake? It's okay. Anyway, this car only has a temporary license plate, and it will take 3 working days to get the official license plate. Even if there must be a punishment, the car is not under Chen Zhe's name, so if any points are to be deducted, they should be Luo Mier's.
Chen Zhe can just let go and drive.
With superb driving skills and an unbridled mentality, the BMW M8 quickly surpassed the Porsche 911. Chen Zhe changed lanes in a very showy manner, came in front of Yi Liangchen, gently pressed the brakes, turned on the taillights, and then drove away.
Fuck, he actually surpassed me? When did he catch up?
Yi Liangchen and the hot girl were both stunned. When they started, they left Chen Zhe far behind and were very proud for a while, thinking they were sure to win this time. They didn't know that the white M8 overtook their car in a flash, and what was even more infuriating was that it ran in front of them and showed off its taillights.
How can this be tolerated? When have I, Yi Liangchen, ever suffered such humiliation in my local area?
The anger in Yi Liangchen's heart erupted like a volcano, and he stepped on the accelerator desperately trying to catch up. Unfortunately, when there were cars in the lane ahead, he had no choice but to slam on the brakes. There was no way, his driving skills and courage were far inferior to Chen Zhe's.
Chen Zhe almost never stepped on the brakes along the way.
Even if there were 2 cars running parallel in front of him, as long as the distance was enough, he could squeeze in and get through dangerously. After a while, Chen Zhe arrived at the intersection. Seeing that the red light ahead was for more than 90 seconds, he was too lazy to wait, so he turned right and went to another road. He found a parking space marked on the side of the road and stopped. As soon as the car stabilized, Romeo, whose face was pale and dizzy, covered his mouth tightly, grabbed a few tissues and ran to the side of the road to retch. Even though he just vomited a few words of bitterness, tears and snot were flowing out, and he looked so miserable. Chen Zhe, the heartless man, was still sitting in the car, opening his phone to search for nearby 5-star hotels. After a while, Chen Zhe set his sights on the Riverview suite at the Shermount Hilton Hotel. Breakfast for 2, buffet, afternoon tea, and executive lounge benefits. The so-called executive lounge benefits are equivalent to the first class of an airplane, where guests can enjoy better services, free drinks, alcohol, coffee, etc. around the clock.
Only 13,888. Chen Zhe was a little dissatisfied. Zhangzhou was still a little small.
Unlike big cities like Shanghai, where one could easily rent a presidential suite worth tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, there was no choice but to let Romy stay for 2 more nights. It just so happened that he wanted to use Romy's name to buy himself a Ferrari SF90 to drive. At least she should stay for 2 more days. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe called Xia Wenxi and learned that he was still in Auto World City, so he asked him to go to Ferrari there to see if there was any SF90. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhe slowly got out of the car, walked to Luo Mier and handed her a bottle of water. After a while, Romeo felt much better, but her makeup was a little smudged. She took the water handed to her by Chen Zhe and said thank you. At this time, Yi Liangchen finally caught up in his Porsche and stopped in front of Chen Zhe's car. After getting off the car, the first thing Yi Liangchen said when he saw Chen Zhe was, "I lost."
"Brother, you are really awesome." Chen Zhe smiled and said, thank you. "From your accent, you seem to be from another place?" Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. I am a local.
If anyone dares to mess with you, I have 100 ways to make them unable to stay, but they can do nothing about it."
Chen Zhe smiled but said nothing, thinking to himself, why is this boy so childish?
Yi Liangchen continued, "Add a friend, send me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money to you."
Chen Zhe opened WeChat and added him as a friend. Young master is unrivaled in the world? Seeing Chen Zhe's nickname, Yi Liangchen looked at him in surprise and said, not only those from Douyu, but also those from Douyin. Every time she recorded an account, Romeo would feel a little regretful. She was supposed to have a share of the money, but brother Wushuan just wouldn't let her use it. But today, brother Wushuan gave her a car worth more than 2 million yuan, and Romy's heart finally settled down. Even though brother Wushuan spent millions on others, the car he gave her was not as substantial as the one he gave her. After all, in the live broadcast room, the platform takes a commission, the union takes a commission, and taxes have to be paid. It's pretty good if the anchor can get 1 million out of the 4 or 5 million. As for Romy, she actually got a car worth more than 2 million yuan. She is definitely the most favored female anchor in brother Wushuan's heart. Fuck, over 10 million? Hearing this number, even Yi Liangchen, a top second-generation rich man in Jiangzhou, was a little shocked. I just don't understand you. Aren't the pretty girls in real life attractive? If you spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, what kind of girl can't you get? Why spend so much money on female anchors? Chen Zhe pointed at Luo Mir and said, are the pretty girls you spend tens of thousands of dollars on in real life as good as me? Yi Liangchen. Damn, the hot girl next to me is definitely not as pretty as others. Having said that, since this Wushuan brother was able to spend more than 10 million on a female anchor, it is conceivable that he must be very powerful. Even if he is Yi Liangchen, he can spend several million or even 20 or 30 million to buy a car or a villa, but he will never give 10 million to the female anchor in the live broadcast room. Since brother Wushuang is so willing to spend money, his family must have at least tens of billions, which is comparable to his, or even stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen, who had originally felt a little unhappy about losing 100,000 yuan, suddenly figured it out. It's worth spending 100,000 to make this friend. Although Yi Liangchen looks like a middle school boy, his mind works very quickly and he immediately chooses the right path. Brother, let's get to know each other formally. My name is Yi Liangchen. What's your name? Yi Liangchen took the initiative to extend his hand. Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Brother Chen, it's almost time for dinner. How about we have a quick meal together? Yi Liangchen made a sincere invitation. Chen Zhe checked his phone and saw that the 100,000 yuan had been deposited. He immediately smiled with satisfaction and said, okay, I'll treat you. Yi Liangchen said, no, I want to make friends with you, I'll treat you. Chen Zhe smiled and shook his head, I'll treat you. I just made 100,000 from you. It's not right for me to ask you to treat me. Although this rich boy is a little arrogant and a bit childish, he keeps his word and is willing to accept defeat. This shows that he has good character, and Chen Zhe doesn't mind making friends with him. That hot girl was also quite capable. When she first realized that young Master Yi was unhappy, she stayed in the car and didn't get out. Seeing that Yi Xiao and the handsome guy were treating each other like brothers and were about to have dinner together, he immediately got out of the car and came over. Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Zhang Meiyu, and I'm Mr. Yi's friend. You can call me Xiao Mei. The hot girl took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Zhe and greeted him. Don't call me Xiao Chen, just call me Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe was not used to the title Xiao Chen at all, and felt that calling him Xiao was a bit awkward. Then I'll call you Brother Chen. Zhang Meiyu said with a smile. Chen Zhe smiled and nodded, then pointed at Luo Mir and introduced her to Yi Liangchen and the others. This is my friend Luo Mir. Romeo was very keen to notice that Chen Zhe had omitted a word. When they were at the 4S store, he introduced himself to Xia Wenxi and said that she was his girlfriend. Why did they become friends now? In fact, Chen Zhe said that deliberately in order to make Li Yinglin give up. Now, of course, there is no need for that. Romeo had a little knot in her heart, but on the surface she still smiled and greeted the person opposite her. Could you be Nan Mir, one of the three beauties of Douyu 3S? Zhang Meiyu looked at Luo Mir seriously and suddenly said excitedly. Luo Mir knew that what Zhang Meiyu swallowed was the word horse forkworm, so she pretended to be calm and smiled. Hello, sister, I am Nan Mir. Wow, I didn't expect that I could meet such a big internet celebrity. What an honor. Zhang Meiyu looked at Yi Liangchen excitedly. Mr. Yi, Dongzi seems to be a big fan of Sister Mir. Why don't you ask him to come and meet his idol? This Dongzi is the guy that Yi Liangchen mentioned who gives gifts to the female anchor every day. Yi Liangchen looked at Luo Mir and asked, Sister, are you able to meet the fans? Luo Mir smiled and said, that depends on whether it is convenient for brother Wushuang. Okay. Chen Zhe nodded. Okay, let me take a look.
Yi Liangchen looked at the road, then took out his phone and searched. 2 or 3 kilometers from here, there is a restaurant opened by my family.
The environment and taste are both good. Let's go there for a meal. Brother Chen, I'll send you the location. Several people got in the car and headed towards the restaurant. A moment later, Chen Zai arrived first. The restaurant had already received instructions from young Master Yi.
The beautiful manager in a professional suit and several waitresses in sleek high-slit cheongsams were already waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Zai's car stop, the manager walked over gracefully in high heels and opened the car door for Chen Zai.
Hello, Mr. Chen. Welcome.
Please get out of the car slowly and be careful with your head. The manager raised his hand and placed it above Chen Zai's head.
Thank you. Chen Zai thanked him.
There was also a beautiful girl in cheongsam on Romi's side to greet her when she got off the car.
Chen Zai looked around the restaurant.
The restaurant's facade was decorated as luxuriously as some star-rated hotels. Looking at the decoration and the beautiful ladies in cheongsams welcoming guests, this is destined to be a place that ordinary people would never dare to set foot in their lifetime.
Chen Zai was standing outside waiting for Yi Liangchen.
The manager also chatted with him. She introduced herself as Li Kaixian, who looked to be around 30 years old, with a plump figure and full of charming young woman charm. However, she did not trigger the system prompt, so Chen Zai just chatted with her casually. After a while, Yi Liangchen's car drove in. The 2 beauties in cheongsams immediately went to help the young master open the car door. Yi Liangchen got out of the car and saw the beautiful girl who opened the door for him.
His eyes lit up immediately. New here?
Li Kaixian came over and smiled. Yes, master.
She just started working last week. Good service, I'll reward you.
Yi Liangchen smiled, opened the storage compartment, grabbed a stack of banknotes, and stuffed it directly into the chest of the cheongsam beauty.
Not bad, it's a very firm peach. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
The new cheongsam beauty was a little shy, but still expressed her gratitude. She can earn 10,000 yuan just by being touched by young Master Yi, which is much more than what she earns at work.
Everyone else was used to it. Romeo had even seen more outrageous behavior.
Only Chen Zai was a little surprised.
Is it possible to do this? As expected, the life of rich people is so boring, they only know how to use money to pave the way. Seeing Chen Zai's expression, Yi Liangchen felt secretly happy.
He had always been suppressed by Chen Zai, but now he finally got back some face. Chapter 125, If you are not good at it, practice more. Luomier noticed Yi Liangchen's smug expression and Chen Zai's surprised look.
She leaned close to Chen Zai's ear and whispered, "Brother, do you want to come?" "What's coming?" Chen Zai looked at her in confusion. "Just like that young Master Yi."
Romier puffed out her proud chest and smiled charmingly.
"Shit, she wants me to learn from that shameless guy Yi Liangchen and touch her in public? How could I, an outstanding member of the league with high moral standards, do such a shameful thing? But just thinking about it feels so exciting. Brother, come on, I don't mind."
"I don't want to see Yi Liangchen being so cocky in front of you." Seeing Chen Zai's hesitant expression, Luomier moved closer, almost biting his ear, breathing sweetly, and rubbed his arm with her human weapon.
Chen Zai's whole body tensed up. It was not good for a young man to be too hot-tempered. He just rose up in rebellion just like that. "Fairy, please don't disturb my mind. How embarrassing would it be if someone saw this little tent? I'll deal with you when there are fewer people around." "Forget it, I won't argue with a kid."
Chen Zai rejected Luomier's suggestion with a serious face, and then quickly turned away to greet Yi Liangchen.
"Coming, bro? Brother Chen, you are still faster than me, Hana, come on, let's go to the private room upstairs." Yi Liangchen affectionately put his arm around Chen Zai's shoulders and went upstairs to a luxurious private room.
The private room is in European style, with niches on the walls, Roman columns with exquisite patterns carved on the 4 corners, and a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window on the west side, providing excellent lighting. A wine cabinet is placed next to the window, displaying various famous wines. Yi Liangchen asked everyone to sit down, asked Chen Zai and Luomier if they had any food restrictions, and then asked Li Kaixian to prepare a table of dishes. Luomier went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Yi Liangchen and Chen Zai chatted for a while. Xiaomei listened on the side and said a word or two at the right time to liven up the atmosphere. After a while, the door of the private room was pushed open and a young man in his 20s walked in. He was wearing trendy brand clothes and had a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, exuding an air of nobility.
"Brother Yi." The young man greeted Yi Lianchen after entering the door. Dongzi is here? Sit anywhere. Yi Lianchen nodded with a smile. Dongzi's full name is Chen Haodong. His family has assets worth more than 3 billion. Anyone who can get into Yi Lianchen's circle must have a good fortune.
There were only 3 people in the private room, and Chen Haodong saw Chen Zhe at first sight.
Is this brother Wuxuan? This person is too young.
He looks a few years younger than me. He must be a college student. He was quite handsome, and the clothes he wore were worth about 8,000 yuan, but there was still a big gap between him and the top rich man he had imagined.
Brother Wuxuan? Chen Haodong looked at Chen Zhe and asked tentatively. Hello, it's me. Chen Zhe nodded, just call me by my real name offline. My name is Chen Zhe.
Chen Haodong immediately walked over, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with a warm smile, So you are my cousin, what a coincidence.
Brother Chen, hello. My name is Chen Haodong, you can call me Dongzi, my friends all call me that.
Chen Zhe stood up, shook hands with him and exchanged a few words. At this time, Romier, who had finished putting on makeup, walked into the private room.
Wow, it's really near.
When Chen Haodong saw the sexy beauty, he immediately became excited. The real person is even prettier than in the live studio.
Romiel smiled faintly, hello.
Chen Haodong quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Mir, I'm the boss of Causeway Bay.
Romier still has some impression of this ID.
It seems that he used to come here often and send a few super popular gifts every time, but he came less often later. She showed a surprised expression. So you are the big brother.
Mir is very grateful for your support. Chen Haodong likes to watch live broadcasts and has spent about 1 or 2 million yuan on them.
But he follows dozens of female anchors, each of whom has a brushload of tens of thousands, and he has successfully dated several of them. But tens of thousands of dollars are certainly not enough in front of a big anchor like Romier. Chen Haodong was also aware of this, and later on he visited the live broadcast rooms of those big anchors less and less frequently. Originally, Chen Haodong had some doubts about brother Wuxuan's identity, but after seeing Luo Mir, he was sure that Chen Zhe was the real brother Wuxuan. Only a wealthy man like brother Wuxuan, who can make millions in a live broadcast, can invite a big anchor like Romier.
Everyone is here, the food starts to be served.
After they ate and drank for a while, Yi Lianchen and Chen Haodong's message notifications rang at the same time. They opened their phones and looked at the messages in the WeChat group, and their faces changed.
Chen Haodong raised his eyes to look at Yi Lianchen and said hesitantly, Sister Ning, what is this?
Although Chen Haodong and Chen Zhe are brothers, they are not from the same circle after all.
This matter involves Yi Lianchen's family affairs, so it is not convenient for him to say too much. Yi Lianchen looked unhappy.
He didn't care about anything else and started to curse. How dare the damned bastard Wu Ye play such a big trick with my sister?
Does he take me, Yi Lianchen, seriously?
Seeing that Yi Lianchen had no intention of hiding it from others, Chen Haodong asked directly, Your small company is worth at least 2 or 3 million, right? Yi Lianchen pointed at his face and said bitterly, This is not a question of money, this is a question of face.
Chen Haodong consoled him, Brother Yi, don't be angry. Can't we just win it back?
Crow is a speeding bastard who doesn't care about his life.
Not to mention my sister, even I, huh?
Having said that, Yi Lianchen suddenly looked at Chen Zhe.
He can't beat the crow, but doesn't he have a ready-made master by his side? Brother Chen, can you do me a favor? Yi Lianchen looked at Chen Zhe and smiled. Chen Zhe laughed, Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Tell me.
I may not be able to help, but I'm happy to listen.
Brother Chen is really humorous. Yi Lianchen laughed and continued talking about business.
There are only a few top-rich second-generation people in Jiangzhou, and everyone knows them, but some of them cannot play together and are not in the same circle.
For example, Yi Lianchen and Zhang Yang.
The strength of the Zhang family and the Yi family are similar. Zhang Yang is arrogant, domineering, cruel and ruthless, and Yi Lianchen is also a pretentious person.
The two of them dislike each other.
Yi Lianchen likes speed racing, his sister Yi Qingning also likes speed racing, and Zhang Yang also likes speed racing. Yi Lianchen and Zhang Yang competed 3 times. He didn't win the first time, but Zhang Yang didn't lose the second time. The third time, Yi Lianchen thought it should be a draw, but Zhang Yang disagreed. And his sister Yi Qingning, who is a weakling, is still thinking about revenge for her brother. Before, Zhang Yang would never agree to race with Yi Qingning.
He didn't want to bully a rookie and ruin his reputation.
But he couldn't resist Yi Qingning's frequent messages and phone calls to provoke him, so he finally found some time to compete with her. As a result, not long ago, Yi Qingning not only lost a small company under her name, but was also angered to tears by Zhang Yang's words.
Zhang Yang said, "If you are not good at it, practice more." Chapter 126 My 25-year-old beautiful CEO. After listening to Yi Liangchen's story, Chen Zhe did not express his opinion immediately. Although it is not difficult for him to defeat Zhang Yang once with his top-notch car driving skills, he has his own considerations. If Yi Liangchen's sister was a beauty with a beauty score of over 80, he could help with this and increase her favorability and heart points. But if Yi Qingning's appearance was less than 80, Chen Zhe would not want to make any fuss. After listening to Yi Liangchen's description, he knew that Zhang Yang was not a good person. In the past, rich second generations like Huang Junwei who had a grudge against him would hire some internet trolls to mess with him. As for a top-rich second generation like Zhang Yang who is ruthless, his methods will only be more numerous and more powerful. If Yi Qingning's appearance was not up to standard, Chen Zhe would definitely not get involved in this matter. There is no benefit, but it will only cause trouble. Isn't that stupid? Brother Chen, I think with your skills, you can definitely beat Zhang Yang. Of course, you don't have to be too stressed. If you can't win, it's okay. Yi Liangchen thought that Chen Zhe was reluctant to express his opinion because he was under pressure. How could he know that what Chen Zhe was thinking about was whether his sister was pretty or not? Chen Zhe still did not give a clear answer, but played Tai Chi. Young Master Yi, I have to think about what you said. Okay. Yi Liangchen did not urge him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his sister, saying that he had found a racing expert who might be able to help her defeat the hateful Zhang Yang. After receiving the message, Yi Qingning asked his brother for the address and immediately rushed over. 10 minutes later. Manager Li Kaixian pushed open the door of the private room and said to everyone inside with a smile, "Miss Yi is here." After saying that, she stepped aside and welcomed the woman behind her in. Chen Zhe looked up at the door out of curiosity and was slightly startled. At first, he thought that Yi Liangchen's sister liked racing and might be the kind of woman who was a little gangster or a hot girl. Who knew that the other party was completely different from what he imagined? She has a rather cold appearance and a cool temperament. He is very tall, at least 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing a black dress with a hem that was neither too long nor too short, reaching her knees, revealing a pair of smooth, white calves. She wore a pair of black high heels, which further extended the graceful curve of her calves. What a nice pair of legs. Picture.jpg. Some people look rich at first glance and come from wealthy families. Yi Qingning is undoubtedly such a person. Even though she is dressed simply, one can tell at a glance that she is a rich, fair, and beautiful woman who can only be admired from afar and not touched. Chen Zhe knew in his heart that even with his current level, relying on his face and figure, plus more than 50 million in his pocket, it would be no problem for him to pick up ordinary pretty girls. But with Yi Qingning's level, his chances would be very slim without the help of System Dad. Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? Of course. Name Yi Qingning. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Overall appearance, 94. Favorability, 0. Heartbeat, 0. Car condition, brand new. Number of drivers, 0. An overall appearance score of 94? If Chen Zhe remembered correctly, this was the most beautiful girl he had ever met. However, Chen Zhe didn't think her looks and figure were much better than Muhan US. On second thought, the little fish is still a little green and not fully cooked yet. Yi Qingning is at the best age for a woman. She is not as immature as 18 or 19, nor as over-mature as those in their 30s. She retains the vitality and tenderness of a girl, but also has more mature charm and smoothness. Everything is just right. Chen Zhe thinks the most important point is that Yi Qingning is more feminine than Xiaoye. He believed that in a few years, when her good friend's charm fully blossomed, her overall appearance score would surely rise rapidly. After Yi Qingning came in, she glanced directly at the box. Sister. Sister Ning. Yi Liangchen, Chen Haodong, and Xiaomei all stood up and greeted her when she glanced at them. All three of them had smiles on their faces, but Chen Zhe discovered some interesting details. Yi Liangchen, this arrogant and immature guy, was actually a little afraid to look his sister in the eye. It can be seen that he was beaten a lot by his sister when he was a child. There was a hint of flattery in Chen Haodong's smile. As for Xiaomei, her smile was a little stiff. From this, it seems that these three should be very afraid of Yi Qingning. Yi Qingning ignored Yi Liangchen and the other two. She glanced at Chen Zhe and asked, "You should be the speed racing expert my brother mentioned, right?" Chen Zhe nodded.
Yi Qingning walked slowly to Chen Zhe, and Yi Liangchen, who was sitting next to Chen Zhe, quickly gave up his seat. After Yi Qingning sat down, she stretched out her hand towards Chen Zhe and said, "Yi Qingning, Yi Liangchen's sister."
Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe shook hands with her.
Yi Qingning looked at Chen Zhe carefully for a few times. Although she didn't say anything, Chen Zhe saw the system prompt.
Yi Qingning favorability +5.
Well, it turns out that this handsome face is quite useful.
At least the first impression is excellent. Yi Qingning said, "You are Liangchen's good friend, so just call me sister." "Okay, Sister Ning."
Chen Zhe called her sister Ning readily. In fact, he felt that it was more exciting to call him President Yi. After all, when they were chatting before, Yi Liangchen mentioned that his sister was already in charge of several companies in the family and was considered a well-known beautiful CEO in the Jiangzhou business circle.
"My 25-year-old beautiful president, isn't this more interesting than my 25-year-old beautiful sister?"
Yi Qingning continued, "My brother should have mentioned this to you.
I wonder if you are willing to help me educate Zhang Yang. After the matter is accomplished, I will definitely reward you handsomely."
Her expression and tone were always rather cold, inadvertently giving off a hint of a superior. Even if she wanted Chen Zhe to help, it didn't seem like a request.
Instead, it made people feel that it was an honor to be able to help her. It can be seen that Yi Qingning is a qualified and mature president.
If she becomes like her brother, the Yi family's huge fortune will soon be squandered.
It's a small matter.
Considering that Yi Qingning's overall appearance was 94 points, Chen Zhe didn't hesitate and said directly, "Go and make an appointment with Zhang Yang first, and let me know when the time comes." Yi Qingning didn't comment, but just said, "After you finish your meal, I want to take a ride in your car." Romier, who was standing by, couldn't help but let out a playful smile when she heard this. She knew that the eldest lady of the Yi family wanted to test Chen Zhe's strength.
But Romier knew very well that when Chen Zhe drove, it was extremely stimulating. Wouldn't it be interesting if this cool and beautiful girl vomited while riding in Chen Zhe's car?
Chen Zhe looked at Yi Qingning and kindly reminded her, "You'd better think about it again."
"What do you mean?"
"I'm afraid you'll vomit if you ride in my car." Yi Qingning couldn't help but smile when she heard this. "I also drive fast often, there's no way I'll get carsick."
"Everything is possible. Then I'll try even more." Chapter 127 I must become brothers with Liangchen. Seeing Yi Qingning was so insistent, Chen Zhe just followed her. After dinner, Chen Zhe asked Luo Mier to wait for him in the restaurant for a while. He would take Yi Qingning for a walk and come back soon.
Yi Liangchen and a few others also stayed here waiting for Yi Qingning.
Chen Zhe and Yi Qingning went downstairs. After arriving at the parking lot, Chen Zhe looked at Yi Qingning and asked, "Sister Ning, where is your car?" "Over there."
Yi Qingning stretched out her snow-white little hand and pointed to a blue Lamborghini not far away.
"Drive your car," Chen Zhe suggested. "Wouldn't it be more convenient to drive your own car?" Yi Qingning was a little confused. Chen Zhe smiled and said, "I'm afraid you'll vomit in my car."
Yi Qingning also smiled slightly. Although she did not agree with what Chen Zhe said, she had already responded to this topic in the private room before. She did not want to repeat it at this moment. She did not say much, but just walked towards her car first. After getting in the car, Chen Zhe first observed the cockpit layout of the Daniel, tested the gear position, accelerator and brake, and then told Yi Qingning, "Sit tight and hold on." Yi Qingning had fastened her seatbelt and was sitting elegantly in the passenger seat, looking straight ahead. She did not respond to Chen Zhe's advice at all, thinking that it was completely unnecessary. But soon, Yi Qingning paid the price for her disrespectful attitude. The big bull slowly drove out of the parking lot, and after passing the toll booth, it suddenly made a loud roar. The sudden strong acceleration made Yi Qingning's entire back pressed against the back of the chair. Before she could come to her senses, the blue bull drifted onto the main road, and Yi Qingning's whole body suddenly tilted to the left. After the bull's body straightened out, she bounced back to the right. Not long after getting in the car, the female president's indifferent expression disappeared, and her beautiful eyes unconsciously widened, filled with fear and astonishment. She really didn't expect that Chen Zhe could drive so fast. Although she often races and has ridden in other people's fast cars, no one's driving style is as aggressive as Chen Zhe's. Yi Qingning couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chen Zhe, only to see that his expression was still very calm, without the slightest excitement or arrogance. It seemed that driving so fast and so hard was as common to him as eating and drinking.
Chen Zhe controlled the big bull to speed along the way.
The big bull turned into a blue fish, rushing left and right on the city road, frequently changing lanes, overtaking, and running yellow lights.
Slow down, slow down. I told you to slow down, Chen Zhe. Can you slow down? This is too dangerous. We almost got hit.
At first Yi Qingning could still hold it, but after a while, the constant danger she encountered stimulated her survival instinct, forcing her to speak out to remind him. But Chen Zhe was concentrating on driving and ignored her. After just a few minutes, Yi Qingning's hair had become messy, her pretty face was pale, her right hand tightly grasped the handle, her left hand covered her mouth, and she frowned, looking very uncomfortable. The hem of her skirt swayed violently, almost rolling up to her thighs, revealing a small piece of black lace.
Stop, stop now. Yi Qingning finally couldn't bear it anymore and pinched Chen Zhe's arm hard.
There are not many cars on this road at the moment, but there are quite a few cars parked on the roadside. Chen Zhe saw that there was an empty parking space on the opposite lane, so he didn't slow down, but turned left and drifted into the parking space. The car stopped suddenly. Yi Qingning screamed and threw herself to the side, almost hitting the car door. The hem of the left side of the skirt was rolled up to her slender waist,
revealing her round, white buttocks and large areas of black lace.
Chen Zhe hadn't noticed it before, but at this moment Yi Qingning's movements were so large that it was hard for him not to notice.
The black object is a little bit transparent. Chen Zhe's eyes lit up instantly.
Although Sister Ning looks cold on the outside, she is actually quite passionate on the inside. As expected, one cannot judge a woman by her appearance alone, it is too deceptive. Chen Zhe could boldly speculate that she should be the kind of woman who was a lady in front of others but a slut in bed. Such a beauty is simply the ideal on earth. He has already seen the noble side of Yi Qingning. As for the other side, he is looking forward to seeing it with his own eyes as soon as possible.
Where are you looking?
Yi Qingning came back to her senses and noticed where Chen Zhe was looking. She immediately pulled down the hem of her skirt, and her pretty face darkened and became frosty.
Yi Qingning favorability 5.
Seeing the system prompt, Chen Zhe immediately realized that Yi Qingning was indeed not the woman he could treat casually. Chen Zhe's face became serious, and he said frankly, Sister Ning, I'm sorry, I accidentally saw it.
Yi Qingning didn't have time to say anything more to him.
She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, tore off a few tissues, pushed open the car door and ran to the side of the road. This time, Chen Zhe did not sit in the car like a big boss.
After all, Luo Mir and Yi Qingning were completely different. One is for his money and body.
But he was after the other person's money and body.
Chen Zhe secretly made up his mind to become good brothers with Yi Liangchen.
Moreover, it was the kind of relationship that made Yi Liangchen admire him very much and think it would be a pity if he was not his brother-in-law. Chen Zhe ran to a nearby small shop and bought a bottle of water and wet wipes, handed them to Yi Qingning for her to rinse her mouth, and considerately asked her if she wanted more paper. Yi Qingning rinsed her mouth, tidied her appearance, and relaxed for a while before giving Chen Zhe a cold look. This look is quite sharp.
Even dandy young men like Yi Liangchen and Chen Haodong didn't dare to look him in the eye. But Chen Zhe didn't care.
Anyway, the favorability is already 0, and the worst that can happen is it will drop to a negative number. He has plenty of patience for such a top-notch woman. There is a long way to go, and love will grow over time.
Take your time. He just didn't believe that his favorability wouldn't gradually increase.
Yi Qingning was a little surprised to see that Chen Zhe had the courage to look her in the eye. Not to mention guys like Yi Liangchen and Chen Haodong. Even Zhang Yang, who seemed to be fearless and was known as the Demon King of Jiangzhou, would respond to her sharp gaze with either a fierce or provocative look, but he could never be as calm as Chen Zhe. For a moment, Yi Qingning became very curious about Chen Zhe. Her eyes softened a little, and she said in a calm tone, I think it's a sure thing for you to win against Zhang Yang.
Chen Zhe smiled and asked, what good will it do me if I win against him?
Chen Zhe's words made Yi Qingning slightly stunned. She originally thought that Chen Zhe was a smart man and should know how to maintain reserve and grace at appropriate times instead of asking for benefits directly. Such an approach is bound to be inferior.
Yi Qingning frowned slightly. I said that I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed. And I, Yi Qingning, have a good reputation in Jiangzhou and I always keep my promises.
Chen Zhe said frankly, I know that when I ask this, you may think I am too utilitarian.
But I don't like to play tricks. I like to be direct and honest.
You should know better than me what kind of person Zhang Wang is. I'm taking the risk of offending him, but in the end I might just get a favor that's all talk and no substance.
If a business has too much risk and the return is uncertain, would you do it?
Yi Qingning said nothing, just looked at Chen Zhe quietly, with a hint of admiration in her eyes.
Yi Qingning favorability plus 10.
She didn't need to say anything, Chen Zhe knew her answer. She would definitely not do such a business.
Chapter 128. Let's talk about our own.
The company I lost to Zhang Yang is worth about 3 million.
If you help me win it back, I'll give you 10% commission. How about that? Without thinking too long, Yi Qingning gave a very good price.
Chen Zhe was very satisfied that he could earn 300,000 yuan by winning a racing race.
He immediately nodded and smiled, okay.
Earning 300,000 yuan with his own ability gives Chen Zhe a much greater sense of accomplishment than giving money back to a beautiful girl and getting 30 million yuan in cash. In this way, even if the system leaves him one day, he will have the capital to make a living.
In the restaurant,
Luo Mier chatted with Yi Liangchen and Chen Haodong for a while. The main reason is that Chen Haodong is very interested in the daily life of the big anchor and keeps asking questions like a curious baby. For example, the work and rest time, the broadcast time every day, how much money can be earned in a month, how many gifts can be given to make the big anchor and the big brother come out to meet.
Romier answered some questions that did not involve privacy.
As for how many gifts she had to give in order to meet her offline, she just vaguely said that it depended on fate.
That's true. For example, when she met Chen Zhe, it was not really a question of how many gifts she gave. Brother Wushuang didn't he give her many gifts at all, but didn't she come all the way to meet him?
Of course, Luo Mier couldn't tell Chen Haodong that she chose to take the initiative because Chen Zhe had ruined her mentality.
What if other big brothers also learn bad things? While chatting, Romy looked out the window from time to time.
When the blue bull appeared in her sight, a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes.
They're back, I'll go down and pick them up. After saying that, Romier excitedly left the box and went downstairs.
She couldn't wait to see Yi Qingning make a fool of herself. Of course, there was no grudge between Romiel and Yi Qingning. But women are such strange creatures. Even best friends who are inseparable sometimes want to see each other make a fool of themselves, at least to make the whole day happy. What's more, a young lady like Yi Qingning looks too perfect and beautiful. Romier is looking forward to something embarrassing happening to her to break her perfect filter.
But Romiel was soon disappointed.
Because after getting off the car, Yi Qingning looked calm and neat, no different from when she set out.
How does this look like what it looks like after a high-speed race? Could it be that Chen Zhe was particularly gentle and caring when driving Yi Qingning's car? But when he was driving his own car, he wanted to stand up and pedal? What a biased man.
Romy pursed her lips somewhat unhappily.
Sister, how is it? Yi Liangchen and others came over quickly. Very good. Yi Qingning said calmly.
After hearing this, the looks Yi Liangchen and the others gave Chen Zhe changed subtly.
Very good. These three simple words are the evaluation that Yi Liangchen and his gang of friends have never received from Yi Qingning.
Even among the young talents in the whole Jiangzhou, the number of them who can make Yi Qingning, who has very high vision, say very good is definitely no more than 5.
I knew Brother Chen would be fine.
Yi Liangchen stepped forward with a smile and patted Chen Zhe's shoulder enthusiastically. Brother Chen, I'll leave it to you to help my sister get revenge. Chen Zhe hugged him more enthusiastically. Brother Liangchen, your words are too formal.
You and I hit it off right away, and I wish we could become sworn brothers. Brother, you have something to ask for help? Isn't that just a matter of one word from you, Liangchen?
Yi Liangchen felt a little strange that Chen Zhe suddenly became so enthusiastic. Before in the private room, when I asked you for help, you didn't agree very readily.
But now the atmosphere was right. Yi Liangchen didn't think too much about it, and laughed. Brother Chen, to be honest, there are not many people in the whole Jiangzhou that I admire, and you are definitely one of them. Chen Zhe took a half step back to end the hug, then held Yi Liangchen's hand and stared at him blankly, tears flashing in his eyes. Brother Liangchen, your words really touched me. If others said this to me, I wouldn't feel anything, but you are completely different. The top voice actor skills made this sentence contain extremely sincere emotions, and no one could tell that Chen Zhe was acting them. Brother Chen. Yi Liangchen was really moved by Chen Zhe, and he wanted to swear an oath of blood with Chen Zhe on the spot. From now on, we will be sworn brothers, and you will be my good brother. No, you're older than me, just call me little brother. That won't do. Let's talk about our own affairs. Brother Liangchen. Brother Chen.
Yi Qingning couldn't stand seeing these two grown men being so affectionate, so she coughed lightly and separated them. Chen Zhe and Yi Liangchen said goodbye to each other reluctantly, and then Luo Mir drove Chen Zhe away. She didn't dare to ride in Chen Zhe's car again. After a while, under the guidance of Chen Zhe, Romy drove the car to the gate of Shermao Hilton Hotel and stopped, handing the key to the waiter at the door to park. As Chen Zhe walked inside, he asked her, "Did you bring your ID card?" Romeo nodded, "I brought it." "Stay here for a few more days? Can I book a room for you for 3 days?" Luo Meyer hesitated, "I'm going to leave tomorrow. I have to go back to start the show." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "You live stream every day, it's rare for you to come out and relax, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Luo Meyer sighed, "Alas, there is nothing I can do. This is my job." Chen Zhe asked directly, "How much can you earn from live streaming in one night?" Luo Meyer thought for a moment and said, "It depends on the situation. Sometimes it's a few thousand or tens of thousands, and sometimes it's more than 100,000. Chen Zhe said, "Then I'll give you 300,000 yuan. Can you stay here for 2 more days?" "Sure. Why not?" "Of course. Romy's favorability +5. Then, just listen to your brother." Luo Meyer was very happy in her heart, but she just smiled faintly on the surface, not wanting Chen Zhe to think that she was greedy for money. The two came to the front desk, and Chen Zhe used Romy's ID card to book a room for 3 days, paying a total of more than 41,000 yuan. The cashback ratio is 1-to-1, and the refund is more than 41,000. Regarding this, Chen Zhe said he has gotten used to it. And it would be better if there is no high multiplier guarantee for such a small amount of money, because there is only one chance of a high multiplier today. Led by the waiter, the two went to the booked room. When you open the door, you will see a spacious and elegant space. Warm lighting, exquisite decorations, and high-end furniture create a comfortable and luxurious atmosphere. The bed is soft and comfortable, the bathroom facilities are complete, and the floor-to-ceiling windows allow you to enjoy the beautiful city view. I have to say that the hotel where I spent a lot of money to stay was quite good in terms of environment, facilities, supporting facilities, and services. The waiter introduced the benefits of the Riverview suite to them and asked if there were any services they needed. He left only after receiving a response. While Luo Meyer was packing her luggage, Chen Zhe half lay on the sofa on the balcony, took out his mobile phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to her. "I was lucky this time and triggered a 20-fold cashback, returning 6 million. Considering that Romeo had given him more than 30 million today, Chen Zhe decided to reward her well later." Chapter 129. Remember, brother. Romeo received the message alert but didn't pay any attention to it. She packed her luggage before opening her phone to check. It turned out to be a transfer information. I counted carefully: ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, and 100,000. "Oh, it's actually 300,000. Wow, thanks brother." Romy excitedly threw her cell phone on the bedside, then rushed to Chen Zhe, bent down, and gave him a kiss on the face. She knew that Chen Zhe would not go back on his word. After all, he could buy a 2 million car at will, and he wouldn't be short of her 300,000. But she really didn't expect that Chen Zhe would transfer the money so quickly. If she were Chen Zhe, wouldn't she have to play for 2 or 3 days before transferring the money? At least she should have tasted the sweetness first. I can only say that brother Wu Shuang is really capable. He doesn't treat money as money at all, but just as a string of numbers. After Luo Meyer kissed Chen Zhe on the face, she wanted to stand up straight, but Chen Zhe suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled it down slightly. "Ah!" Romeo let out a cry and fell face down on Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe took the opportunity to wash his face with facial cleanser. After he had his fun, he changed his position and held her horizontally on his lap. "Want to run away after kissing? How can it be so easy?" Chen Zhe looked at the pretty face so close to him and smiled. Luo Meyer put her arms around Chen Zhe's neck and bit her lip deliberately. "What else do you want, brother?" Chen Zhe didn't say anything, but expressed his opinion through actions. He lowered his head and covered Romy's rosy little mouth. After a while, he was no longer satisfied with this and he exerted a little force to pry open her teeth. Romeo let out a woo sound, her breathing became a little rapid, and her eyes were strained as she looked at Chen Zhe. A few minutes later, Luo Meyer's pretty face flushed, and she pushed Chen Zhe away while panting, "Brother, you are so good at it." Chen Zhe looked calm. "Oh, really?" Luo Meyer asked with a smile. "I didn't expect that brother's skills are so good. You must have dated many girls, right?" Chen Zhe shook his head. "I have never been in love." "Never been in love?" Romy tilted her head and thought about it. She soon figured it out. Not being in a relationship doesn't mean you can't have sex.
How many women did your brother have? One. One? Romy still didn't quite believe it, but she didn't want to keep questioning it, so as not to upset Chinzei. He said just one.
If you're so talented after just dating one, brother must be extremely talented.
Romy chuckled and drew circles on his chest with her fingers.
The beautiful legs in black stockings were also rubbing against his legs slowly.
Chenzei felt a tingling sensation and quickly stood up to salute.
He narrowed his eyes and looked at the charming enchantress opposite him. Although she was full of temptation, Chenzei was not that happy. She was so anxious and proactive that Chenzei felt she was a little cheap, and he lost most of his interest. Of course, the dish in front of him was definitely edible, but he didn't want to eat it so quickly.
Brother, why aren't you talking? Are you just looking at me?
Romy lowered her voice and made a charming sound.
I want to know what you were thinking about. Chenzei smiled.
I want to know if my brother is as good in other aspects as well.
Romy chuckled. You are greedy for my body.
Romy's eyes were filled with seduction.
Faced with endless temptation, Chenzei patted her legs and said, Get up. Let's go out for a walk.
Luo Meyer was a little reluctant, and twisted her waist coquettishly. Let's go shopping later.
Aren't you going to treat me to milk tea?
Chenzei almost accidentally fired the gun, and quickly picked her up and put her on the ground.
Wouldn't it be better if I treated you to some milk? Romy said with a pout. Chenzei looked into her charming and affectionate eyes and said seriously, I think it's too fast. We will be happier when we get along well and have a foundation of love.
Romy opened her beautiful eyes wide and was completely stunned. What he said were all my words. According to Romy's original plan, she would take the initiative to tease Chenzei, making him unable to stop, and then push him away when he got anxious and angry. I shyly told him that I was not a casual girl and that this was too fast.
Could you please wait until I was ready? Romy knew very well that people often don't cherish things that are too easy to get, whether they are people, feelings, or objects. She wanted to whet Chenzei's appetite and make him bewildered, so that she could control him. Luo Meyer even thought that if she trained him well, within 3 days, she would be able to make Chenzei kneel down at her feet and call her good sister. When Romy thought of that scene, he felt secretly happy. Who told you to always ignore me on purpose? It made me lose my mind and made me cry several times. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I live up to the name of Doyu Sans? But Romy never expected it. Chenzei completed the first thing she designed in the script first. This is really hard for Romy to handle. Even though he was in such a state, he could still endure it. If I met any other good big brother, wouldn't he have pounced on me and eaten me up? Brother Wuxuang is really not an ordinary man. What are you thinking about?
Chenzei stood up, straightened the folds of his trousers, and then patted Romy's butt.
Luo Meyer came back to her senses. Oh, I think what my brother said is right.
In fact, I am not such a casual girl. It's just that I like my brother too much and was too impulsive at the time.
I won't be like this to other people. Chenzei didn't comment, and suddenly asked, Are you married?
This sudden attack left Romy no chance to react, and she subconsciously told the truth, divorced.
Do you have any children? No.
Luo Meyer's voice became smaller and smaller. She felt guilty unconsciously, thinking that a divorced woman like her was not worthy of a tall, rich and handsome man like Chenzei. Looking at Romy's slightly lowered head, Chenzei couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He knew that this woman had developed some inferiority complex when facing him. This is exactly the effect he wants. It was obvious that in this tussle, even though Romy was very skilled, she was at a disadvantage in front of Chenzei. Before, after the IQ was increased, Chenzei did not feel any particularly obvious changes. But at this moment, he finally realized it. You can judge the other person's psychological activities from some small details. Not only can you read their words and expressions, but you can also give accurate and effective countermeasures or responses. He didn't have such ability before. It seems that the changes that occur when IQ increases are subtle and gradual.
That's good.
Chenzei lifted Luo Meyer's chin, looked into her eyes, and smiled gently. I don't care what you were like before.
From now on, you are mine.
You are not allowed to touch other men without my permission.
If you really can't help it, I allow you to use props. Remember? Although his smile and tone were gentle, the meaning revealed between his words was extremely overbearing. Yeah.
Romy hesitated for a moment, blushed, and nodded slightly.
Louder. Remember, brother. Chapter 130. Brother, do I look good in this outfit?
Although Romeo agreed very well, Zhenzhe did not let down his guard. Because her favorability has not increased. I'm not sure whether today's favorability has reached the threshold and can no longer increase. Or maybe she just deserves it. No matter what, Zhenzhe would not think that he could completely subdue this powerful vixen by just spending a few hours with her. He is currently in the upper hand, and he will have to press on and increase his firepower later.
It is better to use the remaining courage to pursue the enemy rather than seek fame by imitating the tyrant.
Brother, I'm wet and feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. Please wait for me for a while, Romy said in a soft voice.
Zhenzhe nodded.
Romeo took her clothes and went to the bathroom, and soon the sound of water splashing was heard. Zhenzhe was still sitting on the sofa chair on the balcony and sent a group message to all the beautiful girls on WeChat.
The message was, "What are your plans for the future? Have you ever considered starting your own business?"
Target audience: Mu Hongyu, Su Ruoli, Lin Qianya, Hu Yufei, Tang Tian, and Yang Feier. After a while, his WeChat notifications started beeping.
Xiao Yuer, I don't even want to inherit my family's company, and you want me to start my own company? It's too tiring, I won't do it.
My plan for the future is to be a pretty girl who eats and waits for death.
Zhenzhe, aren't you afraid of running out of money? Xiao Yuer, that doesn't exist. No one is competing with me for the family fortune. My biggest hobby is playing games and buying nice clothes.
I spend tens of thousands of dollars a month.
If I calculate the money in the family, I can't spend it all in 100 lifetimes. Zhenzhe, sorry, I am superficial. Well, although Xiaodier has something in mind, he has no big ambitions.
Starting a company, a big money-making business, is not difficult for her.
Change 1. Lioli, start a company? I can't do anything except dancing, I might not be able to do it well. Oh.
Zhenzhe, it's okay, just give it a try.
Lioli, let's not do it, shall we?
I know my husband is doing this for my own good, but I really can't do it well.
I'm afraid that I'll lose everything and you'll call me a spendthrift. Zhenzhe, how can I bear to scold you? Next.
Hu Yufei, Jr., why are you asking this all of a sudden?
Do you want to start a company?
Zhenzhe, yeah, I have this idea. Hu Yufei, when I was a freshman, I started a business with my seniors, but it was a failure. That experience made me realize that I was only suitable to be a deputy. I could manage personnel, but I didn't have the ability to see the overall situation. Zhenzhe was a little disappointed because he had high expectations of Hu Yufei. I thought a strong woman like senior sister who was suitable for starting a company, but I didn't expect that she would not be able to shoulder this burden.
Yang Feier? My dear Minister Chen, are you sober?
Zhenzhe, I am asking you this question very seriously.
Yang Feier, I've made up my mind. I just want to be a canary. Forget about the hassle of starting a company. Yang Feier, Minister Chen, I'm easy to support, 20,000 a month, do you think it's okay?
Or how about V50 first to see the strength?
Let us take a look at the strength of V50.
Yang Feier, I want you to look down on others.
I want you to look down on others. I want you to look down on others. Ha!
Zhenzhe, bank card number. After Yang Feier sent the card number, Zhenzhe directly transferred 240,000 yuan to her. I'll cover you for a year first. There was no reply from the other side, probably because they were scared.
Yang Feier's favorability plus 20.
Cashback of 1.2 million. After seeing this prompt, Zhenzhe ignored her. The finger continued to slide down. Lin Qianya, I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination and the doctoral examination in the future.
If possible, I want to be a mathematician or a university teacher.
I don't consider getting involved in business.
Lin Qianya, by the way, classmate Zhenzhe, how are your math grades?
The National College Mathematics Competition has started registration.
Are you interested in participating? Zhenze's math grades were average, and he only scored over 120 points that year.
Compared to Lin Qianya, who got full marks in mathematics, I don't know how far behind she is.
However, Zhenzhe silently opened the system mall and searched using the keyword mathematics. Top Mathematics Mastery Skill Book, price, 30.
Note, mathematical proficiency includes abstract generalization ability, spatial imagination ability, reasoning and argumentation ability, calculation and solution ability, data processing ability, application awareness, and innovation awareness.
God-level mathematics mastery skill book, price, 60. Brother Tone, what level is the full score in the college entrance examination mathematics? Chen Zhe asked in his heart. There is no level. What do you mean?
Not worthy of appearing in my rating range.
Damn, Brother Tong is so arrogant. But I like it. Can top-level math proficiency beat college students across the country in seconds?
Second kill college students all over the world.
Damn, I like Brother Tong's rebelliousness more and more. What about the God level? Instantly beat Archimedes, Isaac Newton, Leonard Euler, James Maxwell, Alan Turing, Pythagoras, Johannes Kepler.
Seeing those names, Chen Zhe felt a chill in his heart.
Which one of these people is not a great god standing at the top of the world? Okay, stop giving examples. My little heart can't take it anymore.
Chen Zhe thought about it and spent 30 to buy a top-level math mastery skill book. Firstly, the top-level skill books were more than enough, and he didn't want to be a mathematician.
Secondly, he has no money. Even if you convert all your heart points into Neptune coins, there will only be 115 left. What a sin! Shen Tang.
Chen Zhe replied to Lin Xianya, my math grades are okay, so I'll go with you to participate in the competition.
Can you help me sign up? Okay. Lin Xianya favorability plus 10. Lin Xianya's heartbeat point plus 3. The situation about the rebellious Sun Wangbo is quite accurate.
It turns out that Lin Xianya is more likely to be attracted to boys who are good at studying and have talent. In her opinion, Chen Zhe, who has the confidence to participate in the National College Mathematics competition, must be quite capable.
Sister Tang replied, I am planning to start my own media company.
After this period of internship, I found that I still don't quite adapt to the traditional paper media industry.
Chen Zhe was cheered up. The matter of starting a company was finally settled. Senior, do you need investment? Why, you want to invest in me? Oh. Yes. Can we arrange a time to discuss in detail? Any time. Let me ask for leave first. Okay. Mixed in with this information is a very discordant message. Because it was a man who sent the voice. And it only takes 40 to 50 seconds. This is the kind of information that Chen Zhe hates the most. But considering that it was sent by Xia Wenxi, he endured it. Click to listen. Xia Wenxi, Brother Chen, I asked at the Ferrari 4 Sun store for you.
The SF90 has been discontinued and there are no more cars in stock.
Now there are only second-hand ones. If you really want one, the salesperson here said he can help you find a seller. But they also made it clear that they will take a commission. What do you think? Chen Zhe sent a message back, how long will it take to find it? It's hard to say, maybe 3 to 5 days at the fastest, and no more than a week at the most. Then forget it. Chen Zhe opened the WeChat group of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Gongzi Shi Wushuang, hello, big guys, who has an SF90 for sale? I want to buy one. After a while. National server boss, me. Boss Shuang, my car has only run 3,000 kilometers. The first time I met her, she was so enthusiastic, Boss Shuang, let's chat privately. National server boss, private chat.
Chen Zhe added these 2 people on WeChat, and they sent him the condition of the car, mileage, and third-party inspection reports. It seemed that they had planned to make a move a long time ago. One was priced at 6.35 million and the other at 7.29 million. Chen Zhe was comparing the conditions of the 2 cars when the bathroom door opened and Romy walked out. Chen Zhe heard the noise and subconsciously looked up. She was wearing a white suspender top with a slightly low neckline. As long as she leaned forward slightly, one could see the bulge in her breasts. She was wearing a white miniskirt, white stockings on her beautiful legs, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. At this moment, Romeo has completely changed her style and started to go for a pure and sexy style. She looks pure, sexy, and full of attraction. She leaned against the doorframe, raised one of her beautiful legs in white silk stockings, and struck an alluring pose. She looked at Chen Zhe with a charming smile and asked, Brother, do I look good in this outfit? Chapter 131 Rope for Tying Hairy Crabs. Chen Zhe smiled faintly, not bad. After saying that, he continued to look down at his phone.
Romy secretly curled her lips and thought to herself, is my charm not even as great as a cell phone? Brother, when are we leaving? Let's go. Chen Zhe stood up with his cell phone. Luo Meyer stepped forward and naturally took his arm. Brother, where are we going? Chen Zhe thought for a moment and said, International Finance Center. Okay, brother. Romeo was delighted when he heard this. She had done some research before coming to Jiangzhou and knew that there were many luxury goods stores near IFC. It seemed that she would be able to get a lot of benefits when she went shopping later. However, she immediately started to have another idea. She has already made nearly 3 million from Chen Zhe today. If she continues to ask Chen Zhe to buy things for her, will she look like a complete gold digger? It would be bad if brother Wushuan got tired of her. For a super rich man like him, how can one time be enough? He should take it slow and take advantage of him whenever he wants. Romeo knew how to deal with men. So when she and Chen Zhe arrived at the IFC, she remained calm when faced with luxury brands such as Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, Givenchy, Versace, Louis Vuitton, Burberry, etc. Chen Zhe had no desire to rush to spend money on her. The high cashback offers had been exhausted today. She could buy if she wanted, and it didn't matter if she didn't want to. It was not until they saw a Rolex that Romeo showed a hint of joy. Brother, let's go in and take a look. Chen Zhe was a little puzzled. You like watches? Aren't girls generally more interested in bags and cosmetics? Luo Meyer smiled and said, I've noticed that your wrist is empty. I want to buy you a watch. A successful man like you should wear a watch. Chen Zhe was really surprised. He didn't expect that Romeo actually had some conscience. In fact, this is a manifestation of Romy's high level. She knows that blindly asking for things will only disgust people, and that only by giving appropriately can boys become more dependent on her. Chen Zhe declined slightly, then walked into the Rolex store with Romeo. Chen Zhe has long heard of Rolex. But after entering and taking a look, I was immediately disappointed. The watches on the counter are all extremely ugly. There are not many good-looking watches on display in the 3 counters. I remember when I was watching Hong Kong movies, those big guys always wore green Submariner in Daytona. Why are they not seen here? Is there a green water ghost? Chen Zhe couldn't help but ask. No. The saleswoman said just this one word and then stopped talking. Although there was still a hint of a smile on her face and she didn't look particularly rude, it was clear at a glance that it was impossible to hear more words from her distinguished mouth. Chen Zhe suddenly became excited. Ah, am I finally going to get the face-slapping plot that is standard in rich novels? Why don't we go to Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin next door and buy out all the famous watches in their stores, and at the same time attribute all the sales performance to a simple, beautiful, and ostracized young lady who just started working, so that she will be moved to tears, the snobbish colleagues will regret it, the person in charge of the Rolex store will bow and apologize, shocking the entire IFC, making countless passers-by take crazy photos and watch, and writing 10,000 words. At the same time? If I don't do something like this, I don't even deserve to be called a super rich man. Dear readers, I'm sure you will have opinions. If you don't even write this, what kind of crappy rich story is this? Chen Zhe was eager to try, but that damn Romeo was very considerate and explained it to him, making him miss the opportunity to show off and get slapped in the face. Brother, the popular models of the green Submariner are either in the safe or in the warehouse. They won't be displayed casually. Damn it, I am so ignorant. How can I have the nerve to slap someone in the face? Chen Zhe pulled Romeo aside and asked in a low voice. What if I want to buy a popular model? Sales will usually recommend a log for you. Are these the ugly watches? Well, maybe we need to make a reservation. How long is the reservation? Not necessarily. If it's fast, it could be half a year, or maybe a year. You have to pay in full and you have to be a member. How can I become a member? You must buy a watch before you can become a member. Does that mean I have to wait a year to get the watch? No, some styles come with popular styles and usually can't be sold, so they must be in stock. Fuck, who gave them these bad habits? Chen Zhe originally thought these watches were ugly, and after hearing what Luo Meyer said, there were so many troubles that he lost all desire to buy them. Even if it's not for showing off or getting slapped in the face, you still have to go across the street to buy it. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, the female salesperson came over and asked, Is it a handsome guy or a beautiful girl who wants to buy our watch? Chen Zhe shook his head. No, let's go somewhere else. There was a flash of disdain in the saleswoman's eyes. I almost said the words if you can't afford it, don't come. Although the saleswoman concealed it well, Zhenzhe still caught the change in her expression and couldn't help but sneer. Just because you are a salesperson and you think of yourself as a luxury product when you stand in a luxury store? He asked in a very polite tone, Auntie, how much money can you make standing here in a day? Do you think the ropes that tie the hairy crabs are sold at the same price as the hairy crabs, so they are also expensive? Zhenzhe called the female salesperson Auntie and she was so angry that she was fuming.
The hairy crabs and ropes mentioned later were a bit confusing for the female salesperson. By the time she figured it out, Zhenzhe and Romier had already gone to Vacheron Constantine across the street.
This made the female salesperson very angry. The more you endure, the angrier you will be. The more you take a step back, the more you will lose. It's even more infuriating when someone treats you sarcastically and you can't curse them back in person. He must be sick. The saleswoman couldn't help but curse angrily. A dark and strong gangster with a big gold chain was hugging a hot girl. As soon as he walked in the door, he heard the 3 words, "Are you sick?" With such a violent temper, how could the gangster tolerate others speaking foul language to him? He immediately slapped him in the face. Alpaca. Who the hell are you scolding? You are the one who is sick. The saleswoman covered her face and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scold you. There are only 2 of us in your store. You're not scolding me, but my girlfriend? The hot girl slapped him back. How dare you scold me? Are you itching for trouble? The saleswoman covered her face with her hands and almost cried, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scold you. The gangster was furious. Do you think I'm deaf? Call your manager over here. Zhenzhe, who was choosing a watch opposite, heard the noise and came out to watch the show for a while, enjoying it very much. When he returned to the counter, Romiel had already chosen 2 watches for him. Brother, which one do you like? One is more stable, and the other is more sporty. In fact, popular models here also require reservations, such as the Zongheng Sihai series, but the sales here are prettier, younger, and have a very positive attitude. Zhenzhe didn't intend to rip off Romier, and since those watches that cost more than 1 million yuan had to be reserved, he chose a few watches that were in stock and cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan to take a look. Both watches in front of him are very good. Zhenzhe was entangled for a long time when comparing SF90 before. He didn't want to be entangled anymore at this moment, so he simply said, I want both. Luo Mir was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhenzhe smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll buy one myself. He now has more than 60 million in his pocket, so he has no pressure to buy a watch worth more than 230,000. Chapter 132 I Can't Hold It Anymore. What followed was an unremarkable shopping trip. Zhenzhe felt quite regretful that there was no story of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face today. Romy bought him a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan, and he reciprocated by taking her to Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, and Lancôme to shop, spending about 600,000 yuan in total. She bought a lot of bags, 5 or 6 in total, and 3 sets of cosmetics. Chen Zishuan bought an Hermes bag and a set of Lancôme cosmetics, planning to take them home and give them to his mother. 2 Vacheron Constantin watches, he wore the sporty one on his wrist. The other one is more stable, and I plan to give it to my dad as a gift and tell him that it only cost 1 or 2,000 yuan. Family members often have telepathy. Zhenzhe was seeking benefits for his family when his mother called. Zhenzhe asked Luo Mir to go walk around the front by herself while he found a quiet place to answer the phone. Dear mother, what's the matter? Izzy, it's almost the end of the month. Do you have enough money? Do you want me to transfer next month's living expenses to you now? No need, Mom. Not just this month, you don't have to worry about my tuition and living expenses for the next few years of college. When Zhenzhe said this, he suddenly felt proud. His parents have raised him since he was a child, and now he is finally able to support them and make their lives better than before. While your parents are still young, you can let them go out and play more. But there is a problem that needs to be solved now. That's how to reasonably explain why he made a lot of money. The last time my mother called, he only had about 1 million yuan on him, which was not very rich, and he could have fooled her by making up a decent story. But it's different now. With more than 60 million, there are so many things I can buy, villas, luxury cars, and all kinds of things that I couldn't afford to buy before. Now I can buy them all. Zhenzhe wanted to buy all the good things and give them to them, but how to make his parents accept them was a big problem. It seems I have to start my own company. Zhenzhe had an idea. Before he went home next time, he must give him the entire company, otherwise it would be difficult to explain if he wanted to buy a house and a car for his family. How much money did you make from that last order? Ms. Yuan Shuxian asked somewhat worriedly. Shenzai didn't remember so much, so he said nonsense, about 200,000. Ms. Yuan asked suspiciously, didn't you say 150,000 last time? Suddenly, Lao Chen's voice came from the side, I told you a long time ago that the kid in your room must not be telling the truth. This unlucky kid has embezzled 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. When Shenzai heard the tone, he knew that Comrade Lao Chen was really angry, and he also knew what he was angry about. Comrade Lao Chen was angry because he had hidden several thousand yuan of private money and had been secretly enjoying it for several days. But when he found out that his son had hidden perhaps 60,000 or 70,000 yuan, he suddenly became angry. Boy, that is too much, it's 10 times more than mine. Can't we split it equally? Or we can do it on June 4th. Shenzai said seriously, Mom, I'm saving this money to start a company. The boss I worked with last time saw that I have good abilities and wanted to recruit me as a partner. Later, I thought that if we form a partnership, we might as well break up in the future, so I might as well go it alone. Comrade Lao Chen must have been eavesdropping nearby. Hearing this, he snatched the phone away and asked loudly, How old are you? What kind of company do you run? Are you an adult? Shenzai was a little confused. What? I'm 19 years old and not an adult? Comrade Lao Chen on the other side was silent by this sentence. He asked a question while covering his phone, but Shenzai still heard it, Our son is 19 years old? Otherwise? Shenzai couldn't help but roll his eyes. When he was in elementary school, he was sitting on the back of a bicycle and accidentally got his leg stuck in the wheel. His dad stood up and pedaled hard. When he was in junior high school, my father bought a car, but he still went to pick him up at the elementary school gate. All these tragic stories told Shenzai that his father was unreliable. So it's not surprising that he forgot how old his son is. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so big. Comrade Lao Chen sighed, When will you bring a girlfriend back to visit? Comrade Chen, how many girlfriends do you think it's appropriate for me to bring home? Shenzai asked. Ha ha ha. Comrade Lao Chen laughed loudly. As expected of my offspring, you have quite a bit of my style back then. You can bring as many as you like, ouch, be gentle, be gentle. I told you to teach your child this way. Ms. Yuan should have beaten up Comrade Chen, then took back the phone and warned him, don't listen to your father. Got it, Mom. After chatting affectionately with his mother for more than 20 minutes, Shenzai hung up the phone and went to find Luomir. Romier was sitting on a rest bench not far away. She had a lot of bags in her hands, but she had no desire to buy anything. Seeing Shenzai finally coming over, she asked with a hint of jealousy, Brother, who were you talking to on the phone? You talked for so long and smiled so sweetly? My real mother. You have such a good relationship with your family? Aren't you? Romier was silenced by Shenzai's words. After a while, she forced a smile, seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, and finally said nothing. Shenzai suddenly thought of the girl who jumped off the building last time, and her expression when she talked about her parents. At this moment, Romy's expression was very similar to that girl's for a moment. It turns out that not everyone's original family is happy, and not every parent is worthy of being a human being. At this moment, Shenzai suddenly felt very lucky. He sat down next to Romeo, stroked her hair, and said in a gentle voice, You have to get a driver's license before you can drive on the road, but you don't need to pass any exams to be a parent. This is actually a very scary thing. Romeo looked at Shenzai in a daze. Shenzai looked at her and smiled, So, you have to believe that sometimes, some things are definitely not your fault. Romy's favorability plus 20. In an instant, Romy's eyes turned red. She threw away all the luxury goods in her hands, buried her head in Shenzai's chest, and cried like a helpless child. Shenzai just wanted to comfort her because he saw that she was in a low mood, but he didn't expect that he would make her break down. He hugged her gently and said nothing. I felt a little strange. Originally, Romy's favorability was 70, and it suddenly increased by 20 points. Was it just because of a word of comfort? Lesson 3, Attacking the heart is the best way. Brother Tong, please explain in detail, explain in detail. Brother Tong didn't give any hints, he just played some BGM for him silently. Who stole my heart secretly? I can't tell the difference between night and day. Who stole my heart secretly? My eyes can't see myself. It took a full 5 minutes before Romeo's crying slowly turned into sobbing. Have you cried enough? My clothes on my chest are wet. Get up. Chen Zhe patted her back gently. Luo Meyer refused, twisting her body in Chen Zhe's arms, making an unclear sound. Your arms are so warm, can you let me lean on you for a while? I suddenly want to hold you like this and never let go. I want time to stop at this moment. Romy's heart point +1. Romy's heart point +1. Romy's heart point +1. This woman was telling the truth, and Chen Zhe was not a stingy person. He was willing to fulfill her little wish. However, he could only ruthlessly refuse. No, if you don't let go, I won't be able to control myself. Chapter 133 The Universal Ellipse. Hearing this, Luo Meyer burst into laughter and looked up at Chen Zhe. There were still traces of tears on her pretty face and her eyes were a little red from crying. I felt really sorry for her. But the words she said did not make people feel pity for her. Instead, they just wanted to be ruthlessly abused. Brother must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? How about we go back to the hotel quickly? Chen Zhe shook his head. No need for that, let's eat first, I'm a little hungry. Romeo blinked and pointed to a Versace store next to her. I don't want you to be so tired, how about we go to the fitting room? You must not let Versace become the next Uniqlo. Toilet? That place is too small. I can. No. Chen Zhe shook his head and slapped her on the buttocks. Get up, you are not light in weight, go eat first. Humph, she has a plump figure, do you like bamboo poles? Romy pouted and stood up as she was told. Chen Zhe walked in front with empty hands, and Luo Meyer followed behind him carrying large and small bags. Chen Zhe had no awareness of carrying bags for others, mainly because he had carried bags for Song Yuqi too many times in the past, which had left him with some psychological trauma and made him very resistant to carrying bags for women. Luo Meyer did not dare to complain, because in her opinion, a young master like Chen Zhe definitely did not have the habit of carrying bags for others. The two had been shopping for almost the entire afternoon and were a little tired. Not wanting to walk too far, they unanimously decided to have dinner here at the IFC. The two took the elevator and went up to the 93rd floor. Here is one of the tallest restaurants in Jiangzhou City. This Western restaurant is inside the hotel. Entering the hotel lobby is like entering an art gallery, which is decorated in a very stylish way. Arriving at the restaurant and looking out the window, one feels as if standing on the clouds. Not only can one overlook the magnificent panoramic view of the city, but one can also enjoy the endless river view. The scenery here is really nice. Brother, please take a picture for me. Romeo was very happy looking at the scenery outside the window. I just want to take private photos. You're so annoying, Luo Meyer patted Chen Zhe's arm coquettishly. We'll go to the hotel later and let you take private photos. He. Chen Zhe smiled and took her phone and took a photo for her. Luo Meyer stood in front of the French window, posing non-stop, either pure, or sexy, or charming. After filming for a while, Chen Zhe had another idea. He wanted to let Luo Meyer lie in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the 93-story building, while he worked hard behind her. It's really exciting to think about it. But Chen Zhe's skin is not thick enough now, so he can only think about it. If he really had to do that, he wouldn't dare. After a while, the waiter started serving the dishes. Looking at those exquisite and high-end dishes, Romeo couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to take pictures. After taking a few photos of the food, Luo Meyer looked at Chen Zhe and asked carefully, Brother, can we take a photo together? Chen Zhe thought for a moment and said, Okay, but don't post it on Moments. Luo Meyer giggled, Don't worry, the photo of you and I will be encrypted. Oh? Chen Zhe's heart moved, and he smiled playfully, Do you have any encrypted photos? Let me see them? Look, they are all private photos. Luo Meyer was quite generous and handed the phone to Chen Zhe, but I'm afraid that you will lose control after reading it. What if you want to bully someone in the restaurant, will they obey or not? Stop seducing me. Chen Zhe showed a vicious expression, You will beg for mercy later. Luo Meyer smiled and said, Really? I don't believe it. The two chatted and ate Western food. Chen Zhe also ordered a bottle of red wine. After 2 glasses of red wine, Romeo's pretty face flushed lightly, making her look even more rosy. Chen Zhe suddenly felt an itch in his calves. 100 words omitted. Don't make a fuss. I'm not full yet. Let me eat in peace first. Luo Meyer's little feet struggled dishonestly, biting her lips aggressively. You eat yours, and I play with mine, can't I? Chen Zhe said fiercely, No. Oh. Okay. Romeo said okay, but still did what she wanted. Omitted 300 words. Chen Zhe was also helpless.
Pretending to be fierce was not enough to scare Romeo, so he could only let her do what she wanted.
Omitted 300 words.
Chen Zhe himself quickened his eating pace, filled his stomach quickly, then paid the bill and left. When I walked out of the restaurant, I saw Romeo with hazy eyes and unsteady steps, looking like he was drunk.
Are you pretending to be drunk? Chen Zhe now is not the Chen Zhe of last week.
I still remember that last time I had dinner and drank some wine with Su Ruoli, she looked similar to Luo Meyer now after she came out. But when they got to the bed later, little Su Ruoli didn't look drunk at all. However, Chen Zhe did not expose Romy's trick and reached out to support her. As a result, Romeo hugged his arms with both hands, leaned her head on his shoulder, and stuck close to him, hanging on Chen Zhe like a pendant. Fortunately, Chen Zhe is a good man who can move mountains and lift tripods, otherwise any other man would definitely not be able to walk. However, the anger that Chen Zhe had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again.
Damn, the way back to the hotel seems so long. Can't this elevator on the 93rd floor go down faster? Can't the designated driver come faster? Can't I run a red light when driving? I've said it's urgent.
Night gradually fell, and the neon lights of the city shone through the car window, reflecting on Romy's delicate face, making her look even sweeter and more delicious.
Chen Zhe was finding it even harder to hold it in.
But Romeo deliberately did bad things. He leaned to the right, supported his cheek with his right hand and looked out the window, as if he was admiring the night view of the city. The fingertips of her left hand seemed to rest on his thigh unintentionally, sliding gently with the swaying of the car body. It feels numb, itchy, and tender. If there hadn't been a designated driver in the car, Chen Zhe would have wanted to execute her on the spot.
After a while, the car finally arrived downstairs of the hotel. The two of them entered the elevator. There was no one else in the elevator.
Romeo wanted to try to get up there, but she was suddenly grabbed by Chen Zhe and was severely ravaged.
When the elevator door opened, Romeo quickly grabbed Chen Zhe's hand.
"Brother, don't be so impatient." Chen Zhe said nothing, and quickly took out the room card to open the door. After closing the door, Chen Zhe pounced on his food like a hungry tiger. Luo Meyer giggled and dodged. "Brother, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. I'll go take a shower first, and then come back to accompany you after I'm well dressed." Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes and wanted to wait a little longer.
"But damn, I can't help it at all."
He followed Romeo into the bathroom, and as Romeo cried out in pleasure, he turned on the shower, and the warm water instantly soaked them both.
Chapter 134 Talents and Skills. Omitted 1,000 words. Then the two came out of the bathroom. Chen Zhe was not so anxious anymore.
When he was free, he suddenly had an idea and discussed with Luo Meyer how to write the script. The two had relatively consistent opinions at the beginning, and both agreed that for a script to be good, there must be sufficient preparation and foreplay, and it must develop naturally before it can trigger a climax. But later, the two began to hold different opinions.
Romeo believes that a script with a strong female protagonist should be written. Chen Zhe thinks the male lead should have more roles.
After a heated argument, the two could not convince each other, so they could only rely on their own strength. Sometimes Chen Zhe had the upper hand, and sometimes Romeo had the upper hand. When the argument became intense, both of them couldn't help but stand up and pull each other, from the bed to the sofa, and then to the balcony. After more than an hour, after a detailed and in-depth communication, Chen Zhe finally made up his mind and defeated her in one fell swoop. Chen Zhe saw a series of system prompts.
Romy's heart point +1. Romy's heart point +1. Romy's heart point +1. Romy's heart point +1.
A few minutes later, Romeo finally began to beg for mercy. "Good brother, I give in, I give in."
Chen Zhe showed a satisfied smile.
He finally made her fall asleep.
This script should be written according to what he wanted.
After reaching a consensus, after a while, both of them calmed down and crawled into bed to have a good rest. Romy's eyes were full of affection, and she snuggled up to Chen Zhe's chest like an obedient kitten.
Both of them are meticulous.
But Chen Zhe entered the sage moment and felt very calm. The two of them started chatting casually. We asked each other some basic questions, such as where we were from, what our hobbies were, and what kind of food we liked. Later, Romeo took the initiative to talk about her original family. "Born in a small place, my father died and my mother remarried, and my younger brother had to go to school." Chen Zhe strongly suspected that she had taken the wrong script.
Under his questioning, Romeo finally told the truth.
He said that he was playful when he was in school, did not study hard, and could not endure hardship.
He worked in the factory for a day and then ran away.
I can neither bear the hardship of studying nor the hardship of working. But she was lucky enough to catch up with the booming live streaming industry.
She became a big anchor in just a few months and started making a lot of money.
But her original family was really not rich, and her parents were like vampires, always asking her for money. Rumors spread quickly in small places. Neighbors, classmates, and even relatives all said that she was a prostitute in a big city, and that was why she made a fortune so quickly.
After all, a cannon shot is worth a fortune.
When her parents heard the rumors, they were furious. Her father slapped her 5 or 6 times and kicked her twice, threatening to sever their father-daughter relationship. Her mother threw her suitcase out and told her to get out. She wore thin pajamas and slippers, and walked alone for a long time in the snow on New Year's Eve. But later, when her younger brother was getting married and wanted a house, a car, and a dowry, her mother called her again, smiling and asking about her well-being, with the sole purpose of getting her to pay. Romeo fell silent as he was talking, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Zhenzhe knew that she was tired, so he waited until she fell asleep before he slowly got out of bed. Having sweated a lot just now, Zhenzhe went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, wrapped in a bathrobe, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of red wine, looking at the bustling night view. When he saw such scenes in movies and TV shows before, he couldn't quite understand such behavior. But now that I'm practicing it myself, I really feel a sense of satisfaction that is hard to explain. After standing quietly for a while, Zhenzhe silently opened the system panel. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Re-Experience of Love.
Congratulations to the dormitory for winning the achievement reward, Silver Tongue.
Note 1, after performing the skill, the tongue cells are greatly strengthened, becoming flexible and powerful, and extremely agile, making it easy for them to thread a needle and dance.
Oh shit. Zhenzhe was a little annoyed. This is a broken system. Is this a reward for me or for someone else? I'm a 7-foot-tall man, and you want me to be your bootlicker? How is that possible?
He thought so, but subconsciously turned his head to look at the sleeping Romeo.
Note 2, active skill. CD is 1 hour. Can be used on others. The effect lasts for 10 minutes.
Seeing this, Zhenzhe almost laughed out loud.
He. Yes, this is indeed a reward. But, is 10 minutes enough?
He subconsciously glanced at Romeo again. Congratulations to the dormitory for winning the achievement reward, a bottle of Neptune brand magic oil.
Note, you know the effect. Item rewards are really meaningless. Zhenzhe shook his head and took out his cell phone to check. There are 2 unread messages. Meow meow, master, why don't you come to see me today? Meow meow has many talents. Not only can I sing and dance, but I can also act cute, do COS, and even tie a tongue. Come and see me. Zhenzhe drank too much last night and didn't watch anyone's live broadcast.
Today he was accompanying Nan Mir and had no time to go to the live broadcast room. For those who are used to Wushwangu visiting the live broadcast room every night, just like punching in at work, this is tantamount to absence.
After reading Miami Ejiang's message, Zhenzhe couldn't help but touch his chin and fell into deep thought. Can tongue tie? Could it be that Myomia has the innate skill of glib tongue? What a talent! Zhenzhe hesitated for a moment and replied, I'm very busy. If you don't have any outstanding talents, I won't go. Meow meow, picture.jpg. Meow meow Jiang, this is the milk heart I made specially for my master, are you satisfied? Zhenzhe, not bad. What are you wearing today? Meow meow Chan, today is the bunny girl. Zhenzhe, okay, I'll go see you later.
Then he clicked on another message.
It was sent by Jiang Mayan. Humph, you are such a bad person. After I agreed to meet you, you never came to see me again. I will ignore you. Carrot. Zhenzhe replied, I drank too much last night and I'm still hungover. Wait a minute, I'll log in. Zhenzhe went to Jiang Meiyan's live broadcast room and played for half an hour. Sister Meiyan has become increasingly lazy these days.
She spent almost the entire live broadcast chatting and reading comments. Yet her popularity is still quite high, which makes many new viewers feel a little puzzled. This anchor is pretty, but she doesn't sing, dance, tell jokes, or do anything inappropriate.
How does she attract so many people?
Soon, Gomzishir Wushwang told them the answer after a round of 100 carnivals.
If you want to top the hourly charts every day, you will certainly have a lot of traffic and popularity.
After Chen Zhe had played through several waves of the carnival, he left on the pretext of having something to do.
Then he opened Douyu and went to Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room.
As soon as he entered, he saw Miao Miao Chan dancing there.
The little white rabbit is so white, with its ears standing up, and it jumps around so cutely. Quite interesting. Live well and be rewarded. Gonzisher Wushuan gave the anchor Miami Ajiang Superfire 100. Wow, thank you master, you are so awesome. Miao Miao shouted excitedly. Miao Miao favorability plus 10. Miao Miao sauce heart point plus 3. Chapter 135 Time Management Master.
The room managers and viewers in the live broadcast room lined up to welcome Brother Shinhao.
Welcome, Brother Wushuang. Brother Wushuang 666.
Thank you, Brother Wushuang, for the 100 superfires.
Brother Wushuang is so generous. Brother Wushuang, Miao said she has many talents. Let her show some other talents. For example, tongue dancing.
When Chen Zhe saw these comments, he just smiled slightly.
Want to see tongue dancing? Great idea. I want to watch it too, but I just want to eat it alone.
After Miao Miao finished her hopping bunny dance, Chen Zhe posted a comment, Miao Miao, let's play some games.
Miao Miao sat down and nodded innocently, okay, what does the master want to play? Miao Miao will play with you.
She had just finished exercising and was a little out of breath when she spoke, which made the words sound particularly interesting. Donzishir Wushuang, play with special effects, you are free to perform and play freely.
If the fans are satisfied, I will give you a reward. Okay. Brother Wushuang is having fun. Another day of envying the rich. The response from the netizens was very enthusiastic. When the top player on the list was playing games, they actually participated and were responsible for giving scores to the host. It was simply amazing. Okay. Miao Miao nodded. Chen Zhe clicked on a dizzy special effect, and a white circle appeared on top of Miami Ajiang's head, with a few small stars next to it. Miao Miao looked at the screen and responded quickly. She pressed her forehead with one hand, closed her eyes slightly, and said coquettishly, how come I'm drunk after just a sip of wine? Gonzisher Wushuang, if you are satisfied, deduct 1. If you are not satisfied, deduct 2. 1. 2. 1111. 2222. Chen Zhe glanced at the quickly disappearing barrage, and still deducted most of the points. So 10 super hot ones were sent out. The room manager quickly typed, thank you, Brother Wushuang, for the 10 superfires. Thank you, Brother Wushuang, for your kindness to Miao Miao. Thank you, Master. Miao Miao stood up and bowed. Chen Zhe clicked on a face-pinching special effect. There were 2 hands beside Miami Ajiang's cheeks, pinching her face to both sides. She cooperated very well and pouted, pinch gently, I hate it. Netizens posted comments one after another, and this time most of them deducted 2. Chen Zhe adhered to the mass line, did not give any gifts, and just randomly ordered a special effect. Miami Ajiang's performance style is mainly based on acting cute. Although Chen Zhe feels that her abilities are lacking, her attitude is very positive and her main focus is on being obedient. The live broadcast room is frequently flooded with hot messages, and its popularity is skyrocketing. Chen Zhe and his fans had a lot of fun playing together, and some curious people went to Liuli's live broadcast room to post comments. Brother Wushuang is having so much fun in Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room, why doesn't he come to your place? Did little Liuli fall out of favor? A new generation replaces the old one. The anchor needs to work harder and learn more tricks. Otherwise, how can you keep Brother Wushuang? How can you keep us? Seeing these comments, Liuli didn't take them seriously at all. How could these guys who are eager to create chaos in the world know that she is Brother Wushuang's woman and is completely different from other female anchors? Brother Wushuang can go wherever he wants to play, and he will always come back when he gets tired of playing. Some people also went to Lazy Sheep to cause trouble. The lamb has fallen out of favor. Brother Wushuang has fallen in love with Miao Miao-chan. Little lamb, it's not enough to just sing. You have to learn from those slutty bitches and dance. Lazy Sheep pretended not to see it and appeared calm on the surface, but he was a little panicked inside. Could it be that he was angry because I rejected Wushuang's invitation to meet offline last time? Am I really going to lose such a good brother? Lazy Sheep has a relatively noble character. Although she knows that the purpose of live streaming is to please the big brothers, she really has talent and can sing well.
She can make money with her talent and sell her art instead of her body. Therefore, she was very reluctant to meet the big brothers in the live broadcast room offline, fearing that the online filter would be broken after the meeting and she would never be able to return to the simple relationship she had before with those big brothers. However, the idea that she held on to in her heart was somewhat shaken at this moment.
Is offline meeting really a disaster?
Especially Brother Woshwan. Since he visited his live broadcast room, he has never said any dirty words or made any dirty jokes.
He was really just listening to the music. He should really treat me as a friend, right? What is the problem with online friends meeting offline and having a meal together?
But she was still a little worried.
What if Brother Woshwan wanted her after they met?
What should she do? Although Brother Woshwan left a good impression in her mind, a man like this, a pig's hoof, might not be reliable. Lazy Sheep was struggling for a long time. Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock and Brother Woshwan still hadn't come, he guessed that he really wouldn't come today. Lazy Sheep was a little anxious and ended the live broadcast early.
Sister, if Brother Woshwan wants to meet me offline, what should I do?
Lazy Sheep sent a message to her good sister Gigi. Gigi, don't worry about it, Brother Woshwan must have already spoken, why are you hesitating, just go.
Lazy Sheep, but what if?
Gigi, don't be afraid, I'll go with you.
If he wants to do something you don't want to do, I will definitely help you resolve it. I know all the little tricks men use.
Lazy Sheep pondered for a moment, then sent a WeChat message to Chunze, Brother Woshwan, is there any fun place in Jiangzhou? However, this message fell on deaf ears and received no response at all.
Chunze is busy now.
Not long ago, Romier woke up and saw Chunze having fun in Miami Ajiang's live broadcast room with a smile on his face. She immediately became jealous and clung to him like an octopus. Chunze then exited the live broadcast room and used his glib tongue skill on Romier. I am busy experiencing the effects at the moment.
I have to say, the effect is excellent. Chunze didn't even last 10 minutes.
The previous worries were unnecessary. After finishing, Chunze half lay on the chair, savoring the experience. It turned out that there was a ventriloquist in the capital. From then on, the king no longer attended the court early in the morning.
Durability 1. Durability 1. Durability 1. A ridiculous night. The next day, Chunze and Luo slept until almost 12 o'clock.
He picked up his phone in a daze, checked the time, and found many unread messages. Senior Tang asked him if he was free for lunch and to talk about starting a company. Lin Xianya said that she had already registered him and asked him to look at the question bank and make some preparations. Xiao Liuli said that she learned 2 dishes and wondered if he had made any plans for dinner. If not, they could go to her small apartment for a loving dinner.
President Yi said that Zhang Yang agreed to play a game at 9 o'clock tonight. Lazy Sheep asked him if Jiangzhou was fun and if he was free on the weekend.
The counselor told him that an agency had come to him and wanted to talk to him in detail.
Teacher Gu asked him when he was free to shoot a promotional video for the school.
There was also a friend request from a strange account, saying that he was the 4th one.
Damn, he is so busy every day.
Fortunately, the appointment times with several girls don't conflict too much, otherwise he really needs to take the time management master course.
Chunze replied to each letter. Basically everyone agreed.
But Lazy Sheep suddenly wants to meet, but this weekend is not possible because Jiang Mayan is coming, so he has to spend 2 days with her, right? Chunze declined politely and said they could talk about it next time if they had the chance. There was also an agency that wanted to meet him, but he directly refused. Finally, I saw the friend request and replied, how do you prove that you are the 4th one?
ABP 186.ABW311.start006. When Chunze saw these license plate numbers, he immediately understood. It's indeed the 4th one, passed. Chapter 136, Eating Alone, damn it. Old 4, why do you open a small account? Why else? Too many resources have been blocked. Ha ha. Would you like to have lunch together? No, I'm busy.
Oh, sure. After replying the message, Chunze got up and took a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, Romiel was half leaning against the head of the bed, looking dazed, still half asleep.
Seeing Chunze packing up and getting ready to go out, Luo Meyer couldn't help but ask, brother, where are you going? Chunze said to her, I'm going out to discuss some business. You can rest in the hotel for a while. If you want to eat anything, call the front desk and someone will bring it up. So when will you be back? Not necessarily. We have to go racing tonight. Do you want to go? Are you going to help Miss Yi with racing?
Hearing the word racing, Luo Meyer suddenly became much more sober and shook her head like a rattle. No, I don't dare to ride in your car. Shenzhe smiled and said, okay, you can play by yourself for a while, and call me if you have anything.
Luo Meyer nodded obediently. Okay, brother, you go and do your business.
I'll go shopping or do a live broadcast later depending on the situation. Tang Tian and Shenzhe made an appointment at a restaurant near the school.
Shenzhe got up late and was still on the road, so Tang Tian went to the nearby coffee shop to sit alone.
It was the same shop where she interviewed Shenzhe last time. She sat by the window, ordered a cup of coffee, and looked at the passers-by and students outside, with a hint of nostalgia in her beautiful eyes.
Life in school is still better, there are not so many worries as now.
The sun is warm, everything is reviving, and it is time for college students to go out and look for food. Depending on whether they come out from the front door or the back door, you can often judge how much they spent on lunch that day.
There is a snack street at the back door. Although the shops are small, the food is large in quantity, tastes good and is very affordable.
The food at the restaurants near the front gate may not be as good as the small restaurants at the back gate, but they have better decoration and environment, and the prices are much higher. At this moment, a group of college students walked out of the front door. Walking in front were a boy and 5 or 6 girls. The boy's name is Lu Shilin, he is from the School of Languages and Literature, he is a junior, and he is the director of the propaganda department of the student union. The girls around me are all very beautiful. 2 of them are deputy ministers of the propaganda department. One of them is called Zhang Jing, she has long straight black hair, is pretty, has fair skin and a petite figure. One of them is called Duan Xiaoxian, she has short hair, bright facial features and looks quirky. There are also several pretty freshmen who are candidates who have passed the preliminary test of their propaganda department. Behind them were Huang Dachuan, Wang Bo, Xiong Chomo, all with unhappy faces, and Yang Qianshan, who came out to eat for free.
Yes, the Computer Science Department Student Union is also recruiting new members today. Wang Bo and Xiong Chomo, 2 people with connections, did not have to take any written tests or interviews. They took the first and second tests. The vice president of the department student union, Huang Dachuan, personally received them. They completed the process quickly and became official members. The 2 guys were also sensible and decided to treat Huang Dachuan to a meal, and also invited Yang Qianshan. As for Lao Chen, they also asked him, but he was not available. Huang Dachuan and a few others were walking on the road when they happened to meet Lu Shilin and his group who were also going out to eat. Huang Dachuan went over and greeted Lu Shilin. At Jiangnan University, the school student union nominally manages more than a dozen department student unions, but the affairs of each department are basically managed by the department student union and the youth league committee, and there is no hierarchical relationship. It's just that the school meeting sounds more prestigious than the department meeting. Huang Dachuan and Lu Shilin were quite familiar with each other, so they chatted for a while longer. Wang Bo and the others naturally couldn't get a word in, but they were not idle either. When they saw so many beautiful girls around Lu Shilin, the 3 of them stared with their eyes wide open, and it didn't take long before they felt regretful. I should have gone to the school student union earlier. Look how well off she is, surrounded by 5 or 6 beautiful girls. And their computer science department student union is just a bunch of old bachelors. Old Huang is going to eat too, so why don't we go together? Lu Shilin was a man with plenty of money, and when he heard that Huang Dachuan was also going out to eat, he took the initiative to invite him. Okay. Huang Dachuan didn't be polite with him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be polite. However, Huang Dachuan had already noticed that the eyes of Wang Bo and others around him were full of desire, and wouldn't it be much more interesting to have a beautiful woman with him than to have dinner with a few grown men like them? But after a while, Huang Dachuan felt a little regretful. Because Lu Shilin is always showing off in front of beautiful girls. For example, when Lu Shilin talked about the school student union, he simply said that there was fierce competition to join the school union and there were many benefits, so many outstanding students wanted to get in but couldn't. However, in the propaganda department, he, Lu Shilin, had the final say. After hearing these words, the pretty freshman girls all looked at them with admiration. They had just met seniors at the level of school council presidents and didn't know how to flatter them. Deputy Minister Duan Xiaoxian smiled and praised, Minister Lu is right. As long as you get his approval, it will be no problem for you to join the school council publicity department. Another deputy minister, Zhang Jing, did not say anything, but just smiled and nodded to show her agreement.
The faces of several pretty freshman girls were filled with surprise and their eyes were filled with even more admiration. This scene made Huang Dachuan and others feel a little unhappy.
What are you doing, Lu Xilin? You want to catch all these sisters in one fell swoop, right? Why are you so greedy? Can't you leave a bite for others? Eating alone, damn it. What else even more annoying is coming?
As Lu Xilin was walking, he suddenly pointed at a building not far away.
It was a teaching building called Ziyuan Building.
He suddenly began to introduce the origin and history of Ziyuan Tower.
It's a bunch of meaningless nonsense.
But the watch on his wrist was reflecting the sunlight under the sunshine. At one point, as Lu Xilin's wrist shook, the sunlight reflected onto Yang Qianshan's face, almost blinding his eyes.
Yang Qianshan immediately became angry. Shit, showing off the watch on purpose? This set is what I have left over from playing with. Low level and childish. Wow, Senior Lu, your watch is so beautiful.
A pretty freshman girl said in surprise. Lu Xilin calmly took back his hand and smiled. It's okay, just an ordinary Bulgari, not a top brand, and it only cost 25,000.
25,000 for a watch? A pretty girl named Fuing finally couldn't help but asked in surprise. The other freshman girls all opened their mouths in surprise. My god, this watch is equivalent to their living expenses for a year. Duan Xiaoxian smiled with a hint of sarcasm, thinking that her freshman classmate was really ignorant. What's that? For Minister Lu, this is just a little thing. His family? Hey, don't say that. Lu Xilin waved his hand modestly. My family only has a little money. What's more, I didn't earn that much by myself. There's nothing to be proud of. Duan Xiaoxian smiled and said, our Minister Lu has one flaw, he's too modest. His family has assets worth hundreds of millions, and he still calls it a small fortune? Hundreds of millions of assets?
Hearing this, Fu Ying's pretty sisters all had bright eyes.
Chapter 137 Don't show off your foster father.
Several beautiful girls couldn't help whispering to each other.
Oh my god, Minister Lu is actually a rich young master.
The term rich young master is too vulgar.
This is clearly a male god, right? Yes, you are right. I declare him my idol, hee hee.
Although Lu Xilin was not particularly handsome, he was the head of the school council's publicity department and his family was wealthy. To these freshman girls, he was a perfect male idol. Although the pretty girls spoke very softly, a few words still managed to be heard by others. For example, the male gods who appear relatively frequently. Minister Lu smiled slightly, very satisfied with the effect. Duan Xiaoxian, the professional supporting actor, was also very happy. She flattered the minister well, and when Senior Lu stepped down, the position of minister would most likely be hers. Among this group of people, only Zhang Jing, who had remained silent, shook her head secretly. I thought to myself, it's the same old routine again. Minister Lu has been using it for more than a year, isn't he tired of it yet? Huang Dachuan and his companions, who were a few steps behind, almost had the word unhappy written on their faces. Huang Dachuan's brows were already furrowed. I thought, is it necessary to show off like this if my family is rich? What's the point? So you took the initiative to invite me to have dinner together because you wanted us to be your audience and watch how you pick up girls, right? What a fucking fuck. Yang Qianshan cursed in his heart. Holy crap, a watch worth $20,000 or $50,000 could have such miraculous effects? Where is justice? I wore a Rolex worth tens of thousands of dollars that day, but I didn't even get a WeChat message. If he had known that these girls were so easy to fool, wouldn't he have stolen his Rolex and worn it every day? Xiong Chumo also felt a little uncomfortable. Yang Lauer in my dormitory is also quite rich. He always likes to show off when he has nothing to do, but he does it more smoothly and naturally. Lu Xilin's acting is so fake and deliberate. Why are you pretending? Can't you stop pretending and give us a chance to show off? Wang Bo became even more upset. My godfather is so handsome and has more than 200 million yuan, but I have never seen him act like this in front of girls. This damn school meeting cadre can't even pretend well, so he tries to pretend. Wang Bo snorted coldly. Huang Dachuan and others nodded in unison. Huang Dachuan, Xiaobo's words really touch my heart. Xiong Chomo, add one. Yang Qianshan looked contemptuous, a broken watch worth 25,000 yuan, and you have the nerve to show off. I have a Rolex, a Maybach, and a Davy at home. How can he learn from me to pick up girls with the same tricks?
Wang Bo nodded heavily, that's right. If my adoptive father were here, this guy surnamed Lu would definitely not be able to show off.
Xiong Chomo disagreed a bit. Old number 2 is usually quite good at pretending, and his pretense is smoother and more natural than that of the guy surnamed Lu.
You should hurry up and pretend, and don't let the guy surnamed Lu steal the limelight. Yang Xianshan shook his head with a gloomy look on his face. I didn't bring any equipment today, forget it. I'll just put up with him for now. Damn it, can you stand this? It's totally unlike your character. Wang Bo said angrily, I can't stand it. If you don't pretend, I will do it. Yang Lao Air and Xiong Lao Si were both puzzled. What are you using to pretend? Huang Dachuan also looked at Wang Bo curiously.
You, Wang Laosan, are not handsome and come from an ordinary working-class family.
What qualifications do you have to pretend to be cool? Wang Bo smiled confidently, hey, watch me. After saying that, Wang Bo quickened his pace, caught up with the girls in front, coughed, and asked, hello, I just heard you talking about the campus idol, are you talking about Chun Zhe from my dormitory?
Without waiting for the girls to deny, Wang Bo continued with a smile, speaking of which, our Lao Chen is very handsome, and you don't know how rich he is. He really deserves the title of campus male god.
Yang Qianshan and Xiong Chomo suddenly understood.
It turns out that Wang Bo was showing off by using his adoptive father.
But did you get your godfather's consent to do this? What is that? Duan Xiaoxian saw that someone was trying to steal Minister Lu's limelight, and she immediately retorted without any hesitation, we were talking about Minister Lu, not Chen Zhe. Fu Ying said a little embarrassedly, yes, we are talking about Minister Lu. Oh, sorry. Wang Bo pretended to say, I thought you were talking about Chen Zhe.
But our old Chen is really handsome.
There shouldn't be anyone more handsome than him in the whole school. Duan Xiaoxian sneered, what's the use of being handsome? Can it make a living? Isn't his family quite ordinary? Compared to our Minister Lu, it's far worse.
Fu Ying's pretty sisters all nodded silently. They had also heard of Chen Zhe's name.
He seemed to be the most affectionate person in Jiangzhou, or the director of the External Relations Department of the Computer Science Department Student Union.
But I have never heard that Chen Zhe is rich.
It must be just an ordinary family.
In that case, compared to Lu Shilin, the director of the school council's publicity department, who has a net worth of over 100 million yuan, Chen Zhe is really far behind.
You don't know how rich my godfather is. Wang Bo was a little anxious. Lao Chen could tell his roommates about winning the lottery, but he couldn't tell outsiders.
But if I don't mention that my godfather has more than 200 million, the comparison 1T go on and 1T be complete. This is really a case of the mother opening the door to the entanglement, it's really entangled. Lu Shilin felt that Wang Bo was a very ignorant boy, but he had never paid any attention to him. He just let the supporting actor Duan Xiaoxian deal with him. Look, Duan Xiaoxian eliminated all the words of that stupid black guy with just 2 sentences. Lu Shilin wanted to laugh when he saw Wang Bo like that.
You're so talkative, are you embarrassed now?
At this time, Lu Shilin suddenly saw a beautiful figure at the window of a coffee shop not far away.
Isn't that Senior Tang? Lu Shilin took a closer look and couldn't help but reveal a look of joy in his eyes.
As the director of the school council's publicity department, Lu Shilin had dealt with Tang Tian many times at various school parties.
Tang Tian is the recognized campus beauty of Jiang University. Which boy doesn't like her? Lu Shilin is no exception. It's a pity that this school beauty has very high standards.
Lu Shilin knew he had no chance after trying twice. For a veteran in the world of love, if he wants to know whether he has a chance of succeeding in pursuing a girl, he only needs to judge through a simple sentence, a reply, or an action. These things are simple to say, but if I want to explain them in detail, I would have to open a new book.
I won't go into details here. It's really Senior Tang.
Zhang Jing showed a hint of joyful smile. She had a good relationship with the school beauty senior, and she really missed her after not seeing her for a long time. There was a hint of jealousy in Duan Xiaoxuan's eyes.
Senior Tang, is that Tang Tian? Is she the recognized campus beauty of Jiang University?
Wow, it's really beautiful. Fu Ying and the other girls also became excited, feeling like they had seen their idol. Although senior sister Tang was no longer in school, her legend still existed in the school.
Fuck, this is top quality. Do you dare to ask for her WeChat? I don't dare. Second brother, come on. Don't fucking push me. Huang Dachuan, Yang Qianshan and the others were also extremely excited.
Although they wanted to go up and meet her, no one dared to take that step. At this time, Tang Tian seemed to see Lu Xilin and his group and stood up and walked out of the cafe. Why did she come out? Did you see us? Senior Tang must have seen Minister Lu. Duan Xiaoshuan's tone was a little sour. She has a good relationship with Minister Lu. She should have said hello to me. Lu Xilin smiled reservedly, still keeping a calm demeanor. In fact, my relationship with senior sister Tang is not that good. I have only interacted with her at various parties. The reason she took the initiative to come out is not because of her good relationship with me, but mainly because she is a very polite and cultured person. When these words were spoken, Wang Bo and the others' eyes turned red with jealousy. This Dogecoin. Don't fucking explain it. The more you talk, the more obvious it becomes. What the hell is your relationship with Campus Beauty Tang? She actually took the initiative to come out and wait for you? Especially Wang Bo, he could hardly bear it anymore. Godfather, I can't bear it. If I tell you the secret that you won the lottery, you can't blame me. Just when Wang Bo was about to tell the secret, there was a loud bang. A white BMW M8 made a loud roar and sped past them, followed by an extremely beautiful and clean drift and stopped in the parking space in front of the cafe. Chapter 138. Don't tremble, raise your head. What kind of car is that? Wow, that's drifting, right? So cool. I don't think I've seen this type of BMW before, but it looks really handsome and very unique. Duan Xiaoxian, Fu Ying and other girls were all attracted by the white BMW and exclaimed in admiration. Yang Qianshan, Huang Dachuan and the others were all a little unhappy, but because there were girls nearby, they could only whisper sweet nothings. How the hell did you drive? Is driving a car so great? You drove so fast, you scared me. I want to see which idiot is driving this car. A few people gathered together and whispered, discussing how to teach the BMW driver a lesson. Minister Lu, do you know what kind of car that is? Zhang Jing, who had been silent, stared at the car for several times but still didn't recognize it. Finally, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Xilin hesitated for a moment and said, "It looks like a BMW coupe. This car is very rare. I don't know what model it is." Yang Qianshan was amused when he heard it. He sneered in his heart and said calmly, "That's a BMW M8, a 4-door coupe, Thunder Edition. It costs at least 2.6 million when it lands." What? More than 2,600,000? So expensive? When the girls heard this, they were all amazed. Wang Bo and his guys immediately got scared. Damn, he drives a luxury car worth more than $2 million, they can't afford to offend him. Only Yang Lauer still had the courage to talk to the driver of the luxury car. But when Yang Qianshan was about to step forward, he suddenly saw the door of the BMW M8 opened, and a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Just see. A handsome young man in Versace got out of the driver's seat and walked a few steps towards the coffee shop. And the beautiful school beauty also walked towards him. The two smiled at each other, stretched out their hands and shook hands. When shaking hands, the handsome boy's sleeves moved up slightly, revealing a watch. Vacheron Constantin? Yang Qianshan's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. A Versace suit worth more than 20,000 yuan, a Vacheron Constantin worth more than 200,000 yuan, and a BMW M8 worth more than 2 million yuan. He knows all these luxury items. He also knew that handsome guy. But when all these objects were concentrated on Chen Zhe, he felt that he didn't know old Chen at all. Yang Qianshan suddenly felt suffocated. This world was too fake. Even the air was fucking fake. Otherwise, why would he feel like he couldn't breathe? The gazes of Lu Xilin, Zhang Jing, Huang Dachuan, Wang Bo and others were all frozen. They did not have Yang Qianshan's keen observation and rich knowledge, and had not noticed Chen Zhe's clothes and the watch on his wrist. But when they saw that it was Chen Zhe driving the BMW, everything was enough. Isn't that Chen Zhe? So he's so rich. He's only a freshman, but he's already driving a 4-door sedan worth over 2 million. Then he is usually very low-key and never shows off. Yes. Low-key luxury with connotation. It turns out that senior sister Tang walked out of the cafe to greet him. Have you noticed? He is even more handsome in person than in the photo on the post. Oh my god, I declare that he is my only male idol. And my only one too. He. Several pretty freshman girls were very excited and chattered loudly. He didn't even notice Lu Xilin standing beside him, and his expression had turned a little ugly. Damn, it turns out Tang Tian went out to meet Qinzhe. That would be fine. The key point is that after hearing the girls' discussions, Lu Xilin suddenly had a strange feeling of being cheated. He had just become the male god of these girls, but not long after, Qinzhe appeared and became the only male god of these girls.
Doesn't that mean he is out and has become their ex?
Not to mention the freshmen, even the two senior students Duan Xiaoshan and Zhang Jing felt the huge shock. Even though Duan Xiaoshan liked to flatter Lu Xilin, she couldn't say anything at this moment, and she no longer dared to say that Qinzhe was not as good as Minister Lu.
This BMW M8 can completely destroy all of Minister Lu's prestige.
Of course Lu Xilin must have a car at home, but he also has to drive over before we can compare. Especially Zhang Jing, she had seen Lu Xilin's pretentiousness many times, and now she suddenly met Qinzhe, a low-key rich second generation who did not show off his talents, and her favorability towards him increased rapidly. I told you my godfather is rich. Wang Bo spoke loudly, looking around, his face full of pride and pride. My godfather wasn't here to show off at all, he just happened to be driving by. However, invisible pretense is the most deadly.
Look at Lu Xilin, his face has become a little wilted. Huang Dachuan and Xiong Chumo also smiled happily.
Well, although they just wanted to teach the BMW driver a lesson, they didn't know that it was Lao Chun who was driving, so ignorance is not a crime. And Lao Chun definitely didn't hear them scolding him, so he could just pretend nothing happened. They had just been tricked by the guy surnamed Lu, and they wanted to tell him, I have wanted to beat you up for a long time, don't try to hide, look at me, don't tremble, raise your head.
It's a pity that they can only think like this, and they feel so depressed.
In the blink of an eye, Qinzhe appeared in front of them riding on a colorful cloud, and driving a BMW worth more than 2 million yuan.
The invisible and powerful aura directly suppressed Lu Xilin on the spot.
Old Chen is the Emperor Chen Tian, who can suppress all enemies in the world.
Pretender.
This made the three of them feel like they had drunk a bottle of ice cola on a hot day. In one word, refreshing, refreshing, refreshing. Hearing Wang Bo's words, the girls nodded subconsciously.
Yes, Qinzhe is indeed rich and handsome.
Minister Lu beside me seemed to have become dim and dull all of a sudden.
Lu Xilin's expression became even uglier.
Old Chen.
Wang Bo waved at Qinzhe excitedly. Hey, you guys are here too?
Qinzhe looked in the direction of the voice and saw Huang Dachuan and a few rebellious sons. He said something to the school beauty and then walked over to greet Huang Dachuan and the others.
Godfather, you are rich now. You even drive a BMW coupe.
Wang Bo said excitedly.
Fu Ying couldn't suppress her excitement and asked, Student Qinzhe, I heard that this car costs more than 2 million? Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? Just watch. Name Zhang Jing. Age, 20. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Overall appearance, 87. Favorability, 25. Heartbeat 0. Vehicle condition, normal. Number of drivers, 0. Qinzhe glanced at Fu Ying and thought that although this girl is pretty, for a Princess Taiping, her score shouldn't be 87, right? Where are you looking? The one on the left.
After getting the hint, Qinzhe turned his attention to Zhang Jing. She has long straight black hair, fair skin, and is petite and delicate. Her facial features are delicate and her eyebrows and eyes are pretty.
She was dressed appropriately in a water blue dress.
Although she is not very tall, she has a good figure.
Well, not bad. This girl looks like a little bird.
Qinzhe's attention was completely focused on the system prompts, and he accidentally ignored Fu Ying's question. Being ignored like this, Fu Ying just stuck out her tongue.
She didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, she liked it even more. She bit the ear of the girl next to her and said, Oh, he's so cool, I like him so much. The girl nodded repeatedly, yes, aloof male god, that's the type I like the most. What about Minister Lu? Of course not, keep your voice down so he doesn't hear you. Lu Xilin's expression became even uglier again. Chapter 139, Circuitous Tactics.
Huang Dachuan stepped forward and patted Qinzhe's shoulder with a smile. You are a second-generation rich kid, I really can't tell.
This car costs more than 2 million?
Wang Bo immediately corrected him, first generation of rich people.
The two ignored him. Qinzhe smiled and said, It's more than 2 million.
But it's not my car.
It's a friend's car.
Oh? After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed subtly. Lu Xilin perked up, took out his watch, and prepared to show off.
Although the watch I have is not too expensive, it is mine.
But before he could act, Yang Qianshan, who had finally come back to life, suddenly grabbed Chen Zai's wrist and said quietly, "This Vacheron Constantine is worth more than 200,000 yuan." When Lu Xilin heard this, his face changed drastically. Damn, the watch on that person's wrist is worth 10 times his. It almost made a big fool of myself. He quickly pulled his sleeves down to cover the Bulgari in his hands, but felt that was not enough, so he stuffed his hands deeply into his trouser pockets.
A friend gave it to me, Chen Zai said to Yang Qianshan. Really?
Yang Qianshan pointed at his clothes. This casual Versace suit costs more than 20,000 yuan.
Chen Zai said, it was also given by a friend. Yang Qianshan finally couldn't help but sneered, all of these were given by friends? Cars, watches, clothes? Why don't I have such friends? It's meaningless for you to say this, do you really think we are fools? Damn it, I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe me?
The clothes and watch were bought for me by Romier, and the car is also under Romier's name.
Forget it, believe it, or not.
Xiong Chumo pulled Yang Qianshan and said with a smile, okay, Lao Chen doesn't want to show off his wealth, so don't ask. Huang Dachuan glanced at Lu Xilin and smiled meaningfully, look, the real rich second generation is so low-key and modest, without leaving any trace. Lu Xilin felt extremely embarrassed, but he could only pretend that he didn't understand what Huang Dachuan meant.
Wang Bo suddenly appeared and said seriously, I told you, it's the first generation of rich people. Get out. Huang Dachuan couldn't help but kick him.
Chen Zai ignored them, looked in the direction of Lu Xilin and Zhang Jing, and asked, who are these people? His goal was very clear, he just wanted to get to know this beautiful girl with a score of 87. As for why I mentioned these people, it was of course just to cover up so as not to be so explicit. Oh, this is Lu Xilin, the head of the school council's publicity department, this is Zhang Jing, the deputy head, and this is Duan Xiaoxian, the deputy head.
Huang Dachuan gave a normal introduction.
He was relatively mature. Although he was unhappy with Lu Xilin, he did not continue to beat him up.
Yang Qianshan, the immature guy, interrupted, this Minister Lu is really amazing.
His family assets are worth hundreds of millions, and he wears a 25,000 Bulgari on his wrist.
Old Chen, you must get to know this rich boy. Although Yang Qianshan spoke very politely, who couldn't tell that he was playing tricks on Lu Xilin?
Chen Zai is wearing a Vacheron Constantine watch worth more than 200,000 yuan.
What does Minister Lu's watch compare to? Still rich? It's a blatant irony.
Lu Xilin was so embarrassed that he almost scraped out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment.
He thought he must have failed to check the almanac before going out today. I was just pretending to be cool out of habit. I've done it so many times without any problems. Why did I run into Chen Zai today?
The key point is that Chen Zai had no intention of targeting him from beginning to end, nor did he say a word to him, but he accidentally pressed him to the ground and rubbed him.
Lu Xilin couldn't blame others. At most, Chen Zai's 3 roommates are a bit annoying. Hello, I'm Chen Zai.
What surprised Lu Xilin was that Chen Zai not only did not intend to mock him, but instead behaved very friendly and even took the initiative to shake hands with him.
Hello, I'm Lu Xilin. Minister Lu felt a little flattered, and he quickly reached out and shook Chen Zai's hand, smiling and saying, I've heard of your name for a long time, and after meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed a handsome man, and very polite.
Minister Lu, you are too polite. Please take care of me in the future.
Chen Zai smiled. Minister Chen, you are too modest. Let's take care of each other. Lu Xilin said politely. He is used to being flattered, and he is pretty good at it. What a joke, a rich young man like Chen Zai is so easy to talk to, so why not make friends with him? Once you get familiar with each other, that's your network.
Chen Zai didn't expect Lu Xilin to be so enthusiastic, so he had to patiently chat with him for a while. The reason why he shook hands with Lu Xilin was just to cover up his handshake with Zhang Jing. If he shook hands with Zhang Shuajie first, wouldn't those rebellious sons call him a LSP in their hearts? After chatting for a while, Chen Zai finally got rid of Lu Xilin's entanglement and stretched out his hand to Zhang Jing. Hello, Chen Zai. Zhang Jing smiled and extended her hand gracefully. Hello, I'm Zhang Jing.
I'm a sophomore in the Department of Literature. Senior must be a talented woman.
Chen Zai held Zhang Jing's snow-white little hand, and felt as if he was holding a piece of jade, extremely smooth and a little cool. He genuinely wanted to warm her little hand, so he held it a little longer and tightened it a little.
It's okay, Minister Chen, thank you for your compliment.
Zhang Jing noticed the subtle change in the strength of Chen Zhe's palm. Her heart moved slightly, and the smile on her face unconsciously became 3 points sweeter.
When our computer department has an event in the future, could you please help me write the copy? No problem. Then let's add WeChat so we can keep in touch? Okay. Over there, Duan Xiaoxian, Fu Ying and several other pretty girls were all looking at them eagerly, expecting Chen Zhe to shake hands with them quickly and then add them on WeChat. Who knew that after Chen Zhe scanned Zhang Jing's WeChat, he looked at Huang Dachuan and the others and asked, "Are you planning to go out for dinner?" Yes. Chen Zhe nodded, "Okay, I have to go eat too, there are people waiting for me over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I will leave first." After saying that, he smiled and waved at everyone, then turned and left. Chen Zhe left in a hurry, but everyone understood. After all, senior sister Tang, who was dressed in a white dress and looked like a fairy, had been standing near the coffee shop waiting for him. Pretty girls like Fu Ying showed an expression of as expected. The aloof male god was indeed aloof. From beginning to end, he never said a word to them. And it is truly ignored. Unlike his roommates, although he had never talked to them, his eyes lit up when he saw them when he first met them. As long as they take the initiative a little, these people will definitely be eager to show themselves. Originally, Fu Ying and others had no interest in young Qianshan and his friends. But now they know that these people are Chen Zhe's roommates and brothers. Of course, you can get a little more familiar with each other, and then you can get the opportunity to spend time with Chen Zhe. Even children know how to use roundabout tactics. So, Fu Ying and the others stopped surrounding Lu Xilin and started chatting with Huang Dachuan, Yang Qianshan and others. It's getting quite lively here. Lu Xilin's side naturally seemed deserted. Lu Xilin no longer had the energy to pretend to be cool. Duan Xiaoxian was a little unhappy because Chen Zhe ignored her, and she didn't want to talk because she was unhappy. Zhang Jing also became more silent. She was quite happy that Chen Zening added her on WeChat. But when she thought about Chen Zhe having lunch with Senior Tang, she somehow felt a little unhappy. Chapter 140. Are you willing? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Chen Zhe walked back to Tang Tian. It's okay. Tang Tian smiled slightly. They had just met briefly before, but she was called over by Wang Bo and the others. It was not until this moment that Chen Zhe had time to take a good look at her. Today Tang Tian is wearing a white long skirt with a V-neck. The V shape is neither too deep nor too shallow, revealing just enough white skin and beautiful collarbones. Around her neck hung a thin and delicate platinum necklace, which complemented her snow-white skin. A bag of the same color is hung on her shoulder. The hem of the skirt is relatively long, only 2 fists away from the ankles, but starting from the knees, the material of the skirt gradually turns into tulle. Covered by the veil, a pair of white, straight long legs are faintly visible. The overall look is ethereal, but also full of hazy and mysterious temptation. When she stood there waiting for Chen Zhe, she received countless stares from people. When did you buy the car? Tang Tian asked curiously, looking at the white BMW. This is my friend's car. I was afraid that you would have to wait too long and wouldn't be able to get a taxi, so I borrowed it to drive. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Tang Tian's favorability +2. Chen Zhe was a little surprised when he saw the system prompt. He didn't expect that just one sentence would make her like him. It seems that appropriate care and consideration are still useful in front of beautiful women. Of course, if a beautiful woman doesn't have any feelings for you, no matter how much care and consideration you show her, it will be worthless and you will be treated as a bootlicker. If you encounter this situation, don't waste your energy. Would you like to take a ride in it? Chen Zhe suggested, pointing at the car. Tang Tian shook her head. It's less than 100 meters from here to the restaurant. Let's walk there. There may not be parking spaces there. Okay. Chen Zhe nodded, and the two of them walked towards the restaurant not far away. After walking for a while, Chen Zhe suddenly remembered something and silently checked Tang Tian's information. Name Tang Tian. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Overall appearance, 92. Favorability, 37. Heartbeat 5. Vehicle condition, normal. Number of drivers, 0. Although their favorability is not very high, this is only the second time they have met, and Chen Zhe is not in a hurry at all. The key is that the number of drivers is 0, which makes Chen Zhe very happy. Sister Tang was the first beauty with a score above 90 that he met, so of course he didn't want to miss her.
Another one who scored above 90 points was Yi Qingning. But President Yi is too difficult, so it would be easier to deal with senior sister Tang.
After a while, the two arrived at the restaurant.
Tang Tian had booked a small private room in advance. Although there were only 2 people eating, they had serious business to discuss and needed a quiet environment.
Tang Tian ordered 3 dishes and a soup.
After the dishes were served, she ate attentively for a while. She had a good temper and was not in a hurry at all. It was Chen Zhe who took the initiative to bring up the company's matters.
Chen Zhe asked, "Senior, what kind of self-media do you plan to do? I have a general understanding of this area. There are many market segments. Focus on the content." Tang Tian said simply, "I have prepared a business plan. You can read it after you finish your meal. Let's take a look now." "All right."
Tang Tian originally wanted to wait for Chen Zhe to finish his meal before saying anything, but the investment tycoon wanted to see the plan, so she immediately took out some information from her bag. Chen Zhe took it and spent some time reading it, and he had a general idea of it.
Simply put, Tang Tian wants to create content and currently has 2 plans. One is to create a public account. Another is to do skits.
Although the public account has passed its peak and is not doing well now, it still has low costs. Tang Tian can produce high-quality content, knows how to follow hot topics, and can create some eye-catching gimmicks. Just hire an editor and an artist and you can start work without too much cost.
Mainly operating expenses. If the official account is popular, it can also attract traffic to the short drama. Tang Tian wanted to use this as a foundation.
Another thing is short dramas, which are currently a very popular trend. However, if you want to shoot a short drama, the starting capital is not a small amount. You must have a team, a venue, etc.
Moreover, whether a short drama can become popular is a bit mysterious. Having content alone is not enough, it also depends on luck and how well it is operated.
If it becomes popular, the recharge flow can reach tens of millions a day.
If it doesn't become popular, then you can only accept the loss.
Tang Tian had no idea of Chen Zhe's financial resources, so she made a more detailed plan for the official account, hoping to get an investment of about 100,000 to 150,000 yuan from a big investor.
"Let's do a skit."
Chen Zhe shook his head and rejected her first plan directly. With the current format, even if you write a hit with over 100,000 views, the profit will only be a few thousand, right? But if the short drama goes viral, it will be tens of millions.
Tang Tian pondered and said, "I understand this.
But I don't know enough about short plays.
I think the initial investment will be a lot. For example, buying a script will cost tens of thousands, right? There are also professional equipment, etc."
Chen Zhe didn't wait for her to finish, knowing what she was worried about, and interrupted with a smile, "I don't need you to consider the cost, and you don't have to worry about losing money."
For Chen Zhe, if Tang Tian wanted to start a company, all he needed was the idea.
As for whether the project she is working on can make money or how the company will grow and develop in the future, these are all irrelevant matters. Anyway, as long as he invests and transfers the money, he will make a profit. In case senior sister Tang really makes money in the future, those dividends would be a completely unexpected surprise, and Chen Zhe didn't expect that at all. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, Tang Tian's brows frowned unconsciously, looking a little conflicted. Seeing this, Chen Zhe said in a gentle voice, "Whatever you want to say, please continue." Tang Tian said, "I used to do text editing work, and WeChat public accounts are an area where I am better at, and I am more confident. Although the money may not be as much as short dramas and not as fast, the loss will not be too much.
It does not test my psychological endurance too much."
Chen Zhe shook his head, his face became serious, and his tone became a little cold. "Senior Tang, please step out of your comfort zone. If you stay in your comfort zone for too long, you are destined to achieve nothing in this life.
If you really want to start a public account, you can do it alone, and you don't need any investment at all. To put it bluntly, as an investor, I value the returns.
And in the field of short dramas, the returns are not 1 or 2 times, but can reach a terrifying 10,000 times. I know that the higher the return, the greater the risk, but I am willing to take a chance. That's all I have to say, you think about it carefully." Chen Zhe used his top-level skills, and his tone of voice was full of majesty and irresistibility.
Although senior sister Tang's experience is richer than that of her junior classmates, it is still very limited. How could she have experienced such a situation?
Although her inner reason told her not to think of becoming rich overnight, huge benefits are often accompanied by huge risks, which may put her in an irretrievable situation.
But what Chen Zhe said did not allow her any room for consideration. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Chen Zhe asked, "Senior, have you made up your mind?"
Tang Tian hesitated for a moment and said weakly, "If you make a short play, I can't guarantee how long it will take you to see the profit." Chen Zhe said coldly, "I told you that you don't have to consider the cost or worry about losses. I don't want to repeat it for the third time. If you have so little confidence in yourself, then go back and play by yourself."
Tang Tian opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise.
The Chen Zhe in front of him seemed like a stranger. She really wanted to ask, "How did you become so cold, so heartless, and so unreasonable? You are cold-hearted, you are ruthless, and you are unreasonable. From now on, you don't have to speak." Chen Zhe looked straight into Tang Tian's eyes and said in a deep voice, "You just have to nod or shake your head. I will invest 5 million and we will split the profits in half. Putting aside the preparations needed by the company, you can use the remaining money to shoot 20 to 30 high-quality short dramas for me.
There must be one that will be successful, right? Are you willing?" Chapter 141, talking about investment with the school beauty sister revised. At this moment, Chen Zhe looked like a young domineering CEO.
Not only was his tone domineering, but his eyes were also extremely sharp. Tang Tian had never seen such sharp eyes in her life. It seemed that they could penetrate her body and directly see through her heart, leaving her with no way to resist. Especially when Chen Zhe tapped the table with his slender, neat, white fingers with a hint of impatience, senior sister Tang simply threw down her weapons. As a veteran hand control, she finds it difficult to resist under normal circumstances. And now under Chen Zhe's pressure, her endurance was about to collapse, and when she saw Chen Zhe's slender fingers, she could not resist at all.
Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Forget about investing 5 million in me, you can even sell me out. Tang Tian's favorability plus 10. Tang Tian's favorability plus 10. Tang Tian's heartbeat point plus 2. Would you like to?
Chen Zhe had already guessed a rough answer from the system prompts, but he still asked deliberately.
Tang Tian nodded silently. Chen Zhe frowned, "I asked you if you were willing to speak." Tang Tian felt very aggrieved, "It was you who didn't let him speak." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "You can say it now." Tang Tian didn't think too much and said, "I do. I am willing to do so too. Let's exchange rings." Chen Zhe chuckled evilly.
Now Chen Zhe has become that sunny and cheerful boy again. The heavy atmosphere in the box that made Tang Tian feel depressed and oppressed suddenly disappeared.
Hate. Tang Tian, who had relaxed, couldn't help but glare at him. Tang Tian's heartbeat point plus 1. Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Let's eat. After dinner, let's draft an investment agreement. I'll wait for you to complete the company formalities and then sign a formal contract. By the way, when you go to register a company, please help me register a company as well." "Okay. Send me the information and the power of attorney." Tang Tian nodded and said jokingly, "Is there anything else you want to do?" "Just tell me, investment boss." Chen Zhe smiled and asked, "Anything is fine?" "Of course you can't go too far."
The school beauty rolled her eyes at him, full of charm. Chen Zhe sighed with regret, it seems that the unspoken rules are no longer possible.
These words made Tang Tian slightly stunned, and then she couldn't help laughing.
Her laughter was clear and pleasant, as beautiful as a silver bell. She rolled her eyes at Chen Zhe again and said angrily, "Little brother, what are you thinking about in your little head all day long?"
Chen Zhe couldn't help but complain, "Junior is just junior, why add a little word? I'm not little at all. Isn't the antonym of not small big?"
When the school beauty thought of this, a blush appeared on her pretty face. "You little rascal, you only know how to bully me, humph."
Chen Zhe knew that Tang Tian was not angry, she was just a little shy.
He stopped while he was ahead and asked Tang Tian to continue eating. "Eat, the food will not taste good if it gets cold." When Chen Zhe was picking up the food, some red oil accidentally stained his fingers. The tissue was with Tang Tian. Before he could speak, Tang Tian immediately took out the tissue and said, "Come on, stretch out your hand, I'll help you wipe it." Chen Zhe said politely, "No need, I can do it myself."
"Why are you being polite to me?"
Senior sister Tang grabbed Chen Zhe's wrist without giving him any time to explain, then took a tissue and wiped it carefully.
Wipe very carefully and gently. Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel a little moved.
He didn't expect the school beauty to be so considerate to him.
Is this the charm of an investment tycoon? In fact, Chen Zhe had completely misunderstood. How could he know that senior sister Tang had a special hobby? She had long been attracted by Chen Zhe's fingers. I just don't have a suitable opportunity. Now that she had a legitimate excuse, how could she miss it? Therefore, the time she spent wiping Chenze's fingers seemed a bit long. It's okay, it's clean enough. Chenze couldn't help but speak. Not yet. There's a little oil stain here and I can't wipe it clean. Tang Tian grabbed Chenze's finger and put it in front of her eyes, looking at it over and over again. Where? Chenze thought he had good eyesight, but he really didn't see where the oil mark was on his finger. Here, don't you see it? It seems I need to use wet wipes, but unfortunately there are none here. Oh, forget it. Sister Tang acted for a while and thought it was going smoothly, so she grabbed one of Chenze's fingers and put it into her own mouth. Chenze was startled. Don't lick there, it's dirty. It's okay. Tang Tian said in an unclear voice. Chenze felt his whole body was numb, not only his fingers but also his heart. Does the school beauty have a pure heart or does she have some bad intentions? Is she seducing me or is she seducing me? Okay, it's finally clean. Tang Tian took Chenze's finger out, wiped it with the tissue again, looked at it carefully for a while, and finally showed a satisfied smile. Although she looked serious on the surface, it didn't look like she had any bad intentions. But Chenze received 3 system prompts in a row, which ruthlessly saw through her heart. Tang Tian's heartbeat point +1. Tang Tian's heartbeat point +1. Tang Tian's heartbeat point +1. Chenze now understands that his heartbeat is not that simple. When the heartbeat point beats 3 or more times in a row, it is often when he is exercising with a certain heartbeat point provider. For example, the second time with Su Ruoli, and the first time with Nan Meyer. Oh my god, just one finger can make my school beauty so excited? Would it be more effective if I changed to something else? However, after Chenze tried twice, senior sister Tang was still very serious. Tang Tian, who was already satisfied, automatically entered the state of a good lady and was completely indifferent to Chenze's teasing. Chenze was not in a hurry at this moment. He didn't have much patience with bad girls, but he could take his time with good girls. It's important to do the right thing. After dinner, Tang Tian drafted an investment intention agreement, waited for Chenze to sign his name, put the agreement away properly, and said with a smile, "Then I will go to register the company now? By the way, what is the name of your company?" Chenze thought for a moment and said, "Cosmic Infantry Investment Company." What a strange name. Tang Tian felt that the name was a bit strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. She felt that the word universe was too big, and it would be more appropriate to call it world or international. She was so naive that she didn't know that the point of complaining was not the word universe. Chenze didn't explain anything to her. He just asked for her card number and transferred 5 million directly. Sister Tang's cashback is still very impressive, and the favorability of 59 triggers a 10-fold critical rate. Chenze earned 50 million. Total assets exceed 100 million. It's transferred so quickly? Tang Tian was delighted. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Chenze, in a good mood, made a gesture of empty grip and smiled. I don't think you can escape from my palm. After saying this, Chenze glanced at the school beauty's chest and suddenly felt that he was too arbitrary. Koan is so big that it cannot be stewed in one pot. The school beauty is so big that I can't hold her in one hand. Chapter 142 Golden Bean Media. After saying goodbye to Tang Tian at the restaurant entrance, Chenze watched her leave in a taxi, and a smile appeared on his face. The affairs of my company are finally almost settled. Moreover, Chenze also dug a small trap for senior sister Tang. If you want to make a short drama that is a big hit and makes money, the script, location, costumes, props, actors, etc., these are just a small part of the cost. What really accounts for the bulk of the expenses are operating expenses and traffic investment fees. With excellent quality, do you want to have a daily recharge flow of tens of millions? Sometimes 5 million in operating expenses is not enough. This is the time when senior sister Tang is most career-oriented. If she is determined to create a hit product, she will have to take the initiative to ask Chenze for investment in the future. Then you can swipe money again. It's so delicious. After completing the small goal of 100 million, Chenze was somewhat satisfied and had the idea of just lying down. In this life, he has an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. If you don't touch those two things, you can buy some luxury cars and mansions, visit high-end business clubs, go to the third floor, travel around, and you will never spend money badly. 100 million is something you can never spend.
Well, we must be rigorous to prevent nitpickers from using the housing prices in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen to measure the value of luxury homes. Anyway, in Zhangzhou and Chen Zhe's hometown, you can buy a detached villa for 5 or 6 million. Chen Zhe looked at the balance in his bank card, which was more than 102.6 million.
Well, let us set up a small villa in Zhangzhou first.
He also bought one for his hometown, but it would take some time before his parents could accept the fact that he had started a company and made a lot of money. As Chen Zhe walked, he opened the Anjia shell and took a look. He didn't want to buy a house too far away so as not to inconvenience him in coming to school, so he searched several nearby real estate projects to see if there were any villas for sale. After looking carefully for a while, Chen Zhe picked out 3 single-family villas in 3 nearby real estate projects and planned to call Luo Mier to go and see the houses in person later.
Why Romeo?
When the time comes, I can register the house under her name and live in it myself, which is equivalent to getting a villa for free. Just walking and looking, I arrived at the coffee shop in a short while.
He opened the car door and was about to get in when he heard someone calling his name. Hello, is this Chen Zhe?
Chen Zhe turned his head and looked. A woman and a man were walking quickly out of the coffee shop. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with jet black hair that fell naturally on her shoulders. She was wearing a black halter dress with a light gray cape on the outside. Wearing a pair of black high heels. She has a graceful figure and looks sexy and decent. The overall temperament appears mature and graceful. His facial features are the kind that give the impression of a peaceful and prosperous country.
Gentlemen, here are the pictures.
Although she is much older than Chen Zhe.
But when Chen Zhe saw her, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, Chao thief.
He immediately understood Prime Minister Chao.
Young people don't know the good of young women and mistakenly treat lowly as a treasure. As for the man, description of his appearance is omitted.
Judging from the respectful manner in which he carried the bag, he should be a driver or an assistant.
Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? Chen Chao Prime Minister Zhe nodded immediately and said, hurry up. Name, Xiao Shiyu. Age, 28. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Overall appearance, 93. Favorability, 11. Heartbeat 0. Vehicle condition, normal. Number of drivers, 1. Damn it, there is actually a driver for such a top-notch product?
No, she is 28 years old and should have been married long ago.
Isn't it normal for her to have a driver?
Chen Zhe was looking at her, and Xiao Shiyu's eyes, as clear as autumn water, were also looking at Chen Zhe.
Xiao Shiyu's favorability +2. Chen Zhe was a little surprised. After seeing my pretty face, he only gained 2 points of favorability? Well, what a unique woman, I like her. Hello, what can I do for you? Chen Zhe asked.
Xiao Shiyu stretched out her hand, and the man next to her immediately took out a beautiful business card from his bag. The woman took the business card and handed it to Chen Zhe, smiling and saying, do you have time to chat? Chen Zhe took the business card with excellent texture and beautiful design. It only says, General Manager of Jindo Media, Xiao Shiyu.
Phone number, 13808. Fortunately, it's not Madhu. I have contacted your counselor before, but couldn't reach you. I heard that you were busy. We just happened to meet now. I wonder if we can sit down and chat.
Xiao Shiyu stated her purpose directly with a polite smile.
Chen Zhe did remember this happening.
He didn't want to be a star or an internet celebrity, so he refused without hesitation. But why didn't Director Lu say that the person who came to see him was such a beautiful woman? So even if he doesn't want to join another company, he should take the time to have a good chat with her.
Since it happened so coincidentally, why don't you come in and sit down? Well, it happens that we just ordered coffee and haven't had time to drink it yet.
Seeing that Chen Zhe agreed, a smile appeared on Xiao Shiyu's pretty face, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of charm.
When they first met, she naturally wouldn't deliberately show a charming look to a 19-year-old boy. But some people are born with a charming streak. This charm emanates unconsciously from her bones. Chen Zhe and Xiao Shiyu walked towards the coffee shop. The man opened the door first.
After the two of them went in, he walked in and closed the door gently.
Xiao Shiyu and Chen Zhe sat down. What would you like to drink? Americano or latte? Xiao Shiyu asked with a smile. Chen Zhe said, iced Americano.
The man hadn't sat down yet, but when he heard this, he went to place his order. Xiao Shiyu gently stirred the coffee with a spoon, giving off a faint milky aroma. She opened her red lips slightly, took a sip of coffee, then looked up at Chen Zai and asked the main question, "Student Chen Zai, have you ever considered becoming a star?" Chen Zai looked at her and saw that her eyes were flowing like clear autumn water. Although he had seen many beautiful women during this period, he never expected that some women could exude such an alluring charm with just a glance. The look was so alluring that Chen Zai was a little afraid to meet his gaze. He subconsciously wanted to turn his head away, but he stopped himself. He is the man who wants to become the king of the sea. Although he didn't even dare to look directly into Xiao Shiyu's beautiful eyes, and couldn't even pass this test, what kind of a thing was he to be the sea king? After calming down, Chen Zai looked into Xiao Shiyu's charming eyes calmly and asked instead of answering, "Is it because my dubbing program became popular on TikTok?" Xiao Shiyu shook her head gently. "I noticed you long before you and Sima started arguing on Weibo. I sent you a private message and replied to your post, but you didn't respond." Chen Zai explained, "I'm sorry, I rarely use Weibo. I closed it after I won the scolding and never opened it again." Xiao Shiyu did not continue the conversation on this topic, but got to the point. "I heard from your instructor that you have no interest in the entertainment industry. Why is that?" This was a bit of a trap. Chen Zai thought about it for a moment and said, "Because I don't want to be a star, nor do I want to be an internet celebrity. There's no reason." Xiao Shiyu persuaded impatiently, with a bewitching tone in her voice, "Don't you want to become famous at a young age, make a fortune, and be the center of attention?" Chapter 143 Xiao Shiyu. To be or not to be? To want to or not to want to, that is the question. If the answer is no, two situations may occur. 1. Xiao Shiyu did not abandon or give up and continued to persuade. 2. Xiao Shiyu left sadly in disappointment. If the first one is true, then if we continue to deduce, there are still two possible situations. 1. Xiao Shiyu's persuasion was ineffective and she left sadly. 2. Xiao Shiyu's persuasion was effective and she successfully convinced Chen Zai. If point 2 is true, then Chen Zai's answer of no does not make much sense. To sum up, if the answer is no, the time Chen Zai spends with this top young woman will become very little and meaningless. So he could only answer, think. But he clearly didn't want to do that. Alas, this is the downside of having a high IQ. It makes you tend to think too much and become mentally exhausted. Seeing that Chen Zai was still silent, Xiao Shiyu continued to throw out more temptations. "Do you want to have the opportunity to have close contact with goddesses such as Demimi, Langpa, Yuan Yuan, Jin Jingguan, Zhou Shuzhen, etc.? Aren't most of these lion-pouncing goddesses? These goddesses are beautiful, but it's a pity that they are old now. If I could be reborn 20 years ago, I would definitely not miss them. Besides, these goddesses always appear in countless entertainment articles, and they have been written about to death. I guess gentlemen don't like to read them even if they are written about them. Just tell me, do you like watching it?" "Not really interested." Chen Zai shook his head. Xiao Shiyu was a little surprised. "You are not interested in this?" Although everyone has their own preferences, there is at least one goddess of different types and styles that you like, right? She even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with Chen Zai's sexual orientation. Chen Zai said bluntly, "I'm not even 20 years old yet, and the people you mentioned are almost the same generation as my mother." Xiao Shiyu groaned, but didn't give up. After thinking for a while, he continued to persuade, "The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. No one can escape fame and fortune in life. With your excellent appearance and amazing dubbing ability, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry soon. By then, fame and fortune will be at your fingertips. Are you really not tempted at all?" To be honest, Chen Zai was not really interested. He can gain fame and fortune in other circles and fields, so why does he have to stay in that circle? Seeing that Chen Zai was still unmoved, Xiao Shiyu became a little anxious. "So after you graduate, you want to be a programmer? Enjoy the blessing of 996 every day and become bald before you are 30? Chen Zai smiled and said, "That's not the case. I can lie down right now, not to mention after graduation. Rich second generation? Own a mine?" Xiao Shiyu thought for a moment and said, "There are many second-generation rich people in the entertainment industry. They all want to enter that circle. There must be happiness that you can't imagine." Chen Zai said politely, "Mr. Xiao, I appreciate your appreciation, but I'm really not interested." Xiao Shiyu was also forced into a corner and had no other choice. She took the initiative to extend her snow-white soft lips, held Chen Zhe's hand, and said earnestly, "Student Chen Zhe, as long as you are willing to sign a contract with me and join our company, the contract can be negotiated and there won't be any harsh conditions.
In addition, you will get an unexpected surprise." "Oh?" Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes and smiled. "What surprise?"
Xiao Shiyu let go of her hand, played with the hair beside her ear, looked at Chen Zhe and smiled softly. Her smile was full of charm. "It's not a surprise if you tell me." Chen Zhe could see that this time, Xiao Shiyu was deliberately exuding her charm. She must be very anxious, and even willing to sell a little bit of her body. In this case, he couldn't easily agree to her request.
"Then let's wait and see."
Chen Zhe raised his wrist and looked at the time. "I have an appointment with someone later."
"It's almost time. Mr. Xiao, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." "You have something to do first." Xiao Shiyu knew that it would be difficult to persuade Chen Zhe today, so she didn't try to persuade him to stay. She smiled slightly and stood up to see him off. When they arrived at the door, Chen Zhe said to her, "Boss Xiao, please stay." "You can go back." "Okay, classmate Chen Zhe, remember to keep in touch."
Xiao Shiyu smiled slightly. Chen Zhe waved goodbye to her, got in the car and left. When Xiao Shiyu returned to the coffee shop and sat down again, the man who had been silent could not help but say, "Mr. Xiao, there are more than one handsome young man.
Why do you have to sign him? Can't we change someone else?"
Xiao Shiyu sighed softly without saying much, but her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of bitterness that was barely noticeable. The driver was right, there were indeed quite a few young handsome guys. Even if some people are just slightly handsome, with the professional development of the company, through makeup, clothing matching, and facial expression training, they can also become a handsome guy with a strong atmosphere. It's a pity that she doesn't have much time now, so she can't take her time to choose, and she doesn't have enough time to train a new person. Chen Zhe's appearance is impeccable, and his dubbing skills are at god level. Once signed, he can start marketing and promotion, and it won't take too long for him to become a popular young actor. She must bring out a new top star as quickly as possible, otherwise her position in the company and even her personal safety will be in jeopardy. Don't be fooled by Mr. Xiao's glamorous appearance. He owns luxury cars and mansions, is worth hundreds of millions, and is also quite famous in the circle. He has also trained 2 top artists. But that was all in the past. Everything has been slowly changing since her husband passed away 4 years ago.
There is always trouble around a widow. What's more, she is a pretty widow without any burden.
Xiao Shiyu's husband is a well-known investment tycoon in the circle, and he has a good relationship with other tycoons. This meant that 2 years ago, Xiao Shiyu was still able to help her artists obtain many resources, allowing her to maintain her position as the top star in the company. But as time went by, everything changed. Some of her husband's former brothers have already developed improper intentions towards her.
Even her husband's former subordinates have joined other big guys and are now able to stare at their sister-in-law.
When Xiao Shiyu either resolves the situation tactfully or refuses it sternly. Although those people did not break up with her and still called her sister-in-law when they met, no one gave her resources anymore. In the past 2 years, Xiao Shiyu has been gradually marginalized and her career has encountered a serious crisis. The company chairman, who admired her very much, is getting old and has gradually stopped taking care of things in the past 2 years. In addition, someone was plotting behind her back, and the company's president in charge of her business had already given her an ultimatum. If Xiao Shiyu continues to live off his past success and fails to bring out new talents before the end of this year, he should look for another job. Once they lose their positions and are kicked out of Jindo Media, those who are only interested in the chairman's face will become unscrupulous. This also means that Xiao Shiyu, a lonely man, will no longer have anyone to rely on. Surrounded by wolves, she didn't know how long she could hold on to keep herself safe.
But how could a driver know these secret things? Let's go to a nearby hotel and book 2 rooms. If today doesn't work, then tomorrow. If tomorrow doesn't work, then the day after tomorrow.
Xiao Shiyu rubbed his brows and waved away the depression in his heart. I just don't believe it.
I have signed so many artists, but I can't convince a 19-year-old kid?
The driver opened his mouth, hesitating, and finally said, "Okay, Mr. Xiao."
Chapter 144 Dream Room.
Less than 2 minutes after Chen Zhe drove, he suddenly saw a familiar figure on the side of the road near the school.
It was young Fair.
She was dressed very ladylike today, wearing a light blue long skirt and a pair of white sneakers. Her makeup is still very delicate, with red lips and white teeth, and she looks very beautiful.
Yang Fair's outfits have always been good, and with the right makeup, she can attract a lot of attention no matter where she goes.
She was standing on the side of the road holding her cell phone, looking at it from time to time, as if she was trying to hail a taxi.
Beauty, where are you going?
Chen Zhe stopped beside her, whistled, rolled down the window and shouted.
Yang Fei didn't listen carefully, she just knew someone was whistling to tease her. She frowned immediately and thought to herself, how could I meet a guy while waiting for a Didi on the roadside?
When she was about to roll her eyes, she saw that the person whistling at her was Chen Zhe, and her anger turned into joy. Minister Chen?
Chen Zhe smiled and said, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Let's go to the pedestrian street.
Yang Fei nodded with a smile, opened the passenger door and got in.
She looked at the interior of the car curiously. Is this your car? It's very beautiful. My friend's car. Chen Zhe started again and asked casually, why are you going shopping alone? Yang Fei was very frank and smiled. Thanks to Minister Chen's care, I made a small fortune, didn't I?
I wanted to buy myself some nice things, but I didn't want to let my sisters know, so I went alone.
Besides shopping, is there anything else to do? It's okay. Minister Chen, what do you want to do? Come with me to buy a house first. Okay. Yang Fei secretly smacked her lips. Minister Chen's tone made buying a house as easy as buying side dishes.
It seemed that he was really super rich. She didn't know what Chen Zhe's family background was like, but he transferred 240,000 yuan without saying a word yesterday, and he bought a house today.
He must be a super rich second generation.
Originally, Chen Zhe wanted to ask Luo Mir to accompany him, but he hadn't called her yet. I just happened to meet Yang Fei, so I don't have to run back to the hotel to pick up Luo Mir.
Yang Fei's favorability is 76, which is not low.
Moreover, she has the awareness of being a canary, so she is easier to control than Romir, who is more cunning. After a while, Chen Zhe drove to a high-end villa area 5 kilometers away from the school.
The name of the property is Linglong Garden.
The majority of the houses are villas, including single-family houses, townhouses, and small garden houses.
Chen Zhe had contacted the sales here on Anjiake before.
When he drove to the gate booth of the villa area, a young man dressed very smartly in a shirt and tie was already waiting there. The young man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a buzz cut, and appeared quite capable.
Is this Mr. Chen?
The young man walked to the driver's window and asked with a smile on his face.
Chen Zhe rolled down the car window, smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Liao. I don't deserve to be Mr. Liao. My name is Liao Ming. You can just call me Xiao Liao. Liao Ming said politely, please wait a moment. I will ask the security to let you pass. Liao Ming spoke to the security guard in the booth, and the barrier of the gate was quickly raised.
Then Liao Ming trotted in front of the car and guided Chen Zhe to park the car in a nearby parking space. After Chen Zhe stopped the car, he helped open the door. The service was really good. Mr. Chen, let's go to the sales center first to take a quick look at the villa area's sand table and get to know the overall environment of the villa area. Then I'll take you to the site to see the house.
Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Liao Ming led Chen Zhe and Yang Fei to the sales center.
As we walked, he introduced the basic situation of the villa area, such as the floor area ratio, greening rate, parking space ratio and so on.
Yang Fei was secretly shocked.
At first she thought Chen Zhe just wanted to buy a high-rise apartment, but she didn't know that he was here to buy a villa. I have to say that the environment of this villa area is really good, clean, tidy, quiet and shaded by green trees. Arriving at the sales center lobby, Liao Ming brought tea to Chen Zhe and the other man, then accompanied them to the huge sand table.
The layout of the entire villa area is in full view. Behind the villa area is a mountain park.
Across the road from the front door, there are elementary and junior high schools and mature supermarkets. Although there is no subway and the hospital is 5 or 6 kilometers away, the overall supporting facilities are quite good. The villa you mentioned on the phone that's for sale is this one. Liao Ming held a long pole and pointed it in the air above one of the building models.
Chen Zhe looked at the location of the villa. It was close to the road and easy to get in and out, so it was okay.
However, his attention was soon attracted by one of the villas. The villa is almost in the center of the entire sand table, slightly to the north, and there are no other villas around it.
There is a small hill behind and a winding, narrow artificial lake not far ahead that looks like a river. Ginkgo trees are planted around the artificial lake and the villa. The golden apricot leaves are spread out in a continuous line, which looks quite romantic.
It faces south, is surrounded by mountains and water, and is breathtakingly beautiful.
So beautiful. Yang Fei couldn't help but exclaim. If I could live in a villa like this, my life would be worth it. Chen Zhe's attention was also firmly attracted by the villa and he could not take his eyes away.
The environment around the villa is so beautiful, the colors are warm and romantic, and it has a fairy tale-like sense of unreality. If you stand on a high place and take a photo, you can use it as wallpaper.
This is simply his dream room.
Liao Ming noticed where their eyes were and smiled. You two have good taste.
Villa number 18 is the best building here. Chen Zhe asked anxiously, has it been sold? Liao Ming said, no. Chen Zhe was a little surprised, no? Yang Feier couldn't believe it, such a beautiful villa, it hasn't been sold yet?
Liao Ming looked around and explained in a low voice, it's like this villa was originally kept by the developer boss himself.
He wanted to use it for retirement and had no intention of selling it.
But unfortunately, the real estate market has been in a downturn over the past 2 or 3 years, and the boss has been a little short of funds recently.
He just said a few days ago that this villa could be sold. But the price is much higher than other villas. Chen Zhe said happily, price is not a problem. Liao Ming smiled and said, how about I take you two to the scene now? Go.
Liao Ming said somewhat embarrassedly, I'll have to inconvenience you two to take the park sightseeing bus later.
It's okay.
After a while, Liao Ming drove the sightseeing car and took the two of them to the vicinity of villa number 18. The actual effect is certainly not as delicate and beautiful as the sand table, but the artificial lake is quite clear and the ginkgo trees are really beautiful. Liao Ming opened the door to the garden and took the two of them in for a tour, while introducing, Mr. Chen, the villa has 3 floors and a construction area of 540 square meters. We also gave away a basement, as well as the entrance garden and courtyard area. The first floor has a dining room, kitchen, living room, bar, nanny's room and driver's room.
It is mainly used for meeting guests.
The second floor is mainly a rest area, with a master bedroom, 3 guest bedrooms, and a small living room that can be used to meet with close friends.
There are 2 guest bedrooms on the 3rd floor, as well as a small cinema and gym.
If you need, you can transform it into an esports room, billiard room, or board game room.
There is a swimming pool on the flat roof of the 3rd floor. There are no buildings around this building, so it has excellent privacy. Chapter 145 I do.
After a rough tour, Chen Zhe was generally satisfied. Because the boss originally wanted to live in the house himself, the decoration materials he used were all very good. Not to mention anything else, the thermally insulated aluminum windows alone cost 700,000 or 800,000. An elevator was also installed.
However, Chen Zhe could not accept the boss's decoration taste.
The overall decoration style of the villa gives people a feeling of rich. Especially the huge crystal chandelier on the 1st floor, which is not only tacky, but also exudes a strong sense of nouveau riche. Of course, some rooms can be saved by changing the wall coverings to lighter colors. For example, the small cinema and gym, as well as the driver's room, nanny room and guest rooms are not a big deal. But all the decorations in the master bedroom had to be demolished and rebuilt, and the exaggerated big bed with carvings of dragons and phoenixes had to be thrown away.
After all, it's where you sleep, so you have to make it the way you like. The more Yang Feier looked, the more surprised she became.
Although she came from an ordinary family, she read Xia Hongshu a lot. There were a lot of posts showing off wealth on it, and she had some knowledge. For example, she could barely recognize a mahogany dining table, which, judging by its size and shape, might cost around 30 to 50,000 yuan. I secretly asked Liao Ming about the price, and he said 58,000. I asked how much the renovation cost, and they said it cost more than 3 million.
Yang Feier was shocked at once and even walked carefully.
Although she also didn't like these decoration styles, she thought it was because she had poor taste and was short-sighted, and had not reached the level of rich people. You know what, when Yang Feier thought about how much money was spent on these decorations, she felt that everything in front of her became luxurious and grand. When she saw the huge master bedroom of more than 70 square meters, the dressing room of more than 10 square meters, the watch rack, shoe cabinet, and the bathroom which was bigger than their entire dormitory, Yang Feier opened her eyes wide and felt shocked like never before. How great would it be if one day I could lie in such a large bedroom, sleep until I wake up naturally, and be awakened by the warm morning sunshine?
Mr. Chen, what do you think? After walking around, Chen Zhe and his friends stood by the swimming pool on the 3rd floor and looked out into the distance. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Liao Ming asked with a smile. Chen Zhe nodded and said, it's okay. But some places still need to be redecorated. Liao Ming was secretly delighted. Now they had even taken the decoration into consideration.
It seemed that there was a great chance that this villa could be sold.
The next step is just bargaining. Although Chunze looks young, Liao Ming has no doubt about his financial resources. That BMW coupe worth more than 2 million is a symbol of strength.
Some people always think that luxury cars are for showing off, but in fact, this is the simplest way to demonstrate your strength. When everyone is not familiar with each other, driving a Maybach will certainly gain more respect and attention from others than driving a broken Sylphy. Of course, if they reach the level of Erma, they don't need external objects to demonstrate their identity and strength.
A name and a face can say it all. How much does it cost to buy this villa?
Yang Feier had wanted to ask this question for a long time, and at this moment she finally couldn't help but ask. Liao Ming looked at her and nodded with a smile, then looked at Chen Zhe. Mr. Chen, I said at the beginning that the price of this villa is much higher than the one on sale.
Chen Zhe said, just tell me how much it is.
The average price of our properties is 15,000 yuan, but this villa costs about 22,000 yuan per square meter.
Of course, if you really want to buy it, I can report to the boss and help you get a preferential price.
Liao Ming said sincerely.
Chen Zhe roughly calculated that 540 square meters would cost about 11 million yuan. Since it was free, he was too lazy to bargain and just said to Liao Ming, wait a moment, I will discuss it with her.
Okay, Mr. Chen.
I'll go inside and report to the boss. You can call me anytime if you need anything.
After saying this, Liao Ming left the swimming pool and walked into the house.
What do you think of this villa?
Chen Zhe looked at Yang Feier and asked.
It's good.
But it's too expensive, more than 10 million.
Yang Feier said.
She knew that the housing prices in Jiangzhou, a small city, were not outrageous, with the average price being around 20,000 yuan. Moreover, this place was not in a prime location in the city center, so even a villa could only be sold for around 13,000 or 15,000 yuan.
Chen Zhe smiled and asked, if you don't consider the price, do you like it?
Yang Feier said without hesitation, of course I like it.
If I could live in a house like this, I would probably wake up with a smile every day, right?
Chen Zhe said calmly, since you like it, buy it.
What?
This simple sentence made Yang Feier a little confused.
I like him and I buy him? What does this mean? He wouldn't want to buy this villa and give it to himself, right? Impossible. Yang Feier was quite self-aware.
Although she got excited for a moment, she quickly calmed down and knew that she was not worthy of him.
So he plans to buy it and build a love nest with me? This is very possible.
If being a canary could allow her to live in a house like this, she would be willing to be one for the rest of her life.
The only thing she is afraid of is that others might not be willing to do so.
Just as she was waiting expectantly for Chen Zhe to give her the answer she wanted, Chen Zhe seemed to suddenly remember something. I almost forgot, you took the money, but you haven't told me whether you were willing or not.
If you are not willing, I still have to.
Before he could finish, Yang Feier interrupted him and said, I do.
Chen Zhe looked at her with a playful smile. What do you want?
Yang Feier came close to Chen Zhe, raised her pretty face and looked at him, lowered her voice, and said shyly and coquettishly, I am willing to be your canary, I want to live in this beautiful house. Chen Zhe lifted her snow-white chin and smiled, then you have to be prepared to be a canary.
During the period of support, you must be obedient and available whenever you are called. Second, you are not allowed to touch other men.
If you meet someone better and want to have a sincere relationship with someone else, explain the situation to me and I won't make things difficult for you.
Yeah. Yang Feier nodded repeatedly. Chen Zhe asked, do you know about the villa restriction order? No. I own too many properties, so this villa will be in your name. You sign the purchase contract, and I will give you a key.
Okay.
Yang Feier was overjoyed. Yang Feier's favorability +8. Yang Feier's favorability +6. Yang Feier's heartbeat point +3.
She was very clear about her own position and knew that although the villa was named after her, she was not the owner.
But as long as she can move in, even if Chen Zhe gets bored after a year, at least she can live here for a year, right? Every extra day you stay is a profit. Happy, Yang Feier took the initiative to come up to Chen Zhe and gave him a kiss. Another person who wants to run away after kissing.
The previous one was Romeo. I don't know who taught them these bad habits. Chen Zhe would not indulge her. He put his arms around Yang Feier's waist and, as she cried out, held her graceful body in his arms.
Hug, touch and kiss. Yang Feier's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She begged Chen Zhe to stop immediately.
Liao Ming was waiting next to her. What if he saw her? Hey, Liao Ming, the sensible guy, when he saw Chen Zhe hugging Yang Feier, he immediately turned around, got into the elevator, and waited on the first floor.
Chapter 146 I Don't Like Things Too Sweet.
After taking advantage of her, Chen Zhe let go of Yang Feier.
It actually tastes like chocolate. I'll try a different lipstick next time. I don't like things that are too sweet. Okay, my Minister Chen. Although Yang Feier was quite delicious, Chen Zhe had no intention of eating her right now.
He had already eaten his fill last night, and he had to go to Su Ruoli's place for dinner in the evening. He hadn't seen her for a few days, so he had to feed little Lioli a little more, right? I don't know how she does the splits. After Yang Feier had tidied herself up, Chen Zhe went to the living room on the first floor with her.
Mr. Chen, how is the discussion going?
Seeing them coming down, Liao Ming, who was originally sitting on the sofa looking at his mobile phone, immediately stood up and asked with a smile.
We've discussed it. I've decided to buy this villa and give it to her.
Chen Zhe pointed at Yang Feier and said, as for the price, let's talk about it later. After hearing these words, even Liao Ming, who had met many big clients, was a little confused.
In order to pick up girls, Mr. Chen actually gave the girl a villa worth more than 10 million yuan?
He really couldn't think of any other words except rich and willful. Chen Zhe hesitated and said, Boss Liao, 21,000 is a bit high. If we calculate it based on 15,000 per square meter, even if we include the renovation fee of more than 3 million, it will only be around 11 million. But I don't really like these renovations, so you can't include the 3 million renovation fee in full, because I will have to spend money to redecorate it later.
Liao Ming said quickly, Mr. Chen, the price is negotiable. But 9 million is a bit too low. This villa is the best in the building, and you can see that in the entire villa area, no other villa has a better environment than this one.
Chen Zhe smiled and said, don't worry, just listen to me.
Let's not play those empty games.
I will pay the full amount, 11 million, but this needs to include the deed tax, property fees, etc.
Full payment?
Liao Ming was shocked. Although Mr. Chen is young, he is really capable. After thinking for a while, Liao Ming said more respectfully, Mr. Chen, I can agree to whatever you say.
But why don't you try to get a loan? Bank interest rates are very low now. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep a few million in liquid funds? That's not necessary. Chen Zhe rejected the proposal without hesitation. What a joke, the more I spend on women, the better.
High multiple cashbacks are already rare. If I spend 1 million and get 10 times the cashback, it's better to get 10 million and get 2 times the cashback.
Go get the contract. Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Liao Ming brought the two back to the sales center and finished the contract after a while. When Yang Feier signed it, Chen Zhe transferred 11 million yuan. Now Yang Feier's favorability has reached 90.
Chen Zhe estimated that the probability of high magnification discovery was relatively high. Of course, probability and multiples are not the same concept. For example, if the favorability is 90, there will be 3 chances within 24 hours, which is more than a 1-to-1 ratio.
This means there are 3 chances to make money.
But it does not mean that the higher the favorability, the higher the multiplier.
The multiples are purely random. Chen Zhe was lucky.
After he transferred the money, he immediately triggered a 4-fold cashback.
Spent 11 million, returned 44 million, net profit 33 million.
Seeing the series of numbers that the system prompted for his account arrival, Chen Zhe no longer felt anything. He had just earned 45 million at noon, and not long after that he made another 33 million. He had made too much money and was already numb. Last Monday, he only had a little over $200. Today is only Thursday of the second week, and he already has more than 140 million in his pocket. He felt more and more that the saying made sense. Sometimes money is really just a string of numbers.
After signing the contract and getting the key, Yang Feier was extremely excited. She pulled Chen Zhe's arm and said, Brother, shall we stay here tonight? I have something else to do tonight.
If you want to stay here, you can stay here by yourself. Chen Zhe had to play a match with Zhang Yang in the evening, and also improve President Ye's favorability, so naturally he had no time to accompany Yang Feier.
So I'm really moving in? You can live here. Your name is already on it, so can't you live here? Yang Feier's favorability +1. Yang Feier's heartbeat +1.
After taking a look at the system prompt, Chen Zhe discovered that the progress bar of Yang Feier's favorability had begun to get stuck.
After reaching 90, it becomes very difficult to increase favorability. However, Chen Zhe was still very satisfied.
Yang Fei should be the easiest girl for him to conquer, mainly because his good looks laid a good foundation. He didn't have to spend much effort or money to raise his favorability to over 90. It turns out that it is so easy to pick up a beauty with a score of over 80.
Thinking about the past 3 years, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh.
The so-called sincerity and true feelings are nothing in front of the tall, rich, and handsome man. From this moment on, Chen Zhe has been completely demystified by beautiful girls and his mentality has completely changed.
By the way, Mr. Liao, I have to ask you for a small favor. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Zhe looked at Liao Ming and said, Mr. Chen, please give me your orders. It is my honor to serve you. Liao Ming said immediately. Chen Zhe asked, I want to redecorate the master bedroom. Can you help me find a professional team? Of course, that's no problem. I know several great designers.
I'll have them produce the design drawings as soon as possible.
After you've reviewed them, I'll supervise the decoration for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Liao Ming made the guarantee with great confidence.
Decorating Chen Zhe's master bedroom will become his most important thing in the next period of time. He does his best to serve big and powerful clients like Chen Zhe. If any money leaks out from between his fingers when he is happy, he can always have the money to himself. Yang Fei also volunteered to oversee the decoration, so Chen Zhe handed the task of redecorating the master bedroom over to them, and he himself was happy to have some free time.
Now that I have a villa, it's time to get a car.
Thinking of this, Chen Zhe no longer hesitated. The two SF90s each had their own advantages and disadvantages, but he adhered to a philosophy: only buy the expensive ones, not the right ones.
So Chen Zhe opened his phone and sent a message to the national server boss, Boss, I've made up my mind.
I'm going to buy your car. Please help me deliver the car to Jiangzhou University.
Chen Zhe originally wanted to have someone deliver the car to the school gate, but then he thought that was too high profile, so he added a few words: in front of the Wanyu Internet Cafe opposite Jiangzhou University, cash on delivery, is there any problem? After a while, the national server boss sent a message: of course, no problem. Xuanzong, I will arrange the shipping as soon as possible. I want to meet you and get to know you then. I wonder if Xuanzong is free.
Mr. Shuang can make millions in the live broadcast room in one night, so the national server boss naturally trusts him and doesn't even mention the deposit.
He also wanted to come to Jiangzhou to meet Mr. Shuang, a powerful boss.
Having more friends means having more paths, which definitely does no harm.
Okay, welcome to Jiangzhou, boss. Let me know when you're leaving and I'll make all the arrangements for you.
Ah, good, Mr. Shuang is straightforward. Chen Zhe also asked how long it would take for the goods to arrive. It took about 3 days for the boss to reply. He is in Shanghai. If the weather is good and everything goes well, it will take 3 days to ship the car to Jiangzhou.
By that time, Romeo had already gone back.
It's not possible to put the car under her name. I'll have to find another pretty girl then. There are still many candidates, but Chen Zhe has not decided which one to choose.
We'll see how things go on that day.
Then Chen Zhe sent another message to Nei, expressing his apologies and saying that he had already booked the car that the boss had.
This Martian man is also a straightforward person and kept saying it's okay.
When he heard that the boss was coming to meet, he was also very interested and strongly requested that the two bosses and the boss take him to play together.
Chen Zhe naturally agreed. Chapter 147. I'm not a 16-year-old high school student. Yang Fei wanted to move in today, so Chen Zhe took her to buy some daily necessities.
Bed sheets, quilts, pillows, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, tissues, and a bunch of other messy things. After spending 1 or 2,000 yuan, Chen Zhe actually paid 5 times more and made a small profit of several thousand yuan. After sending Yang Fei back to the villa area, Chen Zhe drove back to the hotel. After spending some time with Luo Meyer, he received a call from Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu was quite dissatisfied with Chen Zhe's reply on WeChat. The guy actually said that he could only cooperate with them to shoot a promotional video next Monday. No matter how busy you are, you can always spare a few hours on the weekend, right? So Gu Nanji called Chen Zhe and asked him to go to her office. She wanted to have a good talk with this student. It's so fucking miserable, I'm so busy every day. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, but how could he dare not listen to the gentle, beautiful, intellectual, and generous teacher? So after saying something to Luo Meyer, he drove back to the school and went straight to the downstairs of Teacher Gu's office.
Zhangda still allows students to drive into the campus, but Chen Zhe is not very willing to do so. First, it is not very convenient.
When it is time to get out of class, there are always a bunch of college students walking on the road. You can only follow them slowly, and you are embarrassed to honk the horn. Secondly, in school, it is more convenient to use an electric donkey, which can directly reach the destination. For example, if you drive a car to the bottom of the teaching building, there is often no place to park, so you can only find an open space around, or you still have to walk a distance. However, when he called today, he could tell that Teacher Gu's tone was a little unfriendly, so he naturally couldn't waste time and could only drive there as quickly as possible.
Chenzei quickly came to the office door and knocked. "Teacher Gu, I'm Chenzei."
After a few seconds, a voice came from inside, "Come in." When I opened the door, I saw Teacher Gu pruning her pots of flowers and plants in front of the window, including a pot of clivia, a pot of green ivy, and 2 pots of succulents. From Chenzei's perspective, he saw her profile, and his first impression was that her curves were so beautiful. The neither too big nor small peak, the flat belly, the perky buttocks, and the curve of the beautiful legs that spreads down and gradually converges form an almost perfect line, showing her moving charm.
Who wouldn't he be moved after seeing this?
Coupled with that pretty face and cold white skin, she was a blast to kill a group of male animals in their 20s. Gu Nanji is not only the top golden flower in the nursing department, but also the most beautiful woman in the school. She is a typical young woman, and many male teachers and students are drooling over her. However, according to rumors, Teacher Gu seemed to be of high status, as if she was the daughter of a school leader, so those male teachers of the right age who had feelings for her did not dare to act rashly. Sometimes she could be seen driving a black Maybach in and out of school, carrying Hermes and LV bags. The car alone was enough to scare many people away. They thought that with their own salaries, they definitely couldn't afford to support a goddess like Teacher Gu.
What a bunch of ignorant fools.
Only poor girls need you to support them.
Teacher Gu is so rich, can't you let her support you? What era is this? Why are we still being so chauvinistic?
Of course, Teacher Gu is not perfect.
For example, her usual dress is too plain. She usually wears a simple and ordinary t-shirt, trousers, and flat shoes. I only dress up when I attend parties.
Many people want to see her wearing a white shirt, black stockings, high heels, rimless glasses, and holding a teaching stick. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to see her, and this has become an indelible regret in the hearts of many people.
Ding, a capturable target has been detected. Do you want to check?
Chenzei ran up, calmed his slightly rapid breathing, and said in his heart, "Hello, teacher.
Please sit down for a while." Seeing Chenzei coming, Gu Nanji was no longer in a hurry.
She let Chenzei sit wherever he wanted and she continued to fiddle with the flowers and plants.
Chenzei sat down and checked the information. Name, Gu Nanji. Age, 25. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 91. Favorability, 25. Heart beating 0.1. Vehicle condition, normal. Hint, chronic gastric disease. Number of drivers, 0.
I'm lucky, there's another beauty with a score of over 90. But again, Teacher Gu may have a similar appearance and figure to those candidates for school beauties, but her status and the temperament of a young woman will be more of an advantage. The driver is 0, which is pretty good. Chenzei didn't expect that Teacher Gu had another attraction to him. He probably was moved by his dubbing program at the party. What Chenzei needs to savor carefully is the hint in brackets given by the system.
Chronic stomach problems, no wonder Teacher Gu has a slender figure. Wait, is Brother Tong hinting to me that if I want to win over Teacher Gu, the best way is to relieve her pain and cure her stomach problems? Why was the hint only given to her? Does Brother Tong feel that the challenges for teachers and students are too high? What's the big deal?
I'm not a 16-year-old high school student anymore. I'm already a 19-year-old college student.
Even if the chat history between her and I is seen by people all over the country one day, it won't matter much, right?
Oh, no, I have the God-level hacker skill at hand, so even if the chat records are accidentally leaked, it is impossible for them to be exposed on a large scale.
That's still not right. We must stop this kind of thing from the source. There are too many girls flirting with me on my phone, and it would not be good if other girls saw it. The Neptune brand mobile phone can fully protect your information security. It is worth having. The price is not $39.99 nor $19.99, but only $100. Product introduction, information security level SSSSS. After binding, only the binder can operate it. Anyone else holding the phone will turn it into a brick. In addition, it can transform into any popular mobile phone on the market.
It can last for 1 year after charging for 5 minutes, and can be used for half a year in heavy use. It has 100 terabytes of storage space, comes with free unlimited cloud storage, free unlimited data, free unlimited talk time.
Well, Brother Tong is here to sell again.
Chen Zhe calculated his hardpoint and found that the hardpoint he could use was 118. Depending on the ratio of N, R, and SR, it can be exchanged for 209 Neptune coins.
This phone is affordable. However, if you want to cure Teacher Gu's stomach problem, you must have some medical skills or medicine to cure stomach problems, right?
Ding, Hua Tua is alive, price $19.99. It cures all diseases except cancer. Ding, God-level doctor referred to as God-level doctor.
No disease can be cured. As long as there is a breath, it can be saved. Price, $99.99.
Giveaway 13 Ghost Gate Needles, Tai Magic Needle, 99 Return Magic Needle, Blue Dragon Magic Needle, Medical Treasure Box, Ancient Massage, Jingluotong Hand, Thai Massage, Rose Massage.
Damn, it seems like something strange has gotten in.
These 2 skills are good, but I can't afford them.
Isn't there anything cheaper? Neptune brand stomach tablets. Price, $48. 1 bottle contains 100 tablets. Take 1 tablet 3 times a day. Take it for 1 day and you will have a healthy stomach. This is not bad. Chen Zhe decided to spend 150 yuan to buy a mobile phone and stomach strengthening tablets. After the attribute value is full, there will be achievement rewards. It seems that the only thing that is not full is my IQ. So, what is the maximum IQ score? 200. Didn't I hear people say there were 300? Einstein's IQ was only 146, what do you want such a high IQ for? 200 is enough. Chen Zhe pondered for a moment and thought it was not bad. He still had some points left, so he exchanged them for some attribute points and increased his IQ to 200. As he thought of this, the panel data was refreshed. Chapter 148. You dress too conservatively. Name Chen Zhe. Appearance, 100 full level. Comprehensive physical strength, 100 max level. IQ, 200 max level. Combat strength, 10. Durability, 97. Attribute points, 0. Get heart points, 190. Available heart points, 0. Achievements, the first experience of love, the first experience of love, and the perfect attributes. Items, Neptune Black Card, Neptune Emperor Pills, Neptune Magic Oil, Neptune Mobile Phone, Neptune Stomach Tablets, Neptune Throat Treasures. Skills, top voice actor proficiency, slap of something, god-level hacker, top car driving skills, eloquent, top vocal proficiency. Wealth more than 140 million yuan. Brother Tong is very quick and thoughtful. He bought me a mobile phone and stomach strengthening tablets. There is one more achievement, and it seems to be full of attributes. In addition, there are throat treasures and vocal mastery, which should be rewards with full attributes. But, all the available heart points have been reset to 0? Chen Zhe realized something was wrong. He was fucking drained by Brother Tong without realizing it. No wonder Brother Tong has been conning me into buying this and that, a mobile phone for 100, a bottle of stomach strengthening tablets for 48, and I also have to pay for my IQ. After all this time, he has figured it out clearly, just to reset my existing heart points to 0. What a fucking profiteer. Student Chen Zhe, Student Chen Zhe? Teacher Gu's gentle call brought Chen Zhe back to reality. After she finished arranging the flowers and plants and sat down, she looked at Chen Zhe, waiting for him to ask, but Chen Zhe didn't know what he was daydreaming about, so she had to take the initiative to ask, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Chen Zhe replied subconsciously, and then asked, "Teacher Gu, you asked me to come over, is there something wrong?" Gu Nanji asked meaningfully, "Are you very busy recently?" She actually wanted to know if Chen Zhe could spare some time on the weekend, but she didn't ask directly. Some teachers have this habit, they like to give instructions in a roundabout way and let students figure it out on their own. Chen Zhe immediately understood what she meant. "I've already talked to you, but you can't even spare the time on the weekend? Are you that busy?" But Chen Zhe didn't buy it, and nodded confidently, "Yes. I'm busy all day long." Gu Nanji was almost speechless. He could only cough dryly and asked directly, "What are you busy with? You don't even have time on the weekend?" "I really don't have time on weekends. Jiang Meiyan is coming over on Saturday." We will pick up the car on Sunday to entertain the two wealthy guys who are coming from afar.
Even when Lazy Sheep wanted to come over to play, I refused.
How can I have the time?
Of course, it is impossible to say these words to the teacher.
Chenzhe thought for a moment and made up a very smooth lie.
Mr. Gu, you don't know that I bravely saved that girl last time. Captain Zhao from the Municipal Fire Brigade and Captain Liu from the Baolon Street Police Station, who were present at the time, were both impressed by me and added my contact information. After they saw that my dubbing program was popular, they contacted me immediately. Captain Zhao asked me to visit their fire station on Saturday, train with them, experience the life of a firefighter, and shoot a promotional video.
Gu Nanji nodded subconsciously.
She has also seen many videos released by the official account of the fire department on Douyin, such as the one some time ago.
Someone set off fireworks and set the backyard of Jiangzhou Fire Department on fire.
Everyone was saying that the Jiangzhou Fire Department's home had been robbed, and everyone was very happy.
In fact, it's not just the fire department.
Others such as China Mobile, China Unicom, China Telecom, etc. are also all adopting the style of using beautiful women.
There's nothing we can do, this is the trend nowadays. What about Sunday? It seems the police station doesn't need this kind of publicity?
Gu Nanji was smart enough to know that Chenzhe mentioned Captain Liu because something happened on Sunday.
Chenzhe said frankly, Captain Liu didn't ask me to shoot a promotional video, he wanted me to help shoot the opening credits of Protect Jiefang East.
Oh. Gu Nanji was speechless for a moment. Guarding Jiefang East is really popular, and she has watched a few episodes. Almost all of them are very strange, funny but real cases.
With the popularity of this drama, even the gate of Baolon Street Police Station has become a popular check-in spot for Jiangzhou tourists.
Although Chenzhe's answer was impeccable, Gu Nanji felt a little angry for some reason. Subconsciously, she also wanted to use an invulnerable card on Chenzhe, but she didn't know how many invulnerable cards the other party had in his hand, and she hadn't figured out how to strike his slackness and expose his emptiness, so she gave up. Gu Nanji took a deep breath and said calmly, since you are so busy, then the promotional video for our school will be scheduled for next Monday.
Next Monday. Chenzhe thought about it and said, didn't I tell you on WeChat that it would be next Monday? Why did you ask me to come here for this? I'm very busy. Gu Nanji misunderstood and couldn't help but frown. Is there going to be another incident next Monday?
Seeing her expression was not right, Chenzhe rolled his eyes and said, no, of course there is no problem with time.
I just thought of another problem. What's the problem?
Gu Nanji was a little curious and leaned forward unconsciously while sitting behind the desk. Chenzhe pondered for a moment and prepared himself mentally. There is no point in continuing the conversation like this. As the saying goes, fortune and wealth come from risk, so I have to bring up some slightly more powerful topics to break the deadlock. I think there are two reasons why the promotional videos our school shot before were not very effective. Chenzhe held up two fingers and said, first, the style of the video is mediocre.
It's not funny, passionate, or beautiful.
It has a fake official tone.
Who wants to watch this? Gu Nanji seemed to be thinking, what else? Chenzhe said with a serious expression, secondly, the school later made changes to keep up with the trend, so they asked you to take a photo yourself.
The result was not bad, but still not ideal.
The biggest problem is that you dressed too conservatively.
Hearing this, Gu Nanji's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Chenzhe in disbelief.
I dress conservatively, so how should I dress? Dress sexier? This boy is so brave. Is it appropriate for you to talk to the teacher like that? Are you teasing me?
But seeing Chenzhe's serious and solemn expression, Gu Nanji felt that he shouldn't think like that. This kid should just be here for work. He is so young and he shouldn't have any bad intentions.
Gu Nanji asked, then what do you think I should wear? Chenzhe said, when you watch videos, take a look at them yourself. Are there any common points among those popular videos? Gu Nanji said solemnly, I don't know. I usually watch academic and popular science videos. Then let me show you one.
Chenzhe took out a mobile phone and habitually tried to unlock it with his fingerprint, but found that the screen of the phone lit up automatically.
Oh, this is that Neptune phone. I have to say it's really awesome.
Not only does it have excellent texture, it's also neither light nor heavy, neither big nor small, and fits Chenzhe's palm perfectly. Moreover, in just a short while, all the frequently used apps, photo albums, etc. on Chenzhe's previous mobile phone were transferred over. Chenzhe didn't have time to study it now, so he opened Douyin, and a video with over 1 million likes popped up immediately. He walked around the desk, came to Gu Nanji's side, and handed her the phone. Look at how she's dressed.
Gu Nanji took a closer look. Professional suit, black stockings, and high heels. Rimless glasses, pointer. All done.
Gu Nanji felt a strange throbbing in her heart, and her pretty face turned red. She took a deep breath, patted her face, then slowly stood up and reached for the kettle, wanting to pour herself a glass of water.
Chapter 149 My grandfather, an old Chinese doctor.
Teacher Gu, if you put on this, I wonder how many men will go crazy for you. The number of applicants to Jiangda University will surely increase by then.
Do you think what I said is right?
Hey, Teacher Gu, be careful. Gu Nanji was already a little uneasy, and Chen Zhe's words made her mind even more confused. When pouring water, she accidentally spilled some water on the table. As a result, Chen Zhe's sudden reminder scared her, and her hands shook, and with a splash, almost half of the water in the kettle poured out. The water flowed down the table, and Teacher Gu was standing close to the desk, which wet a large area of his pants at the thigh.
Oh, Teacher Gu, why are you so careless?
Chen Zhe immediately pulled over a few tissues and made a gesture to help her wipe the water off.
Seeing Chen Zhe's hand reaching towards her thigh, Gu Nanji jumped back in fear. Hey, don't.
Chen Zhe just wanted to tease her deliberately, so he stopped before she opened her mouth and handed her the tissue instead.
Seeing Gu Nanji's surprised and shy look, Chen Zhe was secretly happy.
On the surface, he pretended nothing had happened and pulled over some tissues to wipe the water on the table. Gu Nanji finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her pretty face was still flushed.
Although it was close to the end of October, the temperature in Jiangzhou was still very high.
Her pants were thin to begin with, and even the inside was soaked.
A few tissues didn't help at all.
They were cold and wet and really uncomfortable. She wanted to go back and change her clothes, but she was embarrassed to say it out loud, so she could only hope that Chen Zhe would leave quickly. After waiting for a long time for Chen Zhe to finish wiping the table, Gu Nanji was just about to say that it was nothing and he could go back. As a result, Chen Zhe seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly looked at her straight and examined her carefully from head to toe. Gu Nanji had never encountered such a situation in her life. She has been a beauty since she was young, and has received the attention of many male creatures since she was a child. When those ignorant little boys see pretty little girls, they would sometimes be stunned. But those men in their teens or 40s often only dare to steal a glance at her, or at most look at her twice, when they see her. She had never seen anyone like Chen Zhe, examining her from head to toe as if she were a specimen.
This guy is really big brave. Am I too polite to you, which is why you are so presumptuous? Gu Nanji was a little angry and was about to lose her temper when Chen Zhe suddenly spoke up. Huh? Teacher Gu, do you have a stomachache? What? Gu Nanji was stunned. How did he know?
Although Chen Zhe has no money to buy the skill of miracles doctor, he can definitely pretend to be a miracle doctor. Chen Zhe pondered and said, looking at your complexion and body shape, you may have some problems with your stomach and intestines.
You cannot absorb food well. Sometimes you may have abdominal pain and bloating. In serious cases, you may even have heartburn and nausea. Gu Nanji was extremely surprised. Yeah, you figured this out? Yes, my grandfather is an old Chinese doctor. I also learned a little from him. Chinese medicine is based on observation, listening, questioning, and palpation.
When I examined you just now, I was diagnosing you by observation. Chen Zhe, without blushing or beating his heart, brought up his grandfather who had been farming all his life in his hometown and the countryside to scare people. Gu Nanji really fell into the trap and sighed softly. This problem has troubled me for 7 or 8 years. I have seen many doctors but none of them could cure it. Taking medicine can only alleviate the symptoms, but it will relapse from time to time.
Chen Zhe asked, have you ever seen a Chinese doctor?
Gu Nanji said, I have seen it, but there is no particularly obvious effect.
There are many ways to deal with a person, and you may not have met the right doctor. Your grandfather's medical skills must be very powerful, right? My grandfather is old and no longer sees patients, but I can try.
Come, stretch out your hand and I'll feel your pulse.
Can you do it?
Gu Nanji was a little skeptical, but Chen Zhe had already stretched out his hand, so she decided to give it a try and sat down to let Chen Zhe take her pulse. Chen Zhe placed his fingers on her snow-white wrist. His fingertips were smooth and tender, and the touch was excellent. He couldn't imagine how silky her skin must be.
How happy would your hands be if you could experience it yourself? Teacher Gu, you'd better not ask if it's okay. It's a bit hurtful. Then how should I ask? Ask you if it's okay? This hurts even more. How come I don't feel that at all? You little boys are really sensitive and suspicious.
After chatting for a while, Chenzhe pretended to take the pulse and frowned slightly. Your chronic stomach disease is not easy to cure. Gu Nanji wasn't particularly disappointed. Other doctors said the same thing.
I knew you wouldn't. I guess there's nothing you can do. Chenzhe showed a hint of admiration.
Teacher Gu was indeed a good teacher who could listen to other people's opinions.
The word she swallowed must be okay. Then Chenzhe smiled and said, "You are wrong.
I said it is difficult to cure, not that it cannot be cured.
It just takes more time. Can you cure it completely?"
Gu Nanji was delighted. She hadn't realized that her emotions could be so up and down by a little boy like Chenzhe.
Chenzhe said very confidently, "Of course I can cure it. How long will it take? Half a year or a year?" Gu Nanji asked anxiously.
She has been suffering from this stomach problem for many years. If Chenzhe can help her cure it completely, she will definitely thank him very much.
2.5 years.
Chenzhe smiled slightly. Just kidding, the fastest is 3 days, the slowest is 7 days.
So fast? Gu Nanji couldn't believe it.
In fact, Chenzhe gave her 3 Neptune stomach strengthening tablets, and she was cured in 1 day. The reason why 3 or 7 days is said is not to cure her illness within this period of time, but to raise her favorability to more than 90 points. Chenzhe said with great confidence, "My grandfather made some pills for treating stomach problems himself, and they are very effective.
I will ask him if he has any at home.
If he does, ask him to mail them to me immediately. Combined with massage techniques, I can cure your stomach problems in 7 days at most."
You want a massage?
Of course.
Medication alone is not that effective.
It must be combined with massage to achieve an effect where the sum of the two is greater than the sum of the two.
Oh. Gu Nanji couldn't help but ask, "Where to press?" Chenzhe's eyes and tone were very frank, and he said loudly, "Sole of the foot."
When Gu Nanji thought of the scene of Chenzhe squatting down to massage her feet, her ears began to turn slightly red.
Gu Nanji's heartbeat point +1. Chenzhe was surprised and said, "No, teacher, why are you shy?"
In Zhangzhou, there is a massage every 5 steps and a bath every 10 steps.
You haven't washed your feet or had a massage yet, have you?
Not only was Gu Nanji's tone shy, she even lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Chenzhe in the eye. "I have massaged before, but they were all female technicians."
Men. Chenzhe said confidently, "What's wrong with men? Men are stronger and have better skills. Besides, I am here to treat you."
In the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women.
What you said makes me look small-minded.
Gu Nanji hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, "Okay. When your grandfather's medicine arrives by mail, remember to notify me."
Teacher, don't worry. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Go ahead, go ahead.
After Chenzhe left, Gu Nanji was stunned for a while, and suddenly looked out the window as if possessed by a ghost. He saw the handsome and tall figure gradually going away, and seemed to be thinking about something.
Chapter 150 The Cute Little Cook.
After lingering with Teacher Gu for a while, it was almost 5 o'clock. A large group of college students were about to arrive after class, so Chenzhe didn't dare to delay and drove out of the school quickly as he didn't want to encounter a bunch of human roadblocks. I called Xiao Liuli in the car and learned that the girl had no classes in the afternoon and was already preparing dinner for the day in her rented apartment at around 3 o'clock.
Chenzhe rushed straight to the downstairs of King Heiju apartment.
As for the small villa bought for her, Su Ruoli was very dissatisfied with the original decoration and was working hard to save money to redecorate it, so she did not live in it. The small villa has 2 floors and is over 180 square meters, and the entrance garden also needs to be renovated.
At first, Su Ruoli estimated that it would cost at least 1 million yuan.
Later, after communicating with a designer, he realized that in order to achieve the effect he wanted, it would cost at least 1.5 million yuan, with no upper limit. So Su Ruoli has been working hard on live streaming to make money these days. She hasn't seen Chenzhe for a few days and felt a little guilty, so she wanted to make him a loving dinner to reward him.
The door opened, and Su Ruoli, wearing a pink apron and holding a spatula, appeared in front of Chenzhe. She stood there pretty, looking like a good wife and mother. She was cooking. She just greeted Chenzhe, took a bottle of ice cola, gave him a kiss, then went back to the kitchen to busy herself, leaving Chenzhe to do as he pleased.
Chenzhe has recently completed the transformation from a boy to a man, and he is very hungry both physically and mentally. Besides, Su Ruoli was his woman, clean and pure, and he was the only driver, so he really wanted to eat her right here and right now. But after taking a look in the kitchen and seeing how busy she was, Chen Zhe decided to wait a while and not make trouble. He took a casual tour of the house. The small apartment of less than 40 square meters was very cozy. The living room and dining room were together. Although it was not big, there were some live broadcast equipment and many of the girls' belongings, but it was tidy and clean. Chen Zhe also went to take a look at Su Ruoli's boudoir. There was pink wallpaper inside, and the bedsheets, quilt covers, wardrobe, and dressing table were all pink. There was also a small cabinet next to the pink curtains, which was filled with pink and red dolls. The whole is full of a pink girlish flavor. Chen Zhe returned to the living room and turned on the TV just to listen to the sound. Although he didn't get up until almost 12 o'clock today, Chen Zhe was a little tired after running around all afternoon without a good rest. He lay on the small sofa with his eyes closed and dozed off. The warm light of setting sun poured in from the balcony. There is a pretty cook in the kitchen cooking dinner. I can hear the sound of cooking in my ears and smell the aroma of some food. Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh, it was so comfortable. Elder brother. Unconsciously, Chen Zhe had taken a nap for half an hour. He opened his eyes when Su Ruoli gently woke him up, then washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Stir-fried beef, pan-fried fish, boiled pork slices, stir-fried lettuce, corn, carrot and pork rib soup. No matter what it tastes like, at least it looks good and smells good. Color, aroma, and taste, at least 2 of them. Su Ruoli served Chen Zisheng some rice, handed him chopsticks, and then sat down opposite him. Then I started eating. Su Ruoli was a little nervous. If you want to win a man's heart, you must win his stomach. She didn't know whether Chen Zhe would like the dishes she cooked. Chen Zhe picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He chewed it for a few bites, looked at Su Ruoli in surprise, and gave him a thumbs up. Wow, it's delicious. Just eat it if you like. Su Ruoli finally felt relieved and smiled. She looked so beautiful when she smiled, like a spring flower. She picked up the chopsticks and tasted a piece of meat. After chewing it for a few times, she quickly pulled a tissue over her mouth and spit it out. It's too salty. Can you eat this? I like strong flavors. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Su Ruoli was somewhat touched. Hubby, don't force yourself to eat just to comfort me. Chen Zhe smiled and said, you've worked hard all afternoon, I have to finish it even if it's salty. Su Ruoli's favorability +1. Su Ruoli didn't say anything, his eyes were full of emotion. She felt that being able to meet Chen Zhe was truly a blessing from her previous life. Not only is he tall, rich and handsome, but he's also so thoughtful. What else is there to hope for? As for status, can that thing be used to make a living? Here she once again silently thanked Song Yuqi. If it weren't for her, how would she have had the opportunity to develop to this point with Chen Zhe? Chen Zhe was concentrating on eating. Only after he was full would he have the energy to have a delicious dinner. The lettuce is a little bland and I forgot to put salt in the pork rib soup, but it doesn't matter, just add some salt. Moreover, the stir-fried beef and fire-cooked fish were really good. Chen Zhe finished 2 large bowls of rice in one breath and drank a bowl of soup. He felt full and comfortable. Seeing Chen Zhe eating with relish, Su Ruoli felt even happier. Her appetite was much smaller, only half a bowl of rice, but girls are very delicate when eating, chewing their food slowly and carefully, and she hasn't finished yet. After Su Ruoli finished her meal, Chen Zhe wanted to help clean up the table, but she held him back. I'll clean it up, you just take a rest. It's okay. It's good to move around after eating. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. I don't care about other people, but I can't bear to let my man do these things. There is actually another sentence behind the saying that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. He should not touch anything that has blood or flesh. What this means is that a gentleman should stay away from things involving blood and killing, not that he should not enter the kitchen. However, since Su Ruoli insisted, he didn't say much. After Su Ruoli finished cleaning up, the two of them went downstairs hand in hand for a walk to digest the food. They stopped by to take a look at the small villa. Su Ruoli talked about how to decorate it in the future and how to build a little love nest for her and Chen Zhe. Seeing the longing in Su Ruoli's eyes, Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Does he like her? That's for sure. But how deep? It's definitely not as deep as her love for me. At least Chen Zhe never thought about his and her future. Chen Zhe was not a person who was indecisive, and he made a decision quickly. Regardless of whether there was a future or not, he would cherish the person in front of him, cherish the present, cherish the time they spent together, and try his best to make her happy. So after returning from the walk, Chenzhe worked very hard in her boudoir, allowing Su Ruoli to enjoy extreme happiness time and time again.
Durability 1. Durability 1.
Omitted 30,000 words.
Hubby, can you rest here with me tonight?
After finishing, Su Ruoli, who was almost exhausted, rested for a long time before regaining some strength. He lay on Chenzhe's chest and drew circles like a well-behaved kitten.
Chenzhe shook his head. I have to go racing at 9 o'clock, I don't know when I will be back, let's do it another day. Su Ruoli's beautiful eyes flashed with panic. Still coming? I can't do it anymore. I really don't have the strength anymore.
Chenzhe pinched her little face. I mean, come over to sleep another day.
Who told you not to explain yourself clearly? Su Ruoli rolled his eyes at him.
After being together for a while, it was past 8 o'clock and Chenzhe was about to leave. Su Ruoli casually put on pajamas, put on a small jacket on the outside, and sent Chenzhe downstairs. As soon as I came out of the elevator, I saw a young man standing there waiting for the elevator with flowers in his hands.
Seeing Su Ruoli holding Chenzhe's arm, the young man was greatly surprised. Chapter 151 Akita Mountain Circuit.
When Su Ruoli saw the young man, she couldn't help but frown slightly. However, her expression and gaze only stayed on the young man for a moment, and then she stuck closer to Chenzhe and walked past the man without looking away. The young man turned around and looked at the backs of Su Ruoli and Chenzhe with a complicated expression. He hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth, and quickly chased after them.
Ruoli, what a coincidence. Oh, it's you.
Su Ruoli had to stop and said indifferently. Her cold attitude hurt the young man's heart.
He didn't care whether it was awkward or not, and handed the flowers in his hand to Su Ruoli. This is the flowers I gave you, I hope you like them. Su Ruoli was very annoyed.
She glanced at Chenzhe carefully.
Seeing that he looked calm, she frowned and said to the young man, Gufeng, I think I have made it very clear before. I have a husband now, and it is impossible for me to be with you. You should just give up on this idea. Husband? Is this what you call that man as husband?
When he saw the pajamas she was wearing, the young man suddenly realized something.
He was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe.
He watched her helplessly, but could do nothing. His face was pale, and he struggled desperately. Then our previous relationship.
Su Ruoli was worried that Chenzhe would be angry, so she quickly distanced herself from him and interrupted him. We just chatted on WeChat for a few days. It didn't add up to more than 30 sentences, did it? You're just overthinking it, okay? I don't have any feelings for you at all. The young man swayed for a while and said unwillingly, what about when we were playing in the bar? Su Ruoli panicked.
Chenzhe knew very well that with Su Ruoli's beauty and figure, it was not surprising at all for her to raise a few fish.
So he has been very calm.
But when he saw the young man's look and expression, Chenzhe suddenly felt something and felt like he was looking in a mirror.
When he confessed his love to Son Yuchi and was rejected, did he look as miserable and pitiful as the man opposite him?
Chenzhe suddenly reached out his hand, took the flowers from the young man, and said gently, your flowers are very beautiful.
I thank you on behalf of Ruoli.
The young man was stunned. Su Ruoli was also stunned.
No one can figure out what Chenzhe is thinking. But Chenzhe didn't say much.
He held the flowers, held Su Ruoli's hand and walked out of the apartment door, then took out the key and pressed the unlock button.
In the night, the BMW M8's headlights flashed twice.
The young man looked at the white BMW, took out his mobile phone to search for the price, then touched the car key of the Mercedes-Benz C260 that he bought with a loan in his pocket. He was immediately disheartened and left without saying a word. Although he still has some money and looks okay, if he meets other competitors, he can still compete with them. However, facing an opponent like Chenzhe whose looks and wealth completely crushed him, he had no intention of competing with him. After the young man drove away, Su Ruoli carefully looked at Chenzhe's face and said guiltily, husband, he and I really.
You don't have to explain anything.
Chenzhe showed a warm smile, put the flowers in his hand on the passenger seat, then hugged Su Ruoli and kissed her forehead. I won't care about your past, as long as you behave yourself in the future.
Su Ruoli nodded quickly. Okay, I will definitely listen to you in the future.
I had several suitors before, but after being with you, I made it clear to them and deleted all contact information. I really didn't expect that Gufeng would find where I live. Hubby, please don't be angry with me.
It's all in the past. I'm not such a stingy person. Chenzhe smiled.
The main reason was that Chen Zhe knew that he was her only driver and there was no need for him to care about her previous fish farming.
Besides, didn't I raise several fish myself? I really had no right to say anything about her. President Yi had already sent the address. The location of tonight's race is the Akitayama circuit, which is quite famous in the entire Shonan province.
This track is a formal business venue, hosting more than a dozen high-level official competitions every year. When there are no competitions, the young men from the provincial capital also like to come here to play and experience the speed and passion. Zhang Yang, Yi Liangchen and others who are local bosses are frequent visitors here.
It took Chen Zhe more than half an hour to drive there.
After kissing Su Ruoli goodbye, he drove straight there. By the time he arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, it was already 8:55. The parking lot is large, but there are not many cars because this track requires membership to enter, and the membership fee alone is 1 million per year, so there are bound to not be many people coming here to play. There are more than a dozen cars parked in the parking lot, all of which are worth over $1 million. Among them, there are 4 supercars worth tens of millions of dollars, which look quite cool and attractive.
There are rescue vehicles and ambulances parked a little further away, which are the rescue support provided by the Akitayama circuit.
There is a DJ booth near the start of the track, with snacks and drinks. More than 20 young men and women were drinking, twisting their bodies to the exciting music, and making excited "oh" sounds from time to time. In the rest area a little further away, there were 7 or 8 young men and women sitting.
The men are noble and the women are beautiful.
And they were divided into 2 circles. On one side are Yi Qingning and her brother, Chen Haodong and Xiao Mei. On the other side were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the young men was wearing a white shirt and had a stern look. There was a cunning and cruel light flashing in his eyes. His skin was sickly pale, adding a bit of danger to him.
It's Zhang Yang.
Another young man who looks punk and arrogant is called Wang Haoqian.
The Wang family also has assets of more than 3 billion. Little Wang has been spoiled by his family since he was a child. He seems to be more stylish than Zhang Yang, but he always follows Zhang Yang's lead. The hot beauty dressed in designer clothes is called Xie Zhao. Her family assets are only worth tens of millions, which is almost negligible in front of Zhang Yang and his group. The reason why she was able to get into this circle was simply because she was Wang Haoqian's 17th girlfriend. Why haven't you come yet?
Wang Haoqian raised his wrist and looked at the time displayed on the Patek Philippe, which was close to 2 million, then looked at Yi Qingning opposite him with some impatience.
Why are you in such a hurry? It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Yi Liangchen snorted.
Wang Haoqian also snorted. We are already here, why couldn't he come a few minutes earlier? He wanted to come on time? What a big deal.
Chen Haodong smiled and said, Xiao Qianzi, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You have to change your bad habit of being impatient and hasty.
Wang Haoqian said angrily, what do you mean?
Chen Haodong laughed and said, look, you're getting impatient again.
I told you not to be so impatient. What are you impatient for?
There was a lot of noise here, and Xiaomei and Xie Zhao knew that they had little influence and could not take advantage of the favor they received. They could not afford to offend both sides, so they did not dare to interrupt at all. Zhang Yang crossed his fingers in front of his chest, his eyes were unfocused, no one knew what he was looking at or what he was thinking. Yi Qingning was too lazy to talk, she just looked at the time.
It was almost 9 o'clock, so she couldn't help feeling a little anxious, wondering why Chen Zhe hadn't come yet. Sister Yi, Liangchen, Haodong.
Speak of Chao Chao and he will appear. Yi Qingning looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chen Zhe walking towards her from a distance. The lights and the surrounding night added a sense of mystery to him. In this background and atmosphere, he was like an anime hero who leaped from the second dimension into the human world.
Yi Qingning favorability +5. Chapter 152, Attitude of Asking People to Do Things. Coming?
Yi Qingning stood up gracefully, looked at Chen Zhe and nodded lightly.
Brother Chen.
Yi Liangchen and the other 2 greeted him enthusiastically.
Wang Haoqian looked Chen Zhe up and down with a hint of hostility. But damn, this guy is so handsome.
Zhang Yang still sat there motionless, his mind wandering. At exactly 9 o'clock, Zhang Yang suddenly stood up without looking at his watch or his mobile phone, and walked towards his car, a pure black Koenigsegg. Passing by a group of dancing people, he grabbed a hot girl and asked her to walk to the front of the car with him, opened the door, and got in.
Why don't you come over quickly? Our brother Zhang is already waiting. Wang Haoqian urged Chen Zhe. Drive my Danish car. Yi Qingning handed the key to Chen Zhe. Okay. Chen Zhe took the key and was about to leave when Wang Haoqian said dissatisfiedly, "Wait, is this your first time racing?" "To be fair, our brother Zhang brought a female companion in the car, so you have to bring one too."
"Yeah." Yi Liangchen came over and said, "Brother Chen, we do have this rule here."
Chen Zhe said oh and then glanced around.
He only knew 2 women here, and Xiaomei was Chen Haodong's girlfriend, so she was obviously not suitable. So, he naturally locked his eyes on Yi Qingning. Seeing Chen Zhe staring at her, Yi Qingning couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But she knew how fast Chen Zhe drove. He almost made her dizzy that day. She really didn't dare to ride in Chen Zhe's car again.
"Mr. Yi? Come over and play."
Chen Zhe waved at her with a smile. Yi Qingning wanted to refuse, but there were so many people present.
What if they knew that the reason why the eldest daughter of the Yi family didn't ride in the car driven by Chen Zhe was because she had been shaken and vomited? How embarrassing is that? After a little hesitation, Yi Qingning finally followed Chen Zhe and went up to his own big bull. "It feels like I'm on a pirate ship."
After getting in the car, Yi Qingning's first words were, "Don't drive so hard later."
Chen Zhe joked, "Sister Yi doesn't like macho men? Then what kind do you like?"
Yi Qingning was slightly surprised, frowned slightly, and glared at him, "Stop talking nonsense."
Chen Zhe opened the car door and got out. Yi Qingning was confused. "What do you mean?" Chen Zhe said calmly, "Your attitude is not good, it affects my mood."
Racing is so dangerous, it is difficult to win if you are not in a good mood, and it is easy to get into trouble.
"So, I'd better go back." Yi Qingning was completely confused.
She had never seen a man dare to do this in front of her.
Among the younger generation in Zhangzhou, who wouldn't want to show their best side when seeing her?
Even though Zhang Yang had a bad temper and didn't get along with her, he wouldn't be like Chen Zhe, who would walk away in disdain just because of a word from her.
He has a really bad temper.
While Yi Qingning was stunned for a while, Chen Zhe really walked back. The crowd around who were waiting to watch the show were all a little surprised and didn't know what Chen Zhe was going to do.
Wang Haoqian was so angry that he rushed over and asked, "What else do you want to do? The game is about to start. Everyone is waiting. What are you yelling about? Go ask her."
Chen Zhe glared at Wang Haoqian and pointed at Yi Qingning.
Wang Haoqian was shocked and thought to himself, "This kid is so bold that he actually dares to lose his temper with me?" But now he was too lazy to get entangled with Chen Zhe, so he quickly walked up to Dainio and asked, "Sister Ning, what's going on? Did the driver you found take the wrong medicine?" Yi Qingning certainly wouldn't explain anything to him.
She opened the car door and got out. "Tell Zhang Yang to wait for a minute at most." After saying that, she trotted in the direction of Chen Zhe.
Wang Haoqian frowned and came to Zhang Yang's car and said, "Brother Yang, I don't know what's wrong with that kid. Sister Ning asked you to wait for a minute."
Zhang Yang said nothing, his face calm, his hands on the steering wheel, looking at the winding mountain road ahead. Wang Haoqian was used to Zhang Yang's behavior and knew that he must have heard it, so he didn't say anything more.
Yi Qingning had already caught up with Chen Zhe. She suppressed her impatience and anger and said as calmly as possible, "Chen Zhe, what are you doing? I hope you'll keep your word. The game is about to start, so please don't waste everyone's time, okay?" Chen Zhe said slowly, "Boss Yi, you don't think that I can help you race just for the 300,000, right?" Yi Qingning frowned, "What do you mean?"
Chen Zhe looked straight into her eyes and said calmly, "You asked me to help you today.
Think carefully about what attitude you should have when asking someone to do something for you.
I don't need you to be enthusiastic, but I hope your attitude can at least be a little better."
Is that too much?
Yi Qingning was of course very clear about what attitude was required when asking someone to do something for you. Although she manages several small companies in her family, she does not have the final say in the Yi family. If she wants to go further in her career, she must get closer to the uncles, aunts, and uncles on the board of directors. Although President Yi looks cold and arrogant, she is not unworldly. In front of the elders on the board of directors, she always shows her likable side, such as being gentle and polite, well-behaved and sensible, with a lively look in her eyes and ideas in her heart.
Then why does she not look happy even when asking Chen Zhe for help? The answer is simple. The arrogant President Yi finds it difficult to look down on the younger generation in Zhangzhou. For example, those top rich second generations, Zhang Yang disgusted her, and Yi Liangchen was beaten by her since he was a child. Others, such as Wang Haoqian and Chen Haodong, are much wealthier and naturally cannot be taken seriously by President Yi.
Not to mention Chen Zhe, who has no one to follow. Yi Qingning realized that it might be her slightly cold attitude that hurt Chen Zhe's self-esteem, but she didn't think she had done anything wrong. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Jiangzhou, and with such an unpromising younger brother, the Yi family's large group company with a market value of more than 7 billion will eventually be hers.
It is no exaggeration to say that she is the princess of Jiangzhou. Is it necessary for a princess to be too polite to an ordinary person?
What's more, it was Chen Zhe who spoke sweet words to her, so she would ask him to stop talking nonsense.
What did she do wrong?
Yi Qingning said coldly, Chen Zhe, I also ask you to think about it carefully.
It is because of your frivolous words that my attitude is a little strict. Chen Zhe smiled and said, I am young and hot-tempered, and I don't hold back. If you don't like my personality, please find someone else. Can you please stop dawdling? Wang Haoqian was already very impatient and shouted at this side.
The rest of the crowd was also talking, and it was obvious that everyone was getting impatient.
A staff member of the Akitayama circuit came over.
She was a girl with snow-white thighs exposed and wearing sexy and cool clothes. She was holding 2 small flags in her hands. It was obvious that her job was to wave the flags at the starting point of the track and give the signal to start.
Boss Yi, are you ready? We have a game coming up later.
Chen Zhe was not in a hurry at all, but Yi Qingning was really helpless.
Okay, I apologize. The arrogant President Yi took a deep breath, looked at Chen Zhe and said, I ask you to get back in the car and help me win this game. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said it earlier? Chen Zhe smiled. He just wanted to cure Ms. Ye's arrogance.
It didn't matter whether she was convinced or not, as long as her attitude was right, it would be fine.
Chen Zhe decided to quit while he was ahead and turned around to walk towards Danyu.
Yi Qingning hurried to follow.
Wait until they are seated, then make an OK gesture to the girl waving the flag. It's finally time to begin. The onlookers were all cheered up. Ready? The sexy girl held up 2 small flags high. The curve of her slim back is particularly attractive. But at this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on the blue bull and the black Koenigsegg. Go!
Along with this shout, the sexy girl threw the small flag in her hand to the side.
Boom!
Amidst the huge roar, 2 supercars rushed out at lightning speed. The young men and women who were watching all screamed with excitement, and the DJ played a very exciting BGM at the perfect time, which brought the atmosphere to a small climax. The new book has been published, Japan, Starting to Save the Cat-Eared Girl. You can go and take a look if you have nothing to do.
Chapter 153 Fast and Furious. It's open, it's open. After Zhang Yang set off, Wang Haoqian impatiently shouted to the crowd, Are you interested in making a bet? Bet on who will win between Brother Zhang and Chen Zhe, and I'll be the banker. Immediately, many people gathered around with great interest. Master Wang, how do we play? Wang Haoqian said, Let's play it simple. If you want to play, bet 500,000. If Brother Zhang wins, you give me 500,000. If Brother Zhang loses, I give you 500,000. Is it fair? Fair ass. Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not want to give money to Wang Haoqian. Who among those who come here to play doesn't know that Zhang Yang is the king of drag racing in Jiangzhou? It was obvious that the reinforcements Miss Yi invited had no experience and didn't even bother to familiarize themselves with the track in advance. How could he beat Zhang Yang? With Wang Haoqian as the banker, it is a sure win. Brother Yi, Xiao Qianzi is calling us. Chen Haodong couldn't help but laugh when he saw this situation. What do you mean?
Yi Liangchen had been looking at the winding mountain road and did not pay attention to Wang Haoqian's movements.
He wants to be the banker, waiting for people to buy Chen Zhe to win.
Chen Haodong explained briefly, among so many people present, only the 2 of us support Brother Chen. Yi Liangchen frowned slightly. Chen Zhe and Zhang Yang were running side by side at the start, but soon at the first bend, Zhang Yang left Chen Zhe behind. The big bull was obviously a little slower when turning because he was not familiar with the road conditions and could only rely on temporary reactions. Obviously, Zhang Yang, who was more familiar with the track, took advantage of the terrain. Yi Liangchen knew that the situation was not favorable to Chen Zhe, but damn it, it would be better to lose the battle than the fight. Wang Haoqian was waiting for him there. No matter what, he had to bet on Brother Chen to win. What's the point of 100,000? I'm betting 1 million on Chen Zhe to win. Do you dare to accept it? Yi Liangchen walked over to Wang Haoqian, raised his eyebrows and asked contemptuously.
Wang Haoqian said cheerfully, Why not? I dare to take more even if you place more orders. No matter how much you bet, you are just giving money to me. Of course, the more you buy, the better.
I'll add another million and bet on brother Chen to win. Chen Haodong also came over and said to Wang Haoqian. Unlike Yi Liangchen's impulsive behavior, Chen Haodong still felt that brother Chen might have a chance of winning. After all, his driving skills were recognized by sister Ning.
Maybe he can win $1 million today.
To put it another way, even if he lost the 1 million, it wouldn't matter. He would at least help Master Yi and brother Chen to get the place going.
Okay. Let's get a staff member to do the notarization and registration. Wang Haoqian was overjoyed. Someone else came to give him money.
He immediately waved to a staff member and asked him to come over to handle the gambling.
On the winding mountain road.
The moment the supercar's engine roared wildly, Zhang Yang seemed to wake up, and his expression became extremely excited. He observed the situation behind through the rearview mirror and found that the blue bull had fallen behind 2 bends. He couldn't help but smile with contempt.
What is that?
Zhang Yang originally thought that the person Yi Qingning had gone to great lengths to invite must be some extraordinary master. Now it seems that he is indeed a little stronger than those useless people of Yi Liangchen, but that's all.
Experienced racing drivers will definitely familiarize themselves with the track in advance.
However, the guy named Chen Zhe arrived just on time.
There are only 2 cases for this. One is extremely conceited, and the other is extremely stupid. Obviously, in Zhang Yang's eyes, Chen Zhe belongs to the second category. We're sure to win today. But this doesn't mean it's boring. Zhang Yang enjoys the process of racing more.
He felt that he could challenge himself and try to shorten the time it took to run a lap.
Even if it was only 1 second, it would be progress. Mr. Zhang, you are so awesome.
The car behind us has disappeared.
The hot girl in the passenger seat seized the opportunity to start flattering him. Zhang Yang had no intention of showing off.
There was a relatively long straight road ahead. He leisurely grabbed the hot girl's hemisphere and rubbed it a few times. Don't talk too much later.
After we get off the car, I will definitely give you some benefits. Yeah. The hot girl nodded repeatedly.
On the big bull behind, seeing that Koenigsegg was almost out of sight, Yi Qingning couldn't help but feel anxious. Chen Zhe, come on.
Chen Zhe had a lazy expression and even yawned. I can't refuel.
I'm afraid you'll get carsick if I drive too fast.
Yi Qingning was speechless. How boring is this car race for you that you're yawning? I am a burden to you, right?
Actually, I didn't want to get on the bus either, but Zhang Yang insisted on bringing a female companion on board. Yi Qingning said, don't worry about me, as long as you can win, I will endure it, it's okay.
Are you serious? Really? Don't blame me if you vomit. I don't blame you. But can you win when you're so far behind? Chen Zhe was too lazy to respond, and instead asked another question. Are you familiar with this track? Good. How many difficult turns are there ahead? Yi Qingning thought for a moment and said, there is an S-curve.
Well, when you get close to the top of the mountain, there is also a 90-degree sharp turn.
The slope is very steep and the turn is sharp.
It is very dangerous. Chen Zhe nodded and sat up a little straighter. Sit tight, hold on. Hearing this, Yi Qingning reflexively tensed up and quickly grabbed the seat and handle with both hands. However, Chen Zhe still did not speed up, but continued, you just asked me if I could win, and I'm telling you now, I'm sure to win.
After you win, can you treat me to a meal? Yi Qingning nodded and said, no problem. I remember you said you always keep your promises. Yes.
During the question and answer session with Chen Zhe, Yi Qingning unconsciously relaxed her guard. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhe suddenly stepped on the accelerator, scaring her so much that she screamed without caring about her image. The big bull let out a wild roar that echoed throughout the entire forest, and the strong push on his back almost suffocated Yi Qingning. But the strange thing was that even though Chen Zhe drove so fast this time, she didn't feel dizzy or uncomfortable. After recovering from the shock, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked at everything around her. Watching the scenery on the roadside receding like lightning, Missy felt a strong stimulation, an incomparable stimulation. The performance of the Daniel ox has been brought to its limit. Facing the curve, Chen Zhe did not slow down, but just drifted or turned through the drainage ditch. If you put a glass of water in the car, it won't spill. Stable and fast. The true Akita mountain racing god. Yi Qingning suddenly realized that the car was so stable today, so last time Chen Zhe was deliberately doing something bad and wanted to see her embarrassed.
Humph, this kid is really not a good person. Yi Qingning favorability +5.
Chunze was somewhat puzzled when he saw the system prompt, and he didn't know what Missy beside him was thinking. It's hard to guess what a woman is thinking, and he doesn't have the time to guess it now.
Women don't love men unless they are bad.
Brother Tong knew that he was busy, so he gave him a tip considerately.
Chunze's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up into an intriguing arc. After a while, Daniel saw Koenigsegg's raised butt. They're catching up. The hot girl couldn't help it.
Although Zhang Yang asked her to talk less, in this situation, it was okay for her to remind him, right?
Interesting.
Zhang Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and with his superb driving skills, he stayed firmly in front of the big bull. The two supercars were chasing each other, looking evenly matched and hard to tell. Soon we arrived at the S-curve. Yi Qingning felt the greatest excitement of the night. She even thought that she would fall off the cliff with Chunze, but Chunze always managed to get through it smoothly without any danger. Her hands unconsciously clenched tighter and tighter, but her eyes became more and more excited. I felt a strong urge in my heart to scream, but for the sake of my image, I had to hold it back.
If you want to shout, just shout it out. Aren't you tired of pretending to be an icy female CEO every day? Chunze suddenly said.
Yi Qingning looked at Chunze with some surprise.
Can this guy read minds?
In fact, when Chunze took her out for racing for the first time, he judged from the black transparent lace that she was a woman with a cold appearance but a passionate heart. The S-curve was passed smoothly, and Zhang Yang's skills were very stable, so Chunze still had no chance to overtake.
After a while, the top of the mountain came into view. Is that 90-degree sharp turn coming up soon?
Soon.
Chunze looked at her and whispered seductively like a devil, get ready to scream. Release yourself completely, go completely crazy. Chapter 154 I can't allow anyone to be more powerful than me.
Yi Qingning subconsciously wanted to refute Chunze. She is the kind of person who remains expressionless throughout the entire ride on that supposedly thrilling catapult-type roller coaster. And it wasn't the first time she passed that bend. How could she scream out of control? But thinking about what Chunze said before, he would vomit if he drove a car, Yi Qingning didn't say much after all, for fear that Chunze would deliberately do something bad. Soon, a sharp turn of almost 90 degrees appeared ahead. The winding mountain road has ups and downs, and the reason why this sharp turn is more dangerous than the S-turn is that the previous S-turn has no slope and is relatively gentle, while this sharp turn is a very steep downhill slope. Although there are guardrails beside the mountain road, they do not give people much sense of security. If the car is driving too fast, there is a great risk of breaking through the guardrail and falling off the cliff. Even Zhang Yang had to slow down when facing this bend.
However, Chunze stepped on the accelerator hard and chose to overtake from the outside lane. Are you going to die?
Yi Qingning was so frightened that her face turned pale.
Not only did she not slow down on such a sharp curve, but she actually stepped on the accelerator?
Moreover, the route Chunze took was the outer road close to the cliff, because the inner road was occupied by Zhang Yang's car.
Isn't this just seeking death? Zhang Yang also noticed Chunze's actions and his brows immediately frowned.
It's fine that this kid doesn't want to die, but Yi Qingning is still in the car. If the eldest daughter of the Yi family had an accident while racing with Zhang Yang would also face a series of troubles.
Is that guy crazy? The hot girl next to Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaimed again.
Only Chunze's expression remained calm. When he saw that the front of the car was about to hit the guardrail, he stepped on the brakes and slammed the steering wheel. The friction between the tires and the ground made a shrill scream.
The Danu made an extremely beautiful drift.
Although the rear of the car scraped against the guardrail, it passed the corner smoothly and overtook Zhang Yang's car. After the turn, there was a relatively flat straight road.
The blue bull rushed out like lightning, maintaining its leading position and leaving no chance for Zhang Yang to overtake.
Soon, a wide uphill straight road appeared in front of us, leading directly to the top of the mountain. The big bull was still speeding upwards, with the starry sky above its head. Looking at the bright night sky, Yi Qingning suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if Chunze was flying her towards a romantic place.
Woo!
When the bull climbed rapidly to the highest point of the uphill slope, there was a flat open space on the top of the mountain in front of it, and the entire car body suddenly flew into the air. At this moment, the speed of the whole world seemed to slow down. Yi Qingning fell into a wonderful state, looking at the starry sky intoxicatedly, and couldn't help but reach out her hand. It seemed as if she could touch the stars if she stretched out her hand.
Boom!
The bull fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This huge shock seemed to open Yi Qingning's heart, making her cheer loudly regardless of her image.
Ah! So beautiful. It feels so good. Amid Yi Qingning's cheers, Daniel started down the mountain and galloped away.
At this time, Zhang Yang's car had just reached the top of the mountain, and he could no longer see the taillights of Daniel's car.
The hot girl was stunned. This is really awesome. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and stepped on the brakes.
Although the race was not over yet, he knew he had already lost. Koenigsegg slowly turned around and returned along the original route, and soon arrived at the sharp bend. Zhang Yang stopped the car and got out, studying the brake marks left by the big bull when it turned here just now. After looking carefully for a while, Zhang Yang closed his eyes again and simulated in his mind whether he could accelerate through the corner if he drove along this route. After a moment, Zhang Yang had to admit that he couldn't do it. He has the courage to go crazy, but his skills can't help him do it.
If he learns to drift like Qinzhe, he will have only one outcome: the car will be destroyed and he will die. It's really awesome.
Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes.
Zhangzhou, we cannot allow anyone more powerful than me. Then Zhang Yang took out his mobile phone and sent a message and a photo. Qinzhe, a student at Jiang University.
Break his right hand. After a while, when Zhang Yang returned to the car and slowly went down the mountain, the man nicknamed Dafei replied, "Brother Yang, business is not good now, so the price has increased." Zhang Yang drove with one hand and replied to the message, "Ask an offer."
Dafei, 20. It is indeed expensive.
Zhang Yang thinks Qinzhe's life is only worth 20.
But he didn't say anything and directly transferred 100,000 yuan. That's the rule. Pay half before doing the work. After the deal is done, pay the other half.
After receiving the transfer, Dafei sent a photo of Qinzhe to a man named Liang Kuan. "Break this kid's right hand, 100,000.
Do it?
I'll take this job." After receiving the 50,000 yuan deposit, Liang Kuan called a man named Yao Yang and said, 50,000 yuan, break this kid's right hand.
No problem. After Yao Yang received the money, he made another phone call.
In the end, a gangster named Shanji took a deposit of 1,000 yuan and promised to break Qinzhe's right hand within 24 hours. When the deal was finally settled, Qinzhe had already gone down the mountain and returned to his original starting point.
Seeing that the blue bull came back first, Wang Haoqian couldn't believe his eyes.
Others were also very surprised.
They didn't expect that the racing king of Zhangzhou would lose to an unknown kid. I won. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen is awesome. Yi Liangchen and Chen Haodong were very happy. They walked directly to Wang Haoqian.
Yi Liangchen taunted him mercilessly, "Xiao Qianzi, thank you for your 1 million. Chen Haodong said with a smile, "Master Wang is really generous.
He just gave me 1 million. Thank you, thank you." Wang Haoqian looked sullen and said nothing.
He transferred 1 million to each of them and then walked away.
Brother Chen, you are awesome.
Yi Liangchen, Chen Haodong, and Xiao Mei all walked to Daniel's side.
Basic exercises are not bad. Qinzhe smiled faintly.
From now on, Zhang Yang will no longer have the face to say that he is the car king of Zhangzhou. Yi Qingning showed a bright smile, and it can be seen that she was in a good mood. After she shouted loudly on the top of the mountain, she was in a very good mood and her affection for Qinzhe was slowly growing. After a race, her favorability increased by a total of 17 points. It finally settled on the number 37. Yi Liangchen felt a little strange when he saw his sister's bright smile. He knew that his sister had never given him a good look before, but it was rare that she was so happy today.
Brother Chen is still capable.
After Yi Liangchen praised Qinzhe for a few words, he transferred 500,000 yuan to Qinzhe. Qinzhe was a little surprised when he saw the transfer information. "Liangchen, your sister said that if I win this game, I will get 300,000. Yi Liangchen smiled and said, "I made a bet with Wang Haoqian and won 1 million. I'll give you half of it." Chen Haodong also transferred 500,000 yuan to Qinzhe. "Brother, I also won 1 million.
If it weren't for you being awesome, how could I have earned this money? I'll transfer half to you too, so don't be polite."
Yi Qingning also quietly transferred 300,000 yuan to Qinzhe.
Thank you very much. Qinzhe didn't be polite with them. I accidentally made 1.3 million, well, not bad. Chapter 155 Lovelock. After a while, Zhang Yang's car came back. Yi Qingning walked up to him and asked him to cash in his bet. Zhang Yang readily asked someone to do the job and return the company he won from Yi Qingning.
After finishing the job, Zhang Yang left without saying a word to Qinzhe from beginning to end.
After leaving the Akita mountain circuit, Yi Liangchen suggested going out for a midnight snack. Yi Liangchen, a native of Jiangzhou, knew where to find delicious midnight snacks. He gave everyone locations and led them to an inconspicuous alley. The environment here is old and the facade looks shabby, but the taste is really good. Yi Qingning's siblings, Chen Haodong, Xiaomei and Chen Zhe sat at the same table and ate and drank for a while. Chen Zhe had already decided to become good friends with Liangchen, and he kept chatting with brother Liangchen while eating and drinking. He would definitely pick up any topic Liangchen brought up, and when Liangchen had nothing to say, he would bring up a new topic, ranging from car racing to various games and animations, making Liangchen feel that this conversation was more comfortable than ever before. Chen Zhe is now also capable of downward compatibility, which makes Yi Liangchen feel very fond of him and feel that they had met too late. Yi Liangchen hooked his arm around Chen Zhe's shoulder and said with emotion, "Brother Chen, I really never thought that it would be so pleasant to chat with people without racing, dancing or going to bars. Why didn't I meet you earlier?" Chen Haodong was also deeply touched. "Yes. I think I can chat with you until dawn today." Yi Liangchen suddenly shouted, "Today I must become sworn brothers with you." Chen Haodong quickly said, "Count me in." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "How do we become sworn brothers? Do we want to swear an oath of blood and worship Guangdong? At the very least, you should offer a few sticks of incense, right?" Yi Liangchen thought about it. Although he didn't have anything on hand, he had a mobile phone. After a while, he searched for a picture of 3 incense sticks, enlarged it, and placed it on the table. The drunk Yi Liangchen didn't think twice, holding the wine glass and kneeling down in front of the phone. "Today, I'm Yi Liangchen." Chen Haodong quickly followed, "I'm Chen Haodong." Chen Zhe was speechless as he looked at the two of them. "You two should persuade them and get them up." Chen Zhe looked at Yi Qingning and Xiaomei for help. Yi Qingning and Xiaomei were also at a loss whether to laugh or cry when they saw this. Both of them tried to persuade them, but the 2 drunk guys didn't listen at all. "Hurry up and play with them, finish quickly, and get up quickly. It won't be good if other people see you." Yi Qingning sighed and gently pushed Chen Zhe's arm. Chen Zhe said with a headache, "Then you two should move aside. If someone sees this, they will think it's some grown man who made a mistake and is kneeling down to beg his wife for forgiveness." Yi Qingning rolled her eyes at him, "You are so beautiful." Having said that, she and Xiaomei still stood up and stood aside. Chen Zhe sighed, holding the wine and kneeling down, "I am Chen Zhe. Today we are brothers of the opposite sex. We do not ask to be born on the same day, nor do we ask to die on the same day." In terms of age, Yi Liangchen is the eldest brother, Chen Haodong is the second, and Chen Zhe is the third. But Yi Liangchen had said early on that he and Chen Zhe had their own opinions. He called Chen Zhe brother Chen and Chen Zhe could call him brother Liangchen. No matter how they were ranked, Chen Haodong would always be the second. Yi Liangchen was still clamoring for people to take photos as a souvenir. Yi Qingning and Xiaomei both took out their cell phones and took a few photos of them. In the photo, the drunk and smiling Yi Liangchen and Chen Haodong were on both sides, and Chen Zhe, with a helpless look on his face, was standing in the middle. No one would have thought at that time that 3 years later, the Three Tigers Group, co-founded by these 3 sworn brothers, would rank first among the Fortune Global 500. This group photo has become the most precious photo of the group company. The enlarged huge photo is hung in the center of the magnificent hall of the company headquarters. No matter who comes, they can see it at first sight. Of course, according to unreliable rumors, the number 1 group company in the Fortune 500 should actually be the Cosmic Infantry Investment Company. The richest man in the world is also the boss behind the company. However, those wealthy individuals in big companies with power that ordinary people cannot imagine can choose not to be on the list. After having supper and returning to the hotel, it was already very late. Romeo had already fallen asleep, so Chen Zhe did not choose to have the next meal. The durability has dropped a lot in the past 2 days, so I still need to control myself. Early the next morning, Chen Zhe was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt some movement beside him. It seemed that Romy was calling him softly to get up. "Stop it, let me sleep a little longer." Chen Zhe turned over in a daze. Luo Mir really had something to do and wanted to tell Chen Zhe that she had to go back today. The guild had arranged a commercial performance for her and she had to report back to the company before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The team was waiting for her. But before leaving, Romeo wanted to go to the nearby Nanyue mountain to worship, hoping for good feng shui and the blessing of the god of wealth. So she wanted to get up early, but Chen Zhe had no intention of getting up at all, and she didn't dare to continue calling him for fear that he would be angry. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Romeo suddenly had an idea and decided to find another way to wake him up. I thought Chun-Zae would wake up within 10 minutes, but Romeo miscalculated.
This time, there was no Chen-Zae to show her his eloquent skills. She was so tired that she could hardly breathe, and Chen-Zae hadn't come out yet. However, the noise finally made Chen-Zae open his eyes in a daze, and he found that Romeo was performing oral skills. He immediately lifted the quilt and pressed her under him.
Romy's favorability +1. Romy's favorability +1. Romy's heart point +3. Durability 1.
After breakfast and packing up, the two set out to worship the Buddha. Romeo was dressed very decently today, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, cropped pants, white socks, and white shoes. There was only a light makeup on her pretty face, which girls call bare face makeup.
Chen Zichuan was wearing no makeup and casual clothes, but he was still very handsome.
After driving up the mountain for more than an hour and worshipping the Buddha, Romy said we could go back. But after Chen-Zae got in the car, she used the excuse of going to the bathroom, ran to a wooden bridge, and asked someone to put a love lock on her and Chen-Zae. Seeing the little gadget locked on the iron chain of the bridge, Romeo couldn't help but smile charmingly, which stunned many men passing by.
Romeo didn't know why this happened.
After only 2 or 3 days of getting along, she seemed to have fallen in love with Chen-Zae.
Is this love at first sight? Romy laughed at herself, wondering how old she was and why she was still imitating those little girls and being infatuated with them.
She knew very well in her heart that she was not worthy of Chen-Zae, and she should not expect any future with him.
So I just dared to come over quietly and hang a love lock.
If Chen-Zae saw this scene, he would not find it strange. Now Romy's favorability towards him is as high as 92, and they are in a relationship of passionate love. It is normal for her to do something a little childish in the heat of the moment.
After seeing Romy off, Chen-Zae completed the shipping procedures for the BMW M8.
After finishing the work, Chen-Zae looked at the time and saw that it was still early, not even 11 o'clock.
Since he had nothing to do, he took a taxi back to school. Just as I entered the school gate, Hu Yufei suddenly called me, "Chen-Zae, where are you? There's a fight in your class. Go check it out." "Gentlemen, let me ask you a question, who will be the queen?"
The candidates are Mu Hongyu, Lin Qianya, Hu Yufei, Yi Qingning, Tang Tian.
"There are too many trolls, and I've been trolled more than once.
I don't have any traffic, and I don't make money from being trolled.
If this continues, I'm going to slowly wind it down." Chapter 156. Tell them whose territory this is.
When Chen-Zae heard the call, he thought something bad had happened.
How big a fuss could this be that it even alerted the student union? He quickened his pace and began to jog towards the teaching building, asking as he ran, "Senior, what's going on?" Hu Yufei said quickly, "I can't explain it.
Your class monitor couldn't control the situation, so he asked our student union for help. I told her to just look for you, but she said she couldn't find you.
Anyway, go and take a look. The class monitor is a girl, what is her name?"
Because she was not very good looking, Chen-Zae didn't remember her name at all. He only remembered that she seemed to be a dark, thin girl with glasses.
"Okay."
Chen-Zae responded, hung up the phone, and ran back to the classroom quickly. When he arrived at his class, he found several groups of people standing in distinct groups. The girls all stood aside, at a loss as to what to do. Wang Bo, Xiong Chomo, and several other boys were yelling and cursing at some strange boys on the opposite side. Those people looked like college students. They were all tall and strong. The shortest one was about 1.85 meters tall, and the tallest one was estimated to be 1.93 meters tall. Among the boys in the class, several stood in the middle to try to stop the fight, while the rest stood on the side and watched the show.
Chen-Zae caught a boy and asked about the situation. "What's going on?" "Minister Chen, you're finally back."
The boy who was watching the show immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen-Zae. In his opinion, Chen-Zae is a member of the student union and can talk to the leaders, so he will definitely be able to settle this matter.
Chen-Zae then asked, "Who was beaten?" The boy said, "It's a girl from the nursing department, her name seems to be Yang Feier." Hearing this, Chen-Zae's face darkened. According to classmates, not long ago, Yang Feier came here to look for Chen-Zae, but didn't find him. When she was about to leave, several boys suddenly rushed up. The 1.93 meter tall guy asked her something and Yang Feier shook her head. Suddenly, the tall guy exploded, slapped Yang Feier, and cursed her for being a scumbag. Yang Feier was beaten and cried immediately. Wang Bo knew Yang Feier. He had had supper with her and knew that her relationship with her adoptive father was unclear. Since this matter was related to his adoptive father,
Wang Bo's desire to fight immediately exploded, and he howled and was ready to go up and fight. Although the fourth brother was the smallest, he was very loyal and rushed forward as well. There were also 4 or 5 boys with more impulsive personalities who followed them and rushed forward. However, they were stopped by the class monitor immediately, and later some boys stepped in to persuade them to stop fighting. But the squad leader's words had no effect. Her prestige was not high to begin with, and the guys who beat him up were very arrogant, looked arrogant, and kept cursing, so the situation was out of control. The class monitor didn't want to make a big deal out of this, nor did he want to trouble the teacher, so he had to ask for help from the senior students in the student union. This led to Hu Yufei's call to Chen Zhe. After listening to his classmates' stories, Chen Zhe's face had completely darkened. Yang Fei was his kept canary, and he hadn't been willing to touch her until now, and yet he was slapped in the face? Of course, from the words bad girl that the other party cursed, Chen Zhe could infer that the tall guy was probably also a fish raised by Yang Fei. Because Yang Fei wanted to break up with him, she came to him without giving up. Damn it, Yang Fei, can you please show some courage? The fish raised by Xiao Liuli are much more refined than the fish you raise. Please make way. Chen Zhe shouted from outside the crowd. Those who heard the voice turned around and saw that it was Chen Zhe, and they all made way for him. Some people even shouted, Minister Chen is here, Minister Chen is here. Hearing this shout, the crowd of onlookers parted ways and made way for Minister Chen. Seeing his adoptive father coming, Wang Bo calmed down and stopped yelling at the other side. The fourth brother and the other boys also temporarily shut up. Chen Zhe walked between the two confronting gangs and saw Yang Fei standing there, crying with tears in her eyes and her makeup smudged. Does it hurt? Chen Zhe looked at Yang Fei and asked, while extending his hand towards the fourth brother. Xiong Chomo, who had a tacit understanding with him, immediately took out a pack of tissues and gave it to Chen Zhe. Ever since he had a nosebleed after watching the hot senior student dancing at the last welcome party, the fourth child has developed the good habit of carrying tissues with him. Yang Fei took the tissue handed to her by Chen Zhe, bit her lip and shook her head. Chen Zhe looked at her carefully for a few times, and saw a faint slap mark on her face. He said calmly, leave it to me, you go to the side and rest. Yang Fei nodded silently and walked obediently outside the crowd. Yang Fei, stop right there. We haven't yet made things clear between us. The tall man shouted angrily and stretched out his hand to pull her. Chen Zhe stretched out his hand and pushed the tall man, causing him to stagger. He stared at him and said fiercely, you bastard. You dare to touch a girl when I'm here? Don't you know where this is? What the hell are you doing? The tall guy was furious and pointed at Chen Zhe and cursed, what the hell do you have to do with this? Chen Zhe sneered, it has nothing to do with me? Someone come and tell them who is protecting class 1 of the computer department. Wang Bo and several other boys shouted at the same time, Chen Zhe, Minister Chen. Some boys who had originally only dared to hide and watch the show suddenly thought this scene was so cool that they were inspired by it and gained great courage. They shouted at the boys from other schools, this is Minister Chen's territory. Did you hear me clearly? This is Chen Zhe's territory. Fuck you stupid bastards. I think you have heard it clearly? Chen Zhe stared at the boys who were taller than him, unafraid, and sneered, this is my territory. You dare to make trouble here and hit girls. I really want to know if you are tired of living? The boys from other schools were just about to say something harsh when they suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the entire classroom was not right. Because as Chen Zhe finished his words, the boys who were originally watching the show and trying to stop the fight slowly moved towards Chen Zhe. Although there was no shouting or cursing, there was no bluffing or gesture of hitting. But no one would doubt that as long as Chen Zhe shouted beat them up, this group of people would rush up without hesitation and beat up those people from other schools. The classmates around the tall guy were a little panicked, but the tall guy was hurt by love today and was very angry, so he had lost his rationality. He glared at Chen Zhe and shouted, the majority is bullying the minority, right? Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Bang! Chen Zhe slapped the boy, who was a head taller than him, to the ground. One-on-one challenge? Are you qualified? 5 finger marks were clearly visible on the tall man's face. He fell to the ground in a mess, his face full of disbelief. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Chen Zhe's slap would be so powerful. That tall guy looks so strong, is he really that immune to being beaten? Seeing Chen Zhe taking action, Wang Bo and others, who had just been arguing for a long time and had already had resentment, immediately rushed forward. The remaining boys from other schools were still in a daze. Before they could react, they were knocked to the ground by a group of people and received a lot of punches and kicks.
Stop fighting, stop fighting. The monitor of Class 1 of the computer department was extremely anxious.
It's not raining heavily, so stop shouting. Chen Zhe gave her a cold look. The monitor didn't understand what Chen Zhe was saying, but when he saw the look in Chen Zhe's eyes, he shut his mouth obediently.
Chapter 157. Do you know how I spent the past 3 years?
There was quite a lot of noise here, and many people from other classes came to watch the show.
Close the door.
Seeing this situation, Chen Zhe shouted, and immediately several boys closed the front and back doors. Brother, don't be so stingy.
Yeah, it's okay for us to take a look. Some audiences were not very happy about this, thinking that the guys in the computer science department class were too stingy.
It didn't cost money to watch the show, so why didn't they let us watch?
Minister Chen said so. There is nothing I can do. Go talk to Minister Chen.
The classmate guarding the door said something to them and then locked the door.
Not only that, some people even drew the curtains.
Among the audience, there was one person who was particularly dissatisfied. He was short and thin, and his clothes and temperament did not look like a college student. This person was none other than Brother Shanji, who had received a deposit of 1,000 and wanted to break one of Chen Zhe's hands. He came to scout the place, ready to take action when Chen Zhe was alone. Originally Brother Shanji thought it was just a trivial matter, but when he saw Chen Zhe slap the 1.9-meter tall guy to the ground with one slap, he immediately started to have doubts in his heart.
Damn, this guy seems to be quite powerful.
It seems that it is not enough to fight with bare hands, we must prepare weapons. As for what to prepare, we will have to observe the situation before making a decision. Although the curtains were drawn, there was still a gap in one place. The place was occupied by several students who had transformed themselves into Miao Renfeng. Brother Shanji pushed them away rudely. Several students were very dissatisfied, but seeing how ruthless Brother Shanji was, they immediately backed down. Brother Shanji occupied that position alone and looked inside through the crack. Inside the classroom, the tall guy had already climbed up. He knew that he could not beat Chen Zhe, but he lost his love today and also embarrassed such a big person here, so he had to save some face.
You're playing sneak attack.
The tall man yelled at Chen Zhe, you are such a villain.
Come and fight me squarely if you dare. Chen Zhe couldn't help laughing. But he wasn't going to proceed.
Firstly, he had already avenged Yang Fei, and secondly, his physical strength was at maximum level, and if he continued to fight, he might accidentally beat the person to death. But the tall guy is still shouting here, so we still have to give him some color to see. Chen Zhe looked around and picked up a chair. The tall guy was startled and took 2 steps back subconsciously, his voice changing a little.
You dare to move? This guy is really not a human being. The slap was so heavy, but he still had to use a chair to hit him? Is it really that necessary? Godfather, don't be impulsive. You will be in the wrong if you use force. Wang Bo hurried over to stop Chen Zhe. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Chen Zhe looked at Wang Bo and smiled.
Then he held the chair horizontally, grabbed the chair legs which were as thick as 2 fingers with both hands, and slowly bent the legs in full view of everyone. Before anyone could exclaim in surprise, he straightened the chair legs again.
It looks like he's playing with an arm trainer.
The whole place was dead silent. There was only the sound of the tall man swallowing in fear.
Are the legs of this chair plastic?
Some boys who didn't believe it quietly picked up a chair and tried to bend the chair legs with all their strength, but the chair legs didn't move at all.
Hold. This strength is too scary. Minister Chen is simply inhuman.
Brother Shanji outside was terrified by what he saw.
What kind of monster is this? He actually asked me to break his hand?
If a fight really breaks out, I'll definitely be the one with broken arms and legs in the end. It's so damn hard to earn this $1,000. Forget it, let us slip away. Tell them to seek help from someone else. Brother Shanji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, squeezed out of the crowd, and quickly slipped away.
When he left, a seat became vacant.
The boys wanted to stand back up, but suddenly a girl got there first. The pretty girl ignored them and waved to her companions outside the crowd. Come on, you can see inside from here. A few boys were a little dissatisfied.
You just treat us like air, right? However, when they saw the girl squeezing in from the crowd, their dissatisfaction immediately disappeared. Is this the beauty from the nursing department? She's really pretty. Yeah, so pure, it's like first love.
I heard that she seems to have a complicated relationship with Minister Chen.
Keep your voice down, Chen Zhe is in there, are you looking for death? The two girls watching the fun were Sun Qian and Son Yuqi. I heard that Yang Feier was beaten. How could Sun Qian, who was already dissatisfied with her, miss such a good show? It's not enough to watch a show alone, you have to call your bestie along. It's just that the two of them arrived a little late and didn't see the scene where Minister Chen showed his might. Which bone in your body do you think is harder than iron? Chen Zhe looked at the tall man with a pale face and said calmly, I see that you are the toughest person in the world, right? You are a loser who only dares to hit girls. I don't even want to hit you, so as not to dirty my hands. The tall guy was terribly frightened and his defense was broken. He suddenly screamed and squatted down with his head in his hands. The scream was even more shrill and frightening than some girls' screams. Yang Feier, I have liked you for 3 whole years. Do you know how I have been living these past 3 years? Hearing these two cries, Chen Zhe cursed inwardly, fuck it, stop talking. But the tall guy obviously couldn't hear Chen Zhe's inner voice, and he was in the midst of a breakdown, so even if someone tried to persuade him, he would continue talking regardless of the consequences. I've liked you since you entered the school as a freshman in high school. I know you're good looking and there will be a lot of boys who like you. But I thought that my sincerity would always move you. After my unremitting efforts, you accepted me as your brother. I am very happy. I think our relationship is closer than others. There is always a chance to go further. But I've been overthinking it. After I became your brother, it would be more natural for you to order me to do things. I don't want to be a slave, but you said that after you go to college, you will think carefully about our future. I fucking believed it again. For you, I applied to the sports college in the same city as you. And then, you suddenly said yesterday that you didn't like me anymore. Why? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking worthy of my 3 years of youth? Ah. Yang Feier. You are so cruel. I am a complete idiot, right? Amid the cries of pain, anger, and sadness, everyone in and outside the classroom fell silent. Chen Zhe's face looked a little ugly, and he cursed in his heart, damn it, he looked in the mirror again today. Damn it, Yang Feier, how come your method of raising fish is exactly the same as Son Yuqi's? Which female boxing master did you learn these moves from? Did you have fun today? He thought again of the fish raised by Xiao Liuli whom he met yesterday, and thought that Yang Feier and Son Yuqi's methods were really not good enough, and Xiao Liuli was still at a higher level. Sun Qian and Son Yuqi outside the classroom also fell into silence for a long time. After a long silence, Sun Qian finally couldn't help but said to Son Yuqi, Yuqi, for 3 years of high school, have you been keeping Chen Zhe hanging like this? Ah. Son Yuqi shook her head subconsciously, no. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Sun Qian looked at her suspiciously. Seeing that Son Yuqi's face was not natural at all, she finally came to her senses and sighed, I'm not a fool. I believed you wrongly. It turns out that I have always wronged Chen Zhe. I have to say sorry to him. Son Yuqi was speechless and left without saying a word. This time, Sun Qian, who was inseparable from her, did not accompany her. Chapter 158. Something big happened. A classmate who was guarding the door came up to Chen Zhe and asked quietly, Minister Chen, the teacher is here and wants to come in. What should I do? Wait a moment before you open the door for him. Oh. The squad leader came over carefully and said weakly, Director Lu called and asked what happened. Tell him it's okay. I've taken care of it. Tell him not to worry. Oh. Chen Zhe walked up to the tall man and patted him on the shoulder. All right, brother, stop crying. It's just that you were hung up for 3 years and then kicked. It shouldn't be like this. The tall man raised his head, his face full of tears, and looked at Chen Zhe blankly, thinking, is there such a comforting thing? He cried even harder. Chen Zhe frowned, don't cry like a fucking woman. I used to be like you, but I'm different now. There are so many beautiful women around me. Believe me, if you give up a tree, you will own the whole forest. The tall guy shook his head, don't lie to me. If I had a face like yours, what kind of schoolgirl would I not be able to seduce? Chen Zhe was a little impatient. I have a secret, I will tell you when the time comes. You are beating people here, and now only the teacher is here. If the security guards come later, you won't be able to leave. Get out of here quickly. After venting his emotions, the tall guy finally became more rational and was able to listen to what others said. After hearing what Chen Zhe said, I realized that I had caused trouble.
If he went to another school to beat people up and the matter was reported to his own school by teachers at Jiangnan University, he would not know what punishment he would face. The tall guy quickly stood up, called a few classmates and wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at Chen Zhe and asked, "Can you please help me find out who Yang Feier kicked me out of?"
Why, do you still want revenge? No, I want to know who I lost to.
Chen Zhe pointed at himself.
The tall guy didn't react at first. After a few seconds, he slowly typed a few question marks. Chen Zhe nodded and confirmed, "Yes, it's me." "Have you given up?"
The tall man was silent for a few seconds and said, "Well, she has good taste." Chen Zhe shouted to the students guarding the door, "Open the door, release the dogs, no, release the people." The door opened and the curtains were drawn. The tall man and his companions lowered their heads and walked away dejectedly.
A teacher walked in, looked at Chen Zhe and asked, "Chen Zhe, what's going on?" Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Teacher, it's just a small matter, it's done." "Okay, you let everyone go, it's almost time for class."
"Okay." Chen Zhe responded, strode out of the door, and shouted to the group of people outside, "Go back to class, those who don't have classes can do whatever they want."
"Okay, Minister Chen." The crowd watching the show dispersed in twos and threes. Chen Zhe was about to go back to the classroom for class.
Since he was already here, he might as well just spend the class time there. At this time, Sun Qian came over and called him, "Chen Zhe."
"Something?" Chen Zhe frowned. "I apologize to you."
"I'm sorry, I have always misunderstood you." Sun Qian said sincerely, "I just saw that tall guy crying outside. It was not until that moment that I realized that you were also."
"Are you also being led around like a stupid dog?" Chen Zhe immediately interrupted Sun Qian.
Okay, I accept your apology. You should go back quickly.
I have to go to class."
After saying that, Chen Zhe went back to the classroom on his own without paying much attention to Sun Qian. Now even if Song Yuqi came to apologize, he wouldn't be moved, let alone Sun Qian, who was not worth mentioning.
Chen Zhe originally wanted to take the class seriously. After all, he hadn't been to school for 2 or 3 days, and he always felt a little unworthy of his identity as a student. But he started to feel sleepy after listening for a few minutes. It has to be said that every teacher has the potential to be a hypnotist. You may be full of energy 1 minute, but feel sleepy as soon as you listen to the teacher's lecture. Fortunately, Director Lu's phone call saved him. Chen Zhe covered his phone and slipped out of the back door to answer the call. Lu Shouyuan called for nothing else but to ask about the cause and consequences of the fight that had just happened. Chen Zhe briefly explained that a girl from the nursing department came to their class to play with her friends, but was beaten up by her ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend's gang were all from other schools. "The boys in our class are all heroes, and they cannot tolerate students from our school being bullied by people from other schools, so they argued with them." Finally, after Chen Zhe's patient education, the guys who beat her repented, apologized sincerely and left. Lu Shouyuan didn't believe all of what Chen Zhe said, but he didn't go into the details. He just asked a key question: "Are there any students in our class injured?" "Not even one." "That's fine." After hearing this, Lu Shouyuan felt relieved. Since no one in his class suffered any loss, he would have nothing to worry about. Chen Zhe had just hung up the phone when it suddenly rang again. It was Brother Dong calling. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Brother Dong's anxious voice, "Brother, are you in school?" "I'm here, Brother Dong, what's up?" "This forum is infected with a virus again. Come to my office right now and help me fix it. After we're done, I'll treat you to a meal, karaoke, bath, and massage." Chen Zhe felt a little strange. How could this school's crappy forum be so easily infected with a virus? Didn't he make an antivirus software last time? But Brother Dong couldn't explain it clearly over the phone, and Chen Zhe had nothing to do anyway, so he went to help. I came to Brother Dong's office and pushed the door open. Brother Dong was sitting in a chair, playing with his phone, occasionally using his thumb to click like. He didn't look at all as anxious as he sounded on the phone. "Brother Dong. Here I come, bro." Dongsha raised his head, grabbed a bottle of iced Kuoluo beside him and stuffed it into Chen Zhe's pocket, then pulled out the computer chair, pointed at the computer screen and said, "Come on, sit down. Come and help your brother figure out what's going on. There's a dialogue box that keeps popping up, and I can't get rid of it. I think it's been poisoned again. Don't worry, Brother Dong. Just continue to look at your long-legged sister. I will take care of it." Chen Zhe sat down with a smile and looked at the computer screen.
In addition to the web interface of the school forum, there is also a dialog box. These dialog boxes all display the same content. The mysterious hacker organization that developed Viper, codenamed King, launched a declaration of war to top hackers, network security experts, and departments such as China Internet Monitoring, Blue Enchantress, and Wuxin. I hope they can tell the god who cracked the venomous snake and developed the serum to kill it, codenamed TGOZ, to have a decisive battle with them. The location of the decisive battle is as follows: an encrypted website. The deadline is 12 o'clock on October 24, China time. Whoever can obtain the backend management authority of the website, successfully insert a flag on the web page, and remain unconquered until the last second will be the winner. The red flag represents TGOC. The black flag represents the king. The losing party will not be able to use hacking techniques within 3 years. Do you dare to answer it? Waiting for you. After reading the contents of this dialog box, Chen Zhe felt confused. What is going on? He didn't know who King, Blue Rose and Wuxin were, but this matter actually involved China's Internet Monitoring and Network Security Department? Still a decisive battle? Something big has happened. It's obviously a big deal. How did a forum of a lousy school like Zhengda get involved with the national level? What qualifications did it have? Also, the final battle ends at 12 o'clock today? Only half an hour left. Chapter 159. Everyone is waiting. When will God take action? The story begins last Sunday. Let us turn to chapter 83. If you are too lazy to translate, don't worry. The author will kindly help you recall it. Last Sunday, Chen Zhe suffered from cyberbullying and found a virus on the school forum. He then developed an antivirus software and eliminated the virus. At that time, Chen Zhe didn't take it seriously at all, whether it was the virus or the antivirus software. Because he has the skills of a god-level hacker, destroying the virus is like doing a math problem and asking him what 1 + 1 equals. Of course he didn't take such a simple thing seriously. But in fact, the venomous snake virus is very powerful. The organization that developed the Viper virus is also very powerful. The people in that organization are all world-class hackers, but after being recruited by the United States, they changed their appearances and concealed their identities. They suffered a great loss at the hands of Chen Zhe and have been trying to find Chen Zhe. Since in their minds, Chen Zhe is equivalent to the god of computers, they gave him the codename TGOC. However, since that day on, they have tried every possible way and used every possible means, but have not found any trace of TOC. 2 days later, someone finally had a brilliant idea and sent a letter of challenge to famous hackers, organizations, and official agencies around the world. The content of the challenge letter was similar to what Chen Zhe had seen. Of course, the wording of the original version was very arrogant. They named themselves King and welcomed computer experts, top hackers or organizations from all over the world to compete with them King on that encrypted website. In other words, King wants to challenge all the powerful people or organizations in the computer field around the world. But in fact, they have only one real goal. It was the mysterious TGOC who cracked their Viper virus. They hope that TGOC will accept the challenge and then have a decisive battle with them, King, on that battlefield, in front of the world's top hackers or organizations. Everyone in the King organization is full of confidence, because this time, they have gathered 38 top hackers from around the world. With united efforts, they will definitely be able to defeat TGOC, pull him off the altar, and wash away the shame of their organization. So that morning, King issued a challenge to the whole world. From 12 noon that day, that is, October 21st, until 12 noon on October 24th, we welcome experts from all over the world to compete with King in these 3 days to see who is the strongest king in the computer field. This letter of challenge caused a stir in the computer field around the world. Countless experts from various countries flocked to the encrypted website and launched a flag-grabbing offensive and defensive battle with the King organization. After almost 3 days of fierce confrontation. So far, no person or organization has been able to withstand King's fierce firepower for more than 5 minutes. None of the hackers and organizations in South Korea can break through King's defense. Japanese hackers or organizations can break through defenses, but the record holder, Ichiro Inoue's team, only lasted 15 seconds after planting the flag before being defeated by King. I1T mentioned the other 3 or 5 seconds. Russia's first hacker truck driver lasted for 1 minute and 3 seconds. Blue Rose held on for 1 minute and 43 seconds. The South American Alice team lasted 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The North American Aisha team lasted 3 minutes and 14 seconds. The highest record was held by the Fallen Angels, who successfully planted the flag after breaking through the King organization's defenses a day ago. However, they only lasted 4 minutes and 57 seconds in the subsequent frantic counterattack by the King organization. Afterwards, these hackers or organizations launched wave after wave of attacks and defenses, but no one was able to break their own previously set records. Because after the fight, the King organization has figured out the tactics of these opponents, making it easier to deal with them. At this moment, in countless secret communication software or chat groups around the world, the people inside were already wailing.
Unintentional chat group. Tokyo Hot, where is our great god? Boss, have you found him? Tokyo Hot, we're doomed if this continues. Tokyo Hot, hurry up and ask the master to help. Lu Ben said, oh my god, Sister Yaoji was also defeated, Sigma, too scary. King's organization is too terrifying. Sweeping Monk, the strength of King's organization is beyond my expectation. I have been a hacker all my life, why have I never heard of this organization? Wu Xin, we are actively searching.
Blue Enchantress at, please be careful with your wording.
What do you mean by being beaten down? Lu Ben said, sister, I was wrong, woo-woo. Chat group in South Korea. I love to eat kimchi, where is our computer god? Time is running out, why don't you take action? The universe's #1 hacker, doesn't God know about this battle? ZSMJD, come on, everyone.
We haven't even planted a flag here yet, which is really embarrassing. The universe's #1 hacker, don't panic, as long as our god takes action, we will definitely win in the end. Compared to South Korea's strange self-confidence, the top hackers and organizations in other countries all looked very solemn. They witnessed King's terrifying strength, but there was still half an hour left, and they didn't want to give up.
Which of these top hackers is not a genius? Which of them is not arrogant? How could they tolerate King, an organization that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, riding on their heads and bullying them? Although they were unwilling to accept it, they knew in their hearts that only that God could take action today to defeat King. It's already 11:30. Haven't you found the god yet? Tokyo Hot, Roppongi and others were jumping up and down in anxiety. Big shots like Wuxin and Blue Rose remained silent.
At this juncture, they had no time to chat.
In fact, Blue Rose, Wu Xian and others have been actively looking for Chinzei since last Sunday. But I couldn't find any clues. The next day after receiving the challenge letter, when Blue Rose's flag was captured by King, Wuxin and others became even more anxious. But there's no use getting anxious. It seemed like that TGOC was not from their circle. Even though the King incident made such a big fuss, there was no reaction at all. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that King's action this time is aimed at him. But they never took any action. Blue Rose tried countless times to find Chinzei, but to no avail.
In desperation, she had to modify the letter of challenge and send it to that crappy forum of Jiangda University. In order to attract attention, the challenge letter cannot be easily crossed out. You need some hacking skills to close the dialog box.
This is totally helpless. Because Jiangda's crappy forum was excluded from the hacker circle from the very beginning.
All top hackers and organizations agree that the god who cracked the Viper virus could not be in Jiangda or Jiangzhou, and might not even be in the country.
Blue Enchantress was also forced into a corner, and with a desperate attitude, she forwarded the challenge letter to Jiangda Forum.
As the time for the end of this battle drew closer, Blue Rose became extremely depressed and sent several challenge letters to the address of Jiangda Forum. God helps those who work hard. At 11:22, those dialog boxes that could not be crossed out finally caught the attention of Brother Dong, who was slacking off at work.
Chapter 160. Who are you? Brother Dong's office.
Chinzei was not aware of what major events were happening in the computer field around the world. But he soon realized that the dialog boxes in front of him were not viruses.
Instead, someone just sent some information over using hacking technology. Who is the other party? Why send this information to Jiangda's broken forum? Chinzei didn't bother to think about it, but prepared to ask directly.
As is the habit of top hackers, when Blue Rose sent these messages, she chose many zombie computers as springboards in order to hide her real address. Moreover, the work computer she used was the world's top in terms of information security protection.
To put it simply, it is difficult for ordinary people to find her. But Chinzei is certainly not an ordinary person.
So it didn't take him much effort, just a few tens of seconds to find Blue Rose's IP address, and then he sent her a dialog box.
Who are you? While questioning, Chinzei was not idle either. He started to check the location of the IP. It seemed to be on a hilltop in a scenic area. Could this be the legendary hermit who likes to live in the mountains? Shudao Mountain. 5. A level scenic spot.
On a hilltop lined with ancient trees, shaded by lush green leaves, stands a modern two-story villa with white walls and floor-to-ceiling glass windows, which looks very artistic.
An elf-like girl in silky pajamas sits barefoot at a computer desk.
There was a hint of anxiety between her beautiful eyebrows. From time to time, her green hands would pick up snacks and stuff them into her cherry mouth to relieve her inner anxiety. She looked at the time displayed on her computer desktop and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it.
It looks like King will be showing off for a long time this time. It's really annoying. Where on earth is that god from? Why doesn't he show up?" On the computer screen is a web page that looks very simple. There is a picture of a hill in the center. It was covered with black flags. The disappearance of a black flag means someone is attacking. The replenishment of the black flags represents King's successful counterattack. There is a countdown on the upper left corner of the interface. There is a very unfair ranking list in the column below. There is no name at the top of the list, only the time is displayed, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Anyone who can access this final page knows who set the record, the fallen angel. Being on the list should be an honor, but more people think it is a shame. The Fallen Angels, such a powerful organization, only lasted less than 5 minutes. This encrypted web page, like an onion, has 3 layers. To enter the first level, just try the password randomly. You can get in by chance. So there are a lot of people on this floor, including rookies from Tokyo Hot and Roppongi. Number of people online, 23674. Here, you can see the battle situation on the final page, but you can't take any further actions. This was of course done on purpose by King, who created a live broadcast format to let tens of thousands of people see how they, King, defeated the world's top hackers one by one. It is extremely difficult to enter the second level. It's like a sheep. The first level is easy, but the second level becomes much more difficult. To this day, many people still haven't made it through. There are much fewer people on the second level, with 178 people online. The people here are all from all over the world, like Sweeping Monk and Wuxin. They can be called big guys, but they are still some distance away from the top. On the third level, which is the final battle page, there are only 15 people online. Of course, the one here does not only represent an individual, but also a team or an organization. She, the elf-like beautiful girl, Blue Rose, is one of them. Time passed by minute, Blue Rose shook her head and gave up all operations. The situation is hopeless today, and that god probably won't show up. We can only watch King show off his might until the time is up. She stood up and prepared to pour a cup of coffee. However, at this moment, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the computer screen. There are 3 words displayed on it. Who are you? These 3 simple words made Blue Enchantress feel like her scalp was exploding. She froze completely. Who is it? Who hacked into her work computer? As one of the computers with the highest information security in the world, even if an organization as powerful as King wants to invade, the computer will sound an alarm and will never let anyone enter so quietly. In this situation, it was more like she, Blue Rose, took the initiative to open the door and welcome people in. She was stunned for a long time, and finally, her woman's sixth sense told her. Who else? It must be the god who cracked the venomous snake virus. Only that god has the ability to quietly invade her computer. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Blue Rose typed a few words in the dialog box. Are you that god? After a while, the message came back. God? Aren't you the one who cracked the venomous snake virus and made the serum to kill it? Shenzhe was stunned when he saw the message and thought for a while. He didn't know what venomous snakes and serums were, but he remembered that he had discovered a virus here last time and had made a small antivirus program. The so-called venomous snake is the inconspicuous little virus embedded in the web page? When Blue Rose saw this message, she fell into silence. Did you listen to what people say? Seeing that there was no movement in the dialog box, Shenzhe typed another line of words. Who are you? Answer my question. I am Blue Enchantress. Is Blue Enchantress a code name? Is she a man or a woman? What does she do? Shenzhe was full of doubts, but he was too lazy to ask one by one. I made my own living and looked up some information about Blue Rose. After searching for a long time without finding it, it seemed that the confidentiality level was very high, and then they broke into a special talent database with an extremely high security level. I finally found the information about Blue Rose, saw some of her information, and learned about some of the feats she had done.
It turns out that she is one of the world's top hackers, a talented girl who once planted a flag in the White House of the United States.
Now she works for the country and enjoys special allowances and the protection of a professional team.
Those professional teams are all extremely powerful and professional Imperial Guards. After reading it, Chen Zhe exclaimed, "This girl of the same age is actually a genius in the computer field."
Wait a minute, this girl respects me so much, maybe I am also a great god? No wonder she asked that question, are you that god? Chen Zhe finally figured out the cause and effect.
It turned out that he accidentally killed the venomous snake virus developed by King's organization, which ruined their business and made them regard him as a thorn in their side. And King has been making such a big fuss these days just to force him, the god, to show up. After all this trouble, it turns out to be directed at me.
Alright, I will let your evil organization see the power of God. Hurry up and take action.
The world's top hackers are waiting for you to take action and destroy King's prestige. Chen Zhe typed a line of words, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest." Chen Zhe was full of confidence and was about to teach King a lesson when he suddenly caught sight of a work photo of Blue Rose. She is completely without makeup, but her appearance is still very good. Ding, a capturable target detected.
Chapter 161, Planting the Flag. Just like before, since the photos were seen online, there is no other information about Blue Rose. This broken system is really ineffective. Chen Zhe muttered something, then slowly clicked into the encrypted website and successfully entered the first level.
For every person who enters the first level, this web page will automatically assign a username, which is either a numeric user or an alphabetic user. Those users were very active, shouting come on, kill King one by one, and there were also many asterisks, which must be a lot of sweet talk. They were too lazy to even change their IDs, and they looked like just passers-by.
Yes, I'm talking about you. Chen Zhe is a particular person.
After entering, he changed his ID to WSNBB, which was taken from the first letters of I am Nababa.
Blue Enchantress, great god, have you entered? Chen Zhe, I'm in, I'm reading the comments on the first floor. Do you still have time to read the comments? Blue Rose was speechless.
If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a mysterious god, she really wanted to shout, I'm Shu Daoshan, you son of a bitch, hurry up. No hurry, there is still time.
Chen Zhe likes to read the comments section.
Although there are some idiots in it that are disgusting, there are more talented people and what they say is very interesting. Blue Rose dared to point fingers at this mysterious god, so she posted a message in the chat group.
God has appeared. He has entered the first floor.
As soon as this message was sent out, the Wuxin chat group suddenly became excited. Newbies like Tokyo Hot and Rapanji were going crazy with excitement.
Rokomoto said, "Ah! God finally appeared. Oh my God.
Tokyo Fever, my piety must have moved the heavens, and God finally came." The older people, such as Wuxin and Sweeping Monk, were also very excited, but not as crazy as the young people.
Wu Xin, what does God say? Is it difficult to capture the third level and plant the flag? The Sweeping Monk, same question. Blue Enchantress, he didn't say anything. He's reading the comments on the first floor. Wuxin, Sweeping Monk. Tokyo Hot, wow, God is worthy of who he is.
There are only 20 minutes left, and he actually has the leisure to read the comments.
Lu Ben said, this is the style of God.
No matter how noisy the outside world is, no matter how others jump up and down, he always remains calm and composed, watching the situation with a smile.
Blue Enchantress, he is not in this group, so he can't see you flattering him. Lu Ben said, big sister, what you said is wrong. Tokyo Hot, yeah, I don't agree either. We are praising sincerely, not flattering. Blue Enchantress, shut up.
Then, she sent the news of God's appearance to her friends in the circle, the fallen angels, and the leader of the Alice group. Soon, hacker circles all over the world knew that God had descended on the battlefield.
What exciting news!
The world's top hackers and organizations, all of them are in almost the same mood as Blue Rose. At this point in time, no matter how hard they try, they can't see any hope of victory and have actually planned to give up.
Of course, South Korea is an exception.
Although the hackers on their side are the least skilled, they have the strongest confidence and have been jumping up and down, saying that once our God appears, King will have no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of failure.
But why hasn't God launched an attack to plant the flag yet? 5 minutes later. Chen Zhe roughly scanned the comment area and then rushed into the second level. The second floor is not so lively. There are more than 100 people here, all of whom are big names in the global computer field.
They value their status and the comments they make are quite conventional and uninteresting.
Chen Zhe took a quick glance and rushed into the third floor. There are only a dozen accounts here. Each account represents the strongest king in the global computer field. The comments section below is completely clean, without a single comment.
Before, everyone was busy with the offensive and defensive battles and had no time to post messages here. Even if they wanted to discuss tactics, they would do so in their own chat rooms. Suddenly, a message popped up in the clean comments section.
WSNBB, hello everyone.
At this time, the individuals or organizations represented by more than a dozen accounts here have already given up.
So I had some free time and saw this comment first. In an instant, everyone here realized that this was the God. He is here. Because the messages sent by this account of God are in Chinese. Other accounts also followed suit and posted in Chinese. Oh my God. God is coming. Slow down, slow down. Why do these guys have accents in their texts? Blue Enchantress, Master, please act quickly, time is running out. WSNBB, it's okay, we can chat and attack the city at the same time, it won't be a problem at all. What decent person doesn't T-chat while attacking the sand?
After seeing this message, top foreign hackers such as Fallen Angel, Alice, and Ichiro Inoue could not help but exclaim in amazement.
God is God. You can also chat while playing offensive and defensive battles. So cool.
When they wanted to send a message to express their feelings, they suddenly realized something was wrong.
Fallen Angel, I'm kicked out. Inoue Ichiro, baka. I got kicked out too. King has a backdoor. They even hid a backdoor. I'm so pissed off. I'm dying. Alice, all accounts have been kicked out. Blue Rose, this is so unfair. They are just cheating. Top hackers all realized that King had a trick up his sleeve on this server that could kick people out with just one click. No matter how hard they struggled before, no matter how long they persisted, if King wanted them to get out, he could just move his fingers. Why wasn't this feature used before? First, it is unnecessary. Their own strength is enough to deal with the world's top hackers.
Secondly, this cheating method was only prepared for Chen Zhe. When the god entered the third level, King did not want to give him room to perform.
As soon as you come in, I'll kick you out, let's see how you play? Tens of thousands of people on the first floor also saw this situation.
They were all filled with righteous indignation and condemned King's despicable behavior.
King, of course, didn't care at all. They only care about the results, not the process. The winner takes it all. As long as you can win, what does it matter if you use some tricks?
All the members of King organization had proud smiles on their faces, and some even opened champagne to celebrate in advance.
However, when they activated the one-click kick function and kicked out all the accounts on the third floor one by one, they found that there was still an account left on the third floor. At this time, all the spectators on the first and second floors also noticed this situation. The only account left on the third floor is WSNBB. After a brief moment of surprise and silence, everyone was cheered up. Even though King resorted to despicable means, God still stood there. Not only that, the black flag on the top of the hill is disappearing rapidly. Instead, there are red flags. Not only was God not kicked away, but he also completely destroyed the black flag on the hill within 3 seconds. 11 hours 44 minutes and 51 seconds. There are 15 minutes and 9 seconds left until the end of the battle. God, on the third floor, successfully planted all the red flags. Chapter 162 I got you. Driving King down the hill in 3 seconds has broken everyone's record. What a sharp attack. Shock. Excited. All the spectators were thrilled and excited. The accounts on the first and second levels typed "Oh my god, Imaging, awesome, 666, take my knee," etc. It was quite lively for a while. The members of the King organization were naturally not idle either. When they recovered from their surprise, they launched a counterattack. Since we can't drive WSNBB away, let us have a decisive battle. Who is afraid of whom? More than 30 of the world's top hackers attacked at the same time, launching a frantic attack on the hill defended by WSNBB. At the beginning, the fight was difficult to determine, but it seemed that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. As time passed, the black flag slowly eroded the position of the red flag. A minute later, the black flag had regained half of the territory. Seeing this situation, the hearts of all the spectators were raised. Although the god's attack is fast, his defense is not so good.
According to this trend, he can only hold on for 2 minutes at most.
Is God fighting alone?
Faced with an organization's attack, he is at a real disadvantage.
Oh my god, can't God be defeated by King? In fact, if you can hold on for 2 minutes, you have already broken your personal record.
But he is God. Everyone had high expectations for him, expecting him to show his might and defeat the King organization.
Rather than leaving a personal record of 2 or 3 minutes and being listed on the shame list. Blue Enchantress was extremely worried. Could it be that even God couldn't destroy King's prestige?
She knew that she shouldn't disturb Chenzhe at this moment, but she couldn't help herself, so she sent a message, "Master, come on, kill King.
I'm cheering for you."
Chenzhe quickly replied, "Stop it, I closed your dialogue box, it affects my operation."
He now has to operate 3 lines of operations. If he wants to chat, he will have to operate 4 lines of operations. He is indeed too busy. Blue Enchantress quickly said, I'll do it. Master, I'm really sorry. But I still have something to say. I beg you, you must win. Fight for all of us. Chen Fei typed quickly, no problem. Seeing these 3 confident words, Blue Rose's heart finally calmed down. Blue Enchantress favorability plus 20.
After Blue Rose closed the dialogue box, the situation on the web battlefield gradually changed. The red flag seemed to have regained some advantage in numbers.
Blue Rose wondered to herself, could it be that her encouragement finally had some effect?
But before she could be happy, she saw that the black flag had regained the advantage.
Blue Rose is so anxious. Unfortunately, she could no longer talk to Chenzhe.
She could only sit in front of the computer, clenching her fists and shouting softly, "Come on.
Come on. Master, come on."
Others looked at the situation on the web pages, and their hearts were also beating fast, feeling nervous, excited, and uncomfortable.
I wish I could turn into a keyboard warrior, join the battlefield and fight with WSNBB.
Unfortunately, the passage to the 3rd floor has now been completely closed. Only the back door left by the King organization can enter.
No one else can enter the 3rd floor.
This means that even if Chenzhe drove out the members of King's organization, they could still come back in through the back door.
Theoretically, this process could be repeated indefinitely, and Chenzhe was facing a group of invincible enemies. No matter how hard he tried, he would still face a constant stream of attacks. The members of the King organization smiled again. It has to be said that this legendary god is indeed the strongest opponent they have ever encountered, even more difficult to deal with than the group of fallen angels. But so what? The level of this god can be said to be top-notch and can definitely be ranked number 1 in the world. But it is only the first in the world. Faced with the unlimited firepower of more than 30 top hackers who once reached the top of the world, even if he is a god, there will be a time when he can't bear it and he will eventually be pulled down from the altar. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes later. The battle is still going on, and the red flag's territory has been shrinking and is now less than 1/10. It seems that WSNBB can no longer hold on. It's over. The situation is over. Well, God is worthy of being God.
He single-handedly achieved results that surpassed those of the team.
You are right.
His personal strength is unrivaled in the world, but unfortunately, he is not a true god. All the spectators were dejected. Although God is undoubtedly powerful, judging from the trend, he will lose sooner or later.
No one can control King. Not interested in chatting in group. Rokabando and others sighed and said it was a pity. He has a very difficult time. It's a pity that we can't help him.
I have never hated myself for being a waste so much as I do now. If someone, even just one person, could fight alongside God, he wouldn't have to suffer so much.
Wuxin, Sweeping Monk and others could only remain silent.
Compared with those rookies in Lubandeo, these so-called big guys felt more ashamed and more powerless.
King is too strong. Really too strong.
Rokamoto said, alas, it's a pity that he is not a true god. Tokyo Hot, I know my thoughts are naive, but I sincerely hope that he is a true god. I hope to see him sweep across the world as soon as he appears, and make all the villains kneel down in submission.
Lu Ben said, add 1.
The higher the level of a person, the more he can appreciate the power of King, and the more he can empathize with WSNBB.
Blue Rose is the most uncomfortable one among this group of people, no doubt about it.
Not only because she is at the highest level, but she is also young. A 19-year-old talented girl, her life has been smooth sailing so far. There has never been a moment that made her so distressed, nervous, or even scared. Even in her mind, a picture emerged involuntarily. A blood-soaked general in a white robe stood high on the blazing city wall. Facing the powerful enemies rushing in like a tide, he single-handedly and alone guarded the lonely city without retreating a single step.
Blue Rose's tears suddenly burst out.
She slowly typed a line of words in the chat box, then felt that it was not enough to express her thoughts, so she deleted it and typed a new line of words.
Too many high expectations will crush a person.
It is not easy for God to achieve this. We should not only care about how high and how far he can fly, but also think about whether he is tired.
The chat group fell into silence for a long time.
Even the most active people in Lubendeo were speechless for a long time.
On the other side of the distant ocean, a blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged man in his 40s is sitting in a high-tech company office.
He looked at the decisive battle webpage in front of him. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.
So what if he is a god?
He is not a true god after all.
Victory will eventually belong to us.
Today is the moment when our King organization will go down in the history of the computer field. Just when the head of the King organization was feeling very proud,
his computer screen suddenly went black. Then, a few large Chinese characters appeared on the dark computer desktop. I got you. Chapter 163. Let us shout out his name. I am your father.
The moment he saw this line of Chinese characters, the smile on the King organization leader's face immediately froze. I felt creepy all over and was sweating profusely.
How is it possible? How is it possible? Who hacked into his computer without anyone noticing? Is that God?
He should be the only one who has this ability, but that's impossible. That God was facing more than 30 top hackers attacking him one after another, and he was too busy to focus on breaking through the most stringent firewall in the world, breaking through layers of security protection, finding his IP address, and tracking him down? At the same time, all members of the King organization scattered around the world encountered the same situation as the person in charge.
One by one, the computer screens went black. I got you. Another one. You have no way to escape. Count it, there's one more. Don't even think about running. Line after line of Chinese appeared on their computer screens.
The members of the King organization were instantly in a panic, and countless people frantically contacted the person in charge, either by sending messages or making phone calls.
Paul, what should we do? God is watching us. I guess all our real information has been taken away by God. What should I do?
After receiving these bad messages, Paul, the head of the King organization, was trembling all over.
He never expected that God's strength would be so terrifying. He could fight with more than 30 people and still be able to investigate them. Such ability was beyond their imagination. Is this the power of God? It was ridiculous. Paul felt like a clown. He originally thought that God was only slightly stronger than them, but now he realized that they were only standing on the first level, while God was already standing in the atmosphere. What to do? How could he know what to do? Why isn't Paul talking? Or else run away? Escape? With WSNBB's terrifying strength, I doubt he would be able to find you even if you hide in the Mariana Trench. Who can tell me what to do?
Paul forced himself to calm down and posted a message. Don't panic, I'll call the boss to report the situation. Don't worry, the powerful and beautiful country will protect us.
After seeing this message, the members of King's organization felt a little relieved.
At this time, all of their computer desktops returned to normal. What they saw before them was still the decisive battle page. Paul habitually wanted to operate it again, but then he was shocked to find that their administrator accounts were also kicked out of the third level. The backdoors and cheating methods left by the server are all ineffective. Moreover, all of their more than 30 accounts were kicked to a completely closed website. There is only a picture of iron bars on the webpage. It was like a prison, trapping more than 30 accounts, and they had no way to exit. They could only stay here and watch the situation on the third level page.
Oh my God! Paul suddenly realized something and his face turned pale.
God was not only operating on 2 fronts, but on 3 fronts. He was fighting and investigating them, seizing control of the server, fixing the backdoors and cheating methods they left behind, and even creating a completely closed web page to lock them up. God's power once again refreshed his cognition.
I actually dared to challenge a true God. Paul didn't even know who gave him the courage. Fish Leong. The final battle interface.
As the members of King's organization were kicked out and locked up, no one could stop me from yearning for freedom. No one can stop Chen Zhe from running towards victory. In a short period of time, the dazzling red flags refilled the entire webpage. The spectators were once again inspired.
God kept it.
But at this moment, there are still more than 8 minutes until 12 o'clock.
Can God keep guarding forever? Countless people on the first and second floors sent messages to cheer for WSNBB. Great God, great God. You must hold on. Persevere until the last moment. Hold on. You must hold on.
At this time, a dialog box suddenly appeared on the third page. Everyone, the battle is over.
Countless people had the same doubts. Why? What? Why? Is it cold after buying it?
WSNBB, there are 35 members of King's organization, all of whom have been driven out by me.
They are locked in one place and can never re-enter. The enemy is gone, and the battle is naturally over.
The entire network fell into a brief silence, as if the data flow had also stagnated at that moment.
After a few seconds, hackers and computer giants from all over the world cheered and howled.
In excitement, some people jumped up, some shouted, some banged the table, some grabbed their hair and howled, and some slapped others' buttocks.
Win! Wang Defa? We won! Oh my God! Awesome, awesome, awesome! God is awesome! Broken voice.
Blue Rose was so excited that she jumped up and down, leaping barefoot in the sunshine, like a lively elf.
Blue Enchantress favorability plus 50. The miracles displayed by WSNBB completely conquered the heart of the talented girl.
From now on, WSNBB is the only god in her heart. But she was too happy, and then came sorrow. Blue Rose's pink and round toes accidentally hit the table leg, and she meowed in pain. I don't know which digital user took the lead in swiping 666 in the webpage information area. Immediately afterwards, countless people shouted 666 in unison. There are also people who brag about how awesome they are.
Why is the whole world learning Chinese? Because God sends messages in Chinese, these people send messages in Chinese. It's simply awesome. 666, even foreign friends can do it. WSNBB, don't call me God, just call me ID. Okay, Master, what does this ID mean? What's the special meaning? A user who was obviously from China typed, "Come, join me, let's shout out God's name. I am Nibaba."
Foreign friends also followed suit, so God's ID is called Mud.
I am Mud, and I adore you so much. Please take my knee. I'm your father. I am your father.
Seeing this information, Blue Rose, who was sitting on a chair with her legs bent and rubbing her little toes, couldn't help but smile charmingly.
Blue Enchantress favorability plus 20. God is so naughty, he must be a young man, right? I will ask him how old he is later. That's not right. Just knowing his age is not enough.
We also need to know his name, age, place of origin and gender.
There should be no doubt about his gender. We can tell from his ID that he should be a boy. After all, girls don't like being called dad, but sometimes they like to call someone dad. The reason why Blue Enchantress wanted to know so much information was that she had absolutely no intention of giving up. Absolutely. She could swear. She simply wanted to recruit talent for the country. The country will never miss a supreme god like WSNBB and will definitely give him the best treatment and the safest protection.
In this joyful atmosphere, suddenly, a hacker from South Korea, called the #1 hacker in the universe, started to flood the screen with posts.
South Korea is awesome. Our South Korean god defeated King single-handedly. He is at the pinnacle of the universe. South Korea, awesome.
Chen Zhe, who saw this message, did not indulge his bad habits at all.
Just type, "I am Chinese."
Then all the red flags were removed and replaced with a 5-star red flag, flying high in the eyes of all spectators. Chapter 164 Last update, Brother Tone, goodbye.
Everyone was extremely surprised to see this scene. No one expected that WSNBB, the supreme god, was actually a Chinese. Wu Xin, Sweeping Monk, Lobendeo and others were naturally delighted.
The great god was one of their own, which made them happier than winning the first prize.
Fallen Angel, Alice and others felt a little regretful. It would be great if WSNBB was from their country.
If they could invite him to join, even if it was just in name only, their organization would become the world's #1 hacker organization. As for the South Korean hackers, especially the most active hacker in the universe, they felt a burning pain on their faces.
It's embarrassing, really embarrassing. They never expected that WSNBB would be so tough and would rather expose some of its real information than admit that it was South Korean.
Given WSNBB's current situation, it is at the center of controversy, not only attracting the attention of the world's top computer giants, but also the attention of information security departments of various countries behind those giants.
These attentions are not necessarily well-intentioned.
For example, when Paul, the head of the King organization, was reporting to a heavyweight figure in the United States, that big shot gave Paul a direct order.
We must find WSNBB and either reclaim it for use or physically perform salvation. Logically speaking, it is unwise for WSNBB to admit its nationality in front of so many people. He should try to conceal his true identity. Is it not possible to disguise myself as a South Korean for a while?
For example, when South Koreans are complained about being noisy or lacking in manners while traveling abroad, they are very happy to say that they are Chinese.
I don't understand, I really don't understand.
The great masters from various countries would naturally not argue with these rubbish hackers from South Korea, but young people like Liu Bendao are not so magnanimous.
They have long disliked South Koreans. They want to snatch anything China has. They are so fucking shameless. Rokamoto and his men caught a few South Korean hackers and gave them a good scolding, and the South Koreans also cursed back.
It was originally just a matter of a small group of people, but someone posted it on YouTube, and more people began to join in the war of words. For example, netizens from Japan, the Eastern superpower India, the Western superpower the United States and other countries joined in. Some supported the South Koreans, but of course more of them were scolding them.
It's noisy over there, so of course the big guys and top hackers won't pay any attention to it. They all have important things to do. Blue Enchantress soon received instructions from the top to contact WSNBB and ask him about his willingness, whether he was willing to work for the country. No matter what his conditions were, everything could be negotiated. Wu Xin also received a call from the company's big boss, the Red Leader, asking him to invite WSNBB to join them 361 with the utmost sincerity, with an annual salary starting from 50 million. However, Wu Xin tried to send a message to WSNBB on the web battlefield, but it didn't attract anyone's attention at all. There was no way.
Chen Zhe didn't know Wu Xin at all, and he was not the only one who asked him to add his contact information for private chat. He didn't know whether these strange accounts were human or not, so Chen Zhe naturally ignored them. However, he still agreed to Blue Enchantress's private request. Because Chen Zhe had read Blue Rose's information and knew her background, it was definitely not because she was a beautiful 19-year-old girl. The two started chatting on a chat software with a high level of confidentiality.
Blue Enchantress, hello, Master. WSNBB, hello. Blue Enchantress, I am glad that you are from China. The following request may be a little presumptuous, but I still want to ask you, are you willing to join our National Network Information Security Protection Team? Chen Zhe hesitated for a while and asked, are there many restrictions there? Are there many leaders who supervise me? Blue Enchantress, don't worry about that. People like us all have public identities, such as students, or various professions. After Blue Rose's detailed explanation, Chen Zhe finally understood that top global talents like him and Blue Rose were relatively free. To put it simply, they obeyed orders and not announcements. Do what you should do in normal times and only take action when the country needs you. Of course, with Chen Zhe's technical level, unless something big happens, he will never be bothered under normal circumstances. There is no need to report for work during normal times. There are no redundant agencies and leaders at all levels, and there is no need to deal with mountains of documents and meetings. In addition, the treatment is also very good. With Chen Zhe's strength, he can receive special allowances as an exception, which is no less than 100 million yuan per year in total. He can also enjoy the professional protection of the Imperial Guards around the clock. After Chen Zhe understood the circumstances, and considering that the beautiful girl had been eagerly looking forward to it, he did not hesitate for too long and nodded in agreement. Then I filled out a form according to Blue Rose's requirements, which mainly included some basic information and a personal front-facing photo. Not long after he sent the information, system prompts popped up in front of him one by one. Blue Enchantress favorability +5. Blue Enchantress favorability +3. Blue Enchantress favorability +2. Reminder, Blue Enchantress's favorability has reached 100.
Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Unwavering Love. Congratulations to the host for winning the achievement reward, the Hand of the Family-Loving Eagle. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, Design Drawing of the 10th Generation Aircraft Carrier.
Seeing these prompts, Chenzhe was shocked.
He never thought that a talented girl whom he had never met would reach a favorability of 100 in just half an hour.
I love the eagle hand, forget it, I don't have time to complain now.
Because Brother Tong was generous this time, the achievement item reward actually gave the design of the 10th generation aircraft carrier.
This is fucking awesome.
However, Chenzhe didn't have much time to be happy, because there were a lot of system prompts this time.
Historic moment.
The host perfectly captured a top-notch beautiful girl with a comprehensive appearance score of 97 in one day, setting a historic record.
Congratulations to the host.
Being able to set such a record means that you have completely left the novice stage and become a qualified Sea King. In this case, I can leave without any worries and look for the next destined person.
Chenzhe was confused. Brother Tong is leaving? Ding, the system is about to be updated, and it is also the last update. Wait. Chenzhe shouted in his heart, Brother Tong, are you leaving?
Please rest assured, host, only my intelligence part has left. The basic functions of the system, such as finding conquerable targets, lucky draws, and the mall, will continue to exist.
You can't chat with me anymore?
The answer was correct, but there was no reward. Although Chenzhe felt that Brother Tong was a jerk most of the time, when he suddenly said he wanted to leave, he was really reluctant to let him go for a moment.
After this update, the intelligent part will leave. Host, is there anything else you want to say to me? Chenzhe thought for a long time and said, why don't you just stay? There are still many destined people waiting for me. Chenzhe wondered, what is a destined person?
Fate, wonderful beyond words. The author thinks that those who leave comments here are destined to meet each other. Especially those who post good pictures, the probability of meeting Brother Tong will increase significantly.
Chenzhe's mood suddenly became a little low.
At his age, he hasn't learned how to say goodbye properly.
It was too sudden and caught him off guard. Update is about to begin. Chenzhe, see you again if we are destined to. 3, 2.
Chenzhe rubbed his eyes and murmured, Brother Tong, goodbye.
1. The system is being updated for the last time. Chapter 165 My silly son. Then, let's say goodbye properly.
The river of time flows into the sea, and finally we go our separate ways.
No port is a permanent stop.
Brother Dong had been sitting aside playing with his phone.
He couldn't understand Chenzhe's operations anyway.
After swiping for a while, the phone prompted that the battery was too low, so he put the phone away and walked to Chenzhe to check the situation.
Soon, Brother Dong noticed that something was wrong with Chenzhe. Huh? Brother, why are your eyes red? Did you cry? Don't be so stressed, it's okay if you can't handle it.
No, my eyes hurt from staring at the computer for too long.
How did you handle this virus? Didn't you handle it in seconds last time? It took a little longer this time. Nailed it. Ha ha. Awesome. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Brother Tong, I'm a little tired today. I'll treat you tomorrow. Brother Tong? Brother Dong.
Brother Dong could see that Chenzhe was not in a good mood, but he couldn't figure out what he was doing. Seeing that Chenzhe had no interest in going out for dinner, he didn't force him.
Who among today's people doesn't have something on his mind? Okay, let's do it another day. Okay, Brother Dong, I'm leaving first. Chenzhe returned to the dormitory and ordered a takeout.
After eating, he slept until about 3 in the afternoon. Finally, he was fully recovered. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found a big head looking at him.
Chenzhe was startled. What are you doing? Wang Bo, who was looking at Chenzhe from the bed next to him, immediately laughed. Godfather, are you awake? Chenzhe pressed Wang Bo's big face and pushed him away from above his head, wondering, what are you doing? I'm not a beauty, why are you staring at me sleeping? Wang Bo asked with concern, are you okay? Are you okay? When I came back to the dormitory at noon, I saw that you were absent-minded.
I called you several times but you ignored me.
Did you break up again? But you are now a top tall, rich and handsome man. How could you not encounter such a thing? Chenzhe finally understood. You are worried that something might happen to me, so you skipped class to stay here and watch over me? Yeah. Wang Bo nodded.
Chen Zhe was actually somewhat touched in his heart. This rebellious son was not raised in vain, brother. Now I only play with shivers and not emotions.
How could I possibly be heartbroken? Wang Bo gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, great. I wish I could be half as good as you someday. Maybe in the next life.
Chen Zhe said as he jumped off the bed, fumbled in his pocket, took out the Mate 60 he had bought earlier and threw it to Wang Bo. I've only used it for a few days, it's still quite new, I'll give it to you.
Fuck, so far ahead. Wang Bo let out a weird cry in excitement. Godfather, is this true? What special day is today? Are you going to give me something? Without waiting for Chen Zhe to speak, Wang Bo suddenly understood the truth. By the way, do you remember that my birthday is next Monday? This birthday surprise came too soon.
I'm so moved that I want to cry.
Chen Zhe felt a chill in his throat. What the hell are you talking about?
Wang Bo, if you keep being so disgusting, I'll kill you. Wang Bo got out of bed with a smile on his face, fiddled with his new phone happily, reinserted the card, and transferred the data from his old phone.
While he was busy, he chatted, Godfather, do you know why the Titanic sank? It hit an iceberg. Wrong. Wrong? Wang Bo came over and said mysteriously, because Jack loosened the screw. Chen Zhe was stunned for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't help but kicked him. I really can't stand this silly boy. Let's go.
Chen Zhe tilted his head, gestured to Wang Bo, and then walked out of the dormitory.
Where are you going?
Wang Bo asked, but still quickly followed Chen Zhe.
Chen Zhe said, my silly son's birthday is next Monday. Am I going to send you away with a used cell phone? I must buy you a brand new gift. Godfather.
Wang Bo was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. Chen Zhe continued, I'll organize a birthday party for you and invite a bunch of pretty, sexy ladies in cool clothes to dance around you, so you can enjoy the feeling of being a tyrant.
What?
Wang Bo was stunned when he heard that. He was stunned for a while and couldn't help but shed tears of emotion.
After leaving the dormitory, Chen Zhe took his eldest son and took a taxi, heading directly to Sumei Electrical Appliance City.
Come to the Dell store.
Bought an Alien 18 for Wang Bo. Of course Chen Zhe knew what his unfilial son's favorite gift was.
Alienware may 18th not be the best gaming laptop, but it is definitely the gift that can show the most sincere emotions. There is no other reason, the price is more than 50,000 yuan, the most expensive. Just choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. Wang Bo held the new gaming laptop in his hands, his eyes filled with tears. Chen Zhe also bought himself an Alien, and then took his rebellious son to other shopping malls and bought 2 new sets of clothes and 4 pairs of shoes for himself and Wang Bo. 15,000 was gone just like that. After shopping all afternoon, Wang Bo, who was carrying large and small bags, was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and his apple cheeks on both sides were a little painful from smiling. At around 6 o'clock, the two were about to find a restaurant to eat when Chen Zhe's cell phone rang.
It was a call from Blue Rose.
As soon as Chen Zhe answered the phone, he heard a sweet voice from the other end, Master, hello.
Hello, hello. Your formalities have all been completed. From now on, I will be your contact person. The team sent out to protect you is on the way.
I will send you the information of the 4 bodyguards later.
When you are free, meet them and get to know them. Okay. Well, besides. Just say it if you have something to say. I would like to consult you in person on some technical issues. When are you available? Don't call me yours. I'm only a month older than you. Just call me by my full name. Chen Zhe thought for a moment and said, maybe after next Monday. I'm a bit busy these days. Okay, I'll call you when it's convenient for you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhe looked at the information that Blue Rose sent to his email.
The information was very simple, containing basic information about the 4 bodyguards.
Apart from their names and ages, there was only a brief resume and a photo. Su San, 28 years old. Su Si, 26 years old. Long Wu, 25 years old. Hu Qi, 25 years old. They are all the same kind of men. Su San looked a little listless, like a tired office worker. Su Si was wearing a pair of glasses and looked like an office clerk. Long Wu is not good looking and is very thin.
Hu Qi looks the strongest, but looking at his eyes, it seems like he is missing a thread in his brain.
However, Chen Zhe did not judge people by their appearance. How could these professionals who had closely protected the top leaders be weak? After dinner, Chen Zhe and his friend took a taxi back to school.
It was rush hour and the traffic was very congested. By the time they got off the taxi in the alley behind the school, it was already dark. The two were walking towards the school without provoking each other, when suddenly a greasy middle-aged man walked out from a small restaurant next door. She had long, messy hair draped over her shoulders, wore sunglasses late at night, was wearing a Montagut dress, had a gold chain around her neck, and had tattoos on her hands. You can tell at first glance that he's not a serious person.
Little brother, let me ask you something. The middle-aged man walked up to Chen Zhe and asked casually. What's the matter? Chen Zhe asked casually. What's your attitude? The middle-aged man's tone suddenly changed. Fuck, you're looking for trouble, right?
Wang Bo, who was standing by, looked a little confused.
Is this guy sick?
Why is he doing Sichuan opera face changing for no reason?
Chapter 166 Courier Employee, reporting in. Hey, what do you mean?
Wang Bo frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. Chen Zhe had already noticed something was wrong, because the people sitting in the nearby small restaurants were all a group of social people. There was not a single college student at all.
A random count showed that there were more than 20 people. Oh no, this guy is here to cause trouble on purpose. Chen Zhe quickly pulled Wang Bo, wanting to tell him to come back and stop arguing with the other party.
But once someone pulls Wang Bo, he will become more excited.
What do you want to do?
You suddenly come out and curse me.
Is there something big on your mind?
Wang Bo was giving his all when suddenly there was a loud bang and someone dropped a cup.
Breaking the cup is a signal. In an instant, more than 20 social people sitting in several small restaurants gathered around.
Wang Bo's output came to an abrupt halt, and he looked confused.
What's going on? Why are there so many people suddenly gathered around? And some of them put their hands in their arms, as if they were taking something out? Run! Chen Zhe's pupils shrank and he pushed Wang Bo backwards.
Wang Bo was still in a daze, but the next moment he saw many people taking out knives from their arms. He was immediately frightened and ran away subconsciously. After running a few steps, he realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw that his godfather had been surrounded.
Wang Bo immediately cried out in sorrow, "Godfather! Go!" Chen Zhe yelled at him. When Wang Bo ran, no one chased him.
This immediately made Chen Zhe realize that the group of people in front of him were coming for him. In other words, Wang Bo had nothing to do today, and he would be safe as long as he stayed away. If he insisted on getting involved, he would suffer an unexpected disaster. At this moment, two villains started fighting in Wang Bo's mind. A rational person told him that he should run away and call for help. If he rushed forward rashly, he would only get chopped down. Another sentimental villain told him that they were brothers in the same life, and even if he was chopped to pieces, he would go back to save Chen Zhe. While the fight between the two villains in Wang Bo's mind had not yet been decided, Chen Zhe was surrounded by a group of people with knives. The situation is very bad. Although Chen Zhe has full physical strength, he might be able to kill a gangster with one slap. But no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. With so many people rushing at him, two fists can't fight four hands, and he will definitely be slashed a few times.
If that happens, won't the Armani he just bought be scrapped? How ugly would it be to leave scars on the slashed parts?
In any case, Chen Zhe would never admit that he was afraid of pain. The college students and merchants who came out to find food nearby were all stunned when they saw this scene. No one expected that in 2024, we would still see knife-wielding scenes near a school.
This is right next to a school, not the professional fighting venue in Jiefang East.
Some people took out their phones to call the police, others took out their phones to record videos, but as for being brave and righteous? It would be fine if Dafei was the only one on the other side, but there are more than 20 of them, so forget it.
Brothers, are you coming for me? But I can't understand. I haven't offended you, so why are you blocking me?
Chen Zhe's muscles were tense as he looked at the long-haired, middle-aged, greasy man wearing sunglasses in front of him with great vigilance. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended.
Remember, the person who brought people to chop you down is called Dafei. Dafei grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Who did I offend? Can you please let me know the truth? Chen Zhe asked Dafei. Do you think I'll tell you?
Dafei showed a mocking look at the corner of his mouth. Boy, be honest and cooperate well, so you don't have to suffer too much.
I only need to cut off one of your hands. If you don't behave, then I can't guarantee that I will cut you a few times. Chen Zhe hurriedly asked, how much money did others give you? I'll pay double. DeFei was quite interested when he heard this. Double? Can you offer 1 million? Is double 200,000 equal to 1 million?
This is certainly not because DeFei is bad at math, but because he is asking for an exorbitant price.
A man with a flat head and wearing a flowered shirt suddenly jumped out and yelled at DeFei, "What are you talking about? Did you know that villains die because they talk too much? Liang Kuan, are you angry?" DeFei said with some dissatisfaction. "I'm very angry now."
Liang Kuan glared at DeFei, and before he finished speaking, he raised the knife and chopped at Chen Zhe.
"Oh shit."
Chen Zhe was startled and subconsciously dodged back, but unfortunately Liang Kuan came too fast and Chen Zhe was careless and failed to dodge. Although he tried to dodge, he was still cut on his arm, leaving a small cut that started bleeding.
Some people will become dazed after being chopped, while others will become dizzy after being chopped. Chen Zhe belongs to the latter. Seeing the cut on his arm, Chen Zhe instantly flew into a rage. "My Armani! FK!" He roared angrily and slapped Liang Kuan in the face.
In anger, he used the skill of Shinma Thing's slap. Liang Kuan is a veteran fighter, so he should be able to dodge Chen Zhe's slap.
But the skill of Shinma Thing's slap is very unreasonable. No matter how you dodge, it seems quite far away from you, but the slap will be on your face in the next moment. Bang! Liang Kuan didn't react at all.
He suddenly saw stars and spun a few times like a top. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead.
DeFei and others were bewildered.
By the way, Brother Shanji knew that Chen Zhe was fierce, so he went back and explained the situation to his superiors and returned the money. His superior knew that Chen Zhe was awesome, so he went to his own superior and told him that this job couldn't be done.
So this business was finally pushed to DeFei.
There was no other choice. DeFei had to lead people to do it himself, and to be on the safe side, he also called Liang Kuan. Because Liang Kuan is very good at fighting, he is the most powerful person DeFei knows. But who would have known that the ace fighter in his mind, Liang Kuan, would be defeated by a slap from Chen Zhe?
Godfather. Wang Bo, who was outside the crowd, saw his adoptive father being hacked to death. How could he bear it? He immediately threw the bags in his hands to the ground, then rushed towards the crowd screaming. There were a few college students watching the show nearby. They were very well mannered and silently helped Wang Bo look after his belongings. But Wang Bo was still running on the road when suddenly 4 figures passed by him as if they had flashed. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the crowd. 3 of them formed a triangle formation, each holding a baton in their hands, and they broke up the crowd of thugs like a hot knife through butter. Another man wearing glasses and a white shirt came around from the other side. When the thugs fell to the ground one after another, their formation was in chaos, and they were howling like ghosts and wolves. He quietly moved to Dafei's side, holding the electric baton, and poked Dafei in the waist. Sizzle. Dafei's whole body twitched, his eyes rolled back, and then he fell limply to the ground. "Sorry, I'm late." The man in the glasses and shirt put Dafei down, came to Chen Zhe, and said politely, "Su Si?" Chen Zhe asked tentatively.
The man in the glasses and shirt nodded slightly. "Boss Chen, Su Si, the courier employee who can't get anywhere, comes to report."
Chen Zhe confirmed, "Nowhere is connected?" Su Si spread his hands, "Well, no copyright." Chapter 167 Curiosity Kills the Cat. Chen Zhe asked again, "What's your name?" Su Si said, "There are so many people in our country, what's so strange about having the same name and surname?" Chen Zhe asked curiously, "Do you have Sister Bauer?" Su Si said, "No, there is only my precious sister Blue Enchantress." Chen Zhe wanted to ask something else, but Su Si couldn't help but said, "Boss Chen, your focus is a little strange. Don't you want to know who sent these thugs?" Chen Zhe said, "With professionals like you here, I don't need to worry, I just need to wait for the answer." Su Si nodded gently and glanced at the wound on Chen Zhe's arm. "Do you want to go to the hospital?" Chen Zhe looked at the wound and saw that the bleeding had stopped. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It might heal by the time we get to the hospital. It's just a pity to ruin my new clothes." Su Si smiled, and a gleam of light flashed behind his lens. "Don't worry, I will make these people pay for it." While Chen Zhe and Su Si were chatting for a few words, all the thugs were knocked down. It's not that some people want to escape, but no one can escape. Su San, Long Wu, and Hu Chiao came over and called Boss Chen, then started to busy themselves with their own things. Su San began to contact the local police. Long Wu made a phone call and called a small truck that looked like a courier. Together with Hu Chi, they threw all the 20 or so thugs into the truck. Su Si accompanied Chen Zhe back to school, mainly to familiarize himself with the campus environment. Wang Bo followed beside him, looked at Su Si and asked, "Brother, what do you do?" "You are so awesome." Su Si smiled slightly. "We are the bodyguards of your adoptive father's company." "Company? My godfather started a company?" Wang Bo was stunned. Su Si didn't say anything, so Chen Zhe said, "Well, I opened a space infantry investment company." Su Si followed Chen Zhe to the dormitory, looked around the environment, and said goodbye without staying too long. Then he walked around the entire campus alone and memorized the terrain before leaving the school. He came to a coffee shop near the school, ordered a cup of coffee, silently observed the environment at the school gate, then took out his cell phone and called Long Wu. Su Si asked slowly, "Xiao Wu, did you find out?" Long Wu said briefly, "The employer is Zhang Yang, his family is quite powerful, and he is one of the top rich second generation in Jiangzhou." Su Si said, "Catch him and punish him severely. Let him sit on a sewing machine for 2 or 3 years. Tell the police officer in charge of this case that no matter who begs for mercy, it will be useless." Clear. An hour later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the upper-class circles of Jiangzhou. Zhang Yang was arrested. Moreover, he was arrested on the spot in his father's villa, with his father Zhang Yaoyang present. Zhang Yaoyang can be regarded as the local emperor of Jiangzhou. He is friends with many leaders in the city, and has some official identities that may be harmonized if they are written down. All in all, he's a pretty awesome guy. There was no one in Jiangzhou who didn't give him some face. Even the boss of these uncles would smile when he saw Zhang Yaoyang. What's the result? Those uncles actually tortured Zhang Yang right in front of him without giving him any face at all. How big of a disaster did Zhang Yang get into? Zhang Yaoyang frantically called to inquire about the situation, but this time, all his friends in the city turned into impartial and just Justice Bao and refused to reveal a word. In desperation, Zhang Yaoyang had to call other big bosses, such as Wang Haoqian's father, Yi Liangchen's father, and Chen Haodong's father. These big bosses are also confused. Although Zhang Yang and the daughter of the Yi family had a minor conflict due to speeding, the Yi family did not have the power to arrest Zhang Yang. What's more, didn't Zhang Yang later return the company to Yi Qingning? This matter gradually spread among the upper class of Jiangzhou, and many young men and women were watching the fun. Even the old hands couldn't figure it out, so these little guys were even more confused. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what Zhang Yang had done wrong. According to unreliable gossip, Zhang Yang is said to have to work on the sewing machine for a few more years. Only Yi Liangchen suddenly thought of something and sent a message in his small group. There were only Yi Qingning, Chen Haodong, and Xiao Mei in the small group. Everyone was eating melons and chatting enthusiastically. Good times and beautiful scenes. I guess Zhang Yang was brought in by Brother Chen. Dongzi, brother, what do you say? Xiao Mei, why? Lemon, why do you say that? Good times and beautiful scenes. Tell me, what kind of personality does Zhang Yang have? He lost to Brother Chen in a car race. Can he swallow this? Dongzi, I don't think so. Crow will definitely take revenge. Lemon, say it all in one breath. Good times and beautiful scenes. That's right, Zhang Yang would definitely take revenge on Brother Chen, but in the end, he was put in jail by Brother Chen. What I said makes sense. Who among you knows Brother Chen's background? I only know that he is a handsome man who was rich and good at driving fast, and he is from another place. What is his family background? I guess Brother Chen comes from a very powerful family, but he usually keeps a low profile. But when something happens, his family will make a big effort, and the Zhang family will not even have room to resist. Dongzi, the Prince of Kyoto? Xiao Mei, that is possible. Although the Zhang family is quite powerful locally, if Kyoto really takes action, crushing the Zhang family will be a matter of a word. Yi Qingning was speechless. Although she felt that what her brother said was quite outrageous, the more she thought about it, the more his words made sense. Who is Chen Zhe? What does his family do? Yi Qingning began to unconsciously recall the scenes of her time with Chen Zhe, trying to find details. However, she didn't find many details, and Chen Zhe suddenly became more important in her heart. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. The suspense and mystery surrounding Chen Zhe aroused Yi Qingning's great curiosity about him, and she developed a strong desire to explore and learn more about him. Yi Qingning favorability +5. Chen Zhe, who was treating a small wound on his arm in the school infirmary, suddenly received this system prompt. What is going on with this inexplicable feeling of affection? Although Chen Zhe has had this experience more than once,
he still hasn't figured out the specific reason.
Make a girl curious about you, just like seducing her.
Give her a little answer, not too much. Create more mystery and suspense, so that she will be full of desire to explore you and can't stop.
She will take the initiative to chat with you, have dinner with you, or even go on a date with you.
Shenzhe read the prompt and seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that after the last update by Brother Tong, a lot of functions have been improved. Of course, this explanatory tone still made Shenzhe feel a little regretful. But there is no way around it, since it was Brother Tong who left to find his soulmate.
Shenzhe, why are you here? Just then, a familiar figure entered Shenzhe's sight.
Shenzhe glanced out of the corner of his eye and immediately caught sight of that burgundy hair.
If the person coming is not Su Qingcheng, then who is he? Damn, Shenzhe suddenly became a little nervous.
Hello, teacher.
After Su Qingcheng greeted the teacher, he walked to Shenzhe and took a look. How did you get hurt? Shenzhe said casually, I did it by accident.
Su Qingcheng turned his back to the school doctor and winked at him. What did this do?
What tricks are you playing now? Shenzhe couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, this trainee's sister's head is still full of unhealthy thoughts.
He didn't want to say much to the sister, but it would be awkward if he didn't say anything, so he found something to do. So I looked at her data.
Name, Su Qingcheng. Age, 20. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kg. Overall appearance, 90. Condition, normal body, mental illness.
Strategy tips, multiple personality disorder patient, severe psychological trauma. Dropped out of school twice, both due to sexual harassment. She mustered up the courage to speak out, but was not treated fairly.
Instead, she was suppressed, slandered, and persuaded to quit. Her reputation was damaged and she was isolated and helpless. The people who harassed her were still the beast and the student union president who looked like a dog. Please eliminate her fear and the madness of wanting to destroy everything at any time, and bring her heart back to a normal and healthy track. Chapter 168 I Want to Be a Director. After reading Su Qingcheng's data, Shenzhe felt a little complicated.
It turns out that there is a reason why she became a crazy beauty. It turns out that lust is just her protective color. In order to avoid being hurt by bad people, I turned myself into a bad person. In order to avoid being harassed by those perverts, she made herself even more perverted. Shenzhe was about to open the system mall to search to see if there were any drugs to treat mental illness, but the system gave a prompt.
Mental illness needs to be treated with mental medicine. It is recommended to buy top-level psychology, priced at 20. Yesterday morning at Teacher Gu's place, all his heart points were reset to 0. Later, only Nan Meyer contributed 3 level heart points to him, which could only be exchanged for 6 Neptune coins. Can't afford it.
If you want to quickly gain heart-moving points, please make sure not to miss Xiao Shiyu's invitation.
Enter the entertainment industry and quickly become a global star. With just one song or one movie, you can quickly capture the hearts of beautiful women around the world. This is a clear path. But if I don't scan, how can I pick up the heart-beating points? Do I have to fly around the world every day? Recommended to buy the heart-beating harvester, priced at 50. After owning this harvester, the heartthrobs of beauties around the world will be automatically collected. It is an indispensable item for the world's strongest sea king. Highly recommended. The system has hinted very clearly that it wants Shenzhe to go and make the film. Shenzhe was too lazy to complain. After all, Brother Tong was gone, and now there was only a cold and emotionless system left. There was no point in complaining about it. Although there is only one letter difference between Tonga and system, their meanings are completely different. Okay, classmate. The school doctor put adhesive tape on the gauze and said to Shenzhe, this is just a small knife wound, so it can be treated quickly by disinfecting, applying some medicine, and wrapping it with gauze. Thank you, teacher. Shenzhe thanked the school doctor politely and left the infirmary. There was a sound of light footsteps behind him, and Shenzhe knew who it was without turning around. Why are you following me? Shenzhe asked without turning his head. How funny. Who is following you? I want to get out of here too. Su Qingqing's voice came from behind him. Oh, you don't admit it, right? Shenzhe was too lazy to talk to her anymore. He deliberately took an unconventional path and walked towards a small woods nearby. Su Qingqing followed behind him all the time. When they arrived in front of the grove, Shenzhe suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Qingqing.
I'm going in, do you still want to follow me?
Do you know where this is?
Su Qingcheng said indifferently, Happy Forest.
Just go in.
Chen Zhe was a little surprised. You are so brave.
Do you know how many people are having fun in there?
Su Qingcheng fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Chen Zhe thought she was scared, but Su Qingcheng said thoughtfully, In fact, I think it's meaningless to watch the scene in this dark place.
It's definitely not as good as the high-definition camera.
But since you are here, why not go in and take a look?
Chen Zhe felt defeated.
Using the same tricks you would use on normal girls on a crazy beauty like Su Qingcheng is totally useless.
To deal with her, you have to take any unusual approach.
Chen Zhe regrouped, stared at her pretty face, and smiled evilly. After entering, what if I want to tremble?
Su Qingcheng was not afraid at all. Instead, her beautiful eyes showed excitement. Then I will help you find a beautiful woman? Su Qingcheng's strange thoughts +10. Chen Zhe's mouth twitched. But I just want to be timid with you.
Su Qingcheng shook his head seriously. He said he only wants to be a director, not an actor.
Chen Zhe decided to take some drastic measures. If I fulfill your dream of becoming a director, can you let me have your way with you once?
Su Qingcheng looked Chen Zhe up and down, looking thoughtful. For my dream of becoming a director, it doesn't matter if I make a little sacrifice.
Besides, you are so handsome, it's not impossible. But what if you don't recognize me after you pull up your pants? Chen Zhe. Student Chen Zhe, what a coincidence.
Just then, a polite and gentle voice came from behind.
Chen Zhe turned his head and saw Xiao Shiyu and her assistant. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao, why are you here too?
Chen Zhe was a little surprised. Xiao Shiyu smiled slightly. I'm staying here. I have nothing to do in the evening, so I'll come in for a walk.
What Chen Zhe didn't know was that this was an encounter deliberately created by President Xiao.
In order to persuade Chen Zhe to sign a contract with her, Xiao Shiyu showed enough patience. She knew that haste makes waste, so she didn't mention the contract at all, not wanting Chen Zhe to get annoyed with her. According to her plan, she would create some chance encounters from time to time during this period, get acquainted with him first, and then slowly talk about business when the time was right.
Moreover, she was not wearing formal clothes or makeup. She changed into very simple home clothes, including a t-shirt, trousers, and sneakers. She gives people a very friendly feeling of the big sister next door. However, when President Xiao noticed Su Qingcheng beside Chen Zhe, his occupational disease came back. There is no way. Su Qingcheng is not only good-looking, but also has a slim figure and looks photogenic at first glance.
And her burgundy hair is also very distinctive.
Of course, there are many good-looking girls.
The reason why Su Qingcheng caught Mr. Zhao's eye is that she has a unique temperament. Mr. Xiao, who has seen countless people, can tell at a glance that beneath Su Qingcheng's calm appearance, there is a restless and violent energy. She is simply the chosen one to play the role of a crazy beauty.
Is this beautiful sister your classmate? Xiao Shiyu asked Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe nodded. Hello, my name is Su Qingcheng, I'm a freshman in the medical school.
Su Qingcheng smiled slightly and extended her hand towards Xiao Shiyu gracefully. She was not lying. In front of other people, she really looked like a well-educated lady. Hello, I'm Xiao Shiyu, the general manager of Golden Bean Media. Xiao Shiyu held Su Qingcheng's hand, her eyes full of admiration. Sister, you are so pretty. Su Qingcheng smiled and said, Sister is prettier.
If I were a man, I would definitely fall at your feet. Xiao Shiyu couldn't help laughing. Sister, you have such good conditions, have you ever considered becoming a star? Be a star? Su Qingcheng shook his head. I would rather be a director. Why are you so interested in directing?
Because I have dreamed of being a director since I was a child, and I really want to make a movie of my dreams.
Sister, do you have time now? Let's find a place to sit and have a good chat. Okay.
After successfully inviting Su Qingcheng, Xiao Shiyu turned to look at Chen Zhe and said with a smile, Chen Zhe, let's go out and sit together?
Have a cup of coffee? Chen Zhe said, how about going out for a barbecue? Get some cold beer? It's okay for me, but can Sister Su drink? Can. Then let's go. Chapter 169 3 Conditions. Chen Zhe and his friends found a late-night snack shop near the school. Boss, do you have a private room? Hey, Minister Chen is here? Of course you are here. The boss was very enthusiastic about Chen Zhe.
After all, Minister Chen spent thousands of dollars to treat guests here last time, and even beat up a few young people with a slap. In the boss's eyes, he was not an ordinary person.
Come in, what would you like to eat? The boss walked Chen Zhe and his companions inside, asking questions as they walked.
Chen Zhe casually said, "Give us a portion of all the delicious food."
There are 4 of us. You can arrange it as you like. And a case of beer. Okay, wait a moment. The boss asked Chen Zhe to sit down and went to work. After a while, a plate of barbecue and 2 2-liter bottles of beer were brought in. The boss put the food down, looked at Chen Zhe and said with a smile, "Minister Chen, the others are still being grilled, you guys eat first. This Lauterbach is pretty good, better than ordinary beer, I'll give it to you to try." Chen Zhe declined, "Boss, you're too polite. There's no need for that."
The boss said hurriedly, "It's just 2 bottles of wine, a small gift, Minister Chen, please don't refuse. I hope you can take care of my business in the future."
Chen Zhe didn't hesitate and nodded with a smile, "Okay, thank you, boss. Give me a call if you need anything." The boss said and left the private room happily. Minister Chen has a lot of face.
Xiao Shiyu joked with a smile.
Chen Zhe said modestly, "It's okay." Su Qingqing smiled and said, "He is the director of the External Relations Department of the Computer Department. He is very popular in our school. Maybe one day, he will have the final say in the whole school." Chen Zhe shook his head, "That's not right. Why can't you say that? It will only take a year or 2 at most." Su Qingqing chuckled. Xiao Shiyu smiled.
The silent male assistant had no expression. Although he was busy, washing dishes, pouring wine, and getting tissues for Mr. Xiao, he basically had no sense of presence. Xiao Shiyu and Su Qingqing sat next to each other and kept talking. At first they were talking about directors and actors, but after a while they started chatting about gossip in the entertainment industry.
Chen Zhe sat next to Xiao Shiyu. He had no interest in the gossip in the entertainment industry and focused on eating skewers and drinking.
"I have to say that the beer the boss gave me is really good. It has a mellow taste, slightly sweet, and exudes the aroma of malt.
It is unlike some beers that either taste like water or taste bitter."
After drinking and chatting for more than half an hour, Su Qingqing's pretty face had a blush and her eyes were a little blurry, probably because she was a little drunk. Xiao Shiyu was obviously a veteran in the battlefield of alcohol, his eyes were still clear, and he took the opportunity to ask Su Qingqing why he insisted on becoming a director. The trainee sister above had already started talking indiscriminately, biting Xiao Shiyu's ear and whispering something, which made Xiao Shiyu's pretty face blush. Later, the 2 women talked more and more excitedly, giggling from time to time and occasionally glancing at Chen Zhe.
Su Qingqing's strange thoughts +1. Su Qingqing's strange thoughts +1.
Although Chen Zhe didn't know what they were talking about, he knew from the system prompt that the content of the chat was not suitable for children.
Seeing the 2 of them covering their mouths and laughing at him again, Chen Zhe couldn't help it and reminded them, "You 2 are almost done, can you think of something healthy?" The 2 beauties were a little surprised when they heard this. "How do you know what we're talking about? You can read minds?"
Chen Zhe chuckled and looked at Su Qingqing and said, "It must be this sister who wants me to make a film."
"President Xiao, you are a mature lady. Don't be led astray by this ignorant little girl."
Xiao Shiyu's eyes were a little evasive, and she felt quite embarrassed.
Su Qingqing didn't care at all and asked back, "Why are you so unhappy?"
Sister Xiao said this is a great idea. Xiao Shiyu was very embarrassed and immediately coughed and said, "No, what I mean is to let Chen Zhe shoot a serious film. It's not impossible for Sister Su to be a director, but she can only shoot serious films."
Su Qingqing looked at her in surprise, "Sister, that's not what you said just now." "Oh, I understand, being serious is your lie."
Upon hearing this, Chen Zhe looked at Xiao Shiyu in surprise. He didn't expect that this 28-year-old beautiful wife who looked mature and graceful actually had some bad intentions towards him. Seeing Chen Zhe's gaze looking at her, Xiao Shiyu groaned, covered her eyes and eyebrows with her hands, and dared not face anyone.
Su Qingqing said in a negotiating tone, "Chen Zhe." Chen Zhe said decisively, "Shut up." Su Qingqing curled her lips in grievance, "Why are you so fierce? Let's talk business."
Chen Zhe remembered the system's prompt and looked at Xiao Shiyu and said, "Boss Xiao, if you want me to sign a contract with your company, it's not impossible, but I have 3 conditions."
Hearing this, Xiao Shiyu immediately perked up.
She immediately entered the working state, becoming a capable strong woman, suppressing her excitement, and looked into Chen Zhe's eyes calmly, "Tell me what you have to say." The male assistant next to him immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the memo, and prepared to record Chen Zhe's conditions. "First, I am still a student and should focus on my studies, so the company must accommodate my schedule.
Xiao Shiyu did not express her opinion, and said, "What about the second condition?"
Chen Zhe pointed at Su Qingqing and said, "Give her a chance to be a director.
Let her have fun.
She can shoot a web drama or a short drama." Su Qingqing opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise.
Is he serious? Do you really want to help me realize my dream of becoming a director? Su Qingqing's favorability plus 20. Su Qingqing's heartbeat plus 1. Xiao Shiyu immediately expressed her opinion, "This one is fine, what about the third condition?" Chen Zhe showed a meaningful smile, "The third condition, I will propose it when the time is right." Xiao Shiyu couldn't help but frown when she heard that. What did he want to do? Why don't you say it now? Is this an excessive condition? Could it be that he only looks like a sunny and cheerful boy on the surface, but is actually no different from those capital tycoons or the younger brothers of my ex-husband, and are all the same kind of people? Is it true that there is nothing good about men? Unsure if Chen Zhe's thoughts made her feel insecure, and she couldn't help but ask, "Can't I tell you now?"
Chen Zhe smiled and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes."
You should agree. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. I won't force you to agree.
These words made Xiao Shiyu feel relieved. Chen Zhe changed the subject, "However, you haven't said whether you agree to the first condition or not.
We need to discuss this in detail. I understand your situation and your difficulties, but..." Chen Zhe waved his hand and interrupted, "Boss Xiao, I've always had a question, why are you so eager to sign me?
With such a large population base in our country, there should be no shortage of handsome guys." Xiao Shiyu hesitated for a moment and glanced at the assistant beside her. The male assistant, who had been silent all this time, walked up to Su Qingqing and said politely, "Miss Su, let's go eat together."
Do you want to order something to eat?
Su Qingqing knew that this was just an excuse, just to make room for Chen Zhe and Xiao Shiyu to chat alone.
She nodded, stood up and left the box.
After the two of them left and closed the door of the private room, Xiao Shiyu said to Chen Zhe, "Chen Zhe, what's going to happen next involves some of my personal privacy.
I'm willing to tell you so that you can see my sincerity." Speaking.
Xiao Shiyu sighed softly, "There are always many troubles around a widow."
Chapter 170. Give me a chance.
Not long after, Chen Zhe finished listening to a story that was not bizarre and was a bit bloody. He understood why Xiao Shiyu was so anxious to sign him. Because she must make a new person famous before the end of the year, otherwise she will lose her position as general manager, her career will be interrupted, and she will face a lot of harassment. But at the same time, Chen Zhe also had new doubts.
Can't you change the track?
Chen Zhe looked at Xiao Shiyu, not understanding. "You have so much money, you can invest in other industries and be an investor with peace of mind."
Xiao Shiyu laughed at herself. Have you heard that saying? As long as those unpromising rich second generations don't invest, their family fortunes will never be completely lost. Although I'm not a rich second generation, I lose money every time I invest.
Chen Zhe said, "Even if you are afraid of losing money, with your wealth, if you put the money in the bank and earn interest, you can make several million a year."
Many workers can't earn that much in their entire lives. Is it enough for you to live on?
Xiao Shiyu nodded gently, "You are right, I have thought about this too, moving to a small city with a good environment and climate, which is enough to live a good life. But I'm still young and I want to build a career.
If I were asked to do nothing and just sit there and eat my savings, I'd probably go crazy in less than a month." Chen Zhe pondered and said, "Actually, you still can't swallow that breath, right?" "Ha?"
Xiao Shiyu looked at Chen Zhe in confusion.
Chen Zhe said in a deep voice, "You want to show those people that even without your husband's resources, you can still run your own business well. This way, you can also tell those who covet you that you are a completely independent and capable woman, and that you will be nothing without your husband. You can become a big capitalist yourself, so what right do those little people have to care about you?"
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyu opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise. She never imagined that a 19-year-old boy could have such profound insight.
It hit the nail on the head. And these secret thoughts were not noticed by even her good friends. Do you really have the ability to read minds? Xiao Shiyu smiled slightly and asked half jokingly and half seriously. Chen Zhe smiled and shook his head. "I am just respecting you and thinking about the problem as an independent individual." Xiao Shiyu remained silent, deeply touched. The people around her, whether they were superiors or subordinates, friends or competitors, did not treat her as an independent person. Although those people were respectful and polite to her on the surface, deep down, everyone just treated her as an appendage of her husband. Or rather, mistletoe.
In the eyes of others, her life and career can be so brilliant because her husband is like a towering tree that provides her with constant nutrition and shelters her from wind and rain.
How long can the mistletoe survive when the big tree collapses? How can others truly respect a parasite without any ability?
Chen Zhe's words completely touched Xiao Shiyu's heart and made her feel very favorable towards him.
Xiao Shiyu's favorability plus 20.
Chen Zhe was a little surprised. He still remembered that when they first met, his handsome face made the other person have a better impression of him. I didn't expect that after just a few words, my favorability level increased by 20.
Actually, this is not surprising at all.
After all, Miss Xiao is used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry and has a strong immunity to handsome guys, so Chen Zhe's good looks don't make her like him much.
But what Chen Zhe just said is not something that just anyone can say.
The so-called mountains and flowing waters are good for finding a soulmate. When you meet someone who understands you, especially a young and handsome man or beautiful woman, you will naturally feel a great sense of closeness and goodwill.
Since you are so anxious, I have 2 suggestions.
Chen Zhe tapped the table lightly, pulling Xiao Shiyu back to his senses. Buy the copyright of a song as soon as possible, and I will sing a cover.
It will be a hit within 3 days. Then I can find time to make a movie. You just do a good job of promoting it. I think I can give your company an impeccable answer within a month.
Xiao Shiyu was surprised and said,
1 month?
I know you are very capable, but that is too fast.
Chen Zhe smiled slightly. How about we make a bet? Bet on whether I can become famous all over the country within a month? His smile is full of confidence, and he exudes charming charm inadvertently. Xiao Shiyu's heartbeat point plus 1. She couldn't help but touch her chest. What was going on with that strong heartbeat just now? Could it be that I am attracted to a 19-year-old boy? How can this be? Xiao Shiyu, how old are you? You are still a widow. How can you have any thoughts about a 19-year-old college student? You are so shameless. Alas, I don't know if he has inherited the legacy of Wei Wu at his age. Boss Xiao? Chen Zhe's gentle call interrupted Xiao Shiyu's wild thoughts. She came back to her senses, subconsciously lifted the hair beside her ear, and asked, what about the bet? Chen Zhe smiled and said, if I win, give me a chance. Xiao Shiyu was very curious. What opportunity?
Chen Zhe looked into her eyes and smiled without saying anything. Xiao Shiyu is a strong woman who has seen many ups and downs, and has seen many strange looks from men, but Chen Zhe, a 19-year-old boy, makes her feel very different.
What chance does he want? Is it what you think?
Xiao Shiyu was in a state of confusion.
She told herself that she couldn't do this, but another voice was tempting her, asking her why not? What's the harm if you give him a chance? It's hard to say whether he will succeed or not. Oh, what kind of nonsense are I thinking about? Xiao Shiyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed and annoyed.
Chen Zhe's casual words made him so upset.
How could this be possible? How could I let a teenager lead me by the nose? You are a general manager who has seen a lot of monsters in the entertainment industry.
To put it simply, in this situation, Chen Zhe used a basic attack, and Mr. Xiao used both his ultimate and flash.
Xiao Shiyu said unhappily, Chen Zhe, I like to be direct. Why do you always hide things when you speak? What opportunity do you want? Can you just say it directly?
Chen Zhe said with difficulty, I'm afraid you can't bear it if I get up directly.
You, just say it.
Xiao Shiyu's breathing unconsciously became a little disordered.
Then I told you not to be angry. I'm definitely not angry. If I win, please give me a chance to see you.
Xiao Shiyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, a charming blush quickly appeared on her cheeks, and even her ears turned red.
Xiao Shiyu's heartbeat point plus 3.
She looked at Chen Zhe's honest face and felt flustered. She turned her head away and dared not look at him, but she immediately looked at Chen Zhe bravely, trying to regain some initiative.
Chapter 171, Can't Get Investment?
However, when Chen Zhe saw the system prompt, he knew that she was not disgusted, and his eyes became more passionate and bold. Xiao Shiyu only looked at Chen Zhe for a second before she was defeated by Chen Zhe's aggressive gaze. She coughed dryly, trying to find something to do to cover up her embarrassment. She reached out to pick up the beer, but found that the bottle on her side was empty, so she reached out for the beer on Chen Zhe's side.
Chen Zhe held her fair little hand in his palm and said, Boss Xiao, actually the third condition I proposed before is also this. But what I wanted to say at that time was, give me a chance to have an unspoken rule. But Mr. Xiao likes to be more direct, so I changed the wording. I hope you don't mind.
Xiao Shiyu said in shame and anger, "You men, really are not a good thing."
Xiao Shiyu's heartbeat point +1.
Chen Zhe smiled and said, "I'm not sure to win. If you win, I don't mind giving you a chance to take advantage of me."
You wish.
Xiao Shiyu glared at Chen Zhe, but unfortunately it had no effect and instead looked like she was flirting.
Shiyu, let's get down to business. First, buy the copyright of a song. It shouldn't be too difficult. With my face and decent singing skills, I will definitely be popular.
As for filming a movie, my face is the template for the male lead in a youth idol drama.
I don't even need much acting skills. You can call me sister or Miss Xiao. Do you think it's appropriate to call me Shiyu?
Okay, Shiyu, let's talk about business now. Don't get hung up on these trivial things.
Well, could you please let go of my hand first? Cannot. Then can you please stop touching me? My hands have a mind of their own, you see.
As Chen Zhe spoke, he stretched out his empty left hand and performed the eagle hand.
Those slender fingers that seemed to be equipped with electric motors even left an afterimage in the air.
Chen Zhe was quite satisfied when he saw the hand speed and frequency. Teacher Jia Tengying was indeed a master of hands. Well, I have to perform this unique skill in front of the school beauty tomorrow. She will definitely not be able to resist it, and there is a high probability that I will take her down on the spot. I just don't know how resistant Xiao Shiyu is to this.
Xiao Shiyu's favorability +5. Xiao Shiyu's heartbeat point +1. Xiao Shiyu felt her body getting hot and said in an almost pleading tone, "Can we talk about business?" Chen Zhe smiled and said, "It was you who wanted to interrupt." All right.
Xiao Shiyu was completely defeated, and resigned herself to letting Chen Zhe hold her little hand to discuss the details of the contract, as well as the subsequent release of songs and filming of movies. Covering a song is easy, but making a movie requires careful consideration. Xiao Shiyu wanted to make Chen Zhe a famous star, so it would not be appropriate to ask him to shoot low-budget movies.
With the current situation in the entertainment industry, it can easily cost hundreds of millions to make a movie. What if you lose money then? Where to attract investment? Now she has no resources left. Maybe she can swallow her pride and meet some investment tycoons, but which tycoon will invest so much resources in a newcomer like Chen Zhe? Unless those big guys have a preference for Long Yang, they will have to make Chen Zhe sell out his ass. Or will he put all his fortune on Chen Zhe? That won't work either. If I lose money, even if I'm really discouraged and want to quit this circle, I can't just lie down and do nothing without money. Chen Zhe, are you willing to let the male boss take advantage of you? Xiao Shiyu asked tentatively. Chen Zhe said angrily, "Who do you think I am? You can do it, but men definitely can't do it." Oh. I just mentioned it casually. Why do you think that? Xiao Shiyu sighed, "To attract investment." Can't attract investment? Chen Zhe couldn't help but smile happily when he heard this. "I know an investment tycoon who is definitely willing to invest in you. It's okay to ask for as much as you want. But don't ask for too little, otherwise I'll be embarrassed to ask." Really? Xiao Shiyu looked at Chen Zhe suspiciously. "Can you attract an investment of 100 million? You are the one who needs investment." Chen Zhe corrected her, "The starting point is 100 million, and there is no upper limit. The more the better." Is this true or false? Could it be that this young man in front of him was a top-tier second-generation rich man? Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know an investment tycoon. Then, 300 million? Xiao Shiyu said tentatively, "It would be easy if I had money. I could hire the best director, the best screenwriter, and the best supporting actor from the Golden Horse Awards. In short, I can definitely make a good movie and make you famous. 300 million, right? Lend me your phone." Chen Zhe finally let go of Xiao Shiyu's little hand, palm facing up, and motioned for her to hand over the phone. Xiao Shiyu thought his phone was out of battery, so without thinking much, she put her phone in Chen Zhe's hand. Chen Zhe picked up her cell phone and dialed his own number. In Xiao Shiyu's confused eyes, he answered the call and put the two phones to his ears. "Mr. Chen, there is a Miss Xiao Shiyu who wants to make a movie and wants an investment of 300 million. Okay, no problem." When Chen Zhe finished his performance and put down his phone, Xiao Shiyu couldn't help but complain, "This is not fun at all." Chen Zhe said, "Ask your assistant to come in and sign the investment contract. As the boss of the Universe Infantry Investment Company, I will invest 300 million in you." Is he serious? Xiao Shiyu suppressed the doubts in his heart, summoned his assistant in, and asked him to prepare two contracts.
After Su Qingcheng came in, she sat in the empty seat next to Chen Zai. While Sister Xiao was busy with work, she leaned over to Chen Zai and asked, "What were you two talking about in there? What took you so long?" Chen Zai glanced at her and said, "Talk about love." "Is that the answer you want to hear?" Su Qingcheng said seriously, "Junior, I just thought about it for a long time outside. Since I want to be a serious director in the future, for the sake of my future development and reputation, I can't ask you to shoot an improper film." Chen Zai's mouth twitched. "Then I really thank you very much. Should I kowtow to you again?" Su Qingcheng waved her hand. "Don't be so polite. I have something to discuss with you. After I become a director, can you stop taking advantage of me? Can you change the conditions?" "Okay." Chen Zai nodded decisively. "Now that you are the director, of course it's your turn to take advantage of me." Su Qingcheng. After a while, the assistant prepared 2 contracts. Xiao Shiyu took a look at them, confirmed that there were no problems, signed her name, and then handed the contract to Chen Zai. Chen Zai took a casual glance and quickly signed his name. From now on, he is an artist under Jindo Media. However, his contract was short, only more than 3 months. Because it will be the end of the year in just over 3 months. If no results are achieved by then, Mr. Xiao will have to pack up and leave. There is no point in signing for too long. Chen Zai originally only wanted to sign for 1 month, but was finally persuaded by President Xiao. 1 month was too much of a stretch, and 3 months was more manageable. Afterwards, Chen Zai picked up his phone and transferred money to Xiao Shiyu. Chapter 172. Don't move around here. Chen Zai transferred the 300 million in 3 installments. The first cashback ratio was 1-to-1. 100 million was transferred and 100 million was returned. I didn't make any money, but I still had more than 140 million in my card. The second time was still 1-to-1. There's nothing we can do. Mr. Zhao's favorability is not very high, so it's a bit difficult to trigger a high multiplier. There was only one last chance, so Chen Zai waited for a while. At this time, Xiao Shiyu saw the transfer information. Even though she was knowledgeable, she was stunned. Chen Zai actually transferred 200 million yuan without saying anything? My god, what a trust this is in me. The movie doesn't even have a name, hasn't even been started yet, but he has already transferred the investment money. This. Apart from being rich and willful, Xiao Shiyu didn't know how to describe Chen Zai. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me is actually a super rich second generation. You know, even if the son of some of the richest men wants to invest 300 million yuan, it is not something he can decide casually. He must get the consent of his family. But what about Chen Zai? He invested 300 million yuan as casually as if he was paying a bill of 300 yuan. There was a subtle change in Xiao Shiyu's eyes when she looked at Chen Zai, as if a golden god of wealth was sitting next to her. Xiao Shiyu's favorability plus 10. Xiao Shiyu's favorability plus 10. Xiao Shiyu's favorability plus 10. Xiao Shiyu's heartbeat point plus 1. Xiao Shiyu calmed down and said softly, "Mr. Chen, these investments." "Don't talk." Chen Zai silently looked at Xiao Shiyu's favorability. After adding these 30 points, it had reached 66. I hope Mr. Xiao can give me a 6 and be more powerful. Chen Zai thought so, then operated his phone solemnly and transferred another 100 million yuan. Bite. This time, Chen Zai finally heard a wonderful high-frequency prompt sound. Trigger 5 times cash back. After transferring 100 million, there is more than 40 million left. After returning 500 million, the total wealth reaches more than 540 million. 5 small goals have been achieved. Chen Zai's heart was only slightly excited for a moment, but soon calmed down like water. There is no way. To him now, money is really just a string of numbers. Xiao Shiyu was very happy to get the investment, and she accompanied Chen Zai to drink for more than 2 hours. Su Qingcheng, the little drunk, had already fallen asleep on the table. At around 12 o'clock, the assistant drove the 3 drunk people to the hotel where Xiao Shiyu was staying. I can't go back to the dormitory, so I can only get a room in a hotel. When getting off the car, Chen Zai was just a little dizzy, but basically he was fine. Not only was he able to carry Su Qingcheng, who was as limp as a puddle of mud, in a princess hug, he also had enough energy to free up a hand to support Xiao Shiyu, who was staggering. Occasionally, some guests would see this scene of being hugged by 2 girls in the lobby and couldn't help but feel envious. Whether it's a young lady like Xiao Shiyu or a beautiful girl like Su Qingcheng, they are both top-notch girls that they will never be able to approach in their entire lives.
It turned out that the guy actually brought two people to get a room. It's like a little cow riding a plane, so awesome.
Mr. Xiao and his assistant both had rooms. The assistant, who was very sober and had not drunk a drop of alcohol, came to the front desk and opened a room for Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen, how many rooms do you want? 2. 2 rooms? Mr. Xiao and I have our own rooms. Ah.
The lady at the front desk said, "Excuse me, everyone.
We only have one room left. What should I do then?" Chen Zhe was a little embarrassed.
Xiao Shiyu approached Chen Zhe and wanted to talk, but she was a little unsteady and leaned on his arm. She smiled softly and said, "Sister Su drank too much.
It's better for you to stay in the room and look after her. What if she vomits?"
With the noble spirit of helping others, Chen Zhe could only nod and say, "Okay, then open one."
Mr. Xiao, have a good rest. Well, good night. Good night.
After taking the room card, Chen Zhe carried Su Qingcheng into the elevator and found his room. Throwing Su Qingcheng onto the bed, Chen Zhe saw that she was soundly sleeping and thought that nothing should happen. He then went to take a shower, put on the hotel's bathrobe, sat on the sofa to rest for a while, and took out his cell phone to check.
Zhang Mayan sent him a flight information.
He said he would land at 9 tomorrow morning and asked Chen Zhe if he had time to pick him up.
Seeing this message, Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel emotional.
Sister Mei Yan said in chapter 70 that she would come to play with him. Now it's more than 170 chapters, and she is finally coming. Then there must be time to pick her up.
I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Go to bed early.
After Chen Zhe replied to this message, he clicked on several other messages and took a look. The boss sent him 2 pictures, one was the logistics check-in information, and the other was the boarding pass.
Domineering CEO, the car will arrive around 12 noon the day after tomorrow. If the flight is not delayed, it will land around 11:30 the day after tomorrow.
Brother Smile will also be there at about the same time.
I look forward to meeting both CEOs. Chen Zhe, does the boss like a dragon? Overbearing CEO, of course. Chen Zhe, I'll make arrangements for you. Chen Zhe is in a very good mood.
His dream car will be available the day after tomorrow.
From the day after tomorrow, all gentlemen will have one more brother who drives SF90 in Jiangzhou.
In between chatting with the domineering boss, Chen Zhe clicked on Tang Tian's message. The school beauty asked him when he would have time to visit his and her company. Tang Tian's company and Chen Zhe's company are rented on the same floor, separated only by a corridor, so they can be said to be just opposite each other.
Just after replying to Tang Tian's message, a new message came. Lemon, what are you doing? It turned out to be sent by President Yi. It's strange that the aloof President Yi actually took the initiative to send me a message. Well, what should I do? Let me think about it.
Chen Zhe touched his chin, and many replies flashed through his mind, such as I am getting in 4 drip, I am farming, I am fishing, I am digging for treasure and so on.
However, sending these messages requires the cooperation of the other party. The other party must ask, what fluid did you inject? What land did you plant? What fish did you catch? What treasure did you dig? If she didn't ask, it would be meaningless. So Chen Zhe replied, looking at the stars. Lemon, it's quite elegant. Chen Zhe, I really want to pick the stars off. Lemon, who do you want to give it to? Chen Zhe, don't move around here. Wait for me to come back from picking stars. Lemon, beat.jpg chopper.jpg rage.jpg. Chen Zhe, squinting smile.jpg. Lemon, yeah, where are you from? Chen Zhe, I am a small town writer. I come from Furong town in the next city. Lemon, I've been there for a trip. It's a little hard to say.
Next time I'll ask you, a local, to help me avoid being ripped off.
Chen Zhe, okay.
As they chatted, sleepiness came over them.
Chen Zhe was too lazy to care about anything else. He drew a 38th parallel on the big bed and lay down on the other side of Su Qingcheng with his clothes on. Chapter 173 Strong Man. A night passed and nothing happened.
Although the trainee sister was very beautiful and had no ability to resist, Chen Zhe would not take advantage of her. And during this period, he really wasn't hungry. The next day, Chen Zhe slept until he woke up naturally.
It was already 7:30.
When he got up, Su Qingcheng was still sleeping soundly. If he hadn't heard her even breathing, Chen Zhe would have almost suspected that she was drunk. Su Qingchang, get up, the sun is about to burn your butt. Chen Zhe gently shook her shoulders, trying to wake her up. Su Qingchang hummed impatiently, slapped his hand away, and muttered, "Stop making noise, I don't want to get up." As she said that, she turned over, rolled the quilt around herself and continued to sleep.
I'm sleeping like a dead pig.
Chen Zhe shook his head, complained, and ignored her. He picked up his phone and called Xia Wenxi, asking him to drive with him to the airport to pick someone up.
Not long after, Chen Zhe packed up a bit and had a quick bite in the hotel. Xia Wenxi called and said he was downstairs.
Chen Zhe went downstairs, got in the car, and sat in the passenger seat.
Good morning, brother Chen, have you eaten yet? I've eaten. How about you?
The two greeted each other, and Xia Wenxi drove towards the airport.
After driving for a while, Xia Wenxi asked, Brother Chen, you didn't go back to the dormitory yesterday?
Yeah. Chen Zhe replied subconsciously, and suddenly felt a little strange. Why is it called you? Xia Wenxi said in a seemingly casual tone, but in fact he was calling someone. Boss Mu brought you breakfast the day before yesterday, but I didn't see anyone downstairs in the dormitory.
I ran into your roommate, Wang Bo, who said you hadn't been in the dormitory for the past 2 days. The day before yesterday? Xiao Yer brought me breakfast? What was I doing at that time? Chen Zhe shuddered all over when he heard this.
He became inexplicably nervous and tried hard to recall what he was doing the day before yesterday. But the more he tried to recall it, the harder it was for him to remember it.
Xia Wenxi continued, when Boss Mu came to the internet cafe that day, she wasn't in a good mood at all. I asked her about it and found out what happened.
I heard that it was her first time delivering breakfast to a boy, but it was a pity that she didn't start well.
No.
Chen Zhe quickly took out his phone to check the caller ID and messages, but Xiao Yuer hadn't contacted him in the past few days. Why didn't she call me that day?
Or send me a message?
Xia Wenxi glanced at Chen Zhe and said, I wanted to give you a surprise, so I waited for you for more than half an hour downstairs of the boys' dormitory.
Alas, this stupid beauty. Chen Zhe sighed, suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Xia Wenxi's eyes. Although there was no evidence, Chen Zhe always felt that he heard Vinci's voice. Chen Zhe, you deserve to die, you really deserve to die.
Chen Zhe blurted out, she and I are just good friends.
Xia Wenxi was surprised and said, why do you want to hide it?
I didn't ask you what your relationship with her is. And I won't tell her that you went to the airport to pick up a beautiful woman as soon as you got up today.
Chen Zhe.
At this time, Chen Zhe suddenly remembered that the day before yesterday, which was Thursday, he held Romeo and slept until almost 12 o'clock. Well, when he was holding the beauty in his arms, Xiao Yuer was waiting for him downstairs of his dormitory early in the morning.
Brother Chen, why are you sweating? Is it so hot today? Do you want to turn on the air conditioner?
Xia Wenxi felt very strange when he saw the fine beads of sweat suddenly appearing on Chen Zhe's forehead.
No need.
Chen Zhe grabbed a few tissues and wiped the cold sweat from his head, thinking to himself, why are you so nervous? Ma Dan, you and Xiao Yuer are just good friends.
What does your playing outside have to do with her?
Even if she knew, it should, probably, perhaps, probably, it wouldn't matter. Xia Wenxi said a few words and silenced Chen Zigan, who remained silent all the way to the airport. The car was parked in the parking lot near Terminal T2, and Chen Zhe and Xia Wenxi went to wait near the exit. People come and go at the exit, and most people don't attract much attention from others. But suddenly, a few particularly conspicuous people emerged from the exit. 4 men in suits and sunglasses, who looked very tough, came out surrounding a big guy. The big guy looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a light-colored suit. The oversized suit was bulging out due to his strong muscles. He is at least 1.9 meters tall and weighs over 300 kilograms. He has a buzz cut, a big round face, a thick neck, a fierce look, an intimidating look without even getting angry, and walks like a dragon or a tiger, with a very powerful aura.
Like a tiger coming down the mountain.
The people around subconsciously walked faster, not daring to get closer.
Fuck, did you see that?
That guy's arms are thicker than my thighs.
Xia Wenxi exclaimed when he saw the big guy.
Chen Zhe also glanced at the size of the man's upper arm and exclaimed in amazement, this arm is too scary.
I guess one slap from it could kill someone.
Xia Wenxi commented, looking at his appearance, he seems to be in a bad mood.
I don't know who was going to be unlucky.
While they were talking, the big guy and his group passed by them.
Chen Zhe and Xia Wenxi shut up at the same time.
It would be embarrassing if others heard them talking about others like this.
Boss, are we going directly to the school or to the hotel?
A bodyguard in a suit asked respectfully.
Go to school.
The big guy said in a low voice, with murderous eyes, I want to see who dares to bully my daughter, Mu Chenggang.
Okay, boss.
The bodyguard nodded, then said to the headset at his collar, go directly to Jiangda.
After the group of big guys walked away,
Xia Wenxi, who was afraid of chaos in the world, said with a smile, Brother Chen, it turns out that the unlucky guy is from your school. After picking him up, let's go to your school to see what's going on. I really want to follow him to see which boy dares to bully someone's daughter.
This father is obviously a daughter slave. I doubt whether the boy can survive tonight.
Chen Zhe shook his head, you're overthinking it.
It's impossible to mess around in school. If you want to watch a show, it's outside the school.
Xia Wenxi nodded, that's right. Her daughter is still in school, and it would have a bad influence if she caused trouble in school.
Chen Zhe opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly he sneezed, wondering who was targeting him.
At this moment, a particularly eye-catching beauty appeared at the exit. She has very delicate features, an oval face, and long hair that falls to her shoulders. She wore a burgundy backless halter dress that revealed her snow-white legs, and a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles, which made her tall figure look even more curvaceous. Moreover, her temperament is extremely attractive, her manners are graceful, she is beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar, and she looks as if she is a big star going out. The travelers passing by her all looked dim and dull. The beautiful woman looked around and soon saw Chen Zhe, and immediately smiled at him. When she smiled like this, the whole world seemed to become a little brighter.
Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast.
Oh shit, such a beautiful lady.
My heart is beating so fast.
Xia Wenxi covered his chest with his hands, his eyes wide open.
Ding, a capturable target has been detected, do you want to check? Chapter 174. Tell that kid to come over and see me. Your heart is beating fast? How's your relationship with that saleswoman at the BMW 4 Sons store going?
Chen Zhe pointed at Xia Wenxi, then silently checked in his mind.
Name, Jiang Mayan. Age, 23. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Overall appearance, 91. Condition, normal.
Strategy tips, love grows over time. She has a great crush on you and really wants to know if it is true that college life is good. This beauty is Sister Mi Yan, who finally shows up after more than 100 chapters of waiting. Xia Wenxi kept staring at Jiang Meiyan, who was walking towards them, and said, it's going well, but it doesn't stop me from looking at beautiful women.
Chen Zhe didn't respond to him and was a little speechless looking at the system's strategy prompts. Want to know if college life is good? Is that how you play? Okay, I will definitely show you how to play. Brother Wushuang, nice to meet you.
Jiang Meiyan walked up to Chen Zhe with a charming smile and took the initiative to extend her fair little hand to Chen Zhe.
Hello, Mayan. Nice to meet you, too.
Chen Zhe gently held her hand, and his palm felt smooth.
Who is this? After Jiang Meiyan let go of Chen Zhe's hand, she glanced at Xia Wenxi. Chen Zhe briefly introduced, this is my friend Xia Wenxi. Hello. Jiang Meiyan greeted Xia Wenxi politely. Yeah. Xia Wenxi just hummed lightly. Looks very cold.
Jiang Meiyan didn't care, but Chen Zhe was a little surprised. He didn't know what Lao Xia was doing.
They haven't offended you, have they? Why are you putting on a poker face? In fact, the reason is not complicated. Although Jiang Meiyan's beauty is stunning, Boss Xia is a very principled man.
He often felt troubled about how to stand between Chen Zhe and Mu Hongyu. But when it comes to choosing between Mu Hongyu and the other beauties, Boss Xia will definitely stand on Boss Mu's side without hesitation.
Boss Mu has too many enemies, and they are too strong. She is alone and without my help, how can she defeat those beautiful little fairies? Xia Wenxi was having too much inner drama, so Chen Zhe and Jiang Meiyan ignored him and got into the car.
Here, Xia Wenxi drove back to the city and found a 5-star hotel.
On the other side, the big guy and his group came to the Wanyu Internet Cafe.
The aura of this group of people is so strong that it attracts attention. The new girl at the front desk was very scared when she saw them walking straight towards her.
Excuse me, is the box on the second floor?
Although the big guy was quite polite, the girl at the front desk was still a little nervous and nodded, yes.
The big guy asked 4 bodyguards to wait downstairs, then he went upstairs alone and found the bag for 2 people.
After he pushed the door open and saw the girl playing games, he immediately smiled brightly. Xiao Yur, your dad is here.
Mu Hongyu was playing in a group.
She took a moment out of her busy schedule to look at her father, Mu Changgang.
You're getting old, old Mu? Sit wherever you want.
The chairman of the Yungang Industrial Group, a business tycoon famous in the 4 southeastern provinces, a mighty man nicknamed Mu Lao who by people in the circle, sat obediently on the sofa and waited because of the girl's words.
Boss Mu's time is very precious. Even if the head of a province somewhere wants to see him, he can only spare half an hour to chat. But he sat in this internet cafe box for half an hour.
Although he didn't understand what game his daughter was playing, he didn't feel bored at all. After Mu Hongyu finished a game, he turned to look at his father and asked, Old Mu, why did you come here so suddenly?
Mu Chenggang said with a smile, I missed you, so I came to see you. Are you used to college life? Not bad.
Mu Hongyu said these 2 words and then stopped talking. Mu Chenggang was used to her like this, and continued to smile and change the subject. It was like this every time the father and daughter communicated.
Although Mu Hongyu answered every question, there always seemed to be a gap between them.
Mu Chenggang realized that he spent too little time with his daughter when she was young, and missed the best time to establish a parent-child relationship. When his daughter grew up, his career was on the right track, and he wanted to accompany her, but she no longer needed him. On the contrary, he himself had reached a certain age and especially wanted his daughter to spend more time with him. Redfish, college is still a little different from high school. Mu Chenggang rambled on for a while and finally got to the point. Most parents and teachers don't approve of dating in high school. But after entering college, it's completely different.
Have you met a boy you like? Have you encountered any relationship problems? We can communicate more. I will talk to my mother about these issues. It's not appropriate to tell you.
Mu Hongyu smiled and shook her head.
Your mother is hiding it from me. Mu Chenggang pondered for a moment and said, and I think it's better to ask you some things in person.
If someone else passes on the message, it may deviate from the truth.
Mu Hongyu suddenly frowned and said, just say what you want to say.
What did you hear? It was always Mu Lao who made others nervous, but his daughter's frown made him stutter a little. It's not that, don't think too much.
Mu Hongyu just looked at him quietly.
Mu Chenggang coughed dryly. I heard that you have a good relationship with a boy and even brought him breakfast.
Who told you that? La Mu, you don't have any spies in my school, do you? How could that be? Ha ha ha. You really think too much.
His name is Chen Zhe, and he's my good friend.
He gave me this internet cafe. Is it too much for me to treat him to breakfast? Not too much, not too much. Mu Chenggang said it was not too much, but he was thinking, chasing a girl and giving her an internet cafe? The methods used by young people nowadays are really weird.
After chatting for a few minutes, Mu Chenggang went downstairs, waited for his daughter to play another game, and then went to have lunch. When he was in the internet cafe, he still had a smile on his face. As he walked out of the internet cafe, his smile disappeared immediately. Although the information reported to him by his spy was indeed wrong, his daughter was not bullied. But when he thought about his cabbage being targeted by a pig, Mu Lao felt even worse. His hands were itching and he wanted to smash something. He frowned and looked in the direction of Jiangda, and said in a deep voice, tell that kid to come over and see me. One of the bodyguards took out his cell phone and called Chen Zhe, but no one answered. When he called again, the call didn't go through. The other 3 people also called Chen Zhe and the same thing happened.
Boss, we can't get through. We've all been blocked. Mu Chenggang was in a bad mood. Chen Zhe, right? Don't let me catch you.
A hostile call was detected and automatically blocked. A hostile call was detected and automatically blocked. A hostile call was detected and automatically blocked. Chen Zhe, who was shopping in the mall with Jiang Meiyan, saw several notifications on his phone and felt a little strange. It is understandable to block harassing calls, but what about these hostile calls? It seems that the functions of this Neptune brand mobile phone need to be studied carefully.
Chapter 175 College life is so great. Walk around, do some shopping, chat, and eat.
Jiang Meiyan, who already had a favorability rating of over 70 points, saw her favorability rating towards Chen Zhe continue to rise to 91 points during just 1 or 2 hours of interaction. With this level of goodwill, it is particularly natural to go to the hotel to rest.
The two returned to the hotel's luxurious suite.
Jiang Meiyan realized what was going to happen next and suddenly became a little embarrassed. She sat on the edge of the big bed, lowered her head and played with her nails.
Are you nervous? Chen Zhe asked with a smile. Yes. Jiang Mian responded in a low voice. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I won't force you if you don't want to. Yeah.
Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, looking relieved.
Chen Zhe felt a little strange. Normally, the current situation should be that you understand my ill intentions, and I understand your pretense of reserve. Just a little half-hearted push and it will be fine.
And the tips and the strategy are very clear.
Sister Mei Yan really wants to try out the life of a college student. But the way she looked now, that nervousness didn't seem to be fake.
If she was pretending, then her acting skills were too good.
Chen Zhe thought for a while, thought of a possibility, and looked at Jiang Meiyan in surprise. Is this your first time? Jiang Meiyan hesitated. No. Then why are you so nervous? Chen Zhe was confused.
Jiang Mian sighed. Alas, it's a bit embarrassing to talk about this. Chen Zhe guessed that she might have some worries, so he was not in a hurry and chatted with her idly.
He has enough patience for Jiang Mian. Among the female anchors, such as Liu Li, Nan Mir, Lan Yanjiang, Miami Ejiang, and Wang Mengmeng, although each has their own characteristics, each of them has qualities that attract Chen Zhe. But Sister Mei Yan is the one that Chen Zhe likes the most.
Beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. It is very rare to be able to achieve these 8 words. Liu Li is quite beautiful and her dress is quite sexily, but she is not sexy enough.
Nan Mir is too coquettish. Lazy looks good, but there is no sexual tension. Meow Meow is a weirdo.
As for Wang Mengmeng, although she was always very good, maybe because she had been live streaming for too many years, she sometimes looked tired and seemed to be in poor health. Chen Zhe was not very interested in this sick beauty who had no energy.
Only Jiang Meiyan's charm is the most charming. Chen Zhe asked casually, What's your real name? Jiang Niyan. You still use your real name to go online? Yeah, what about you? Chen Zhe. Just chatting was a bit boring, so Chen Zhe asked the waiter to bring 2 bottles of red wine and some snacks.
After eating and drinking for more than an hour, under the catalysis of alcohol, Sister Mei Yan finally talked about an unspeakable past.
When she was 16, she went to South Korea as a trainee.
After working hard for 2.5 years, she was about to have a chance to debut, but she was targeted by a South Korean chaebol. There is a saying that goes, you can doubt the character of South Korean chaebols, but you cannot question their vision. Jiang Mian was naturally unwilling at first, but then she was put on ice for half a year. Everyone was isolating her, which made her almost depressed. So she had no choice but to agree to the old man. Although the old man has no ability and can't do anything except get drooling. But Sister Mei Yan was so frightened that she struggled hard to escape. After much trouble, I finally got out and returned to China. After listening, Chen Zhe finally understood some things. No wonder Sister Mei Yan has such a good temperament, it turns out she has been trained. The sisters in the South Korean girl group have some simple expressions and movements that ordinary girls will never be able to learn in their lifetime.
For example, when she was singing Aya, the steps that Jessica Young took towards Wang Sulong were completely top-notch. Also, the reason why Sister Mei Yan is a little nervous now is because that perverted old man left her with some psychological trauma. But for things like this, words alone are not very convincing, they have to be proven by actual actions.
Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Chen Zhe went to the bathroom to take a shower, washed himself clean, and then gently hugged Jiang Meiyan.
Don't worry, I'll hug you. Kiss. Just for a moment. 3 times at most, I swear, I'll stop when you count to 1, 2, 3. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, 1 2 1. Jiang Niyan's favorability plus 5. Jiang Niyan's heartbeat plus 1. Jiang Niyan's heartbeat plus 1. Jiang Niyan's heartbeat plus 1. Durability 1. Sister Mei Yan sighed with satisfaction. Ah. College life is really good. Jiang Niyan's heartbeat points plus 3. 30,000 words omitted here.
After more than an hour, the afternoon sun was shining brightly, and it was a very comfortable nap.
A small red flower bloomed on the white bed sheet. Sister Mei Yan, who was experiencing her virginity, was sleeping soundly in Chen Zhe's arms. Chen Zhe, whose combat power was 10, said that this was just a small scene and it would be no problem even if there were 9 more. He was looking at the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Second Blood. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, Top Vocal Mastery. Congratulations to the host for winning the achievement reward, Actor's Self-Cultivation. Second blood? What about first blood?
After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhe figured it out. The first drop of blood came from Xiao Liuli, and Sister Mei Yan was naturally the second drop of blood.
The achievement rewards are also pretty good, which is exactly what he needs to venture into the entertainment industry. Chen Zhe is a little uncomfortable with the current system being so sensible. He still misses the days when Brother Tong cheated him. If Brother Tong were still alive, the rewards he would give would definitely be some weird things. From then on until the next morning, neither of them left the hotel. It is true that love grows over time. The next morning, Sister Mei Yan's favorability reached 99.
In addition to Chen Zhe's extraordinary abilities, his ability to pay also played a certain role. Both of them were too lazy to go out to buy things, so Chen Zhe directly transferred 10 million to Sister Mei Yan and let her buy whatever she wanted. The cashback of 99 points of favorability is still good. With a cashback of 60 times, Chen Zhe's total assets exceeded 10 billion. Chen Zhe's durability also dropped sharply, losing 7 points in less than 24 hours. Although he could recover a little in 24 hours, he couldn't bear it at his current frequency. Chen Zhe decided to have a good rest these days. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chen Zhe met the boss and the smiling brother. After a while, he successfully picked up the car and saw his dream car SF90. He called Xia Wenxi and his friends to inspect the car. He took Sister Mei Yan for a ride and confirmed that the car was in good condition and there were no problems. Chen Zhe paid more than 7 million yuan out of his own pocket and registered the car under his own name. With more than 1 billion in hand, more than 7 million is just a drizzle, and he is too lazy to look for girls to spend money and put his name on the bill. In the evening, Chen Zhe sent Sister Mei Yan to the airport. When driving back to school, the cool red Ferrari caught the attention of a big guy. Mu Chenggang was very angry after waiting for 2 days without seeing Chen Zhe. When he saw that the person driving the car was Chen Zhe, he immediately asked someone to stop him. Chapter 176. 5 years later. Wait until Chen Zhe gets out of the car and then take action. Chen Zhe sensed the crisis and immediately used the Shenma slap. After the two slapped each other, they both put on masks of pain. This is truly a match made in heaven. After 3 consecutive slaps, they were still tied. Mu Lao, who was extremely surprised. Seeing that Chen Zhe was so strong, he developed some favorable impression towards him. Su Si and others showed up in time and pinned down Mu Lao Hu. Later, Mu Hongyu received a call from the bodyguard and rushed to the scene, only to find out that it was a misunderstanding and immediately let go of her future father-in-law. Chen Zhe bought the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk and got Mu Lao Hu drunk at the table. The two of them became sworn brothers at the table. On Monday, Chen Zhe received a call from Teacher Gu to shoot a promotional video. He asked Xiao Shiyu to invite a professional team to shoot the video. The effect was very good. Chen Zhe also successfully gave Teacher Gu a foot massage, which made Teacher Gu's heart flutter. On Saturday, when Chen Zhe went to the airport to pick up Lan Yangyang and baby Gigi, he happened to see a jeep with a military license plate. The back seat window revealed a girl's profile. Although it was only a brief glimpse, the system gave a strategy hint. Name Zhao Hongzhuang. Age, 18. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Overall appearance, 98. Condition, normal. Strategy tips: as a third-generation red with ideals and ambitions, she is determined to revitalize national defense. Money and appearance are nothing but clouds. Only the J-30 and the design drawings of the 10th-generation aircraft carrier can move her heart. Afterwards, Chen Zhe ventured into the entertainment industry, and the movie he starred in with Jiang Meiyan earned 1 billion at the box office and gained a lot of heartthrobs. Successfully captured one beauty after another. There are also a lot of gains abroad. Achieve the achievement of killing 100 people and get rich rewards. 5 years later. Springfield Flower Kindergarten. Warm and clean office. A pretty female kindergarten teacher looked at the registration forms in front of her and couldn't help feeling confused. Director, why are there so many fathers named Chen Zhe on the registration form for this year's junior class? The head teacher took the stack of registration forms and looked at it. Baby's name, Chen Ergu. Gender, male. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Hu Yufei. Baby's name, Chen Ping. Gender, female. Baby's name, Chenan. Gender, male. Twins. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Tang Tian. Baby's name, Chen Fusheng.
Gender, male. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Yi Qingning.
Seeing this, the head teacher calmly pointed at the mother's name and said, "This is Chairman Yi of our Springfield Flower Education Group."
The kindergarten teacher was surprised and asked, "The most beautiful entrepreneur in Jiangnan is our chairman?" The headmaster nodded, "That's right." Continue scrolling down. Baby's name, Chen Kashue. Gender, male. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Lin Chenya. Baby's name, Chen Fugue. Gender, male. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Su Ruoli. Baby's name, Zhao Bagua follows mother's surname. Gender, male. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Zhao Hongzhuang. Baby's name, Chen Hongdo. Gender, female. Father, Chen Zhe. Mother, Gu Nanji. The kindergarten teacher was very puzzled and asked, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The father's name and age are the same. Only the position is slightly different. This man named Chen Zhe holds too many positions. He is the chief designer of the J-30. He is the chief designer of the 6th generation aircraft carrier. The materials and technology of the 10th generation cannot keep up. He is the youngest actor and singer in the entertainment industry. He is the chairman of the Three Tigers Group. It is the face of Jiangnan University. It donated 1 billion yuan to build the Chenzhe Technology Building. The most affectionate person in Jiangzhou." The head teacher and kindergarten teachers have limited knowledge and are not aware that these identities actually belong to the same person. In addition, he has many identities that ordinary people don't know. The world's #1 hacker, chairman of the Cosmic Infantry Investment Company, 3 consecutive free fighting champions, invisible capital tycoon, and the world's richest man. In other cities, he also has children. The mothers of those children are Xiao Xiyu, Su Qingchun, Lan Feiling Blue Enchantress, Luo Meyer, Zhang Meiyan, Lu Jing Lazy. He also has children abroad, and the mothers of those children are all foreign beauties. It was 7:30 that morning. A hill in the suburbs of Jiangzhou. There is an ancient castle-like building that dominates the entire hill. This is private property. At the gate of the castle, there was a black Rolls-Royce parked. A beautiful woman dressed as a maid stood next to the car, looking at the time from time to time, looking a little anxious. "Master, you really have no sense of time. The international capital giants are waiting for him to attend the meeting. Why hasn't he come down yet?" Miao Miao was having a headache, but she didn't dare to urge her, otherwise she didn't know what tricks her master would ask her to play. She could only pout and look at the window of one of the rooms in the castle. In the room, a beautiful woman was sleeping soundly. Her graceful figure was like a fish. Next to her lay a young man with countless titles. He was 24-year-old Chen Zhe. The title he was most satisfied with was the world's strongest Aquaman. Compared to 5 years ago, he has become more handsome and his temperament has become more mature. Mu Hongyu turned over and suddenly felt her legs pressing on something. She opened her eyes and said angrily, "Chen Zhe, what are you doing? You sneaked into my bed and took advantage of me, right?" Chen Zhe was about to speak when Mu Hongyu's snow-white thighs immediately hooked around his neck, holding it tightly. Xiao Yuer has practiced quite well in the past few years, and his skill of locking people is quite decent. Although Chen Zhe could easily get rid of this throat lock with his ability, being entangled by the snow-white and round thighs was not a punishment but a reward. He was in no hurry to break free. Chen Zhe complained, "Xiao Yuer, listen to my explanation. It was my father-in-law who forced me to do this. He always wanted to have a grandson. He didn't dare to urge you, but only threatened me and even hit me. You know how powerful his slaps are, so what can I do?" Mu Hongyu said angrily, "I've already told you that I won't have any children in the next few years. I haven't had enough fun yet. I'm only 24 years old, and many people at this age haven't gotten married yet. Why are you rushing me? Get out of here right now." As she said that, she kicked Chen Zhe off the bed. Chen Zhe touched his butt and climbed up, smiling and said, "Then you call your father-in-law. It's not that his son-in-law is not capable, it's that his daughter is not cooperating." "Okay, I got it." After Mu Hongyu calmed down, she got out of bed, hugged Chen Zhe, tidied his clothes, and said, "Don't you have an important meeting to attend today? Go quickly, I think Miao Miao is waiting anxiously." "Okay, my dear wife, I'm leaving." Chen Zhe smiled and kissed her on the forehead, then turned around and opened the door. As the door opened, bright sunlight shone in and sprinkled on Chen Zhe, making him look particularly handsome and attractive.
My dear husband, please be careful on the road.
Xiao Yuer's sweet voice came from behind.
Chunzhe looked back at her and smiled slightly. The picture freezes here.
The BGM starts playing. Sprinkle flowers. End of the book.